This story emphasizes a doctor named Jin Chen-hee who dies unjustly while saving a child during the Civil War and gets transmigrated into the Miram novel he finished reading, The Supreme Heavenly Demon, as an extra. After meeting the godly doctor, who took him as a disciple, he transformed their medical skills by introducing modern techniques. At the place where war has started, and a doctor is lying injured, breathing hard. He supposed that humans, by nature, shouldn't do things they are not used to doing. He never knew that the job his coworker recommended him would result in such misfortune. He recalled the time before coming to that place when he was in the hospital when his colleague accosted him and told him that the medical volunteering dispatch orders were out, so he wanted to go with him there. Jin was shocked to know that his comrade was going there and wondered why he would go somewhere because he would always suffer. Now that Jin looked back at it again, nothing ever happened right from working with that guy. His subordinate told him this was for the experience, so he was also signing him up. But Jin refused because he wasn't going there, and he never imagined that a war would break out in the place where he had gone to volunteer. He recalled his arrival at that place, got worried about seeing so many injured, and cursed that civil war because there was no more space to lie down. Despite the situation, he still gives it his all as a doctor. He asked his subordinates if they had any more hemostatic, and his subordinate clarified that the one he gave him was the last. Jin knew he was a doctor, and because he was one, he could do what he could. While treating his patients, 2 civilians rushed toward him, and the soldier chased them as well. The soldier couldn't believe the rebels were already there, so he asked his comrades what they would do. Soon, the soldier entered the camp where those civilians were hiding with him. He tried to stop the soldiers, but when they didn't hear, he was about to shoot the child and his mother. He covered them, and in turn, the soldiers shot him several times, which worried both the child and his mother. They started calling him worriedly, and Jin thought it was right. He was a doctor. The pain is overwhelming, and it feels as if he has been beaten all over, so he is falling, which makes him wonder if this is death. After some time, he opened his eyes, looked around, and realized he was in the forest. He rubbed his eyes, wondering why he was lying there and what he was doing. The protagonist looked at his hand and was startled to see his tiny hand, which seemed like a kid's. He couldn't see any blood in his hand and recalled that he died back then. He sits wondering where and why he is in a child's body. He looked ahead, gets startled to see several corpses and broken carriages. The protagonist pinched his cheeks and realized that it was not a dream. And it was not a movie set either because the stench of blood was far too pungent for this to be fake. He gets close to the corpse and realizes this is the corpse of a real person, and they were cut in half with a single strike. On inspection, he discovered that it was a sharp wound, so he wondered what kind of sword slices a person in half. He was startled to see the corpse without a bullet wound wearing strange clothing, and it almost felt like he had fallen into some Miram world. The protagonist supposes this is probably because of how absurd this scenario is, but he can think straight. He is confident that this is neither the desert where he died nor Korea, and to top it off, he has possessed the body of a young child. He looked at the wagon ahead, which was all empty, and supposed rogues or bandits ambushed these people, since the body hasn't gone into rigor mortis yet, meaning it hasn't been 2 hours since his time of death. So, he wanted to focus because he had to get out of there before the bandits came again. While he was leaving, he heard someone asking for help and wondered if someone was still alive. He approached the man and asked him if he was okay, and the man handed him a pouch and wanted him to give it to his wife. The man is okay with dying, but his wife still needs to survive. The protagonist hears that and thinks for a while, then utters that he will try to stop the bleeding. He looked at that man's wound and thought he was lucky because, despite the wound being so long, he hadn't suffered any internal damage. However, he has lost much blood, so the protagonist knows he will need something to bandage himself with. He looked at the pouch, started spilling things out of it, and wanted to find anything useful. Abruptly, he found a needle and plucked his hair, so he used this for the thread. He knew sanitation wouldn't be possible, and after putting the hair in the needle, he told the man that it would hurt, but he would withstand it. As soon as he started closing his wound, the man started moaning with pain. After some time, he finally completely closed the wound and thought this was great because all was done. The man thanked him for saving him, and the protagonist clarified that there was nothing more that he could do. He couldn't care for hygiene, so he told the man he could get an infection. The protagonist doesn't believe in the heavens, but he believes in the will of a husband who has a pregnant wife waiting at home. He put all the coins and the shoes in the pouch and wanted the man to survive. After some time, he treated several other injuries, found it tiring, and thought it was tough in his last life, and he was a fully grown adult. He looked around and supposed there might be more people alive. He started scavenging the area and realized there weren't many, but some were still breathing. The protagonist thought that he could provide emergency first aid, but he didn't know what he would do after because, without additional help, they would eventually die. He gets infuriated by thinking that, so he wants to ponder that later. But first, he should focus on saving them. He wanted to give his all to save them because he is a doctor. After some time, the protagonist is treating another man and gets worried because he has already lost too much blood so he can save him and starts crying. Suddenly, he remembered that the basics of emergency care determine those who can be saved and those who cannot. After searching for those people, he took out some injured and couldn't believe he could barely save 3. The protagonist gets infuriated because if only he had some proper medical equipment, he could save them. Suddenly, he noticed a cloth under the injured, looked at it, and realized it was Cloud Dragon's Secure Delivery. Secure Delivery refers to groups who will transport anything for the right price, but he knew that such delivery groups only appear in Miram novels. However, if this is really a Miram world and these people are forming a secure delivery group, a rescue team may arrive and save them. After some time, the protagonist uses a sword and rock to generate fire. After some struggle, he finally did it and guessed that the stuff he learned in the army could also be helpful. Then he carries some wood, heavy material, and injured, suppose that it is too much work for such a small body. He is glad as he has finally finished building a camp. And then he lies down, looks outside, and wonders if a rescue team will come. He thought it might be better for him to go down the mountain alone before it got dangerous. He thinks for a while, looks at the injured, and guesses he is a doctor. At first, the protagonist's reason for becoming a doctor was that he could earn a lot of money. It was a medal of honor for him, an orphan, and proof of success after devoting his entire life and overcoming countless hardships in the process. It was, but he wondered what he could do as he got caught up in a civilian war because of some volunteer work. After that, he got shot and died to protect some stranger kid and couldn't believe himself. While thinking, he heard some noises and wondered if there would be wolves. He is worried because that is not impossible because this is a Miram world. Therefore, if there are bandits, there could also be wolves. He looked at Cloud Dragon's secure delivery of clothes and wanted the rescue team to come quickly. The protagonist is startled as Cloud Dragon's secure delivery sounds familiar to him, and he finally remembers it is from the Supreme Demon King. Suddenly he heard some sound, so he went out while holding the sword and realized someone was coming. The protagonist couldn't figure out whether they were rescue teams or bandits. After some time, he saw several flags of Cloud Dragon's secure delivery and was relieved because a rescue team had come. He gets pleased thinking that both he and his patients are saved now. After some time, some wagons arrive there, and the protagonist is amazed to see that they are unique. It looks like a giant medicine cabinet. He feels he has read about this somewhere. He suddenly recalled the godly Dr. Beek Rin's medicinal wagon. He remembered his past when his subordinate asked him if he was rereading Miram's novels. Jin wanted his colleagues to keep their noses out of his favorite pastime. His colleagues read the novel's name, The Supreme Demon King, and thought it was boring, infuriating the protagonist, so he wanted them to leave him alone. The protagonist starts laughing and thinking about it, sure that there is no way because it must be a coincidence. Abruptly, one of the men pointed toward the protagonist and told his lord that there was a survivor. The protagonist is startled upon seeing this and supposes there is no way it is true. While the protagonist was shocked, one of the men in the rescue team instructed his comrade to check for more survivors. Then he approached the protagonist, which terrified him because that man was massive. The man knelt, accosted the protagonist, and uttered that he was the Lord of Cloud Dragon Secure Delivery Woon Yu-hyun. Yu-hyun also wanted to know the protagonist's name, which startled him, and he uttered that his name was Jin Chen-hee. Despite his looks, the protagonist is glad to see that he is pretty kind. Yu-hyun complimented him, saying that his name was cool and that it was amazing that he was so calm under these circumstances. He looked at the tent behind and inquired if he had made this tent. Chen-hee affirmed, telling him he had to attend to the injured. Yuo Hyun was startled to hear about the injury, so he peeks inside and is shocked to see survivors. He instructed his comrades that there were intensive care patients, so he wanted them to get the godly doctor quickly. Chin-hee was surprised to hear about this and wondered if he had said godly doctor so that he couldn't believe it. According to the novel, the White Dragon Godly Doctor is one of the 3 heavenly doctors. The protagonist remembered that he gained his nickname Beak Rin, meaning White Dragon, because of his hair, which resembles the scales of a white dragon. It was also because, despite being male, he was a beauty to everyone. The protagonist looks at Beak Rin sharply because, just as he read in the novel, this isn't just a Muslim world, but it is one in the novel. Chin-hee remembered that The Supreme Demon King was a novel he had just finished reading not long before he died. The White Dragon Godly Doctor is an important character in The Supreme Demon King. When the Cloud Dragon's delivery is attacked, the White Dragon's Godly Doctor is the one who sees the main character of the story, Yo Ha-ryun. After that, many things happen between him and Ha-ryun, but ultimately, he dies from disease around the series' 2nd book, and he can't believe that character is before him now. While the Godly Doctor was checking the pulse of the patients, he was shocked at looking at these stitches on the patient's body. He was amazed. Then he took out a box from his cloak, put cotton on the patient's body, and started enchanting. Yu Hyun worriedly asked Beak Rin about their conditions and if Leader Woon and Mr. Gong's son would make it. Beak Rin looked back and uttered that he would actually like to ask him something about the person responsible for treating these wounds instead. Yu Hyun looked at the protagonist, and Chin-hee uttered that it was him. Beak Rin praised the protagonist, telling him that it was an impressive suture, and that it was thanks to his proper treatment that these people could live. The protagonist is dumbfounded, and everyone else is also shocked because the White Dragon's Godly Doctor complimented him. They wondered if it was that great and wondered who that kid was. Beak Rin remarked that he was amazed to have treated such a lethal wound so calmly. The protagonist clarified that he wanted to save these people. Beak Rin smiled on hearing this and clarified that people who think that way are rare in Gangho. After some time, Yu Hyun uttered that he would leave half of their forces on standby and leave them in his care. The protagonist is shocked as he never thought he would have the Cloud Dragon Secure Delivery Group in his debt. He remembered that Yu Hyun promised to repay this debt to him one day. Later, they were leaving when a man told Beak Rin that he had overexerted himself. He thought there was no need for him to come along, especially all the way out there. Beak Rin clarified that he had no choice because Cloud Dragon's Secure Delivery took him in and hid him in his time of need. Now that he has saved one of their brothers, he has paid back his debt. The man put a wet cloth on his forehead and asked if he was talking about the one they call Leader Woon. Beak Rin affirmed that that is correct, but thought that the other death is also unfortunate, and it is hard to compare anything to the death of a family member. His comrade supposed that now he had paid back the favor to the Cloud Dragon Secure Delivery. Beak Rin thought that that would be true if they kept track of who owed whom. Still, his comrade thought he had strained himself and was sure he knew it wasn't easy to control the 9 cloud absolute pulses. Beak Rin knows about that, but he has no choice because his time is short, and he is wondering how he has made it past 40 because he should have died a long time ago. Yuho worries about hearing this and wants him not to say such things. Beak Rin accosted him and clarified that he wanted to take in a disciple now. He knows that he is worried his time alive will shorten even further. Yuho gets infuriated because he knows about that, yet he still insists. Beak Rin clarified that the child was worth it. Yuho gave up because he knew there was no arguing with him and he could win against him. On the other hand, the protagonist is unconscious and can't sense a familiar smell being heard around him. He wondered what this was and supposed he would smell it often as a child when he went to the market. He opened his eyes, started feeling suffocated and got startled. He looked around and realized that he was in an unfamiliar place. Abruptly, Beak Rin came and requested him to rest a little longer, which startled him. Chin-hee was startled to see they were staring at him too hard. Then he looked at the child he had treated near him, wondered where the other 2 had gone, and decided to ask about them. Beak Rin explained this is one of the bases of the Cloud Dragon Secure Delivery Service. He further added that Chin-hee slept throughout the entire trip there, and since he was not fully conscious, they let him be. The protagonist was surprised to look at him because, from up close, he looked like a celebrity. He couldn't believe Beak Rin was using honorifics while speaking to a child like him and supposed he was well educated. Beak Rin uttered that if it weren't for his quick response and first aid treatment, everyone would have died. Although he has finished treating them, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he saved those patients' lives. The protagonist relies on hearing that everyone is okay. Beak Rin uttered that there wouldn't be any significant side effects, and both the Cloud Dragon Secure Service and the Noble Tribe were indebted to him. The protagonist is startled upon hearing about the Noble Tribe, and Beak Rin asks him if he remembers among the people he saved a lady with a sword strapped to her waist. The protagonist affirmed, so Beak Rin explained that she was a daughter in the Noble Tribe and had been working for the Cloud Dragon's Secure Delivery Service to train herself. So, if Chin-hee wouldn't be there, then she would have died. The protagonist remembers that the Noble Tribe is a clan that appears later in the novel. Therefore, he wondered if she was the daughter of one of the heads of the Noble Tribe. Whatever the case is, he treated a person who needed to be saved. The protagonist tried to stand, telling Beak Rin it was nothing as he was doing what needed to be done. He felt dizzy and was about to fall, but Yu-ho grabbed him and wanted him to be careful for now. Chin-hee is surprised to see him because he recognizes him as General Yu-ho, who is sad to serve the White Dragon's godly doctor. He is confident about that because these stringed-eyed characters attend that common. Given his rough skills and limited knowledge, the protagonist clarified that he just helped as much as he could. He is relieved to hear that he was able to be of some use. Everyone is shocked upon hearing this because the depth behind his words is unfitting for a child. They couldn't believe that he had just earned the gratitude and debt of the Noble Tribe, so one would think he would try to exaggerate his contribution. Beak Rin handed him a box and wanted him to take this internal medicine first because the Noble Tribe had sent it to him to express their gratitude. Everyone is shocked to see the elixir because it is a 100-year pine medicine ball. This medicine is prepared by chopping down a pine tree that has been growing in a unique location and using the sap from its root to make a medicine ball. So, this medicine ball is said to contain the life force of a 100-year pine tree. The protagonist supposed it must be something amazing to have everyone so surprised and wondering what this thing was. Beak Rin couldn't believe that everyone was surprised to see that the Noble Tribe had sent this. He knew that if it had not been for this child, the Noble Tribe promising prospect back Dragon Gong Sun Yong would have lost her life. The Noble Tribe doesn't seem to believe that this child saved the heir of the Gong Sun Tribe, but instead, it seems to have sent this medicine ball out of respect for him. Considering her position within the Noble Tribe, even a gift of this magnitude could be considered small. He knew that others didn't seem to understand the gravity of the situation. The protagonist looked at the medicine and thought it was a headache because he couldn't tell what was happening. He didn't even know what the medicine was, so he thought that if they would at least tell him its name, he would be able to guess, but he supposed they wouldn't tell him. Abruptly, Beak Rin explained that this medicine is suitable for internal wounds and will also help with headaches. Since the protagonist's body is quite strained from overexerting himself while hurt, it is best to take it as soon as possible. The protagonist thought that if it was good for internal wounds, he supposed it might be something like an elixir. He decided to take it for now because a patient should listen to his doctor. Therefore, he grabbed the pill, stared at it, immediately engulfed it, and then slept again. Later, Yu-ho asked Beak Rin if he planned on taking him in as his disciple, and he affirmed. Yu-ho is sure that nobody would refuse to become the disciple of the Great White Dragon Godly Doctor, but he is worried. Beak Rin uttered that he was also worried that this child would refuse, and Yu-ho wondered what he meant. Beak Rin approached him, grabbed a needle, and thought some hard work would help him move his heart. Yu-ho is startled upon realizing he will do such a precious thing for him. Beak Rin affirmed, then he took the needle close to Chin-hee's forehead and started enchanting a spell. Yu-ho saw this but didn't know whether he should pity or envy him. Since his master had chosen him, he had no hope of living an easy life. While the protagonist dreamed that he was a butterfly, unlike Zhuang Zai's butterfly dream. He dreamt that he was captured by a lunatic and skewered with needles, which worried him, and he wanted someone to save him. He kept requesting someone to save him and just wanted it to end. After some time, the protagonist gained consciousness and realized it was the same ceiling he saw before falling asleep. He opened his eyes and smelled a strange stench, wondering what it was, as if it was something rotting and indescribable vulgar stench. After he sits, he gets started on seeing that he is naked and wonders what is going on. On hearing the protagonist shout, Baek Rin arrived there and inquired if he was awake. The protagonist is surprised to see the white dragon's godly doctor and wonders if he has been nursing him all night. He knew that such simple nursing jobs are usually given to servants, so he wondered why he was doing it personally. Baek Rin explained that, surprisingly, his body had not accumulated much of the muddy kai. Chin-hee gets strayed because there is something sticky on his back, which doesn't feel like a liquid, but rather some dried up chunk of rubber. Baek Rin realized he was looking alright and asked if he had any discomfort. The protagonist supposed that this was the cause of the rancid smell, and he told the godly doctor that his body felt incredibly light now. He wanted Baek Rin to speak casually to him because it is embarrassing to have him use honorifics to address him. The protagonist looked at him and supposed that's what they called a world-class beauty. Baek Rin smiled on hearing his request and agreed to talk casually. The protagonist was glad and clarified that he would greatly appreciate that. While Baek Rin places his hand on his back, the protagonist inquires what he meant by muddy kai, because he thinks he is being treated for internal wounds. Baek Rin explained that while he was at it, he performed a bone restructuring procedure because it was the least they should do to prepare him for the martial arts he would be learning. The protagonist is astounded upon hearing about the bone restructuring procedure and recalls its meaning in classic Miram novels. It is a high-level process of cleansing the body of any toxins and impurities using a combination of QI and medical procedures. The protagonist is glad because his body vessel has been cleaned out. Suddenly, he remembered that godly doctor said he would be learning martial arts soon and wondered what he meant by this. While pondering, Baek Rin told him that he would have to clean up now, and he instructed Yuho to help him, who covered him in the cloth. Shin-hee thought that if it were a bone restructuring procedure done by none other than the White Dragon Holy Doctor, then it would be different from the normal doctors, and he wondered why he would do such a thing for him. After some time, the protagonist is inside the water and is pleased by the great bath of the Cloud Dragon's secure delivery services. Furthermore, their base is quite luxurious, fitting for such a powerful group. When the White Dragon Godly Doctor told him that he was the savior of the group, they provided their best facilities for him. After the protagonist came out after taking a bath, his head started hurting. Whenever he is about where he lives, who his parents are, and whether he has ever been affiliated with a group, he has no choice but to blame his headache since there is already a wound on his head, so Chin-hee supposed it would probably be best he could it up to the memory loss. He is sure they can't do anything if he plays dumb and doesn't tell them anything. After taking care of Chin-hee for a while, Yuho went out and instructed him to call him when he was out. The protagonist enters the bathtub and realizes that the servant is stubborn. However, it is understandable because some random kid just crawled in out of nowhere and received a bone restructuring procedure from the White Dragon Godly Doctor. He sank his body in the water, then dipped his head in and thought it was the body of a child. The protagonist died in his past life because he saved someone, but now it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that because he saved someone, he has been able to live a life. The protagonist found it peculiar because if it had been able of rogues or wolves that found him instead of the Coiled Dragon's secure delivery service, then he would have been the one to die. The events from his past life are popping into his head individually. Even though it was a life without family, relatives, or loved ones, it was a miserable life, and it was a life he tried his hardest to live. Now, he doesn't know how he could live this life, and according to Yuho, anyone who might know about the body he is in has been killed by bandits. Furthermore, they were headed to Seoju, and after thinking about it, he remembered that is where the demon forces were based. It was mentioned in the book that the main character, the demon Yoha Ryun, joined the demon forces through Seoju. There, she overcomes several hardships and challenges to develop and grow. While Chin-hee is a nameless extra who gets shot in the head and dies on the first page of the book. Further, he is an orphan with nothing to his name, and he has always worked for others and their families. Perhaps now that he has done that, he supposes he finally deserves to have a family of his own. To do that, he needs to have money, and since he is in the Miram world, where his life is no different from those of flies, he will have to increase his strength. Undoubtedly, he will get caught up in countless upcoming calamities. Therefore, if he can never protect himself, he will have no right to protect anyone else. He went near the mirror, looked to himself, and thought that even though he had neither wealth nor strength, he had knowledge of what the future held. Not only that, but doctors are always needed no matter where he is. Shortly, he wore his clothes and went to Yuho, who wondered if this was the same kid as before. So, remarked that they looked refreshed and explained that warm tears had been prepared in the tea room. He requested that they follow him. The protagonist quietly followed him while Yuho was astounded because he had no inner kai and his martial arts abilities were worse than those of children in Miram clans. Even though his master said that these children's skills are more than sufficient in Yuho's eyes, he is far from it. He is concerned that if this child were really to become his master's disciple, his master's already short lifespan would be even further limited. The protagonist is startled to see that Yuho is so openly wary of him, reminding him of his days as an intern. Later, he was in the room where he was served refreshments and requested to enjoy them while he waited. Chen-hee knew that there must be a reason he was being watched, and now that he thinks about it, the White Dragon Godly Doctor never performed a bone restructuring procedure for anyone in the novel. So, he wondered if it could be because of that and thought it would make sense. According to novel, a bone restructuring procedure consumes immense inner kai. If he had truly received this procedure, things would have looked terrible for the White Dragon Godly Doctor, since he was sad to be suppressing his illness with his inner kai. The protagonist knew that doing things like this caused him to die at the beginning of the first book. He knew it was not an easy thing to do by sacrificing oneself for another. He remembers all the contents of the novel and possesses knowledge of modern medicine, so he wonders if there is any way to treat him. However, he remembered that first, he had to solve the problem with these refreshments. Since it is Kai dispersing poison biscuits, which is a smart move on the demon clan's end, they plan to plant a spy and get the members of the Cloud Dragon Secure Delivery Services addicted, then come to attack and kill them all. He ate the biscuits and thought he would never let this happen. While the protagonist is eating, Beek Rin arrives there with some people. The protagonist is startled, wondering who the person in the straw hat is, and she seems to be a woman. The lady approached him and bowed before him to offer sincere gratitude to the savior because she was told that their young one would not have lived without him. Therefore, Noble Mo promised him to repay this debt. Everyone supposed that she must be Gong's Sun Hyun, who arrived there to see her younger cousin Sun Young. The protagonist wants her not to worry about it because he is simply glad he could help. She agrees and is glad to know that he is the leader and godly doctor, and is clarified that the noble clan would not forget this kindness. The protagonist felt embarrassed because she kept praising him and urging that anyone in his show would do the same thing. Suddenly, he remembered something, so he instructed her to go visit her family instead of talking to him because that was much more important. She gets startled at hearing this and requests him to excuse her and leave with the promise to see him next time. The protagonist recalled that Sun Hyun, born into the main family, is the only daughter of the main family. She is seen as a disappointment to many of the elders in the main family due to her lack of swordsmanship potential. She is an herb that cannot learn the secret techniques of the main family. On the other hand, Sun Young is an heir to the collateral family, and she's already making a name for herself. Though Sun Hyun is the family's black sheep, she loves and cares for her younger sister, Sun Young, more than anyone else. According to the novel, Sun Young was supposed to die there, and Sun Young would have been incited by the death of her younger cousin who she loved like a sister. She would learn that it was the plan of the elder of the main family who wanted to make her the heir to the head of the clan and commit an irreversible slaughter. Chin-hee basically prevented a massive slaughter in the future. He thought that this is approximately the first book's prologue if they were to go by the novel, where the White Dragon Godly Doctor treats the Demon King Ha-Ryun. It is in this scene where the incident occurs, as well as the conspiring, that he has to stop it. Otherwise, he could die. Yu Hyun was pleased to see that he looked much better, and was good enough to talk for a while now. Abruptly, the protagonist starts coughing, worried Yu Hyun, and he asks if he is alright. Yu Hyun inquired if he perhaps had not recovered yet, and the protagonist clarified that the tea had made his throat itchy. Beek Rin stated, smiling on hearing this, and Chen-hee got worried. He thought that though he was considered a godly human, he was still a martial artist so that he could be so subtle. He again said that, for some reason, this tea was making his throat itch. Beek Rin was startled upon hearing this because there was no way it would make him itchy, and he asked if he would mind if he checked his pulse. The protagonist affirmed and permitted him to check his pulse, so he moved his hand toward him. The protagonist gets startled because something is a little tickly. But he doesn't know about Kai or inner Kai yet, and he can feel something softly entering his body. Beak Rin checked his pulse and realized that his inner Kai had been dispersed. The protagonist gets startled, and Yu Hyun gets started on hearing about his inner Kai dispersing, because there is no way this child could have learned martial arts. Beak Rin explained that the noble clan sent the medicinal ball, and he also put a small amount of inner Kai in him during the bone restructuring procedure he performed. Even though it wasn't a great amount, it was just that if left alone, all his inner Kai would have been released, so he built a foundation of Kai in him to prepare for the future. Yu Hyun was surprised to hear about the bone restructuring procedure and said it is possible to help with the absorption of elixirs in a child who has never learned martial arts. Beak Rin gets worried because if word of this were to get out, his house would be surrounded by people pleading for him to do the same for their children. He elucidated that he owed an outstanding debt to the Cloud Dragon's secure delivery service, and if he recalled it correctly, his grandson would also be learning martial arts soon. Yu Hyun laughed and explained that he was simply in awe of his extraordinary medical skills. Beak Rin doesn't know what to say, but he flatters him too much. The protagonist expects this from the White Dragon godly doctor, even to consider the leader's grandson, and he commends that he is genuinely the righteous doctor of this era. Beak Rin thinks for a while and elucidates that the cause of the scattered inner Kai seems to be Kai dispersing poison. Yu Hyun gets startled at hearing about this and wonders who would have fed such a thing to this child, because the Cloud Dragon Security Delivery Service would never treat their savior in such a way. Beak Rin clarified that what is important is not who did it, but rather why they did it. If he recalls correctly, the refreshments served to his child are the same ones served to the higher-ups and elite warriors of the Cloud Dragon Secure Delivery Service. Yu Hyun got worried on hearing this and speculated if someone was targeting their group. Beak Rin instructed the leader to throw out the tea and biscuits immediately and arm his men, as there may be an invasion. Yu Hyun thought that an invasion might not be the end of it because poisoning the camp was definitely something conspiring. He rushed away and apologized to them because he did not intend for him to be dragged into their affairs, so that he would handle it himself. He went out and instituted his man to call the manager, and his man affirmed. Beak Rin looked at the protagonist and inquired if he knew of the Kai dispersing poison. The protagonist wonders what Kai is dispersing poison, but in his thought, he knows that a poison scatters inner Kai, which is colorless and odorless. He could not tell it apart by taste, so he had no choice but to eat all of the biscuits with the hope that one of them would be contaminated. It is vital for him to be affected by the Kai dispersing poison. It has been a while since he has been a human guinea pig, because medicine feeds and grows on sacrifice. Looking back, he turned quite a few of his above colleagues into human guinea pigs so that he could practice finding veins. He smirked because progress is progress, no matter how small. Of course, he would consume the poison. Beak Rin looked at him, thinking that even if it only dispersed Kai, poison is poison, so there is no way he would have taken it voluntarily, knowing that. He told the protagonist that if they find something after the investigation, the Cloud Dragon Secure Delivery Service will have been saved not by him, but by Chin-hee. He felt bad putting pressure on an innocent kid, but he had to do it. So, he instructed Chin-hee to sit down for a chat after this was all over. The protagonist gets thrilled, thinking this is an opportunity for him to rip off money. So, he wanted them to show him more money because he knew nothing about those elixir and martial arts. Therefore, he wants money since he has been stranded alone in this random wilderness, so he has to squeeze out as much money as possible. The protagonist cannot even remember where he is from or who his family is, so if such an apathetic person like him could be of help, that would be enough for him, which would start everyone. Chin-hee thought that because of how he looked, it seemed to have had a better effect than he had imagined. Yu Hyun doesn't want him to worry because he may not look the part, but he is still the Cloud Dragon Secure Delivery Service leader. Since he is this place's savior, he will ensure he is not disappointed. Beak Rin stopped the leader, telling him he didn't need to do that. The leader knows that he has gone so far as to perform a bone restructuring procedure on him. However, Beak Rin said no to him, and the leader couldn't understand what he was trying to say by refusing it. At night, when the entire agency was quiet, and no one was guarding the place, a few assassins came there. They rushed to the rooftop and started dispersing in the entire place. However, they found it quite absurd that this place was too quiet and supposed their spy might have put in sleeping pills along with the QI dispersing poison. Abruptly, one of the men appeared, telling him that all the agents were in the position. The assassin uses a sound frequency that cannot be detected by those who do not know the inner Kai. While they rushed to attack, Yu Hyun instructed his man to obliterate the enemy. The assassins get started on the sudden ambush and wonder what is happening. Abruptly, Yu Hyun rushed behind the leader and put his sword on his neck, which worried the assassin, and he couldn't figure out how he found out their plan. The leader uttered that the godly doctor was in their company and couldn't believe that he thought that he would be able to poison them in his presence, so he inquired who sent them. The assassin thought this much should be expected from the white godly doctor and agreed to tell him who sent them. While the leader was paying attention to him, the assassin used a cheap trick to break the roof and threw the pieces on his face. Yu Hyun gets annoyed, so he unsheathed his sword using his skill Yellow Emperor's sword technique. He attacked him. The assassin is pushed back, but soon he rushes toward the leader, points his sword at him, and tries to attack him. However, Yu Hyun managed to evade his attack and hit his opponent's sword with tremendous energy, which led to a massive explosion. Both of them were unscathed, but suddenly, Yu Hyun's hand started shaking, and he realized his opponent used vampiric ghost swordsmanship, which meant he was a part of the demon forces. Shortly, his opponent filled his sword with dark mana, pointing toward the leader, and the vampiric ghost swordsmanship sword flurry, flying blood on him. Yu Hyun used his Yellow Emperor's sword technique and correction to counterattack, which led to an explosion. As the leader was expecting from the vampiric ghost blade, a demonic blade that seeks blood, it doesn't matter whether he is a part of the demonic forces. Using their strength for their own purpose is incorrect. He lifted his sword to subjugate his opponent because his job was to protect everyone. The assassin thought Yu Hyun was a fool as he expected him to have such a wide opening and rushed to attack him. The leader was worried because he thought he might die faster, but he hardly managed to dodge his attack, then used his skill. The Sky Rise Dragon was lying and attacked his opponent. The assassin starts thinking there is such a sword style, and he dies. After killing him, the leader instructed his comrades to obliterate the enemy. Meanwhile, the protagonist peeks out and realizes it has started like a war has broken out. He gets worried about seeing this, then returns and realizes that the kid still hasn't woken up. When he thinks about the life that lies ahead of that child, he supposes it might be best for him never to wake up. The protagonist finds it fascinating that so many people have come to kill him, and the world has moved to end this child's life. He knew that the Cloud Dragon's secure delivery services were firm, so they would have managed to win even if he had not seen them now. Although much more blood would have been shed, it would have been a critical blow for them. If that had been the case, several secure delivery services would have fought to replace Cloud Dragon's secure delivery service, starting with the upcoming calamity. The protagonist couldn't believe this kid was somehow sleeping soundly through all of this. Abruptly, the child started shouting in his dream, which startled Chun-hee. He wondered what was wrong with him and what this beast was screaming. He wondered if he should wake him and was aware that he wouldn't even stir when woken earlier. From what the protagonist knows and based on sound alone, it is not just a nightmare. He wondered if it could be because of the smell of blood coming from outside. He started searching for incense and was sure he saw it in the drawer. Soon, he found it and started lighting it. He was unsure what the scent was, but he hoped it was strong enough to cover up the smell of blood, so it didn't trigger his bloodlust. After some time, the child stops screaming, which relieves the protagonist because there's finally some peace and quiet, so he thinks the kid owes him a favor. The protagonist knows that he is the main character regardless, but it is probably a good idea to get on his good side. Whatever the case, since people are dying outside, his good night's sleep is disrupted, and he guessed he would stay up that night. After some time, the noise ended, which made Chun-hee wonder if the situation had been resolved. The smell of blood, as well as the loud sounds outside, have died down. He peeked out and saw some people rushing toward the location where the wounded were and wanted to send everyone available to the patients. The protagonist is relieved to see that it is over and the event has changed from the original because, from what he sees, there are significantly fewer casualties. The protagonist wondered what to do now since the Cloud Dragon's secure delivery services base is safe. He wondered whether he should spectate or contribute. He had to choose between the two. He supposed the safe choice was to stand by because his skill wouldn't become known. They already seemed to have a lot of questions regarding his first aid treatments on this kid. However, he knew that if he were to help, then he might be able to save people who would die otherwise. But that doesn't take priority over his own safety because his medical procedures are definitely otherworldly and strange, so it is possible he could be mistaken for a spy. Therefore, he decided to wait there and leave later then. He would work for this agency for a while and make a living in this world as a doctor. Later, he will save a lot of people with his advanced medical skills. He recalled his past life and wondered if that kid he tried to protect survived. The protagonist wondered if he had to go so far to save him and why he didn't leave them to die in the mountain. But he doesn't know the answer to any of these questions either. While pondering, the child started screaming again, which startled him, and he wondered what was wrong. He is surprised because Harayun isn't breathing, so he tries to wake him. But he didn't wake up, which worried the protagonist because he thought they were in trouble. He gets close to him and wonders why he is not breathing, as it has been about a minute since he stopped breathing. He started trying to wake him up, and shortly, Harayun woke up, grabbed the protagonist's neck, and asked who had sent him. Chin-hee couldn't believe that he already had so much bloodlust. The protagonist was docked because he never thought this child would be so crazy and was trying to explain. However, Harayun thought it was enough because he would kill him and ask for his corpse. The protagonist remembers that one of the reasons that Harayun becomes the Demon King in the novel is because of the blood of the natural killer. A natural killer is depicted as someone who is born a genius in terms of murdering others, and the more one kills, the stronger he gets. A natural killer also possesses unmatched potential when it comes to learning martial arts, making them stronger than anyone else. As the word is stronger, they are murderers sent by heaven themselves, but as much potential as they possess, there is also a drawback, which is that they become consumed by the madness of their abilities. However, the protagonist is surprised because Harayun possesses the madness he should expect from the main character. He is learning to keep it completely under control and become the strongest person to exist. However, this is not the time for Chin-hee to think about this because Harayun is very strong, so he has to find a way out. Then he looked around, saw the candle, and supposed he could use that. He threw the candle on the bed, burning it and creating a fire that calmed Harayun. The protagonist wonders if it could be because of the flames that the madness is settling, and he is calming down. He wondered if it was the natural killer's madness that moved him. Harayun gets startled, wondering where he is because he is definitely with the caravan. He loosened his grip on the protagonist's neck, which helped him get out of his grasp. The protagonist was breathing with difficulty and thought he was going to die. Then he looked ahead and saw Harayun attacking him again, and he wondered if it was because he was berserk. But his eyes had gotten even more, just like in the novel. The more blood is spilled, the more the lust for destruction grows. The protagonist gets startled on seeing him on the stance, which shows that he is in preparation for some martial arts technique. So, he first wanted to calm that psycho down and wanted to find a way to do that, and he finally recalled one. He uttered that Gang Ho's favor and grade are like two sides of the same coin. This calmed Harayun, and he stopped the attack, but the protagonist wondered if it worked. Harayun remembered what his mother had told him. Gang Ho's favor and grudge are like two sides of the same coin. So, whether it is a favor or a grudge, both are bound to bring blood, so his mother wants him to stay away from both. While he was crying, his mother requested that he live a life different from her. The protagonist knew that to Harayun, his mother is his only blood relative, and it is precisely what he hoped as he knew that his mother's dying words would be effective. The protagonist gently pats his shoulder and asks if he thinks he will be safe if he joins the demon force. If he is to take in the suitable parasite venue, he would only end up being their puppet. Harayun became calm, released the protagonist, and inquired how he knew about that. Chen-hee thought it was not important how he knew, but inquired what he knew about the demon forces. He asked if he wanted him to teach him and said he didn't have a chance but to take in the blood parasite to join the demon force. There is no exception, no matter who he is, and a blood parasite is a parasite that lives inside and eats away at the body. It makes it necessary for the host to take a medicinal ball every 10 days provided by the demon forces. But if the medicine ball is not taken in time, the parasite lays eggs in the host body, which ends up exploding. The protagonist asked Harayun what he would do if he told him a way to expel the blood parasite from the body. Harayun asked him who he was and how he knew about that. The protagonist wonders, but he thinks it doesn't matter how he knows who he is, but he knows what Harayun needs. Harayun asked him if he was also after the church and whether he belonged. The protagonist gets startled because he seems confused about a member of one of the 8 great demonic clans. That is not unexpected because the members of those clans are told to be frequently out on missions and work undercover. The protagonist guessed there was no need to clear things up right now and uttered that it wasn't obvious from the fact that a young child was on that wagon alone with no adult accompanying him. Harayun couldn't understand a thing, and the protagonist grabbed a wooden log and closed the door. Harayun starts wondering what he is doing, and the protagonist clarifies that he hopes this will help him decide. Abruptly, someone gets worried, asking if anyone is inside because the smoke and the flames are rising. Furthermore, a patient was inside, so the person requested to open the door quickly. While some rescuers knocked at the door, they wanted him to open it quickly. However, the protagonist doesn't pay attention and asks Harayun if he will take his hand or die. Harayun uttered that he could also just kill him and leave, and the protagonist smirked, asking if that was the case because he had already had marks from being hit. So, if he screams out that he is a spy, he wonders which one of them they will believe, which startled Harayun. When the people outside said the homeowner was coming, they wanted them to open the door quickly. Harayun remembers now that Chunhee was the one who carried him and treated him when he fell unconscious. He thought it was a dream since he kept drifting in and out of consciousness. But it must be true, and he realized that Chunhee also had ulterior motives. The protagonist was a bit confused, but he affirmed and asked what he would do. He didn't want to tell him that he had no idea he was the Demon King and saved him because he was a patient who needed help. He told Harayun that the room would soon be filled with air, so he wanted him to make up his mind quickly. Harayun thinks for a while, then agrees to do as he said and that they will join forces. The protagonist is amazed to see Harayun's appearance before he kills a single person. Abruptly, the protagonist opened the door, which relieved the other, and they rushed inside to look for the young patient inside. The protagonist tries to act innocent, jumps on them, and wants them to help him. The rescuer thought he might have been terrified and uttered it was wise of him to lock the door, but he must not have known how to unlock it. Harayun couldn't believe how innocent he was acting. While the man started putting out the fires first, he was sure the child must have been shocked. They asked Chunhee if he was hurt anywhere and decided to evacuate the patient first. The protagonist looked back toward Harayun and smiled. On the other side, they were moving the more seriously wounded first to the decided. One of the men requested his comrade to bring things to carry them on because some of them had broken their legs. Meanwhile, the protagonist is treating the patient, and everyone is shocked. They thought this was a fantastic treatment and wondered if a person could survive by sanitizing his intestine like that. They supposed it must be the medical procedure that saved Leader Woon. While the protagonist was suturing the intestine, he was glad that the intestine was more or less okay, so now he had to put them back in somehow. However, he wondered what he would do about the infection because there was no suction machine or sanitation device. He cursed his fortune because he didn't know if he could save him, but for now, he wanted to do what he could. The worker saw him pouring something and inquired what he was doing now, and if he was not putting the intestine back inside. They realized that he was soaking a cloth with both alcohol and medicine. The protagonist is confident that with this, he will be able to wipe away the blood and toxins inside the stomach lining, but he won't be able to get rid of the toxins completely. He cursed his fortune because that was all he could do, and there was nothing more that he could do about it. Finally, he covered the injured part with the cloth and thought that if he could use just a little bit of the omnipotent energy of this world QI, it could help, so he tried using it, which shocked others. The man told Baek Rin that there were 35 wounded and 12 severely injured, and the 6 patients among the 12 severely wounded deemed to be untreatable were in that direction. They were startled to look there and saw the protagonist near the patient. Meanwhile, the protagonist worries about seeing the next patient because his lungs have pierced. He started searching the toolbox because he needed something similar to a scalpel. He finally found a knife, which was a little big, but this was his best option. Everyone surrounding him was shocked to see that he picked up the dagger again and wondered if he would use that. The protagonist furiously instructed them to stop standing idly and hold him quickly, and they affirmed. The protagonist instructs them to soak it up quickly, and he remembers that in Gangho, there is an impressive method called pressure blotting. Simply stopping the bleeding will drastically improve the chances of the operation being successful, and he tried doing this. Abruptly, Baek Rin appeared to him, wondering what these impressive hand movements were, and inquired if this would do it. Chin-hee gets startled on seeing the white dragon godly doctor and informs everyone that he will remove it now. So he wants everyone to hold on to the patient. After everyone affirmed, the protagonist grabbed the dagger and pulled it out. Everyone gets worried because the blood or his lungs keep oozing out. Baek Rin saw this, asked if the bleeding was the problem, and requested them to hold on a second. He summoned Yu-ho, who immediately rushed there, and the protagonist wondered why he would call him. Abruptly, Yu-ho used his skill, which started accumulating blood with his skill void control. It is similar to psychokinesis, which could be used to lift or pull objects into the air. Baek Rin asked him if that would do, and the protagonist affirmed, but he is surprised to see that Yu-ho could do that, and he never thought he had seen this with his own eyes. He recalled that it was not the time to be in awe because he had to sever this, and he guessed his time helping out the other departments at emergency treatment sites was coming in handy. After completing the procedure, he sutured the wound and took a peaceful breath. After some time, the leader arrived at the ward and inquired about the number of severely wounded people saved. The staff explained that there were 7 severely wounded, 2 of them were beyond help, and 2 of the 5 who received treatment had just passed away. Yu-hyun thanked Baek Rin after hearing about his efforts and was glad because of him. They were able to save precious lives. Baek Rin didn't need him to worry about it and clarified that he could see it through until the end as he had to leave. So Chin-hee's medical treatment skills were incredible. The leader agreed because he also felt as if he was dreaming. Baek Rin gets close to the protagonist and can't believe that he fell asleep as he was awake just a while ago. However, it is understandable that he is tired because he has gone through a lot that night. So, he instructed Yu-ho to lay him down in a comfortable spot. After that day, the world of Chin-hee's contributions spread throughout the entire group and became the center of discussion and debate. Later, the warriors discuss someone, thinking he is stubborn as he does not respond when he tries to talk to him. Furthermore, he tries to commit suicide every chance he gets, and all the warriors are tied up with him as well. They couldn't believe that he was like that, even after all his muscles and veins were cut off. Another warrior clarified that they've called in a professional from the Hao clan who will make him talk. Another warrior added that there are rumors that he is after the young master of the noble clan. Since the secure delivery services do not carry anything special, that is highly likely. Meanwhile, the protagonist thought that having a child's body is very comfortable because one can easily enter and hide in many places. While the protagonist is eating, he hears Sun Hyun from the main family come to visit. They suppose that she must hate seeing her younger cousin alive, kind of like seeing a thorn in her eyes, and she has no choice but to come to avoid suspicion. The protagonist is amazed to hear that because these warriors have no idea what they are talking about. He knew that Sun Hyun loved her cousin more than anyone else and admitted that rumors can be quite scary. The warrior inquires if that child is all right, which makes the protagonist wonder if they are talking about him. The warrior uttered that he had some handprints on his neck, but he was sad to be okay. Apparently, the other kid sleeping with him caused them to have a nightmare. They never thought that kid would do such a thing to Chin-hee because he has done so much for their group. They wondered if there was a chance that Chin-hee was trying to cover up for the kid. Other warriors thought there was no way to tell because Chin-hee was quite a deep thinker and soft-hearted, and the protagonists supposed they were too grim. The warrior elucidated that their leader went out to find ointment to put on Chin-hee's neck. Although the white dragon godly doctor put it first and thought he was a lucky kid, the protagonist is surprised to know that people think Sun Hyun plotted the attack to kill her younger cousin. He knew that Sun Hyun wouldn't try to justify herself until the end because she planned on giving Sun Hyun the position of the head of the clan. While she probably started looking for the conspirer behind her beloved cousin's assassination attempts. While he was eating quietly, Ha-ryun opened the door and furiously uttered that he was wondering where he had gone but finally found him. After they went to the quiet place, Ha-ryun asked what he wanted from him. The protagonist clarified that the problem is that he wants nothing from him, which startled Ha-ryun. Chen-hee clarified that he just treated him when he was about to die and revealed the Kai dispersing poison to predict the invasion. Furthermore, he even nursed him to health amidst all that chaos, but he has gotten nothing in return. Ha Ryun gets infuriated because the protagonist says he wants to make a deal. The protagonist clarifies that he changed his mind and can't trust him, and Ha Ryun asks if it would be enough for him to apologize. The protagonist thinks for a while and then tells him to call him Hyung from that moment onward. Ha Ryun gets shocked, asking if he is saying that he wants them to be sworn brothers. Since Chen-hee is his savior, he would like to be the one to make the request. But it's weird for him to be the older brother. Chen-hee wonders what is weird about it and utters that he can't be his younger brother when he is older than him. Ha Ryun uttered that, in this case, he should beat him in the fight. The protagonist doesn't believe he will write a civilian who doesn't know any martial arts and thinks he is a bully. He asked if he wanted to beat a powerless civilian to a pulp, and the person who was his savior who treated his wound as well. Ha Ryun worriedly tried to stop him, but the protagonist wanted him to try calling him Hyung. Ha Ryun wondered what his problem was, and Chen-hee wondered if he wanted him to get beaten by him and be his younger brother, so he instructed him to hit him. Ha Ryun knew this was definitely rubbish, but it was somehow convincing. The protagonist didn't give up, so they wanted to call him Hyung. Ha Ryun had no option but to surrender, and he called him Hyung. But the protagonist wanted him to say louder, so Ha Ryun called him Hyung. After that, the brother wanted him to say it clearly, which infuriated Ha Ryun, but he called him again. The protagonist gets happy because he is a very good little brother and supposed he should have said that long ago. Sun Young saw this, so she approached them and inquired what the two of them were doing. The protagonist greeted her, and she asked him how he had been while calling him Savior Kid. The protagonist gets annoyed on hearing her calling him Savior and wonders why she would say that. Sun Young explained that she was collecting flowers to give to her cousin, and she knew that he was a doctor so that he might know a lot about medicinal herbs. The protagonist clarified that he hadn't learned about them, so he doesn't know about them yet. However, she still wanted him to help her, and he agreed to help her. This way, he became a sworn brother with the Demon King Ha Ryun and started to talk a lot with Sun Hyun and Sun Yeon. Song Yeon was the kind person who made him feel energized when they were together. Before the protagonist leaves, Sun Yeon wants to give him something and wants him to take it along. The protagonist looks at the item, wondering what it is, and realizes it is a black pine cloud sword. It is an unbroken, well-known sword among the renowned swords and appropriate for assassination, as well as the dark blade does not reflect the light. He knew this sword's value and told her he could not accept it. Sun Young is startled, explaining to him that she hasn't paid her debt yet for saving her life. The protagonist clarified that the noble clan had already done so, but she uttered that it was simply reimbursement from her family, not from herself. She knew that the black sword didn't suit her swordsmanship, and she would end up returning it to the clan as it was. So, he was doing her a favor rather than putting it to good use. So, she would feel more at ease if he had just let her give this to him. The protagonist agrees to keep this sword and wants her to show him how to use it. While she is demonstrating her skill, the protagonist recognizes that these are noble clan sword style and blue spine spiraling swords, and he can see the light flashing from her hand. The noble clan swordsmanship emphasizes consistency and continuation. Those are the ideals used by the founder of the noble clan, Gong Sun Chenyon, to become the strongest in the world. Clans who strove to achieve consistent continuation in their swordsmanship usually represented themselves with waves or wind as their symbols. The style of swordsmanship she created is genuinely awesome and amazing, not to break a single sweat. The protagonist knows she might be young, but it is no wonder she is recognized as a genius and an expert. The foundation of the Nobel called swordsmanship is to counter with the most potent force using the least possible energy. Right now, silent selflessness has enveloped her body, and finally, she demonstrated the ultimate technique of the noble clan, which is the preemptive counterstrike. In modern terms, it is the ultimate counter because her movement is akin to a waving pine tree blowing the wind and cutting through space while creating a black line. And the continuity comes to an end. The protagonist was dumbfounded by this and supposed that might be what enlightenment looked like. He can't take his eyes off her, which is definitely different in person. After demonstrating her skill, Sun Hyun arrived, called for her, and congratulated her on becoming a grandmaster, though it was the blessing of the noble clan. All the other workers also congratulated her on becoming a grandmaster and wanted to let the clan know immediately because it was a cause for celebration. Sun Yong said they were all flattering her so much and clarified that this was all thanks to that child, Chen He. Although it was the advice of a child, it gave her insights. They started staring toward the protagonist, and he clarified that it was nothing. It was he who received a gift that could not be repaired in the form of a black pine cloud sword. Sun Hyun uttered that she was grateful that she could master the noble swordsmanship technique, which is invaluable on its own. While they were conversing, Sun Young felt dizzy and got unconscious, which worried Sun Hyun, so she instructed her man to call for help and wanted to support her on her own. The protagonist knew it was no ordinary technique, but one in a state of selflessness to gain enlightenment. She spent all the energy in her body. She possesses stamina that exceeds that of any normal martial artist, but she has limits. Sun Hyun worriedly lifted her and rushed to take her away. The protagonist thinks that while the noble clan focuses their attention on Sun Yong's recovery, he will find Ha Ryun. Later, at marketplace near the secure delivery service base, the protagonist asks Ryun if he don't have money, then he will pay. He explained that they gave him a ton of allowance money, and all the elders recently always seem to be obsessed with giving him gifts. So, he bought something to eat, telling Ha Ryun that his big brother was treating him, so he should enjoy himself. Ha Ryun is annoyed when hearing big brother, and the protagonist wonders what the matter is because they agree that he is an older brother, which is what an older brother does. However, Ha Ryun is reluctant, and Chen He supposed he hasn't fully bought into it. While heading forward, the protagonist is surprised to see Tang Hulu, so he wants Ha Ryun to wait because he will buy some of those. Ha Ryun is worriedly staring at him, but gets startled when someone hits his head and looks at the man. After the protagonist returns, he gets started on seeing so many people around Ryun and wonders if he has already gotten himself in trouble. The protagonist gets worried about hearing someone say those guys are something else because they pick a fight with a little kid. While those men kept attacking him, he dodged all of their attacks, and the man wondered how he dared to do that. After Ryun beats them for a while, the man gets worried, and soon he defeats everyone. The civilian watching this gets shocked, wondering who this kid is because his skills are incredible as he takes down those three men. The people wondered if he was a young master of some famous clan. Everyone felt refreshed to watch this fight because that man always caused trouble in the marketplace. The protagonist is glad to see this because it is expected from his little brother, and he supposes there wouldn't be a problem because they were bad guys. Then, the protagonist gets close to Ha Ryun, calls him a little brother, and worries about seeing his bloodlust. Ha Ryun kept attacking them continuously, which injured those men severely, and blood splashed in the air. All the civilians were shocked and terrified upon seeing this. Abruptly, the protagonist approached him and inquired what he was doing, and he kept calling him until he got back to his senses. Ha Ryun stopped after hearing his voice stare at him, and the protagonist rushed toward him worriedly, asking what he was doing. Chen He knew that it was Ha Ryun's true self, which he had forgotten about for a while. He loved murder, and the blood of a natural killer craved it. After seeing him in this condition, the protagonist is worried and instructed to take Tang Hulu and leave with him. Ha Ryun refused, telling him that he would need a little more time because this man had abused the weak using martial arts, so he deserved to die. The protagonist worries upon hearing this and wonders how he could reign on this wild person. So, he asked Ha Ryun how he could wait because the Tang Hulu was melting because of him. Ha Ryun immediately bites it after hearing this and starts eating. The protagonist thought this was the instinct of a human to get him to abandon the instinct of a natural killer. He should make other instincts available for him and place them in front of him. The protagonist is glad that Ha Ryun is young, so sweets have an effect on him. Later, the protagonist is worried, thinking he is killing him, and wants him to stay still because they can't go back to the base covered in blood. He told Ha Ryun that this is called fitting in the society, and Ha Ryun wondered what that is. The protagonist thought it was a little abstract for him to understand because there is no reason for a demon king to care about fitting in with society. When he would chop off the head of anyone who bothers him, and just thinking about it makes his hand shake. Abruptly, Damjia Gang, the sworn brother of the Cloud Dragon's secure delivery services leader, Woon Jae-sung, is relieved to find him there. He explained that he had heard some rumors from the marketplace, came looking for him, and inquired if they were all right. The protagonist affirmed and explained that they were taking a break, and Jagang realized he had come to the marketplace together. The protagonist is amazed to see a child reaching out and asking about him. Jagang explained that this was his son, and he was surprised to find him this big already after returning from a trip. Although this is not rare for them delivery service workers. Jagang wanted his son Chin-hee to look like this was the guy who saved his father. The protagonist is startled to know that the child's name is similar to him, and Jagang explains that he named him after him, and his name is Dam Chin-hee. While the child reaches out to the protagonist, his father thinks he seems to recognize his savior and inquires if he wants to go to the young master. Jagang handed his child to him and wanted him to try holding him. The protagonist happily grabbed the child and agreed to play with him for a while. He hugged the child and realized he was quite strong, and it seemed like he could walk alone soon. He is glad because the baby is healthy, and Jagang seems happy as well, so he thought this was what made him want to become a doctor. Jagang explained that his last trip went smoothly, thanks to him, so he is now considering doing some office work for the group. The protagonist is surprised, wondering if tis is because of the limp in his leg. Jagang explained that his older brother has wanted to place him as a base manager for a while now, but he stubbornly insists on making one last trip. The protagonist understood this, so Jagang uttered that he had returned one piece thanks to him, and he was done being greedy. So, he wanted to give his thanks to Chin-hee for allowing him to come back safely to his wife and child. While they were conversing, the child tried reaching out to Ha-ryun and grabbed his finger. The protagonist is surprised to see that Ha-ryun is not turning away or avoiding the baby. While leaving, the baby is still trying to reach out to play with them, and the protagonist is pleased because he is healthy. After some time, Ha-ryun remarked that he could become an older brother. He uttered that he, as a martial artist, only knows how to kill, and they believed that murder is justified if the target is evil. But justice is an excuse because, in the end, it is still simply murder. Chin-hee saved him and those people, and he saved martial artists of the noble clan and workers of the Cloud Dragon Secure Delivery Service. Ha-ryun is sure that he will probably continue to kill because that is all he knows how to do, and that is the only thing that excites him. Therefore, Chin-hee deserves to be the older brother because he is better than him. The protagonist thinks for a while about Tai thought tis is good and wants him to try calling him Hyung. Ha-ryun called him Hyung, which makes the protagonist happy. The protagonist knew that the Demon King referred to the leader of the demon forces, and to reach that position, Ha-ryun would never live comfortably or enjoy such acts of happiness. This is certainly not the trend in Miram novels these days, and he knows that Ha-ryun humbled himself by calling himself a murderer, but he thinks that the life he chose is cool as well. The protagonist looked at him and asked if he would soon go to the demon forces. Ha-ryun clarified that they say a new group has been formed and will be leaving soon. The protagonist knew it would be a difficult journey, so he wondered if he still wanted to go. Ha-ryun knew there was no other way for him, and he wondered why Chin-hee was not asking him why he was so fixated on the demon force. He wondered if he was because he already knew about this. The protagonist looks at the sky and is clarified that he has no idea what he is talking about, but he thinks he must have a reason since he has made up his mind about it. Ha-ryun accosted the protagonist and inquired if he would tell him one day what he was hiding from him. The protagonist refuses because he will never tell him no matter how much time passes because it will seem like he is insane. But he told Ha-ryun he would tell him someday because he is his little brother. However, in the present day, he wanted to teach him what he wanted to know about how to remove the blood parasite because he should know about that before he left. After some time, Ha-ryun packed his things and was about to leave, but before that, he looked at the protagonist sadly. Just like that, Ha-ryun left, but Chin-hee did everything he could, and the rest is up to their main character. But he wondered now what he would do because, just recently, he was struggling to stay alive, and he felt like he had lost his purpose in life. While he is pondering, Baek-rin accosts him and is glad to find him out finally. Upon seeing the godly doctor, the protagonist is shocked, and Baek-rin inquires if they could talk for a moment. Later, Baek-rin explains everything to him, and the protagonist is dumbfounded when he discovers that he wants him to be his disciple. Baek-rin thought it was strange that he hadn't seemed to realize it when he had been hinting at it for so long, and he started pouring the tea. The protagonist is worried, thinking that it is because he has never taken in a disciple in the novel. Baek Rin asked him if he was not interested, but the protagonist clarified it was a huge honor, but it was just that it was very sudden. Baek Rin is relieved to hear that, and the protagonist inquires what he would learn as his discipline. The godly doctor clarified that he would learn everything that he knew. The protagonist is stunned because he doesn't even have a second of hesitation, which means he is not joking with him. Baek Rin noticed that he seemed hesitant about something, so he asked what was the matter. The protagonist knew that godly doctor was himself a patient suffering from the 9 clouded absolute pulses. It is a great idea on paper because he will be passing soon anyway, as he has no heir. His fortune and wealth would all become his. The 9 cloud absolute pulses are nothing other than the constitutions of Miram, but he wondered if it is incurable. The protagonist puts his cup of tea down and wants Baek Rin to promise him one thing, that he will not give up on living. Baek Rin wondered what he meant, and the protagonist uttered that he knew he was ill and thought it would be accurate that it was an innate condition. So, if he is correct, then a complete cure isn't impossible. Suddenly, he senses strong bloodlust and is shocked, wondering what is the matter. He looked ahead and wondered why Yu-Ho was suddenly emitting such bloodlust. It is terrifying, and he remembers that Yu-Ho is just an extra who appeared a few times in the first book, so he wonders what the matter is. While the protagonist is a bit flustered, Baek Rin instructs him to cut it out. After Baek Rin instructed him to stop Yu-Ho from emitting the bloodlust that relieved the protagonist. Yu-Ho furiously told his master that this kid was mocking him. The protagonist knows what torture it is to tell the late-stage cancer patient that a new treatment has been developed and that there might be a chance. Hope can be crueler than despair because it makes a person desperate and brings him sorrow. It denies a person a beautiful death, preventing a clean and organized end to life. But that doesn't matter because that is all in the doctor's job description. Life is all about possibilities, so they cannot give up on it. The protagonist uttered that he would not be one-sidedly receiving, nor let him give up, and he wouldn't let him die in peace because there is a way for him to live. After what the protagonist says, there is silence for a while, and Yu-Ho furiously asks him if this is a joke for him and can't believe how insane he is. Baek Rin instructed him to stop and expressed this had gone quite far for it to be a joke. Chin-hee always acted cute and smiled around adults, and he was the child who gained affection by showing he was also brilliant. But it is the opposite right now, so he wondered which of these faces is the real him. Baek Rin decided to hear him out first and clarified that if it turned out that he was deceiving him, then he would rescind his offer to take him in as his disciple. After that, they will not see each other again and ask if that is clear. The protagonist is okay with this attitude since he is used to facing similar situations, and he affirmed. After some time, the protagonist came out of Baek Rin's residence. Yu-Ho asked his master what he would do, and he clarified that he had to accept it. Yu-Ho is worried about what he will do if it fails, but Baek Rin reminds him that Chin-hee said he wouldn't let him die peacefully. He agreed that he wouldn't be dying peacefully, and that he would be painfully fighting this illness until his last breath. He remembered what Chin-hee said, that they are beings who, by nature, are fighting a losing battle to begin with. They are destined to one day lose that fight, but for now, they must father their strengths and fight to survive. So, he told the White Dragon's godly doctor that he would not kill him peacefully and would ask him once if he was prepared to fight. Baek Rin never thought to answer the question he had harbored for so long easily. No matter how well he is treated and healed, a martial artist always returns injured because those qualities favor resentment and justice. In the eyes of a doctor martial artist, they are like moths flying into their deaths, and even if they were to be treated this time, there is no telling for the next time. Therefore, he wondered what use are his actions for, and he expressed that Chin-hee saw through his doubts so quickly, which made him feel so relieved that he almost felt empty. Yu-Ho inquired when he had been so into him, and Baek Rin clarified that he fell for him at first sight, so he called dibs on him. Now, he likes Chin-hee even more, so he certainly wants to make him his disciple, and he is sure there will be things for him to learn from as well. He supposed that he might be the one who ended up as the disciple. Yu-Ho sighed, asking his master if he believed there was hope in that treatment. Baek Rin clarified that there are parts of it they must consider and review, but it is not impossible in theory because even that in itself is incredible. They had given up because they hadn't been able to find such a theory for so long. It would take a long time and be extremely painful. He thought this was good because it meant he would be alive for a long time. Yuho gets annoyed and clarifies that he dislikes that child because he said he wouldn't kill his master peacefully. He wondered what kind of ill-mannered brat said such things and was sure that his head would have long been flying if he had said that in a different clan. Baek-rin smiled, telling him that a disciple of his should at least be that courageous. He clarified that if he hadn't been bold enough to say that, then he wouldn't taken him in, but Yuho truly detests him. After some time, Baek-rin is with the protagonist and asks if he said he wouldn't kill him quickly. The protagonist affirmed, so Baek-rin wanted him to make him a promise that to be his disciple meant he wouldn't be learning comfortably either. The protagonist already knows he has much to study, and Baek-rin utters that he is not simply referring to studying. He flickered his finger, which created magic and startled the protagonist. Shortly, the magic transformed into his colossal energy and greatly impacted the rocks. The protagonist is surprised to discover that it is an energy finger bullet, which sounds simple, but normally, the force is only about as strong as a pressure blot, which is incredible. Baek-rin looked back, telling him that he needed skills to protect himself and that he must be extremely precise in applying those skills to his medical procedures. Then he demonstrated another skill, and Shin-hee was amazed because it passed through the hole that he had made and even pierced the tree behind it. It is so much more accurate than that of a sniper, and it is even as if he used all his strength, but rather, he created such a phenomenon with just a single finger. Baek-rin clarified that it might be different from the martial arts tradition at a typical clan because his heir is to be the heir to the Yeagle clan as well. The protagonist looks at him, affirms him, and assures his master that he will do his best. While leaving, Baek-rin wanted to tell him one last thing. He shouldn't let him die comfortably and asked if he could promise. The protagonist, surprised to hear this, confidently affirms and assures his master that he will do everything in his power. Baek-rin told him that was enough for him, so now he should bow to him 9 times. After some time, Sun Hyun and Sun Young ask the protagonist if he will leave soon. The protagonist affirmed, telling them that his master has stepped out to attend to matters around the base, but he plans to go as quickly as the preparations are complete. They thought it was a shame that the godly doctor took Chen-hei in as a disciple first. The protagonist was relieved to see that she had recovered enough to walk around. Sun Young laughed, telling him it was all thanks to everyone's care and effort that she would rest up for the time being. She is surprised to see that there is a lot of stuff behind Chen-hei. The protagonist smiled and guessed the leader was sad to see him go, so he packed them many things. Sun Hyun is startled because the one sought after by every martial artist, the White Dragon Godly Doctor, and the doctor does not have a long life due to his condition. So, all his valuable knowledge will be passed down to Chen-hei, and she supposed that the child could be thought of as the godly doctor of the future. She wanted to treat him well while he was still young so he would remember her when he was older. There is no point in treating him well when he is all grown up and surrounded by every clan, so Sun Hyun knows this is her best choice, so she can't lose this opportunity. So, she told him they had prepared a gift for him and inquired if he would accept it. The protagonist gets startled by how she accosts him and requests her to speak casually. Sun Hyun agreed, so she gave him a chest as a gift. The protagonist believes it appears so valuable that he is uncertain whether he can accept it. Sun Hyun clarified that it is called a 1,000-year pine ball, so it is nothing much. The protagonist is shocked to hear that it is a 1,000-year pine ball, a medicinal ball made from refining the life force of 1,000 Indian trees. Sun Hyun thought it was an internal medicine ball passed down solely to the direct heir of the main family, and only a few remained in existence. Even though Sun Hyun is worried, she wants him to ensure that he eats it and to show it to his master as well. The protagonist is thrilled about getting such a precious gift and happily thanks her. Sun Hyun gets worried as she thought he would at least refuse it just once, but he didn't refuse. After some time, they took him to take care, and the protagonist affirmed, so he hoped to see them again. He thanked Sun Hyun for everything and assured them that he would also take good care of her present. Sun Hyun agreed and requested that he show it to his master before he ate it. Sun Young also wanted him to put the Black Pine Cloud sword to good use. The protagonist affirmed, so she hugged him and thanked him again as she was genuinely grateful to him. The protagonist clarified that he should be thankful and forgot to bring it up earlier, but he wanted to congratulate her on becoming a grandmaster. while the clan leader thanked White Dragon's godly doctor for his kindness. Beak Rin uttered that it was his pleasure because it was great to meet his acquaintance. After bidding farewell, they left, and the protagonist waved back at them. Sun Yong thought it was only right that another phoenix should raise a baby phoenix, and she couldn't wait to see the day that young phoenix soared the skies. A few months later, the White Dragon Godly Doctor's headquarters in a region near the Cloud Dragon secure a delivery group base. At the volcanic region in its vicinity, the protagonist is carrying buckets full of water and is worried because he still has yet to pass on any official technique. Beak Rin told him he would first learn the basics of external Kai and other fundamentals. This refers to building inner Kai through repeating the same actions, and he will learn to breathe as trained in a certain way and walk as trained in the same particular way. Furthermore, his lower body must be strong to learn martial arts, and he must become one with the earth because the Yeagle clan has been said to be strong in terms of inner Kai, but they are weak in exertional Kai, that is, the physical aspect, because they have been arrogant and think it would be easy to oppress external Kai with strong internal Kai. Therefore, his master wanted him to learn in a slightly different way, so he clarified that they would first give him a large, resilient bowl that could not be broken. After some time, the protagonist finally manages to reach the top while recalling his master's instructions. Beak Rin is already waiting for him there and is supposed to be ready to progress to the next stage of training his inner Kai. The protagonist is surprised at seeing his master there and excitedly asks him if he really means it. So, Beak Rin told him that he would carry 4 pails of water the following day, which shocked the protagonist because he couldn't believe it. Beak Rin clarifies that he is overreacting, and the protagonist can't believe he is so merciless despite having the face of an angel, whether it's now or when he first arrived. Beak Rin told him this place was his garden and clinic a few months ago. Chin He is surprised to see such a magnificent lace, and his master explains as they have scaled up quite a bit. People have started to call this place the White Dragon Medical Court. The protagonist recalls that it was mentioned in the novel that the White Dragon's godly doctor chose a volcanic area to rehabilitate and help control his nice clouded absolute pulses, so suppose this must be it. The protagonist asked if it is because they get a lot of patients that this place is extremely big. Beak Rin affirmed, telling him he may not have taken in disciples, but he is still quite a famous doctor. Shortly after they arrived at their residence, he wanted Chin He to go in as they should first unpack. After entering the residence, the protagonist realizes that the interior is luxurious. He wanted to be honest that the Cloud Rain secure delivery service base is quite run down, but this place is fairly nice. Yuho was checking something and realized a few messenger birds had arrived, and asked the lady if she had organized their letters. The protagonist gets startled upon hearing about the messenger bird, then looks above and sees some pigeons. He supposes those may be the messenger bird he has read so much about. Messenger birds are trained to deliver letters and other mail, so Chin He found it fascinating to see them in person. The lady told General Yuho that messenger birds for both the Sura clan and Blue Dragon clan arrived simultaneously, and there appeared to have been casualties from their battle. Yuho gets worried about hearing this news because the Sura and Blue Dragons have been on bad terms for a while, so this is not good news. Beak Rin was startled to hear this and inquired what the matter was. Yuho clarified that both clans were requesting to be examined by him directly and inquired if he should approve it. Beak Rin wanted to read the medical charts of their respective doctors first. He realized that the young master of the Sura clan was suffering from a light stab wound and would recover soon. However, the Blue Dragon can be a princess, which is the problem because the Sura clan uses exclusive Sura techniques. He thought it was fortunate that the young master did not understand them deeply, so their local doctor should be able to take care of him. The protagonist is impressed because his master can analyze martial arts techniques and make decisions like that. Beak Rin thought that as both patients' wounds could grow more severe, they should respond to both parties, instructing them as much as possible not to move. In turn, he will send them prescriptions and recipes for the necessary medication and internal medicine. Since the ingredients are not difficult to attain, their local pharmacies shouldn't have a problem making them. After grasping the instructions, Yuho inquired to whom he would respond. Beak Rin instructed him to send it to the Blue Dragon clan first, as their princess was probably victorious in battle. He knew she was upset since she was more injured despite winning the fight. The protagonist thinks his master is incredible because he has even deduced such things. Yuho affirmed his master's command, telling him he would do as he instructed. After that, Beak Rin instructed the protagonist to let them head inside. While the others were sending their messenger pigeons to the respective clans, the protagonist found it fascinating. He guessed in modern times, the equivalent of this would be online consulting and examinations. It makes sense, considering that according to the novel, the White Dragon Godly Doctor is one of the top 3 heavenly doctors. Beak Rin told him that humans are bound to get injured and sick for as long as they are alive. And this is even more so the case for martial artists whose job is to face death in battles every day. Therefore, whenever they require treatment, they are bound to seek a doctor's clinic. That is why the information gathering of clinics in each region is so important. Soon, they arrived at the room. Beak Rin opened the door and instructed him to come in since this was his room. The protagonist thinks that his room is cool, but it is very ordinary. His master advised him to take a seat and make himself at home. Chen-He looked around and wondered if that was the heater in the middle. He had seen them in Chinese movies or dramas and realized it was a minimalistic room with no unnecessary furniture. Beak Rin pulled out the chair and said that much knowledge and information had been circulated through a clinical room. But ultimately, medicine is arcane knowledge. Just as martial arts techniques are secretive and selective about who they are taught to, he cannot simply teach him medical procedures. For that reason, long ago, an organization of doctors was created similar to the clans of martial artists, which is the medical court, a clan of doctors, and the protagonist understood everything. Beak Rin explained that there are several factors under the medical court, typically called clinical rooms. Gang Ho's clinical rooms are centralized around the medical center. The protagonist smirked at hearing this because he had already read all of it. Beak Rin kept explaining that the medical court must deploy doctors to clinical rooms in case of a conflict between clans. The protagonist didn't think of this last time he spoke with the master, but they must get a boiler in the house. Beak Rin uttered that specialized doctors perform professional research for the medical court. While instructed, the protagonist thinks that when he has to renovate the entire house. The heated floor will help, but he needs to do something about that window. He understands that his master the window opens to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning, but it's too much to leave it open in the middle of winter. While pondering, Beak Rin explains that some practitioners return to the clinical rooms to take over the family business, and he notices the protagonist isn't paying attention, so he is quiet. The protagonist didn't notice this and thought there was a long way to go because they couldn't get out on heated stone floors since it was too big of a construction job. But for now, they need a furnace as well as glass windows for good daylighting, and it would be nice to have a heat exchange for circulation. After staying quiet, Beak Rin furiously uttered that he was not paying attention to him. The protagonist gets startled upon hearing this, so he apologizes to his master and clarifies that he got lost in his thoughts. Beak Rin understood it because it happened, and he wanted to know what he was thinking about. The protagonist wonders if he should say and is confident that he should because he is the patient. He elucidated that he has been contemplating ways to improve his environment to one suitable for recovery. Since the 9 clouded absolute pulses are an innate constitution of the body where the pulses become regularly clotted by clouded chi, he asked if he was right. Beak Rin affirmed, telling him that is right, which is why they call it clouded chi. The protagonist urges it ultimately means that the body heat is dissipated and replaced by coldness. So, simply supplementing the body with its lack of heat will help eliminate the complications and symptoms of the disease. Beak Rin uttered it as he explained last time, so he thought this then as well, but thought it was an astute observation, which is a truly unique perspective, and wondered what they should do then. The protagonist explained that this room is the problem first, so if he continues to reside in this room, his condition will only worsen. Beak Rin was startled upon hearing this and inquired what he thought they should do about it. The protagonist smiled because no profession is as sensitive as the environment of a doctor, and that is not all. A doctor must always be careful about hygiene and sanitation since secondary infection is one of the main reasons for the spread of disease. It is common sense in the modern world, but it is not yet true in this era. The protagonist uttered that from there, they are dealing with the realm of construction, not medicine, the realms of plasterers, not doctors, because both are needed for patients. First, this room is too cold, and this single heater is insufficient. Beak Rin wondered if they should increase the number of heaters. He clarified that increasing the number of heaters could lead to sudden death, They don't know the cause of it yet, but the diagnosis suggests that its symptoms are most likely similar to drowning. The protagonist thinks about drowning, and it is similar, but to be more accurate, it is carbon monoxide poisoning. Baek Rin wondered what that was, and Chin Hee clarified that they breathe in air, but more specifically, they breathe in oxygen. When they burn things in such a way, carbon monoxide is created instead of oxygen, and when too much is ingested, it causes that symptom. Baek Rin understood that its inhalation causes drowning in a sense, but it is caused by breaking instead of water. The protagonist is startled as his master gets it, and supposes that a genius is a genius as he can deduce it so quickly without basic knowledge. Baek Rin poured the tea and inquired where he learned this information. He has also sought to acquire knowledge for a long time, but he has never even heard of the things he just mentioned. The protagonist clarified that it was a secret, and Baek Rin wondered if it was one he must keep from his master as well. The protagonist affirmed, telling him that it is a secret that he will not leave even after being told to tell him, and it is dangerous. Chin Hee can't lie about this in the novel. The White Dragon Godly Doctor is no ordinary person but a genius and enlightened person. However, based on the fact that he also avenged the Eagle clan, he has a strong resolve and can be cruel when needed. Baek Rin gives him the tea, and he knows he is no ordinary child, so it is all right for him not to answer because he has decided to accept him and his whole being. Therefore, he's thankful to him for being honest with his master. Later at night, he is drawing something on a document and thinks it is a great idea to shave coal and use it as a pencil because brushes are too much work. He remembered that his master told him that Yuho worked as the administrator of the medical course, so he should be able to go to him if he needed anything. The protagonist is thrilled because it is time for him to show off by showing them a Korean-style heated stone floor. He never knew that all those documentaries he watched so long ago would come in handy, especially the ones about heated stone floor construction and the history of the furnaces, and he wondered if he should keep going while he is working on it. Later, Yuho looks at his design thought, if this is true, then it is fantastic, but he wonders if it is possible to make this. He showed the protagonist his documents and asked if these were heated rock floors. The protagonist affirmed and clarified that the other drawing is of the furnace and enclosed, preventing gas from spreading. It's the same kind of furnace they used to heat their cell phones in elementary school, and he supposed that elementary schools use a heater. Yuho is surprised because he thinks his idea will be no good since he is a child who hasn't even hit puberty yet, but it is all very logical. Then he asked Chin Hee if the windows were made of glass because it is difficult for the master to leave the house when it is cold. Chin Hee elucidated that sunlight is essential for both the mind and body to be healthy. Yuho thought these were bizarre designs, so it would cost quite a bit as they would have to bring in a specialist, but they couldn't make it work. He clarified that he would have the furnace and windows built within a day, but they would have to bring in an expert to redo the construction for the heated floors. It will be extra work to move his master's residence to another location, but they will find a way to do it in less than 10 days. The protagonist is glad because this will help his master alleviate symptoms a lot. But he knew that just the heated stone floors and sunlight access also might be enough to extend his life by at least 10 years because the master was an inner force expert and could make his own medicine. Later, he entered the construction area, astounded to see how they were making it so quickly, and he was not even using modern technology or equipment. Yuho saw him there, explained that they had finished installing the furnace, and clarified that the master was inside. As soon as the protagonist enters the room, he is delighted by the flaring heat. The place has become so warm simply by closing the window and lighting the furnace in the winter. Now that they have made modifications for day lighting with the glass window, they can delay the illness from worsening. Baek Rin is delighted to see him there and instructs him to enter. The protagonist thought it was so lovely to be able to use the furnace with the window closed, but wanted his master to still air it out from time to time. Then he asked his master how he was feeling, and his master gladly told him that yesterday he couldn't stop coughing to the point that his throat was sore, but it had improved a lot. Baek Rin never thought that a furnace would be such a fantastic improvement. He praised Chin Hee because he could see his invention was awe-inspiring, and now that he had had a chance to use it, he wanted him to sit beside him. He wondered how the protagonist could be smart and adorable because nobody had ever thought to make windows out of glass. Chin-hee wondered how that extra character, Yu-ho, managed to make a glass window in just a day. Furthermore, he asked how he managed to find time to make a furnace simultaneously, so he wondered if he was an alchemist or something. So, he wanted to investigate him later, but he knew Yu-ho's devotion to his master was unwavering. But something about him was suspicious. Baek Rin gladly tells him that the head of the Nam-gung clan wouldn't stop bragging about his success, but he doesn't even compare to him. Chin-hee felt so happy after seeing his master pleased. Yu-ho saw this. He knew that his master had been affectionate toward Chin-hee from the very beginning, but now he has become obsessed with him. He knew that his master rarely smiled unless it was out of courtesy or for business, and due to his condition worsening by the day, the clinic had only been getting gloomier. But ever since Chin-hee came, he hasn't been able to stop laughing, and thinking of such an unusual method to treat master rapid heat loss due to the 9 clouded absolute pulses makes it inevitable that he is not a normal kid. Yu-ho thought that if Chin-hee indeed managed to save his master's life, he was prepared to give him anything, even his own. At night, after the protagonist leaves, Yu-ho goes to his master and asks him about his Kai veins since these are the passages through which Kai flows through the body. Baek Rin assured him they were all right, but he only knew how to make medicine balls, so it never crossed his mind to do anything related to the house. Even though he has been studying the wrong things, his place is so nice and warm now. Yu-ho clarified that it wasn't a doctor's job, and that the blueprints that Chin-hee drew for him were quite detailed. Although they had a Western vibe, they aren't exactly inventions of the West. They are a more enhanced version. Baek Rin gets thrilled because he is expecting this much from his disciple. Yu-ho agreed and knew he was the same disciple he had been bragging about through every carrier pigeon. Baek Rin tried to refuse it, and Yu-ho wondered if his master thought he didn't know about all the bragging he had done in the letter that would be sent out next week. He knew there would soon be a huge uproar in Gang-ho about just who this Chin-hee was, and he couldn't believe that he had been chasing his grief lately. Baek Rin smiled, telling him it was enough already, and wanted him to close the door on his way out because he was going to sleep. Yu-ho agreed, so he decided to leave. His master wondered if he was jealous of a kid, but he clarified that he was not jealous. After he left, Baek Rin thought it was great because there was no ache in his body that day. While outside, Yu-ho is glad because his master breathing is becoming rhythmical, and this is his first deep sleep in a while. So, he instructed his staff to tell everyone to move extra quietly that night. The next day, Baek Rin explained that the founder of their clan was Yeagle Ryong, also known as Master Gong Myung later in his life. Mater Hong Myung organized and complied with procedures and medical techniques. So, his successors slowly improved them to get where they were that day. Ordinarily, he would have to adopt him as his foster son and appoint him as his successor. But changing the last name his parents have given him is no simple feat. The protagonist thought it didn't matter much for him to be Yi Gal Chin-hee from Jin Hyun-hee. Baek Rin thought it was unimportant because he was already so crazy about him. Furthermore, Yu-ho wouldn't stop talking about how obsessed he is with him, so he would get it if he were to adopt him. But in the future, the protagonist could use the name Yeagle if he'd like. The protagonist supposed that by in the future, he means when he is mature, but he is sure he also means after he has passed. The weight of his master's words bears a heavy weight, and he feels almost crushed. After walking for a while, the protagonist arrives at the location, gets startled to see a dummy before him, and inquires what it is. Baek Rin clarified it was a wooden dummy they would use in his classes, and he was surprised to know about it. Baek Rin clarified that their clan built on Kai control techniques that stimulate and activate the brain as the foundation of their skills, improving memory and speeding up cognition. The activated brain can even awaken the body, enabling it to do things like this. Baek Rin started demonstrating a skill, and the protagonist was amazed to see those hand movements. His master shot at the pelvic pressure point, then the glabular and abdominal pressure points. The protagonist is speechless when he sees this incredible skill because his master accurately hits the pressure point on the body, which can't be seen with just a magic finger bullet. He is surprised to see that this time, his master didn't pierce it but struck the surface of the wooden dummy. And he doesn't think something like this is possible. He supposed it might be possible to increase a gun's firepower, but he did think it was possible to adjust it accurately. Baek Rin found it fascinating because most children would ask why he had pierced the dummy like the last time and why it was so weak. Chin-hee uttered that it is because it means he has mastered its strength, and the die on the wooden dummy isn't touched in the slightest. Beak Rin laughed on hearing this, thinking he was astute, and clarified that, as he had just seen, their clan had achieved more than most martial artists use the brain, which was the root of its arrogance, but he didn't want Chin-hee to worry as he would not learn to be that way, but he would learn better things than anyone in the clan had ever learned. Chin-hee inquired if the magic finger bullet was central to the Yeagle clan's martial arts. Beak Rin clarified that it is nothing. To put it simply, the most potent martial arts techniques are the ones that use the sword or the fan. This is all superficial, so once Chin-hee reaches a more profound understanding, he can utilize any weapon and technique that makes his clan frightening. Chin-hee got excited hearing this and wondered if he could use weapons he had never seen before. He wondered if this was possible and said that if this man was his master, it was more than possible. So, he asked his master if he could become the strongest in the world. Beak Rin affirmed that if he ultimately learned the martial arts of his clan, then he could become the strongest in the world, and he asked if that was what he wanted. The protagonist thinks that if he were to be the strongest in the world, then the little demon king would come to kill him. To be the leader of the demon forces, one must prove that his martial arts are the strongest, so it is only natural to go around gang-ho collecting heads. It is the same in this novel where Ha-ryun goes after the strongest in the world, and if that were Chin-hee, then that child would definitely come for his head. After giving it some thought, he asked his master what was good about becoming the strongest in the world. Beak Rin wondered what he meant by asking what is good about being the strongest in the world. He supposed Chin-hee might be asking the reason why so many martial artists train themselves to death, and he guessed he doesn't get a certificate or trophy. But he supposes the protagonist would bring honor and respect, and if he were to become the strongest in the world, he would gain nobody else's authority. After explaining it, he asked the protagonist what it was that he was to become. The protagonist clarified that he don't need to be the strongest in the world, and his master wondered what he wanted then. Chin-hee clarified that he wants to be the most excellent doctor in the world, like his master. Beak Rin was surprised by his answer and couldn't believe him, wondering how he could be so cute. He explained that even within the Yeagle clan, plenty have said that they wanted to become the strongest in the world. But Chin-hee is the first to say he wants to become the most excellent doctor in the world, and the protagonist wonders if that is the case. Beak Rin thought this kid was a doctor sent from heaven for everyone, while the protagonist thought that if he wanted to live a long life, he had to become a doctor. Despite their little demon king becoming the leader of the demon forces, he has never read about him killing the doctors. So, if it is the world's greatest doctor that he is talking about, then it's excellent, and just thinking about it is making his heart race, so he wanted to give it a try, but he knew it wouldn't be easy for him because it is his second life. Furthermore, he tried to cure his master for sure because his first time receiving warmth without any hidden agenda and pure intentions was from his master. He never thought there would be such a day, so he never wanted to let such a person die because he had to repay his debt, which is his duty as a human Chin-hee. At night, Beak Rin tells him that the first thing to do is to feel Kai, and it is okay for him to do so, but he doesn't want the protagonist to move or speak. After that, he infused his mana inside the protagonist's body, and he felt a strange energy that startled him. The protagonist could sense his master's energy, and his master instructed him to focus on his energy. He explained that the process of Kai flowing through his veins and looping around his body once is called grand circulation. The protagonist is surprised to know about the inner force and supposes it might be because of the 9 clouds' absolute pulse, but it feels heavy and cold. After some time, Beak Rin opened his eyes and asked the protagonist if he could feel something in his energy core, something hard and solid. The protagonist found the energy core and wondered if this was the inner force in the 100-year pine ball. Beak Rin explained that the bone restructuring procedure worked well, and all the inner forces he consumed through the medicinal ball had become his. He will guide the awoken inner force to circulate through his entire body, and when that happens, it will harden and take the form of a sticky sap full of life force. Because Chin-hee has not earned anything yet, the medicinal ball's original composition is well maintained within his body. Beak Rin decided to leave the 100-year pine ball there for now, and they will consume the 1,000-year pine ball when they progress to the next stage. The protagonist guessed it wasn't good to consume everything at once simply. After some time, it was done, so Beak Rin sighed and instructed him to open his eyes and learn some basic training techniques. The basic training techniques of the Eagle clan are the 5 elemental training techniques: fire, water, wood, gold, and earth. These 5 elements make up their world, so Beak Rin instructed him to begin just as he had taught him. After the protagonist is ready, his master instructs him that he will try to move his inner forces by himself. He explained that water invigorates wood, wood invigorates fire, fire creates earth, earth creates gold, and gold makes water clear. After understanding the basic concept, the protagonist tries it and is amazed because he can feel it. He did as his master said, and it was moving, which was surprisingly fun. Beak Rin explained that this absolute order is the foundation. Eagle clan's 5 elemental training techniques fit the medical technique because they don't conflict with any other inner force or mix to create harmony within the body. Therefore, there is no better inner force for revitalizing internal wounds. Chen He inquired what would happen if he could do the opposite of it. Beak Rin clarified that would be called absolute chaos because water and fire would clash, putting out the fire, and fire would clash with gold, melting it. Then gold would cut through the wood and would return to the earth. The protagonist wonders if this is bad, and his master clarifies that there are times when that is needed. For example, when Kai overload results in one inner force losing control, it can be used to subdue the Kai. Now that the protagonist thinks about the absolute cure and absolute chaos, it is like medicine and poison. Even in modern medicine, all medicines have side effects, just like sildenafil citrate, which is known to most people as Viagra. This medicine was initially developed as a heart disease treatment when a side effect was discovered in its final testing stage, which was that it was ideally suited to treating male erectile dysfunction, and so it eventually became the treatment for that. There are cases where diabetes treatment is used as obesity treatment. Beak Rin explained that there are instances where certain toxins that should never be consumed are used to create unique patients. Medicine has no innate goodness or evil, but it depends on how it is used. Chin He supposed it is the same in this world, including its 5 elements. Beak Rin is surprised to see that the energy core is beginning to move quite fast, and supposed understanding leads to further understanding, which means his disciple is learning well. The 5 elements are great nature, but Chen He learns 10 things when he teaches him, one of which he expects from his disciple. Now, he is a successor in the clinic. All doctors should be made aware because nothing is more important than that. After some time, Yuho brought the medicinal balls to be consumed next. These 5 include the fire, water, wood, earth, and gold elemental balls. The protagonist finds it strange because the medicinal balls usually have a refreshing scent, but they don't have any scent at all. So, he asked Yuho if he needed to take them all simultaneously. But Yuho refused, telling him he needed to choose one form to take. The protagonist gets startled on hearing this and wonders if this could be a test to see whether he has understood which one he should choose. He first consumed the 100-year pine ball that would fall under the wood element. Typically, one would take a medicinal ball for the same element fundamental to the inner force training. So, he wondered if he needed to choose the one to strengthen it. But abruptly, he understood something. The protagonist thought that if he were to do that, he would have no point in learning the 5 elements of training techniques, so he has to make sense of the absolute order. So, he told Yuho that he would take the fire elemental ball and use the wood energy to invigorate the fire. Yuho handed him the ball and was surprised to know that was what he had chosen. The protagonist took the pill and realized it had a popping scent, which is strange because there was no scent just a moment ago. This makes him wonder if the 5 elemental balls combine for one effect. When all 5 medicinal balls are consumed in the correct order, the absolute order creates one unified circle. It doesn't require a lot of inner force, so he needs to see the framework with the 5 purest ingredients. Suddenly, he told Yuho that he would also take the remaining 4 in order. Yuho inquired if he wanted all of them, and the protagonist affirmed. Yuho supposed that nothing gets past him, and the protagonist smiled as he realized that Jackass tried to trick him, but it was a good thing he was paying attention. The protagonist explained that is because what starts from wood must end with wood after a complete rotation. Yuho is astounded to know that the protagonist is a deeper thinker than he assumed. He clarified that Master would consider him to have made the correct choice just by selecting the fire elemental ball, but wondered how he managed to think so far ahead. The protagonist clarified that it is because of the scent, which startled Yu-Ho, wondering how could the fire elemental ball scent help him deduce this. Chin-hee thought it was strange when he first saw the medicinal ball that had no scent, but after closer inspection, it turned out that each medicinal ball had its own unique scent. That is when he realized that when the 5 scents combine together in harmony, the scents cancel each other out to become odorless, which made him reconsider the basic fundamentals of the 5 elements that his master taught him and reach the conclusion that he did. Yu-Ho has to admit that he is truly wise, and there is no wonder the mighty white dragon is so excited about him. So, he handed him the balls and clarified that he would pass on his answer to Master, and would leave the fire elemental ball for him to take at his own leisure. The protagonist looked at the medicine and then engulfed it, which tasted strange, and he thought he should have expected the fire elemental ball to be spicy. 1 week later, the protagonist is continuously eating and circulating, so he can't tell whether he is a person or a medicinal ball circulating machine. Abruptly, he saw Yu-Ho before him, telling him that they were there and he had found the right place. The protagonist looks ahead and is startled to see that they are at the pharmacy. After entering the pharmacy, he was astounded as he was expecting the White Dragon Hospital. It is incredible. Yu-Ho explained that the White Dragon Hospital is one of the 3 great hospitals. Clinics are small medical institutions, whereas hospitals are large institutions. That is to say, the Great Dragon Hospital is one of the top 3 medical institutions in the world. This is why they have branches and departments in charge of nutrition and pharmacy. The protagonist did read about it in the novel, but to think that they had such a system in place, he felt they were incredible. Yu-Ho claims that some do consider food medicine, which makes use of natural ingredients with medicinal properties, to be superior, but that is not to say the White Dragon Hospital is of a lesser standard. Chin-hee agreed because he has experienced it firsthand. Yu-Ho continues his description by saying that they produce several different kinds of medicine, but there are ranks in medicine as well, from high to low rank. Only 1 or 2 ranked medicines are produced per year, so even for Chin-hee as a successor, they will be hard to come by easily. The protagonist gets annoyed on hearing this and thinks he doesn't want them either. Yu-Ho explained that even if rank medicine is consumed once every 3 days consistently, it can provide half a year's worth of inner force when appropriately absorbed. The protagonist guessed medicine really provides a huge benefit. In Miram, successors and disciples of large clans are said to take medicinal products off from a young age. Chin-hee never imagined becoming one of them and guessed he should consider himself lucky. Yu-Ho thought he was quite amazing, wondering how he could train like that repeatedly, and he knew that he had hardly slept at all because of his inner force training. The protagonist smiled upon hearing this because, compared to his intern and resident days at the hospital, this was nothing. Back then, his body and mental state were strained and deteriorated, and if they were slaves in the modern day, they would be Korean doctors in training. In the past, he got yelled at no matter what he did. He was yelled at by patients and by their guardians. After that, he was yelled at by doctors and dogs on the streets, which is why he was constantly filled with rage and sorrow. Eventually, he became exhausted to the point where he couldn't feel anything at all, and he realized what it meant to lose his emotions to fatigue. But the pharmacy workers do not hesitate to give compliments, telling him that he is amazing, and it makes him realize every time that he truly is such a loved child. Chin-hee supposed this is what it is like to be the second in command of the White Dragon Hospital. After some time, Baek-rin arrives, and the protagonist gets excited upon seeing him. Baek-rin asked him if he had a good look around the pharmacy. Chin-hee affirmed, telling him it was really a cool place, and Baek-rin thanked Yu-Ho for the help. Then he examined Chin-hee and realized that he had worked hard because he saw that he had just entered the first stage ascension of the 5 elemental techniques. The protagonist excitedly asked if he was advancing quickly. Baek-rin complimented that he is advancing extremely quickly but wants him to make sure he is resting adequately and that he is not overexerting himself. Chin-hee affirmed, assuring his master that he would keep that in mind. Baek-rin instructed him that now he should come to eat because they must discuss his housing and where he will reside as well. The protagonist's place of residence, which had already been in construction, was soon completely built. It would usually be impossible to finish the construction in such a short period of time, but they invested a lot of manpower into it to shorten the construction time. After they entered the protagonist's residence, Baek Rin explained that on one side, there were glass windows large enough to be a wall, and inside were heated stone floors and a furnace. The interior has been built with wood, and the walls have been layered with mud, as Chin-hee wanted. Baek Rin realized that this thing he called building insulation was quite different from what they were familiar with. The protagonist clarified it is a house with the purpose of not allowing even the slightest bit of coldness inside. Baek Rin looked at the mat below and inquired if this thing he called a sleeping mat was really that great, but he had to lie on the ground to sleep. The protagonist affirmed that telling his master this was the main point of this heated stone house. While he is excitedly looking at it, his master thinks it would be too hot for him, but it is already incredible. Yuho explained that he put a lot of firewood into the furnace to see how hot it could get. That is true of beyond Baek Rin's expectations because the furnace alone made him feel much better, but this is beyond that even. Yuho asked his master if he was not curious about where he gained this knowledge. Baek Rin clarified that they agreed not to ask him, and he was sure he would tell them one day because they had already seen the boy's sincerity. Later, the protagonist waits for his master, and is glad to see that he is finally Baek Rin, pleased to know that he arrived quite early. The protagonist asks his master how he has been feeling lately. Baek Rin is in love with the hated stone floors, and he is also doing very well. He feels himself being increasingly refreshed every day, which is all thanks to him. After explaining his health, he thought they should continue training with the 5 elements technique. He wanted Chin-hee to slowly concentrate the Kai from his energy center to his fingertips and focus on his breathing. The protagonist starts using his 5 elemental fire and can visualize it before himself. While Baek Rin watches him practicing, the protagonist shortly creates a fire. Baek Rin congratulated his disciple because he had succeeded. However, the protagonist is a bit mortified because all he can do is burn these thin leaves. Baek Rin clarified that the first step is the same for everyone, but the progress that Chin-hee is making is extremely quick. Now that he has reached a new level, his master thought he should give him some homework. He spreads his fan, which startles the protagonist because this is the first time he has seen him use a fan. Then, using his fan, he created an enormous fire that could be easily spread, and he explained that the most fundamental property of fire is destruction. Therefore, tress steel, and even swords are all bound to one day fall. The protagonist gets shocked as his master cuts the massive tree with his fan in just one go and wonders how this is possible. Furthermore, only the cut part was scorched, but the fire didn't spread at all, and even after seeing it with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe it. Baek Rin instructed him to watch him closely because the next was now the Wind Kai. The protagonist's curiosity piqued on hearing that his master would demonstrate Wind Kai, and he wondered what he would do this time. After Baek Rin started demonstrating the skill, Chin-hee was surprised, wondering if the massive thing was Wind Kai. Baek Rin lifted the cut tree in the air and elucidated that the essence of wind is transportation. Then he placed the tree back in its position that shocked the protagonist. The godly doctor explained that it had been consumed by fire. Kai said that the tree would die if left to be and told him that now it was his turn. He looked at Chin-hee and inquired if he would try connecting them with water. Kai? The protagonist gets worried when he hears that he will connect that tree. Baek Rin clarified that to save a dying tree, water signifies life, and only once he has entirely made the tree whole again will this assignment be finished. Chin-hee realized that he had to save this tree, and his master inquired how long he thought he would need. After he left, Yuho asked his master if he didn't know it was too much because it was too difficult. Furthermore, he is giving Chin-hee an assignment that is 3 stages above his current level, and for his first one. Yuho is sure that nobody at the clinic could do it at just tier 1. Baek Rin agreed because that was right, and he supposed that Yuho seemed like he had warmed up to Chin-hee a lot recently because he was talking quite a bit. Yuho refused, telling his master that was not the case, and he knew that there was no one stricter than him when it came to education. He guessed no matter how much he liked Chin-hee, he wouldn't go easy on his training. However, success is not the only thing to learn because he is sure his master is trying to teach that child how to build a good mindset. On the other side, the protagonist puts his hand on the bark of the tree and tries to do his assignment. Before the protagonist could initiate it started raining, and he cursed his fortune because not even the weather was on his side. He guessed the tree was good for hiding from the rain. So he gets under the tree and wonders how he is supposed to heal this tree with just tier 1 water kai. He couldn't recover a piece of tree bark with the pea-sized amount of water kai that he could draw out from his energy center. He thought his master probably knew he wouldn't be able to do it with his current level of inner force, but he told him to do it despite knowing that. He couldn't understand why he would ask him to do something impossible and wondered if it was to teach him despair. However, the protagonist thought that if that were what he wanted to teach him, it would be in such a way. He looked at the tree and didn't think there was any choice for it but to die. He thought maybe it had a chance if his master had cut him usually, but he roasted him on fire, so its internal structures were fried as well and probably destroyed. However, he guessed it would be dead, and if he thought about it, the bottom half by the root would still be alive. He is sure that the tree could regrow from there, but the fact that his master told him to connect the top half to revert it to its original shape means he had to connect it. The protagonist sits on the tree branch and gets startled to see that the tree is absorbing water even now. Now that he thinks about it, water makes wood grow, wood kindles fire, and fire clashes with earth. Earth clashes with metal, and metal, in turn, strengthens water. He finally understood this, so he got his answer, and was sure that his master indeed said that elements that clash invigorate kai. This is used to treat weakened patients, which means he can use it too because water kai is what he needs. He looked at the tree and wondered if he could do the application of the 5 elemental techniques. He put his hand at the location where the tree was cut, and he knew just how dangerous it could be to exercise a method he hadn't yet learned. However, no matter how often he thinks about it, this is the only way, and if he dies because of a tree, he will be recorded as the biggest idiot in Miram's history. Chen-hee decided to start with Earth Kai, which has the most peaceful and resilient energy. After doing it, the protagonist is astounded because the Earth Kai is combining with metal and increasing exponentially. Therefore, he was sure that he could handle it, so he added Water Kai to the expanded metal. He is surprised because it doubled and doubled again and increased 8-fold. After that, he placed his hand on the tree, started using his Water Kai, and realized the tree bark stuck together. He wondered if this was all it. He guessed that he had succeeded, but there was a long way to go. Abruptly, he gets an idea and wonders what would happen if he started with Wood Kai. If he were to begin with Wood Kai, then add fire, earth, metal, and water, this would be 2 to the 5th, and its strength would be multiplied by 32 times. He guessed this is why order matters more than quantity, and there is a reason why his master told him to take the 1,000-year medicine ball altar. The protagonist puts his hand on the tree, thinking that the essence of the 5 elemental techniques is harmony and dissonance. So, even if a single elemental kai were to become incredibly strong, it would only lead to kai overload. Therefore, he wanted to try it because even if he failed, at least it wouldn't be able to sue him. Later, Baek-rin is told that Chen-hee is sleeping in his room. Yoo-ho concurred and inquired if he should wake him up. Baek-rin refused as he wanted to leave Chen-hee, as he was sure he had worked hard the previous night. He wondered if he was right to put a young child through such a difficult task and thought it was not too late for him to lower its difficulty. He knew that a master's excessive greed could waste a student's potential, and he abruptly arrived near that tree and was shocked to see it. He wondered if this was the same tree and looked at it closely. Upon closer inspection, he can see that the grooves are inconsistent, and there is evidence of it being cut as well as traces of water kai. Baek-rin realized this is Chen-hee's doing, and he has done it by himself without anyone's help. Yoo-ho is astounded to see that he succeeded in completing his task. Baek-rin is thrilled because his disciple completed in just 1 day, but realizes it is not a 1 but a half day, which startles Yoo-ho. Baek-rin is impressed because Chen-hee easily completed an assignment 3 stages above his level for his first test. It is only possible once he has combined all different elements to amplify their inner force and lead it in the required direction. Such complete control is not something a young child can master, but Chen-hee did it. Baek-rin supposed that was because he was the successor to none other than the White Dragon's godly doctor, so it was to be expected. He is thrilled because this is not only a blessing for him, but also a blessing for every doctor in Gang-ho, and he wants to make this known in his next report. Yoo-ho thought they were doomed because he had heard rumors that there had already been complaints from the head of each clinic about their own discipline. He wondered why his master kept trying to cause conflict in his reports. while Beak Rin is thrilled, so he wanted to get the word out to everyone in the clinic first, and he can't wait for the meeting. After some time, the protagonist wakes up and is pleased because his physical abilities have been enhanced noticeably after a good night's sleep. His body doesn't feel like his own, and he feels superhuman. Even his 5 senses have increased. He gets excited because this is just the beginning. As his inner force grows and he reaches greater heights, he will transcend humans even further. He is so pleased because martial arts are amazing, and he has already surpassed adulthood. He thought it probably because he had learned the Eagle clan's arcane techniques and also taken medicinal balls. The protagonist thinks that maybe he could even surpass the Demon King at this rate, but he doesn't think that because he is a natural killer and has already taught him a few secrets, he is probably stronger. The protagonist is sure that when Harayun is ready, he will probably contact the clinic. That is because he needs Jinhee until he defeats the other sub-leaders and truly ascends as a Supreme Demon King. While pondering about all this, he sensed something and worriedly looked back. He heard some noise, wondered what that sound was, and opened the window because it was like an explosion. Everyone is worried in the clinic, wondering what this sound is, and someone explains that someone is causing trouble at the clinic entrance. The protagonist realizes it is a mess out there and wonders if they are under attack. He wanted to do something and wondered just where they were in the book at this point. Meanwhile, at the clinic entrance, everyone is gathered, and the man worriedly inquires where the White Dragon Godly Doctor is. The man begs everyone to let him talk to the Godly Doctor once. Everyone gets startled on seeing him, wanted him to calm down, put down his weapon, and talk about this. The worker clarified that it wouldn't help him at all to keep making a scene. The protagonist gets startled at seeing that it is the guy who attacked the clinic, and he realizes that the kid on his back is around his age, but wonders what is wrong with her. The man requested and begged everyone to look at her and see if she could be saved. Abruptly, the protagonist recalled that he was an archer trying to save his daughter, and he guessed he must be the noble archer. While everyone is scared, the archer points his arrow at them and instructs them to get the White Dragon's Godly Doctor. The worker furiously asked him what he thought he was doing and wanted him to put down his bow. The protagonist is sure it must be him if that man can hit from that distance without an arrow. He is an absolute impartialist because he is neither on the side of good nor evil. He doesn't hesitate to kill for money and is an aide to be able to hit an expert martial artist from 40 miles away and is the main villain of this world. The worker clarified that they cannot treat those who do not have appointments, since these hospitals are the headquarters at which only patients who cannot be treated at clinics are accepted. The worker wanted him to send a letter of recommendation from a clinic for them to be able to proceed. The man gets infuriated on hearing about the letter of recommendation, then moves his bow down and supposes he might need it. The protagonist guessed that he finally calmed down a little, and he remembered that the man turned to the path of evil after his daughter was assassinated. He looked at the child he was carrying and guessed that the injured child was his daughter. Abruptly, he recalled that his daughter was supposed to die there and wondered what would happen if they saved his daughter. The man explained that the person who treated his daughter was the head of the HWAJU clinic. He made a massive deal about writing a simple letter of recommendation and refused to do so. They had already attempted to treat her for over 10 days, and it took them 5 days to reach this place. The man explained that he carried her there because he didn't think she could afford to wait any longer. The man explained that the person who treated his daughter was the head of the HWAJU clinic. He made a massive deal about a simple letter of recommendation and refused to do so. They had already attempted to treat her for over 10 days, and it took them 5 days to reach this place. The man explained that he carried her there because he didn't think she could afford to wait any longer. The HWAJU clinic told him they could not explain the details to someone who wasn't a part of their faction, and he wanted to take vengeance. The protagonist thought, if he recalled it correctly, that the HWAJU doctor was a character who was said to only selectively treat those who were members of his faction. That doctor only made things worse because he basically just wasted time without even writing a letter of recommendation. However, putting that aside, this archer traveled for 5 days, which makes the protagonist wonder how she is still alive. There is no explanation for this using modern medicine, so he couldn't understand that. The man lies to his daughter and explains that he worked hard to raise money to be used at a time like this, and is willing to give everything he has, so he requests them to save his daughter. Everyone gets startled, and the protagonist is shocked because it is even more emotional to see it in person. He thinks his master will have to come for this to be resolved. Abruptly, Baek Rin arrived and wanted the man to tell him what was wrong first. Everyone is glad he is there and explains that man has stubbornly put the hospital in a difficult position. The archer was startled at knowing that this man was the White Dragon's godly doctor, so he knelt before him, requesting him to save his daughter as 7 monsters attacked her. He further explained that the Hwaju clinic head doctor diagnosed her with an internal wound and told him her intestine had been ripped to pieces, but the medicine they used to treat her had no effect. Baek Rin knelt, checked her pulse, and uttered that it was a wonder that she was still alive. He clarified that it was too late to treat her, and she could not be saved. The archer gets infuriated on hearing this, so he rushes toward the godly doctor and inquires what he says. Baek Rin didn't hesitate even once and clarified that he said it was too late. This infuriated the archer. He accumulated his mana and asked if this was something a doctor should say. Everyone gets worried about seeing this, and the protagonist furiously curses him for being crazy. Before that man could attack Baek Rin, Yuho grabbed his hand and requested him to calm down because this was the White Dragon Hospital. The protagonist is shocked to see this because, just as he thought, Yuho is strong despite not having much of a description in the novel. The archer gets infuriated and, seeing this, wants Yuho to let go of his hand. He thinks this is because they believe his money is dirty and they are not treating his daughter. He remarked that the Hwaju doctors, and he as well, are all fake and superficial, so he is going to kill them. Chin-hee is amazed to sense such an incredible bloodlust and expects this of the Phantom Archer. Abruptly, he looked behind and saw some people arriving there. Those people surround the man, and he can't believe there are so many martial artists. Chin-hee found it incredibly surprising, but the hospital is also an institution deeply rooted in martial arts, so it is evident that they would have a martial artist branch. Baek Rin clarified that they cannot make the impossible possible. The archer looked at his daughter, got infuriated, and uttered if that is the case, then they should kill him there now and kill his daughter as well. Otherwise, he swears on his name as the Phantom Archer that he will kill every single one of them in this hospital. After that, he will kill that superficial Hwaju doctor as well. The protagonist gets worried about seeing this because it is awful and wonders why those two are calm. Baek Rin told the archer to do as he wished, but it meant they would be watching the Phantom Archer's corpse as well as that of his nameless daughter rotting in the streets. The archer gets infuriated on hearing this and inquires what he is talking about. Baek Rin smirked on hearing this and inquired if he looked like he was joking around. The protagonist felt chills down his spine because this was his first time, as he had never seen such a cold expression on his master's face before. This time, his master seems like a completely different person than before. The archer furiously uttered that he heard rumors that the White Dragon's godly doctor martial arts are first-rate, and he knew he could turn into a corpse as he said. However, he is pretty confident that he will be able to bring at least one person down with him. The protagonist gets terrified, wondering why that man is looking at him as he is saying that, and wondering if he could mean him. Baek Rin looked at him, smiled, and uttered that it was fitting for Phantom to say such a thing as he thought he would take a young child as a hostage. So he had no more uncertainty now. The protagonist worries because things are turning in a worse direction and wonders if he will kill him. However, this is expected because the archer tried to take his one and only disciple as a hostage. So, he wanted to stop his master no matter what, and he worriedly called his master, wanted him to wait, and asked if he could take a look. All of them get startled upon hearing this, and Baek Rin inquires what he is talking about. The protagonist uttered that he agreed with his master's statement that she could not be saved. But he thinks that if she is already fated to die, it may be worth experimenting, and he wants to get that villain on their side. Shortly after, the worker takes the child inside, and the protagonist is glad because the archer has returned from being a berserker to being a father. He knew that man was never the kind of person who would hold a child hostage because he put all his pride in his daughter's life as a father. Later, the Phantom Archer apologized for his action and clarified that he had only gained a sharp eye after walking the path between good and evil for so long. He looked at the White Dragon Doctor's eyes, which were not eyes that saw humans as humans. The protagonist inquired what his master's eyes looked like. The archer isn't sure, but his beautiful face and elegant posture masked it. His senses told him. he would not have been bothered by anyone's death right there except for just that one person. The protagonist knew that his master had treasured him quite a bit. The archer affirmed that he felt that, but doctors experience death more than any other martial artist, and naturally, that makes them more messed up than normal people. The Huiju doctor was weird, too, but at least he seemed human, unlike the godly white dragon. The doctor there seemed like he had smiled the same way toward a rock as he would a person, which made him anxious. So, he put his hand on Shinhee's shoulder and felt genuinely apologetic, so he requested him to save his kid, and then he would do anything for that to happen. The archer's sincerity fills up the air, and it's deadlier than any poison. Although the world in which Shinhee lived and his age have all changed, he feels as if he is back in the ring since this is a hospital as well. Later in the operating room, the child is lying on the operating table, and Baek Rin asks his disciple if he could save her with his medical knowledge. The protagonist thinks for a while and clarifies that he can't guarantee anything. Since there are no X-ray, CT, or MRI scans in this world, there is no way to check, but if it is as he read in the book, he might have an idea. The protagonist clarified that they would have to check her stomach first, so he asked his master if this was possible. Baek Rin affirmed and asked if he wanted a more comprehensive inspection than just observation and pulse reading. The protagonist affirmed and clarified that it was because he hadn't yet learned to read Kai, so Baek Rin instructed him to see it. The Kai inspection is one of the most surprising things he has seen since arriving in the Miram world. His master touched the child's body and started a deeper inspection. The protagonist knew they used Kai to inspect the entire body, similar to ultrasound scans, but more accurately because of Kai sense. He has been told that a person could almost feel the inside of the body using the flow of the Kai. However, to see it in person like this makes it quite fascinating. The prosthesis also has plenty of inner force, so he wondered if he could do it with practice. After inspecting the child thoroughly, Baek Rin uttered that what he was about to say must stay between the three of them. He explained that the person who attacked this child used quite a powerful water element technique. Furthermore, there are unique characteristics to it that require knowledge of a very particular martial art. The protagonist supposed that his master said the culprit was associated with a specific clan. Baek Rin affirmed and clarified that he is with the White Blade clan of the Justice faction. The protagonist remembers that the Justice faction isn't usually the evil faction that does things like this, so he wonders why they would do this. He thought this was too much to do after the Phantom family and his child, even if there was a grudge. He wondered what kind of merciless person did this, and remembered that Phantom Archer couldn't find the culprit until the novel's end. So, he is sure that if the culprit is in the Justice faction, they will do anything to shut him up, and if things go south, this could get very annoying. Shinhee thought this was solely the business of the Phantom Archer, and was not for them to interfere with because he was only interested in saving the patient, which startled his master. The protagonist knew that this childlike indifference took after his fall. However, that is also an essential philosophy for a Zhonghu doctor. His master thought that he was right and inquired how he should begin. The protagonist recalled that they said the cause of death was necrosis from her lung bursting. So, he is thankful because he doesn't think the surgery will be too bad, but his concern is whether the patient has enough energy to last through the surgery. The protagonist told them they had to get permission from her father, so he wanted to talk to him about it first. He came outside and told Phantom Archer that they had two choices. The first was to let her die peacefully. They can perform acupuncture to ensure that she does not feel any pain until she takes her last breath. They will even be able to resuscitate her to consciousness using the final surge technique so that he can speak to her one last time, which worries her father. The protagonist clarified that the second is to fight until the end, but if they fail to treat her successfully, her corpse will be damaged, and it may be painful for her as well. Phantom Archer started crying and thought this was 100 times better than that doctor who guaranteed he could treat her completely. Therefore, he asks the protagonist if he is telling him this to say that he shouldn't resent him, even if he fails because it will be his fault. The protagonist refuses, telling him it is because he has no right to decide her fate as an outsider who has only seen her for the first time that day. Since her father knew her the best and what she wanted the most, he wanted to leave the decision to him. The Phantom Archer recalled his daughter telling him that she was okay with disguise because she had always done these kinds of things. She assured him she would be careful not to get caught by the bad guys, so she wanted her father to catch them all. He explained that his daughter was braver than any other person he knew, and he couldn't tell her what he did. So, he tricks her by saying that her father is a knight of the Jianghu, and the kid believes his story until the end. She wanted to follow in his footsteps to learn martial arts and go on a quest with him to become a great knight herself. However, she gets attacked and asks her father why he is so late because she can't do it like he does. However, she clarified that she still did pretty well against the bad guy. He was a liar and a coward, one who didn't want to suffer from poverty and, at the same time, didn't want his daughter to be outcasted by others. The Phantom Archer started crying, thinking this was all because of her terrible father, and he requested the protagonist to save his daughter. He doesn't want to let her die when her moron of a father is still alive and perfectly fine, so he requests him to save her. After some time, the protagonist returns to the operating room, and his master asks if he had a good talk. Chen-hee clarified that he had no choice but to tell him what he told his master and that he wouldn't let him die easily. Baek-rin thought if this were the case, they would have to hurry, so he should tell Yu-ho what he would need, and he affirmed. While preparing for the operation, the protagonist realizes that the hospital is not a beautiful place and not a peaceful place, but it's just a place where he has to fight repeatedly. Shortly, they were gathered around her, and he knew that the patient was suffering from a liver laceration, also known as a liver rupture. Her liver has been crushed like tofu by the internal Kai control method the master mentioned, and her colonies have been ruptured. But her ribs are perfectly fine, which is odd, and it's a mystery how she managed to stay alive for 15 days, and he guessed it thanks to her inner force and the medicine. Kai is just omnipotent, it seems, and it can act as an antibiotic and can maintain life, too. After some time, Yu-ho rushed inside, asking them if this was because he had made it in a rush as he had instructed. The protagonist happily grabbed the tube and was surprised that he had already made it, which was incredible. He is amazed because Yu-ho quickly makes what he needs, and he wonders what this guy is. He asked him to make an infusion line for a blood transfusion, but he made it so fast. Baek-rin is surprised that he plans to provide blood with that. The protagonist affirmed, telling his master that without a transfusion, the child would die. Therefore, he plans on connecting the line from the child to that man to provide her with blood. The Phantom Archer is ready to save his daughter and tells him he can take all the blood in his body. Abruptly, everything is prepared. He is going to perform an open surgery from both sides of her body, with the patient turned on her side. He knew that if he cut through the intercostal nerves while he operated, he could secure vision. Since he is in the Miram world, perhaps it would be possible for him ever to use a blade and reattach it afterward. That might be much cleaner and neater than modern surgical techniques. Baek-rin was shocked to see his accuracy and could tell these were the hands of someone who performed surgery hundreds of times. He wondered how such a young child could do this, and this is beyond uncanny as it is incredible. Both Yu-ho and Baek-rin knew this was otherworldly because they had never seen such a surgery, so it is knowledge beyond this land and even this world. The protagonist begins the procedure as soon as possible while minimizing the bleeding. Since Yu-ho is using his void suction to suck in the blood, as well as various fluids and waste. The Phantom Archer supplements the patient with his Kai to maintain his daughter's life. Finally, his master adds his own Kai to the patient as well to amplify the effects of the medicine and to help preserve her life, and everyone is gathered to save this one child's life. After some time, the protagonist clarified that if they suture and finish up, then it's over. Abruptly, Baek-rin worriedly told him that her blood pressure was falling and wondered why that was. The protagonist gets worried, wondering why that is happening when she should be able to get by alone. He realized that her heart rate was falling as well, which might be related to her bleeding, and this meant this could be it. He immediately put his hand on the child, and Yu-ho inquired what he was doing. The protagonist sensed it for a while, pulled out his hand, cursed his fortune, and realized it was as he expected that this was a spleen rupture. He clarified that they were so focused on the liver that they didn't catch it, and it's below the ribs, hidden behind the other organs. Although the liver can regenerate so that she can get by somehow with caution, without a spleen, her immunity will be decreased drastically. This means she will ultimately be forced to spend her life in a secret location, worrying about her health for the rest of her life. Chen-hee gets worried because this surgery will practically destroy the goal she had for her entire life. Beak Rin supposed the question was how damaged the spleen was, and after checking it, he realized that resection would be necessary. The protagonist gets startled when his master asks him if he can do it as he starts the procedure. Beak Rin clarified that there is no reason for him to bear all the burden, and that he may be lacking, but as long as he bears the title of doctor, he is sure he will be helpful to him. While starting the procedure, he instructed Chin-hee to pay close attention because he would show him how to do what he did for that tree on a person. The protagonist realizes that through the needles, his master's inner force is being transferred. After some time, her pulses started returning, meaning he preserved it no matter how minor the laceration was and how well it was positioned. So, the protagonist had to admit that his master is really the most excellent doctor in the Miram world for a reason. Suddenly, he remembered that this wasn't the time to be in awe because they had to finish the surgery as fast as possible. So, he immediately started suturing the incision, closed the wound, and ended the surgery. He fell because it was finally all done and wondered how much time had passed because he felt drained of all his energy. Beak Rin praised his disciple, telling him he did great and was relieved because he saved a child from death. The protagonist clarified that he should be the one thanking his master. The godly doctor refused because he was sure that he would be treating her just like that someday. Meanwhile, the phantom archer is feeling dizzy, which worries Yu-ho, so he tells him to look at him and wake up. The protagonist looks at him and is glad that he persevered as well with superhuman patience. He knew the phantom archer also walked a dangerous road to save his child's life. Abruptly, he gets unconscious, so they move him to a different room. While the protagonist stares at his master, he gets worried because he also becomes unconscious and requests his master to wake up. Beak Rin recalled that it was cold and painful, as if a shard of ice were tearing his heart apart to shreds, so he cried out for help over and over again, but there wasn't anyone who could ease his pain. In the past, he told his leader that it was a situation he had gotten used to now. The leader said to him that he wouldn't be able to live for long, so he thought he should consider how he would spend his short life. He obediently affirmed his leader's command and agreed to do as instructed. Later, the leader told his parents that this is a drug that is highly addictive, but there is nothing else like it for pain relief, and this is the only thing that he can do for himself. Beak Rin's parents calmly accepted the medicine given only to the terminally ill. He supposed they wanted him to pass as peacefully as possible. There was just one time when he wasn't in pain, and that was when their clan burned down and all his relatives died. Then he swore to take revenge amidst the pile of ashes, and just that one moment when, who was believed to be the first to die, became the last survivor of the Yigal clan. Presently, they were worriedly taking Beak Rin back and wanted everyone to move out of the way because their master was in danger. The protagonist is also worried, and Beak Rin, who seems conscious, realizes that he is fascinated by the unfamiliar light. He thought that Chin-hee was the child who possessed everything he couldn't have, and supposed that might be why he shone so brightly. There was no place for jealousy in Beak Rin's heart, something he had never experienced, but he felt an emotion closer to adoration instead. But strangely, he was in slight pain that day. Later, he was sleeping in his room. After waking up, he recognized that he was in his room, and wondered how long he had been lying there. He looked ahead, saw the protagonist here, and wondered if he had been watching over him the entire time. Momentarily, Yu-ho entered the room, glad to see that his master was awake. Beak Rin affirmed, telling him it had been a while, but he wondered why Chin-hee was there. Yu-ho explained that he stubbornly insisted, saying he was practicing his 5 elemental breathing techniques, but wanted his master to know this was all because of this kid. Beak Rin stopped him, looked at the protagonist, and thought it was like filling an ocean with a bucket. He knew the small amount of the 5 elemental energy he inserted couldn't have had much effect. But the reduction in pain was probably thanks to him continuously replenishing the body's broken balance. He gently patted Chin-hee's head and supposed that he had used a lot of fire metal and wood kai because he had only just learned to use the minimal energies. He could sense that Chin-hee kai's composition is similar to his yet slightly different. He starts infusing the energy in the protagonist's body, which worries Yu-ho, and he requests him to stop because he is overexerting himself. Beak Rin didn't want him to worry because even though his body may have lost its balance, it was only about the size of a pea. He tried to tell Chin-hee that it was all thanks to him because he felt the desire to live for the first time in a long while. He He hoped that he would be able to see him grow up and venture out into the Miram world. The following day, the protagonist brings his master breakfast and asks if he is all right. Beak Rin realized that he was awake early, and supposed he must have scared him by suddenly collapsing. Chin-hee was relieved to hear this and clarified that he was shocked and worried for his master's health. He couldn't clearly say it, but he was just worried. His entire head went blank. He has watched the lives and deaths of countless patients, but he had never felt that way before, and supposed this is how he would have felt if he had parents. While growing up in the orphanage, as a child, he always felt like there was a hole in the middle of his heart. It might be because all those cravings that couldn't be fulfilled have been just a little bit satisfied, thanks to his master. Beak Rin rambled that a person's heart is quite tricky. He felt sorry to have worried Chin-hee, yet he was happy that he had someone to worry about him so much. He understands why the elders of some clans fake being sick in front of their disciples sometimes. He remembered that Yu-ho would always complain that the older a person got, the more ridiculous he became, and he understands that now. He could now finally know that this is what it's like to have a disciple. Suddenly, he felt something strange and started coughing out blood. The protagonist gets worried about seeing blood coming out of his master's mouth, and he requests his master to wait for a moment because he will quickly bring Yu-ho. Later, the protagonist is heading to his master chamber along with Yu-ho, whom he wants to hurry because his master Kai is getting weaker. They enter the chamber and get worried about seeing their master's deteriorating condition. Yu-ho immediately takes out some pills to give his master and wants him to wake up. They hardly make their master get his medicine, and the protagonist gets worried. Later, Yu-ho asked his master how he felt because it seemed like he was getting better for a while, and Beak Rin clarified that he was all right. The protagonist takes a peaceful breath and guesses this isn't the first time this has happened. It is much more serious than the novel portrayed it to be, and he thought he had been naive. No matter how amazing his master is, he is still a character who is fated to disappear at the story's beginning. He is glad because his master's breathing is slowly returning to normal, thanks to the Kai transfer. Yu-ho said they would take their leave now, so he should rest. Beak Rin accosted the protagonist and wanted him to use this chance to teach him about pulse reading. The protagonist gets startled, asking if he should do it right now. His master said there is no better time to learn than when they use the same kind of Kai essence. Therefore, it would be a big deal even if he made a mistake, so he wanted him to sit right next to him. The protagonist affirmed, so he brought his stool and started taking his pulse. Beak Rin taught him the theory last time, and is sure this is the first time he is practicing it, and the protagonist affirmed. So, he instructed him to close his eyes and release his internal energy precisely as he said. He warned him that he must not, under any circumstances, open his eyes or speak during the process. The protagonist closed his eyes and did as his master instructed him. After some time, he started infusing his energy into his master's body and realized it was just like ultrasound waves. He can sense his master's internal composition, and his internal energy flows through his master's veins. Finally, he realized what it meant to have Kai pulse, and this is what they mean by developing Kai sense. After examining his master, he realizes it is severe, and even he can tell that the situation is grim. After a while, Beak Rin asked him if he had finished his inspection and instructed him that he now had to do what he had taught him and finish up. The protagonist keeps examining his master for a while, then opens his eyes and sighs. Beak Rin asked him how it was, and Chin-hee said it was worse than expected. Beak Rin affirmed, telling him he got it right, but the protagonist clarified that he would fix it. His master thought he had been scared, but it seemed it only strengthened his resolve. The protagonist grabbed his master's hand, telling him he would fix this. Beak Rin was pleased to hear this and wanted him to do his best. A few days later, the girl asked her father what was wrong with his head. The Phantom Archer couldn't believe that his daughter Gakyeon was alive. He hugged her tightly and kept apologizing to her. Gakyeon sighed and wanted her father to explain what was happening, but her father hugged her so tightly that she couldn't breathe and wanted him to stop. The Phantom Archer immediately rushed back, apologized to her daughter, and clarified that he was so happy she was alive. Gakyeon was startled because she could feel way more energy essence in her energy core than before. She knew it must be her dad, but it seemed like she had grown stronger, which meant her father wouldn't be able to use martial arts like before. While she is pondering, Chin-hee enters the room, and is glad that she has recovered enough to get up now. The Phantom Archer immediately rushed toward them and requested them to come in. Then he bowed before them, expressing his gratitude because his daughter was safe and sound, so he was thankful to both of them. The protagonist is mortified and wants him to stop, but the Phantom Archer keeps expressing his gratitude to them. Gakyeon gets annoyed, wanted her father to stop crying, even though she is all better. She is worried about her father now. Later, Baek-rin asked the Phantom Archer how he was feeling and clarified it would be difficult for him to use martial arts like before. The archer clarified that as long as his daughter is alive, he can't possibly ask for more because that is enough for him. The protagonist wonders if it is because he used his own innate true Kai, but he looks older than he did the last time he saw him. However, it is no surprise because normal Kai can be regenerated. But innate true Kai, essentially a person's life force, is different. This means the Phantom Archer is now nothing more than a third-rate warrior. The archer uttered that he heard his daughter's power had grown more potent. He thought there was nothing more rewarding as a father than that, and she gets annoyed on hearing this. Baek-rin wanted to check her pulse. He instructed her to stay still and relax, so he started checking it. The protagonist looked at Phantom Archer worriedly because a peak expert was reduced to a third-rate warrior. He is quite an attractive villain, and he is in just the right state for him to take advantage of him. Most Miram villains display outstanding martial arts at first before being turned to dust due to the main character's enlightenment. In a way, they are the ultimate martyrs, and no matter how many times he beat them down, they get back up stronger than before. They act as enemies at times and allies at others, so they are cliché yet charismatic, and they are villains. He remembered that he even fights with the Demon King in the novel, so he can't help but want him for himself. Furthermore, with his martial arts gone, he is in just the right state to be enticed, so he wanted to give it a try. After some time, Baek-rin thoroughly checked her and explained that all of her fine veins were clear of any obstruction. The Phantom Archer is shocked to hear that all of her fine veins are clear. Baek-rin claimed that she was on the verge of death for 15 days, maintaining her life through medicinal balls and true Kai, not to mention several different procedures. She endured it all until the very end, even receiving her father's innate true Kai. But they have been opened only temporarily and will close up again if left alone. The Phantom Archer inquired what he was saying for the next 10 days. She must meditate and channel internal energy through her fine veins. Baek-rin clarified that their doctor would assist her through acupuncture, so if she could hold on for 10 days, she would be able to continue living with her fine veins cleared. The Phantom Archer sighed on hearing this, thinking it was a relief, and asked his daughter if he was right. Gakyeon started crying while thanking Baek-rin and his father for everything. The Phantom Archer is glad that his daughter is alive and that she is going to live a perfect life, but he doesn't know how to repay him for this. Baek-rin wanted to be honest and say he didn't do much, but it was all thanks to this child, Chin-hee. Gakyeon stood, went to him, and uttered that she heard from her father that she would be dead by now if it weren't for him, and thanked him for saving her life. The protagonist smiled and told her it was all thanks to her father's sacrifice because he just did his job. He thought this was a product of everyone's hard work, her ability to survive for such a long time, and her fine veins becoming clear of obstruction. They were undoubtedly a result of her hard work despite her young age. The protagonist recalled the saying that a person could recognize a giant oak tree from the time it was a sapling. The fact that she survived against the suspected Justice faction mercenaries in her first ever battle shows that she is special. She is around the same age as the protagonist, so he thought if she continued to grow like this, then she would be a frequent topic of discussion all around the martial arts world. In a single act of kindness, the protagonist has gained the favor of both the Phantom Archer and the future archery goddess. Abruptly, Baek-rin instructed her to rest well, and while leaving, the protagonist wanted the Phantom Archer to rest instead of straining himself. He looked at them, smiled, and wondered if he should start reeling him in. Later, the Phantom Archer is on the wall with the protagonist, and he wants to be honest with him, saying that he doesn't know what to do now. Even if he wanted to get revenge, he no longer had the power to do so. In his time completing countless missions in the martial arts world, he has seen first-rate warriors become third-rate warriors quite often, and he knows all too well how it ends for them as well. However, he considers himself luckier than most because his daughter, Gakyeon, can overcome a significant barrier at such a young age. Therefore, there is nothing more a father could ask for. He doesn't wish for anything for now. However, he knew if he were to wish for just one thing, it would be for him to leave this world in peace. The protagonist gets gloomy because, with his strength gone, it will be almost impossible for him to die a natural death, since the business of the martial arts world will seek him out. He gets startled because that is just like that part in the novel when he loses to the demon king Harayun, and he is surprisingly not angry. Instead, the Phantom Archer simply gathered himself, and that life-changing experience allowed him to reach the next level. The protagonist thought this was his only chance when the Phantom Archer's life was altered, and he asked him if he would grant him a wish. The Phantom Archer wondered what kind of wish Chin-hee had and asked about it. The protagonist gladly rambled, saying he would like to witness his martial arts one last time. The Phantom Archer gets shocked, which makes the protagonist wonder if that would be too much to ask. The Phantom Archer refused, telling him that was not the case, but that his martial arts techniques were composed of a series of repeated motions. However, the problem is that he doesn't have his bow with him. The protagonist understood the problem, clarified that he didn't wish to see anything spectacular, and wanted him to pretend that he had a bow. The Phantom Archer thinks for a while as he has never tried anything like that, but he agrees to do as Chin-hee said. That is because he doesn't know when he will be able to see Chin-hee again after he leaves this place. However, he doesn't want him to make fun of him, even if his movements don't look great, because it is all because he is lacking. He explained that the martial arts he had learned were the art of godly evil vanquishing archery. It is a form of archery that compares to religious sects started from Buddhism, not Taoism. Buddhism aims to achieve liberation through the enlightenment that comes from selflessness. That selflessness comes from the repetition of the same movement and leads to his martial arts techniques. The protagonist is worried, wondering if it is sure he has put everything down that he almost can't feel any inner energy from his core. As he demonstrated his skills, the archer realized this might be his last time repeating these movements. While the archer showed his talent, he sent an imaginary arrow to the bamboo. Suddenly, the protagonist is shocked as the archer picks another arrow. He can see it and wonders if that is a hallucination. He could feel the bow and the sensation of the arrow, and he could feel the texture of the wood and the touch of the arrow feathers. The protagonist can feel it when he takes a position breath, after which he positions his hands and pulls them back with the bow and arrow. The movements are all that remain. However, he couldn't understand what lies at the end of those movements, and the answer was rolling thunder. Chin-hee could see the commitment because each movement that has been repeated tens, even hundreds of thousands of times, is just a part of the whole, just like the 100,000 prayers. The archer closed his eyes to concentrate fully, and the protagonist recalled the novel. He wondered what starts as thundering distress is like wind, and it's like lightning, which eventually becomes a rolling thunder. The godly evil vanquishing archery requires continuous and incessantly leaving behind more. He couldn't understand why they must leave behind while growing in internal energy, and he concluded after countless hours of thinking that maximum potential is only indeed reached when one can shoot an arrow with internal energy alone. He thought that was the peak, but that was not the case because what the archer really had to leave behind was himself. After pondering and concentrating, the archer started emitting intense energy. The protagonist gets startled by seeing such an incredible wave of Kai, causing shockwaves. The protagonist is glad because it worked, and this is even greater than what the novel depicted, and he has reached the level of spiritual archery. The archer started emitting tremendous mana, which shocked the protagonist, wondering if that guy was floating in the air, and if this was what floating samadhi was. He couldn't understand this because the Phantom Archer never did anything like this when he awakened in the novel. Whatever the case, the protagonist guessed that he did expect it to work, but he still wanted his master to be there to see this. Since he had just upgraded the Phantom rather than their future slave, he wanted his master to see it. Meanwhile, Yuho sneakily stared at them, then came out and uttered that, as always, he couldn't figure Chin-hee out. The protagonist gets startled upon hearing this, so he immediately looks back and sees Yuho behind. He wondered if Yuho had been standing this close to me, yet he couldn't even sense his presence. Yuho remarked that a man who he expected would be crippled for life after losing his internal energy has been healed after attaining enlightenment. Judging from his floating samadhi, he is sure that he will likely reach a level several stages above his current state. He appreciated Chen-hee telling him that he is incredible because first it's Sun Yong and now the Phantom rather than Ki Beek Wang. The protagonist could tell that Yu-ho's words themselves were sincere, indeed compliments, but he wondered why he was getting chills. He gets the feeling that Yu-ho didn't come solely to celebrate the occasion. Yu-ho affirmed, telling him that he was doing some thinking while watching. The protagonist wonders what he is thinking about, and Yu-ho utters whether he should kill him. Yu-ho stared at the protagonist, and he had a strange feeling of wondering if he would kill him. The protagonist couldn't believe it as he was unable to move his body at all, and inquired why he wanted to kill him. The protagonist could sense the chilling bloodlust, which means Yu-ho is deadly serious. Yu-ho clarified that it is because his master almost lost his life, and as long as he is alive, his master will continue to overexert himself. He knew this would continue to be the case until his master eventually died. The protagonist knew from the beginning that a terminally ill patient choosing to take in a disciple in the first place meant that his life was going to be shaved away. However, what is more, he accepted a patient that he normally wouldn't have because of him and almost died for it. The protagonist clarified that the master wouldn't stand for it if he killed him. Yu-ho agreed because he was right that his master would probably kill him in the most horrifying way imaginable. The protagonist clarified that he didn't know if his master had gone that far, but he had thought he had taken his head in a single strike. Yu-ho realized that Chen-hee thinks of their master too kindly, as he says he would kill him in a single strike. He knew that his master was not that sort of man, and their master would kill him in a way that would have the demonic clan slating its head in disgust. The protagonist couldn't believe their gentle master would do such a thing, but he realizes that Yu-ho thinks too lowly of their master and starts to doubt his loyalty. Yu-ho clarified that it didn't matter how he died because if the master could live a long life 10, he had considered his duty complete. He looked at the protagonist and recalled all the time he spent with his master, which made him happy, and he was not so sure anymore. Chen-hee wondered if that meant he would let him live, and Yu-ho confirmed that it meant he would be watching him. While leaving, he uttered that he felt resentful and yet grateful, elated and yet thirsty for Chen's blood, and asked him if he knew what they call this sort of emotion. It's distress. The Phantom Archer enlightenment was finally completed 3 hours after the incident. The protagonist is amazed to see that his graying hair has returned to its natural color, and that is not all, his aging skin has also regained its youthful elasticity. He couldn't believe that old man Phantom Archer had become younger, which might be because his innate true Kai had been refilled. Furthermore, the regular Kai has also returned to normal, which is what Chen-hee imagined, as he is like a cockroach, and he congratulated him. Beek Wang uttered that it is all thanks to him that he has reached the level of the Transcendent Realm. The protagonist is astounded upon hearing about the Transcendent Realm because it is the level all martial artists aspire to achieve in the novel. However, less than 30 martial artists managed to achieve it in the entire region. Therefore, Chen-hee couldn't believe that he had already reached the Transcendent Realm because he would have considered it lucky for him to heal up from the injuries he had endured. Beek Wang knelt before him, telling him that he would never forget that he extended his hand to him at his most challenging moment. He was indebted to Chen-hee for something he could never pay him back in full for when he saved his daughter's life, and now he has reached a state that he hoped to reach for his entire life. He is aware that there is nothing he can do to repay him for everything that he has done for him. The protagonist looks at him and grins happily because he has got him. The protagonist is mortified on seeing this, so he wants to wake up and doesn't know how to respond. Beek Wang thought that the protagonist was his savior, so he requested him to tell him if there was anything he could do for him. He earnestly wanted to pay back his debt, no matter how long it took him. The protagonist gets startled by being called savior, clarifies that the treatment costs have already been paid for, and wishes to see his techniques. The Phantom Archer refused to call him his savior and requested him to tell him what it was that he desired. However, the protagonist clarified that he does not want anything from him. Beek Wang thought that was right, although he miraculously managed to save his daughter and help him reach the realm of enlightenment. He was still a young child. He uttered that he might be lacking, but he wished to swear his loyalty to him and stand by his side for eternity to try to pay him back for even a fraction of what he had done for him. So, he asks the protagonist if he will permit him to do so. The protagonist is startled, telling him that he does need to go that far, and he thinks he got him, which is good. While returning, the protagonist wanted to be honest with him that he was going to suggest hiring him to work at the clinic of his master, which startled Beak Wang. The protagonist elucidated that his martial arts concerns would have been solved by staying at the clinic, and working to deliver medicine would have been comparatively safe. Furthermore, the wages are also good, and the Phantom Archer supposed that might be why he asked to see his martial arts techniques and affirm. Beak Wang didn't know that Chen He was such an innocent and thoughtful person. He clarified that he genuinely wishes to serve him, which is not simply to repay his debt, and he is in awe of his greatness. The protagonist thought that if he said so, then he was looking forward to improving their relationship, and Beak Wang is considering the same. He happily wanted to tell his master that he scouted the newly ascended Phantom Archer into their clinic. It is a buy one get one free deal since his daughter Gak Yeon's fine veins have also all been cleared. He knew there was a reason the Demon King had such a tough time against him. The evil vanquishing martial arts counter the demonic arts, which is why they call it evil vanquishing. Soon, their little Demon King, Ha Ryun, will become a sect leader and be massacring other sect leaders. Many martial artists from both the just and evil factions and countless doctors will get swept up in it. Therefore, Chen wanted to protect their clinic from the upcoming war between the sect leaders, and the preparation was in full swing because he wanted to protect his people. Later, Beak Wang is having a conversation with Beak Rin, and Yu Ho brings dinner for them. While the protagonist is practicing, he knows it should take at least half a year to reach the third level of the 5 elemental breathing techniques. Even though its side effects are inevitable, having jumped the level at once, he has got to be extra careful and try harder to make up for them. He realized that the 5 elemental breathing techniques are good for the brain, and he can remember so clearly what he would have forgotten right away if he had heard them long ago. He can afford to think about other things while he is training as well, but his master mentioned that Yu Ho isn't capable of learning the 5 elemental breathing techniques. He wondered if that meant it was learning different martial arts techniques. The protagonist wonders what kind of martial arts can manipulate human blood and fluid. It does seem like something the Justice faction would use, but rather a demonic art. Now that the protagonist thinks about it, Yu Ho's mind seems perfectly clear after seeing blood. Since surgery is mentally prevented even under normal circumstances, Yu Ho managed to assist him well for such a long period of time. He can also make things he requests instantly, having them ready for him by the next day. So, the more the protagonist thinks about him, the more he seems a stranger. Peace was restored after the Phantom Archer officially joined the clinic. A few days later, Yu Ho furiously slams the wall and asks the protagonist if he truly wants to die, as he almost admires his boldness. He wondered why Chen He would say such a thing to the master. A few moments earlier, the protagonist told his master that Yu Ho said he wanted to learn medicine from him, and he said he wanted to perform better surgeries and save more patients. Yu Ho is dumbfounded upon hearing this, and his master asks if that is true. Beak Rin thought that Yu Ho disliked Chen He all this time, and he was aware that he was so passionate about medicine. Yu Ho looked at the protagonist and wondered what he was plotting now. He wanted to tell his master the truth and have his head cut off rather than learn medicine from Chen He. The protagonist further added that Yu Ho said he wants to work together to help him get better. Beak Rin excitedly asked if that was the truth and if Yu Ho honestly said that. Yu Ho is stunned since he has never seen a master making that kind of face before and realizes that with just one sentence, Chen He can draw out this face that his master has never shown him before despite all his efforts. Presently, Yu Ho pointed toward the protagonist, telling him he could kill him with just a swipe of his finger. He asked if he was out of his mind and why he would suggest this. He is sure that the protagonist is not so foolish that he has said such a thing to tease him. He wondered if there was any reason and guessed this might be an effort to reduce his influence within the clinic. Such a political power move is not uncommon within any organization, but that doesn't seem to be it. Yu Ho couldn't believe that he said such a thing despite being so afraid, meaning he must have another reason for it. The protagonist affirmed, telling him he was right, and Yu Ho asked what he wanted. The protagonist wants General Yu Ho to become a warrior for their master, which startled him. Yu Ho wondered what he was talking about and why he would like him to become the warrior of the clinic. The protagonist called that he needed a nurse to assist him, and Yu Ho was startled upon hearing this. The protagonist realizes that one of the things that does not exist in this world is a nurse, the usual disciple who is in charge of assisting the doctors. A doctor in training is essentially taking on the role of the nurse. Therefore, he needs someone who can help him so he can concentrate all his attention on the surgery from now on. Yuho couldn't believe he wanted him to be that person when he was his enemy and wondered why he would like his enemy by his side. The protagonist clarified there isn't anyone as perfect for the job as he is. For one, he has excellent stamina and moves around the patient and doctor all day, doing all the housework around there. Furthermore, Yuho is cool-headed, and there are many situations in which quick decision-making is needed depending on the patient's condition. So, he can trust him with that. And finally, a nurse needs medical knowledge. But that is such a rudimentary problem that it's not even worth discussing. So there is nobody more perfect for the job than Yuho. Furthermore, the protagonist knew that he had those skills, the martial arts or demonic arts. Yuho inquired if that was the only reason, and the protagonist clarified that no matter what, they had to save the master. No matter how hard he thinks about it, there is no better choice than Yuho, which is why he wanted to work with him. Yuho couldn't believe him even though he tried to kill him, and he still hadn't made up his mind. The protagonist knew that for the master, he had done anything, and it's the same for him that he would put his life on the line because he had to do anything for him as well. Yuho couldn't understand why he felt like this boy was subduing him. The protagonist wanted him to be a nurse for now and keep him alive until they saved his master. If he failed, he could kill him. Yuho gets shocked, wondering what kind of ridiculous logic that is. The protagonist smirked because he knew that Yuho probably wouldn't have had too many chances to kill him if he hadn't done so now. After all, the phantom archer who has sworn loyalty to him has reached the transcendent realm. Yuho is speechless, and the protagonist suggests either he should become a nurse for him or kill him there and now. Yuho finds it strange that he chases after a single patient's life until the very end, and it goes beyond obsession as it is more like madness. Furthermore, this child's sincerity is almost frightening, and it is as if he has his life within his grasp and is shaking it around. Yuho sighed, telling him he had won since he had no choice but to give up. The protagonist gets thrilled, wondering if it worked, and Yuho finds it unbelievable that he is asking someone trying to kill him to be a warrior of the clinic. The protagonist clarified this isn't about mercy or forgiveness or anything like that, but it is simply the optimal decision. This sounds even scarier to Yuho, and Chen-hee promises to treat him well in front of other people. He is most comfortable being cute Chen-hee in the clinic. Yuho is shocked, wondering if he means he wouldn't treat him well when they are alone together. The protagonist wondered if he had forgotten that he was the one who was saying he would kill him, so there was no reason to treat him well. The protagonist wanted to show Yuho a workload that surpasses even that of the nurses in Korea. Since he will keep saving Yuho, he has to learn many things by his side. While he is leaving, Yuho looks at him, and the protagonist suggests that he should kill him now before it is too late if he has any complaints. Yuho sighed, didn't say anything, and saw him leaving. He thinks he understands why the Phantom Archer now swore his loyalty to him. He felt that Phantom Archer fell for some gimmick, but he sees now that isn't the case. Chen-hee approached him doubtfully despite being afraid and even recruited his enemy. It wasn't long before news of Chen-hee's treatment spread within the clinic. Documents were released containing information about newly developed clinics. However, specific treatment techniques aren't described in detail in the secretive martial arts world style. However, the general method for treating symptoms in the patients was quite descriptive. The people couldn't believe that he had treated a severe internal wound. The person explained that the patient was cut from his liver to his spleen. They didn't give details about the patient, but people think it was probably the Phantom Archer's daughter, Gak-yeon. Another person had heard that the Hwaju clinic was taking care of her, and they threw her out after they failed to see any improvement in her health after 10 days of treatment. Another civilian wondered what their justification was, and his comrade explained that they said they wouldn't take her in because she wasn't a member of the Justice faction. Another person thought she saw why the godly white dragon doctor treasured his disciples so much. Apparently, he's just a child, so no one has thought that it is possible to treat the 5 major organs that have suffered major internal damage. This almost makes the doctor want to join the clinic and learn from there, so she wants to send a messenger pigeon. The White Dragon Clinic's latest documents created quite a big stir. The people kept gossiping, and one of them knew that the Phantom Archer did a lot of work for the evil faction. but he had worked with the Justice faction a lot as well. So, it shouldn't have been too much for the Huaju clinic to take him in if they wanted to. He supposed the Huaju doctor must have made up the excuse because he could treat his daughter. Word of mouth spread from doctor to doctor throughout the entire Miram world. Even Sex contracted with other clinics started looking for ways to negotiate a deal with the White Dragon Clinic instead. Later, someone furiously asked what he was talking about at the Huaju Clinic. The head of the Huaju Clinic, Jin Chuma, wondered if he was saying that their clinic lacked skill compared to the White Dragon Clinic, and everyone was quiet before him. Jin Chuma asked everyone if they thought the Phantom Archer was a Phantom Archer for nothing. He thought that although he did work for the Justice faction, he must have done it for the money. Having to take care of the patients for 10 days was simply out of the generosity of the Huaju doctors, nothing more and less. Another person clarified that she was merely telling him about the rumors that have been going around recently. No matter the reason, she doesn't know that having held a patient with a severe internal wound for 10 days violates a doctor's duty. Another lady agreed with her and said that they should have immediately informed the patient if the Huaju clinic could not take a job from the Phantom Archer, because he was associated with the evil faction. An old man instructed them to stop seeking nonsense because he doubted the entire mess to be the scheme of the White Dragon Clinic. He thought that medical techniques were not a competition, yet it wasn't written as such in the document. They kept arguing about this, and Jin Chuma knew there was no mention of the Huaju clinic in the document. Furthermore, only the patient's condition, which is necessary for the bare minimum information sharing, was on it, leading to such a consequential rumor. He instructed everyone to quiet down as he would inform the Huaju doctor about this himself. After some time, the man came in and clarified that he had secretly checked through the Beggars Union, and it turned out that the patient was indeed the daughter of the Phantom Archer, Gakyeon. Chuma wondered why they had taken in a patient with such a high possibility of failure in treatment and let things become like this. The man affirmed, telling him that the doctor was furious and that these incidents had stirred many clinics' heads. Many factions are interested in the White Dragon Clinic's new treatment techniques. Chuma gets infuriated as he can't seem to pluck up enough courage to face the doctor, because if he goes to meet him like this, it will cause problems. His man added that he also mentioned that the White Dragon Clinic initially didn't have strong treatment techniques, so he thought it was strange that they succeeded in treating her. In the document, they highly praised the disciple Chin-hee, but they might have used some kind of unverified treatment technique. Chuma gets thrilled on hearing that he is saying that the doctor said they used an unverified treatment technique on a patient. The man explained that the doctor didn't exactly say that, but Chuma was thrilled to hear this, so he wanted to send a few members from their clinic to the White Dragon Clinic. He further clarified that they need to send those skilled in talking. The man inquired what their reason for sending them off should be. Chuma uttered that they used unverified treatment techniques on a patient that could have been treated within 20 days and put the patient in potential danger. He further added that they might have been able to treat her if they had 10 more days. The man is pleased to hear this and understands what he means, that she could have been treated in any other medical center, even if it was not a clinic. The man further added that the Phantom Archer took her away from them out of his own will. Chuma affirmed, telling him that was how it was and asking them to say they could visit out of worry for the patient, and then they wouldn't be able to throw them out. The man asked if they threw them out and what they would do. Chuma clarified that it would be the perfect issue for a rumor against them, and they need to damage their reputation in any way possible. Then, the factions would not want to be involved with them, so he wanted his man to make the proper preparations. The man affirmed, assuring his master that he would report back to him. Conversely, the protagonist is practicing and knows that his master is in a worse condition than he had thought. Currently, he lacks both his inner Kai and his understanding of Kai techniques to carry out surgery all by himself. Therefore, he wanted to become stronger as fast as possible for his master's sake. He has reached a point where he can control and create the wind essence that he absorbed from the Phantom Archer. So, if only he could adequately utilize this wind essence, he wanted to try integrating it with the fire essence. After completely acquiring the skill and understanding its essence, he punches the tree with the fire, which leads to an explosion. However, even after that attack, the tree is unscathed, which astounds the protagonist. He is sure that with this, he could probably come up with even more potent combinations of essences. He looked at his hand, which was burned, and realized that even with the precautions he took, He still got a burn, but his safety was his concern first. So, if he leaves it like this, he will soon get a huge blister, a sign of a second-degree burn. Thanks to the 5 elemental technique, he doesn't have to worry about bacterial infection. Therefore, he started using the water essence to cool it down and the wood essence to heal his skin. Although it is not like he will be completely healed immediately, he only needs 2 days to recover fully, thanks to mastering the 5 elemental techniques. He doesn't know who it is, but they dealt quite a bit of damage to this tree. So next is the healing, which most martial artists end training after the destruction. But a doctor's training starts there. 15 days after the treatment of the Phantom Archer's daughter, Gakyeon, at the Gakyeon residence, she is training. Even though her inner Kai provided her with healing abilities beyond a normal human's, her wounds were inordinately fatal. Therefore, until she had completely recovered, she refrained from practicing martial arts and focused completely on healing using the recovery technique she learned from the clinic. While she is cursing the person who put her into this mess, she thinks if she could capture them and torture them miserably, then it would please her. However, whether it was because of the shock that she could only faintly remember what happened back then, it was even more challenging to remember who it was because they were masked. After practicing for a while, she opened her eyes, started breathing with difficulty, and was infuriated because her world fell apart after that day. She supposed that might be why they say it is dangerous to have enemies in the Zhang who, it feels heavy, and her heart also feels heavy. After practicing, she came outside and felt much better than before. Since the weather was also lovely, she guessed she would take a short walk while looking around. She saw everyone working hard and was surprised to know that many people were in the clinic. While some of the patients were caught in blood, they wanted someone to save them. At the same time, the doctors were holding on to it as they needed to stop the bleeding in the other patient immediately. Gakyeon is surprised to see this, wondering what emptiness she is feeling. Even though she was saved, many people are still passing away, which makes her heart feel empty. Abruptly, the staff shouted the doctor was coming, and Gakyeon was startled to see Baek Rin and Chin-hee there checking the patient. She knew the child was Chin-hee, who was quite good looking. She tried peeking at them since everyone was covering them, and simply watching them made it hard for her to breathe. She finally realized this must be what doctors go through every day. After that, she saw the protagonist peek at him, and was surprised to know he was training, even after such a hectic day. He is so diligent that she wonders how he does that without taking a single break throughout the entire day. Now she could see why her father swore his loyalty to him, because even if he was a child of a similar age as her, he was someone who had learned entirely different things than her. After turning away, she wondered what kind of person he was, and she didn't know how to make friends again. Now that she thinks about it, she hasn't had a single friend in her entire life. It is understandable because she spent the entirety of her days practicing martial arts and always pretended that she had a friend and was having fun by herself. She lives her entire life acting like a well-mannered father in front of her father, but in reality, she is just a loner and a pretender. She decides to return while the protagonist is practicing but stops and looks back at him sadly. Later, the protagonist yawns, thinking about taking a short walk while looking around since he has finished his morning routine. Abruptly, he saw a man telling Baek Wang to follow him that way. Baek Wang is carrying a pile of medicine, and the protagonist is shocked to know that he is holding that many medicine herbs at once. Chin-hee couldn't believe he was slaving away, almost to the point where his body might break. Almost to the point where his baby might break. He thought they should have waited at least until his daughter fully recovered and realized that his master was merciless. However, the Phantom Archer is still the happiest he has ever been, even after doing this work. Chin-hee is surprised to see that the father is slaving away in a clinic, and the daughter is carrying out recovery techniques all day, which is a pitiful pair of father and daughter. Later, he went to Gakyeon's room, and she was surprised to see her savior there. The protagonist wants her to drop the formalities, but she can't do that toward her savior. However, she didn't realize she was making him feel awkward because they were both about the same age, so he wanted to drop formalities toward each other. He asked her if she would like to have this tea because it is a kind of tea that rejuvenates the energy in her body. She gladly took the tea and thanked him for being so considerate. The protagonist recalled that the sister of Mr. Gong's son called him a little brother, and little Chin-ma called him a big brother, so he was wondering what Gakyeon would call him. Out of curiosity, He asked her how she wanted to treat him because he would prefer if she wouldn't be so formal with him if she didn't mind. She gets startled, puts the cup down, and wonders if she should tell him. She wanted to tell him her wish and uttered that she tried to treat him as her friend. He is shocked upon hearing this, and Gakyeon asks him what he thinks about his friend. He couldn't believe her while she was mortified, and this is driving her crazy now that she has done it. She requested him to keep this secret from her father, but she had always dreamed of having a friend. Chin-hee gets startled, wondering if that means she has never had a friend until now. He smirked on seeing her, wondering how someone's face turned red on hearing this. Gakyeon is a bit embarrassed and is trying to explain that what happened was that her father had been wandering around Jonghu alone. So, she didn't necessarily have the right environment to interact with children who also practice martial arts, and she was busy hiding her identity from everyone. On top of that, she was also swamped practicing archery all day long. The protagonist supposed she must have been very lonely, which is undoubtedly the Phantom Archer's fault. So, he agreed to her request to reach out the hand of friendship, and it was clarified that she had to be informal with him. Gakyeon is so happy to know this because she never thought her wish would come true this easily. She grabbed his hand and requested him not to tell her father what he told him. The protagonist agrees to keep it secret and will act like he is just one of her many friends. Gakyeon clarified that is not true because he is very special to her and will always be her special friend. The protagonist asks her if that is the case and wonders why it is that children who mature too quickly have broken hearts. After being friends, he asked her if she wanted to play with him outside, and she asked if that was okay. The protagonist assured her that nothing bad would happen to her even if she didn't use the recovery techniques for one day. He could guarantee it since he was the one who checked over her veins. She inquired how they play, but before telling her that, he wanted her to know that she shouldn't use her inner Kai. She knew she could use it because she hadn't recovered yet. The protagonist is clarified that this is not the issue, but she can't even use it after she fully recovers. Time passed, and the child became a boy. While practicing, he realized that the winter was genuinely starting to approach. He looked above and sighed and couldn't believe it had already been a few months since he came to this world. Every day, he would become busy losing track of time because of a daily routine. He became this much more potent in just a few months, which is a fantastic achievement. This world is a place whole of the order of the 5 elements and the yin and yang. By prioritizing the mastery of the 5 elemental techniques, which serve as the basic fundamental before proceeding further with his training, he maximized his synergy with the energy of this world. Suddenly, he felt something strange, wondering what that was and what this black matter emitting a powerful Kai energy was. He couldn't understand what it was, but the abundant yet stealthy aura sent the child throughout his entire body. Abruptly, he opened his eyes and looked around, wondering how it could emit such powerful Kai. After looking around, he realized no one was there, but he was sure that he sensed it was coming from somewhere around. He wondered if he was a mistake, and after looking for a while, he supposed it must have been a mistake because he had sensed such an aura when he was just a rookie. It doesn't make sense at all for him to be able to sense it. While returning, he knew it was already 2 p.m., and he had spent around 4 hours on his morning Kai cultivating session. His inner Kai has become considerably stronger because of the power of the 1,000-year pine ball, which has been entirely absorbed into his body and converted into his inner Kai. Furthermore, he has been cultivating his Kai daily while eating all the medicinal herbs and medicine balls he could get his hands on. Since he is training his 5 elemental techniques on top of cultivating Kai, the rate at which his inner Kai is increasing is beyond one's imagination. Since he has gained around 15 years worth of inner Kai in half a year, he practically surpassed any reason in the Jonghu. After returning, he remembered something. That day was the day he would officially be named a member of the clinic. Later, inside the clinic, everyone is gathered around the building, waiting for someone. The protagonist supposed that the 4 masters who command the White Dragon Clinic gather in one place. Momentarily, Yuho appeared, telling me to follow him because his seat was in that direction. Since he joined the clinic recently, he hasn't been officially designated a seat yet, and the protagonist affirmed. Yuho wanted to be honest that skipping the required training within a clinic is unconventional and completely absurd. However, Chin-hee has saved a patient that not even his master could save, as well as the Phantom Archer's daughter. Thanks to that accomplishment, a long conference will be held to discuss him. While taking the seat, the protagonist worriedly looked at all the members of the White Dragon Clinic. He realized that the atmosphere was too heavy. These members included Acupuncture Master Ma Byung-sa, Strength Master Jung Hudakko, Chiropractic Master Dan Ha-ju, and Herbal Medicine Master Pa Gok-man, who were all there. The protagonist is startled to see Gok-man, who waves at him and recognizes that she is the person who would always give him honey-soaked bellflowers, dried persimmons, and other snacks. Yuho is amazed to learn that he is familiar with the herbal medicine master and explains that she has a great character and has no enemies, even within the clinic. She is even an expert on herbal medicine, is excellent at making calculations, and has abundant strong connections with people in power. Therefore, she is often capable of easily acquiring herbs that other clinics aren't able to obtain, and the protagonist is delighted to hear this and smiles at her. Abruptly, everyone is informed that the White Dragon Godly Doctor is entering, so all of them stand to greet him. Baek Rin went to his White Dragon Godly Doctor seat, which is the seat of the head, and wanted them to begin the meeting. Yuho nodded obediently and said that the first topic of their agenda was the Miram Alliance's request for backup, so they would host the Rising Star tournament just as always. The protagonist recalls that the Rising Star Phoenix tournament is a secret tournament held by the Miram Alliance, which gathers prospects for each clan and sect to spar against each other. Baek Rin asked him about the tournament scale, and Yuho said it looked similar to last year. Byung-sa asked about the herbal medicine department helping them out because they will be quite short-handed. Gok-man thought that might be a bit of a problem since many of their own are supposedly competing in it as well. So, Byung-sa asked the chiropractic master, and he wanted him to take as many of their people as he needed because they could help move the patient at least. As each of the masters shared their opinions, the meeting continued peacefully, and as each item on the agenda was taken care of individually, they arrived at the most critical issue. Yuho uttered that the following agenda was regarding Master Chen-hee, which made everyone speechless. Baek Rin stood because he wanted to start this off, which startled the protagonist because his master himself was explaining this. Baek Rin is sure they all know their clinic originated as the Yi Gao clan. If there had been even one more successor to the Yi Gao clan, they might have been able to save the name of the Yi Gao clan. However, he alone carried on the blood of his clan, and if it weren't for the help of the 4 masters present there ever since the days of the Yi Gao clinic, the White Dragon Clinic would not exist at present. He knew that if it were for everyone's hard work, he would not even be there alive that day. When he took some time to look back, he thought he must also consider the clinic's future. Therefore, he took in a disciple who was clever and possessed medical knowledge that was completely different from theirs. He gathered them all there that day to confer because he believed that the depth of that child's medical knowledge was sufficient for a new division around it to be created. So, he humbly requested that they change their minds. Byung-sa uttered, "It has been said that a master must choose his disciple wisely, and that a disciple must be devoted to serving his master." He recognized and respected his insight and acknowledged that his treatment of Gak-yeon, the former Phantom Archer's daughter, was indeed incredible. However, he thinks that Chen-hee is still too young. Although his medical treatment is fantastic, many things still have not been verified. They are responsible for the lives of their patients and must not recklessly use unverified treatments. So, he believes they create a new division for the young master after further verifying his techniques carefully. The protagonist knew this was the right call from the acupuncture master's point of view, but still, it was frustrating. Nobody can say how long it might take for his medical techniques to be verified, but his master body wouldn't last until then. Gok-man knew there was an issue preceding it because she had never seen nor heard of these techniques. None of the great 3 clinics use these techniques, but she can't help but be suspicious of the young master's identity. The protagonist gets startled when he hears this because he wonders when they brought it up and guesses it looks suspicious. Yuho went to her and volunteered to vouch for him in that regard, which startled her as she wasn't expecting him to vouch for him. He concurred, telling her they have checked him out in all regards, but he is clear, and his true intention does not harm the master. The protagonist is shocked to hear that and finds it unbelievable that Yuho is taking his side. Yuho's vouch dumbfounded all of them, and Gok thought that if he said so, she wouldn't question the young master's identity any further. The protagonist is shocked to see this because they just let it slide because of what Yuho said. He can't guess who Yuho is since he has that much credibility. After Yuho vouched for Chen-hee, the conference atmosphere became a bit more relaxed. The discussion continued for quite some time, and the acupuncture master, who had been on the opposing side, finally gave in. After that, Baek Rin concluded with the final decision that a new department would be created. Furthermore, Chin-hee will be the department master, write books containing his knowledge, and educate those within the clinic, which will verify his progress along the way. Everyone has no option but to give in and assure Baek Rin that they will follow his command. Later, Baek Rin accosted the protagonist, who obediently affirmed and asked him what the clinic was. The protagonist is startled because that is such a difficult question to answer. Baek Rin knew it hadn't been long since he joined their clinic, but he still experienced some things during his time there. Therefore, he wanted to know what the clinic meant to him regarding his experience. The protagonist thinks for a while about what a clinic means to him and utters that the clinic is a hut on a river. Baek Rin is surprised by his answer because the clinic is not a mountain or ocean, but a hut on a river. The protagonist explained that a river hut is like the river huts in which the water bandits reside. He thought that if they were to compare a person's life to water, they would be born in the mountains to return to the ocean. The ocean would turn into rain again, falling back on the mountain where the river is between, and the bandits are evil beings who stop the flow of the water. Baek Rin laughed upon hearing his explanation and asked if the clinic was where those who stopped that water flow gathered. Chin-hee explained that the water bandits are people who need to pick on anyone who flows as they wish and rip their money off, too. Baek Rin agreed since money is also essential, and he asked Chin-hee if he considered the clinic to be a river hut, and then he, as the leader of the department within it, became the leader of the bandits. So, he is trying to say that it will get more complicated. The protagonist agreed, as he could tell that because he could barely breathe during the conference. Baek Rin knew that, so they said to him that was how it should be because a doctor should only worry about the patient's father. However, that is not so for the clinic's leader, as he must be worried about everyone in the clinic. That is why all the department heads are desperate, but they don't show it openly because of their pride. He instructed Chin-hee, saying that he would have much to learn from General Yu-ho, and inquired if he wished to be addressed as Sir and not a young master in private, and he would have to work for it, too. The protagonist obediently affirmed to his master, and Baek Rin wondered how heavy it could be for him to bear such weight as the clinic leader. Later, the protagonist worries because he has to manage his time into sleep, training, and medical book writing time to form the new department. He knew that 10 bodies wouldn't be enough to do it all, and it would be a battle against time for now. Suddenly, he remembered that he needed to share his knowledge with his master at night, so he needed to take that time out, which would be a busy schedule for him. However, he is happy because there is one good thing: he has at least a pencil, since it is so much more convenient and faster than the brushes they use there. He doesn't need to change the ink, so it's easy to maintain and quicker to write with as well. He thought it would be helpful to supply the clinic with these, but writing a text isn't easy to do. His knowledge is built chiefly on foreign words, so it is not easy to translate it into words that will be readily understood there. Some words that can be replaced must be written as they are phonetically pronounced, so he decided to do everything he could for now. A few days later, Yu-ho dressed up the prototype at the training grounds in the clinic lobby. He is confident that it will be his first public training session as the head of the department, so the master and the strength master have come to watch, so he has to do well. The protagonist knew that if he messed up, he would try to teach it exactly as he did, and he thought that was what the strength master was going for. Yu-ho realized that he picks up on things fast, and he had no idea how badly the other masters wanted him, as they were like ants that had found sugar. The protagonist thought the strength master shouldn't care because he was in charge of the clinic security, not the patient. Yu-ho explained that if he had the strength to subdue martial artists without killing them, it wouldn't be a problem, but he worried about prospects just like the other departments. The protagonist found this interesting and wondered if it is because they are a part of the martial arts world. But clinicians have synergy between themselves. They are different from martial artists, but the protagonist guessed what was important was the same and uttered that he liked it there. Yu-ho smiled and complimented him, saying he was like his master, who spoke the same way. However, he is relieved to hear that Chin-hee lies in this place, and the protagonist guesses that the master said the same thing. Yu-ho affirmed this because he said this is the only place he likes in all martial arts worlds. The protagonist understood, But what he liked about this place was the opposite of what the master liked. After some time, he wondered how long he had to stay like this. He doesn't want Yuho to worry about too much because the clothes are bound to get wrinkled anyway. Abruptly, Baek Rin entered the room, agreed with him, and said that someone very high up cared very much, which surprised Chin-hee. Later, at the training ground, the protagonist balances on the bamboo stick while fending off an attack from Yuho. The strength master is astounded to see that Chin-hee keeps evading all the attacks while maintaining his balance on the stick. Abruptly, Yuho attacked the protagonist with several stones at a time, which he hardly managed to evade. The protagonist cursed him as the squinty-eyed mean person wondered if he was throwing them more challenging than usual, and if he was trying to get serious with him. After some time, he demonstrated the skill to all of them, and Baek Rin praised them for their hard work. The strength master is dumbfounded to see this because this is just as the godly doctor told him. The protagonist is quite huffy and clarified that it made him quite nervous. The strength master is startled because Chin has almost ruined it for him. Even though he only used the three-part stride technique, he avoided all the attacks effortlessly. The strength master wondered if this was possible after only a few months of practicing the technique. The strength master clarified that he wouldn't have believed the godly doctor's words without witnessing it with his own eyes. He doesn't believe Chin-hee's inner foundation for martial arts techniques is that great. Baek Rin clarified that he barely had enough inner foundation to learn this technique. The strength master is astounded by discovering this and wondering how he did it. Baek Rin admitted that inner kai is an essential aspect of learning martial arts, and as such, many prominent families tend to focus their attention on strengthening their inner foundations. The strength master wondered if he was saying that they were in the wrong for doing so. Baek Rin refused but clarified that the stronger one's inner foundation for martial arts is, the easier it is for one to master the family secret arts, so it definitely has its advantages. However, such inner foundations are only a single part of martial arts, and Chin-hee has trained his physical body harder than anyone else. Furthermore, he especially focused on training his lower body and gently patted his head as it seemed he had familiarized himself with the three-part stride technique quite well. The protagonist is happy because his master thinks that way. Baek Rin supposed the protagonist was ready to proceed to the mystifying stride technique. He explained that the learning process would be closer than anything he had encountered before and asked if he thought he could do it. The protagonist is a bit confused, wondering what the mystifying stride technique is. Even though he already knows what it is from reading the novel, he needs to act like he doesn't. Baek Rin uttered that it was the next step of the three-part stride technique. With the three-part stride technique, he could only avoid attacks in 3 different paths, but with the mystifying stride technique, they can move in many diversified and unpredictable paths. And once he has mastered the diversification of the strides, the next step awaits him. The protagonist wonders what comes after the mystifying stride technique. Baek Rin explained that once he can move in 12 different paths with the mystifying stride technique, it becomes the mystifying stride technique of 1,000 kai. It's a secret art and could be considered a lost heavenly art, and it isn't easy to find any other strode technique that rivals the mystifying stride technique of 1,000 kai. The protagonist agreed because the mystifying stride technique is the most incredible side technique in this world. However, it is said that mastering the mystifying stride technique, which acts as the bride to the mystifying stride technique of the 1,000 kai, is extremely difficult to master. So, the protagonist asks his master if he could practice the three-part stride technique more before he proceeds to the next level. The strength master found it strange because most martial arts disciples were usually anxious to move on to the next step. Baek Rin is startled upon hearing this, wondering if the three-part stride technique is difficult for him. The protagonist affirmed, telling his master that it gets more difficult as he learns about it. So, he feels like he should master the three-part stride technique further before moving to the mystifying stride technique. He knew that if he didn't thoroughly master the three-part stride technique, learning the mystifying stride technique would be even more challenging for him. Baek Rin agreed that it is better not to rush things, so they will move on to the next step once he feels ready, and he was instructed to rest now. Later, the protagonist is at the mountain practicing hard and is glad because, after his first enlightenment of the three-part stride technique, it didn't take long until the second enlightenment. However, the third enlightenment will take longer than the time it took to reach the first and second enlightenment combined, because that is how it was in the Miram novel. There are often essential enlightenments hidden behind small reasons, so even in the case of the Phantom Archer, he achieved enlightenment from nihility. So, it doesn't matter where the enlightenment comes from, but it could be small and it could be insignificant. But no matter how small it is, it can still contain unimaginable reasons in this world, which is the nature of enlightenment. The 3 parts in the name of the 3-part stride technique were not simply referring to the 3 paths of the technique. Therefore, the protagonist wondered what kind of enlightenment could be contained in this technique and why it forms in the shape of a dharma chakra. The protagonist's foot traces the diversified paths and draws a circle, and it blooms like a mandala. Shortly, a bright aura started emitting from his body, and the protagonist could sense all the 5 elements working together. He finally realized that this was the end of the enatman. The gold essence protected his body, the earth essence preserved it, and the wood essence absorbed the nearby kai. While the water essence drove out any impurities, the fire essence burned them. After practicing, he fell to the ground and started huffing as he was exhausted. Abruptly, Yuho came there, started laughing, and asked if he realized how funny it was. He asked the protagonist if he thought he had achieved the unperceivable snow gliding. The unperceivable snow gliding is the state of peak mastery where one can lighten one's body and walk on top of the snow without leaving behind a single trace. The protagonist gets infuriated on seeing this and wants Yuho to stop laughing. Yuho didn't stop and uttered that it turns out that he was only practicing the 3-part stride technique on top of the snow. He can still clearly remember the shocked faces of the clinic disciples, and the young master made such a big fuss, thinking he had achieved the unperceivable snow gliding. The protagonist is pissed off because Yuho is enjoying this way too much. After that day, Chunhee acquired the nickname of the young master of the unperceivable snow gliding. Later, Yuho asked if this was the correct shape, and the protagonist affirmed, but he couldn't understand how he was so good at drawing them. Then he instructed him to make that part a bit smaller, and Yuho inquired if that would do. The protagonist is in the process of making medical record books, and even though his master helped him out with many of the parts, he is the one who needs to add the finishing touches. The protagonist tells Yuho that he is drawing it right, and soon, he ultimately draws the structure of the heart. The protagonist looked at them and was astounded, wondering how he was drawing them more concisely and thinking while using a brush than when he used a pencil. This makes him wonder if there is anything that General Yu is incapable of doing. Yuho sighed and replied that he was incapable of saving his master's life. This startled the protagonist as he could feel a deep meaning behind these words. He inquired if there was some specific reason for this, as he had noticed that he was always very loyal to the master. Yuho put the brush down and uttered that he didn't think the young master needed to know about it. However, he's sure his young master is exceptionally talented in martial arts. Even though his body has only been trained to be compatible with up to 4 elements, he has already had his enlightenment with the 5th frost element. The protagonist is startled because Yuho is trying to change topics again, and now that he thinks about it, he is always this way. He wondered why he tried to change the topic whenever he tried to learn more about him, and he was making him feel competitive. So, he annoyingly asked him why he was talking about him all of a sudden when he was just curious about the relationship between the two of them, and Yuho sighed on hearing this. The protagonist knows he isn't a villain with a major role in the novel, like the Phantom Archer who persistently bothers Chinma. In the novel, Yuho is nothing but a side character, and naturally, the book doesn't contain much information about him. Yuho thought that his young master was too interested in him and inquired if his threat to kill him was not enough for him. He has heard that there are people in this world who enjoy being tormented. The protagonist couldn't believe that he was looking at him like he was a crazy guy. Yuho laughed, asking him what he was doing, and clarified that even if he did succeed in digging out information from him, he wouldn't be able to take on more work than he already had. He asked the protagonist if he realized the amount of work he had given him was enough to make 9 people collapse from overworking. The protagonist thinks it is hard to believe, even if he says that because Yuho's face tells him he isn't even a little tired. It is always a mystery to him where this guy got the energy to do so much work simultaneously. In addition to the position of the first nurse in the Miram world, he is also the manager of a medical department. This is equivalent to the position of an assistant professor of a lab, the illustrator for these medical record books, and the engineer for medical equipment. That is not all. But all of this is in addition to his original job as the general, the protagonist, and his master's assistant. Therefore, he doesn't want Yuho to think he has given up. He still hasn't forgotten what he did when showcasing his technique in front of the head of the strength department. The protagonist clarified that he is not trying to dig up information to give him more work. Since it looked like Yuho and the master had been working together for a very long time, he was just wondering about the position of the master disciple. Yuho inquired if he was sure he was just curious as the master disciple, or if that was a curiosity that he had as a doctor who wanted to save more lives. The protagonist said none of those, he just wondered because they would work together for a long time. Yuho understood this and clarified that if he doesn't end up killing him after he fails to treat a patient, they will undoubtedly be working together for a long time. The protagonist couldn't believe that he was threatening him when he was a mere background character, so he asked him if he would kill him. Yuho inquired if he thought he would let him live after overworking him like this. He felt his young master probably didn't want to admit it, but he believed he was showing quite a bit of generosity toward him. He supposed that might be because he is letting him live for now, and he guessed he has become accustomed to his threats now and inquired if he wanted a bit of his killing intent. The protagonist couldn't believe that he was talking about killing intent just because he was taking on the work of 9 people. Yuho doesn't think that his young master would have done this regardless, and that is because the young master has no sympathy for others' workload. The protagonist was astounded by this and wanted him to make at least it sound nice by saying that he put in his utmost effort and used any means necessary to save a patient's life. Yuho thought that was a great reason, so he wanted to pretend that was the case. But from the evidence, the young master was training very hard, and that was the only thing holding him back from killing him. The protagonist realizes that if he gives him more work, then he really will end up doing something bad. Yuho wondered if he had asked about the relationship between him and the master. The protagonist is glad because he thinks Yuho likes talking about it. Yuho laughed and confirmed that it was because he was just bothered by the young master, so he was telling him so he wouldn't bother him anymore. The protagonist inquired what it was, and Yuho uttered that he had gratified a lesser being favor and grudges. The protagonist wonders what he means, and Yuho thinks that no matter how insignificant they look to humans, even lesser beings have their grudges and favors toward others, and the master has gratified one of them. The protagonist thinks for a while and knows that lesser beings are things like animals and plants, so he wonders why Yuho calls himself a lesser being. Yuho smiled, then stood and inquired if he was curious, and the protagonist affirmed because he was. Yuho thought this was great, so he hoped he would become ill from stressing himself about his curiosity, which infuriated the protagonist. Yuho clarified that no matter how hard he tried to convince him, he wouldn't tell him anymore, so he would only tell him right before he killed him. The protagonist realizes that he wants to keep his secret, which is why he does not tell him when he dies. Yuho starts working and tells the protagonist that he can fail to treat a patient if he is curious. The protagonist is astounded as he realizes he is good at slyly avoiding the question. He found this frustrating, so he wanted to end it. He was scared of what he would say if they continued this. Yuho smirked because that meant that he won, which annoyed Chen-hee, so he wanted him to shut up and get to work, because after the liver is the spleen. Chen-hee knew winning against him with words was tough, so he wanted to ensure he saved away until he could not move anymore. He furiously told him that he couldn't do that part like that. Yuho doesn't want him to take his anger out on him because he told him to do it this way earlier. The protagonist couldn't believe that he was blaming things on him now. The making of the medical record book and the education using the books were progressing smoothly. Those who were educated with Chen-hee's knowledge were opening their eyes to a whole new world. Teaching Chen-hee knowledge from a book will be possible within a few years. When that happens, the White Dragon Clinic may become the world's most excellent clinic and dominate this world's medical system. 1 month later, the protagonist rushes somewhere, even though it is cold. He saw something astounded on his way because this almost looked like an early mid-20th century surgery room. The protagonist supposed this is the beginning of his journey as the head of a medical department. The winter was deepening, and that day was the day of the first surgery after Gakyeon's surgery was scheduled. This patient came there after going through the proper procedures and health examinations, unlike the phantom archer who suddenly barged into the clinic, begging them to treat his daughter. The protagonist wore his gloves, and finally, all required preparations were done. The patient has acute appendicitis, and some of the people were glad to see that this is the surgery room, which looks pretty impressive. Another man is great because they will finally get to see the young master's rumored surgery skills. The protagonist is surprised that the surgery room is too full. Whatever the case, he decided to start the surgery now and asked if everyone had checked the patient's medical records, and they affirmed. The protagonist takes a sigh and tells Yuho that he will be in his care. The protagonist puts his hand on the patient's body and is amazed because he never thought he could sense the patient inside using his kai. He has practiced these techniques many times after learning from his master, but it never fails to amaze him every time. After looking, he gets worried because it is in bad shape, as he expected. Usually, it would be difficult for the patient to stay alive without antibiotics. The protagonist will be performing an appendectomy to treat the condition named acute appendicitis. It is a condition where one appendix becomes blocked up, creating holes in that area, and after that happens, the inner contents of the intestines spill out and contaminate one's body. According to the medical records, the patient started having stomach pain about 5 days ago, and they don't know when the hole in the appendix was created. However, the patient still had a lot of vitality, so he guessed this patient had quite a bit of kai. After he incised the location, blood oozed out, and everyone found this smell disgusting. The protagonist explained it because everything inside the intestine spilled out when the holes were created in the appendix. Abruptly, the protagonist worriedly instructed them to do hemostasis absorption, and Yuho immediately started using his skills. Everyone gathered to witness the surgery was shocked to see this, and the protagonist was glad because the bleeding stopped and all of the spills were absorbed. After that, he commanded another assistant to do organ extraction, and he immediately grabbed the intestine. He wanted to wash the organs until they were completely free from the spills and started washing them. Baek-rin is amazed because his disciples always amaze him, and he has such fast and precise hands. Furthermore, he has terrific concentration and sutures while avoiding all the arteries. After some time, he completely sutures the wound. While returning, Byung-sa laughed because, as he expected, it was pretty impressive. After witnessing it, Gok-man was more amazed at Chin-hee's skills. She thought it was imposing, and she didn't know even the great surgical master of the 3 great clinics could use those kinds of surgery techniques. Byung-sa is also impressed because he never thought that Kid would open the patient's belly, wash up the organs, and suture them back inside the body. He believed that the patients usually die the moment their organs are extracted from their body, no matter how fast they are put back inside. The master of chiropractors said that the patient could extend their life for a certain amount of time, but full recovery is impossible if they are not a matter of the zenith rank. Furthermore, even if they were a master of the zenith rank, if the wound is fatal, they cannot avoid death. Byung-sa agreed because they could die after suffering from a high fever, and because of the holes in their appendix, they will have trouble even when eating and excreting waste from their body, so it's only a matter of time until they die. The chiropractic head asked the acupuncture department head what he thought would happen to that patient. Byung-sa clarified that he thought this would be the case for that patient because they were sutured perfectly and had minimal bleeding, but they would have to wait and see for themselves. Since they couldn't lower their fever completely with only the existing internal injury treatment pills, he wondered if they could completely lower it. Gok-man knew that the young master did his part of the job, so the rest was up to her. On the other hand, the protagonist lies on his bed, and as he expected, he still lacks many things. He especially needs a suction machine and antibiotics because he can't perform surgery without being able to see what is going on. Since not many martial arts practitioners can use telekinesis, he can't use it on many patients. So, if he doesn't have antibiotics to use after finishing the surgery, then it will cause infection. The protagonist found it frustrating because he could only use a portion of his skills with so many limits. There are many other problems, but the one that worries him the most is his master's health condition. Therefore, he needs to prepare himself beforehand, but there is no way for him to know what could happen to his master's health during the surgery. While he was pondering, Baek-rin asked him if he was inside and then barged in. The protagonist is startled at seeing his master and clarifies that he was pondering about the way he could have made the present-day surgery better. Baek-rin wanted him not to push himself too hard because the heads of the other departments were making a fuss about it like it was some festival. And yet Chin-hee's face looks like he went through such a harsh time, and he gently pats his head to appreciate him. The protagonist thought that was because his master's life was on the line. He really likes his master's big and cold hand that pats his head, and he feels like he could do anything if he could warm up this cold hand, but he is still lacking in many ways. After some time, he told his master he wanted to create something new. Baek Rin is sure that he told him there is no need to be so impatient. However, Chen-hee clarified that he needed to cure master because, at this rate, he would soon reach his limits. Baek Rin smirked, asking if that was the case and then what he wanted him to do for him. The protagonist thinks that his master needs to let him borrow Yu-ho. Baek Rin is startled to hear that he wants him again, and Chen-hee clarifies that he wants to create a penicillin. Meanwhile, Yu-ho couldn't understand why he wasn't getting the chills and was aware of his fate until then. Baek Rin is startled upon hearing about penicillin and wondering what it is. The protagonists explained that it is something called antibiotics, and they hinder the growth of malignant microorganisms by using substances created by another microorganism. This would, in turn, cure the bacterial infections in the person's body, and his master is amazed because that sounds very practical. The protagonist clarified why he needs a culture room. He wanted to ensure that Yu-ho was the first nurse in the Miram world and the fairy of the culture room. After undergoing many surgeries, the protagonist realized that although the Kai is an incredible power, it has limitations. That is why he has been considering creating them so that he could solve that problem. Baek Rin is amazed at discovering this, thinking that he did well. He clarified that he would make sure Yu-ho would come to him whenever he asked for him, but he wondered if that would be enough. The protagonist affirmed that he would tell his master that Yu-ho was very talented, so just having him by his side would greatly help him. Baek Rin is somewhat jealous of Yu-ho since he can learn Chen-hee's knowledge while working alongside him. He thought he would have done that if his body allowed him to. The protagonist refuses to tell his master he needs to focus on maintaining his health. He is sure that his master must have realized during the appendectomy that surgery is a hazardous type of treatment. Therefore, if something unexpected happened to his master during the surgery, he could do anything. Baek Rin agreed, and he is sure that must be why there is a time limit to surgery. The protagonist is startled because of the time limit problem during surgery and in the patient's daily life. Because their daily life is almost like an explosive mine, and they don't know exactly when it will explode. He requested his master to stay healthy until then, and Baek Rin agreed to promise that to his little doctor. Later, Chen-hee told Yu-ho he had more work for him. The penicillin development began after the work to create a culture room was assigned to Yu-ho. Penicillin is a type of B-lactam antibiotic extracted from penicillium molds. Fungi are sensitive to temperature, light, and humidity, and there are many cases where they fail to be cultured because a single condition out of many was not precisely met. Biology is different from mathematics, so even if he puts his utmost efforts into the culture plate, it will be all for naught if they decide not to be cultured. Therefore, he guessed that might be how mushroom farmers might have felt. Later, they were constructing the culture room as the protagonist instructed. Yu-ho told him he prepared it as he asked, but wondered if he was sure this was correct. The protagonist is surprised to see the pottery tank and thinks this is not bad. Furthermore, the clinic will act as the fermenter, which is correct since they need to use the wide essence of the 5 elemental techniques to keep the air flowing beneath these tanks. The protagonist smirked because, normally, this would be the work of a motor machine. However, he guesses that in the mum world, it's the work of the slave fairy in the culture room. Yu-ho knew he could control the wind essence without mastering the 5 elemental techniques. His master told him to do the culturing since he made the culture room himself. The protagonist knew that penicillium molds are very sensitive, but he knew it would be in good hands if he left it to General Yu. Yu-ho inquired about the next step, which would be after the fermentation had been completed. Chen-hee explained that they needed to find a clinic member who could wield the first essence of the 5 element techniques to freeze and purify the fermented water. The protagonist thought a pH of 3 to 5 would be enough, because the acid water they will be used in this process will need to have a pH of 2. But since there is no way for him to measure it exactly, he clarified that he plans to precisely quantify the amount of inner Kai and the purified water. Yu-ho supposed it would be a complicated process after hearing the details. The protagonist affirmed this because that will be, and clarified that after purifying them, they need to make them into the shapes of pills and store them in the most incredible place in the clinic. This is all there is to his plan, but there are too many potential anomalies other than the problem of controlling the quality of the penicillin. He doesn't know whether the antibiotics of the Earth will have the same effects on the people of this world. The creation of antibiotics using penicillium mold went smoother than Chen-He thought. Although there were some trials and errors, they were beginning to see results before the season was over. A month later, in the culture room, the protagonist is amazed to see the culture, and he guesses it worked. He prepared himself to wait for longer because he thought it would take twice as long as it did. Although he was pressured by the lack of time, it was pretty encouraging to see the results. The protagonist realized that the 5 elemental technique is fantastic because it could help in training, research, and development. For the past month, he had been working every single moment he was awake, but his brain didn't give out on him. It improves his memories and helps him get higher quality sleep. The protagonist did know that living a busier life than he did when he was a trainee would increase his inner cultivation speed by this much. He looked at the culture and guessed being young was a beast because the recovery is as tough as his brains work very efficiently, and he doesn't even need glasses to see clearly because he is so young. They say that once a person masters inner cultivation, their aging rate will decrease, and according to Chen-He's luck, he may even become younger than his current self. The perfect example for this would be his master, but he doesn't exactly know his age. But he should be around the same age as the leader of the Cloud Dragon Secure Delivery Base. His master's age is that of a senior, but his face is that of a man in his 20s. Suddenly, Yu-Ho arrives, asking the protagonist if he is satisfied because his face tells him he is pleased with the result. The protagonist is startled to see him there, and Yu-Ho inquires if this is what he calls penicillin. He wondered what kind of medicine it needed for such a large-scale production, because, from what he saw, they looked like alchemy tools from the western region. The protagonist is startled upon hearing this and inquires if there is alchemy in the western region. Yu-Ho affirmed, but not many people knew about it in the Hua Empire as it is similar to, but very different from, their pill creation technique. In the East, it's part of their secret arts, which they call magic and sorcery. The protagonist is stunned because the novel only mentions that there are foreigners living in that region. But there weren't specific details about it, so he doesn't know much. Yu-Ho never thought Chen-He would know that alchemy exists in the western region. It brings him to question himself since he created something using a technique similar to alchemy. Chen clarified that he didn't know about that and was curious about Yu-Ho, who could create something like this within a single day. Yu-Ho gets startled, telling him that he is always like this, and utters that he doesn't doubt the young master's skills anymore. So, he asked what more they needed to do now and thought it would be great if he could explain to him what these pills do. The protagonist tried to explain that he guessed that, in the sense of this world, he could call it some limited panacea. Yu-Ho is startled to hear this and asks if something like that exists. The protagonist is sure he might be doubting its effects now, but maybe that will change once he sees what it does for him. He asked Yu-Ho what he would do and explained that he would perform an experiment step by step. At night, the protagonist is reading about syphilis. Even though there are many possible causes of this disease, it is most commonly caused by infection from sexual contact. On Earth, the disease originated from the West Indies and spread to Europe when Columbus's party was infected during their great expedition. From there, it spread out to the rest of the world, and at least that is what was believed to be true when he was learning about it. However, there has been recent evidence that suggests the disease may have existed in Europe for at least 100 years before Columbus' expedition. So, its origin remains unknown yet again, but whatever the truth might be, it doesn't matter to me. The issue at hand is finding a treatment for syphilis. The patients in this era were often treated using violent toxins mixed with mercury, but not only did it fail to treat the illness, but the patients often died painful deaths due to mercury poisoning. So, in other words, this is an incurable disease currently. The next day, the protagonist saw some people at his clinic and inquired if they were the people from the Hao clan. Yu-Ho affirmed they were and inquired if he had heard about them. The protagonist refused as he really didn't hear, but he had the basic gist of what they were. Yu-Ho elucidated that it is a clan that is a part of the chaotic factions in the Miram world, and they are often in charge of running brothels and liquor shops. They are a larger group than Chen-He might think since liquor exists everywhere humans live, and the clan's branches are located wherever people gather. No matter how noble a person may be, their mouth becomes as light as a feather with a few drinks. and the members sometimes sell the information they get out of drunk people, or sometimes they send out spies to expand their area of influence. The protagonist knew he was right because now he remembered that most of the Hao clan members were born wanderers without an actual home. Because they were part of the chaotic factions, no overarching rule gave their lifestyles, meaning they lived isolated from the rest of the world. However, a minority of them make their way in life and become spies for higher officials. Yuho asked that since the patient's syphilis had arrived, they meet their leader. Abruptly, some ladies came there and were pleased to meet him personally. Chen-hee is dumbfounded because now that he looks at them, it seems like their disease symptoms have progressed quite a bit. He said that he was pleased to meet them as well and requested that they take a seat. Since syphilis heavily damages their skin, they probably had no choice but to wear thicker makeup. He thanked them for coming all the way there, but the lady clarified that they were just thankful that he was considerate toward people like them. Chen-hee was planning to prescribe the medication in the clinic below the mountains and inquired if there was a reason that she chose to climb all the way up there. The lady clarified that she didn't want him to witness the filth below the mountain. After all, simply knowing something as filthy is very different from actually witnessing the filth. The protagonist is a bit disappointed because even if she is part of the Hao clan, she doesn't have to belittle herself that much. The lady wanted to say he is quite an oddball because he has gathered filth for his medical techniques. The protagonist could sense that she was still skeptical of him, and he guessed it was understandable considering the situation she was currently in, but it was an unfortunate misunderstanding. The protagonist coughed, telling her he didn't mind her being skeptical of whether he could cure her disease, but he would try his best regardless. Both of them were startled by this, as they had heard that the disciple of the White Dragon godly doctor was a very odd person, and he was proving it correct. Furthermore, he is neither showing sympathy toward them nor looking down on them, which makes it harder to tell his true intentions because he is acting bland. The lady believed they hadn't introduced themselves to him yet and clarified that her name was Manhwa. Then she introduced the person behind her, her younger brother, and his name is Mu-wo. They led the members of the Hao clan who were there that day together. The protagonist is startled, asking them if both of them have symptoms of syphilis. Mu-wo affirmed and clarified that there were some differences, but they were infected around the same time. Upon hearing this, the protagonist is startled and tells them he understands. After some time, the checkup was completed, and he instructed General Yuho to show them their way to the ward. Manhwa had lived her entire life with a brother, but it was her first time seeing a child like that. Mu-wo thought his sister was joking around too much with the white godly dragon doctor disciple, and she wondered if he thought that way. They were born into a poor family, so the siblings were sold off to the Hao clan at a young age. Hao clan recognized their talents and put their utmost attention into helping them develop such talents. They once rose to the position of a leader in a branch of the clan, but after developing symptoms of syphilis, they lost their position. Manhwa thought it was time for him to tell that child he was infected. Mu-wo is sure that she knows what happens to syphilis patients in the Hao clan, and if he is not there for him, then no one else will take care of her. He thought that both of them would have been fine if they ran away together after he told her about it. Manhwa is sure that he knows there is nowhere for them to go after they run away because their parents told them to treat the Hao clan like their new home. They helped them get to the Hao clan even after they ran away from them, and she asked him if he thought the clan would send them off with a farewell. As the cool wind breeze, she spread her arms because it felt so refreshing, and her brother asked if she thought what the young master said was what he truly meant. Manhwa didn't want him to get his hopes high because he probably didn't mean it, and all they needed to do was let him use their bodies and steal information from him. They were there to investigate the White Dragon Clinic and the young master of the surgical department. Because of his reputation and his medical skills, it would be acceptable even if they can't understand his weakness. The request is simply a request, so Mu-wo wanted her to focus on treating her disease. Manhwa looked at him and uttered that it isn't called an incurable disease for nothing, so he wanted him to stop worrying about her and go off to do what he wanted, but he was reluctant. Mu-wo thinks it is doubtful, but if the young master can successfully treat her, then it's great. Manhwa remembered her past, and she knew that she was naive because holding high hopes for something improbable is a foolish thing to do. However, she liked the young master's eyes, and Mu-wo liked that as well. That is because he didn't ask too many questions, didn't try to dig into too much detail, and looked at them like they are nothing more than his patients. Mu could tell that he was only thinking about his work. Manhwa agreed because the young master looked at them like they were his fellow humans, and she liked his indifferent looks. She is sure that normal people would see each other with such eyes. Suddenly, her condition started deteriorating, which worried her brother. She thought she talked a bit too much, but her throat felt like it would rip apart. Mu is worried that her condition is getting worse day by day, so he wants her to hurry up and get on his back. He wanted to head back to the ward immediately, so he wanted her to hold it in for a bit longer, and then he would call for a doctor. He knows that he is being selfish, but he hopes she stays alive at least until next year. Meanwhile, the protagonist is worried about discovering that she collapsed and supposed she must have been worn out after coming all the way there. She wonders why she wasn't taking a rest. He worriedly rushed toward her ward, realizing she was quite bothersome. Later, while the protagonist inspects Manhwa, her brother is worriedly waiting outside. The protagonist gets worried about seeing rashes all over her body, which means she must be feeling as if her limbs are getting ripped off. He is confident that this is the third stage of syphilis, and there is a possibility that it has already spread to her nervous system. Even though it is in the third stage, as long as it isn't neurosyphilis, it can be treated by intramuscular injection. However, it would be different if it already spread to her nervous system. After some time, she started breathing painfully, which made him wonder if the pain had calmed down a little. Manhwa affirmed, telling him it felt less painful now, and asked him if he could recover. She knew it would be very difficult to cure even for Chinhir because it is called an incurable disease. The protagonist opened the drawer to get the syringe, and he thought she could move around normally, so he wanted to administer an intramuscular injection and observe her condition. He requested her to hang in there because he was sure it would work out well, so he wanted to do their best and not give up. Manhwa realizes he is different from the other doctors, who only click their tongues at her. Later, at the surgical department, the protagonist is aware that this will be a marathon from that moment onward. While observing the patient's conditions, he wanted to administer the medical pills to them at the right time. Furthermore, he will need to make sure he keeps observing them in case of sudden condition changes, and he also needs to collect data. He isn't certain that the antibiotics he created in this world will have the same effects as they did on modern Earth. He needs to consistently record the data on the patient's conditions and any side effects. Abruptly, Gokman knocked at the door, and she saw that he was progressing well. He was glad to see her there, and she wanted him to tell her if there was anything that he needed. The protagonist told her that she had already been a great help to him, and he was deeply indebted to the herbal medicine department. However, Gokman was indebted to him because, thanks to him, many patients' conditions have improved. This makes her think that it may be possible to cure an incurable disease solely with the power of humans. The protagonist laughed and told her that they had to see this. Gokman clarified that the other clinic members were overjoyed because the patients were getting better, and it seemed that the young master was still hard on himself as always. Furthermore, she thought once the medicine was completed, it would be better to change its name to something more manageable than penicillin. The protagonist wondered why that was the case, and she clarified that she didn't see any reason for the name of the medicine to be so difficult to remember. She was sure the other members shared the same sentiments, so she thought it would be better if its name were easier to remember. The protagonist laughs and is sure everyone must struggle to remember the name. Gokman looked at him, smiled, and wondered where a talent like his came from, and she finally understood why the clinic leader was very fond of him. After that, she requested him to continue what he was doing as she had just visited him since she was passing by this area. The protagonist affirmed and thanked her for her hard work, and he is glad that the herbal medicine department exists. Later, he checks a patient who heard that Chen He made this medicine himself. The protagonist instructed him to stay quiet because he was now checking his pulse. After checking his pulse, the protagonist realizes that he has congenital syphilis and has been infected since he was inside the uterus. The protagonist knew that if a baby showed symptoms of syphilis as a newborn, then there was nothing that could be done using the medical technology of this era. There are also a number of cases where the symptoms show up after they have grown up, and they would live on while fighting against the disease. Putting aside the scars that cover half of his face, he has already gone blind in one eye and deaf in one side of his ear. The protagonist asked the child if he had ever learned martial arts, and the child refused. Chin-hee is surprised to know this because he could sense his inner kai flowing inside his danchin. The protagonist guessed his inner kai was flowing inside his body now that his condition had improved after taking penicillin, and he asked him if he had ever breathed weirdly. The child remembered that whenever the pain from a fever got too severe, he found that breathing heavily with his belly inflated like this helped. The protagonist realizes that he cultivated his inner kai like this without being taught by anyone, so he thinks if this is true, then this child is a genius. The protagonist puts his hand on the child's shoulder and is startled to see that he is circulating his inner kai. The protagonist thinks it might be possible to take an elixir, but the child is unaware that he is doing this. Minor kai circulation is when one inner kai circulates in a small circle inside the body, and major circulation is when the inner kai circulates throughout the entire body. Mastering the kai circulation takes a considerable amount of time of training, even for martial arts practitioners. The protagonist asked the child if he said he had no name. The child affirmed, telling him that everyone in the Hao clan calls him Hey, some call him Hey over there, and the kids call him something similar. The protagonist thinks for a while and suggests that since he can't write his name down as what the others call him, he will devise a name for himself. The child gets excited, thinking that he will have a name, and Chin-hee thinks that in hopes that the heavens will help this child who has lived an unfortunate life up until now. Then, using the first characters of the phrase protection of the heaven and the god, he named that child Chinwoo. He told the child his name was Chinwoo, which means heaven and hell, and explained that heaven would protect him together. The child gets excited because his name sounds excellent, and Chin-hee inquires if he is willing to live somewhere other than the Hao clan. The child is startled to ponder it, and Chin-hee knows that with this much talent, he will achieve many things as a martial artist. The child happily uttered that he was fine with anywhere that he wanted to take him. The protagonist is glad to hear that, and is sure he must have been thirsty for love. The adults were indifferent toward him, and his fellow children beat him up, so he must have gone through a long period of abuse after he started showing symptoms of syphilis. Chin-hee knew he needed to ask permission from his master and the Hao clan first. A few days later, Manhwa is startled to learn that he wants to take that child in. The protagonist affirmed that he was sure he was treated well in the Hao clan. Manhwa thought that anywhere else would be better than the Hao clan, and his condition has significantly improved thanks to him. That child also has regained his lost hopes because of him, so she doesn't want the protagonist to worry as she will take care of it. Chin-hee wondered if that was all right, and she affirmed, telling him she would take care of everything. The protagonist happily laughed because now all that was left to do was persuade the master. After thinking for a while, he told them they could start preparing to return to the Hao clan. He smiled and told her that, thankfully, since her condition was getting better, he didn't think the disease had spread to her nervous system, and she was finally nearing a complete recovery. Manhwa is startled to hear that she is going to recover completely. Manhwa asked him with shock if that was true and asked him if he was sure. Manhwa is also startled, asking her brother if she hears him correctly. Manhwa affirmed, telling his sister he heard she was nearing a complete recovery. The siblings started crying, wondering if that was a dream, and Manhwa also couldn't believe it himself as they were saved. The protagonist is happy to see this, and he thanks him for saving his sister. The protagonist thought it would take a while for them to calm down. After they calmed down, the protagonist thought that he heard that the medicine could also increase one's inner kai, and he confirmed this with a patient by taking their pulse. Manhwa affirmed because she also feels that her danchin feels denser, and the protagonist is delighted to know that. Manhwa is grateful that she clarified that she will never forget his favor. She uttered that if she regains the position of the leader of a branch of the clan, then she is sure that she could help them in some way. Then she took an item out and wanted to give it to the protagonist as a small repayment for his favor. She knew that it didn't even amount to a small fraction of her debt to him, but she wanted to make sure to repeat the rest throughout her life. She told him that if he needed any information, he could assist him if he showed that plaything to the Hao clan. Manhwa told him that he is innately a hopeless person, so he doesn't have any loyalty to the Hao clan but wants to repay his debts. The protagonist gets startled, telling them he is alright, so they request him to get up. Manhwa wanted him to call him whenever he needed his assistance, and if he asked for the one without a moon to any branch of the Hao clan, he would come to find him. However, the protagonist does not want any of these and realizes that the two of them pledged their loyalty to him this way. In the White Dragon Clinic, a small banquet was held to celebrate Chen-He's successful treatment of the syphilis patients. Everyone happily congratulates their young master since he has accomplished a remarkable feat. They knew that the patients couldn't believe what had happened to them. The protagonist smiled, telling them it was all thanks to everyone's hard work in the clinic. The people never thought that the young master would manage to cure syphilis. They thought it wouldn't be possible. Another person agreed, thinking that Chen-He's medical skills are incredible. However, the protagonist is gloomy because he still couldn't save everyone out of 31 total patients. 3 of them had a different disease form, syphilis, which has similar symptoms. It wasn't Hansen's disease, which is called leprosy among the people in this region. He couldn't cure it because this bacterium is coated with wax, which provides protection against penicillin. Rifampicin antibiotics are required to interfere with its RNA synthesis. Even then, if the rifampicin antibiotics alone are used for treatment, the bacteria will develop immunity against it while the patient is being treated, so it must be used after being mixed with different kinds of antibiotics. Therefore, the protagonist knew that if he could successfully decompose and culture streptomycin, a treatment for tuberculosis, he would also be able to culture rifampicin. While he is pondering, his master taps on his shoulder and asks why he doesn't look pleased. The protagonist smiled, telling his master he still had a long way to go. Baek Rin gets worried for him, so he wants him not to rush things too much. Chen-He guessed that his master had already risen above any personal meaning in life and death, which is what is expected of a true martial artist, but he couldn't let this be because he needed to save his master. Abruptly, Baek Rin recalled that child named Chen-Wu and clarified that he was very talented as he said. But he didn't think his talent would fit in very well in their Yi Gao family, so he sent him to a proper martial arts sect. The protagonist wondered if, by the proper martial arts sect, what he meant. Baek Rin explained that the Wudang sect leader had been indebted to him in the past, so he didn't think he would refuse his request. Since the child is very talented, it makes even less of a reason for him to refuse to take him in and ask Chen-He for his opinion. The protagonist knows that the Wudang sect is in Hubei province, so it will be difficult to meet him once he enters the sect. Baek Rin clarified that they could see him for a while, but they would soon be able to once he progresses with his training. The protagonist is startled as he remembers that in the Wudang sect, a secret technique book is hidden behind the head of the statue of the creator of heaven and earth. When recalling the secret technique, he gets greedy and wants his master to send Chen-Wu off quickly. Baek Rin was startled because he wanted to delay sending him off as much as possible. While Chen-Wu was heading away, he told Chen-He that he had to visit him in the Wudang sect. The protagonist doesn't want him to worry because he's making his medical visit. He will need to check up on his condition, and he wanted him to be respectful toward the people in the Wudang sect. Furthermore, he doesn't want him to forget his daily recitation of the phrases that will help him erase his scars. Chen-Wu affirmed, telling him that he would be fine, so don't want him to worry about him too much. Chen-He saved and changed his life for the better, so he would be fine no matter what happened, and he wanted him not to worry. The protagonist is glad to learn that this kid is mature. Chen-Wu is a bit shy, but wants to ask the protagonist if he can treat him like his older brother. The protagonist gets thrilled on hearing this and inquires if he is saying that he wants to form a brotherhood. Chen-Wu affirmed, which makes the protagonist laugh because seeing a kid like him making such a serious face is funny. The protagonist agreed to his request, but inquired if he knew how important brotherhood is to a martial artist. Chen-Wu affirmed that he knows, even though he is not a martial artist yet. However, the protagonist has already formed a brotherhood with the Demon King Ha Ryun to form another brotherhood of his own will. The protagonist clarified that he already had a little brother and would let him into the brotherhood if he was fine with it. Chen-Wu worries about knowing he already has one and inquires if he saved his life. The protagonist affirmed, telling him he is a doctor as he knew, but he never knew that he had someone waiting to form a brotherhood with him. He wonders if he is allowed to do something like this because, in Murum's novel, he has never seen anyone recruit additional brothers into an already existing brotherhood, so he is unsure. The protagonist is sure that Ha Ryun would understand if he explained the situation to him since he is the older brother. Chen-Wu clarified that even if he doesn't allow it, he will always be his older brother by heart, so it is all right for him. The protagonist realizes that this kid's personality is completely different from the Demon King's, but they both take their debt to him for saving their lives. But he knew that the more subordinates he had, the better it was. After some time, Chenwu gets on the carriage, and the protagonist wishes him the best of luck. Chenwu had a request to ask him before leaving and uttered that he doesn't have a last name, so he inquired if he could call himself Jin since his brother is the one who named him. Chenhe is all right with it because it is not like it's a last name he inherited from his parents, so it has no familial roots. Chenwu got excited about learning this and thanked him for agreeing to his request. The protagonist wants him to promise that he will become the strongest of experts and assure him that they will see each other again soon. Chenwu agreed, assuring him that he would make sure to become a swordsman who didn't fall short of his expectations. Soon, they left, and the protagonist thought that the herbal medicine department's leader was right and that names were important. The protagonist decided to call the medicine the White Dragon Godly Pills, and he guessed he could call them the White Dragon Distilled Medicine when they are in a liquid state. He wanted the pills to be named after this place so that everyone in the world would know about the White Dragon Clinic. The White Dragon Godly Pills are known as a condition panacea, and because of his pills, the atmosphere of the entire clinic has brightened. In addition, a sense of competition has sparked among the members, which motivated them to train harder than usual. This increased the average skill of the members and even increased the culturing speed. However, unlike on Earth, penicillin is a money pit in this world. He needed 10 such members to create these pills, including 8 members who had mastered 3 elements of the 5 elemental techniques and 2 who had mastered the 5 elements. Although they are incredibly effective, they are also incredibly costly. The protagonist is glad to know that the pills cure the disease and help increase one's inner strength. This is amazing because he wouldn't have to worry about drug tolerance since it's very costly to make. Later, at the main office of the White Dragon Clinic, Yuho uttered that as expected of the direct pupil of the White Dragon's godly doctor. He guessed there was a reason why the White Dragon godly doctor, who is known for not taking in any pupil, took him in as one. Yuho explained that is what the people in the different clinics have been saying. Beek Rin understood, but he wanted to ensure that the information about the pills was kept confidential until they were able to manufacture the pills. Yuho affirmed, telling his master that he would proceed accordingly. However, the protagonist is sure that it is given that it will be kept confidential for a long time. As soon as the Hao clan syphilis patients arrive, the rumors will start spreading uncontrollably. Thankfully, all of the necessary preparations are complete, so all he needs to do is improve the skills he lacks. It's not far off that he will soon be able to save Yi Gao Ren, the godly white dragon who originally departed from this world early on in the novel. Soon, it is spring, the season in which life awakens, and Chenhe is living a more leisurely life after going through a hellish schedule. He checked several patients and then went to his next patient, who had surgery yesterday. While progressing, he is startled by the smell of something delicious and wonders what that is. He saw an old woman looking around in fluster and supposed she might be a patient's family member, so he wondered if she was lost. He rushed toward her and told her she needed to send a messenger pigeon through the regional medical branch if she wanted to come there. The old lady wondered why it was so complicated for her to visit her grandson. The protagonist is startled to discover about her grandson and tells her that if she gives her luggage, he will inspect it and deliver it to her grandson. The old lady furiously refused as he didn't want to hand it to him. The protagonist realizes that she is stubborn and clarifies that if she is spotted by a clinic member other than him, she would have had to leave without being able to deliver her gift. Furthermore, she can't bring outside food inside the clinic, because outsiders can't enter the clinic without a permission form from the regional medical branch, so he doesn't understand how she gets inside. The old woman is persistent, telling him she won't return until she can give this to her grandson. The protagonist tries to convince her, telling her it's not something that can be solved just by being stubborn. Suddenly, he noticed blood on her clothes, which worried him and annoyed the old lady as he dared to grab her wrists. The protagonist realized she was pretty intense and requested that she let him see for a moment. He looked closer at his elbow and realized it was broken. He inquired if she had fallen while climbing up the stairs. He looked at her, knew that she was bleeding as well, and supposed that the food must have been heavy for her. He couldn't believe that she had gone all this way to feed her grandson, who didn't even show up to greet his grandmother. He requested her to follow him because she needed to be treated first. He thinks he should tell the bamboo forest place to call for the grandson since they handle the visitors, and he needs General Yu-Ho's approval. The old lady agreed to follow him but wanted him not to pull her. Chen-hee knew it was hard for her to walk on her own, so he requested that she get on his back. The old lady refused, telling him that she could walk there herself. The protagonist is worried because she is bleeding and clarified that he listened to her stubbornness, so now she should also listen to him. The old lady realized he was also quite stubborn, so she got on his back and explained that her grandson's name was Du Hua-ju, and he was in the acupuncture department. The protagonist knew that the acupuncture department was known to be very busy, so he decided to treat her quickly and find her grandson. He started running, which worried her, and she wanted him not to run, but he didn't heed her attention. On his way, he ran into Yu-Ho, who asked her about the lady on his back. The protagonist explained that she brought some food for her grandson, but since she was injured, he took her to treat her. He told Yu-Ho that her grandson's name seemed to be Du Hua-ju, and Yu-Ho was startled by hearing this name. The old lady furiously asked the protagonist why he stopped, and the protagonist affirmed that he would move on. General Yu-Ho instructed him to take care of her and left quietly. The protagonist wondered what was wrong because he would usually inspect her multiple times and acted a bit strangely that day. This makes him wonder if he is remembering his grandma back in his home. The old lady yelled at him, telling him to keep going, and the protagonist rushed away. A few people saw this, and the man remarked that the White Dragon Clinic hadn't changed. Some clinic members were startled to see their outfits, realized they might be from the Hua-ju Clinic, and wondered why they had come there. Later, at the bamboo forest place, the protagonist brings the old lady there. Then, he requested that the man contact a patient named Hua-ju in the acupuncture department and tell him that his grandmother was there to see him. The man clarified that he would do as he said, but it would take some time since the acupuncture department is usually out and about. The protagonist thought it was understandable because there were probably more patients since it was almost the beginning of spring. The protagonist agreed to decided to leave the remaining up to that man. He went inside, telling the grandma that since she came all the way there, he would let her be fully treated and assure her that she would heal after some time. However, he wanted her to promise he would listen to him while he would listen to her stubbornness. The old lady admitted her loss since the person she was arguing with was a cute boy. This pleased the protagonist, and he requested her to raise her arms a little and wanted her to hang in there. The old lady never thought that a child like him was this skilled in treating a patient, and he had done a speedy and precise job. After thoroughly treating her injury, he covered the wound and ended his treatment. After some time, the old lady asked for his name, and the protagonist introduced himself. The old lady instructed him that someone shouldn't be too nice and hoped he understood. The protagonist clarified that he was not nice and wanted her to let him see her knees. After looking at her knee, he saw a lot of blood and asked the old lady if it hurt a lot. He wondered how long she had climbed the stairs, but the old lady didn't know. Chen-hee decided to take a look at her bone condition and started because even if she was injured this badly, her cartilage was fine. Since it was not oozing and hadn't festered yet, he knew that he just needed to treat the torn skin. So, he cleaned the wound and inserted a needle to treat it. The old lady asked him if he was not going to stitch it because she thought the whole dragon clinic was good at that. Chen-hee laughed and asked her if she was trying to do martial arts after she left. The old lady wondered how she could do this, so the protagonist clarified that this must be enough. On the other side, Baek-rin asked Yu-Ho if that person had arrived. Yu-Ho affirmed, telling his master they also sent people from the Hua-ju clinic. Since they cured Gak-yeon, the daughter of the Phantom Archer, they gave up on treating. It must have damaged their pride quite a bit. Baek-rin is annoyed since he had a bad dream the previous day, and now unwelcome visitors are there all at once. Yu-Ho explained that they said they came to see the patient, Gak-yeon, because they were worried about her. However, they wouldn't know since she has already fully recovered. Baek-rin is sure that they must be there to nitpick about it. Yu-Ho thought that if they refused to take them in, they would have that against them so that it wouldn't be a bad thing for them either way, which is why he let them see her. He is sure they should be checking up on her condition with their clinic member by now. He wanted to let the Phantom rather know about this as well. Baek Rin praised him for his good work, and is confident that it might be stressful for their members. Yuho knew that they would probably try to point out their fault in everything, so they needed to make sure there weren't any, but he didn't think he should step into this matter himself. Since it looks just like any other visit from another client on the outside, they need to act accordingly. Baek Rin agreed because that is not something significant, but what is more important is the person his pupil is meeting right now. General Yuho agreed because he never thought that person would visit him. Baek Rin supposed she might be curious about surgery, and Yuho wondered if they should let her be. Baek Rin clarified that she is not someone they can stop even if they want to. He thought they should leave her since she wanted them to do so. Later, the Huaju clinician asked them if they considered patients mere animals. White Dragon clinicians wondered how they could say such a thing. The Huaju clinician uttered that they used unverified medical techniques on her, so there is an N-word that could better describe what they think of their patients. The man argued that if he let them take care of her, they would have treated her within 20 days. The White Dragon clinician gets infuriated because they act like they could have easily cured her when they threw her away. They knew that the Huaju clinic's shamelessness was ridiculous, which was too much for them to tolerate. The Huaju clinician understands why the patients chose to go to the White Dragon clinic, but they weren't just lucky enough to make the patients trust them enough. However, they wondered how they would explain the fact that they used unverified medical techniques on her. The White Dragon clinician wanted them to watch their mouth because the patient was on the verge of death. Furthermore, the patient wouldn't even be alive if it wasn't for that surgical technique. The Huaju clinician wondered what he was saying because their clinic could have easily treated her. The White Dragon clinician explained that the patient had already shown them their response that they couldn't take her in as a patient and asked why they continued to avoid the truth. Huaju clinician explained that they said they wouldn't accept her, not that they could cure her, since their master was looking for ways to treat her after checking up on her condition. Gakyeon gets annoyed because they wouldn't like to stop lying and suppose the Huaju clinic must be upset. The impact this incident caused on the Miram sex must have been more significant than he had thought. The Huaju clinician wanted them to bring him there, and the White Dragon clinician wondered who he was talking about. Their clinic master isn't someone who needs to show up to trivial things like these. The Huaju clinician said he could never bring the White Dragon godly doctor himself and wanted them to bring his pupil there. The White Dragon clinic couldn't believe them, thinking they were ridiculous. The Huaju clinician thought that if they were confident, then there shouldn't be any problem with them bringing him there. After someone heard some noise at the door, they wondered what was happening. Soon, the Huaju clinic escort warrior was thrown in, and they got worried. Abruptly, the Phantom Archer furiously rushed inside, cursed the Huaju clinic, and wanted them to say that one more time. They get startled to see Phantom Archer, and Gakyeon is worried to see her father furious as well. The Phantom Archer is sure they don't realize what his daughter endured because of them. The Huaju clinician got worried, requested him to calm down, and inquired if he didn't know that murdering is strictly forbidden in clinics. Baek Wang wondered how they could tell him to calm down and clarified that if it were for his master, he would have met them in the afterlife by now. Since they were there asking for him to kill them then, he agreed to do as they wished. They all get worried about seeing this, and suddenly, the protagonist comes inside, requesting him to calm down. The Phantom Archer gets startled upon seeing his master, and as Chin-hee tells him they are inside the clinic and want him to calm down, he starts calming down a bit. The protagonist approached the Huaju clinician and requested that they not bring their grudges inside the clinic. After all of the mana of the Phantom Archer dissipated, the Huaju clinician sighed because they were saved. The protagonist looked at them and asked if they wished to see him. The Huaju clinician is startled to know this child is a pupil. The man heard he was quite young, but was expecting him to be this young. As they started looking at him with astonishment, the Phantom Archer instructed them not to try anything funny toward his master, and if they did, he swore on his title that he would not forgive them, which worried them. The protagonist requested the Phantom Archer not to do that, and he calmly agreed. The Huaju clinician is shocked to see this, wondering what's going on there because the tiger, like a Phantom Archer, is being tamed at the word of that child. The protagonist winked and then uttered that they were just there because they were worried about the patient, so they requested he not be like that. The Phantom Archer agreed, but he requested to let him stay there at least until the talk was over, which worried all of them. The protagonist is glad because things are looking great there, as the Phantom Archer going berserk was actually a good thing. The Phantom Archer warned them to be thankful to his master for still being alive right now. He warned them that if they dared to damage his master's reputation in any way, then he would behead them the moment they stepped out of the clinic. They get worried because the Phantom Archer has become stronger than before. However, the man remembers that the medicine master said he would need to use his innate Kai on top of his bodily Kai, which makes him wonder what happened. The protagonist approached them and inquired if they wanted to ask him something. Later, the protagonist explains the information about it, which is his secret techniques passed down from their forefather, so he can't tell them further. He explained that their forefather came from a faraway continent. His name isn't well known. They were all shocked to hear this because they still wanted to learn about it. The protagonist gets infuriated and tells them that his forefather's name is Hippocrates, and they wonder who he was. All the clinicians are startled upon hearing the name Hippocrates and wonder what that means. One of the clinicians heard that he was suffering from memory loss, so he wondered how he remembered it. The protagonist gets pissed off, affirms as he is right, and explains that although he has lost most of them, he still retains his memories about their forefather and the clan, and he is very thankful that he does. However, the Huiju clinician doesn't believe him and asks if he is not lying about this. The Phantom Archer furiously uttered that he might have lost his sense of fear, as he suspected that his master would live about his clan and the forefather. While conversing, one of the clinicians worriedly rushed there and started calling the protagonist. They looked back, and the lady explained that the White Dragon's godly doctor had ordered him to tidy up his appearance and go to him immediately. The protagonist wondered what it could be because if it's a patient, he would need to treat them, so he wondered why he would need to tidy up his appearance. The clinician explained that a Wanjia had arrived, which started all of them. The protagonist is astounded because he remembers that Wanjia is one of the imperial bloodlines who cannot succeed on the throne. The Phantom Archer immediately rushed toward her and asked if she was sure. The clinician affirmed, telling them that Wanjia had come. The Huiju clinician thought this was impossible because Wanjia is a frequent visitor to the Huiju clinic and supposed they had mistaken her for a different Wanjia. The White Dragon clinician clarified that it is impossible because no one would dare to mistake one Wanjia for another, so she is confident it's Wanjia. This shocked Huiju clinicians, and they wondered how this was possible. The protagonist is delighted to learn about Wanjia because this is almost like a VIP regular customer going to a rival business. Everyone in the imperial family in this world is a Fuxi's descendant. Fuxi, one of the three sovereigns, is the creation god of 10 ancient worlds who passed on the Bagua fire and livestock farming to humans. He birthed children into the human world to foster descendants, which became the present-day imperial family. The imperial family carries the surname Poon, and as the descendants of the god of creation, those with blood closely related to the god can use wind abilities. The hierarchy of the imperial family is organized according to two aspects. The first is the power of relatives, and the second is how closely their blood is related to their ancestors. Among the others in the imperial family, Wanjia was born with the most potent abilities and personally refused to succeed to the throne. She was born with two abilities, the ability to control the mass and the heat of every object she touches, and because it was scarce for one to be born with two abilities. Despite having no robust relatives, she overcame the pressure from the 8 princes and princesses. She is the definition of a human slaughterer and the dragon that protects the throne. Therefore, the protagonist is astounded to know that kind of person came to a place like this, but wonders why she would come there in the first place. He thought that she usually went to the Huiju clinic, and he guessed the Phantom Archer incident was a bigger deal than he thought enough to impact the imperial family. After some time, he exited his room, telling the clinician that he was ready. The clinician was glad and wanted to head to the clinic entrance because the body doctor was waiting for him there. Later, they were on their way and soon arrived, where everyone was gathered. The protagonist rushed toward his master and wondered what was going on there all of a sudden. He felt very strange because he never thought the entire clinic had been engulfed in nervousness. Beek Rin saw that he was glad he was finally there and instructed him to come that way. The protagonist looks at Yuho and gets worried, as everything is serious. After some time, they saw a carriage arriving at the White Dragon Clinic and realized that the Wanjia had arrived. The protagonist's eyes spread with shock after seeing that lavish carriage. Several men are carrying that carriage and soon enter the White Dragon Clinic. Chen-hee found it overwhelming and couldn't believe they were making people carry around that considerable palanquin. Furthermore, the force coming from each individual guard is very powerful. Shortly after, Yu-ho informed everyone that it was Wanjia, and Baek-rin instructed everyone to hail. The protagonist is startled to see all the clinicians hailing the Wanjia. Abruptly, Wanjia-ju came out, telling everyone to stop because she didn't have time for this kind of formality, and she looked at the protagonist who was bowing before her. Lord Ju Ha-pong approached them shortly while carrying someone injured with them. The protagonist is startled, wondering if someone is being carried on a stretcher, so he tries to take a look at them, and supposed it must be a patient. Abruptly, the warrior asked about the master of this clinic and wanted him to come forth. Baek-rin stood and approached the patient, who was startled to see his deteriorating condition. He is surprised to know that it's a man who looks to be in his 30s and supposes he must have fractured his leg after falling off a horse. On top of that, it is an open fracture. Lord Ju Ha-pong accosted Clinic Master Yi Gao and requested him to treat him immediately. Later, that patient is in the treatment room moaning with pain, which worries Lord Ju Ha-pong. She asked Baek-rin about his condition, and he told her that, unfortunately, a complete reduction was impossible. The reduction in the Miram world is often called manual repositioning, and it is the act of using one's hand to put back the fractured bones into the correct place, like solving a jigsaw puzzle. Lord Ju Ha-pong inquired what could be done if a complete reduction was impossible. The protagonist now remembers an incident that he has read in the novel. Similar to other traumatic injuries, it's essential to treat fractured bones within the golden hour. So, he stepped forward and asked her how long it had been since his injury. The warrior explained that it had been about an hour since he had fallen off the horse, but wondered who he might be. Baek-rin explained that he was his direct pupil, which startled Lord Ju Ha-pong because she couldn't believe the young child was his disciple. The protagonist supposed it must have happened around this area since it happened about an hour ago. But it happened near the White Dragon Clinic, out of all places, and is slightly different from what happened in the novel. Since it is only an hour, they might be able to treat him. One of the clinicians from the Hua-ju Clinic suggested they must amputate him. Lord Ju Ha-pong couldn't believe they were telling her that he needed to get his leg cut off. Yu-ho gets infuriated because these people are useless and explains that they came there as their guests. He told them that this was the White Dragon Clinic treatment room, so he wanted the guests from the Hua-ju Clinic to leave immediately. The Hua-ju clinicians uttered that they were aware that it was only right for them to do so. However, the patient's guardian is none other than Wanjia, who has been with the Hua-ju Clinic for a long time. So, they followed her there, thinking they might be able to be of help. Lord Ju Ha-pong asked the members of the Hua-ju Clinic if they thought he needed to have his leg amputated. The Hua-ju clinician affirmed, telling her that a complete reduction might have been possible if the bone fragments were inside his body, but it's far too dangerous to do so with his current condition. Therefore, they had to amputate his leg to save the patient's life, which startled everyone. Baek-rin looked at the protagonist, and Chen-hee knew this was not right because the Hua-ju Clinic members were speaking up inside the White Organ Clinic. The protagonist is sure they will do anything to make Lord Ju return to the Hua-ju Clinic. Abruptly, the injured man accosted Wanjia, and she worried. She grabbed his hand and wanted him to speak. Rang clarified that he had chosen death over having to live his remaining life with only one leg. Wanjia-ju gets infuriated, asking him how he could say such a thing to her. Rang requested her to listen to his request not to amputate his leg and requested her not to take away the joy of his life. The protagonist is startled because this scene is undoubtedly different from what happened in the novel, and he wonders if there are any changes he is unaware of. He wondered if this was the butterfly effect or someone was plotting something. Since this incident is supposed to happen near the Hua-ju Clinic, and in the novel, Wanjia-ju ignored her husband's request and amputated his leg. For Yu Rangchen, who has lived his entire life as a dancer in a brothel, not being able to dance is worse than his death. He could live on despite his low status because Wanjia-ju adored him. After losing his leg, his vitality started to decline because he refused to eat or drink. After losing any reason to live, Wanjia-ju put herself in confinement, which endangered the throne, and that is how anarchy began. Chen-hee knew someone was plotting something and wondered what he should do. Abruptly, his master asked him for his thoughts on this and instructed him to check on the patient's condition thoroughly. The protagonist affirms, and on looking at it, he thinks even his master thinks amputating is the only way to save the patient. He approached the patient and requested Wanjia to excuse him momentarily, which startled her. After a while, the protagonist thoroughly inspected the patient's condition and told them it was possible to preserve his leg. Wanjia was startled upon hearing this and inquired what he was talking about. The Huaju clinician accosted Wanjia, wanting her not to be fooled by the White Dragon Clinic's wicked scheme. General Yu-Ho gets infuriated upon hearing this and inquires about what he just said. The Huaju clinician asked how it is not wicked to say there is a way to preserve the patient's leg, when amputating his leg is the only way to save his life. Wanjia ignored them, looked at the protagonist, and inquired if he could preserve his leg. The protagonist is fortunate because the patient's arteries haven't been damaged severely, and he tells her that he is sure his master agrees with him. He assured her that they could preserve it using the medical techniques of the White Dragon Clinic, but he could not wholly guarantee it, which worried Wanjia. The Huaju clinician shouted that he knew it because that child just said he couldn't guarantee it. Therefore, he is sure the godly dragon is manipulating his disciple to plot something. The protagonist gets infuriated by hearing him say that they are plotting something. Baek Rin stopped him and wanted his disciple to leave it up to him, which startled Chin-hee. Baek Rin uttered that no clinic would dare plot something in front of great Wanjia, but the choice is up to Wanjia. He uttered that if she amputated his leg, he was guaranteed to survive. However, he wanted her to realize that his life would be more difficult since he couldn't use his leg anymore. He may still be able to dance, but it would not be the same as before. With her husband earnestly pleading, Wanjia decided to let them try to preserve his leg. Even amidst the criticism from the Huaju clinic members, Chin-hee focuses on treating his patients without distraction. The White Dragon Clinic got busy with preparation for the urgent surgery. Soon, they were in the operating room, and firstly, Chin-hee needed to induce anesthesia. He wanted to gather some inner kai at the tip of the needle and insert it into his kai acupoint and rugged mound acupoint in that order. Acupuncture is sometimes used in the modern world to induce anesthesia, but no one would use it for a leg fracture, especially for an open one like this. After looking closely at the patient's leg, he is sure his arteries haven't been damaged badly. His peroneal artery is still intact, and his nerves aren't damaged as well. The protagonist is glad to discover this because luck is on his side. Later, Rang gladly expressed his gratitude toward him, saying he didn't have to amputate his left leg because of him. Rang remarked that he was very skilled, just like he had heard from the rumors. The protagonist uttered that he is overly flattered since he regards him too highly. Rang refused because that was not the case. Even though he was Wanjia's husband, he came from a humble background and requested that he be treated comfortably. The protagonist agreed to do that if he didn't mind, and he wondered what Wanjia saw in this person. The protagonist is sure that she realized it would be more beneficial for her to marry someone from a highly influential family. However, he guessed that Rang did have the looks, although he was not nearly as handsome as his master and seemed like a kind person. However, he is sure this couldn't be the reason why Wanjia fell for him. Rang asked him if he could live his life as a dancer, and the protagonist affirmed that he wanted to do his best to make it possible. The protagonist wonders how important dancing is to this man and realizes that he is exactly like what he read about him in the novel, although he doesn't know. He wondered why he was getting a different feeling from him as a doctor than when he was reading the novel. While returning, the protagonist thinks about his amorous smile that resembles a bright red flower. For someone who was screaming, "Doctor, please save his leg," just a few moments ago, it is odd how he is talking so casually to him with such a smile, which makes him suspicious. Abruptly, the protagonist wears his gown and decides to start with the cleansing. This is the second surgery that he is performing in this world, so even though it's only the second surgery, many valuable pieces of equipment are already in place. He started irrigating and washing the wound, then grabbed the scalpel and knew that the blood didn't reach the subcutaneous fat and fascia. Since these can easily become breeding grounds for bacteria, it is essential to get rid of them thoroughly if possible, so he wanted to go with debridement. Debridement is the process of or removing damaged or dead tissue from a wound. Therefore, he cut the wound, blood started oozing out, and he got a bit sweaty, so Yu-Ho wiped it. The protagonist is startled to see Yu-Ho wipe the sweat off his face. He is glad because he never thought he had to do that without having to say anything, and he is quite quick-witted. After a while, since they were done with the debridement, the next step was a temporary external fixation, so he accosted his master to do it. Temporary external fixation is a method of temporarily stabilizing the patient's body part using half pins. The protagonist kept instructing his master where to place those pins, and he did as he was instructed. Chin-hee is amazed at seeing this because his master has inserted the metal pins like he is stabbing tofu. Things were proceeding smoother than he thought they would, which was great for him. Now, he needs to keep watching the conditions of his soft tissue, maintain the temporary external fixation, and proceed to the second part of the surgery. Suddenly, Baek-rin noticed something and informed the protagonist that the patient's finger was moving. Chen-hee knew that this sometimes happens even with anesthesia and wondered if it is not the case for acupuncture anesthesia. The protagonist is startled as the patient moves his hand and gets worried. Yu-Ho immediately informed them that his pulse was increasing. The protagonist wondered how it was happening and if the patient was still conscious. Yu-Ho refused, telling him that the patient was unconscious. Abruptly, the protagonist is startled as all the tools start falling, and he wonders what is happening. Abruptly, the patient's condition started deteriorating, and he began having convulsions. Yu-Ho is worried because his entire body is convulsing, which startled the protagonist. Abruptly, the convulsions started getting worse with time, and he ferociously started moving his leg. Yu-Ho gets worried, wondering why that is happening suddenly, and he firmly grabs his hands to stop him. The protagonist is dumbfounded to see this, wondering what this is, and he is startled to see a shadow around the patient's body. Then he looked at Yu-Ho and realized his shadow was moving, shocking everyone gathered there. The pianist wondered what kind of technique this was and didn't think it belonged to the justice sex. While he was pondering, Yu-Ho accosted him, and Chin-hee started taking a look at the patient. He wondered if it was a medical complication, but this wasn't a symptom of the acute compartment syndrome. He wondered if this was an acute pulmonary embolism caused by fat, but he refused because that wouldn't be happening during a pulmonary embolism. He wondered if there was any problem near his heart and looked at the patient's movement. His limbs are moving like those of an epilepsy patient. He wondered why he wasn't conscious. Baek-rin instructed the protagonist to calm down because he thinks it's a disease that only exists in the Miram world. So, it is only natural for him not to know what it is just with his otherworldly knowledge. The protagonist is startled upon hearing this, and his master wants to take a look from there. He put his hand on the patient's chest and started inspecting his internal condition. Then he grabbed a large needle and pierced it into his body, after which the patient started coughing blood. The protagonist is startled to see his master using such a long needle and wants to stop him. Baek-rin instructed the protagonist that he must cut his stomach quickly. The protagonist wonders what he means, but after looking at the patient, it makes sense to him because, at this rate, the blood will clot his airway, and he will suffocate to death. After that, the protagonist makes an incision and is startled to see a huge worm in his body. He wondered what this realized might be a parasite, and wondered how a parasite could grow to such a size. The protagonist is startled to see the parasite's mouth attached to his stomach. Baek-rin accosted Yu-Ho, who affirmed his command, and then he pierced the giant parasite with his needle, grabbed it, and pulled it out. The protagonist and everyone else in the operating room are startled to see that. Yu-Ho immediately grabbed the jar, opened it, and his master put the parasite inside it, then closed the lid. They take a peaceful breath while everyone else is astounded to see this. After that, the protagonist looks at the patient with astonishment because the convulsion is stopped as if it never happened. However, he needed to suture his wound, and he immediately started suturing it. Baek-rin explained that this thing is an intestinal parasite called Go. So, if the host does not take the required medicine every 10 or 20 days, it goes rampant inside its host body. The protagonist is startled upon hearing this and wonders if the demon clan uses it. Baek-rin clarified that it is far inferior to those used by the demon clan, as it belongs to the evil sect. This parasite is used explicitly by some branches of the Hao clan when they send out a spy. The protagonist is startled to learn that his patient is a spy from the Hao clan. Later, the protagonist completes the surgery, and Yu-Ho thinks they should let Wanjia know about this. Baek-rin agreed as he was right because trying to hide something like this from here would be treason. That is why getting too deeply involved with the imperial family affairs is not a good idea. Baek Rin knew it would be different if they didn't know about it, but now that they do, there is no avoiding it. The protagonist clarified that this is only the first surgery and the patient needs to go through another one after some time of recovery. Baek Rin is startled to know he needs another surgery after this one. Chin-hee explained that the patient required time to recover his damaged soft tissue. So, if they leave it off like this, there will be a high possibility of him developing after effects and medical complications. However, the problem is that they can't predict how fast his soft tissues will heal since he has practiced martial arts before. So, if he receives it fast enough, they can remove the temporary fixation device. So, if they get straight to the surgery, it will save the patient's life and his leg, but he doesn't know if Wanjia will allow that. Later, Baek Rin is in Wanjia's room, bowed before her, and explains everything, while the protagonist is taking care of the patient, and he wonders why the novel was written like that. Everything in it is bound to be centered around the character who is narrating the story. So, that means that what he knows from the novel is the story of Wanjia Ju's husband from the perspective of Wanjia herself. Still, the protagonist knew that everything written there was still the truth. However, he couldn't tell if this entire thing was planned out beforehand. He doesn't know if Rangchen is a spy from the Hao clan, and his goal from the beginning is to marry Ju Ha-pong, one of the Wanjia. The protagonist knew that it was definitely possible, considering how the Hao clan usually acts. They expand their influence through their liquor stores and use every means they can, even illegal ones, to earn money and information. It is their highest source of income. Back when Wanjia Ju was called by her name Ju Ha-pong, the ongoing succession battle among the imperial family was very intense. So, if they wanted to, they would have ordered him to prostitute himself to gather information, but he refused to do so. The protagonist remembers that Rangchen is depicted as ready to face death in the novel, but he couldn't tell if it was because he was afraid that Wanjia Ju would kill him out of curiosity. He supposed it might be because he feared the Hao clan would kill him instead. After some time, Baek Rin entered the room, and Chin-hee greeted his master, telling him that there was something he wanted to ask him. Baek Rin uttered that the Go and the Zhang who have different effects and live under various conditions, but there is one thing that all of them share in common. The protagonist wondered what it was, and his master explained that all Go grow by feeding on their host's inner Kai. Because of that, it's challenging to detect them just by checking their host Kai veins, and if the parasite can be detected that way, it doesn't qualify to be called a Go. Chin-hee agreed because it made sense that all of the spies in the justice and evil sects would have been discovered if that had been possible. Baek Rin looked at the parasite and could tell by its size and color that it must have been residing inside his body for quite a while. He is sure that they probably fed this to him when he was very young, but it is not nearly as lethal and painful as the ones used in the evil sects. However, if the person does not take the required within a certain period, it can cause the host to develop anorexia. The protagonist remembered from anorexia that Rang was grieving over the fact that he couldn't dance anymore and starved to death, and another puzzle piece was put together. Later, Rang gained consciousness and was startled to sense an incision in his belly. He asked them if the surgery was finished already. The protagonist rushed toward him since he was awake and requested him not to exert himself. He further explained that they found a Go hiding inside his body, so unfortunately, they had to cut open his belly and ask if he was all right. Rang pulled his blanket, looked at his belly, and wondered if they found out. He looked at the protagonist furiously and started biting his tongue. The protagonist gets worried about seeing that he is trying to commit suicide by biting off his tongue. Then he punched him, telling him that he wouldn't let him die and make him cough. The protagonist couldn't understand why these Miram people kept trying to commit suicide. He furiously put a roll in his mouth, wondering what these people had taken their lives for. Rang kept resisting, trying to kill himself, but Chen-hee requested him to calm down because he was on his side. But Rang furiously grabbed his hand. Chen-hee knew that there was no way someone who grew up trained to be a spy for the Hao clan would trust someone this easily. However, the good thing is that he doesn't have much energy since he just woke up after the surgery, but once he regains his vitality, he will use any means to try to commit suicide. He was performing surgery on himself without being able to eat, drink, or sleep, and the temporary external fixation device that he used this time is a masterpiece he is proud of. So, the protagonist wonders if he thinks he would let him commit suicide after he went through so much to save him. Later, everything in the room is disoriented, and the protagonist is a bit exhausted because of the continuous struggle. He furiously asked Rang if he knew how many doctors they had in this place, so that no matter how hard he tried to commit suicide, they would make sure to save him. Above all, he asked him if he ever thought how Wanjia would feel if he passed away and wondered what he would do if she fell ill with grief. Rang took out the roll from his mouth and told him that Wanjia wasn't such a weak-minded person. Chin-hee clarified that she would suffer for eternity thinking of him, which left Rang speechless. While conversing, the protagonist noticed that he was bleeding, so he wanted to see his wound and warned him not to think of trying that again. Rang explained that after a long period of secretive effort, he had finally gotten his hands on a nostrum that could kill the ghost side of his body. So, he was sure that he had killed it, and was confident that he was free from it, but wondered just how that happened. The protagonist inquired if he killed the Go to try to get away from the Hao clan, and he could only imagine how difficult it was. Rang affirmed, but he realized that the nostrum wasn't entirely effective. The protagonist supposed that the nostrum must have put the Go into anabiosis instead of killing it off. It must have regained vitality due to the White Dragon's godly pills because they provide a lot of Kai to the body. He thought that if such an injury incident happened to the person affected by a Go, then it was most likely not an accident. So, he asked Rang if he really fell off of a horse because, judging from his bruises, it was possible, but he still had doubts. Chin-hee is sure that the horse must have been pretty well trained, so it is unlikely that it would act like that. He assumes the incident is somehow related to the Hao clan, but he refuses to say anything. He guessed that was just the nature of the criminal organization and was sure that if Wanjia found out he had been working as a spy, the Hao clan would burn down to ashes. Therefore, in order to survive, they must use any means possible to shut Rangchen's mouth. And yet he survived with just a leg injury. Rangchen asked the protagonist since he said that he was on his side and inquired if it meant that he trusted him. The protagonist affirmed, and Rangchen thought he could tell everything if it was him. The next day, Chen-hee knew the situation couldn't be any worse, but it was only natural, considering a Go had been found. He convinced the husband to tell the truth to the Wanjia and plead for forgiveness. However, it ended up being almost like interrogating a criminal. Thankfully, the Wanjia accepted his request, so he could talk in his stead without forgetting to tell her about how much suffering her husband went through. After hearing everything, Wanjia went to her husband, asking him if everything the doctor told her was the truth. He sat and accosted her wife to explain everything to her. The protagonist is glad because now he has set the stage for him, and then it is time to make up with each other. However, the protagonist is startled as Rangchen tells his wife that it is untrue, and he wonders what he just said. Wanjia gets infuriated on learning that it is not true and throws away the chair in her anger. The protagonist is dumbfounded, wondering what Rangchen is saying. Rangchen explained that, as a stool pigeon of the Hao clan, he was working as their spy. He found it unfortunate that he was caught like that, but he had no regrets, since he has already sold enough information about her to the Hao clan. Wanjia gets infuriated upon learning this, which worries everyone gathered there. The protagonist tried to calm her, telling her that the patient might have lost his sanity due to pain. She furiously stopped him, telling him it was enough because she only allowed him to speak once. She is aware that he did not mean to ridicule her, but she wanted him to keep quiet for now. The protagonist realizes she is furious and looks at Rangchen, wondering what he is thinking. Wanjia asked her husband if he was telling her that he had come to her with the purpose of deceiving her from the beginning. Rangchen affirmed, so she asked him if he didn't say he had no choice but to follow their orders because he ate the Go. Rangchen clarified it was solely for his success in the Hao clan, which startled his wife. Wanjiaju asked him if he meant what he was saying because that would mean he was denying his feelings and all the time they had spent together. Rangchen apologized to her because he had deceived her and her feelings. Wanjia began to tremble with anger, but calmly asked him whether he had not genuinely loved her, even for a single moment. Rangchen affirmed, telling her that he never liked someone like her. He is sure she doesn't realize how painful it was for him to be together with someone he absolutely resented. Wanjia is left speechless upon hearing this, and her eyes well up with tears, feeling the sting of being hated by her beloved. The protagonist is startled upon seeing this. He knows that he is acting right now and is completely tearing her heart apart. This makes the protagonist wonder if he is prepared to die. Rangjin considers himself a sinner because although he did work as a spy, he did not like deceiving people. So, on days when he could not get the medicine from the Hao clan, he was on the verge of death, suffering from pain and hunger. He didn't know what to do about his situation, so in the end, he had to sell information to the Hao clan to extend his life by 10 days with the medicine they were giving him. He couldn't even eat anything before taking those medicines. But after the medicine, he could eat and enjoy his life with his beloved wife. He just wanted to put an end to this madness because he was deceiving his loved one in order to extend his life. That wouldn't be true love at all. Therefore, he knew he had committed an unforgivable sin because he had deceived Wang Jiaju and her love for him. Thus, he mustered enough courage to tell her this after everything was revealed. He requested Wang Jiaju to forget about him and meet someone better. His harsh words tear her heart into pieces, and she starts crying due to distress, which pissed his warrior. The protagonist is worried about seeing this situation because they went through so much to save his life and wonders if this is how it ends. Suddenly, he is startled as he sees Rangjin retrieving a shiny thing from his sleeves. Rangjin uttered that it would be disappointing to let things end like this and wanted to head to the afterlife with her. He rushed to attack her, startling her, and she couldn't believe her eyes. The protagonist realized that he was holding the half-pin used to fix his leg in place and wondered when he got it. While the warriors saw him attacking the Wanjia, they unsheathed their swords to protect her, and the protagonist rushed to defend him. But it was already too late because the blood was splattered in the air. Rangjin started crying because this was how it should be. He thought he had finally atoned for his sins, but was thankful since he didn't feel any pain. However, he was startled to see that Wang Jiaju was injured in his stead and was coughing out blood. Even in this crucial condition, she worries for Rangjin, and her warriors get startled upon seeing they harmed their master. Rangjin started crying on seeing this, wondering why she would do that. Wang Jiaju asked her beloved husband if he was hurt anywhere. She is worried because his soft hands have been stained with blood. The warrior worriedly accosted their master, and she told them it was all right because they wouldn't have to take responsibility for this. Since these are her final words, which not even His Majesty will ignore, she wanted everyone there to act as witnesses. Rangjin worriedly asked her what she was saying and wondered why she would die because he was the one who was supposed to die. Wang Jiaju refused to clarify how she could call herself a lord when she didn't know her partner's feelings toward her. She grabbed her husband's face, told him he was free, and thanked him for putting up with someone he hated all this time. So, she wanted him to know that no one could control his actions from now on. After saying this, she fell unconscious, which worried Rangjin, and she uttered that if only he had known earlier how she felt, this wouldn't have happened. All of them were dumbfounded on seeing this, and Shinhee was startled and then instructed everyone to hurry up and apply pressure on her wound. He uttered that they would do an emergency surgery and requested his master to take care of acupuncture. Baek Rin was startled after hearing this, as he was too caught up in the moment to take any action. The protagonist informed both of them that they needed to prepare for the surgery, and they hurried to fulfill their roles. Since this is the White Dragon Clinic, the protagonist doesn't want to allow her to die so quickly. Later, the protagonist took her to her room and started inspecting her wounds. The protagonist never thought Rangjin would pull out the pin himself, as it must have been excruciatingly painful. He wondered if he was crazy and wondered how he even stabbed someone with this. He thought they were crazy because they should have talked to each other and had an honest conversation about what was on their minds. He thought she should have jumped in like that, even if it was for the sake of her loved one. After the protagonist inspects her vessels, he is startled to see this and informs his master that she is in a better condition than he thought. Since her blood veins, internal organs, and arteries were all fine, he wondered if it was because the half-pin was very thin. Baek Rin thinks for a while, then accosts Wang Jiaju, wanting her to wake up now because it is just them there. Wang Jiaju opened her eyes, which startled the protagonist, and sat. She guessed that she could not deceive the eyes of the White Dragon godly doctor. The protagonist wonders what is going on there because he is sure that he saw severe wounds on her chest and back. Wang Jiaju clarified that talking was quite uncomfortable because she bit the inside of her mouth and inquired if he could treat it first. The protagonist is dumbfounded upon learning this and asks if she is acting. Wang Jiaju wondered why he would say it as acting and clarified that she was just too skilled at martial arts. She clarified that she wouldn't have gotten seriously wounded by that hit even if she wanted to. Furthermore, she thought that sometimes a person needs to deceive for the sake of love. Chen-hee was startled to learn that it happened right in front of his eyes. He looked at his master and inquired if he wasn't doing anything even when the Wanjia was coughing up blood because he knew everything from the beginning. Beak elucidated that one can earn the title of a godly doctor only after going through a great deal of experience. So, after all that, it would be natural for him to be able to see through this kind of trickery. While treating Wang Jiaju's tongue, Chen-hee recalled that in the novel, she is the most excellent expert in martial arts. The protagonist realizes it is impossible to see through her actions with her eyes. He is sure she could have quickly subdued the attacker if she wanted to, and he guessed her love was heartfelt and that her way of showing it was very healthy and robust. He couldn't have imagined this love to come from a person in the Miram world. Beak Rin complimented her for her courageous reaction and is sure that it must have been difficult for her to jump in like that. Wang Jiaju smirked, telling him that she knew Rang Chen didn't intend to stab her, so she jumped out, knowing how slow his attack was. Furthermore, she ensured it would avoid any vital spots or internal organs. However, the problem is with her escort because she told him just slightly to cut her skin, but he overdid it. He lost all his discipline, and it took ages for him to swing that blade. The protagonist realized that she had planned ahead for this. Wang Jiaju wanted the protagonist to bandage her now and wanted to make sure it looked like a fatal wound. Upon hearing this, the protagonist realizes the situation isn't finished yet and decides to bandage her back first. While bandaging, he clarified that he was relieved that she didn't take the hit from him. Wang Jiaju thought that he had been mad after she deceived him. However, to Chen-hee, nothing is more important than a person's safety, so he is relieved. She looked at him with astonishment and clarified that it had been a while since she had last met a child like him. She supposed the rumor that the Cloud Dragon secure delivery base wanted him must have been the truth. On top of that, Chen-hee is still very young, which means that his potential for the future is infinite, and she wants him to work for her. Beak Rin knew what she was thinking and clarified that he wouldn't allow it. Wang Jiaju is startled to hear this because she didn't say anything, so she wonders how he would know what she wanted to say. Beak Rin laughed, telling her that it still wouldn't happen, and she realized that the White Dragon Godly Doctor was very quick-witted. She accosted the protagonist and asked if she said she could offer him a position that could earn both money and honor, so she inquired if he would be willing to take it. The protagonist gets startled upon hearing this, and Beak Rin is dumbfounded. Chen-hee tied the bandage and asked her if he would be able to become the most outstanding doctor in the world by accepting the offer, which startled her. He explained that his dream was to become the most excellent doctor in the world and cure his master's disease. Beak Rin and Wang Jiaju are startled upon hearing this because she never thought she would get rejected, even before getting to the point. She lay down and started laughing because this was bad, and it was clarified that she was beginning to like him even more. She wondered what the White Dragon Godly Doctor did to get such a disciple in his previous life. She thought it would be great if the doctors who worked there were half as good as this child. Beak Rin worriedly told her she praised him too much because he still lacked a lot. However, she is envious of him, and Chen-hee wants to ask her a question, so he asks for permission. She permitted him and wondered what he would like to know. Chen-hee inquired why she would love her husband so much because even though the pin avoided her vitals, it still must have been painful, and it was confirmed that he deceived her. She thought for a while that was an ugly question to ask for the reason she loved him, but she was still willing to answer it since he asked. She clarified that it was simply fate and knew that from the moment she first saw him. The protagonist is startled to hear this and supposes it is because of his looks, but he still thinks he is slightly less handsome than his master. The following day, Rang Chen worried and rushed into her room and started calling her while her escorts tried to stop him. She sat, trying to act as if she was in a lot of pain, and realized that her husband was there. Rang Chen started crying and inquired if she was all right. The protagonist is watching all this drama and thinks this is a joke. She hugged him and asked if he would leave her again, but he refused, telling her he wouldn't leave her and wanting her to recover fast. She started crying and wanted him to promise her that he wouldn't leave her ever again, and he promised her. At the same time, the protagonist stares at the two of them and wonders what those two are even doing. He couldn't believe how Rangchen was being deceived by Wang Jiaju right now when he was the most badly injured person there. While the escort was leaving, Baek Rin uttered that they should give them some time by themselves. Chin He affirmed because he didn't think he could stand watching them any longer. While they were leaving, Wang Jiaju accosted him and instructed him to prepare a messenger pigeon for her immediately. The protagonist is startled to hear this and wonders where she plans to send the messenger pigeon. She clarified that she would send it to her office because anyone who dared to trouble her Rangchen would be bathed with their blood. They get startled upon seeing this, and Chin He is amazed to look at her eyes as she has the face of an overlord, so he understands her instruction. Wang Jiaju then instructed him to send one to another place. This startled Chin He, wondering where she wanted to send another pigeon, and she clarified to the Huaju clinic. She is sure that if she had listened to their words, then her husband would have lost his leg. That is why she wants to teach them a proper lesson to make sure they make wiser choices in the future. The protagonist is worried after learning this because he knows that the Huaju clinic is in big trouble. A few days later, he is infuriated by reading her letter in the Huaju clinic at Director Chu Ma's office. His subordinates gathered around him worriedly and inquired what Wang Jiaju sent him. Director Chu Ma clarified that she said she would be turning over all the privileges and sponsorships they have had until now to the White Dragon Clinic. Everyone gets startled upon hearing this, wondering why he would do such a thing and wondering what happened in the White Dragon Clinic. Director Chu Ma furiously slammed the table and asked about the men dispatched to the White Dragon Clinic. He wondered if his man just watched and let this happen, and his clinician explained that they didn't know what happened. The director inquired if they were serious right now and wanted them to hurry up and find out what happened. He tried to make Wang Jia change her mind as soon as possible because they would have a problem if the great doctor had found out about this. While he is conversing, his man rushes into his office, telling him that the great doctor is requesting to see him. This startled all of them, and his subordinate asked the director if he was all right. The director is worried and can't figure out what Wang Jia is thinking. His subordinates thought that he should calm down and plan for a countermeasure. Director Chu Ma agreed with him because there was no use in getting over it. So he decided to go see the great doctor and wanted them to find out what happened in the meantime. His subordinate asked if they should go to the Beggar Union or the Hao clan for the information. Director Chu Ma thought the Beggars Union couldn't help, so he thought the Hao clan would be better. He is sure they will get there faster since they have a branch closer to the White Dragon Clinic. His subordinates agreed to do as he commanded, so the director left to meet the great doctor. The fact that Wang Jiaju was ordered to withdraw all support that the Huaju Clinic had been receiving from her. Instead, giving it to the White Dragon Clinic has shaken not only the Zhonghu Murim world but also the political arena of the Imperial Palace. As a result, the future that Chin He knew about started changing, but this is something he is not aware of. Later, at the bamboo forest quarter, he saw the old lady waiting and worriedly asked her if he had taken too long, so he apologized to her. He knew he had promised to help her return, but came a bit too late. However, she is fine with this because what really matters to her is that he really came. Chen He looked at her luggage and got worried, thinking her grandson might not have shown up, or he wondered if her grandson would come and leave even before eating a meal. The old lady furiously asks the protagonist if his master is still busy. The protagonist gets startled on hearing this because she refers to him informally and wonders if they know each other. After some time, Baek Rin arrived there and apologized to her for having her wait. The protagonist is startled to see her master there, and the old lady remarks that it is like he speaks of the devil, and he shall appear. Baek Rin requested her to stop testing his disciple because he was sure that she had observed him enough, and she smirked. The protagonist is startled upon hearing this and wonders what his master is talking about. The old lady started laughing, and Chin He was startled, wondering what happened to her voice. The old lady started changing her disguise, and Chin got worried and asked his master what was happening. The lady accosted Chin He as the child of the White Dragon Clinic and told him she got to experience something interesting. Thanks to him, she is finally relieved to transform into her original form, and Chin He is scared about seeing this. Baek Rin decided to introduce that lady to him and uttered that this person was the master of the Dark Deity Clinic. She is also one of the 3 great clinicians and one of the 2 devils of the 10 most excellent Miram expert Bloodborne Elder Devil. Bloodborne Elder Devil in the Miram world has given her the devil title because of her strange actions. As an expert in shapeshifting arts, she constantly changes her appearance, and almost no one knows whether she is a man or a woman. However, Chon-hee knew about her true identity because he had read the novel. He is startled to see her, wondering if the Bloodborne Elder Devil, obsessed with surgical arts and believing surgery can bring one back to life, is this woman. Bloodborne Elder Devil asked him what he was so surprised about and if he had never heard of her name. The protagonist affirmed, telling her this was his first time hearing that name, and realized after seeing her up close that she was strange. Beek Rin helped him to get back up and asked Bloodborne Elder Devil how many times he had told her that changing her appearance in front of someone else was very disrespectful. She couldn't believe that he was nagging again, and Beek Rin ignored her but asked the protagonist if he was startled by her. The protagonist affirmed this because he was slightly surprised and wondered what was happening there. He didn't want to think she came there to see him even though she wasn't hurt. At the same time, Bloodborne Elder Devil wondered if it was a little too much for that child. The protagonist thought, if he remembered correctly at this time in the novel, her clinic wouldn't kidnap someone just to treat them. While he is thinking, Beek Rin utters that she has kept her promise, and the protagonist wonders what kind of promise she has. Bloodborne Elder Devil affixed as she promised not to cause a scene at his clinic. The protagonist is amazed because this is quite a reasonable promise. Beek Rin recalled that she used to be very interested in his disease and wanted to try to cure it, but he resisted. He promised that if he were to lose after exchanging 50 strikes with her, he would become her patient. But if he were to win, she promised she wouldn't ever cause a second at this clinic. Bloodborne Elder Devil laughed because now she remembered her promise to him. Chen-hee is amazed to learn that he withstood 50 attacks from an expert who underwent age regression. Bloodborne Elder Devil explained that he withstood his attack so quickly that even though his body was affected by one of the worst pulse-cleansing diseases, he could only slightly graze the tips of his hair. The protagonist asks his master if that is true. Beek Rin uttered that if his martial arts are trained to the peak realm, he can become the strongest in the world. She is startled to learn that he is educating his disciples even during times like these. Beek Rin clarified that he should take every chance he can. Bloodborne Elder Devil grabbed her luggage, and that was enough for a greeting. She explained that spring is when yin and yang change and relationships bloom, so she is unsure if he can eat the food he brought him. The protagonist finally realizes that food is for his master. Beek Rin is well aware that she keeps promises as her life depends on them, and she affirms them but asks if he is sure. Later, Beek Rin tells the protagonist that she treats patients in a way that is similar to yet different from how he treats them. However, the problem is that her way of doing it is extraordinary because she doesn't care about how her patients feel about how she cures them. The protagonist laughed because he was already aware of that. Beek Rin uttered that, although it's not 100%, she has a decent probability of curing an incurable disease. The protagonist understood that as he was expecting this from one of the 3 great clinics. Beek Rin explained that they used to be Miram enemies because of the strange treatment methods. However, their relationship with the rest of the world improved after some time, and they even traded with the Demon Clan and Evil Sect. Furthermore, the Dark Deity Clinic sometimes cures diseases that the other great clinics cannot treat. The protagonist understood everything and recalled that she was a mad scientist who went through regression. The Dark Deity Clinic treats diseases relatively fast and at an inexpensive cost, but the downside is that there are side effects. However, their highest advantage is the fact that they can obtain demonic pills and techniques and utilize them to aid their treatment. So, the patient may end up losing their lives in the process, but they at least get a glimmer of hope. The protagonist couldn't understand why such a person tested him with the appearance of a grandma. While he was thinking, Bloodborne Elder Devil appeared, asking him if they had waited too long, as she took a bit of time to put it in a way that made it easy for him to eat. Beek Rin instructed her to take a seat, and she affirmed that she wanted the kid to start eating. The protagonist is pleased to know that after finishing his meal, he thanks her for the food. Bloodborne Elder Devil uttered that she heard that the White Dragon Clinic uses some unknown surgical techniques, so she wondered how she could be missing out on that. Therefore, she couldn't help but come there to see for herself and praise Chen-hee because he did a decent job treating her knee. The protagonist clarified that he still has a lot of things to learn. Bloodborne Elder Devil remarked that it's hard to find someone as fast and precise as him, even in the Dark Deity Clinic. Furthermore, she knew that kids also came up with ideas that normal people wouldn't even think of. The protagonist gets worried because she is giving him such a burdensome look. While he was pondering, Baek Rin asked her if she knew that Wanjiaju was there. She affirmed as she could sense that the entire clinic's atmosphere was frozen. She is sure that if it hadn't been for her husband's distraction, she would have found out about her immediately. Baek Rin understood, so he asked her if she had seen the surgery. Bloodborne Elder Devil affirmed, telling him that she used sorcery to borrow a clinic member's eyes so she could observe very well. The protagonist wondered what kind of sorcery she used. Bloodborne Elder Devil recalled the surgery and remarked that they were approaching it in a way she wouldn't have even considered. She never thought that Kid would cut off the damaged part for his flesh to heal. The protagonist explained that the recovery is much faster if damaged and dead tissue are removed. She understood that, but cutting them off was speeding up the recovery, which is an interesting concept for her. She was starting to like Chin-hee even more and suggested that he should come to the Dark Deity Clinic and work under her. Baek Rin furiously refused, which made her wonder what he meant. He clarified that his disciple couldn't, but Bloodborne Elder Devil was startled because she hadn't even finished talking, yet he was already acting like this. Baek Rin laughed, telling her that there was no way he had allowed that. So, she looked at the child and asked him if he wanted to be her disciple. She clarified that if he agrees, the Dark Deity Clinic will become his in the future, and he will be able to hold the world's darkness within his grasp. The protagonist is startled to hear her offer, but his master refuses, telling him he can't. Bloodborne Elder Devil persistently tells him to become her disciple because she can do more things for him than Baek Rin. The protagonist is reluctant, but she keeps persuading him since his specialty is surgery. She is sure that the White Dragon Clinic specializes in acupuncture, and the Dark Deity Clinic specializes in surgery, so she is sure that Chin-hee would fit more in with them than he does there. Baek Rin didn't say much, and Chin-hee thought for a while and then asked her if he could become the most excellent doctor and cure his master's disease if he went there. Bloodborne Elder Devil gets startled on hearing this, telling him it's impossible to cure even for him, and clarifies that it's a miracle that he is still alive. She is startled because Chin-hee chooses a clever way to reject her. She furiously sits back and never thinks he will choose his master over her proposal of all the darkness in the world, so she is envious of him. Baek Rin smiled and said he could even say he meant everything to him, so he was always thankful for him. She is startled because, as an expert who went through age regression, she has lived a longer life than most martial artists. It took her 40 years to grow from a regular devil to an older devil, and Chin-hee is the only talent she has encountered in all those years. So, she doesn't want to give up on him this easily, suggests that he doesn't even have to become her disciple, and asks what he thinks about this. Baek Rin is startled upon hearing this, so they inquire if she has another proposal for him. She rambled that she would give him the privilege to look through the Dark Deity Clinic's secret storage. The protagonist is startled upon learning about the secret storage because she tells him she will show him the patient charts. Regardless of the clinic opening up its secret storage to outsiders, it is taboo among taboo. In Zhonghu, where they don't teach outsiders their medical techniques, that information is equivalent to a martial arts sect's secret martial arts manual. However, that is just secondary. The treatment records, which are the patient's charts, are kept in secret storage. It has information about the patient's symptoms, what medicine was prescribed for them, and how they are treated. Therefore, just by looking at those, a person would be able to know everything that he needs about a clinic. Also, if a person looks at a patient's past wound, he can tell what kind of martial arts they practice and even learn their weakness from their internal injuries. This is why the Bloodborne Elder Devil's offer to Chin-hee is shocking and Baek Rin. She wanted the protagonist to listen to that, believing that Operation 1 is the best among all the medical techniques. She thought that if there is a problem with a body, they should open it up to treat it. Therefore, she thought Chin-hee's actions showed he was right to think that way, since he is the one who started to prove to Zhonghu that the operation techniques are effective. That is something even Hua Chuo's successor gave upon, which is why she can't give up on him. The protagonist thinks for a while and then asks her what he has to give her in return. Elder Devil said that he should learn more medical techniques when the time is right. the protagonist clarified that he is already learning his master medical techniques. Since that is the case, she immediately suggested he learn martial arts from her and asked how that sounds because it should be fine. Chin-hee clarified that he is already earning the greatest martial arts, and it isn't very sensible for him to learn from others. Baek-rin is pleased to hear his answer, and Bloodborne Elder Devil gets infuriated with him. Baek-rin supposed that she could do nothing since his disciple had already learned the greatest martial arts from him. She gets annoyed because the fact that he is making this face is getting on her nerves. The protagonist stood to suggest something else. If he uses operation techniques, then he will share with her the details of the patients and how he treats them. She gets startled on hearing this and inquires if he suggests that she learn her techniques instead. She really can't figure out what this child is thinking. The protagonist clarified that he had learned much from the Dark Deity Clinic's secret storage. Then she could think of it as the breaking out of the usual master-disciple relationship and making it more of a medical techniques exchange. Therefore, he asked her if she was all right and if he wanted to get some medicine from her as well. She wondered what kind of medicine he wanted, and Chin-hee uttered that there was a limit to the type of medicine that he could get from the Orthodox sects. Furthermore, he could also send over medicine that the Dark Deity Clinics need if needed. She gets startled upon hearing this and wonders if that child is asking for an alliance. Baek-rin is also startled by his idea, wondering how he came up with something like this because this is the concept that completely destroys the current system, and is not something that anyone can come up with. He laughed and supposed his disciple might have a bigger plan in mind. Chin-hee clarified that he doesn't know if it's big or small yet, but he wants to do whatever they can to save at least one more life. Bloodborne Elder Devil laughed after learning this because she wanted to get a disciple, but he wanted to get the whole world. The protagonist clarified that this is not the case, he wants to protect his life. She thought there was no need to act humble since the advancement of medical techniques is what will change the world in the quickest manner. While that is something that all of the clinic heads know, Jong, who isn't aware of it yet, she accosted Baek-rin, telling him she was jealous of him from the bottom of her heart. She decided to leave, but before leaving, she agreed to do it as Chin-hee had said. She suggested that he could learn from her what he can't learn at the White Dragon Clinic, which includes something like muscle shrinking arts and assassination techniques. The protagonist is startled as he doesn't want that, and his master utters that Bloodborne Elder Devil's shrinking arts and assassination techniques are the best in the world. So, he wanted Chin-hee to go ahead and learn them because this was a great opportunity. The protagonist is startled to hear that and agrees to learn them because his master has permitted him to do so. Bloodborne Elder Devil gets infuriated on seeing that he listens to his master a lot. She told the godly doctor that the more she listened to the two of them, the more jealous she became. That is because the greatest connection that people like them could make would be one of the master-disciple relationships, and he has achieved that already for a guy who can't even perform age regression. She accosted Chin-hee, telling him that because of his body, that guy wouldn't be able to perform age regression even if he gets enlightened. So, she wanted him to know she was a much better candidate to be his master. The protagonist clarified that he is going to cure his master, and if his master's condition improves, then he will also be able to perform age regression. Also, considering his genius coupled with Yi Gao clan martial arts, he will be at a much higher level than her. Bloodborne Elder Devil couldn't believe him because, despite being so young, he dared to give such a gutsy reply to the Dark Deity Clinic, and heard that no one in Jong who dared to mess with. Baek-rin rambled that even if his life were to end now, he had no regrets because what his disciple had just said was enough for him, and that was all he ever needed. The protagonist worriedly requested his master not to say something like that. But Baek-rin clarified that he already said that is all he needs, so he doesn't want him to worry. Bloodborne Elder Devil gets annoyed, wondering if he has already resigned himself to his fate. After that, Chin-hee managed to finish his second surgery on Rang-chin without any issues, and not only was it completed successfully thanks to his medical skills. However, the Emperor's Law was also able to recover quickly. After a while, the funds that had been given to the White Dragon arrived. At the same time, the Hao clan and the Huaju Clinic faced a hard time. The Huaju Clinic didn't just suffer a monetary loss, it was also given a bad reputation for having lousier skills than the White Dragon Clinic. Because of that, the VIPs close to the princess's administration also began to stop frequenting them. Beakrin is reading the news that every single person who is influential in the world is starting to make their moves. They wonder if the one in the biggest trouble is the Hao clan. The protagonist is startled upon hearing the news and inquires about what happened to the Hao clan. In one of the regions, the Huaju Clinic region, the clinician tried to explain that it is because they specialize in different things. The clinician assured the patient that the Huaju Clinic still provides the best medicine and wondered how they could learn so cold-heartedly. The man clarified that they didn't have a choice either, but the clinician grabbed his arm, asking him if he could stay, considering how long they had worked together. The man clarified that their business has a lot of martial artists who get injured during their work. So, if they suffer an injury like that of the Emperor's Law and come to the Huaju Clinic, their legs will probably be cut off as well. Therefore, they can betray those martial artists who risk their lives to protect their goods and apologize to him. While leaving, the clinician tried to convince them to stay calm and realized they were in big trouble. Later, in the middle-sized Orthodox sect conference room, a man suggested to the sect leader that they should use the White Dragon Clinic from now on. The sect leader inquired if this was because of what happened to the Emperor's Law. His man explained that they saved someone whose leg was about to get cut off and thought this was a massive thing for them as martial artists. The sect leader thought that was a plus, but they had been getting their medicine from the Huaju Clinic. Furthermore, large Orthodox sects have small clinics within their compounds so they can prepare their own medicine, but they are too dependent on the Huaju Clinic in that regard. Therefore, moving away from them within a single day would be hard. Everyone gets startled when hearing their sect leader's decision, and the sect leader utters that this is what old people like him think. In the end, the younger martial artist of their sect will be the one to lead their sect, which is why they have gathered there to discuss this matter. Currently, these small movements are causing the bigger sects to make their moves. On the other hand, Beakrin was reading the news, which started with Chinhee, so he asked about the Hao clan. Beakrin explained that the Hao clan branches that the Emperor's Law used to work for died in a fire that burned everything to the ground. Even though the princess's anger couldn't be appeased, the situation kept blowing up. After that, more of their branches and branch leaders burned to death. So, this will be a problem since they know who has taken over their place and committed criminal deeds. Chinhee gets worried about learning about this because it has gone out of proportion and is too different from the novel. Beakrin asked him if he knew about the rule where the government and Muram interfere with each other. The protagonist affirmed because he knew about this rule. So, Beakrin rambled that the way of the world doesn't work that way, and it's hard for the matters of both sides not to intertwine, just like how they became the princess's chosen clinic of Zhonghu. The situation is the same as with the escort center and information broker, who also get hired by the government and Muram. The protagonist realizes that it is a tricky situation, and his master explains that this is what human affairs are like. Clinics like them could be considered neutral parties and, therefore, should be careful about the decisions they make. The protagonist is astounded to discover that it is a tricky topic. His master explained that it could also be seen as an easy topic since things could be settled as long as the standards were there, and the protagonist wondered what kind of standard. Beakrin explained that they need to set standards that both the government and Muram can accept and make their decisions based on them. The Hao clan could not keep acceptable standards and got greedy, so they suffered their current fate. The protagonist is startled, wondering what is going on because it is like his master is expecting his death and teaching him how to handle things after he dies. It seems like he is trying to help the protagonist to take over as the head of the clinic. The protagonist doesn't want his master to be like that because he must stay alive until he is all grown up. So, he asked his master how he should proceed in this case since he said that as long as alcohol and criminals existed in this world, the Hao clan would not cease to exist. Beakrin affirmed, but even if that is the case, he is sure they must have been weakened. He is sure that things will probably resolve themselves at the right time, so this can't go on indefinitely. He remembered that Mu Hua and Mu Wol, whom they had cured of syphilis, had been given a new opportunity, which startled Chinhee. So, Beakrin explained that their branch leader might have been waiting for this change. The protagonist is astounded as he can't wait to see what happens. The following week, the Emperor will write a letter to the princess to appease her. Because if the princess troops were mobilized to take care of things without the government's cooperation, then it would shake the foundation of the judiciary system. The Emperor will bestow a nobility title upon Rangchen, making him noble, and in this way, he will be in a worthy position to become the emperor's in-law. He was then accepted into a meritorious retainer's family, thus changing his family register. They could also continue the imperial family generation by taking in a fostered daughter of the imperial family bloodline. Therefore, no matter how hot-tempered the princess is, she wouldn't be able to be angry anymore in these circumstances. On the other hand, Chin received a letter from Manhwa, and she said that they should be able to send him good news in the near future. The protagonist supposed that the rumors of Manhwa and Mu rising in ranks within the Hao clan were true, which is as per what his master had thought. Later, he was with his master, who asked him, and he said that he had something serious that he wanted to say and inquired if he was ready to talk about it. The protagonist affirmed and rambled that although he has taught his medical techniques for a while, they are not very organized. Baek-rin is startled, wondering if he is saying that the systemic knowledge he has been sharing is disorganized. Chin-hee affirmed and clarified that is why he had liked to go into more detail and share it in an even more systemic way. So, he requested his master to talk to him so he could do that. He knew that this was quite an early point in history, so there were still a lot of things that were unknown to them. That is because most doctors, including his masters, are unaware of what penicillin and antibiotics can do. Baek-rin uttered that he might be a disciple, but he also thinks of him as a doctor. While there is no need for him to tell his master everything, he requests that he teach him the medical techniques that he knows. He assured the protagonist that he would also teach him everything he knows. The protagonist had already thought about this day a lot, but it all came down to one answer, whether his master could understand it or not, but he wanted to tell him all about it. Therefore, the protagonist wants his master to get started, and his master starts emitting energy that surrounds him. The protagonist has heard of the Yi Gal family's secret technique, and his master uses the mystic core divine art to open his mind. Baek-rin started reading the book and couldn't help but praise that there are such things. The protagonist is pleased, telling his master that what he has explained to him so far is just a rough concept. Therefore, learning these in detail will take at least a few years. Baek-rin understood, but he honestly thought this information was impressive. Specifically, the thing which is called a cell is so peculiar. He was amazed that these small units could combine to make a living organization. The protagonist is astounded to see that colorful energy is spreading from his master's body, and realizes that the mystic core divine art is really mysterious. Abruptly, the protagonist is startled, wondering if that is what happened to the Phantom Archer, and what is now happening to the master. While learning this information, Baek-rin closed his eyes because he had never expected to receive new enlightenment at this age. His body kept emitting the energy for some time, and it soon dissipated. Chin-hee is startled to see that they are disappearing into his body. Baek-rin thought it was pitiful because he could have accomplished much more if it had not been for his physical condition. The protagonist finally understood why this energy disappeared. Baek-rin uttered that even with just he felt like his chest felt much lighter, and his condition had improved quite a lot, and he thought the protagonist. Chin-hee doesn't want his master to mention it because it is great that the master was able to accomplish something out of it. His master agreed, but he just thought about something. Maybe it's about time for him to learn it. The protagonist is startled to know this and wonders if his master will teach him this technique. Baek-rin affirmed, telling him he would teach him the mystic core divine art. This startled the protagonist, and he wondered what his master meant. His master looked at him, smiled, and clarified that he would be in his care from now on. After the master and his disciples started teaching each other, Chin-hee started to study intensively. He learned martial arts training, studied medical techniques, and transferred medical knowledge. He would have collapsed long ago without the mystic core device art and the 5 elemental techniques. While he was working, Gak-yeon accosted him and suggested that he should have taken a break, otherwise he might have fainted. The protagonist is reluctant because he is focused, and she suggests they should play with water. Chin-hee started teasing her, telling her he would tell the Phantom Archer that she was skipping her training. She gets annoyed by such a threat and thinks he is petty. Later he took out another book because he didn't want to waste even a single second. And he didn't want only to be able to say to his master that he had finally memorized Ji Wang's medical records after his master died. Later, he was preparing something, and the clinician was startled to learn that he had memorized everything that she had taken a year to memorize. She thought that people normally could only do this after being under a herbalist in a reputable sect. Therefore, it is impossible for a person to know the attributes of the herbs, their names, and their combinations. After some time, he prepared the herbal medicine and gave it to his master. He kept training while carrying buckets of water and memorizing for some time. Then he practiced mystic core device art since it stimulates one's brain and increases one's ability to remember great. So he thought he just needed to go all out. He is sure he would earn loads of money if he could teach this to a modern-day student. After some time, the protagonist explains how to remove the heat from the 6 blood vessels around the heart. They are trying to get the heart into overdrive to save it, and if the person hasn't learned Kai energy, then he froze to death. Baek Rin affirmed, telling him that was why he had been able to live up to now. The protagonist thought that if his master's internal energy was insufficient, then he might get seizures, which was also the reason why he collapsed previously. Although he overuses his internal energy, he wants his master not to keep doing it. Furthermore, his master's aorta already has a tear, and the middle layer of his heart has also degenerated, which means it's an aortic dissection. The aorta is made up of 3 layers, inner, middle, and outer. As the inner layer is damaged, it slows down blood flow, but the blood surely goes through the tear and causes the inner and middle layers to dissect. The flow of blood in his master's upper body is only okay because of the strength of the 5 elemental techniques. Thanks to that, his brain is safe. But the descending aorta is the problem. One of the symptoms of the 9-yin severed meridian would be a decline in his senses or numbness in certain parts of his body. So, he asked his master if he had ever experienced these symptoms, and his master affirmed. The protagonist thought it was a surprise that his master was alive now, because, usually, he would have been rushed into emergency surgery. He knew that if they went with an aggressive surgery method, they would have to remove the infected tissues and those affected by cold due to the 9-yin severe meridians. However, he knew that his master body might not be able to take it even if they removed them, and the 9-yin severed meridian's energy would still be around, and they had to fight against that, too. That would surely be a suicide attempt in his master's current state. They are not just dealing with heart disease in the modern world, but with a severed meridian that exists in the Muram world, which makes it an even bigger headache. Therefore, a severed meridian would remove heat naturally, which is a total fantasy. The protagonist knew that, in his case, his methods weren't good enough. The protagonist clarified that he was thinking of using a stent as a solution, and he looked through the Yigal medical records and saw a few precedents. Baek Rin inquired if that was the case and inquired what they were. Chin He uttered that they would need the 1,000-year-old H-wary. H-wary is a carp that lives in hot spring water, so the longer it lives, the more heat is condensed within its body to create an internal elixir. Since an internal elixir is something a person can eat to increase his internal energy, it also has many variations. Baek Rin knew that a H-wary internal elixir is said to provide resilience and strength, so it improves stamina and contains a lot of yang energy. So, he supposed this could be the perfect treatment for the 9-yin severed meridian, which caused death via yin energy. However, he heard there wasn't any information on where a 10,000-year H-wary could be found, so he wondered if his disciple could find it. The protagonist smirked, telling his master about the saying that goes, if there is a will, there is a way, and he is sure heaven will help him out when they see his will. His master is impressed by his confidence, and the protagonist remembers that there is a place in the novel that is meant to be discovered at least 10 years later, but they must find it first. As winter comes to the Muram, the Dragon and Phoenix Association also starts to make its moves. The Dragon and Phoenix Association is a group of martial artists gathered for each of the orthodox sects, next-generation leaders to plan a martial arts competition to unite the Muram. Since this significant event in the Muram is of great significance, all clinics have also started to get busy. Meanwhile, the protagonist takes a peaceful break since his master and the members of their main branch have left for the Muram Alliance. This clinic is quiet, so he accosted General Yu-ho, and that's why he didn't go with them. Yu-ho wondered who had filled the master's absence there, and if he also went together. The protagonist understood, as he was a little worried that the master might reduce the number of people helping him, and told him to do what he was there for, which was to be his helper. Yu-ho gets infuriated on hearing this, and asks him if he has a death wish, as he should stop joking. The protagonist laughed, and Yu-ho told him that he needed to ensure that things ran well for someone as unreliable as him. Ultimately, he is still just a child and can't do anything alone. The protagonist laughed because it was not like they were that different in age. While progressing, Yuho recalled that there was a letter for him, which startled him, and he handed him a letter from Zuju. The protagonist is surprised to hear Zuju and wonders if it could be that demon clan. After some time, the protagonist opens the box and reads the letter. Ryun told him that the demon clan had allowed them to send letters from there, but there was no one he could write to except for his sword brother. He clarified that he was doing well and would visit him when the time was right. The protagonist is annoyed to remember him, but still glad that he is doing well and guesses that he succeeded in suppressing the blood parasite. He wondered how much he rose in rank over there because he needed to be in a high position to send a letter out of the demon clan. He supposed this means that Ryun might be the successor in the near future. But normally, it would have taken him 5 whole years, so he wondered what had changed. Even though he taught him a little, he guessed he was just someone who could figure things out quickly. Thanks to the protagonist's advice to think 3 times before killing someone, a lot fewer people held grudges against him for sure. Ryun told how he let his enemy live because he didn't reach the 3rd time. The protagonist is startled because he is a fearsome guy, so it couldn't have been easy to overcome the blood of a natural killer. Lastly, Ryun wanted him to open the silk pouch because he had sent a gift to him. The protagonist is startled to learn about the gift and thinks he doesn't have to give him anything. He realized the pouch was heavy and wondered if he should see if his brother gave him a good gift. He opened the pouch, took out a bracelet, and wondered what this was. After taking a closer look, he realized it was as good as telling the world that he was from the demon clan. He looked closely and wondered if that was the bracelet book he had read in the novel. It's the bracelet that Ryun wore, and they supposed it was the Black Heaven blood thread. He gets worried, thinking that can't be true because he wouldn't have sent him such an important thing by mail. However, soon, the bracelet started throwing the thread, and Chen-He wondered if it had just activated. He knew that the Black Heaven blood thread was one of the hidden weapons that the heavenly demons used, which would strangle its opponent with thread that wasn't visible to one eye. In an emergency, it could also be used as a trap to entangle hundreds of martial masters. In the original story, Ryun went through a hard time obtaining the Black Blood Heavenly Thread in the fight against the Black Phantom Demon. Therefore, Chen-He wondered if he was so powerful now that he could afford to give this to him. Since it's the case, he guessed, it meant he managed to find an ally in the person of the Black Phantom Demon, because the current Ryun wouldn't be able to take this from him by force. The protagonist wondered if he had become his disciple and thought it incredible compared to the novel, and he managed to obtain this treasure 4 years earlier. He looked at the bracelet and knew it was a little loose now, but was sure it would be fine when he grew up. He wondered why he was giving it to him, as he should use it himself. Chen-He thought that if he were a normal person, he wouldn't have known the value of this bracelet, and it would have been troublesome if he had sold it away. After that, Chen-He started writing a letter back to the heavenly demon, who sent him a letter and a gift. It contained the usual formalities like saying to eat his meals on time and to stay healthy. Abruptly, Gakyeon rushed toward him, and he wondered what the matter was as she seemed out of breath. Gakyeon asked him if he could follow her for a moment because there was someone that she had liked him to take a look at. The protagonist worriedly asked her where the wounded person was. Gakyeon clarified that she couldn't tell the details now and requested him to accompany her. The protagonist realized it was not a prank, so he agreed with her and instructed her to lead the way so he would be prepared immediately. After some time, they ran on the mountain, and Gakyeon was startled to see that he outran her. The protagonist is amazed because his body is so light, and he never thought that the enlightenment he achieved from the 3-part stride technique would make such a big difference. He wanted to try focusing the 5 elemental techniques, wind and ice elements, into his legs this time. After using that technique, his jumps become more extensive, and he gets thrilled. Gakyeon asked with astonishment if he hadn't started learning martial arts recently. The protagonist uttered that he started learning it about half a year ago. Gakyeon is astounded to know he is at this level after training only for half a year and thinks he is a monster. Chen-He looked at her and asked if they were not at the location yet. She clarified that they were almost there and pointed in that direction, asking him if he had seen that. The protagonist looked ahead and saw a cave and wondered if that was where the patient was, and she concurred. The protagonist follows her quietly inside the cave and wonders how they are supposed to find the patient in such a dark place. Gakyeon instructed him to follow her, and after that, she kept progressing from a narrow passage. After following her for a while, the protagonist is startled to see some light. He is amazed to see this, wonders why there is a room in such a place, and realizes it's well made. He looked at those expensive luminous pearls and wondered who on earth could create all of this. He looked around, wondering where the patient was, and Gakyeon instructed him that he was this way. He is startled to hear the noise, and after looking ahead, he realizes it is a dog. So, he asked her if the patient wanted him to take a look at his dog. Gakyeon affirmed, telling him that he was severely injured. The protagonist decides to hear the details of what happened to her later. But first, he wants her to move away because he needs to take a closer look. When he touched the dog, it started whining, so he clarified that he would take a quick look at him and wanted him to bear with him. The protagonist looked at his neck, which had 3 ropes around it. He supposed it must be a type of marking, and he wondered where he could have seen this. He recalled Yuho handed him a book and explained that these were the notes about the marking of the different sects, so he wanted him to read and memorize it. He suddenly recalled that he had seen it in the document that Yuho had shown him and remembered that it was the marking of the beggar sect, since it contains 3 ropes and 5 knots, which is the marking of the beggar sect leader. Gakyeon is startled upon hearing this, wondering if this means this is the beggar sect leader's dog. The protagonist affirmed, telling her this was a carrier dog, and she wondered what it was. Shin-hee explained that he seems to be a special grade carrier dog that passes messages to and from the beggar sect leader. Gakyeon couldn't understand that when there are birds that are faster and more accurate. She wondered why he used a dog instead. The protagonist clarified that this is because birds can only be sent to designated locations. Therefore, people also use brilliant birds, but despite being slower, dogs can move in groups and cover complicated routes. Furthermore, they can use their sense of smell to track recipients. Gakyeon supposed this dog must be precious then. Shin-hee thought this was not good because he knew the basics about treating animals. This case needed someone who was specialized in it, so asking him to take a look was of little use. Gakyeon gets worried, wondering where they should bring the dog for treatment. The protagonist also doesn't know, so he wants to do whatever he can first, and then they will return to the clinic, as they should be able to get it treated there. The protagonist grabbed its arm and wanted it to stay still, but the dog got ferocious and started biting him. The protagonist wondered why he was suddenly acting this way. Gakyeon wanted Hwang-gu to stop it, which startled the protagonist, wondering if his name was Hwang-gu. Gakyeon affirmed, thinking there was a reason why he couldn't leave this place, but she was not sure of the details either. The protagonist gets startled but wonders how she ended up finding this dog, but he decides to ignore this and supposes that is what the patient wants. Gakyeon accosted the dog and wanted him not to worry because he needed to recover soon. The protagonist ponders about the carrier dog Hwang-gu and remembers that in the novel, the beggar sects would face many problems in the future. Therefore, each of the upcoming incidents would deal a serious blow to them, and he supposed that this dog needed to survive so the beggar sect would not fall. The protagonist asked her how she knew that he had been injured. Gakyeon explained that he was just a dog she saw often in the neighborhood, and if he hadn't cried for help, she wouldn't have found out about the injury. The protagonist smirked on realizing he is an intelligent dog, and Gakyeon added that she knew it was from the beggar sect, but she didn't realize that he was going to the beggar sect leader. She and the other kids who used to play with him called him Hwang-gu, and that is all she knew. She found him when he was hunting today, so he led her into this cave and collapsed. The protagonist thought that he was lucky to find her and explained that he had caught the infection because of the injuries and the inflammation was quite serious. There is also a shin fracture of the kneecap and aponeurocytis, which means he had to use his front paws a lot. It looks like to the protagonist that the dog didn't give up using them even though it must have been quite painful. Gakyeon wondered why he had to go to such an extent. The protagonist realizes that a dog is better than a human in many ways, and he wonders what the letter Hwang-gu tried to deliver so badly. Abruptly, he realized that his opponent must use a fist instead of a sword because they wanted to capture him alive if possible. Gakyeon wondered why because it would be more efficient for them to kill that dog instead. The protagonist isn't sure about that either, but wonders what he should do because they might bring the doctors there if they can go to the clinic. Hwang-gu gets infuriated on hearing this, and Shin-hee wonders if this guy understands what he is saying. Gakyeon affirmed and explained that he responded well to what she said. The protagonist gets annoyed, wondering what he expects him to do if he can't bring others there. He guessed it was impossible to send the letter on his behalf either. The dog gets further infuriated, and Gakyeon explains that he says that will never happen. Even though he is brilliant, he is still a dog in the end, and his owner is as precious to him as his own life. After understanding everything, the protagonist supposed that one solution is left. Gakyeon wondered what it was, and he explained that he would have to give it emergency treatment and then run off to a branch of the beggar sect. The protagonist doesn't know if the letter can be sent since they don't know if they will survive till then. But they had no other choice, and he didn't think he would go into Jung-Hoo for something like that. The dog started barking again, and the protagonist wondered what it was and if it was saying okay to him. Gakyeon affirmed because she thinks that is what he said. After that, the dog calmed down a bit, and the protagonist instructed him to hang in there. His clinic is one of the places important to the beggar sect, so their branch is just 6 hours away from their clinic by walking. He bandaged Hwang-Gu's wound, gave him a pill, and uttered that it was about 12 hours away from this mountain, but it would only take around 4 hours for them to get there if they used agility arts. Since he is special, the protagonist hopes to hold on for a long time. He tied the dog on his back and instructed him not to die on him until they reached the beggar sect branch. As soon as the emergency treatment was given, Hwang-Gu pointed at the luminous pearl. So, Chun-Hee and Gakyeon took it quickly, exited the cave, and headed toward the beggar sect branch. After coming out of the cave, the protagonist is sure that there are pursuers around, and because Gakyeon is better at martial arts, she needs to protect them, and Gakyeon affirms. While on their way, the protagonist asked her if she knew which way it was. Gakyeon uttered that she could get through this forest with her eyes closed and asked about him. Chun-Hee clarified that he is not as familiar with the first as her, but he thinks he would have no problem catching up with her if she led the way. While progressing, Hwang-Gu started looking in a direction, and Gakyeon supposed that he might be trying to guide them as he seemed to be pointing toward that direction. The protagonist is surprised to learn this, wondering if Hwang-Gu is better at this than them, and he decides to follow the dog, telling him that they are counting on him. He realized that they had to go in that direction, so he asked Gakyeon if she was ready, and they should leave. Gakyeon is startled, wondering if he can trust her with his life. The protagonist affirmed, which pleased her, so she wanted him to keep running because she would cover him. The protagonist started running, telling her he would be counting on her to cover his back then. Gakyeon looked at them enthusiastically and wanted to protect them with her own life. They kept running amidst the forest, and Gakyeon knew that escorting and self-defense were very different. She remembered her father instructed her that it was much harder to protect others than to defend herself. Gakyeon knew that, specifically, it was more complicated when it was at night. However, fortunately, the direction of the wind isn't disadvantageous for them, and the moon isn't that bright either. So, she hoped that they would detect them as they kept going. On her way, she noticed some birds flying and wondered if someone scared the birds in the mountain. Abruptly, the birds rushed toward the protagonist, making him their target, which startled Gakyeon as she realized that they were aiming at Hwang-Gu. She grabbed the arrows and pointed toward those birds. Since there were 5 of them, she wanted to first take care of the 3 in front and attack them. The arrow strikes those birds, and the protagonist is startled upon seeing them. He couldn't believe that the birds were after them, and was sure that Hwang-Gu might be startled, but he assured him everything was all right now. He looked back and felt reassured with her watching his back, and he supposed that they applied tracking perfume on Hwang-Gu. He assumed that Hwang-Gu also knew that, so he went deep into the cave, but now that they were outside, the persuaders were coming after them. While the protagonist is waving toward Gakyeon, he gets startled as he hears some noise and supposes they have been discovered. Since capturing the dog is their top priority, several assassins arrive there and want to eliminate the protagonist. Chun-Hee is startled when they see that they are surrounded instantly. However, before that assassin could attack them, Gakyeon struck them with her arrows first. The assassin wondered what that was, and if that boy was not alone, as they couldn't get closer to him. One of the assassins noticed that there was a kid with a bow. While Gakyeon remembered her father's words that killing in a single shot is what every archer aims for, that is not easy to achieve in a real fight. Since her opponents knew martial arts, they knew how to avoid getting hit in their vital points. And the only answer to what she should do during that time was one. The answer is that she doesn't have to hit vital points with every single shot. Because as long as she can slow down an enemy with just one of her arrows, that is already good enough. Gakyeon thought her father was right because the most important thing wasn't to kill with a single arrow, but to shoot arrows in a way where she could make the situation favorable for her. She kept attacking that assassin, and the protagonist was dumbfounded to see her skills, thinking she was incredible. He felt like he was witnessing a scene within a Miram novel with his own eyes. There is indeed a world of difference between trying to stay calm by herself and having actual fighting experience. He wondered whether Gakyeon was alright, as he was terrified out of his wits there. While she was attacking them, one of the assassins approached her and tried to attack her. She remembered that her father didn't want her to be afraid of close combat because the moment she froze, she would die. She immediately dodged his attacks and hit him with her bow. She is astounded, wondering what kind of document it is for this many people to be chasing after it. Abruptly, she heard some other assassins saying they were not regular kids, so they shouldn't let their guards down. She grabs the arrow and gets worried since she realizes that Hwang-gu is in danger. She looked back, concerned because only one was left. She thought she should have brought more arrows. The protagonist kept running and knew that he was the one who was most scared there. He saw one of the assassins chasing him while holding the daggers and throwing them toward him. The protagonist knows he has done a lot of training, but this is his first real battle. He gets startled on seeing those daggers, starts dodging all of them, and wonders if they are using hidden weapons like cowards. While the assassin is annoyed by seeing this and wondering who that kid is, it seems like he is using the three-part stride technique. Even though it's a technique that rank warriors learn, that kid somehow manages to dodge all their attacks. He finds the protagonist quietly and tries to attack him with his sword, but due to Hwang-gu's warning, Chin-hee manages to dodge his attack. The protagonist worries because he doesn't think they can catch up instantly. Abruptly, Gakyeon attacked the assassin with her arrow, which made him drop his sword. She immediately instructed him to leave quickly and not look back because she would take care of the rest, so she wanted him to focus on running away. The protagonist gets startled on hearing this and inquires if she is telling him to run away while leaving a friend behind. Gakyeon uttered that they could not do anything else because they kept coming after them, and she didn't even have any more arrows. So, she asked him if he wanted all of them to die there instead, but the protagonist was still reluctant to leave. She doesn't want to lose a friend because of Hwang-gu, and no matter how important that letter is to Miram, Chin-hee's life is more important to her. She instructed him to abandon Hwang-gu, which startled the protagonist, wondering what she meant. Gakyeon wanted him to leave Hwang-gu there and run away because he needed to survive. The protagonist looks at Hwang-gu and doesn't want to leave him there, as he looks at him with such pitiful eyes. At the same time, Gakyeon wanted him to go quickly because there were more of them coming. The protagonist gets worried, wondering if there is no other way around this and if it's impossible for them to take all of them on. He wondered if there was a way to take care of them in a single shot by gathering all his internal energy. He suddenly got an idea, thinking that if he could use that, the problem would be solved. He firmly tied Hwang-gu from his back and instructed Gakyeon to run ahead as fast as she could. Gakyeon gets worried, wondering what he will do, but he wants her to do just what he said. After that, he started enchanting something and knew that, firstly, he had to use the 5 elemental techniques of the fire element. So, it has been possible if he keeps circulating his internal energy and increasing it. After a while, he emitted tremendous Kai and shocked Gakyeon as he was incredible. She never thought that this energy was coming from the 5 elemental techniques, the metal element, and wondered how he knew such strange techniques. While the assassin approached them, they were startled at seeing strange energy coming out of his body. He instructed Gakyeon to run and firmly punched the ground, which shattered everything around him. Even the mountains were affected, so it started a landslide, which pleased him because it finally worked. Everything began to shatter as snow and several rocks cascaded down the mountain. All the assassins tried to flee, but most were pushed back and ended up buried in the snow. Meanwhile, Gakyeon is rushing away. She remembers that her father explained that the people of the Yigal are known to be expert strategists. Their battle formations are more intimidating than their strength, and he wondered if it would help her to understand that they are skilled at using the terrain to defeat their enemies. She is exhausted from continuous running and ponders if this is the Yi Gao clan battle formation. This is entirely different because the battle formation is supposed to be prepared in advance while waiting for their enemies. On her way, she looked above and saw Chen He rushing away with Huanggu while enjoying his skiing on the ice. He is thrilled because he might not have played golf before, but he definitely skied, so he kept enjoying it. Gakyeon is startled to see this, wondering why he is excited, and realizes it is the traceless snow step, but doesn't know it's just skiing. After some time, they arrived at the beggar sect branch, and the clan members were startled to see Huanggu, wondering what had happened to him. Huanggu started barking with pain, and the protagonist was stunned to hear how respectfully they treated the dog. The clan members asked them who they were and why they carried Huanggu. While Gakyeon is trying to explain who they are, the protagonist shows them a tag. They get startled upon seeing this, and Gakyeon wonders what it is, which makes those people so surprised after seeing it. The man respectfully called the protagonist's doctor and requested that he come that way. The protagonist is pleased that he brought this tag along. The moment when the branch leader saw Chen He's tag, he knew that the White Dragon Clinic had issued it. Since it was not from wood but from et al., more specifically from silver, it meant Chen He was at least one of the 4 hall leaders of the clinic. The clan member asked him if he was Dr. Baek Rin's direct disciple, Dr. So Baek Ryon. Gakyeon is startled to hear this, and the protagonist smiles because he doesn't know he is called Dr. So Baek Ryon in the world. Gakyeon is surprised to discover that he is Dr. So Baek Ryon and thinks that all the treatments that Chen He pulled off so far were extraordinary. The man asked him about the letter on Huanggu's neck, and Chen He handed it to him. He wondered if the reason that he bought Huanggu all the way there was because of the letter. The protagonist clarified that it is also because Huanggu needs to be treated, so he requests him to hurry up and go to the nearby White Dragon Clinic to get doctors. Furthermore, he didn't want the man to forget about all the necessary medicine. The man understood and assured him that he would prepare everything right away. After that, he commanded all his comrades who started working on Chen He's requests. However, before all the preparations were done, he wanted to take a look at her wound first, so he wanted her to sit there. She doesn't expect him to notice her wound, and the protagonist is pleased because there aren't any severe injuries. She affirmed that he uncovered her wound and wanted to disinfect it first to stop bleeding. Sure, after that, she would be fine. While treating her wound, the protagonist remarked that she is strong and thankful to her because he survived. However, she doesn't believe she deserves his gratitude, as she was also the reason why he ended up in that dangerous situation. She noticed his wound and thought he needed to be treated as well because he was looking after her and Huanggu. The protagonist laughed, telling her that it was because he was an adult and he was fine. Gakyeon wondered what he meant by an adult, and the protagonist is startled because he said that without thinking. He started laughing to cover his blunder and clarified that he was more of an adult than she was when they were there. And it's okay even if he gets treated slightly later because 5 elemental techniques increase his regenerative abilities. Gakyeon is suspicious because even though Chen He is around her age, his eyes look exceptionally mature, and she doesn't know what made them like this. She always hears people saying that she is more mature than the rest of her peers, but it's totally different from what Chen He has. She rambled that he had saved a dog and probably secured an essential document of the beggar sect that day. The protagonist laughed, telling her that she also played a part in it because he wouldn't have been able to keep Huanggu safe if she hadn't been around. Abruptly, Huanggu started barking, making him suppose he was also thankful to her. Gakyeon gets happy hearing this and tells the protagonist she will protect him. The protagonist is startled at hearing this and wonders if it is because he saved her life. She refused because even though she is indebted to him as her life savior, it is not just because of that. It is because the thing that she is best at is archery, and the thing he is best at is saving people. Therefore, she says they should do what they are best at together. The protagonist finally understood, and he liked what she said, which pleased her abruptly. The man arrived and requested that he come out because the doctor was there. Chen He was pleased, so he decided to head out first. He wanted her to have a good rest there and handed her a pill, which he wanted her to eat as well. Gakyeon was startled as that was a white dragon's godly pill, which is something so precious. After that, the protagonist grabbed Huanggu, telling him it's his turn this time, so they took him outside to commence his treatment. Later, he was in the operating room with some other doctors who were a bit flustered. Fortunately, the emergency treatment earlier on was done well, so Huang-gu's treatment didn't take too long. It was a comminuted fracture for emergency external wounds. Time is especially crucial when doing the treatment. Particularly when it's done in an inadequate environment, they need to close up the wound quickly after they cut it open. Chin-hee used the ability of the 5 elemental techniques and was able to move at least 3 times faster than a normal human. He used it as he did with Rangchen previously. He made use of the 5 elemental technique of fire energy and was able to detect the location of the infection quickly. Thanks to that, he was able to treat Huang-gu despite having close to 0 veterinary knowledge. After the treatment was completed, he thanked everyone, and all the doctors remarked that he was as impressive as the rumors say. They supposed that Master Beak Rin had a good eye for talent. The protagonist laughed on hearing this, telling them they were overpraising him, and clarified that they all helped immensely since they were all very competent. He thought at least one of them would look down on him since he was young, but he never thought they would be so friendly toward him. Abruptly, the doctor uttered that the hygiene of this place is pretty decent considering that it's a beggar den. The other doctor agreed as he also thought it would be dirty and reeking of smell, but the inside of this hut was much cleaner than he had expected. The lady doctor uttered that all martial artists are different, so she guessed there were even different kinds of beggars as well. She thought that if beggars liked dirty environments, there could also be beggars who wanted a clean environment. The protagonist agrees because one is a beggar, it doesn't mean that person will definitely be dirty. Since they can possess high-grade information, the protagonist guesses they can earn money if they want to. Moreover, the beggar sect branch probably requires less maintenance funds compared to the Hao clan. This makes the protagonist wonder if the beggar sect is poor and how much he should ask for the treatment fee. While he is pondering, the clan member rushes inside, accosting him and informing him that the branch leader is asking to see him urgently. Later, the protagonist is in the act of the branch leader sitting before him silently. He looked at the man beside the leader. They had more than 4 knots at his waist. The branch leader thought for a while and explained that the translation of the letter had just been completed. He clarified that he had asked for him because they needed him there. The protagonist is startled to learn that, wondering why they need him there. He feels things can become troublesome even though his master has asked him not to get involved in troublesome matters after completing treatment. The branch leader explained that their sect leader was hiding because suspicious people had attacked him. The protagonist is startled to learn that suspicious people are attacking him, wondering if it could be them. The branch leader explained that the sect leader had been roaming around to obtain a particular divine relic for an extended period of time. They heard that he managed to obtain the item, but simultaneously, the suspicious region, who were wearing masks and swords, attacked him. The letter mentioned that he had suffered serious internal injuries. The protagonist is startled by learning that because he knows he is right. He recalled that his little heavenly demon from the novel had appeared with other heavenly demon cult members to collect merits for themselves. If that is the case, then the divine relic is probably related to the demonic cult, and he asked the branch leader about the suspicious people. The branch leader explained that the sect leader managed to fend off a few of them, but one of them was especially strong and left an impression. So, he was able to kill that guy and had to run away. But since he suffered serious internal injuries, maybe he did not survive. The protagonist finds it strange because the beggar sect leader should have died when those suspicious people attacked him, so he wonders if a butterfly effect caused this. The branch leader and others bowed before him, apologizing that they had to ask for help since he had just finished surgery. But this is an urgent matter for them since it relates to the life and death of their sect leader. He requested the protagonist to save their sect leader because he was the only one they could trust. The protagonist is worried because the sect leader is involved with the little heavenly demon, which means he just got engaged in a complicated matter. Meanwhile, far away in the cave of a certain mountain, blood is splattering outside, and Ha Ryun is hiding inside, injured. Ha Ryun couldn't believe it. He needed one more slash, which would have been more profound than that old man could have died. He wondered why he hesitated and had no idea that that sect leader was this weak toward sympathy. However, he guessed not many could ignore a child shouting for his father and mother in the cold mountain. The sect leader didn't know that the child was one of their cult members. Therefore, Ha Ryun never thought he could be indifferent to a child's screams, even though he was the beggar sect leader. His commander thought that person wasn't qualified to be the sect leader because he let down his guard just because he felt sorry for a child. He wanted everyone not to forget the most important principle in the Eclipse Divine cult, which is that sympathy is weakness. The child that the sect leader is carrying away immediately attacks him with a long needle. Everything went smoothly at first, and the strategy was expected to succeed. So, no matter how strong he was, Harayun is sure that he should have fallen after being hit by the black blood martial arts disintegration poison. But he wasn't losing to the ambush squad at all, and he fought back. The sect leader was a strong, unknown person to Harayun. He is strong to the extent that even though the black blood martial arts disintegration poison would turn one's blood black and harden it, he could still kill almost all of the squad members. Even during that time, he only looked at the child who had stabbed his back with pity, which was Harayun's chance. He had succeeded at the moment that he put all his strength into his sword and closed their distance. Therefore, he rushed toward the sect leader, pointing his sword at him, but didn't attack. This makes him wonder why he could not slash at him and get attacked back. Harayun couldn't understand the reason, and he knew that the blood of a natural killer in him was commanding his body to kill that man. But in the midst of all that excitement and madness, his sword had stopped for a second, but he couldn't understand why. He recalled the protagonist and wondered if he had received his present. Meanwhile, at the beggars' sect nearby clinic belonging to the White Dragon Clinic, everyone was startled to see them, wondering how they were. One of them recognized that they might be the beggars' sect pursuit squad who had just arrived. Abruptly, they inquired about the doctor's location, and his comrade explained that he said he needed to take something. Meanwhile, the protagonist checks the tools and realizes they have most of the things. Then he started looking for some books and pondered that if Gakyeon hadn't discovered Hwang-gu and asked him for help, Hwang-gu would have died. Furthermore, the beggar sect leader who is hiding now would have passed away as well. He knew that it would take them some time to track him down, but the demonic cult probably took away the divine relic. The protagonist sighed as he never thought the heavenly demon Harayun and the beggar sect leader were injured. He wondered who he should save first and was sure that if he went and saved the heavenly demon first, then he would be seen as a demonic cult spy. Since Harayun is the main lead there, Shin-hee is sure he won't die that easily. The protagonist is worried because the novel's storyline is being changed, so he shouldn't be saying something like that. This makes him wonder if the storyline can't return to what it was and curses his fortune. Gakyeon sees him leaving, and he inquires if he has prepared everything. Shin-hee wondered what she was doing there when he told her to rest and inquired if she was joining the pursuit squad. Gakyeon affirmed that she was joining them since no one else would protect him other than her. Shin-hee couldn't believe that she acted like it was normal even though there had been a battle, and he guessed this was the Muram so that it might be possible with Gakyeon. The protagonist clarified that he had a complex request, so he told her to reject it if she wanted. Gakyeon gets startled, telling him there is no need to hesitate as he should say the word. One of the beggar clan members cursed as she knew the old man would get into trouble. However, she wondered what they had been doing when the situation had been getting this bad. The protagonist suddenly came out, wondering why it was so noisy and who that guy was. He supposed the beggar sect members were being scolded a lot. He looked at the knot and pattern of her belt and realized that she was not a joke, and she even had a bat. Furthermore, she has a horrifying scar on her face, and she looks like she is in her late 30s. After pondering it, he realized she might be the next beggar sect leader, Seol-joon. Shin-hee was sure that it was her on hearing her way of speaking and that rugged look. He thought that her original name was Seol-hwa, Hua in flower, and he supposed she would join in searching for their sect leader. Therefore, he guesses their journey will be tiring because she has been known as a martial arts genius since he was young and mastered the 8 subduing dragon palms at age 20. She has been involved in helping with Miram's important and trivial matters behind the scenes. However, she lost her mind after this incident and went on a journey. Even so, she was the one who kept looking for the sect leader even when the bourgeois sect gave up on him. She looked alone for 8 years and eventually discovered the perpetrator. Then she told them that her nickname is a dog, and she doesn't let anything go once she is into it. He went into hiding for 2 years to prepare for revenge and is an incredible person. And that is how she drove Harayun, the heavenly demon, into a corner. She fought single-handedly, but in the end, she got attacked. At her last moment, she laughed because the all-powerful heavenly demon used the original core energy to defeat a mere dog and was sure the world would be in laughter. The protagonist doesn't know if there is a need to do things to that extent. Abruptly, Seol-joon saw him and supposed he must be that kid who is the White Godly Doctor's direct successor, and the one known as the Dr. White Dragon. The protagonist greeted her, and she was clarified that she was the next beggar sect leader, so she introduced herself. After telling her name, she explained that the name was given to her because she is like a dog who got her eyes injured. So, she wanted him to call her Seol-joon or Seol-gi, whichever he preferred. The protagonist affirmed, and Seol-joon thanked him for saving Hwang-gu. She asked him if he knew that Hwang-gu eats delicious food because the old man takes care of him very well. The protagonist couldn't believe she was dog food, and he guessed that might be why they called her a dog. Seol-joon furiously clarified that the old man wouldn't die this easily, and was sure he was alive somewhere. She asks the protagonist if she can trust his abilities, which worries him. After a while, she clarifies that they are ready to move out and asks if they should depart. The protagonist affirmed and knew she still hadn't found her answer. While she instructed everyone to depart, the protagonist remembered that her parents were demonic members of the evil sects and had committed wrongdoing their whole lives. Her story all started when the sect leader Il-jeol killed her parents. Neither he nor Seol-hwa knew that she was the child of demonic members because if she knew, then it would have been hard for her to serve him as her master. She was once Seol-hwa, the daughter of demonic members, and is now Seol-joon. Chin-hee wondered what she thought when she took 10 years to watch the heavenly demon in her 8 years of searching and 2 years of preparing for revenge. While he was pondering, she looked behind, asking him what he was going as he should go along quickly, and he affirmed. Meanwhile, everyone is startled to see the immense energy emerging from Beak Rin in the Miram Alliance, the Dragon, and the Phoenix Association, the White Dragon Clinic temporary branch. They wonder what is happening to the White Godly Dragon, so they assist him, and he opens his eyes to hear them. A Miram Alliance Dragon and Phoenix conference, they were training hard. In the meantime, Chin-hee was with Gak-yeon at the White Dragon Clinic, including the clinic head, Beak Rin, who departed for the Dragon and Phoenix conference to look after the injured martial artist. The 4 halls learned under Beak Rin worked very hard to treat all sorts of patients with physical injuries. The young martial artists were happy and cheered on seeing the godly doctor there. Some of them are startled, wondering how someone who is supposed to be dying looks so healthy. The elders of the sect who knew what was happening in the Miram were asking that question. After a while, a letter came to Beak Rin, who was focused on the patients. As soon as he saw the contents, he was filled with anger, and everyone was startled to see an incredible killing intent. So they wondered why he was suddenly acting like that. People from the Roman 11 Men clan were startled to see that the godly doctor's martial arts had improved once again and wondered if that monster had become even more monstrous. People keep saying that he is about to die soon, and yet they can't understand why he is getting stronger every time they see him. So, they wondered what was written in that letter for the godly doctor to get so angry. While Beak Rin is infuriated, the martial hall leader slams the table and wants him to pull himself together. Beak Rin is startled to see him, and the martial hall leader wants him to return to his senses, even though he doesn't know what happened. Beak Rin gets startled, stands, and takes a look, which makes everyone relaxed. He is finally calmed down, as they thought they would be in trouble. Beak Rin clarified that he would stop the treatment and wanted them to return now. The martial hall leader gets startled on hearing this, wondering what he means because the Dragon and Phoenix conference isn't over yet. Beak Rin doesn't care about the Dragon and Phoenix conference, so he tells him that he needs to go now and requests that he tell the Miram Alliance leader for him. Upon hearing this, the martial law leader was startled and inquired how he would take responsibility for what came next. He kept calling Beak Rin, but he didn't respond, and he got infuriated as he ignored them. He is sure that no one can stop him and wonders what was in that letter for him to leave in such a rush. He wondered where he was going, so he decided to look at the letter. He couldn't believe the paper could withstand the killing intent and got torn apart. He is startled at seeing the he symbol and wonders if there is something about the young clinic head. He could understand how Beak Rin felt, but he couldn't believe that he just left like that. On the contrary, Seol-joon is leading the scout team and is sure that it must be around there because Hwang-gu's voice is becoming louder. She decided to go ahead first and immediately rushed away. At the same time, the protagonist sighed as he realized that they were not late yet. Seol-joon followed Hwang-gu's instructions and inquired if the master was there. After a while, she reached the end, saw the ice waterfall, and realized that the old man had used his brain. She puts Hwang-gu down and wants him to bear with it. Even though the stones might be cold, she needs to break the ice. She grabbed her bat and smirked, thinking it would have been bad if she had caused an avalanche. So she wanted to be gentle and wanted the old man to wait. All the clinicians and Chen-hee rushing there wanted the old man to wait a little longer as they were almost there. Abruptly, they heard some noise and wondered what that sound was, so they immediately rushed there. After reaching the cliff, they saw several pieces of ice that Seol-joon had broken and asked her what it was. Seol-joon laughed, telling everyone that the sect leader was in that direction because there was a cave behind the ice waterfall. Everyone is startled to learn their sect leader is in there, so they all want to hurry to break the ice. After a while, they entered the cave, asking the sect leader if he was alive. They continued to progress while Seol-joon kept calling for her old man to confirm if he was alive. Although the sect leader's condition is worsening, he is coughing frequently and feels pleased to see that Seol-hwa has arrived. After some time, they found the sect leader and managed to get the fire going. But they wanted to get more things to use as firewood quickly. Seol-joon furiously cursed the sect leader so much that after making everyone worry so much, she wanted him to have a long life ahead. Meanwhile, the protagonist grabbed his hand to start his inspection and could see a huge sword injury on his chest. There were also wounds all over his body, and on top of that, he had frostbite. The protagonist is astounded to see he can hold in for so long after getting hit by the black blood disintegration poison technique. He supposed that the sect leader had difficulty preserving his life, using whatever internal energy he had left. The protagonist instructed the scout member to raise the temperature in the cave first. Seol-joon gets startled on hearing this, thinking it might be better to get him out of there quickly. The protagonist clarified that they mustn't move a frostbitten patient because the frozen liquid will destroy his cells if he receives damage in this state. The White Dragon clinician is worried because it will take at least 2 hours for them to get something that can be used as firewood. The protagonist clarified that it is all right because it is in situations like this that he has learned the 5 elemental techniques, water and fire energy. Everyone is startled to hear this, wondering if it is possible to use the water and fire energies together, given that they can conflict with each other easily. One of the clinicians heard that he hadn't learned the 5 elemental techniques for a long time, so he was worried that he would harm them. The protagonist clarified that it's possible to achieve it for emergency treatment, which startled everyone, wondering if that was possible. Chen-hee thought a person could learn it with little internal energy. Since the energy control is more important than its amount, one has. Since he has been combining the energies in the 5 elemental techniques, since he had very little internal energy, he has repeatedly experienced conflicts. So, the basics are important because not even tiny details can be neglected. After some time, the protagonist starts treating the sect leader and wants to start moving with heavy but soft water energy, and then continue with the light but sharp fire energy. If they meet right in the beginning, then they conflict with each other. So, after the fire energy wraps around the water energy like a spiral, he needs to harmonize them slowly. After successfully achieving this, Chen-hee is pleased because the blood vessels affected by the cold energy, except the 5 elemental techniques. The next comes the scariest thing about frostbite. If he accidentally overpush his internal energy into the patient, it might crash into the cold energy and injure the old man. Chen-hee knew it might take some time, but he must thaw the blood vessels individually and push his internal energy into his body. 4 hours later, the protagonist still infuses his energy into the sect leader's body. Everyone thought it was impossible for that child and wondered how he was not exhausted. Seol-joon worriedly asked if things were going well and wondered why he was not moving. The clinicians tried to stop her even though they weren't sure about it either. Usually, 15 minutes would be the limit, but they wanted her to wait and observe for a little longer. Although the protagonist continues to infuse his internal energy for some time, he eventually stops and feels glad because it is a success. Since the sect leader's blood vessels and contracted muscles are now relaxed, he can feel his blood flow returning to normal. The sect leader started coughing out blood, which startled everyone, so they approached him, and Seol-joon inquired if this was normal. the protagonist affirmed, telling her that he is acting this way because heat has returned to his body, so he wanted to stop his bleeding. The clinician started to see that Chin-hee had succeeded. Seol-joon inquired if he had passed the critical point, and the protagonist affirmed that his internal injuries were quite serious because that is the case for now. His external wounds, like slashes that he received from his attackers, have affected his intestine as well, but thankfully, more organs were not injured. Seol-joon is relieved to hear this, and Chin-hee uttered that while he has managed to perform emergency hemostasis with his internal energy, there is a different problem now. Seol-joon wondered what the problem was now, and the protagonist clarified that he had severe frostbite, so he probably didn't feel his limbs anymore. Seol-joon gets startled upon learning this and asks the protagonist what he is talking about because he treats him by sending his internal energy into him. The protagonist clarified that until now, it was just an emergency treatment, but the real treatment starts now, which astounded everyone. He explained that frostbite is more complicated to deal with than a slash wound, and the sect leader has been enduring a 4th-degree frostbite for days, so being able to preserve his life is already a miracle. Furthermore, he tried to circulate his energy so his meridians were in a mess. So, if they try to move him over a long distance now, he might end up as a vegetable for the rest of his life. Seol-joon supposed they had no choice but to treat him there. The protagonist affirmed this, which worried her, but she inquired if there was a way to treat him, and she requested that he tell her whatever he needed so she could help him. The protagonist clarified that he had already prepared what he needed in advance, so what he needed from her was resolved. She wondered what he meant, and Chin-hee explained that the sect leader must give up all 5 fingers on his right hand and the foot on his left leg. This started all of them, along with Seol-joon, because that is as good as asking him to forfeit his life as a martial artist and even living as a normal person as well. She asked him if he was sure that doing that to the old man wasn't right. Abruptly, the sect leader accosted Seol-joon, so she immediately approached him and inquired if he was awake. He clarified how he could not be awake with all that shouting of her. He uttered that the reason why people are treating her like a dog is because she isn't showing them what a successor should act like. Seol-joon cursed the sect leader as she discovered he was all right, and all other sect members were pleased to see him awake. She told the sect leader that the quack was saying that he needed to cut off his arms and legs, so she asked how she couldn't stay still. So, she wanted him to take a look because he was totally fine. While the protagonist checks him, the sect leader remarks that he is a reputable White Dragon clinic doctor. Since he doesn't feel any of his limbs, Chin-hee is only cutting off 1 foot and the fingers of 1 arm. The protagonist affirmed, telling him that this is the best he can do at this point in time. Seol-joon couldn't believe the sect leader would do what this kid told him. The sect leader wanted her to calm down because it's not the first time he doesn't feel his limbs. Beggars always experienced frostbite, so he was ready to give up his limbs from the start. However, now that kid says he can save 2 out of 4 limbs, which surprises him. Seol-joon wondered if he was planning to replace his limbs with sticks. The sect leader wondered why he would do that, as he should step down from being the sect leader. Seol-joon gets annoyed, doesn't need that old man to say weak stuff like that. The sect leader explained that a child was at the foot of a mountain crying and asking for help. He knew that he wasn't her, but the way he cried reminded him of Seol-joon so much that he went to help him. He knew it was a trap, but he was just too similar to Seol-joon, so he was like a younger version of her at that moment. Even though he is the beggar sect leader who is said to know everything, he has no idea why he was wavered by the evil of the heart. But there is one thing he knows for sure, it is all his fault, and Seol-joon gets infuriated on learning that. The protagonist is sure that the beggar sect leader has no idea how crazy he drove Seol-joon. He doesn't know that he has killed her parents, even though he is sure that he suspects that to a certain extent. The sect leader clarified that he would step down from his position starting that day, and Seol-joon would become the next beggar sect leader. All of the sect members are startled by this, and Seol-joon is shocked herself, wondering what he is saying. The sect leader uttered that while she stayed away, but he knew she was a wise child, so he was sure she would handle it. Seol-joon gets infuriated and wants him not to joke around because she doesn't deserve to be the sect leader. She wonders why he is deciding this all by himself. The sect leader knew that she was competent enough. Besides, no one would fit in other than her. She got frustrated, but the sect leader wanted her to listen to him carefully. When he was the sect leader, he was always careless and lost a lot of things. And now he is leaving his position as the sect leader, having lost even 2 of his limbs, so he is already done for. He wanted her to know that is what being a sect leader is like, so she has to and will keep losing things in her life. The protagonist knows this conversation was not between an old man and his crazy disciple, but between a former and the new sect leader. The sect leader told her she should have several things she needed to throw away in this position, which infuriated her. Later, Seol Joan went out of the cave and started crying as she couldn't endure his pain. Everyone else, including the sect leader, worries about seeing her in that state. The protagonist supposed that she couldn't possibly let it go so easily. While she is crying, the sect leader asks her what drove him to be swayed by the evil of her heart. Seol Joan uttered that she can't tell him about it yet. The protagonist is astounded to see that she chose to keep the truth from her parents' enemy, who is also her master. Based on her personality, the sect leader doubts that she is keeping it a secret for her sake and guesses it for his sake. He wondered if it was because she was worried that he might fall into the evil of his heart, relearning what caused her to waver. Seol Joan gets annoyed, wondering why he wants to know. The sect leader knew that she was one who never hurt anyone, even after she had gone crazy, and was sure that if she were truly crazy, then she wouldn't be struggling so much. The protagonist is aware that if he learns about it, he will probably spend the rest of his life in regret. Seol Joan told him it was all right because she had decided to throw it away. The sect leader wondered if she was talking about the evil of her heart. She affirmed but clarified that she was not just throwing that thing away, but already throwing it away. Since that's the case, he wanted her to untie her knot and bow to him, which astonished everyone. After some time, Seol Joan released the knot and bowed before the sect leader. The protagonist finds it unbelievable because she just throws away one of the things that torture her on the inside, which is the thing that once made her who she is. She, who had chased after her own tail this whole time, has decided to throw away that tail, which is the 12 bows that represent the abandoning of her 12 anguishes. While continuously bowing to her master, he began coughing up blood, which alarmed her. But even in his deteriorating condition, he wanted her to take his knot, and she couldn't believe him. The protagonist worriedly rushed toward him and couldn't believe he was too absorbed. He requested everyone to leave because he was staying at the surgery now and looked at another clinician to get prepared. After some time, they all left the cave guarding the entrance, worried about their former sect leader, and Seol Joan hoped that Kid would succeed. Meanwhile, the protagonist laid the patient down and looked at his most affected arm and leg, wondering if this was the best they could do. He wanted to forget about losing his martial arts, but he wondered if they actually had to cut off his limbs. Before amputating him, he kept wondering if that was really the right decision. He learned martial arts and new medical techniques, so he wondered if this was still the limit of what he could do. He couldn't understand why he didn't have any more ways of treating him and wondered why he could not find an appropriate solution. The protagonist is sure he could do more and is confident there is another way to solve this case. Because of Chunhee's hot fury, the 5 elemental energies started to circulate quickly within his body. However, he had not realized it himself that the fire energy that was most in line with his anger rose up more than other energies and was rushing toward his brain. It is the state of energy berserk, a situation where someone could say something bad happened. But the extremely cold rationality danced with a hot fury, which led to a balance between them. The water energy matched the fire energy by starting to move a lot more, and at the same time, all 5 energies went on a rampage, which withdrew Chunhee deep into himself. Although it was for an instant, he gathered the energies weaker than the water and fire ones and helped balance them accordingly. The 5 energies reached the perfect state and began to swell significantly. The clinicians gathered around Chunhee, worried about seeing this, wondering what had happened because his whole body had become red, and they thought something bad was happening at that moment. While the protagonist grabbed a needle, opened his eyes, and realized that there was another way. He put his hand on the old man's leg, emitting his aura. He knew this sensation differed from the 5 elemental energies and was entirely new to him. With that sensation, he can vividly sense everything happening in the beggar's leader. The protagonist has seen this in his previous life, as it's about a man who came to the hospital after he got frostbite during his Mount Everest climb. While everyone talked about amputation, A famous oriental physician was able to save that man's leg with acupuncture and moxibustion. Therefore, the protagonist looked back, telling his commander that he wouldn't be amputating his limbs, so he wanted them to prepare the acupuncture needles. Since the situation turned out this way, he tried to remember that he thought it was incredible then, but he could also do this right now. He grabbed the needle and started infusing his energy in it, and he knew that his patient's nerve cells had necrotized. However, he can maximize their regeneration ability by using the 5 elemental energies to stimulate the innate energy. Just like a lizard regenerates its tail, they could recreate its limb, and if they can connect the dead blood vessels and make it so that blood can pass through again, then it's possible. The clinic, watching him treat the sect leader, is astounded as they realize that he is extracting the dead flesh and blood. The protagonist incised the injured area, removed the necrotized tissue, and again sutured it. He is sure it will be impossible to use his innate energy to regenerate the dead nerve cells because he didn't have enough of it. Even though the sect leader's meridians are all in a mess, he is sure that he should be able to use the 5 elemental techniques to get the energy out and forcefully use it. Abruptly, he grabbed the long needle and wanted to make use of that. The clinician was startled upon seeing this and wondered what he intended to do with the longest acupuncture needle. Before inserting the long needle, the protagonist requests the sect leader to hang in there for a little more. After inserting it, he transferred his 5 elemental energies with the long needle and got in contact with his energy. This is a situation where an energy berserk state can quickly happen due to a clash of 2 different energies, which is why the protagonist wants to keep his focus no matter what and control his energy. While the protagonist was infusing his energy into the old man's body, he recalled the time when he met Seol-joon, asking her if her parents were alive. Seol-joon refused, telling him that she was alone, so the sect leader asked her if there were any relatives she could rely on, and she affirmed. However, he wanted to get her to a doctor first, then they needed to get her injuries looked at. After that, he will go to the government and find out if she has any relatives. Seol-joon thanked him, accosted him, and inquired who he was. The sect leader looked back and told her that he was a beggar. She gets strangled on discovering that it is a lousy job because she heard that it is a bad job. The sect leader started laughing and reminded her that she was being saved by a beggar right now. After that, he got her wound inspected by the doctor. With heaven as his roof and the earth as his blanket, that was how he lived in Jonghu alone. He forgets about kids, but he doesn't even bother with dating anyone because there is no use in getting a family for a beggar. However, it kept attracting his attention, and he couldn't simply leave that matter as it was. After some time, her comrade told him that it had been 100 days already, but no one had come for her. The sect leader got worried because that was bad, and Seol-joon insisted she wanted to go with him. The sect leader furiously reminded her that a beggar is not good, but she clung to him and insisted that she wanted to become a beggar like him because she liked beggars. The sect leader gets annoyed seeing how persistent she is, and he doesn't want to let her do this, even over his dead body. However, Seol-joon refused because she wanted to become a beggar like him, and he knew she had been stubborn from the start. After the protagonist infused his energy into the sect leader's body for a while, he moved his limbs. The clinician starts wondering how it is possible that his frozen and necrotized hand just moved, and they must admit that Chin-hee is certainly the disciple of the White Dragon godly doctor. Meanwhile, the beggar sect members were waiting outside for the treatment to end, and one of them saw someone quickly rushing toward them, so they informed Seol-joon. Seol-joon was startled, so they stood and saw the clinic rushing toward them. The clinician immediately got near them and told them that the sect leader had awoken, which worried Seol-joon. Meanwhile, the sect leader thanked the protagonist for saving his life and assured him that the beggar sect would never forget what he had done. The protagonist doesn't want him to worry about that and wants to check his wounds first, so he starts the inspection. The old man looked at him while pondering that his limbs were just like wood blocks. He heard that 2 of them could be saved, but he thought it would be better just to cut them all off. He still has a lot of things that he wants to tell Seol-joon, which include the secret events of Jonghu's hideout of the beggar sect and numerous other matters that only the beggar sect leader can know. He doesn't need his limbs to do that since he still has some internal energy, so he is sure that he will be able to tell her, and that is all that he needs to do. Meanwhile, Seol-joon worriedly rushed toward him, and the sect leader was glad to see her again. Seoljoon is delighted to know that he is finally awake and is pleased that he survived. While she was still conversing with him, Chin-hee gently slapped her. She gets startled, wondering what that is, and the protagonist clarifies that she can't talk to him yet because he needs to get some rest and stabilize first. Seoljoon insisted on conversing with him, but Chin-hee refused as he couldn't let her do it. She looked at him, wanting to know why the sect leader was already awake, and inquired if it was impossible. The protagonist refused to tell her she couldn't talk to him even for a second, but she wanted to converse with him, and he kept refusing. The sect leader gets infuriated at her as she still behaves disgracefully even in this situation. Seoljoon became gloomy, wondering how he could say that when she worried about him. The protagonist apologized to the sect leader because if she could do a better job, then he could be better for him. The sect leader doesn't want him to talk nonsense because even if the white dragon godly doctor was there, he didn't think he would be able to do a better job than he did. Seoljoon agreed because that kid was the best, and it was an incredible job considering the old man's state because, other than 2 of his fingers, he looked pretty standard. The sect leader is startled to learn that she said just 2 fingers were amputated. The protagonist affirmed, but sadly, he couldn't save his right hand, thumb, and middle finger even though they are essential to a martial artist. The sect leader gets startled, asking if this means he can live on with all 4 limbs, just without 2 fingers. Seoljoon is amazed to see that he is also surprised and knows that the kid did an incredible job. The sect leader is still confused, wondering how to achieve something like that. The protagonist is clarified that even though he loses a considerable amount of internal energy, he should be able to use martial arts again if he does a good job of recuperating. The sect leader is startled as he tells him he can see martial arts and even hold leadership in the beggar sect again. The protagonist affirmed but clarified that it wouldn't be the same as before since he had lost 2 fingers. The sect leader wanted him to stop saying that nonsense because he almost lost all 4 of his limbs, but ended up losing only 2 of his fingers instead, so there is no way anyone would complain about that. Seoljoon's eyes welled, and the old man couldn't believe he saved all his limbs. The protagonist is relieved and wants to take a rather than look at the amputated fingers and is ultimately gloomy because he still has to sacrifice something. Seoljoon took off the belt and laughed as it seemed like it would be able to hit the back of her head in the future as well, and since he was all good now, she wanted him to take it back. The sect leader refused because he wanted to leave it to her and wanted her to stop bullying an old man like him, as he wanted to create a little. Seoljoon realized that she would be in a tough time now. The protagonist smirked because even though she said that grumpily, her voice sounded cheery, and it looked like she had finally overcome the evil of her heart. The former leader accosted her and clarified that even if she were to go back in time, he would have picked her up again. Seoljoon became gloomy on hearing this and wanted him not to do that. He was clarified that he wanted to be a beggar even if he was to be reborn. The protagonist looks at them and realizes that in his whole life as a doctor in the present day, he has finally seen the scene that he has been waiting for. After the first round of treatment was over, Chin-hee and his party moved the beggar sect leader to a White Dragon Clinic branch when his condition stabilized. For him to fully recover, he needed medicine, time to recuperate, and more treatment. He knew that it could be because Seoljoon overcame the evil of her heart, but she looked cheerful then. On the day after, the beggar sect leader promised Chin-hee that he had to go to the main White Dragon Clinic branch himself. Chin-hee then rushed over to another building of the Chengsong branch of the White Dragon Clinic. Ultimately, he managed to save the beggar sect leader, and this event must have changed the future significantly, so he wondered if things would be alright. Although he is sure many things will change due to the butterfly effect, he only has one answer in his mind. He will save whoever needs help in front of his eyes if it happens again. And this time, it was Ha-ryun, so he wondered if Gak-yeon managed to bring him along safely. Operating a clinic means a person will inevitably get involved in the numerous feuds in the Jong-hu. In order to prevent conflicts that happened in clinics, doctors tried to create places like the Pond of Disarmament made by the Wudang sect. However, there is no way to fully know what a person might be thinking, because there were times when people were fighting and being sent for treatment at the same time. The wards were set to be as far apart as possible, so that people from opposing sides could be split up. The Yi-gal clan is famous for using apparatus and trap formations. Baek-rin set up the Chengsong apparatus and trap formations like the main branch. Because of that, Chin-hee had to run around the place for some time before making it to the separate building where Gakyeon was. Gakyeon is glad to see that he is there, and Chin-hee appreciates her because she went through a lot of trouble, so he thanks her. Gakyeon is annoyed because he always thanks her. The protagonist wonders if he does and inquires how that kid is. Gakyeon explained that he is sleeping now because of the medicine he received during emergency treatment. The protagonist understood that, so he opened the door and looked at Ha-ryun, who was sleeping peacefully. The protagonist treats his wound and is glad because he is safe, as it doesn't look like any significant problems. So, he needs to focus on receiving now, which pleased Gakyeon. The protagonist admitted that she did a great job finding Ha-ryun and bringing him back there while he was helping the beggar's sect out. He realized that asking her for assistance with this was a great decision. But it's a big deal that the young clinic head performed an emergency treatment and even reserved a separate building specifically for Ha-ryun, so he owes him big time after this. He is pleased to see that the kid has grown to the extent that he can hardly recognize him since they last met. Abruptly, Baek-rin arrived and realized that there was a patient that he didn't know about. The protagonist gets strangled on seeing his master there, and Baek-rin inquires if he accepts a patient without even consulting him. Chin-hee worries about seeing his master there and wonders why he is there. Baek-rin looked at Ha-ryun and inquired who that person was. The protagonist gets worried as he wasn't expecting something like this to happen at all. He clarified that he wasn't trying to deceive him because everything took place so quickly, and he knew that this could easily cause a misunderstanding, but he wanted to explain it all to his master. While he is about to demonstrate the truth, Ha-ryun wakes up and immediately tries to attack Baek-rin, which worries the protagonist. Baek-rin immediately blocks all the knives Ha-ryun throws at him, and the protagonist worries. The protagonist looked back, wondering what had happened as the heavenly demon was supposed to be asleep because of the medicine. The protagonist rushes at him, asking how he woke up and knows this is bad because he is definitely not in the right state of mind. So, coupling that with his master's aggressive stance, this situation drives him crazy. Baek-rin looked at the heavenly demon and realized that he had seen him before in the past. While Ha-ryun is infuriated, the protagonist worries because he can't let this go on like this and wants to do something. He requested his master to wait for a second because that was not intentional, and wanted him to give him some time because Ha-ryun was not in the right state of mind after the treatment. While the protagonist tried to calm him down, Ha-ryun grabbed his hand, asked what he was doing, and threw him away. The protagonist couldn't believe this and wanted him to calm down because he would get into serious trouble if he kept going. The protagonist wonders if it is because of his demonic arts that his arms are so strong. Abruptly, Baek-rin approached him while Ha-ryun emitted the energy of a killing star, which made him unable to move. He didn't realize it when he was young, but is sure of it now. Baek-rin asked the protagonist if he was seriously going through all this trouble to treat that thing. The protagonist wondered what his master meant by that thing, and if he did not even see him as a human. He told his master that even though Ha-ryun possesses the energy of the killing star, he is kind. However, Baek-rin doesn't think that way because a wolf is a herbivore, which is less absurd than what he is saying because the killer star causes one to find joy, meaning, and a goal in life via killing. This means those who are born under the killer star, even if they are just a child, always seek to kill. The protagonist gets worried about seeing this mess and wonders how things got so messed up. But he is confident he wouldn't be able to handle them. While Ha-ryun and Baek-rin were emitting the string aura, Gakyeon got stretched by such a volatile situation, so they wondered what would happen. Baek-rin kept slamming the fan on his hand and wanted Chin-hee to pass his message to that thing to get off the filthy hand that was grabbing his disciple. Ha-ryun gets infuriated, and Chin-hee knows that his master is only holding back because he is there, so he needs to calm the situation down before it gets even worse. He calmly told Ha-ryun that his master had asked him to let go of him. However, the heavenly demon wondered why he was passing this message to him. He knew his master was Baek-rin, the godly doctor, but he couldn't let him stay there. He wanted the protagonist to go with him to the cult since he had obtained a certain position and influence there, so they would be fine. The protagonist gets startled, and Ha-ryun explains that he doesn't need to consume the blood parasite to enter the cult. The protagonist gets startled upon hearing that Ha-ryun wants him to enter the cult. He wondered what he had been doing in the demonic cult and realized that he had been rising in ranks way faster compared to what was written in the novel. Beak Rin gets infuriated, clarifying that he let him go since he wasn't sure in the past, but now everything is clear. Ryun inquired why the godly doctor of Muram had such cold eyes compared to the old man of the demonic cult. The protagonist gets startled upon hearing this, and now that he thinks about it, the Phantom Archer also says something like this. He recalled that the Phantom Archer explained that, according to his guts as a long-time archer, he felt like the godly doctor gave everyone the same kind of smile, which is why he quickly lost his temper. Chin-hee realizes he is the only person his master treats differently. He knows that Beak Rin had sought revenge for the Yi Gao clan in the past, but what had happened wasn't written in detail. However, it was written that the elders of the Jiang who were scared of him. But the protagonist wonders how much of it was because of the blood debt that caused him to wipe out an entire clan. The protagonist wanted Ryun to know that he was misreading something there. Ryun doesn't think so because, in his opinion, Beak Rin looks like someone who has gotten his hands sullied with blood more than most demonic beings. Gakyeon gets worried as she hears him making such a harsh remark. Beak Rin is also infuriated as he can't believe that for someone who possesses the energy of the killer star, he sure talks a lot and clarifies that it is his last warning to him to take away that hand of his. Ryun shouted that he should do something about it if he were so unhappy about it. After they kept arguing for a while, the protagonist got annoyed with continuously hearing their argument and wanted to stop. He looked at his master, wondering what he was doing while Ryun held him. The protagonist's chest felt so tight that he wondered what kind of situation this was. He accosted his master, telling him that Ryun was not a bad person. He explained that even though he possesses the energy of the killer star, he is trying to live a life of self-restraint, and he hasn't killed the former sect leader. Beak Rin started approaching him, and the protagonist uttered that he had already sent the doctor's note over to the main clinic, so he was sure that he had already seen it before coming. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all the way to this branch, and then he accosted Ryun, telling him that person was his master. So, he warned Ryun that he would not tolerate it if he dared to speak rudely to him, who is like heaven to him. Ryun couldn't believe his brother, and Chen-hee clarified that he could treat him because of all the medical techniques he had learned from his master, so he wanted him to stop doing this. The protagonist realizes this is the problem with guys in Muram, so he requests them to communicate instead of yelling at each other. He managed to get his hand released by Ryun, looked at them, and thought his arm would break. He is glad to know that it's still possible to keep Ryun under control somehow. Ryun clarified that even if it weren't for Beak Rin, he would still have been able to get by very well on his own. But if that is what his brother was saying, he had no choice but to accept it. Beak Rin calmed down, but he was clarified that he couldn't understand why he had become a sworn brother with that thing. However, he can't do anything about this because he is too kind, infuriating Ryun. Then he accosted Gakyeon, telling her that they had acted too rashly this time and is sure that if the Phantom Archer found out about this incident, he wouldn't let it go unnoticed. The protagonist couldn't believe that his master was directing his anger at Gakyeon as well. He felt so suffocated and frustrated. Beak Rin told Gakyeon to leave as they could discuss this again later, and she affirmed. The protagonist looks at her, and she is apologetic because her Chen-hee is having a problem. She thought that if she got out of this room, he might die and wondered what he was going to do. However, she had no other choice but to comply with the godly doctor's command, so she had to leave now and hoped Chen-hee would do his best. After she left, the protagonist went to his infuriated master and requested him to give him some time. Later, the protagonist is preparing the tea, which drives him up the wall, wondering how their relationship ended like this. In the novel, they are supposed to be the main characters and the ones who save his life. However, Ryun isn't the type of person who would share his feelings. Because of that, his master has a supporting role and dies in the story's first half, so he can't interact with Ryun's life on a deep level. Now that the protagonist thinks about it, their personalities haven't matched at the start. So, he wanted to do whatever he could to improve their relationship, even if just by a little. He pours the tea into the kettle he brought to them and wants to save his master, who died in the original story. He also wanted to reduce Ryun's enemies compared to theirs and hopefully help him live a happier life. Soon, he entered the room, starting to pour tea for his master and Hao-ryun and putting in a lot of effort to tell them what he wanted to say. He told Hao-ryun about how great of a person his master was and how nicely he treated him. After that, he told his master about how kind Hao-ryun was, how he held himself back twice before killing someone, and that they were sworn brothers. He also remembered that Hao-ryun had sent him a precious bracelet as a present. Baek-rin furiously slams his cup on the table, wanting the protagonist to know that he does not need to protect that thing. Hao-ryun also couldn't believe him and asked if his master was someone who meant so much to him. Chen-hee couldn't think they were still saying whatever they wanted even after all that explanation, but his master expression was slightly less stiff now. Baek-rin is startled when he hears that he has held himself back twice, as he has never seen any document saying that those who possess the energy of the killing star have such patience. So, he genuinely found it fascinating and accosted his disciple, reminding him that he had told him many times that nothing in this world was more important to him than his disciple. Therefore, he initially would have killed that thing the moment he laid eyes on it. Hao-ryun gets infuriated on hearing this but tries to hold back as the protagonist wants him to. Baek-rin uttered that since he calls that thing his brother and everyone else calls him his brother, it's hard for him to do as he pleases. The protagonist gets startled, wondering if saying it's hard for him to do as he pleases means his master wouldn't do as he pleases. Baek-rin clarified that if that thing dares hurt a single hair on his disciple's head, then he doesn't know what he will do to it. The protagonist assured his master that wouldn't happen, so Baek-rin agreed since he had said that and wanted to think of trusting him this time. However, he needs to do a little investigation because he has friends in the demonic cult as well. The protagonist is startled to learn that his master has a connection even in the demonic cult, and he guesses he does because he is a renowned godly doctor. After his master left, the protagonist sighed because this matter was resolved somehow. A few days later, Chen-hee stayed by Hao-ryun's side to help him recuperate, and the godly doctor dropped by occasionally to see how they were doing. Later, at the medicine decoction room, Gak-yeon knew that it was all thanks to Chen-hee that they didn't fight, so he wanted him to straighten his back. The protagonist is confident that things weren't easy for her as well, as it looks like she had an earful from the Phantom Archer. Gak-yeon gets startled at recalling that, so she doesn't want him to get her started because it is horrifying. The protagonist is sure they probably wouldn't have fought each other if he wasn't involved in this. Gak-yeon is annoyed at learning this, so he wanted him not to be so pessimistic about himself. She elucidated that she had been thinking about this before, too, but he tried too hard to make everything perfect. Therefore, if he has managed to serve his master and save his friend, he has already done a good enough job. She reminded him that he had also saved the limbs of the beggar sect leader, but couldn't believe that he wanted to be even more perfect on top of all that. The protagonist wonders if he is really like that, and he recalls all the patients he treated so far. Gak-yeon uttered that even real parents might not be able to do that much and wanted him to look at her father. Although her father saved him and is an incredible father, he suffered because he was first an unfilial son who had her by accident. So, she wanted him to do what was in front of him first, and the rest of the things flowed by themselves because not even the Jade Emperor could do what he wanted to do. While the protagonist pondered, she slapped his back and wanted him to straighten his back and shoulder. After that, she decided to leave, which startled him, and she explained that as a punishment, her father gave her a lot of training, so she needed to do all of it before sunset. The protagonist affirms and wishes her the best of luck and is glad because even though things have changed compared to the original story, he has saved a friend like her. After some time, the protagonist checks, and Hao-ryun tells him that he is almost healed, so that he can go back. Hao-ryun worriedly asked him about the parasite that the cult gave him. When the person joins the demonic cult, they get the blood parasite put into their body. These parasites are famous for being the most venomous in the Central Plains. The protagonist happily told him it was gone now, and Hao-ryun asked for the surety. Chen-hee explained that he managed to remove it in the end, so if anyone had heard about this, they would have said he had done something crazy. He didn't want the heavenly demon to worry about it because he did it without anyone knowing. While treating Hao-ryun's wounds, he opened up his stomach to pull out the parasite and kill it. Hao-ryun smiled as he recalled that his brother promised him that he would take care of it when they met again. The protagonist suggests that he must keep the fact that he doesn't have the blood parasite in his body a secret. Ryun wondered if he had to keep this a secret even from his comrade, and the protagonist affirmed, telling him that he mustn't tell even if it's his master. Ryun pondered for a while and found it a little strange because when he talked to him, it didn't feel like he was talking to a strategist, but rather to a fortune teller. The protagonist gets startled on hearing this remark and realizes that the fellow is quick-witted. He turned his head away, rambling. Don't people say that it's hard to differentiate between exceptional advisors and exceptional fortune tellers? Ryun guessed that he was right, and the protagonist realized that he had good instincts, so he wondered if it was because he was the main character. There are times when he is like a teenager, but there are also a few occasions when he acts like a heavy demon, which scares him in times like that. Ryun is worried because his brother saved him this once as well, and he still hasn't been able to do anything for him. So, he suggested that he return with him to the demonic cult, which startled the protagonist. Ryun affirmed, assuring him he would be fine because physicians have always been treated well in the cult and are under his protection. The protagonist is astonished by learning and wonders about his role in the demonic cult. He wondered if he still hadn't fought for the young leader position. Ryun smirked, telling him it was all right because he would eventually become the young leader and then the cult leader. The protagonist is surprised, wondering how he is so sure about this. Ryun clarified that it is because that is why he has decided to become the cult leader. The protagonist is amazed because he talks so calmly that it is as if they are deciding what to eat for dinner. He turned away while telling him that he was not going with him. This stunned Ryun, wondering why he would do this and if it was because of the white dragon. Chin-hee gets annoyed, wanted him not to address his master like that. However, that is not easy for Ryun, so he thinks for a while and inquires if he will return with him if the white dragon dies. The protagonist gets worried upon hearing this and clarifies that if his mother dies, then he will die too. Ryun found it unbelievable, so he asked if he had died and what he would do. The protagonist puts the plate down, turns back, and asks what his brother will do if he dies. Ryun clarified that it is evident that he will kill, whether it's a person or a ghost who murders him. He will kill them no matter what and make them feel so much pain that they will regret being alive. However, he clarified that he would do whatever it takes not to let Chin-hee die. The protagonist looked at him for a while and clarified that he would do the same for him, so he asked if they were good now. Ryun couldn't believe him, and the protagonist didn't like this dirty vibe. Ryun wanted him to keep in mind that if he died, the white dragon would be the culprit. The protagonist is annoyed as his master is simply wary of him, the one who possesses the energy of the killer star. He supposed that after staying around the demonic cult, Ryun had started to think just like one of them. Ryun remarked that the white dragon must be happy that his disciple is so naive. Chin-hee gets infuriated as he can't believe he is still talking like this. Ryun clarified that his opinion isn't that important because he will surely come to the demonic cult. The protagonist starts wondering what he meant by this, and Ryun lies on the bed and then clarifies that is what he decided. The protagonist gets annoyed, telling him it's enough, and wants him to leave. Since he was discharged, he wanted Ryun to go home that night, and this is what he would tell his master as well. Ryun couldn't believe that his sworn brother wanted him to go. The protagonist affirmed, telling him he was not kidding, but Ryun wished to say something. However, Chin-hee stopped him and clarified that if the main path was blocked, there was also a way to punch his way through. The heavenly demon gets startled, wondering what is that all of a sudden. The protagonist wanted him to remember that because this was his life advice. Ryun agreed to do that, but wanted his brother to make sure to wear his bracelet and never take it off. The protagonist thinks this is the fastest way to get through the ordeal of the future, and is sure that if he were a normal person, he could ignore what he said, but Ryun, who is a kind brother, listens to him. Later, Chin-hee sent Ryun off after being discharged from the hospital because he looked like he could stay around for thousands of years. Abruptly, his master arrived, asking him if he had said goodbye. The protagonist is startled to see his master there, and Baek-rin realizes he sent the killer star kid in a hurry. He clarified that Ryun is nice even though he looks like that. Baek-rin agreed that he was a kind of killer star person he hadn't seen in old documents before, but thanks to his muscles, he might be able to witness something new. However, he doesn't even care if that kid is a good or bad killer star person. He is just nervous when he is around him. and there is nothing he can do about it. He supposed that, as his master, he needed to learn to be patient with him, and the protagonist laughed at hearing this. Soon, his happiness vanished as his master wanted him to train. Even if that thing did something crazy, he needed to be strong enough to survive. The protagonist assured his master that it wouldn't happen since he is his younger brother. However, Baek Rin clarified that he is not his real brother, and that nothing within Zhonghai is real except for the master-disciple relationship. It's a terrible world where children would kill their parents and brothers would stab each other. He thinks that Chen-He needs to go through some harsh turning. While conversing, the protagonist is astounded to see a huge black horse behind his master. Baek Rin clarifies this is his goodwill gesture to him, and the protagonist approaches the horse, who snores upon seeing this. He gets worried as he realizes that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Just like that, Chen-He started his hell training with Baek Rin. After the White Dragon found out that a Killer Star Kid was his disciple brother, he didn't seem to have any intention of giving him an easy time with the training. Therefore, the rest of his time was focused only on training except for eating and sleeping. Later, Gak Yeon saw the protagonist carrying a heavy weight through the stairs and couldn't believe he was training him to the point where it almost killed him. The Phantom Archer affirmed that Baek Rin seems kind, but he is almost like the devil when he trains his disciple. However, they thought Chen-He was amazing because he did everything without a single complaint. The Phantom Archer realized that the disciple and the master have powerful wills. After that, the protagonist practiced the part strike technique, which he practiced tens of thousands of times, enough to perform even with his eyes closed. He, who had realized the importance of basic through practical experience, first focused on basic martial arts, which he also subconsciously valued until they were finally mastered. After that, he began to apply them to the spear recommended by the White Dragon. 4 kinds of true Kai, wind, fire, water, and metal, were combined to create a new attribute of true Kai, the 5 elemental true Kai, lightning. He obtained the 5 elemental techniques, including the 6th element, lightning, and his master told him it was called the Fleeting Lightning Spear. Baek Rin explained that it is called that because it gathers light and disappears, but in the Zhonghu, it's better known by its other name, the 10-step divine spear. The protagonist is astounded to discover about the step divine species and wonders if it's the same as is described in the novel. The legendary spread technique prevented any enemy from getting closer than 10 steps. Baek Rin explained that martial artists usually use swords or fists, and most martial arts tournaments wouldn't have more than 1 or 2 participants using the spear. However, it doesn't mean that spears are bad against swords and fists. The protagonist remembers that Ha Ryun used a sword, too, and now he finally understands why his master gave him a spear. His master congratulated him on reaching the initial phase of the step divine spear. He explained that of those who achieved it, he was the only one who made it in one attempt in the whole Yi Gao family history. The protagonist is glad to hear that, but the training is so hard that he feels he could actually die. While explaining, his master suddenly started coughing out blood. This worried the protagonist, so he called for Yu-Ho because his mental condition deteriorated. Yu-Ho immediately rushed there, asking what was the matter, and the protagonist explained that the master wasn't well. Later, in the medicine decoction room, the protagonist is worried because this is bad, as his master's condition is getting worse with each day. Even though his master has lived longer than in the novel, that doesn't change the fact that his condition is not improving. He decided to write the treatment strategies for his master, which included heat treatment, antibiotic treatment, and forcefully using the fire Kai to help him recuperate. But that was not enough as they had to move to the next bigger stage. Later, he told Yu-Ho, who asked with shock if he was kidding him and what he was saying. The protagonist clarified that he needed the Mystic Core 5 Elemental Divide Elixir and wondered if he couldn't understand what he was saying, so he decided to explain that again. Yu-Ho explained that it was not it, but he wondered why he needed it. The protagonist clarified that it is a life-saving medicine for his master. Yu-Ho knew it was just an emergency medicine that temporarily relieved dizziness and paralysis, which did not solve the fundamental problem. The protagonist wonders why he is so sensitive because it's not that big of a deal. He is sure that Yu-Ho knows that it's no use for him to eat the remaining 2 pills. Yu-Ho shouted that it was better than nothing and thought he might be a mean person trying to get his hands on the master medicine to build his internal energy. The protagonist is startled by his tremendous bloodlust and realizes that Yuho's shadow is bigger than the one he saw last time, so he wonders what kind of martial arts he learned. Abruptly, Yuho's shadow started emerging from the ground as he got infuriated with him. The protagonist wanted to calm him down because if he shows any sign of being intimidating, it will be seen as a weakness. After some time, all the bloodlust and the shadow surrounding him disappeared, and Yuho thought he was being too much. Since there's nothing better than that in an emergency, it's not like the Mystic Core 5 Elemental Divine Elixir, just some random elixir. The protagonist thought he was crazy as he was ready to kill someone just because he had complaints. He claimed that for his master's sickness, the White Dragon Divine Elixir that he made would be more effective, and he certainly wanted to find the real cure. Yuho understood that and realized that he got a little too excited and decided to ask his master for permission to give it to him as soon as possible, so he inquired if he needed anything else. The protagonist wanted him to take him to the library because the innermost library is the place where many secret martial arts manuals are found. He clarified that the master said he had made prior arrangements, so there should be no procedural problems. Baek Rin instructed to look for the fleeting lightning spear in the book, which only the clinic head can access. Since Chin-hei is the young clinic head, he has already made arrangements for him to be able to enter. Yuho agreed to get it ready, and the protagonist was relieved as he guessed he had calmed down. He knows that Yuho is a terrifying man, but it does not deny his usefulness, so he will use it wherever possible. After a while, Yuho asked him when he would get the 10,000-year H-Wary. The protagonist clarified that he would get it after his isolated training and wanted him to keep this a secret from his master. Yuho clarifies that he should have hidden it from him and wonders why he was telling him all those things. Chin-hei clarified that he has two reasons. First, if he doesn't tell him that, he won't give him the Mystic Core 5 Elemental Divine Elixir. The second reason is that he values the master's life way more than the life of someone like him. So, in any case, even if he had to risk his life, he wanted to save him. Yuho gets startled, asking if he doesn't need any company when there is the Phantom Archer, the Martial Hall leader, and him. The protagonist clarified that due to the nature of the 10,000-year H-Wary, only those who have mastered the 5 elemental techniques can catch it without injuring it. After killing it unharmed, they needed to bring it back using earthenware to prevent the loss of its fire kai. Yuho understood that and clarified he would have the Mystic Core 5 Elemental Divine Elixir ready by the following day, so they wanted him to come back there by noon. The protagonist agrees and is counting on Yuho for the elixir and wants to resolve everything step by step. The Yi-Gal family is famous for its scholars and tactics, and its library is where all the secret manuals are gathered, which can be said to be the heart of the Yi-Gal family. The protagonist is amazed to see the library, and Yuho wants him to admire it all he wants as he will guide him. The protagonist agreed, so he tried to take a look around first. Since Chin-hei obtained the right to go to the deepest part of the library, they were heading to a part of the general library where everyone could enter. Yuho wondered why he needed to go to the general library when there were only books he could find everywhere on the market. The protagonist is sure that Yuho wouldn't believe him even if he told him, so he wanted him to think about it all he wants. He grabbed one of the old books and clarified that all he needed to know was right there. Yuho is stunned to see this and wonders if his young master needs this book. The protagonist affirmed because he needs this technique, which is flying steps. It's a technique where a person can dodge the attacks while rolling on the ground. It's similar to the donkey roll, which is seen as a shameful technique in the Miram world. After that, he searched for another book, finally found it, and clarified that he also needed it. Yuho is startled to see this and clarifies that only adults are allowed to take a book outside. The protagonist is clarified that he is an adult in spirits, and Yuho knows that his eyes are not those of a child, so he agrees to let him take that book with him. Yuho, that rather than all of them being books he could find in public, those 2 books weren't available elsewhere, and he wondered what his young master was thinking. Later, at the closest training center, the protagonist asks Yuho to bring everything necessary. Yuho affirmed that he had brought it all, and the protagonist clarified that he would be practicing there for a long time, so he wanted him not to open this place until he was ready. Yuho affirmed, assuring his young master that he wouldn't open it even if he screamed, so don't want him to worry. The protagonist of the cave recalled that this was the training cave he had always heard of, and it was huge. After progressing inside, he saw a considerable roof opening, illuminating the place and several practicing materials. The protagonist wondered if he would be there longer than planned. When he saw the door closing, he wanted Yuho to take good care of his master, and soon it closed, which worried him, wondering if he would be stuck there if he didn't open it. Soon, the protagonist starts traveling and wants to follow the water flow as they do in the martial arts novel. The protagonist always becomes stronger and advances to a higher level after going into closed training, since it is a period where a person wouldn't be able to meet anyone and almost get driven crazy. However, there is no specific period after which he becomes strong enough to be satisfied. According to the new 5-element technique, the development of this muscle will play an important role. So, he kept training to develop them to strengthen his physical abilities and continuously drive his body to its limit. After becoming completely exhausted, he needs to absorb energy. The Yi Gao clan also uses a medical bath to accelerate the recuperation time and the training process. This is the view of the Yi Gao clan, so, in addition to the physical training, he began to practice the flying steps and the 10-step stretching technique together. This helped him rise to a new level with the help of techniques, and he kept training for a long time while others were playing their parts. Since he was so immersed in training, he didn't even realize that 3 months had already passed while he was in his cave. The final stage of training has finally begun by swallowing all the remaining elixirs of the 5 elements. Finally, his body evolved, and his mind entered a new stage into the realm of transformation. The 5-element pills are an elixir that will provide a person with 10 years worth of Kai if he eats one properly. Because of their intense energy, eating them in the correct order is necessary. But because Chin-hee ate them all at once, a huge change happened in his body. The freshly ingested energy can be rampant inside his danjian. The 5 energies created in his body will coexist with the new ones, and something unprecedented will happen. It breaks Chin-hee's bones, regenerates, and strengthens them, which is the true power of the Hyun 1 5-element church. The white Kai that flowed through his danjian pierced through the gates and started streaming smoothly. At that moment, the protagonist reached a state of selflessness, and an enormous black liquid began flowing out of his body. One layer of the protagonist's skin was peeled off, and he underwent a metamorphosis. A person could count the people who have undergone this kind of change on one hand. Abruptly, the protagonist looks at his body and wonders what it is like as it feels as hard as a stone. Then he checked his height and realized that he had grown taller, and realized that his voice had also gotten heavier. Chin-hee has read many stories of people who underwent a metamorphosis, but he never thought it would be like this. He realized that he had become a completely different person, so he looked at his reflection in the water. He doesn't exactly know how bone reconstruction works, but he knows that it is a phenomenon that occurs once the body, the mind, and the heart are harmoniously intertwined. Once that occurs, a person's body will change to become the best for the martial arts that they practice. All the impurities in Chin-hee's body get removed, making him feel that he is born again. He knew that what his master needed was that his veins would be reconstructed. He started washing his body and couldn't understand why his white blood had been reconstructed. Since white blood refers to a person's innate Kai, he is certain that this place has been closed this whole time. He found it weird that this body, whose parents are unknown, didn't even remember his parents or the place where he was born anymore. Chin-hee thought he was an extra who died at the beginning of the original novel, so he wondered if it could be related. The protagonist could now move the wind without making any movement at all, and he blew away all the moisture in the cave. He is in a state of mindlessness and has reached the point where he could injure people with his Kai only by thinking about it. He thinks for a while and is certain that after this, he should be able to catch the 10,000-year-old Howard without injuring it. Since all the preparations have been completed, he needs to complete his final task. The pond in Su Ryandong is connected to somewhere in the valley through groundwater. Therefore, Chin-hee planned to sneak out through the hid exit and catch Man Yon Hwa Rai. The water veins are connected like a spider web, so if he gets lost, he will choke and drown before he even goes out into the valley. However, the protagonist learned the 5-element techniques so quickly that it should be no problem for him now. The only people who know of his plan are Yu-ho and the protagonist himself, but he is certain Yu-ho wouldn't tell anyone. In addition, he brought seaweed as a special kind of miscellaneous item with him while practicing. So, forcefully injecting it into this fish will urge it to run away. Jin-hee vigorously pursues the deep and complex groundwater along the way. Later, the protagonist accidentally bumps into a man in a small village quite far away from the White Dragon Clinic. The man gets infuriated, asking him who he is and why he is walking half naked. The protagonist gets startled while he is explaining everything, and the guard instructs him to show him his badge quickly. The protagonist decides to take it, and is sure that using the White Dragon Department head badge will cause an uproar in each of his master's ears. That is why he wanted to use the fake ID the beggar sect made him a long time ago. The man looked at the badge and inquired about the clan's name. The protagonist remembers what Seol said. It is the Sky Dog clan, and is sure that the smaller the sect is, the easier it is to forge a fake ID. She wonders if she was kidding with him. The man immediately permitted him and wanted him to get dressed quickly, and the protagonist agreed. Later, the protagonist peeked into the room, and the man permitted him to come inside. The man gets startled at seeing Jin-hee and inquires for confirmation that it's him. The protagonist requested him to prepare some clothes for him. After all this time, the man wondered what had happened to him and inquired if there was somewhere around where he could buy some clothes. Jin-hee explained that a lot had happened to him, but he didn't have the time to explain. So, the man instructed him to choose some form there as they are the latest items. The protagonist agreed to do that, and the man clarified that he almost couldn't recognize him without his face. He thought the young master should eat some more as he could see his bones right now, and the protagonist agreed but clarified that he was busy. After he entered the room to choose his clothes, he said he liked those outfits. After the change, he left, but on his way, he realized that the neighborhood was excellent there. He realized that the color of his dress changed if he put his kai in it, apparently, but he wondered if it worked. While looking ahead, he knew it should take around a month by foot to reach the clinic. But the problem is he doesn't exactly know where it is and doesn't know his way around there. So, he decided to find someone to help him and wanted to hire a huge guide. While he was passing by, he captured the attention of several ladies on the way. He smirked and thought he should ask the lord there to help him. Later, the protagonist arrives at a residence, and the lady sitting outside is startled, wondering what is happening. She couldn't understand why someone this handsome was coming to a cave like this. The protagonist is surprised because he thinks the lady will swing at him and hit him with everything she has, but she asks him a question. He clarified that he wanted to send a letter to Lord Wanjia. The lady starts wondering if he is kidding and inquires who he is. She asked him if he knew who they were and wanted him never to return. The protagonist realized that talking wouldn't work, so he decided to show his badge. The lady gets startled on seeing a 1,000-dog badge and supposes this may be the beggar. The protagonist affirmed and explained that the beggar made it himself. The lady worriedly knelt at him, apologizing for committing a crime, and wanted him to tell her what she could do for him. She requested that he write a letter because this beggar would deliver it immediately. The protagonist gets startled upon seeing her response and wonders if this token has more power than he originally thought. The protagonist handed her the badge and requested her to deliver his message. The lady affirmed and agreed to get going right away, so she wanted him to rest in a nice place in the meantime and guide him there. The protagonist looked at the cave ahead and didn't know where to go either way, so he decided to rest there and thanked her as he would be in her care now. The lady agreed, so she began showing him the way. 2 days later, a lady rushed inside the residence and inquired if there was a master. The protagonist gets startled, raises his hand, and is clarified that he is the master. The lady looked around, wondering if there was anyone else there. She threw her luggage and clarified that he had been instructed to carry it there secretly. The protagonist is surprised at learning this, so she wonders what is wrong with her. Looking at her energy level, Jin-hee is sure that she is someone who is just rotting away in a government office. After explaining everything and handing him the luggage, she decided to leave first. The protagonist wondered if it was fortunate or unfortunate that the master was currently sick. However, he is confident that words will reach his master's ears in a few days, but he could only pray that Yuho would block all the news for him. He looked at the parcel the lady had written and wanted to check what was sent. After unfolding it, the protagonist realizes it is a highly valuable coin so that he can rent a horse now. He wanted to check the letter's content first and started reading it wherever he was. He supposed that it was currently going okay and was thankful for running and lifting the heavy weight from his shoulder. Jin Cheol, who saves the beggar sects, explained that a significant order came down from the moment he asked for help. Therefore, Jin Cheol will absolutely be protected by him and grant all of Chin Hee's requests. The reason is that the beggar sect has figured out that Jin Cheol's information has spread through government officials. He had no way of knowing what kind of ripple it would have around at the time since his master was so sick that they had to react so sensitively. Meanwhile, Seol-joon is startled to learn that he suddenly appears and inquires when it comes out. The sect leader thought it had to be expected, but Seol-joon didn't want him to go, but wondered how the work of it came out. The sect leader is sure that someone must have spilled it, but he doesn't know and wonders why she cares about that. Seol-joon is certain that Jin Cheol himself may not know, but he is already the core of the story, and he is someone who doesn't know what will happen to the world. The sect leader's friend had heard that syphilis, which is made impossible to treat cleanly without any wounds, Chin Hee managed to treat it. In addition, he uncovered Haemin's torment and created looseness in Bunta. The sect leader knew about that, and thanks to Wanjia, anger didn't subside quickly, and Haemin was severely damaged in the process. In the process, many Buntages and Mundos died, which is like it's crazy, so he got caught and is irritated now. Seol-joon thought it was understandable because he had lost valuable assets. The sect leader agreed because it is something that cannot be explained by common sense. Furthermore, he is also the one who obtained the right to sue the post office from King Ju. The sect leader is certain that he will probably be lost if he doesn't know his destination correctly, and it won't be easy to follow him, which must be the same for them and Haemin. Fortunately, the Manhwa brothers and sisters gathered the information Haemin found about the Jin Cheol, so it's a shame. Seol-joon heard that it is difficult to climb up once they are pushed out of the force. The sect leader clarified that there was a good wind, so he decided to fly, but it wouldn't be easy because the two children didn't match her temperament, which would keep her on her toes. Seol-joon gets infuriated on learning this, wondering if he is in a position to worry about them. She is certain that Haemin behaves like that because of Won Jia-ju's work, so she is aiming for Jin Cheol. Although they are behind in terms of power, if he leaves it alone, the beggar sect would be pointed out. However, the sect leader wanted her to know that they can't forget the grace of their beggars. Seol-joon gets worried because she doesn't know what to do. The sect leader instructed her to find the child who is constantly running and give him a letter because he doesn't know who could do this. In addition, he must master the surrounding terrain, so they are the beggar sect. While conversing, Hwang-gu arrived, and she wondered what it was. After looking at Hwang-gu, she was glad to wonder when he came. Hwang-gu immediately rushed toward his owner, and the sect leader was sure it was possible if it was his great disciple, Hwang-gu. Seol-joon is startled because she is not the leader, but the sect leader doesn't hear her. He tells her that the cold water can also go up and down and wonders if she has forgotten how many years it has already been since she came under him. Therefore, he wanted her to learn from him because from now on, she is young Hwang-gu. Seol-joon gets annoyed on learning that he is comparing her to that dog and asks if he will send Hwang-gu. Hao clan is involved in prostitution, smuggling, intelligence gathering, fabrication, assassination, and even the black market that deals in human trafficking. The beggar sect is a place where paupers and mendicants are gathered, and then the Hao clan is just a group of criminals. Recently, after they spotted the movement of Chin Hee, they got swamped internally. Manhwa quickly contacted the Hao clan head via a carrier pigeon, asking for Chin Hee's safety. While it was a relief that she had risen to a position where she could write to the Hao clan head herself, that was all she could do. The Hao clan head was the one to make the final decision in the end. Manhwa arrived at her room and wanted her to sleep, but she was worried because she hadn't received a reply yet. She thought it terrible because the disease of the godly doctor had worsened. Manhwa agreed because even though they don't know what is going on exactly, his mobility is certainly restricted. Manhwa agreed as she knew that was why Chin Hee had risked his life by making a move himself. But Manhwa thought it was too late, so they wanted her to sleep. But he is startled as a man enters their room, telling them the carrier pigeon has arrived. Manhwa instructed him to bring it there immediately, and then he grabbed the letter and was glad because they finally received it. Manhwa took it and started reading it, hoping for good news. After reading it, she realized that the white dragon Dr. Chin Hee now has a bounty of 1,000 gold nyong for his head. However, the time limit for the bounty is 100 days from the present day. After that, all grudges will be forgotten. Mu Wool worries about seeing her face because it has turned pale and inquires what this letter says. Mu Wool read the letter and realized that Mu Hua and Mu Wool were prohibited from doing anything for 100 days. They understand that Chen He has saved them, so they will be forgiven for their mistake. Mu Wool gets startled by learning that they already knew they had given the information to the beggar sect. Mu Hua agreed and knew that normally they would have cut off all of their limbs and destroyed their Danshin for doing such a thing. And, considering that they were talking about the Hao clan, they had given them a very light punishment. Mu Hua gets infuriated on learning that they can't do anything for 100 days. Mu Wool tried calming her down, reminding her that she wanted to rise higher and that they could be strong enough in 100 days. Mu Hua agreed because, in the Orthodox sect, the strongest are the ones who rule. However, Mu Wool reminded her that she hadn't even been able to fully absorb the internal energy from the White Dragon's divine elixir. Mu Hua wondered what he was saying and if he was saying that they should sharpen their blades. Mu Wool gets worried, wondering what she will do in that case. Mu Hua said she would go into isolated training for a while and requested that he take care of things. He worriedly confronted his sister to stop her, but she didn't pay attention and walked away. Meanwhile, Chen He continued his journey using the stage station horses. He didn't stop to rest and even skipped a meal or ate while riding, and he only took a break after reaching the 4th stage station. The protagonist remembers that in the novel, 10,000 years ago, Hwari was east of Nanjing and was mentioned to be in the Tangshan underground lake. Fortunately, there are no pirates in Nanjing because it's the old capital, where many reputable families live, and the river is well maintained. The protagonist wondered if he just needed to find the guide from the beggar sect after he arrived in Nanjing. Even if he sees them, he is unsure they can guide her from such a large place to the deep underground cave. And the deeper they descend, the hotter it gets for the average person to breathe. He sighed because, in the worst-case scenario, he would have to go through Tangshan alone. He heard the dog barking and people wondering what the dog was doing there, so they wanted to send him away. The protagonist decides to see what the commotion is about and sees people chasing the dog away. The other man wanted his comrade to go easy on it, as he would kill the dog, and he kept trying to let him go. The protagonist saw this and inquired what the matter was, and the man explained a strange dog had appeared, which kept creating problems. The protagonist realizes that the dog is Hwang, and the man wonders if he knows that dog. The protagonist affirmed, but he didn't understand why it was there. Hwang immediately jumped on him and started licking his face with happiness. Chen He is startled to see that he has gotten bigger and sees a letter at its neck, so they wonder if this is from the sect leader. His letter said the Hao clan had put a bounty of 1,000 gold nyang on Chen He. The time limit for the bounty was 100 days. After that, all grudges would be declared resolved. On top of that, the favor done to them would also be considered paid off. The protagonist realizes that he needs to survive for 100 days, and on top of that, gold nyang is about 1 billion won by modern standards, which makes it look like his head is pretty expensive. Suddenly, he is startled as he realizes something about Hwang is there. The letter says that Hwang will guide him anywhere he wants to go. The protagonist gently pats him, asking what that means and if it's possible. He wondered if he could do this job better than any other guide in the beggar's sect. Chen He is startled as Hwang gives him a look, asking why he would want any other guide when he has him. The protagonist remembered that he was the one who managed to guide him through the wide snow mountains while they were fighting against the demonic cultist. Therefore, he is sure Hwang's chosen route will be the same, so he trusts him. Meanwhile, men were watching over him from the cliff and thought that if they killed the disciple of the godly doctor, then their lives might be screwed forever. His comrades wondered since they cared about stuff like that. The man wanted him to look where they were because they never cared about such things. His comrades wondered if this meant he had changed his mind, but he refused as that was not what he meant. The man uttered that in the future, if they get hurt, they will have to go to the Dark Deity Clinic because they have no choice but to get those 1,000 gold nyang. He smirked cunningly. He wanted his little brother to get ready because he was all prepared. Bounty hunters from the Hao clan who specialize in assassination. The tracking mice assassin trio rushed toward the protagonist's residence. Their behavior is like that of mice, so they were called tracking mice. Each of them has a vast number of techniques, knowledge, abilities to escape, and their specialty, which is why they became famous. The assassin looked ahead, and considering Chen He's direction, he thought he would head to Hong's Lake and cross the Yangtze River. So, if he crosses it at night, they will attack him at the river. But if he does it during the day, they will attack later. The eyes of the three assassins, the master of tracking technique, smirked as he remembered the smell and wanted to go after him before the two guys got him. He uses his sense of smell, which is better than a dog, to chase after his target. The second oldest of the three, a master of the long-distance sight, smirked and wanted to do that immediately. He can distinguish things at a range of 3 kilometers. While the youngest of the three, masters swimming and stealth techniques, affirmed their plan. Later, the protagonist is at Han's Lake along with Hwang-gu and is thrilled to see it, wondering if it's a lake and not an ocean. It's incredible because he has never seen a lake this big before, even in the real world. This looked so heavy to him, and he saw Hwang-gu barking, so he supposed he must have seen a lot of such sights. However, this is Chen He's first time because he has lived a hectic life and has always had a good time with his colleagues. But he didn't have a friend who was close enough to go on a trip with him. He thinks for a while and wants to travel around more when his master gets better. So, he left the horse at the stage station and got a boat before it got dark. From there, they would ride a tributary of the Yangtze River, and going by boat had to be much faster. After traveling for a while, he arrived at the marketplace where many people were gathered despite being late. He asks Hwang-gu if they still have a long way to go, and is startled to see that he has sat down, so he wonders if they have arrived. Hwang-gu looked ahead and saw a man hiding. He smirked at seeing him and came out. The man realized it was Hwang-gu, as he didn't even bother attracting attention. The protagonist supposed that the man might be from the beggar sect. The man greeted him and inquired if he was the little white dragon Chen He, and he introduced himself as Bang Il of the beggar sect. The protagonist also introduced himself and was pleased to meet him, as he is the warrior of the beggar sect. The man thanked him for coming the long way there, and Chen He clarified that thanks to Hwang, there were no problems during his journey. Bang Il is well aware of his situation and clarified that the boat would be there the following day, so he wanted him to stay for a day there. However, he wants the protagonist to be careful because many people are after him because of the bounty put up by the Hao clan. He explained that there are a few beggar sect members beside him there, but there are not many of them. The protagonist is mortified, telling him he does not need to do that much for him. He guessed it when they sent Hwang-gu, but they are more meticulous than he thought, and he is genuinely thankful to them for this. Bang Il is certain that those with brains will move hastily because of them now, but things will get a little dangerous on the boat. But first, he wanted him to go to the Yongjeon Inn today since they manage it, which startled him. He thought avoiding the stage station was better because the government officials there were sloppy. Besides, if they know he is there, the Hao clan also does. The protagonist agrees with him because he shouldn't be too overconfident and decides to follow the advice of the Jianghu veteran. Bang Il wanted him to leave the arrangements to them and assure them he would see him at the inn. After he left, the protagonist thought they should rest well in the inn that night. Hwang-gu started panting, and he supposed he was telling him that he knew the way, so he wanted him to take him there. On their way, the protagonist asks Hwang-gu if he wants a snack. Meanwhile, the alley is entirely deserted, as no one is present. Flying Sword Joe Hwan appears and wonders if that is the young clinic head of the White Dragon. He looked at the protagonist and guessed that the others weren't there, and he was the first one to find him. Since that was the case, he immediately rushed toward the protagonist, took out his weapon, and wanted to get rid of him without anyone realizing it. Abruptly, the protagonist notices Joe Hwan hiding behind the alley, so he looks back. He immediately threw his daggers toward the protagonist, which he quickly dodged. The protagonist realizes it might be a sneak attack and realizes that Bang Il says that people with brains wouldn't rush. The assassin worries about seeing this as he thinks Chen He only knows medical techniques. Joe Hwan realized this wouldn't be bad, so he decided to escape, but shortly, he was surrounded by the members of the beggar clan. The beggar clan member asked him how he dared to try to hurt the benefactor of the beggar sect. The other man furiously asked him if he knew what his actions meant. Joe Hwang worries about seeing the beggar sect and wonders how dare the mere beggar sect members try to stop the flying sword. He knew there were not even a dozen of them there right now, and the beggar clan member wanted him to keep his mouth shut. The protagonists smirked on seeing this because they could do nothing about the reckless man. Abruptly, the beggar sect members started attacking the flying sword from all directions, and he smirked as he realized they were pretty intense for a beggar. The beggar sect members get infuriated on hearing this, so they curse him. But the flying sword wants them to get lost and not to come in his way. He managed to attack the beggar sect member and then rushed toward the protagonist because he wanted to earn those 1,000 gold yen. Zhou Huang attacked the beggar sect members with his daggers again and injured them severely. Abruptly, he is startled as he sees the protagonist before him and wonders when he arrives. The protagonist glanced at him, smirked, and punched him in the face, sending him rolling far away. The protagonist knew they would reel if one's cochlea were taken even a little. Zhou Huan kept rolling away and firmly struck the wall behind. The protagonist approached him and smirked because he would be unconscious for a while. Later, the beggar sect member tied him and inquired what they should do with this person. Since he wanted to take Chin-hee's life, the beggar sect member told him to do whatever he wanted to him. The other member wanted him to give them an order, and they would take him to the beggar sect and take care of him. Chin-hee clarified that he is a doctor, so he does not want to kill him. Zhou Huan knelt before the protagonist and assured him that he would do anything if he spared him. The protagonist ponders about it, wondering what he should do as he can't just let it simply slide. The protagonist knelt, inquiring if he would work on the boat for him if he blocked off some of the pressure points and sealed his dantian. Zhou Huan gets startled, wondering if he is telling him that he needs a rower, and clarifies that he would like him to help get the boat across the Yangtze River. The protagonist is glad because he looks pretty fit, so he must keep rowing until he says it's okay. Hearing this, the beggar sect members were startled because miners and rowers are the most challenging jobs. Zhou Huan is worried, too, because Chin-hee wants him to row the boat while his dantian is sealed. The protagonist doesn't want him to worry because he could treat him if he collapsed. Zhou Huan gets startled at hearing this, wondering if he is a devil, and wants him to kill him instead. The protagonist thinks that he is a healthy young man, so he can strengthen his mind and build muscle with this, which would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He clarified that if he showed him that he had reflected on his past mistakes, he would let him go, but until then, he needs to keep rowing. He is glad because, with this, he has his rower slave number 1. Later, he entered the Yongzhou Inn, amazed to see this place and remembering that it was open 24 hours a day. Even though it was too late, this inn was still so crowded. Abruptly, he looked at 2 men who were obviously from Zhonghu. Furthermore, he saw scholars gathered there and realized that all kinds of people gather there. Suddenly, Huang gets infuriated and starts barking, which makes the protagonist wonder what is wrong with him. The protagonist saw 2 people approaching him and asked who they were. The man greeted him, pleased to meet him, and inquired if he was warrior Chin-hee, the little white dragon of the White Dragon Clinic. Chin-hee introduced himself and wanted to know where they were from. Both of them seemed like they had a pretty high level of martial arts. The sword in that man's waist is excellent, and he is sure they are from a reputable martial arts sect or clan. The man felt honored to meet the disciple of a doctor of great repute in the world and clarified that he was Nam Goong Woon of the Nam Goong clan. He clarified that he is his Zhonghu friend and wants the protagonist to call him the Azure Dragon Sword. Chin-hee is astounded to know they are from the Nam Goong clan, as he didn't know that. The protagonist tries to recall the Azure Dragon Sword Nam Goong Woon and remembers he is the person who would later become one of the world's 3 supreme swords, the Emperor's Sword. The person beside him introduced herself, and she was Nam Goong Yeon of the Nam Goong clan. The protagonist remembers that Nam Goong Woon and his younger sibling, Nam Goong Yeon, are the ones who will fight the heavenly demon in the future. He never thought he would meet them in a place like this. The protagonist accosted them and uttered that they seemed to have come looking for him intentionally, so he is curious about their business with him. Goong Woon clarified that he was passing by when he heard something pretty interesting, and since the protagonist of that rumor was right in front of his eyes, he stepped forward because he wanted to talk to him. The protagonist understands, so he wants him to speak comfortably with him. Since he is younger than him, he feels uncomfortable if he speaks formally to him. Goong Woon inquired if he could do that, and the protagonist affirmed. He realizes that Chin-hee is surely easygoing, and he tells the protagonist that Xiao Longbao is a top rider, so he requests him to try it. Whether it is fried pork belly in soy sauce or double-cooked pork, They are both dishes that the head chef is confident in. So, if there is anything that he wants to eat, he should go ahead and order them as he guarantees that they are all good. The protagonist agrees to do that, and Goong Woon remembers something, so he accosts his sibling, inquiring what she will choose. Goong Yeon blushed, telling her brother she was alright with noodle dishes. Goong Woon knew that she had with her introduction, and now she was all shy again, so she told her that she needed to do as she had practiced. But she got annoyed with her brother, so she pinched his chest, which hurt him a lot. He couldn't believe that she wasn't releasing the grass when her brother was dying. He told Chun-hee that she might be shy, but her hands were the strongest in the world, especially her pinch. The protagonist is pleased to see that other siblings, like Moo Hua and Moo Wool, are close. Later, Goong Woon asks the protagonist if he wants a glass of Shaoxing wine. The protagonist guessed that might be because his appearance had changed a lot, and told them he still had a long way to go, so he couldn't drink. Since that is the case, Goong Woon supposed he had to drink alone. The protagonist thought that since he was at a marriageable age in this era, it would be strange to be offered a drink, but he decided to drink tea instead. Goong Woon clarified that he didn't expect to meet him there while they were there to travel and wanted him to know that he is famous these days. The protagonist doesn't know he is famous, and Goong Woon explains that it is because he made the medicine that treats syphilis. Furthermore, he heard that his medicine could also treat another incurable disease other than syphilis. The protagonist smirked, telling him they say there is no secret in Jianghu. Goong Woon clarified that for a clan like theirs, they'd know something like this quickly. And it's not like he can keep such a fantastic achievement under wraps, so he is curious as to why he hasn't announced it now, and he wanted to know why. The protagonist is startled to see that his lackadaisical attitude suddenly disappeared, and he explains that it's medicine, so people's lives depend on it. Even though it's effective against syphilis and several other incurable diseases, they don't know what kind of side effects there are, so he intends to only officially announce it after verifying its effect. Goong Woon puts his cup down and supposes that the rumors are not false. He is very cautious and supposes that is why such an incident happened. The protagonist wondered what incident, and Goong Woon uttered that one with the Hao clan. The protagonist is startled to hear this and wonders how much they know about him. He explained that when he heard about his incident with the Hao clan, he thought Chun-hee's life was very complicated. However, the Hao clan is not serious about killing him because if they wanted to, they wouldn't just have offered 1,000 gold nyong but 5,000 gold nyong. However, he knew that 1,000 gold nyong was definitely not a tiny amount, but it was not an amount that could make the big shots more. The protagonist smiled as he just faced a small fry before coming there. Goong Woon is surprised to learn that it happened so quickly and figured it was certainly big money for the less powerful people, so they would bother him quite a bit. However, that is the only reason Chun-hee worries and wonders how much more complicated this would get. Goong Woon is startled because Chun-hee does not look injured at all and supposes that either the beggar sect has helped him out or he was pretty intense. The protagonist clarified both of what he mentioned. Goong Woon thought he was humble based on the energy he felt from him. Whatever the case, he is sure that if it is Chun-hee, then he guessed he wouldn't be in grave danger. The protagonist is pissed off and wants to know about something that he is pretty curious about. He inquired why he talked to him about this while eating and wondered if he was trying to protect him. Goong Woon laughed after hearing this, and he guessed that he was not someone who was clueless. He concurred that Chun-hee was right because they were trying to protect him. Based on what they had heard, there weren't many beggar sect members in this vicinity, so he thought it would be great if they could take this chance to get the White Dragon Clinic to owe them a favor. He clarified that if he wanted, they could get him the fastest ship in this area and have boats they could obtain at their discretion. Goong Woon explained that they would hire trustworthy personnel to work on the ship, so he has nothing to worry about. The protagonist is startled because he doesn't think going that far is just for getting the White Dragon Clinic to owe him a favor. Goong Woon wanted to be honest with the person he saved, Moo Hua, his longtime friend. He doesn't want Chun-hee to misunderstand because they are not in that kind of relationship. However, they helped each other out when they were young and went through tough times. Whatever the case, he wanted to get straight to the point that he had various reasons to help him. The protagonist heard him, so he put his chopstick down and wanted to give his answer. But before that, Goong Yeon asked him where he was trying to get with the ship. The protagonist is astounded because she is quiet all along, and she explains that he is going to Tangshan, which is beside Nanjing. Gung Yon realized that he was going quite far away. Gung Woon can't believe she is talking so much and admits she likes Chen He quite a fair bit. She gets mortified, so worriedly calls her brother and starts pinching him again. Gung Woon felt excruciating pain due to her firm pinch and requested her to stop it. The protagonist realizes that she is undoubtedly innocent for someone who will become the Miram Alliance leader in the future. While seeing her continuously pinching her brother, he wondered what he should do now and if he should accept such a big favor. Abruptly, she loses her grip, and the protagonist looks at Gung Woon, wondering what is happening because he seems to be in a lot of discomfort. He stood, asking him to wait a moment, and he wanted to check his pulse since he had been treated to this meal. Later, the protagonist checks Gung Yon's pulse and gladly tells her everything looks good except for her body being a little tense, which is fine with rest. Gung Woon is pleased to learn about that, wondering if that is the case because his sister tenses up easily. The protagonist realizes that she has an incredible skeletal structure suited for martial arts, and he is expecting someone from the Nam Gung clan. He supposed she might have trained hard, and her blood and Kai circulations were well established as well. After her, Gung Yon sits on the chair as this is his turn now, and it is clarified that it has been a while since someone read his pulse. The protagonist grabbed his hand, checked his pulse, and realized it was as he suspected. So, he looked toward him and inquired if he felt any discomfort in his stomach when he bent down. Gung Woon affirmed that this happens occasionally and wondered if there is a problem. The protagonist clarified that he had a urinary stone, which startled both the siblings because they didn't hear anything like that. The protagonist asked him if he knew what a bladder is. Gung Woon wondered if he was talking about that thing that stores urine. The protagonist affirmed, and to simplify the explanation, he uttered that there was a stone somewhere inside of it, which startled Gung Woon. The protagonist explained that urine is waste coming out of a person's body in liquid form, and there are times when that waste would gather, harden, and grow in size. It is a Gung Woon bladder right now, but if that stone comes out together with his urine, then it would be worse. Gung Woon wondered what would happen then, and Chen He explained that he would feel like his world was being torn apart while it did not pose any danger to his life right now. So, it will be excruciatingly painful, and in the worst scenario, he could even die. Gung Woon gets worried about learning that he could die and worriedly inquires how he could treat it. While his sister wanted him to calm down, Chen He clarified that it was not very urgent so that he could visit their clinic in the future. Gung Woon gets worried upon realizing that he cannot treat it right. The protagonist explained precisely that he knows it is not urgent now, but he doubts the pain will come anytime soon. So, unless it gets excreted via his urine, he should start feeling pain in about 1 to 2 months. Therefore, at that time, he just needed to come to his clinic, not to a branch clinic but to the main one, because other than him, the only person who could treat him was his master. The protagonist wanted him to make sure to visit them once he was done with his business, and wanted to try to prevent him from being killed by the heavenly demon. Gung Woon is relieved to learn that it can be treated and is thankful to Chen He because he learned about it. The protagonist remembers that Gung Woon managed to be the Miram Alliance leader in the novel without any issues, so there is a high chance that the urinary stone was excreted without complication. So, he didn't need to worry too much. He clarified that he was a little apologetic for scaring him, but this was a good excuse to get him to visit. He instructed Gung Woon to reduce his salty food intake and drink a lot of water. Gung Woon gets worried upon hearing this and asks if he can drink alcohol, which startles the protagonist, but he doesn't reply. The Yangtze River and the Yellow River both ran through the Chinese Empire. The Yellow River runs through the northern region, while the Yangtze River runs through the central and southern regions. These two rivers are significant for people to get across the Central Plains, so all the merchants and distributors mainly move along them. Naturally, there are groups of pirates who intercept them in the middle. The Yangtze River's 18 strongholds are the most powerful among those gangs. Fortunately, the Hong's Lake, where Chen He is near Nanjing, so none of the pirates from that group are there. It is because Nanjing was the empire's capital in the past, so the military was stationed there since high-ranking officials and dignitaries still lived in that city. Later, the protagonist is at the port, where the assassin has already seen him leaving. Gung Woon wishes him to be safe and hopes he will achieve what he wants. The protagonist clarifies that he will not forget his help. Goong Yeon wished the protagonist to have a safe journey as well, and he hoped to see her soon as well. He can't believe that girl will show up to become the Iron Blood Swordmaster. Abruptly, a man reported to Goong Woon that they had completed the preparations for departure. Since everything was prepared, Goong Woon instructed his man to get on the ship. The protagonist looked at them, smiled, and supposed he should leave now. Soon, the boat sails, and the assassin is startled to see that he is leaving in the Nam Goong clanship. His younger brother realized that many people were in it, and he couldn't believe this was happening. Therefore, the older assassin supposed that they needed to change their plan for now. On their way, the protagonist supposed they should be fine since the Hong's River doesn't have any pirates, thanks to Nanjing. He heard they would reach Nanjing in 2 nights, so he wondered if he should train on the ship. Meanwhile, a member of the beggar clan furiously instructed Zhou Hwan to paddle properly. Zhou Hwan gets infuriated on seeing him bossing around and is clarified that he is doing it properly. He couldn't believe that these people were such a nuisance to him. The protagonist sees this and realizes he is working hard, so he instructs Hwang-gu to watch over him. Later, everyone is sleeping because of exhaustion, and Zhou Hwan is also tired yet paddling. The assassin thought this was their chance, so they emerged from the water. The older brother knew they needed to be careful not to injure anyone other than Chen He since this was the ship of the Nam Goong clan. He is certain that things will get complicated if the Nam Goong clan decides to come after them. The second brother asked his elder brother if they needed to go this far because the little white dragon seemed to have decent martial arts. The older brother is apologetic because he knows they wouldn't be in this state if not for his gambling. However, the second brother doesn't want to discuss past events as they should focus on their current objective. The first brother knew that if they couldn't repay his debt to the Hao clan by the end of the next month, they would all be dead meat, so they wanted to succeed this time. Meanwhile, the protagonist sleeps soundly in his room when he wakes up to hear Hwang-gu barking. He immediately rushed out, wondering what was happening as he heard them saying there wouldn't be any pirates. He peeked out and realized 3 of the assassins were on the ship. While the protagonist is rushing toward them, that assassin throws one of the men on the boat and smirks cunningly. However, suddenly, they were startled to see a huge wave approaching them. The protagonist uttered that, as people say, unwelcomed guests appear the most. He wanted to know who they were and where they were from. The assassin rushed toward him with his sharp knuckles and inquired what the point of knowing was when he would be soon dead. He threw his daggers toward the protagonist and tried to eliminate them. The protagonist realizes these assassins are using hidden weapons, but unlike his master, he can't do this gracefully. Chin He tried blocking those daggers with his wind energy and finally managed to throw them away. The assassin is startled as he blocks them all and wonders how such a young kid could use wind like that. The protagonist is confident he is still lacking because if his master were there, he wouldn't be reflecting these weapons with the wind. The assassin looked at the assassin as if he had used both the concept of wind and vacuum to suck all of the hidden weapons into his sleeves. He rushed toward the protagonist with his sword, fully prepared to attack him, but Hwang-gu intervened and attacked him. After which, the protagonist swiftly attacked him and the second assassin. The second brother gets annoyed on seeing this, immediately lifts his sword, and tries to attack him. However, the protagonist immediately punched him, which caused bleeding, and he wondered if they were weaklings. The elder brother worriedly charges the protagonist on seeing his brother's condition and wants him to stop immediately. While the elder brother is attacking the protagonist, he dodges his attack and realizes his opponent is fast. However, that is no match for the 3-part stride technique. After dodging his opponent's attack several times, he wrapped his sword with his wind energy, which worried the assassin. The protagonist looked at him, smiled, and supposed that he would find it hard to wield a sword in the future, which worried him. Later, they tied all 3 assassins and placed them together. One of the men asked his comrades if they saw that the little white dragon used the wind palm. His comrade saw that too, but he recalled that wind palm is something only the peak martial masters can use. The man gets startled, wondering if he is telling him that he is the peak martial master of his age. The other man muttered that young patriarch Goong-woon was also a peak martial master. It was not that unlikely. After all, the little dragon is the direct disciple of the white dragon's godly doctor, and other men wondered if that might be the case. Later, he whispered outside the protagonist's room, telling him to come out as they had tied them all up. The protagonist came out, thanked him for his hard work, and approached those assassins. He gets traded to see that one of them is severely injured and realizes that he needs emergency treatment. He looked at Hwang-gu and supposed that the beggar sect had raised a brilliant dog, as he was truly merciless against these guys. The protagonist checked the assassin's pulse and knew the other two only had dislocated bones so that he could fix them up easily, but he didn't know if he could save the last one. He supposed he got rower numbers 2, 3, and 4, but it was tiring. The following day, Joe Hwan saw the new man peddling. He inquired who they were and wondered what they were doing because that was his spot. The assassin clarified that they were sent there by the little white dragon to row the boat. Joe Hwan gets startled, wondering where they form, as he didn't see them when they departed. The assassin clarified that they have their own stories they can't tell. Joe Hwan realized that if they were new there, then that meant they also lost while trying to get the 1,000 bounty. Abruptly, the warriors saw them conversing, so they wanted the three of them to be quiet. The assassin explained that they are known as the Tracing Mice Assassin Trio, and Joe Hwan clarified that he is a flying sword. Joe Hwan startled because there are supposed to be 3 of them, and he wonders where the other one is. The assassin clarified that he was at a critical turning point as a man. Joe Hwan wondered what he meant, but the other assassin requested that he not ask further. The warrior accosted Joe Hwan, telling him to leave the spot to the 2 of them and row in the backside. Joe Hwan affirmed so quickly, rushed back, and was glad because he was finally free from being seasick. After he left, Warrior instructed the other 2 to pick up the speed because they would never reach their destination at this pace, and they affirmed. Later, they informed the protagonist to come there because Nanjing is in sight. The protagonist looks ahead and is amazed that the place is Nanjing because it is as magnificent as he had heard. The protagonist is glad they haven't had many problems so far, so what is left is to obtain the 10,000-year Hwari. Nanjing was originally the capital of the Chinese Empire, but after the capital was moved to the north, it became known as the capital of the south. It is a large and fanciful city with a deep history and traditions. After arriving there, Chun-hee left the boat to the Namgun clan and got along with the beggar sect members. Because he would have to return the same way he came after completing his mission, the trio and the flying sword stayed on the ship. After getting out of the boat, he gently pats Hwang-gu and inquires if he thinks he can find what he is looking for. Hwang-gu barks for affirmation, and Chun-hee believes this is great, so he wants to leave it to him. It seems like Hwang-gu understood Chun-hee's words because he called for the dogs that lived in Nanjing to head to Tang Mountain and began a search there. The protagonist thinks that Hwang-gu is incredible and wonders if that is how capable the messenger dog of the beggar sect leader is, as it is a remarkably intelligent animal. The protagonist keeps following Hwang-gu, and the next day, he leads Chun-hee to an underground cave entrance. The protagonist never thought that the entrance would be so small, so he doubted that he would have been able to find this place if not for Hwang-gu. As he peeked inside, he got nauseous due to the strong sulfur smell. Before heading in, he told Hwang-gu he couldn't go in because it was too hot for him inside and instructed him to stand guard until he returned. The protagonist looked at the entrance and knew he needed to hurry up before the sunset. While heading in, the protagonist covers his mouth, which is a bit huffy due to the bizarre atmosphere. The moment he enters the cave, he uses the 5 elemental techniques or heat resistance. He quickly circulated the cold energy that started from his danchin around his body to cool it down and relieve him of the dizziness he had. He wanted to keep circulating the cold energy until he found the pond. He kept progressing while enchanting the 5 elemental energy, and wondered how much deeper he had to go because this heat energy was getting stronger and stronger. After a while, he finally saw the water ahead and realized it was the hot spring water. He gets closer to the hot water spring and is startled because this temperature is too hot to withstand, even though he is using the energy of the 5 elemental techniques. He is confident that a normal person wouldn't even be able to last 15 minutes there and would get burns all over their body. However, he needs to get going because he even ate the Mystic Core 5 Elemental Divine Elixir to get past this place. Even though it is intolerable, the protagonist knows he needs to lower his temperature even more and push the cold energy onto every part of his body. Chun-hee kept circulating the cold energy pouring out of his danchin and painstakingly entered the spring. The hot spring heat energy started to clash with the 5 elemental techniques of cold energy. He controlled the 5 elemental techniques to balance it out with the heat energy while moving. He kept finding the 10,000-year-old H-Wary and remembered that in the novel, it was mentioned that it lives in a cold lake. Therefore, he knew that he just needed to head in the direction where the water was colder. He kept progressing until he felt his body was quickly cooling down, so he supposed it might be there. Therefore, the protagonist looks around and finally sees the 10,000-year-old H-Wary. Chun-Hee started to look out for the 10,000 years H-Wary that could detect incoming living organisms within the underground lake. As he carried the luminescent pearl, he made the 10-step divine spear and wanted to catch it with this. He used himself as bait and started an underground battle, but before he could do that, H-Wary attacked him. The protagonist managed to evade its attack, and H-Wary attacked him again. He gets concerned because it has been just an attack, and it has affected his internal organs so hard that he feels like he is about to lose consciousness. When Chun-Hee felt helpless against the carp's unexpected intelligence and strength, he used the stun lightning spear and gating enhancement. He knew that if he didn't end this in one strike, then he would be the one who would die. The lightning spear rushes toward the heart, and the protagonist is pleased because it has pierced through nicely. Then he pulled the string to get H-Wary closer and wanted to begin the battle of strength now. After a struggle for some time, the protagonist managed to capture H-Wary. So, he took it out and started piercing its body. He took out the elixir, and was astounded to see such a vast and shiny internal elixir. H-Wang-gu started panting as he saw it, but the protagonist refused to tell him that he couldn't eat it because it was his food. Although it's not as good, he wanted H-Wang-gu to have its meat as it's also considered an elixir. H-Wang-gu is thrilled upon hearing this, so he immediately starts eating his flesh. The protagonist knows it's perfect for his body, so H-Wang-gu eats well. Suddenly, the protagonist gets concerned as he remembers that this kind of internal elixir will become an ordinary stone if left alone for hours, so he needs to preserve that energy. So, he infused heat energy into it and wanted to bring it to his master quickly. He looked at H-Wang-gu, who was busy eating food, so he asked if it was delicious but clarified that they needed to return now. Later, when they returned, the tracking mice trio thanked the little white dragon because they survived in Roman 11. The protagonist thought heaven would help with this, which was a relief. The assassin refused, telling him that usually, his danchin would have been destroyed, and he would have been paralyzed. So, they were touched by the fact that Chun-Hee treated their brother, and even enlightened them. The elder brother accosts the protagonist and clarifies that he is not just trying to say this for the sake of it, but they wish to follow him. He is sure that is what he and his brother would like to do, so he wants him to grant them permission. The protagonist finds it unexpected as he only thinks of using them as free rowers until they pay the price for targeting his life. The assassin clarified that it was the first time someone had given people like them medical treatment like this. Therefore, they believed Chun-Hee was trying to enlighten them by asking them to row the boat instead of paralyzing them. While they are just dunces who don't know much, they hope to continue following him. The protagonist knew they were sincere about this and knew he would need people to take care of matters outside the clinic if he ran the White Dragon Clinic. Therefore, he agreed to their request as he understood, but he clarified that following him wouldn't be easy. The assassin gladly asked him if they could follow him. Abruptly, Zhou H-Wan entered the room, remarked that he was gracious, and clarified that he would also like to follow him. The protagonist is startled to learn that a flying sword is also joining him. Zhou H-Wan clarified that he would have tried to run away from him if not for the tacking mice assassin trio. Therefore, he wanted to thank the 4 of them for opening his essay. The protagonist gets stunned upon learning, thinks he got tricked as well and agrees to let the flying sword follow him as well. On the way back to the main White Dragon Clinic, the tracking mice assassin trio and flying sword left shortly to repay their gambling debts in Roman 11. Since they are people who specialize in pursuit and escape, Chun-Hee is certain that they should be able to pay it off by doing small tasks even if they don't get a big job. After splitting up with them, Chun-Hee heads back the same way he came with H-Wang-gu. 2 days later, Chun-Hee arrived at the creek entrance near the main White Dragon Clinic connected to the isolated training location. Before heading inside, the protagonist instructs H-Wang-gu to return because he has completed his mission. However, H-Wang-gu refused to return, and Chun-Hee wondered why he acted like that. But he doubted it because he did not know how to return. H-Wang-gu kept insisting on staying there, which left the protagonist with no choice but to let him stay because he was stubborn. He gently patted his head and wanted him to wait for him there. He was sure he could do that as he would return after completing the isolated training. He entered the cave and needed to return to the training location by following the water. Before he could progress further, Hwang-gu furiously started barking, which startled the protagonist, and he wondered what was wrong. The protagonist saw two shadows approaching him and wondered if they were random thugs who were there to hunt him for the bounty. He is startled as he sees his master before him, and Baek-rin asks where he went while tricking his mother. The protagonist feels flustered upon seeing his master and wonders what immense pressure emanates from him, as he must be outraged. The protagonist curses Yuho for betraying him, and while he is pondering, his master pulls his ear. Baek-rin angrily asked him what his disciple, who was supposed to be in isolated training, was doing there. The protagonist tries to clarify to his master that there is a misunderstanding, and Hwang-gu gets worried about seeing this. Baek-rin realized that Chin-hee had gained a lot of internal energy, and his body had gotten much more substantial. The protagonist wanted his master to hear him out, and Baek-rin agreed but wanted to discuss it in detail. The protagonist realizes that his master is supposed to be sick now, so he wonders how he is still so strong. He looked toward Hwang-gu while being pulled out by his master, and Hwang-gu started following him. Later, Baek-rin clarified that he had heard about the situation but wanted to hear it directly from him. The protagonist is sure that he has guessed that he did all this because he needed the 10,000-year Hwari internal elixir. He took out the elixir to show it to his master, who wondered how he managed to know its location. The protagonist wanted to be honest with his master, saying he knew at least 5 locations of the mystical creatures and 7 elixirs. He is certain that his master wouldn't believe him even if he lied there, and it is clarified that he cannot tell him how he knows about them. Baek-rin agreed to him as he promised him that he would not ask him about stuff like that when he took him in as his disciple. However, he is curious about one thing. It should have been impossible for him to capture the 10,000-year Hwari with his abilities, so he wondered if Chin-hee would keep risking his life to hunt the other mystical creatures. The protagonist affirms this because he is willing to do anything that will save his master. Baek-rin thinks for a while and tells Chin-hee that he is not tied down by anything in this world, so his disciple's life is more precious to him than anything else. The protagonist ponders it, clarifies that he knows it, and leaves the room. After he left, Yuho came inside with his master T and supposed the situation was complicated. Baek-rin clarified that having such a disciple is such a headache. However, Yuho realized he seemed to be in a good mood despite that. Baek-rin affirmed that it is because having a disciple who goes so far for him is also a blessing. He now understands why those eccentric old martial masters would go crazy over a single disciple. Baek-rin found this feeling fascinating because while he is angry because he is worried, he is also proud and happy. He wondered if this was the bond between a master and a disciple that people speak of in Jonghu. The protagonist knew that the elixirs and internal essences within the Miram have unique characteristics because they can have properties of solid liquids and gases. He expects Miram to blossom because it's an unfathomable mystery for modern science. While he is preparing the elixir for his master, Yuho inquires if there is anything he could help with. The protagonist requested that he help him lay the golden threads out after extracting them from the internal essence. Yuho inquired if it is supposed to go into a person's body. Chin-hee affirmed because, surprisingly, things made from elixir and internal essence would not be rejected even when inserted into the human body. He knew this was similar to the blood parasite in a way, as the blood parasite is a parasite that absorbs the host's internal energy and assimilates itself with them. Yuho is amazed to see that Chin-hee's internal energy feels even more pure, and he is also much better at maintaining it now. The protagonist clarified that he has gone through body reformation. Yuho thought that as well, but usually, as one practices martial arts, their body experiences faster growth. But the change is too extreme in Chin-hee's case. The protagonist clarified that he hadn't told his master yet, but wanted to do it eventually. Yuho is confident that he probably already knows it since his anger subsided the moment he met him. The protagonist knew that his master realized it the moment he saw him. While handling the elixir, he suddenly got hit by it and hurt his hand. Yuho admitted that he is tenacious but wondered why he is going this far because once his master dies, everything there will become his. Chin-hee replied that it's natural for a disciple to risk their life for a master who taught them martial arts. However, Yoo-ho knew it didn't look like he cared about stuff like that. The protagonist clarifies that he is sure that his master would have done the same for him, and is sure that is what he intended to do when he took him as his disciple in the first place. Yoo-ho thinks for a while and thinks he is right, so the protagonist clarifies that all there is, so there is no need to suffer from feeling things. A few days later, Chin-hee managed to complete the first round of work with the 10,000-year H-Wary internal essence. After that, Yoo-ho and the other doctors did the second and third rounds of work. In the meantime, Chin-hee was teaching the other doctors how to perform thoracic endovascular aortic repair. Even though this was hard for him, he wanted to succeed at all. 1 week of preparation passed by like that, and the day of surgery had come. Later, in the operation room, the protagonist asked about his master's pulse. Yoo-ho clarified that there doesn't seem to be any problem with it. The protagonist asked if he had been practicing surgery every day. Yoo-ho affirmed that he is doing this every single day. The protagonist is aware that all of their efforts were for that day since Master did his best to hold on until then, so now it is his turn to do his best. Before initiating the surgery, he told everyone that this was a simple surgery, so if they didn't mess up, there shouldn't be complications. He further explained that there should be no cutting to separate flesh and bone like last time. He wanted his master to believe in him and hang in there more because he would make this surgery a success. After a while, the protagonist instructed everyone to begin the surgery. Firstly, he needs to put a catheter into the femoral artery. Following the slower pulse, he will put in a thin golden thread that will act as a lead line. The protagonist never imagined that he would be performing such a surgery in the world of murder. He decided to put the thread into the 6 mm wide vessel by following the main artery. Meanwhile, everyone watching him started wondering if it is possible to perform a surgery without any knives. Theoretically speaking, they don't think it is and wondered if that will work. But considering the fact that the clinic head entrusted his body to Chin-hee, they supposed it should be possible. Yoo-ho thought that if Chin-hee succeeded in the surgery on top of creating the White Dragon Divine Elixir, it would kick up a storm in Jianghu. After a while, the protagonist is relieved because the golden thread has reached the chest's main artery, where the problem is. Everyone is startled to realize that Chin-hee is almost there, while Yoo-ho is worried about his master. The protagonist knows he must reoperate if he makes a mistake and lets the blood leak out of the main artery. But he can't have any second chance, so he passes the thread through the artery more carefully. He recalled his time with his master while continuously moving the thread toward the heart. He remembered how his master got severely ill and the pleasant time he spent with him while he kept progressing. After some time, the protagonist is relieved because he did it. After some time, Baek Rin opened his eyes and was startled to realize that the pain and pressure around his heart was gone, which was quite strange to him. He sits and realizes that Chin-hee is sleeping beside him, but decides to interrupt his sleep. Baek Rin guessed he was looking after him after the operation and wondered how long he had been there. He is sure that Chin-hee hasn't slept well because of him this whole time. Baek Rin is sure he must have suffered a lot in these arduous times. He stayed on the bed, covered him, and clarified that he had done everything possible. And since Chin-hee has done that for his sake, his mother also wanted to give everything to him, and he is thankful to him for everything. Outside the room, Yoo-ho is on his way when he sees his master, and he is pleased to know that he has woken up. Baek Rin is delighted to see him there and thankful for his hard work. Yoo-ho is startled to see that his master tied his hair even though it's this cold. He worriedly asked him why he was out there when the air at dawn was cold, and was concerned because his body was still weak. Baek Rin clarified that it was strange, but his chest didn't hurt anymore despite the fact that the drug effects had almost worn off already. Yoo-ho is relieved to hear this because the surgery succeeded. Baek Rin affirmed because that is what his heart is telling him. He looked at the sky gladly because he had never known that stars shone so brightly, that the air smelled so great, and he just needed the pain to be gone to notice that. Baek Rin finally realized that life can actually be so pleasant. Yoo-ho realized that everything seemed so new to his master, and it was as if he had been born anew. At first, he thought that using the 10,000-year H-Wary internal essence as an artificial blood vessel would be a crazy thing to do. However, the result is surprising because the 10,000-year H-Wary fire energy revolves around the heart. since the treatment wasn't for the meridians, his master hasn't completely recovered yet. But still, this surgery alone brought back life to his eyes. Baek Rin clarified that he needed to hurry before Chin-hee woke up. Yoo-ho gets startled on hearing this, wondering what he is talking about because he needs to rest without overstraining himself for that day. Baek Rin clarified that there is just this one thing that he has wanted to do, but Yoo-ho is reluctant. The next day, the protagonist woke up and was startled to see his master wake up. As soon as his master smiles at him, the protagonist happily rushes toward him and hugs him. Baek Rin knew he was concerned all this time and assured him his treatment was successful. He clarified that the soup would get cold, so he wanted to eat it immediately since the breakfast was ready, and Chin-hee concurred. The clinic was filled with a festive atmosphere due to the White Dragon's recovery, leading to the invitation of musicians and performers for the celebration, followed by a banquet. All the other department heads warmly congratulated the clinic head and the young clinic head, wishing them a long life from that moment onward. Both of them gladly receive everyone's warm wishes, and the protagonist realizes that the people within the clinic are happy that Master feels better now. While Gakyeon happily converses with Hwang-gu, he inquires if he missed her. She realizes that he is so big now, but still, the fact that he is cute remains as his cuteness has grown together with his size. Chin-hee is startled to see her, as it seems like she has grown a lot recently. Gakyeon affirmed, telling him that she is at the age when girls proliferate after all. She is certain that once she becomes an adult, she will probably be much taller than women around her age. The protagonist guessed that the elasticity of her muscles must be increased since she has long arms and legs and sturdy bones and wondered if this is something she was born with. Gakyeon punched him and wanted him to make sure not to let his guard down just in case he went through the body reformation if he didn't want to end up being shorter than her, and the protagonist smirked at her innocent thoughts. After some time, Baek Rin wanted everyone's attention and clarified that he would like to thank them for coming there to celebrate with them and his disciple, the little white dragon. As soon as music filled the air, Baek Rin's psychokinesis lifted an iron sword from the clinic and brought it to the banquet location. Everyone is astounded to see his level of swordsmanship and how meticulously he displayed it. Baek Rin began the sword dance with everyone, who focused on him and amazed everyone. Lightning would spark from the tips of the sword and slowly light up the whole place as if it were placed in a trance. They were shocked to see this because the lightning was supposed to be fast, and they couldn't understand how the clinic head made it so slow. The protagonist also thought his master's skills were terrific. Gakyeon wanted him to look over there because the other swords also moved according to the clinic head's gestures. Everyone is nostalgic about seeing this fantastic performance by Baek Rin and couldn't help but clap for this masterpiece. The audience is surprised to see that there is a drawing on the floor. The protagonist is startled to learn about the drawing, so he looks there and realizes it's a dragon that has been drawn on the floor. Baek Rin clarified that the dragon is Chin-hee, which started the protagonist. The protagonist is concerned that if his master did this in front of so many people, they would undoubtedly say he is a fool for his disciple. All the other department heads started laughing at knowing this and thought this dragon resembled the little white dragon. As they expected from the clinic head, he made all this look easy. Ha-jo laughed because he was amazed that the clinic had drawn sword energy and was certain this would become a hot topic across the Miram. Gokman congratulated the clinic head on reaching higher heights, and Baek Rin smiled upon hearing this compliment. Meanwhile, the protagonist is insufflated about the fact that everyone in Jong-hu will know of this by next week. And just like that, the banquet where Baek Rin's love for his disciple was made known lasted well into the night. The news of that event spread much faster than Chin-hee had imagined. The next day, the protagonist is surprised to learn that the princess sent a letter, and he wonders what is the matter. The princess said that she would certainly come to see the dragon drawing and would surely pay a visit. The protagonist gets infuriated when reading this because, seeing how uneven the handwriting is, he is sure she must have been smiling excitedly as she wrote this. A few days after the banquet, numerous gifts poured into the White Dragon Clinic, all congratulatory presents from various clinic heads. Gakyeon and Hwang-gu were also there to see the gift, and she was astounded to see so many presents. She excitedly asked Hwang-gu why they sent so many of these and wanted him not to move them like this. The protagonist gladly told his master that everyone was congratulating him. Beak Rin clarified that nothing is scarier for them than him making a healthy comeback into Jong-hu, since those who thought he was terminally ill and were relaxed will now wield their sword. The protagonist wondered what he meant, and Beak Rin clarified that they thought heaven would kill him, but now that it's not going to happen, they will try to kill him with their swords instead. More so, there are definitely people who don't believe that he was sick to begin with. The protagonist is startled because his master said that the whole of Jong-hu knew that he had 9 yin severed meridians. Beak Rin concurred because that is true, but he wanted the protagonist to understand that some people only believe in what they want to believe. Chen-hee considers it a brutal topic they are discussing with all the gifts in front of them. Beak Rin clarified that now that they know he is free from heaven's punishment, he is sure a lot of them will start to make their moves. Therefore, he wanted Chen-hee to be wise from now on about what he would do. The protagonist agreed to his master's request and decided to bear that in mind. Beak Rin decided to see his gifts and wanted the protagonist to pick what he wanted. Chen-hee is dumbfounded because his master wants him to choose from his gifts. Beak wondered why he couldn't do that when he was the one who wanted to give them to him, and no one would say anything about it. He is amazed to see that there is precious silk and the ice spirit sword that the Northern Sea Ice Palace has sent. The protagonist is excited to learn about the ice spirit sword, and Beak Rin is amazed to see that his eyes shine brightly when he hears him mention it. The protagonist is astonished to see his master using psychokinesis to bring the sword at him. After looking at it closely, he realized it was made of cold iron from the Northern Sea. Beak Rin explained that despite the sword being made of metal, cold energy circulates within it because of the ice spirit energy inside it, so it will be helpful when he uses the 5 elemental techniques of the ice element. The protagonist wondered if he could learn the sword technique. Beak Rin affirmed, telling him that he taught him spear technique as a form of self-protection, but swords have the most versatile application. Beak Rin handed him the sword to try holding it. The protagonist grabbed it, unsheathed the sword, realized it was heavy, and was astounded to see that the hilt felt cold, so he didn't think his master should use it. Beak Rin agreed that he should probably avoid cold energy, even though the 10,000-year H-wary internal essence is working within him. So, he asked the protagonist if he knew why the Ice Palace sent this and called it because of a grudge. He has previously killed the Northern Sea Ice Palace successor, but has also treated their people. The Northern Sea Ice Palace master once said that he had received his punishment because his grudges had reached the event, so he decided to wait for it to be over. Chen-hee supposed this meant he chose to leave the guy who would die from the 9 yin severed meridians alone. Beak Rin affirmed and explained that while he was thankful for helping the Northern Sea Ice Palace, people couldn't forgive him for killing his son, and that is what the word meant. The protagonist never thought there was such a story behind this sword, and abruptly, he told his master that this sword was heavy. Beak Rin smiled, thinking that he might have to train harder since it's a precious absolute sword. But there is no better thing than the one that can save his life in times of need. Chen-hee is thankful for his master, but he wonders if the fact that he sent him the sword his son had used means he will come to kill him. Beak Rin is unsure, as it is hard to be certain that this is because of his grudge. At that time, the palace master had prayed for his end with heaven's punishment, but it never mentioned what he would do when that day came. But he must pay the price if he dares to charge him because of his grudge. The protagonist thought the strongest rules were only something the strong could say. This is why he has to become even stronger, as he needs to try even harder. After all, the strongest have the ultimate say. Everyone in Jong-hu knew about the White Dragon 9 yin severed meridian. The business gossiped about it endlessly, and no one doubted it all. People wondered what would happen to the White Dragon Clinic after the White Dragon's death. However, as soon as people heard of Chen-hee's groundbreaking surgery that was effective against the 9 yin severed meridians, the entire world was stirred. Meanwhile, a girl wonders whether the White Dragon's divine elixir can calm the darkness within him. Goong-woon wondered if she was going to talk nonsense like that. Sichuan Tang clan, Tang-a laughed, clarifying that she wanted to see the abilities of the rumored little white dragon as soon as possible. Goong-woon couldn't believe it, and wondered if the elders of the Tang clan had not said anything to him. Sichuan Tang wondered what he meant, because the elders would always run away with their faces reddened every time they saw him. Goong-woon heard that the temperament of those who learned the secret techniques within the Tang clan and achieved great results at a young age would change as they became teenagers. He supposed a girl in puberty is hard to deal with, and he guessed they decided to entrust their granddaughter to him because they couldn't bear to see her creating trouble. Goon Woon supposed they were nearing the White Dragon Clinic and clarified that his injury was throbbing. He wondered if they could help him with the wound that even the Tang main family could not do anything about. He worriedly grabbed his head because he couldn't listen to this anymore. Goon Yeon told her brother that at least she is not an evil kid, and she is pretty good at the Tang clan's medical techniques, so she is sure she is just curious. The Sichuan Tang clan represents Sichuan and is famous for dealing with poison and assassination. While they are not as good as the three great clinics of Zhonghu, their poison clinics are still competent medium-sized clinics that rival the Huaju clinic in terms of medical expertise. Goon Woon looked at Tang Ah, asking if the sweets were delicious because she could travel with him, a friend of Yeon. Furthermore, she also seems to be friendly toward the little white dragon. Tang Ah gets infuriated at hearing that she is friendly and clarifies that she wants to test him and see if he can cure her injury. Goon Woon gets worried on seeing her angry, so wanted her to eat another mooncake and doesn't want to talk to her. He recalled that his father wanted him to think of the Tang clan child as someone who likes an unorthodox martial artist who learned demonic arts and be patient with her. His father gave him that advice based on his experience with his friend from the Tang clan when he was young, which is why he wanted to be patient. Meanwhile, the protagonist is training and is pleased because after undergoing body reformation, his internal energy has increased by 20 years. At this level, he is confident he would be able to become a peak martial master, and this is the time when he should learn a wide range of martial arts on a deeper level. The protagonist recalled that Baek Rin explained at the 10 Steps Divine Seas is an incredible martial art, but it's considered to be the ultimate divine art. This took him aback as he couldn't believe that even the 10-step divine spear could be regarded as one of the Yi Gao clan's ultimate divine arts, so he wondered how arrogant they were. His master instructed him that the 10 Steps Divine Spear was only a stepping stone to learning the ultimate divine art of the Yi Gao clan. Chin He knew that the protagonist of this novel was forced to learn the demonic cult's basic techniques, since they were said to be a foundation for learning the next level of martial arts, and he guessed that is how all the renowned clans work. He recalled how startled he was when his master wanted him to learn the Tai Yi Immortal Destruction Sword technique. Baek Rin explained its name meant that it could cut down an immortal made of 24 strokes. So, infinite changes could be made if they add one in varying strokes. The protagonist thought this was an arrogant name, as it's a sword technique that can cut down immortals. It's based on the principle of swiftness, variation, and bewilderment. Therefore, it's so difficult to learn that it's said when one fully masters it, it is hard for anyone to rival them. He wanted to consistently study and learn it with his body to master it. The protagonist keeps practicing and is sure that one of the enemies who appears in the novel actually uses this. While that person was known to be a genius, he could only master half of the martial arts. Although he did succeed in obtaining the secret martial arts manual from the Yi Gao clan that was in ruins, it was challenging to learn. So, it is no surprise since the basic martial arts needed for it are also very complicated, and he finally realized why that person in the novel could only use swiftness. However, even with just that, he was able to give the protagonist, Harayun, a very hard time. So, he knew that if he wanted to perfect this technique and use it freely, he needed to learn it all. Later, the protagonist is surprised to learn that Gakyeon wants to go to Zhonghu and wonders why she is doing that out of nowhere. She wanted him to stay quiet because someone might hear him, and she didn't want her father to know that. Furthermore, he also went into the Huanghu secretly, so he wondered why she wasn't allowed. The protagonist guessed she was right and realized she had triggered that kid's curiosity. Gakyeon elucidated that she didn't decide on this harshly and thought a lot after seeing him go into isolated training and then make a name for himself in Zhonghu. The protagonist wondered what he should do because he knew she wouldn't stop if he asked her, and he didn't have the right to do it. Suddenly, he got an idea, so he asked her what she would do about the money because she needed a lot more of it than she had thought when she was out there. Gakyeon was startled but thought since she knew martial arts, she should be able to earn enough to feed herself at least. The protagonist supposed that she was determined to head out there, so he couldn't help but worry about her going there alone. He knew that his attempts to stop her wouldn't resolve this situation. Therefore, he suggested that she should go to the Cloud Dragon escort establishment and is sure that the beggar sect would find some work for her. The second established leader is also a good person, so he thought that would be a good place for Gakyeon to learn about how Jong-Hu works. Gakyeon is startled since that is where her father worked for a while, and if she gets caught there and dragged back, it will cause problems. The protagonist clarified that if she makes an official contract with the escort establishment, she doesn't think her father would be able to do much. He explained that if she could make it, then not even Phantom Archer could do anything about it, and he was willing to write a recommendation letter for her. She thought for a while and then agreed to do as he said, and after some time, he handed her a letter. He explained that archers are always treated very nicely by escort establishments, and he is sure the escort establishment leader will be happy to see her. He also wrote recommendations to Sun Hyun and Sun Yeon. Gakyeon is startled to learn that the protagonist also knows the people from the Gong Sun clan. She remembers now and thinks she had heard that he entered them in a passage before and said they saved me. The protagonist affirmed and explained that the two of them would certainly help her out. Before leaving, she hugged the protagonist, which startled him, and thanked him for his consideration. He hugged her back, didn't want her to mention it, and wanted her to take care of herself. He wanted her to reach him right away if she got hurt, and if she got to any of the clinics that belonged to the White Dragon Clinic, she would be able to get in contact with him at any time. She agreed to make sure to be careful and thanked him for worrying about her. She wanted to become stronger and return to protect Chin-hee while someone listened to them while hiding in the bamboo forest. After she left, the protagonist instructed the Phantom Archer to come out. The Phantom Archer guessed he stared for too long and supposed he still needed to train more. The protagonist clarified that the air in his head felt like something was stinging it. The Phantom Archer clarified that he kept staring unconsciously, then looked at his daughter sadly. The protagonist asked if he was right to send her alone like this. The Phantom clarified that she was a lot like him at her age. He had left his house as well, but he thought she didn't have to take after him in this aspect. He remembered that she was going to the Cloud Dragon escort establishment, so he could get some updates on her occasionally, and he realized that he was receiving help from him again. The protagonist refuses, telling him that is not the case, and that he is certain that Gakyeon is skilled enough not to need his support, but he can't help but be a busybody. The Phantom laughed on listening to this and clarified that being overly humble is not a good look. He remembers that there were times when she was like a clueless kid, other times, she was like a wise person who had lived a long life. Although he doesn't show it, there are times when her thoughts astonish him. Therefore, he is sure that she will certainly become a great help, so he wants her to come back safely. Later, the protagonist is on his way because Yuho tells him that he has visitors from the Namgoon clan, and he had sent them to the special guest room, so he should head there and meet them. The protagonist wondered why they had come and wondered if his urinary stones had acted up again. Whatever the case is, this has been a while since he has seen them. After a while, he arrived at the special guest room and was glad to see them. Goong-woon is delighted to see that he is there and knows it has been a while since they have seen each other, so he inquires how he has been. The protagonist affirmed, telling him that it was thanks to him that he could get back safely. Goong-woon realized that Chin-hee had grown since they had last met, and the protagonist smiled, wondering if that was the case. Meanwhile, Tang-ah furiously stares at the protagonist and asks if he is the little white dragon, which startled them. Goong-yeon accosted her, wondering what she was trying to do. Later, Tang-ah approached the protagonist, telling him that she was Tang-ah from the Tang clan and wanted to request a match. The protagonist is startled to learn that, and Goong-woon can't believe she has started again. The protagonist is astounded because this is new to him, as he never thought that she requested a match as soon as she arrived. But it surely fits Tang-ah's character as she is feisty and cute. Tang-ah elucidated that it would be a medical knowledge match as they would feed each other poison and see who detoxes it first. The protagonist starts to know it matches medical knowledge, and she supposes she isn't talking about sparring. However, he refused, telling her that he had never learned poison arts before and that he specialized in surgery, not detoxification. Tang-ah is startled to learn this as she doesn't think he has rejected her request. The protagonist smirked cunningly because her flustered look was so cute. The protagonist is astounded because this isn't the time for him to admire it, and he needs first to find out how Goong-woon's body condition is. He asked Goong Woon if he could look at his pulse since the last checkup was a while ago. Goong Woon finds it scary when the protagonist says things like this, and the protagonist requests him to take a seat. After some time, the protagonist started inspecting his pulse to check his condition. Tang Ah gets startled, wondering how he could just let an outsider check his pulse, and if he is saying that he trusts him that much. Goong Woon gets annoyed, asking his sister if she doesn't think the doctor needs to focus and wants her to do something about Tang Ah. Tang Ah was startled to hear this, and before she could say anything, Goong Yeon grabbed her mouth and wanted her to stay quiet for a while, but because her brother needed to get a proper checkup. Later, the protagonist starts inspecting his condition and gets concerned because it seems to have worsened. He supposed that Goong Woon didn't follow instructions, and he is sure that he told him to drink much water and avoid eating salty and oily food. Goong Woon gets mortified as he knows he said that, but the elders in his clan and his friend keep inviting him to drink and eat with them, so he has no choice. Chin Hee sighed on hearing this and said his urinary stones had increased. Even though the current location is still alright, it will start soon. Goong Woon gets worried upon hearing this and inquires about what will start. The protagonist tried to scare him and uttered that the hellish anguish would start, which worried Goong Woon. Tang Ah gets past on hearing this, so she swiftly gets out of Goong Yeon's grasp and clarifies that it is absurd. She wonders how he knew whether he had urinary stones, just firmly checking his pulse. She is certain that people find out about it only after their urethra or kidney is damaged. The protagonist agreed because that is not wrong based on the medical knowledge of this era. He is certain that she would become even more curious if he told her he could do that because of his knowledge of surgery. Tang Ah got annoyed as she knew he wouldn't be able to answer that and uttered that she had never heard of doctors who could find out about urinary stones just by checking one's pulse, so she was sure he was a fraud. They tried calming her down, and Chin Hee clarified that it is easy to find out about urinary stones in their current state. Tang Ah wondered how that was possible, so the protagonist decided to demonstrate to her. He asked Goong Woo if he could bear a little pain, but Woon wanted to be treated immediately. Tang Ah furiously challenged Chin Hee to show it to her if he was a doctor. Goong Woon cursed her but agreed with her. He clarified that it was his body and wanted to listen to Chin Hee's actions. The protagonist elucidated that it is nothing, but he will send his internal energy to where the urinary stones are located and move one of them a little. Regardless of the size, the protagonist is sure that it will hurt even with a little movement because the tip of the urinary stones is sharp so that they will know immediately. Goong Woon gets worried because it sounds like it will be harrowing. However, Tang Ah didn't consider that he laughed wickedly. He thought that was a great way to find out because if that was the case, there was no way he had gotten cheated. Goong Woon clarified that it was his body, so he wanted to decide what to do with it and wanted Yeon to calm her down. However, Goong Yeon thought it important to confirm whether he had urinary stones in his body and whether this wasn't just her taking revenge for teasing her often, which annoyed him. The protagonist realizes it is 2 against 1, so he doesn't think Goong Woon can escape it anymore. He further added that they needed to appease their suspicions before they could proceed with the treatment and requested him to face his back toward him. Goong Woon cursed his fortune as he couldn't believe he would be humiliated in front of that kid. He turned around and wanted Chin Hee to be gentle. While Tang Ah and Goong Yeon are worried, the protagonist starts emanating his energy into Goong Woon's body. The protagonist recalled that based on the patients who came into the emergency room with urinary stones, the pain was like they got shot with a gun. So, he knew just how much that hurt, and soon, he moved the stone, which causes excruciating pain to Goong Woon, and he wants the protagonist to stop. The protagonist stopped immediately as he realized he seemed to be in quite a lot of pain. Tang Ah clarified that he was not acting because he looked in pain, as she could feel his soul screaming, which worried Yeon. Woong Goon wanted the two of them to know they wouldn't get any snacks for 3 days. Chin Hee inquired that now that it is confirmed, they can prove it with the treatment, and Tang Ah agreed because that is required. Goong Woon asked the protagonist if he saw it as he didn't know if he was looking at 2 girls or just 2 demons right now. The protagonist smirked as he couldn't believe he had seen this side of the future Murim Alliance leader and guessed that humans were identical. Since he is permitted, he told Goong Woon that he would need to be hospitalized to treat him, which worried him. Meanwhile, Tang Ah is enjoying her time with the clinician around without being controlled by anyone. Yu-ho couldn't believe he couldn't do anything about those kids, as they were doing strange things while roaming around the clinic. He recalled that they took bandages, saying they would learn some new martial arts, and wrapped their arm that wasn't even injured. The protagonist wanted him to let this matter slide since they were guests from the Namgung clan. Furthermore, the other doctors there say they are quite kind and get along with them. Yu-ho gets startled upon learning this and wonders who said that. Chen-hee clarified that he is busy taking care of patients, so he requested that for help to look after them. Yu-ho gets infuriated because that kid has quite the personality, and Chen-hee certainly knows about this, so he decides to leave. Later, the protagonist remembers that Gung-woon is someone who constantly eats and drinks alcohol. Therefore, the natural discharge wouldn't work for him, and he found it fascinating that Woon managed to become the Miram Alliance leader and the strongest swordsman in the future. Based on the original story, the urinary stones were removed before the situation worsened. The protagonist knew there was no way that Gung-woon could endure having them use internal energy like his master did with his illness. However, the novel doesn't specify how Gung-woon got rid of the urinary stones. Since Chen-hee is a doctor, he needs to do his duties and wants to focus on the patients before him. Later on the procedural day, everyone was noting the instructions Chen-hee was giving them. Chen-hee clarified that they will be going with extracorporeal shock wave lithotripsy. He uttered that it would have been ideal if the stones broke apart and came out of him via urine, but since there was no reaction, they had to proceed with a surgery. Gung-woon looked around and saw many doctors gathered there and wondered why it felt like he was being showcased. The protagonist wanted him to think of this as reaping what he had sown. Since things have become like this, he will use Woon to advance medical knowledge. Gung-woon supposed that he was being used to study medical techniques. The protagonist affirmed, telling him that it is because other doctors also need to learn how to treat urinary stones, which annoyed Woon. After the protagonist explained the basics to others, he asked if they should begin the procedure. He rambled that the ideal situation is that they are discharged via urine naturally, but this method is used when it is hard to achieve. Firstly, they needed to find the location of the urinary stones, and he wanted each of them to try that. The doctors participated actively, and the procedure went smoothly. Chen-hee began to explain how extracorporeal shock wave lithotripsy uses strong waves to pulverize the stones. He instructed them to combine the 5 elemental techniques and water energies and create an impact wave. Because they are using the principle of the piercing fist, if they put too much force into it, they can rupture their patient's intestine, which they cannot let happen no matter what. While he started demonstrating the skill, he told everyone that he must mix in the metal and earth energies, as the idea is not to hit but to push, but they will use the principle of flowing water. All the doctors thought the protagonist's skill was incredible since Chen-hee was performing the surgery without a knife, leaving the other doctors in awe. Gung-woon starts to see this because he hears that the little dragon is good, but he doesn't expect him to be this amazing. Chen-hee explained that if they maintain this, the urinary stone will be pulverized and discharged via urine, and he is glad because this procedure has been successful. That was the moment this new treatment method, extracorporeal shock wave lithotripsy, appeared in the clinic. The next day, the protagonist thought Gung-woon would be able to be discharged the following day. Gung-woon is startled to learn that he will be discharged this quickly, as he thought he would stay longer. Chen-hee wanted him to refrain from drinking too much alcohol and eating snacks because many people get relapses of it. Gung-woon assured him that he would bear this in mind and is certain that the protagonist has no idea how glad he is to have met him. Baek-rin gladly congratulated Chen-hee on his other success. At the same time, the protagonist wonders how he should deal with this guy now because in the original story, the heavenly demon Ha-ryun kills him, but it would be much better if he survived somehow. After some time, Tang-ah and Gung-yeon arrived there, and they finally managed to find them all. Tang-ah immediately rushed toward the little white dragon and wanted him to have a match with her. She is certain that he might be free now because he is done with the treatment. The protagonist gets startled on hearing this as she is still talking about that, and he is certain that he told her that he doesn't know poison arts. Tang-ah knew that, so that is the reason she wanted to have a martial arts match instead, and wanted him to use whatever he wanted. After suggesting these conditions, she asked him what he thought about them, and if he would agree to them. Gung-woon gets worried as he thinks she has just let it go. Beak Rin supposed she might be the Tang clan's daughter and wanted his disciple to accept their request. But the protagonist is reluctant. Beak Rin is certain he won't get many chances to spar against the Tang clan's poison arts, which will help him improve. Lady Tang is from the new generation that will lead the clan in the future, and her poison arts skills are awe-inspiring for her age. Beak Rin is certain that she will probably be very different from the people the Hao clan sent to chase after him. The protagonist knows that orthodox and unorthodox martial arts are not the same, and he is surely curious about how differently she will fight compared to the tracking mice assassin trio. Therefore, he agreed to have a match with her since his master also wanted that and accepted her request. Tang happily told Yon that she had finally succeeded, and Yon wondered if she would do it. Later, at the training ground, Tang explained that they have to spar with real weapons based on the Tang clan's sparring traditions. The protagonist is stunned to learn she wants to spar with real weapons, and Beak Rin agrees. However, in return, he or someone else will be allowed to interfere if either of their lives is in danger and inquire if that is all right. Tang immediately agreed to his request because that is what the elders of her clan could do as well. The protagonist gets concerned as he realizes that the girl seems pretty used to sparring. Tang clarified that she would only use numbing poison and that she had already given him the antidote. Beak Rin instructed Yuho to bring the sword that was to be given to Chin-hee. Yuho affirmed, immediately bringing the sword and throwing it toward the protagonist. The protagonist is delighted because he has gotten familiar with the ice crystal sword training. Tang realized the protagonist had a mighty sword and knew it would be interesting. The protagonist is aware that the sparring will officially start in a moment. He wants to go all out since it will be with real weapons. Abruptly, the Phantom Archer announced that Tang from the Tang clan would use an iron whip and hidden weapons, and the White Dragon Clinic Chin-hee would be using the ice crystal sword and instructed to start. They both were ready to fight, and Chin-hee could tell from her gaze, which had changed. Therefore, as usual, it is hard to understand what a martial artist thinks. The protagonist knew she acted like a teenager earlier, but now it feels like immense godly pressure is forming from here. The protagonist recalled that Gakyeon was like that as well. Furthermore, her actions are smooth and natural, as if she has been through this 1,000 times so that he can see any opening at all. He had to admit that Tang was on a completely different level compared to everyone he had fought so far. Meanwhile, everyone watching them fighting is astounded at seeing such a fierce battle. Tang is startled, wondering what is happening and how Chin-hee is doing this well. She knew the White Dragon Clinic was strong to a certain extent, but he dodged all her attacks. The protagonist is stunned because that girl no longer acts haughty, and he can't blame her for being surprised. The Mystic Core 5 element divine elixirs that he took to develop his brain and made one thought process faster during a fight. It makes it possible for a person to sense everything around them, and he can deal with attacks at this level because he is starting to see some openings now, so he wants to go in and attack. The protagonist rushed toward her, and she realized that his sword moves had changed as he came in for an attack. She tries to dodge it but gets worried, wondering how he is this fast. The protagonist wanted to try the Tai Yi Immortal Destruction Sword technique, so the first mouse is the Immortal Cloud Lightning. Goong Woon found the protagonist excellent because he never thought there were many movement changes in his attacks. Goong Yeon agreed with her brother and remarked that Chin-hee was fast. Beak Rin realized that his disciple wasn't slacking off on training, but he needed to be careful as Tang was calmly handling his strikes. Tang remarked that he was not bad, but she wouldn't stand there and take his attacks anymore. She immediately used new skills that changed the pattern of her iron whip and approached Chin-hee. The protagonist is startled to see this, wondering what this is, and supposes it might be the snake. While the iron whip tried to attack the protagonist, he immediately dodged the strike. Tang is dumbfounded to learn that he also dodged that, and everyone else is shocked. She immediately received her iron whip and furiously uttered that the fight would have ended with that normally. Meanwhile, the protagonist is startled because that scared him. He almost dropped his sword and couldn't believe a whip could move like that. Goong Woon thought it was miserable, and he never thought she had been pushed back in a fight against someone who had been learning martial arts for just 2 years. Tang was startled, learning that he had only practiced for years, which is impossible. Goong Woon clarified that was what he had heard, but he asked the little white dragon if he had trained for 2 years. The protagonist doesn't remember if it has been 2 years, but that doesn't matter because his hands shake from such a short fight. Tang Ah is impressed to learn that he's this strong after just 2 years of training. The protagonist thought this was what it meant to be born for martial arts, because he had never had a chance to fight against an opponent with a whip so far. Therefore, if it weren't for the mystic core divine arts, he wouldn't have lasted until now. Tang Ah laughed wickedly because it seemed like Chen He was taken aback by a whip technique he had never seen before. She explained that her clan is famous for hidden weapons, and the other martial arts are strong. She laughed ominously, telling him that she, the Black Flame Dragon, had been released, and the bloodbath awaited her, and she knew that was going to be fun now. Goong Woon gets embarrassed, wondering why Tang Ah would build such a reputation for herself. He is confident that she will end up like the rest of the elders of the Tang clan in the future. The protagonist agrees that in the future, she might try to bury her head in the ground in shame if she remembers what she did today. But right now, her hormones and the Tang clan's unique internal energy are taking over her brain, which is still growing. Abruptly, Tang Ah grabbed her whip again, telling Chen He that she had heard of this and wanted to show him the true power of the Tang clan. The two of them rush toward each other, and the protagonist realizes that she has lost her rationality because of demonic art. So she wonders if this is the side effect of using the Tang clan's internal energy. She vigorously started attacking Chen He, who was blocking her attacks with his sword. He realized the whip was moving like a real snake, making it too hard to read. Tang Ah cunningly asked the protagonist what he thought of her whip and attacked him again. The protagonist is concerned because of this movement. He can't even get close to her and wonders how a young child like her is capable of such attacks. Tang Ah jumped toward him and remarked that he was undoubtedly blocking it well. Now that Chen thinks of it, he does remember seeing her name in the novel and wondering if it is because her nickname called her. He recalled that there was definitely an appearance of a Tang clan martial master who fought with a whip. He remembered that it would be the Blood Whip Queen, who is one of the top martial masters, and he didn't know whether she was Tang Ah or not. That is because the novel has no illustrations and provides a few lines of description. In any case, Tang's whip is a very troublesome weapon, so Chen He could only trust his mystic core divine art. He wanted to use the powerful memorizing ability it had given him to figure out her attack patterns and block the strikes by reacting on the spot. Tang Ah is worried because her attacks aren't working, so she decides to use her triumph card. Meanwhile, Goong Yeon finds it amazing because she can't believe that Chen He deflects her whip like that. Goong Woon agreed, but he knew she would be really mad after that. However, Goong Yeon is certain that Tang Ah will use that if she is driven into a corner. This worries Goong Woon because he knows if she used that, then it would be a little dangerous. Baek Rin knew that Chen He was doing well, but he was confident that she hadn't shown her true power yet. While the protagonist is attacking her, he gets startled to see that she got so close and wonders the reason and trick she is trying to do again. Momentarily, Tang Ah starts chewing something in her mouth and spits poison on the protagonist. The protagonist is startled to see she is using the poison art against him. Tang Ah elucidated that it is a paralyzing poison, and there is no way to defend against it, and she kept throwing it toward him. The protagonist cursed his fortune because he knew she could use poison, but he didn't expect to spit it. Although Chen He did expect it, he still couldn't avoid it now. Tang Ah kept attacking him and told him it was a matter of time before he fell, so he wanted him to give up. The protagonist tried to dodge it and wondered if this was why she came into close range. He knew that if he just defended against it, then he would expose himself to her poison. Since that was the case, he wanted to start attacking her. While all of them were worriedly looking at Chen He, wondering what he would do now, the protagonist starts circulating his energy with the 5 elemental techniques to detoxify himself. But the poison of the clan that is famous for them is indeed quite complex. So, instead of dragging this out, he supposed he should switch to offense and start attacking her. Tang Ah realizes that he is trying to end this before he gets fully paralyzed by the poison. The protagonist knows that she is also quite tired now, so letting the fight drag out would be a mistake. He wanted to gather all the strength he had left and wanted to decide the match now. While Tang Ah tried to attack him, he immediately struck her, which made her lose her whip, and she lost her balance as well. The protagonist is certain it will end if he just goes through this stab, which will be a perfect critical hit. While he is trying to attack her, He is sure that his master or phantom archer should step in at this point. However, he is startled to see his master standing still and wonders why he isn't moving. Abruptly, the protagonist is surprised because his body suddenly acts strangely, but he can't understand why. He asked if it was because of the poison, but he couldn't feel anything, and his body had stiffened up. He was confident that his master already knew about this. Everyone is startled to see him fall, and Tang-a laughs because it looks like her darkness has finally encroached upon him and smirks because it is close. The protagonist wondered why it had to happen at such a critical moment, and if his energy circulation was insufficient or the detox. Tang-a grabbed her whip and thought it was great because she should end this fight now. The protagonist gets worried about seeing this as he realizes he will lose without even being able to move. With her whip, she rushed toward the protagonist and roared for the black flame dragon. She started striking the protagonist with her whip, injuring and throwing him away. After getting hit, he rolls out of the room, and they all become worried upon witnessing it. After Baek Rin approached him, Chen-hee worriedly told his master that he lost. Baek Rin clarified that it didn't matter because this would be a good experience for him, and he was glad because he was not injured too much. The protagonist agrees with his master because he is right, but is still sad that he has lost. Baek Rin didn't want him to be sad because he had withstood more than 100 moves of the rising martial artist of the Tang clan. This is already impressive since this is his first fight against such a strong opponent after 2 years of training. Tang-a couldn't believe that he had only trained for 2 years because if the paralyzing poison had kicked in a bit later, she would have been on the ground, so she asked the white dragon if it was just 2 years. Baek Rin clarified that it has actually been 2 years, and his disciples have been in a real fight twice, if they don't count this one, which startled her. He explained that the first time was when he fought with black-clothed assailants while trying to save the former beggar sect leader. The second fight was against the people from the Hao clan during his travel through Zhonghu. Tang-a gets startled, and Gong-woon wonders what he meant, and if it means that this was Chen-hee's first time in a duel. Tang-a couldn't believe that because it meant she was almost lost to a novice. After some time, the protagonist can move his body, so he stands with the support of his sword. Baek Rin is amazed to see that Chen-hee has completely neutralized the paralyzing poison. Tang-a was startled because that amount of poison should be able to knock out an elephant, so he couldn't understand how he had neutralized it already. The protagonist happily looks at his master, and the phantom archer is relieved to see him fine. Yoo-ho guessed that he would have a hard time training in external martial arts. Gong-woon found it interesting because even if Chen-hee's internal energy is strong due to the elixir, his sword moves and judgment don't seem like this was his first duel. Later, Gong-woon explained that since Tang-a had used up her energy that day, she had crashed immediately and was sleeping now. He thought there are sometimes instances when the winner is more tired than the loser. Gong-yeon realized that she was too agitated today. Gong-woon supposed that she must have felt upset that Tang-a acted like that. He poured the wine, accosted the protagonist, and remarked that he fought so well against the rising martial artist of the Tang clan after just 2 years of training. So, he is certain that it is because of the mystic core divine art and secret techniques of the Yi-gal clan. The protagonist can't believe that Woon is drinking wine, even though he just underwent surgery. The protagonist inquired how he was aware of that and if he knew his master's martial arts. Gong-woon laughed, telling him that the members of the 10 great sects and 8 great clans understand about each other's martial arts to a certain extent. Even though the Yi-gal clan experienced a tragedy in the past, this hasn't changed. The protagonist realizes that the Namgung clan is indeed arrogant and remembers that the extermination of the Yi-gal clan was mentioned a few times in the novel. However, his master is no longer critically ill, and if he gets married and his wife gives birth to a child, then they will definitely be able to restore the Yi-gal clan. However, the problem is that his master doesn't like people in general. Gong-woon heard that the mystic core divine art is something that a person achieves when they have 50% mastery of it. He heard that it helps a lot in fights while it doesn't compress internal energy, especially when it comes to using other techniques and turning the tides in a battle by reacting accordingly to the situation. After hearing the conversation turning to the worst side, Gong-yeon tried to stop her brother since he was drunk. She said that even though they know about each other's martial arts, talking about it like this is a little rude. Gong-woon asked her sister if he wasn't curious about how he had gotten this strong so fast, but she still thought he shouldn't talk to him like that. After hearing this, the protagonist supposed he shouldn't have organized a farewell party. Gungwon covered his sister's mouth and uttered how strong one's martial arts is the depth of their training, and many other things, so it's dangerous not to know what a person's opponent is capable of. That is why no one helped the Yi Gao clan against the enemy that exterminated them. The protagonist is startled to hear this, and Gungwon utters that it is because everyone is secretly scared of the family that created a genius. The protagonist asked if it was okay for him to say that because that sentence sounded like it had a hidden meaning. Gungwon knew he was easygoing based on what he did, but that is not all there is to Chenhe, so he didn't want to let his guard down. Gungwon wanted the protagonist to think of this as him, showing how much he trusts him. That is because a martial artist usually entrusts their lives to others easily. Gungyeon affirmed that telling the protagonist is a sign of acknowledgement from her brother. The protagonist is startled to learn that he acknowledged him, even though it wasn't an easy decision. He wondered if this was because Tang Ah wasn't there, and he was evident with his feelings. The protagonist already knows that even though he looks after Tang Ah like she is his younger sister, there is still a rivalry between them and their clan. He knew that no matter what happened, Gungwon would be leading the Namgung clan in the future. Namgung said he had wandered around doing nothing because he had found training troublesome, but spending the night drinking and talking to a friend like this was much more enjoyable. He knows his position and what he needs to do, so he tries his best not to bring shame in any way, which satisfies his clan's elders. Chenhe supposed these might be Gungwon's inner thoughts that weren't described in the novel. However, the protagonist realizes that he is indeed a strange man, although he acts flippantly. He is an exceptional swordsman. Unlike others, Gungwon is not desperate because he was born strong and lives his life ruling over others. The protagonist thinks he is arrogant because while the other birds are flapping their wings desperately, he can rise to extraordinary heights just by riding the winds. This honestly annoyed Chenhe because now that he thinks of it, he had also met such people in his previous life. These superhumans could finish studying the material in just 1 or 2 hours instead of normal people's 10 hours, but their personalities are also good. Out of curiosity, the protagonist asks Gungwon why he is telling him so much about himself. Gungwon laughed, reminding him that he told him that he liked him. He liked how hard Chenhe worked, pondered over things, and lived how he held back wheel fighting Tang Ah. The protagonist is astounded upon hearing this and assumes he might have figured it out. The protagonist guessed Gungwon was a genius for a reason. He knew it would have been much easier if he had fought the Hao clan vagrants who harassed the commoners and went after bounties. However, cutting off the arms and legs of a child is an entirely different story because a duel is just a duel. The protagonist is confident that he would have lost even if he had fought to his best. Gungwon disagrees with him because he is a doctor who knows vital points better than anyone else and thinks they should say he thinks differently. The protagonist inquired what he thought about experiencing it for himself. Gungwon loved to test his martial arts skills in a few years and wanted to take that as his payment for the treatment. Gungyeon is startled to learn that her brother wants to fight him, and Woon utters that in a few years, he will do it. So he inquires what he would like to see. The protagonist clarified that he would like to see his light movement technique. After hearing about the light movement, he wondered if Chenhe didn't know that the Namgung clan is more famous for its sword technique. However, he should be saying that the Yi Gao clan's stride is at least 2 levels above their light movement technique. The protagonist is fine with this because he still likes to see it. Gungwon understood, so he supposed that he had to train more in order not to embarrass himself in front of him. The protagonist laughed at learning this and clarified that he would be looking forward to that. He thought there was a chance that Gungwon would survive his fight against the heavenly demon. After he died, Gungyeon changed because of his light movement technique. Therefore, if Woon trains it well, then he will be able to escape from even worst-case scenarios. The protagonist stood to take his leave first, since it was getting late, and requested him to stay healthy, and also reduce his alcohol consumption after he returned, because that illness reoccurs quite often. Gungwon smiled, telling him he would be sure to do that. The protagonist knows he is saying that, but he drinks so much, even in his presence. But he requested that he do that and wanted me to rest well. While leaving, he realized that the present day is quite an experience for him, and he felt like he was drunk despite not drinking at all. The next day, they were prepared to take their leave and bid their farewell to them. Chen-hee is pleased because the weather is nice, which suits the occasion. He wondered why he wanted them to leave as soon as possible, but also felt sad about it. He looked at Tang-ah, who was furious at him even before leaving, which mortified the others, and he supposed that it was just a bad influence. But even a bad friend is still a friend, so Chen-hee wondered if Gung-woon would fulfill his wish. After Gung-woon left, Chen-hee returned to normal life, trained in martial arts, and studied medical techniques from the Central Plains. He also passed down his medical knowledge to the other doctors, including his master. In this process, he saved numerous lives but also lost some of them. And there were people that he couldn't do anything for because he didn't know how to treat them. He also had people he couldn't treat even though he knew how to do it. Under these circumstances, Chen-hee advanced as if on a tightrope. After some time, it is already the end of the season, which makes Chen-hee realize that time surely flees. That is the day when his master is going to perform the main surgery, and this is the first surgery that he will lead. This surgery is an appendectomy, in which Chen-hee was the assistant surgeon for the first surgery that the White Dragon led. The protagonist is pleased to see that his master is moving efficiently, and he quickly clamps the appendix. The protagonist remembers that his master also did well when he was dissecting bodies, stitching pigs' intestines, and connecting blood vessels. White Dragon movement was precise, and Chen-hee was in awe of them. Chen-hee was pleased to see minimal bleeding and stayed focused until the operation ended. White Dragon managed to finish the surgery in one go without a single hiccup, and the protagonist praised him for doing fantastic work. Baek-rin wondered if it was because he had assisted many times, but it was a little boring. The protagonist remarked that his master was fast because, usually, there are many people who cannot even sleep for a few days before their first main surgery. So, he guessed his master was not stressed because he had much experience as a physician. Baek-rin laughed, wondering if that was the case, and all the other doctors congratulated him on his first main surgery. Everyone is certain that this is a step forward for the medical techniques of the Central Plains. Yuho is pleased because, with this start, the rest of the physicians will also start doing surgeries. The other doctors agreed because, with the medical techniques, the White Dragon Clinic would be able to save more of the patients who visit them. The protagonist decided that because he knew these medical techniques weren't enough, just by following his master's example, the other physicians would also start having their first main surgeries, and he was looking forward to this. Later, at the common canteen within the clinic, everyone is startled to see the clinic head there and gets worried while eating before them. The protagonist noticed the tension in the environment and supposed it was his fault because eating at the common canteen was wrong. After his master sees him there, he can't refuse his request to have a meal together, and the protagonist knows that everyone looks uncomfortable. This situation is akin to the president of a company eating at the company canteen. While eating, Baek-rin remembered that the end of the year was approaching, and he wanted to tell him that the Miram Alliance had asked for their clinic help with the dragon in the Phoenix Conference. Although it's troublesome, it's not something Baek-rin could refuse. The protagonist is startled to learn that because this is a prestigious task that all the other clinics would fight for. Baek-rin agreed that it was true, but since all the cream of the crop of Jiang who will be participating, they are picky with the physician who will treat them. The protagonist thought they couldn't expect anything else from the parents of the reputable clan children. Baek-rin uttered that from the establishment of the surgical department to the invention of the White Dragon Divine Elixir, they have been making many advancements. So, he guessed that is why the Miram Alliance leader had invited them again despite the fact that he had left halfway because of an important matter last time. The protagonist remembers that at last year's Dragon and Phoenix conferences, his master stole and rode the Supreme Black Horse. So, he wondered if he could return it via the escort establishment after he was done with it. Baek-rin wondered if the Supreme Black Horse was doing well, and he heard that Gung-woon would be riding it this time around. Since he won against the Wu-Dang sect in last year's Dragon and Phoenix conferences and took first place, he is confident that the pride of the Wu-Dang sect elders must be very hurt. The protagonist guessed he should expect this much for a genius and inquired if he would participate again this year. Baek-rin uttered that based on what he had heard, Gung-woon wasn't participating, but his sister would be participating instead. The protagonist is surprised to know this, and his master utters that he doesn't know if he realized it. But Gung-yeon is quite strong. So, if she had more confidence, she could fight on par with the Shaolin and Wu Dang sect. The protagonist agreed because his master was right and inquired if Tang Ah was also participating. Beek Rin isn't sure about her, but he doubts it would be a good idea to let a child whose darkness within is growing larger by the day out and about. He heard that the Tang clan elders are still thinking about that. The protagonist expects this because she is in a rebellious phase of her life. But by the time she joins the Dragon and Phoenix conference, she might technically no longer be in that phase of hers, and considering her strength, she will be able to become one of the top few participants. Beek Rin further added that Tang Ah is insisting on sending her to participate, and she has requested to carve a black dragon symbol on all of the main hidden weapons she will be using. The protagonist wondered why she had requested that, and Beek Rin uttered that she thought of that because of his bracelet. The protagonist looks at his bracelet, the hidden weapon that caused Mr. the Heavenly Demon's madness. He wondered if the fake madness that Tang Ah is experiencing is a reaction toward true madness. Now that Beek Rin thinks of it, the Tang clan elders were afraid she might walk the path of the former young patriarch. The protagonist understood, so his master explained that the former Tang clan patriarch had changed his name and that his parents had gladly allowed that. The protagonist supposed that Tang Ah might be the future Blood Whip Queen. Beek Rin said that if the Tang clan fails to keep her at bay, he might see her at the Dragon and Phoenix conference. The protagonist supposed that many troubling situations would happen then because it is hard to treat the whip wounds. Beek Rin agreed that since it is not a common weapon, many physicians have a lot of trouble treating those wounds, and the Tang clan also uses poisons. The herbal medicine department leader, Man Pagok, is praying very hard for Tang Ah to be grounded in her clan. Since she is strong and doesn't pull punches, they probably sent a few people to subdue her. The protagonist worriedly wondered how they should treat the wound inflicted by a whip laced with poison and knew it was going to be tough. However, he is glad the surgery knowledge is being passed down successfully. At this rate, more of their physicals should be able to perform surgeries at the Dragon and Phoenix conference. He knew that his master was able to perform complicated surgeries as well. Beek Rin thought this was all thanks to his disciple, and he was already better than the middle-grade physician of their clinic. He further added that many people out in the world worship him as a genius. The protagonist felt embarrassed about knowing this and asked if that was true. Beek Rin is certain that he will soon be able to become a top-grade physician. The protagonist is already thankful for being a middle-grade physician. However, this is in a way because he wanted to be a doctor, but it is also because of the mystic core divine art and his previous life knowledge. Since things are prepared to a certain extent, the clinic can operate without any issues, even if he is not around, so he wants to start moving to the next stage. He accosted his master, telling him he liked to roam the Jianghu, which startled Beek Rin. Later, at Yi Gao Lin's office, Beek Rin is styled to learn about Jianghu, but considering his disciple's achievements, he is definitely not heading out there to make a name for himself. He doubts that Chin-He is planning to capture the 10,000-year H-Wary this time around. He wondered if this was because of the 5 mystic creatures and 7 elixirs he mentioned previously. The protagonist is surprised to learn that his master remembers and affirms, telling him that before other people get to them, he wants to find them and bring them there. Beek Rin takes a sip of his tea and doesn't think that is all there is to it, as he might be hiding something. The protagonist is startled because he knows that his master has already realized that he is hiding something. The protagonist of the Supreme Heavenly Demon, Harayun, went through a lot because of his killer star tendencies, but he hasn't committed any heinous acts on his own. When he became the Heavenly Demo, he naturally changed how the demonic cult worked to his style and changed the demonic cut itself in the process. Because of that, the true antagonist of the novel is someone else, who is the Supreme Heavy Demon, Absolute Enemy, and Blood Immortal Cult. The demonic cult's real name was a Sacred Demonic Cult, a religious group that worshipped the divine and demonic at the same time. They tracked down the organization of legendary immortals, the Forbidden Evil Order, and offered living humans as sacrifices. There were a few other enemies, but the protagonist thinks about the future, and it had to be right to stop the Blood Immortal Cult at this point in time. However, if he tells the master about this, he will undoubtedly be grounded. After all, that meant that instead of simply heading out to Jianghu, he would fight organizations that were worse than the demonic cult. Therefore, he didn't want to reveal this to his master no matter what. and he told Beak Rin that was all there was. But even if he doesn't tell his master everything, he doesn't want to lie. But it will be hard for him to accept this right away because he will need some time to think about it. Beak Rin inquired if that was all, and if there was no other reason. The protagonist is pretty pressed for time, so if he doesn't hurry, the Blood Immortal cult will capture 2 of the 5 mystical creatures. After that, Ryun's enemies will get their hands on 4 of the 7 elixirs, so he must get them first. Since he has saved Aster's life already, it is time to eliminate things that stand in Ryun's way. He must first find 2 of the mystical creatures and 4 of the elixir and impede the enemy's power growth. Beak Rin put his cup down and had a condition to let him go, which stunned Chin-hee. Beak Rin affirmed and clarified that he wanted him to learn one martial art before he departed. So, if he manages to learn it within the designated time, he will be allowed to head out to Zhonghu. However, if he fails, he will wait until the Dragon and Phoenix summit and instruct Yu-ho to bring them to him. Yu-ho affirmed this, so he started searching for them, and the protagonist wondered what his master meant by them. After a while, Yu-ho brought the cuff back, and Beak Rin explained that these were specially made 10,000 years black iron shackles. Since Chin-hee is hiding something from him, he wants to be strict about this. The protagonist is worried because the shackle is still too much, and the 10,000 years of black iron is a precious treasure used to make the strongest artisan swords. He never thought his master would use that iron that can't even be bought with money to make shackles. Beak Rin didn't want him to be scared because if he won his bet, he wouldn't achieve them. The protagonist is worried because his master's eyes look so scary, yet he inquires about what he must learn. Beak Rin smirked and told him he had to learn the poison arts. The protagonist is speechless, wondering why his master has to choose this of all things. Beak Rin clarified that the period would be 1 week, so if he didn't want to do it, he would take it that he never mentioned his departure. He can roam Zhonghu with him once the Dragon and Phoenix summit ends. The protagonist realizes his master is determined to keep him there because he wants him to learn poison arts in 1 week. However, there is nothing he can do about this, but if he is too late, his plans to get into the Blood Immortal cult will be useless. Beak Rin inquired if he was going to take up his proposal, or if he would quietly stay there. Chin-hee knew he wouldn't even have a chance to go out if he refused. This is something that would generally be impossible, but he is sure there must be a way to make it work somehow. So, he decided to try it and certainly wanted to learn it. Beak Rin supposed he was bent on doing what he couldn't tell him and agreed to do this. The protagonist thought he would wear the shackles if lost in the worst-case scenario. Yu-ho brought the poison elixir the next day in the training room. The protagonist looked at the pill and knew it was the 5 elemental extreme poison. Out of various piston arts, the one Chin-hee chose was the 5-element poison technique. It is a poison art that can only be learned by someone who has mastered the 5 elemental techniques. Yunnan's 5 poison sect research has made it possible for the poison energy to permeate into the 5 elemental energies. However, mastering the 5 elemental techniques is extremely tough, and almost no one in the 5 poison sect managed to learn the 5 elemental poison techniques. In the end, as time passed by, the 5-element prison technique got into the Yi-Gal clan and the people there, and revised it to prevent assassinations using poison. Since poison isn't the Yi-Gal clan's field of experience, it is evident that their reputation in Zhonghu will suffer if they use poison art when everyone is ahead of them. Thus, they only focused on the poison and not the martial arts part. The protagonist took the elixir, realized that it had no scent at all, and wondered why it was. Yu-ho explained that it is a poison meant for training, so it had to be expected. The protagonist worriedly inquired if someone would die if they consumed it incorrectly. Yu-ho clarified that they wouldn't die, but he heard that it could be pretty painful. However, they do have the antidote for it, but the side effects include blood and feces for a whole month. The protagonist worries about hearing this and realizes it's another reason he can get stuck there. So, he is confident that if he makes a mistake while learning poison arts, he will have to stay in the clinic because his intestine realizes this is way too advantageous for his master. Whatever the case is, he had to do it either way, and he is confident that it is all right as he doesn't need to be scared because he could win this. Since all creations in the world are split between the 5 elements and yin or yang, just like internal essence, poisons also have their attributes. This training uses the 5 elements techniques to split up the poison energies, destroy them, and discharge them. After Chen-He consumed the 5-element extreme poison, he chanted the incantations that his master had taught him and started training. Chen-He heard that when one reaches the peak level, they become able to absorb even poison. However, to do that, the poison must be as pure as the 5 elemental techniques, so most of it would probably be burned away, and only a trace amount would be left behind. The protagonist doesn't hope to reach the peak level. He wants to be able to resist the poison and discharge it. While trying to absorb the poison, the protagonist felt pain and started sweating. Soon after he began training, Chen-He could feel the energies of the 5-element extreme poison. The fire energy rampages and makes him feel like his whole body is burning. The water energy takes away body heat, and the wood energy causes infections. The earth's energy causes a person's body to harden, creating tumors. And lastly, the metal energy that rips apart the meridian and causes a person to vomit blood. The protagonist knows that medicines and poison are similar, but what differentiates them is their effects. Chen-He used his 5 elemental core energies and the more advanced level of the mystic core divine art, the Taiji Yin-Yang 5-element core energy, to purge out the 5-element extreme poison. After some time, the protagonist starts coughing, but is sure that if he uses the generation from the concept of generation and overcoming right now, then he will make the poison stronger. What he needs is overcoming. Even though the pain was excruciating, he kept chanting and wanted to use water to extinguish the fire, wood to break up earth, earth to absorb water, and so on. Thus, with the concept of overcoming, he will suppress all energies of the 5 extreme poisons. Later, Baek Rin entered the room, startled to see Chen-He's green perspiration that contained poison. He supposed the protagonist might have started the 3rd stage, which is to suppress all energies of the 5-element extreme poison, and had to admit that his disciple is fantastic. The protagonist laughed, telling his master he still had a long way to go. The time passed, and on the 6th day of the training, Chen-He reached the stage of resisting the poison unknowingly. Abruptly, he developed the 100 poison immunity and has achieved a body resistant to 100 types of poisons. The protagonist gladly told his master that he had won the bet against him. Baek Rin is startled to see him and wonders why he looks like this, clarifying that winning is important, but he should still sleep. The protagonist laughed while shaking, which worried Yu-Ho. Baek Rin clarified that even if he knows the mystic core divine art, he can still die from working himself. Abruptly, the protagonist loses balance and is about to fall when Yu-Ho grabs him, wondering if the young master is human, and if there is a need to go this far. The protagonist supposed that his master had confirmed this was his victory, so he wanted to rest now. After that, he fell asleep, which worried Yu-Ho, asking his master what to do now. Baek Rin wanted him to sleep for 2 days and wanted him to take Chen-He to his room while he was gladly mumbling that he had won. Later, Yu-Ho brought food to Chen-He's room, so he informed him, but he was startled when he saw that he was not there and wondered where he should go again. Later, the protagonist is about to leave, and he doesn't know the clinic has medicine boxes they could carry on their backs. Baek Rin clarified that typically, the symbol is engraved onto a scholar's garb. But when he thinks about it, some people go on martial arts journeys, so he also made that. The protagonist smirked because this was to tell others that if they mess with him, the White Dragon Clinic would step in and kill them. Baek Rin elucidated that there is a variety of external and internal injury medicine in that medicine box, including scalpels, forceps, and sutures, which he could use to treat patients on the field. The protagonist thanked his master, and even though he knew it was a bit overwhelming, there was no helping it. Baek Rin inquired if he liked the ice crystal sword. He had put his heart and soul into remodeling it. The protagonist grabbed and unsheathed the ice crystal sword to examine it properly. Baek Rin explained that it might get him into unnecessary trouble if the Northern Sea Ice Palace found out what it was, so he had to remodel it to make the fancy hilt appear normal. Furthermore, the bejeweled sheath was replaced with a sheath made from deer leather. The protagonist thinks this sword is cool now and thanks Yu-Ho for doing this. Since soot was used to dull the shine of the blade, there is no way anyone will know what it is unless they take a close look. Chen-He is carrying the short sword and black pine cloud sword that Sun Yong gave him, so it's quite heavy for him. Yu-Ho is pleased to see Hwang-gu there and hopes to see him later. The protagonist feels that there is a connection between Yu-Ho and Hwang-gu. It is as if he can understand what Hwang-gu is saying, and the protagonist supposes he might be mistaken about it. The protagonist looks at Hwang-gu and supposes he doesn't intend to return to the beggar sect. He is amazed to see that Hwang-gu is wearing 100-year-old silver snake leather armor. 100-year silver snake leather armor is made from 100-year silver snake leather that protects one from arrows and swords they don't see coming. The protagonist pulled the clothes and saw something on his neck, so he wondered what that thing was. Yu-ho explained, holding the White Dragon's physical injury bomb and the White Dragon's divine elixir. He also put some jerky inside for them to eat when they are in a rush. The protagonist has noticed it for a while, but now he is certain Yu-ho likes dogs more than humans. Suddenly, Hwang-gu started barking as if he was telling Yu-ho something. Yu-ho sighed upon hearing this and wondered if he must do it, which infuriated Hwang-gu. Chin-hee is stunned to see that the two of them are talking to each other. Hwang-gu kept furiously barking, which left Yu-ho with no choice but to agree with his request. He took off the bracelet he was wearing, threw it toward Chin-hee, and requested him to take it. The protagonist grabbed the bracelet, wondering what it was, and realized it was a bracelet. Yu-ho explained that his foxtail fur would help him when he meets mystical creatures. The protagonist is startled to learn about the foxtail fur and wonders if the foxtail has always been so sturdy. So he wonders what kind of help he is talking about. He wore the bracelet and realized that it also had the power of a mystical creature. After the protagonist wears the bracelet, he hears Hwang-gu's words. Hwang-gu wanted to eat the jerky, so he asked his master for permission. Chin-hee is dumbfounded by this and wonders who just said it. Hwang-gu kept shouting that he wanted to eat jerky, and the protagonist wondered what had just happened as he realized that Hwang-gu had spoken. Yu-ho explained that it is a magical item that allows him to understand what mystical creatures are saying. However, this doesn't work only on normal animals. It only works for intelligent mystical creatures. While Hwang-gu kept asking for jerky, the protagonist asked his master if this was for real. Baek-rin laughed, telling him that was true, but if they didn't have any intelligence, they couldn't communicate with them, which is similar to how humans communicate. Hwang-gu wanted him to give him jerky quickly, and Chin couldn't believe something like this exit as it was so fascinating. The protagonist inquired where he got that form, and Yu-ho wondered why he wished to know. Baek-rin praised him because he made a big decision. Yu-ho doesn't like how Chin-hee has been hunting mystical creatures ever since he hunted the 10,000-year Hwari, but it can't be helped. The protagonist gives Hwang-gu jerky, who is enjoying his meal happily, and he thinks that now that he has confirmed that he has everything, he wants to leave and assure his master that he will return safely. Then he thanked Yu-ho and assured him that he would be right back. Baek-rin wanted the protagonist and Hwang-gu to take care of themselves. Shortly, they departed on their new journey, and finally, it began, which is his great plan to capture all the mystical creatures and elixir first. Later, at the stage station, the protagonist knows that the immortal blood cut is going after two mystical creatures. The people who would eventually become Haryun's enemies would come into possession of 4 elixirs. Therefore, the objective of his current journey is to collect all of them first. But the problem is that they are spread all over the place and are probably all very powerful. The 10,000-year Hwari was just a mutated carp with fire energy, so it didn't have much strength in fights. Based on the novel, he only went to get it because it felt like it was manageable. While Chin-hee did come out there without specific plans, he is still not prepared enough yet to fight the mystical creatures. The protagonist needs to be at least at the level of Supreme Peak and can use Sword Thread before he can fight the remaining 5 mystical creatures. Sword Thread is the ability to use the energy of a sword-like thread and the level at which one can use sword energy to perform long-range attacks. Hwang-gu looked at the drawing and wondered what all these were, and Chin-hee explained that these were the 5 mystical creatures. He explained that those creatures include toads, snakes, centipede tigers, and hawks. The immortal cloud cult has the hawk and centipede, so they must target these two. The hawk is known as the heavenly lightning hawk because it hawks lightning energy. It has a 3-meter wingspan and is quite large, so it's worthy of being called the Emperor of the Skies, and the centipede is known as the black armor centipede. It has an extremely tough black shell, as its name suggests. While it has no notable characteristics, it's a mystical creature whose defense is everything it has. Hwang-gu is stunned, and Chin-hee is sure they sound terrible to him, so he must clarify that he is also worried about them. It was an executive-level member from the Immortal Blood cult who went to kill these two. He guessed it would be best to go for the Heavenly Lightning Hawk before the Black Armor Centipede. After treating his master, the protagonist trained continuously, and his internal energy significantly increased because he did that for months. If he consumes the internal essence of the Heavenly Lightning Hawk in his current state, he can gain at least 60 years of energy. He will probably be able to kill the Black Armor Centipedes after that, and then he will start collecting the elixirs, which sounds like the best way to go about it. He asked Hwang-gu about his opinion of his plan and said he liked it. The next day, the protagonist is sailing on the boat, heading toward his destination. After some time, the protagonist realizes the information how Clan Manhwa and Muwal sent, as well as the information the Beggar Sect and the Tracking Mice Assassin Trio sent, as they took on different job requests. While the information that he got from his master about Jong Hu was terrific, what he needed was information that was even more detailed and private. He needed to find out what the Blood Immortal cult was up to. After reading one of the letters, he realized there was a rumor that a mountain lord had appeared near Putuo Mountain and was eating humans. After the villagers disappeared, they were later found to be hanged from a tree without their intestines. This makes the protagonist wonder if he misses the Blood Immortal cult. However, there were no traces of martial arts, and all the corpses were hung in trees or on top of roofs, so everyone could see them. That is definitely what the Blood Immortal cult does. But what makes Chen-He certain is the absence of their intestine, because human intestines are considered their most precious offerings. The protagonist understands that these unverified rumors are strangely spreading around. He realized that the Tracking Mice Assassin Trio did great, but now he just needed to double-check the information from the Hao clan and the Beggar Sect and then analyze it. After some time, the protagonist arrives at the forest and is rushing toward his destination. Since it seems the Blood Immortal cult spearhead in this vicinity and then moved on, they are probably going around looking for the Heavenly Lightning Hawk. They haven't found it yet, so he wanted to get in quickly. While heading there, Hwang-gu inquired where they were heading right now. The protagonist explained that they were going to Zhejiang's palace and they would be going to Hangzhou, the capital, to look for a ship heading for Zhushan Island. That is because the Heavenly Lightning Hawk lives on Zhushan Island. Hwang-gu agreed and wanted his master to give him jerky quickly. The protagonist wondered why he would want it again as he had eaten a lot on the ship just now. He decided to let this time off because they were in a rush, so he gave him jerky, but he is worried that he is becoming more of a jerky giver than his master at this rate, and he decides to rest there a little before they continue. While Hwang-gu licks his foot, the protagonist looks at the documents. After thinking about it more, he realized that Putuo Mountain is on Zhushan Island and the Putuo Sword Sect is there. That is the second stated place of female monks, along with the Ame sect. Because the island is among many other islands, the Putuo Sword Sect doesn't interfere in the matters of Jong Hu. He remembers that right about now in the novel, he thinks they have already produced 2 sword empresses and are aiming to produce the third. He supposed the Blood Immortal cult was fearless because he never thought they had tried to pass the Putuo Sword Sect surveillance on Zhushan Island and catch the Heavenly Lightning Hawk. Hwang-gu was startled as he heard something and told his master that people were dying. The protagonist wondered what people he was talking about, wondering where they were, and wanted to head there quickly. While following Hwang-gu, the protagonist wondered what was happening and saw some people surrounded by bandits. The people requested that they save their lives as they would hand over all their money and valuables. The protagonist wonders what these people are doing, and is certain that they are mountain bandits, but they brutally kill those from the escort establishment. After looking around, he realized these people had killed more than 20 people. The man requested the bandits to spare them because they had no more money and reminded them that they had already given them the toll fees. The bandit pointed his sword at the man, wanted him not to be ridiculous, and new merchants always had more to give. Then he looked at other people, telling them to provide them with more people if they didn't have any money. The man wondered what he was talking about as he couldn't give him people. The protagonist hears this and realizes that the people on the other side are the survivors and that a few escort warriors and civilians have survived. Based on their appearance, Chen-He realized that they were probably either traveling or looking to migrate to another place. He guessed they escort warriors, there wouldn't be strong ones, and is worried that, at this rate, all of them will be taken away. So, the bandit instructed them to move quickly and take all of them away because all of their lives would be to them now. Everyone gets worried about hearing this, so they want him to spare their life. Meanwhile, the protagonist looks at them from hiding, and suddenly, the bandit hears a dog barking, wondering what it is. After a while, the protagonist comes out with Hwang-gu and asks them to stop harassing the civilians. The bandit gets startled by hearing this, wondering how he is, and thinks he is funny. On seeing what Chin-hee is carrying on his back, he is certain he must be some wandering physician. The bandit wanted him to hand over his money as well, along with the dog beside him, as they would cook it in a soup to invigorate his body. The protagonist sighed because that was precisely what he had expected from a third-rate villain. The bandit gets infuriated upon hearing this and asks his man what they are doing, saying they should bring him there. His man affirmed, so they immediately rushed toward the protagonist to capture him. Chin-hee saw this and commanded Hwang-gu that he would leave these people to him. Abruptly, the protagonist rushed toward those men, trespassing them using his ultimate level of the Heavenly Mist Step to get near the chief. The bandit chief gets startled on seeing this, wondering what is happening. He grabs his sword. However, before he can do anything, the protagonist punches him in the face firmly and then kicks him, thus sending him away. All of the bandits are startled to see that the protagonist has defeated the chief. The protagonist puts his foot on the chief's head, wondering what he should do and if he should kill him. He is certain that even if he spared his life, he wouldn't be of any help to the world and supposed he should just kill him. However, the protagonist looked around and saw that so many people had already died. But no more killings needed to be done. He should save people. Since he is a doctor before he becomes a martial artist, he should save them first. All the other bandits run away from him, thinking that he is a scary person because, at this rate, they will all die and want to run away. But Hwang-gu starts chasing them. The protagonist guessed he was full of energy after eating so much jerky. While everyone thanked him for saving their life, and thanks to him, the Gong-yun escort establishment and those in their escort mission were saved. The man doesn't know how they could repay him for his help and kindness that day. The protagonist clarified that he just happened to be in the area, so there was no need to worry about this. However, the top priority is those they enjoy, so he requested that he help him with that and affirmed that. Later, he gathered all the injured and sent them to the protagonist, who started treating them. The protagonist is fortunate to have many valuable items within the medicine box Yuho prepared. He didn't know that so many items could be stored in a medicine box that was only as big as a bag. While the kids were playing with Hwang-gu, the man asked the protagonist if he had heard he was the famous little white dragon. The protagonist is startled, wondering how he knew that as he didn't hold that. The man explained that among the escort warriors, there was someone who could save poor civilians from a distance. The protagonist finally understood, and the man who greeted him was pleased to witness the truth of these rumors with his own eyes, and it was an honor for him to meet him personally. The protagonist clarified that he did what he was supposed to, but wondered where they formed. The man explained that they were from the tiny escort establishment of the Gong-yun establishment. The protagonist wonders if Gong-yun's escort establishment is mentioned in the novel, as he never heard of them before. The man wanted to give him some money even though it was not a lot, but he wanted to thank him for his help and requested that he accept it. The protagonist knew rejecting their sincere intentions would be rude, so he thought it okay to take this from them. So, he decided to take this and use it for his journey. At the same time, the male comrade wondered what they would do about those mountain bandits. The protagonist remembers that there is still that problem and is sure they will return for revenge if they leave them be. Therefore, they will destroy their energy cores and hand them to the government. He also wanted to make it so the chief could never hit anyone again. The man is startled to learn that Chin-hee would kill him. The protagonist calls that a doctor, he doesn't do that, which is precisely what a person like the White Dragon would do. Suddenly, the man remembered something and asked the protagonist where he was heading. He is sure that Chin will be tried after tending to all the patients and requested him to accompany them on their horse carriage. The protagonist is indeed quite tired that day, so he agrees to travel with him to the nearest city. The man agreed, so he started making the preparations for departure. While the protagonist looks at everyone's delighted faces, Hwang-gu asks him if they are departing. The protagonist understood that, so he clarified that he was coming and was lucky that the mountain bandits were third-rate because he was glad everyone was safe. Hangzhou is by the sea at the end of a long, winding Yangtze River. After the Great Canal was built during the Sui dynasty, it became the hub of businesses and prospered as a city. It was also mentioned in Marco Polo's Travels on Earth that Hangzhou is a business, tourist, and entertainment district. The protagonist accosts Huanggu because he is confident this is his first time in such a fancy place. He is excitedly looking around since there are many people and lights there, and he is convinced that Huanggu must be busy looking at all of them. Since there are a lot of lights, there is a lot of darkness, and this is where the Hao clan has the most manpower. The Namgun clan in Anhui is also trying to expand their influence on Hangzhou. The Putuo sword sect located on Jusan Island also belongs to this area. Since it is a place with a lot of money, all the forces, whether orthodox or unorthodox, try to maintain their influence there. Although his master asked him to study the workings of the different groups, which did help him understand these things, the novel also says this place is quite essential. While pondering, Huanggu requests his master to give him jerky. Qinhe is pleased because he waited quite a while before he asked for it. He clarified that they would arrive at the Putuo escort establishment soon, so he wanted them to hang in there for a bit longer, which made the dog sad. The protagonist thinks the Hao clan leader was Hangzhou in the novel and wonders if it was about 15 to 20 years later. After Hao Ryun became the heavenly demon, he met the Hao clan leader there. The Hao clan leader is still just a kid right now, and he remembers that the novel said he is pretty young. However, the novel doesn't say what kind of background the Hao clan leader is from or how he became enemies with Hao Ryun. He is a villain with many unknown information about them, and there is no way to know if he is there in Hangzhou now. Abruptly, he arrived at the Putu establishment escort and was surprised because there were so many people despite it being so late. He remembered that the man from Gong Yun's escort had requested that he drop by their escort establishment since he was going to Hangzhou, and they would prepare accommodation for him. The protagonists realized that they were charming people. The man explained that the Putuo escort establishment has an alliance with the Gong Yun escort establishment, and they are currently outsourcing jobs to them. So, if he heads over there, he will easily be able to find escort warriors from their escort establishment. Soon, the protagonist will need to take a boat if he wants to go to Jusan Island so that he will need their help. While heading inside, the man stops him, telling him that he could head in this place and that he should go over to that door if he wants to hire them. The protagonist clarified that he was there to meet with people from the Gong Yun escort establishment and showed him his badge. The man is stunned on seeing the White Dragon Clinic badge and supposes he might be the little white dragon. The protagonist affirms that the man clarified that he received the letter from the Gong Yun escort establishment and realized he is young. He instructed his comrade to tell the Gong Yun escort establishment that the little white dragon was there, and his comrade affirmed them and rushed away. The protagonist gets startled as he realizes that the entire Putuo escort establishment knows about him. The man asks him to come inside first, and the protagonist agrees and expresses his thanks to him. The Gong Yun escort head, Gong Manhwa, was startled to see that Qinhe was there, so she greeted him and clarified that she was honored to meet him. The protagonist is also pleased to meet her, and Banha hears what he has done so far, but she can't believe he is there. She required Qinhe to come inside with her because she would prepare his accommodation. The protagonist clarified that it was all right because he would feel bad for troubling her. He clarified that he was in Hangzhou for the first time and would like to stay in an inn with delicious food. Banha understood that, so she apologized and assured him she would bring him to a nice inn. She inquired if he needed any other help. The protagonist realizes she is quite clever because they usually try to keep him there for free health consultations. She requested him to head inside first, and the protagonist did as she said. Qinhe clarified that a rare herb is on Jusan Island, so he is going there to gather it. That is why he had to lie to ask for a boat and assured her that he would pay for it, but wanted her to get one as soon as possible. Banha uttered that and asked him to pay, but based on what she knew, a boat was going to Putuo Mountain on Jusan Island in 3 days. She assured him that she would help him get a spot on the boat and asked if he could wait until then, and the protagonist agreed to do that. Later on, at the Heavenly Inn, the protagonist is delighted to see Dong Po pork, which he has heard so much about. He wondered how it would differ from the one on Earth, so he wanted to devour it. However, amidst his happiness, Hwang-gu clarified that he wanted to try that too. The protagonist gives him jerky, telling him that he will keep some and give it to him later, and then he starts enjoying his meal. Meanwhile, a man happily sits as he realizes he is finally beginning. The lady thought it was a good decision to come there, as she said, because there aren't a lot of places that allow them to eat and watch performances simultaneously. She heard it's tough to master the mask-changing performance and is sure they should be excited. Indeed, a kid came down along with many other kids, and everyone was strangled to see children there. The Hao clan leader started displaying his mask-changing performance to everyone, which fascinated everyone. He greeted everyone, telling them that the mask-changing expert Cerno had passed away, but Sima Hyun, his top disciple, was there at his steed so he would show them what his master had taught him. The protagonist is startled to see this, wondering if a performance exists, but he realizes that only children are performing. While eating his meal, the protagonist supposed that the high-class inns are different. While the girls were playing their instruments, Sima Hyun kept changing his mask before everyone. The protagonist also saw this and thought that it was so cool because the mask changed 5 times with a single step, and he wondered if it was possible to do that at such a young age. The protagonist can't believe, even though he can only see the change vaguely and uses mystic core divine art. He realized that even Hwang-gu is immersed, and the kid is truly amazing. Now that he thinks about it, he remembers that the Hao clan leader is also a mask-changing expert. As a martial artist, the Hao clan leader learned the 1000-face changing arts. As to how vicious he is, he doesn't use masks but actual faces to perform face changes. The leader wanted to have someone's face, so he brutally killed them, asking if he could give it to him. He blocks acupoints differently from the clinic because the person's facial muscles can't move, but they will still feel the pain. One of the reasons there isn't a detailed description of how he looks is that he never reveals his real face. The protagonist looked at the kid, kept pondering, and supposed it wasn't him. After the performance ended, everyone cheered for him and kept putting money in their bowl, which pleased those kids. The protagonist is surprised to realize that everyone is giving some money now. Abruptly, Sima Hyun came close to the protagonist and smiled sweetly, and the protagonist realized that it was half forcing people to pay. The protagonist smiled, took out money, and put 3 silver nyang in his bowl, telling him it was for his exemplary performance. Sima Hyun was surprised to see silver nyang and thanked him for the money. While Sima Hyun is leaving happily, Chen-hee doesn't know if he is the Hao clan leader or not, but this will be useful. However, if he were the future Hao clan leader, he would build connections right now. And if he isn't, those kids can have full meals for the whole week with that money. Sometimes, the protagonist practices between 3 am and 5 am because he can't miss out on performing heavenly circulation daily. After he finishes one round of it, he can slowly widen his energy detection. He could feel far more people's energy in the city than in the mountains. So, he supposed that maybe in towns like this, the highest number of fights is taking place. Since, naturally, there have been more conflicts where there are more people. While chanting, he suddenly heard someone telling his brother not to do this and started shouting. The protagonist gets worried when he hears this, so he immediately rushes out because people are getting beaten up, and it's children. He came out and realized this was the Jianghu, so there are also lawless areas on Earth, and this place was no different. He heard Hwang-gu barking, so he realized that he was awake and wanted him to go back and rest because he was going out for a while. Hwang-gu refused because he wanted to follow his master as well. The protagonist agrees, so he decides to lead the way but doesn't want him to fall behind. He got on the roof and immediately rushed away in the air, which startled Hwang-gu because his master was so fast that he wanted him to slow down. On the other side, a man was hitting Sima Hyun and the other kids, requesting him to stop hitting him. Du Gang told Sima Hyun that this wouldn't have happened if he had joined him. He remarked that he should have acted up and thought his insignificant martial arts could have done something. While the other man beats Sima Hyun, he is informed that he has brought this upon himself. At the same time, the protagonist is looking at them from the roof and is startled to see that the boy is the mask changer. After taking a closer look, Chen-hee realized that they were all the children who were performing the previous day. He wondered what happened to Sima Hyun for him to get beaten up by thugs like them, and realized that they were holding knives. The protagonist wanted to step in right away, but if he did that, he might endanger the lives of the kids being held hostage. Sima Hyan is severely injured, so they start coughing and inquire if all the brothels in Hangzhou deserted recently, as he can't believe there are people like him who look for kids instead. He looked at Du Gang, asking if he performed ancestral rites in a kennel or something because he had a great lineage. Du Gang is astounded to see that kid still has energy and guesses he hasn't been beaten up enough. He intends to go easy on him because of old man Siak, but he changes his mind because he will personally teach him a lesson now. While Huanggu is rushing toward the location with his all night, Du Gang lifts Sima Hyan and tells him that this is how everyone rose up, so it is the same for him. Therefore, once the higher-up gives the order, people like them must follow it and want him to know that he is suffering so much because he doesn't know that. Du Gang wanted to keep this short and wanted him to choose whether he would serve him or die there. Sima Hyan received some silver nyong from what he saw on that previous day. Sima Hyan laughed, telling him that trying to live like a human among dogs was hellish. He asked his comrades what they thought about it, and if they wanted to die together with him because compared to being pathetic in this pit, it might be a better choice. Everyone was startled upon hearing this and started crying. Sima Hyan remembered his past, thinking about that filthy sewer where they were considered rats. Although they learned how to beg for money while performing opera under the old man Siak, who took them in, nothing has changed. Du Gang furiously throws Sima Hyan away, cursing him. And he can't believe that someone his age is saying he wants to die. Since that was Sima Hyan's choice, he thought he had no choice but to kill all of them. However, before that man could attack him, Huanggu rushed toward him to attack. Sima Hyan started to see something passing over his head and wondered what this was. While Huanggu bit Du Gang, he asked where that dog originated. Meanwhile, the protagonist rushes to the place where the kids were taken hostage and thus gets startled upon seeing him there, wondering who he is. The protagonist points at Huanggu, telling the thug he is the dog owner. They get startled hearing this and then see their injured boss, thinking he might be crazy, and want to get him quickly. One of them immediately tried to attack him, but the protagonist dodged the attack, then kicked at his belly and threw him away. The man is thrown back toward his comrade and then slammed into the wall, which surprises the kids. The remaining thug tried to attack him, but the protagonist dodged their strikes and attacked back. He looked at Sima Hyan, who was also attacking those men furiously. He grabbed the face of one of them and immediately pulled it away, then furiously clenched his teeth. Everyone there is startled upon seeing this, and the kids also get scared as they see him holding the face of the thug. When he saw Chen He approaching him and recognized that he was the person who gave him silver nyong, he guessed there was at least one person in a pit like this, so he started laughing. The protagonist is astounded because their grip strength is incredible, and he also uses that strange attack that tore off a human face, so he becomes sure that he is the Hao clan leader. The protagonist asks Sima Hyan if he is alright, and the kid clarifies that this is nothing to him. The other kids started crying after seeing him, and Sima Hyan asked everyone if they were all fine. He gently pats their head while the kid is glad he is alright. He guessed that the Chol Du Gang wanted to get a piece of their earning because they were to be earning quite well. Since people in his group are good looking, and he has a pretty face as well, they want to prostitute them. The protagonist is surprised as he says such a terrible thing nonchalantly and wonders what kind of lives these kids have been living. Sima Hyan is thankful to Chen He for giving them the silver nyong earlier and saving their lives, but he wanted him to know that nothing good will come from mixing with people like them. Based on how Chen He acts, he seems like someone from a reputable set, and he feels sorry if people talk poorly about him behind his back because of them, so he doesn't want him to do any more for them. He hoped that the protagonist would give them silver nyong again the next time they met, and he told his comrade to say to him because he was the person who saved them. All the other kids happily thanked the protagonist for saving them. Since one of the kids didn't express her gratitude, Sima Hyan clarified that she was mute and couldn't speak, so she wanted him to accept her gesture as her thanks. After that, he decided to leave. The protagonist is reminded of certain lines in the novel as he looks at Sima Hyan. It's about the time he will meet Ha Ryun in Hangzhou. In the novel, Sima Hyan is surprised to see that even demonic guys know justice, which is quite fascinating and praiseworthy, and wonders if God is so great, then wonders why the world is in such a state. Therefore, he thought this world was hell and the people in it were vermin. They have been punished for no reason since birth, and he is just fascinated that they are discussing the existence of God in a place where death is the only salvation. He asked the heavenly demon if the god could receive his dead family because she was in so much pain that he had to kill her himself. Therefore, he wanted to know if God could revive the children who died in this hell. He remembered that the Hao clan leader was a bizarre man because he enjoyed killing as well as the pain that took place in the process of the killing. It seemed as if he was just someone who lived for the sake of burning the world down and dancing in the midst of it. This makes Chen-He wonder how someone could become like that, and he guesses it's because he has lived a hellish life like that. He never thought it was to the extent that he had to kill his own family, but it is just his conjecture. He can't let them go like this. He rushed toward them and wanted them to wait for a minute. While pondering if that family member died at his hands because she was so sick, then there is a chance he could save her. Sima Hyan stopped, looked at him, and wondered what was the matter. The protagonist knows Sima Hyan is still sane, so if he lets him go now, the future will repeat itself. Since he is injured, the protagonist wants to treat him first and asks for permission. Sima Hyan is surprised that he tried to treat him, and Chen-He clarified that he is a doctor, which surprised everyone. Chen-He clarified that it's a little embarrassing for him, but he is known as the Little White Dragon in Zhonghu, and his master is the White Dragon Clinic head, Beek Rin. Sima Hyan is surprised to learn that he is a little white dragon, and the other kids are astounded because he is from the White Dragon Clinic. They knew the doctor was important but wondered why someone like him appeared out of nowhere. Sima Hyan asked the protagonist if he was good at treating people. The protagonist clarified that his injuries would be easy for him to treat. Sima Hyan wanted him to look at the rest, and he knew it was shameless of him to say this, but he didn't have money. The protagonist assures him that he doesn't have to pay him, but if he feels bad, then he should grow into a fantastic grown-up and pay him back, even though he knows there is no need to motivate him. Sima Hyan is surprised because there really are all kinds of strange people in the world, and he can't believe they are being treated for free. Even though they are not relatives or under the same set, he has to do that for people he has met for the first time. He asked the other kids if they should trust him, and everyone agreed, thinking he was kind. Another kid agreed as well because he gave them silver nyang as well and wanted to receive treatment. Sima Hyan looked at everyone, then agreed to take the treatment and wanted him to take good care of them. The protagonist agreed, so he didn't want him to worry about that because he took good care of his patients. Sima Hyan requested that he follow them because they could get treated on the street, and he told his cousin that they should return home then. The protagonist is glad he met him while he was young because he could be persuaded easily, and he instructed Huanggu to let him head back as well. Later, they returned to their home, where several other kids were present, and they were glad to see Hyan and everyone else back. Sima Hyan gladly told them that nothing had happened, but he had some food for them, so he wanted them to share it. The kids are glad to see that he has food, and they want to have some. Abruptly, they were startled to see something strange, so they told Hyan that someone was there with that big dog. Sima Hyan told everyone it was all right because he saved them and wanted them to pay him a greeting. Everyone gladly greeted him, asked if he was a good person, and said they thanked him for saving Hyan. Some of the kids went to Huanggu and found that dog cute, and some were amazed to see that Chen-He was wearing expensive clothes, too. The protagonist is furious, wondering why there are so many kids and knowing that none of them look entirely alright. He sees multiple infections on different parts of their bodies, and there is even a child with a massive tumor. The bigger problem was the sale of poppy plants, so he wanted to send Huanggu out. Suddenly, one of the kids tried to stand, hardly glad to see that Hyan was back. Sima Hyan is also pleased to see Hai and clarifies that he brought a doctor there, which startled her. The kids are surprised because Chen-He doesn't look like an adult, yet he is a doctor, so he inquires if that is true because he looks only a few years older than Hyan. The protagonist realizes that they are indeed very wary of each other. He told them that was enough because, first of all, he wanted to perform emergency treatment on those who were hurt, and he wanted to read the rest of the pulses later, so he didn't want them to worry. He instructed everyone to line up instead of gathering like this so he could treat them accordingly. Later, he successfully treated some of the children who were happy. The protagonist is the fool because most children suffer from malnutrition, not any major illness. Hai is surprised to learn about the doctors because they don't have money to pay. Sima Hyun didn't want her to worry because he was a friend whom he met by chance while they were performing. Since Chin-hee is the little white dragon and the top disciple of the White Dragon Clinic, he didn't want to say anything in case it got her hopes up. Sima Hyun added that he would look at the rest of the children and didn't think he was a bad person. Hai looks at the protagonist, getting along with the other kids, and agrees with Sima Hyun because he trusts him. The protagonist saw him realize that he is good at faking his expressions. He can't believe he is acting tough and cheery in front of his sister and wonders if that is who he is. While he is pondering, a child taps him and wants him to examine him since he is the next. The protagonist looks at the child and gets worried because a few have contracted polio and have permanent disabilities. Since they are young, there have been cases in which they get better with braces and physiotherapy. However, from there on out, it will be a fight against time, their will, and click. The kids who have been treated thought Chin-hee is amazing because it doesn't hurt anymore. Sima Hyun is surprised because Chen looked at so many of them this quickly and remarked that he is very skilled. He whispered in his ear, telling him that he was as good as the rumors said. The protagonist wonders why he is whispering, then looks ahead because only one kid is left. Sima Hyun affirmed, telling him that her name is Sima Hai and she is his younger sister. The protagonist looked at her and realized that her back was very noticeably bent and that it was severe scoliosis. He grabbed his bag, wanted to look closer, and approached her. Sima Hyun told his sister that he would take a look at her now and wanted her to relax and stay still, and she affirmed. The protagonist looked at her, smiled, and complimented that she seemed like a kind child, so she wanted her to give her hand for a bit. He grabbed her hand and started inspecting her body and got concerned because it already reached the stage of chronic pain. He became certain that she might be experiencing a lot of pain constantly, then and wondered what could be the cause of this, so he decided to take a closer look at her spine. He decided to examine her further, and after looking for a while, he realized that it was a tumor. He realized that her spine wasn't just out of shape because of poor posture, she was like this because of something she was born with. He is aware that even modern medicine can't determine the cause of a case of scoliosis like hers. Since the root of her problem is the tumor, the key there will be to get rid of that. He sighed, telling Sima Hyun that her spine was significantly out of shape, and that was influencing her whole body. There is especially great pressure on her internal organs, and it causes her to have a more challenging time eating food and breathing. Since she has reached the stage of chronic pain, the chances of living normally again are very low. Sima Hyun clarified that they were not expecting much because everyone had already told them it was possible to cure her. So, he asked Chin-hee if he could help her experience less pain than she was currently experiencing. The protagonist realizes that he is desperate and supposes this might be how much he loves his sister. That might be why he endures all the cynicism toward the world because of his sister. Sima Hai asked him if there was a way to die without pain. This startled Sima Hyun, who wondered why she was saying that again when he told her not to say that and wanted to scold her harshly. The protagonist realizes that her will to live has been worn down while living in the mire and supposed the person Sima Hyun had to kill was his younger sister. He wondered how he felt when he had to kill her with his own hands and knew it was certainly a sufficiently challenging situation to ruin someone's personality. The protagonist rambled that surgery is needed, but probability-wise, its outcome is uncertain. They were startled to learn, and Hai wondered what he had said, and if something could be done. The protagonist affirmed, telling them it is possible but comes with a certain risk. Sima Hyun was startled and wanted to confirm if he was saying there was a treatment. The protagonist affirmed, but can't give a definite answer because he doesn't know what a sudden situation might occur in surgery, and there are also side effects. Sima Hyun eagerly told Chin-hee that they would take that risk because she would die anyway without treatment. The protagonist agrees because that is true, so Sima Hyun wants to give a try to the treatment named surgery because it is better than just doing nothing and dying. The protagonist clarified that this would require a lot of patience, so he wondered if he could do it. Siam Hyun affirmed because he could sense there was a chance she could live rather than commit suicide, so he wanted to give it a try and requested Chin-hee for help. The next day, the warriors on duty are startled to see that someone's face was ripped off. He curses Jong-hu people, thinking they had a huge confrontation in the night. Even though the warrior has seen all sorts of corpses, he has never seen one with his face ripped off. The warrior asked the escort chief what they should do about this matter. The chief said they would pass those with identity plaques to the government, bring those without any to the graveyard, and bury them there. Since this is something they could do nothing about, and that happens all the time. The warrior agreed because that was true, but he thought they should investigate this matter. The escort chief is glad that they didn't have to clear the corpses of children in the present day. Therefore, he instructed everyone to hurry up before people started gathering there. They were gathering all the corpses to move them, and an assassin in disguise was pleased because he finally found it. Later, at the White Dragon Clinic, the Hangzhou branch, the doctors were helping the children and letting them take a bath. The protagonist clarified that it's not over just because the surgery was successful, but he will need to get physiotherapy every day. Sima Hai wondered what physiotherapy is, and the protagonist supposed it would be easier to understand if he said it was essential to help her control her muscles. She affirmed excitedly, and the protagonist remarked that it was a good look that she had. Chin-hee knew that she should be experiencing quite a lot of pain now because she was trying to find a way to live. He explained to Sima Hyan that, thankfully, she was paralyzed despite having a curved spine, and he wanted to prepare for the surgery quickly. Sima Hyan was thankful to him, but things had gotten more significant than he thought. So, he is thankful that Chin-hee is looking after all of them, but knows this would be expensive. Even though he is the little white dragon, he knows this is too burdensome for him, when he knows they don't have any money. The protagonist patted his head and agreed with him that nothing is free in the world, but the White Dragon Clinic has a good institution, so he wanted him to gather all the children. Even though Sim Hyan was confused, he gathered all the children, and the doctors handed them some documents. As one of the top 3 clinics in the world, the White Dragon Clinic earns a lot of money. This is thanks to treating famous people within the Miram, who can accumulate wealth. An institution was made to use that money, which can last for several lifetimes, for the sake of growing young children. Sima Hyan is surprised to learn about the White Dragon Children's Foundation and wonders what this is. The protagonist clarified that it is nothing but just a deed that says he must do 3 good deeds when he becomes an adult. After Chin-hee treated Gakyeon when she was young, he built this institution slowly, learning along the way, and arrived at where they were now. Since some children couldn't read, the protagonist wanted Sima Hyan to read it for them. Sima Hyan started reading the document, which says that the children who received help will need to perform 3 good deeds for Jiang-hu in the future, which will be the cost of treatment. All the children are stunned to learn that instead of taking money, they want them to do good deeds. They were surprised, wondering what this meant, as they just needed to do 3 good deeds. The protagonist affirmed, telling them they need to do it 3 times, and if they help a dog on the streets, that will be 1 time. However, there is no way to know if they will walk the right or wrong path in the future. So, the protagonist hopes they can show kindness to those around them when they remember their treatment. While all the kids were pondering it, one of them, Mak Jin-hu, raised a hand and swore to do 3 good deeds for Jiang-hu. After that kid, several other kids also raised their hands and promised to do that. The doctors were pleased to see this and supposed the little white dragon was truly the light of Jiang-hu. The protagonist wondered if the White Dragon Children's Foundation had taken off, so he wanted to shorten the name and call it the WDCF. He supposed this is how the WDCF started taking on children. After some time, Sima Hyan is concerned because his sister's surgery is about to commence. The protagonist found several brown spots that were wider than 5 mm. There were also abnormalities in the skeletal structure there, a tumor in the eye and the armpit area. Therefore, it has been confirmed that scoliosis occurred due to neurofibroma. Neurofibroma type 1 is an unexpectedly common hereditary disease because children don't know much about their family medical history, and they can't know the details. The protagonist wondered if scoliosis was the result of this hereditary disease. He informed the doctor that, fortunately, it didn't seem malignant and wanted to start the procedure now. The doctor wondered if the patient's body could withstand the surgery, because it seemed like correction was needed up until the pelvis. Because the blood vessels around the spine could contract, the patient could die in the process if she experiences an ischemic stroke. The protagonist agrees that it's true that it's dangerous because she is young, but he will be able to isolate the muscle around the spine quickly, so he doesn't need to worry about the doctor. The doctor supposed that might be the case and started taking notes of the information. Chin-hee clarified that to reduce the burden on the patient, they needed to proceed with speed and precision and asked if there was enough blood. The doctor affirmed that the blood had arrived and was ready. Since the preparation seems to be complete, the problem is the size of the tumor. Initially, the size of the tumor should be reduced using radiotherapy before the surgery takes place, but that can't be done in this period. The protagonist explained that the most crucial thing in this surgery would be to isolate the tumor without touching the nerves. The doctor wondered if that could be done, and Chin-hee uttered that, surprisingly, there were martial artists who could do that. Furthermore, the Tai Yi Immortal Destruction Sword technique of the Yi Gao clan is best for doing that. Neurofibromatosis is presented with one of its traits, brown spots that make a person look like café au lait, therefore earning it the nickname café au lait macules. It usually manifests in children and appears only on the skin, never on spinal nerves, cranial nerves, and so on. After further inspection, the protagonist realizes that her ribs have been deformed and look like fans, which is rib penciling. Furthermore, her spine is in the shape of a fan and is in the process of scalloping. Therefore, if even a single mistake is made, she might be paralyzed from the waist down, and to think there would be so many neuromas, and they had been so big, only the mystical core divine art will be able to do something about this. After pondering for a while, the protagonist started removing the neuroma carefully. The other doctor looking at him is surprised to see that he is so precise, which is as skillful as would be expected of one known as the Little White Dragon, as he is getting rid of rumors quickly without touching the nerves. While removing the neuroma, the protagonist is confident that he can remove all of them successfully, so he wants her to hang in there for a bit longer. After removing the tumor, he started straightening the curved spine. While unconscious, Sima Hai kept calling for her mother when she saw the protagonist, who was telling her that she would be all right. She looked around and found herself at an anonymous place called her mother. She opened her eyes. She started moaning with pain as she gained consciousness and relived Chin-hee because she was finally awake. The protagonist informed her that there would be some pain since the anesthetics had worn off, but inquired if it hurt less than before. Siam Hai affirmed, which received Chin-hee, and he is so glad that she woke up safely. So, he grabbed her hand to take a look at her now and started taking her pulse. Sima Hai is startled, wondering if he was by her side all this time because the voice she heard just now was his. After inspecting her pulse, he touched her hands and asked her how she felt. Sima Hai clarified that it was cold, and Chin-hee guessed that his hands were cold. Then he asked her if she could move her toes, so she worriedly tried to move them and hardly flicked them. The protagonist is relieved to see this because her nerves are intact, and he is clarified that everything is fine now. He puts his hand on her forehead to check for the temperature and is reassured that her temperature is also expected. After that, he decides to take a look at her back. On the other side, the doctor came out gladly and told Sima Hyen that the operation was successful, which pleased all the children. Sima Hyen is also relieved to hear this as his eyes well up with tears of joy, and he rushes to see his sister. On the other hand, Sima Hai asks the protagonist if she can walk now. The protagonist affirmed but told her that she needed to work hard. He explained that he went to find an external martial art that is good for physiotherapy, so he didn't want her to look down on it because it is basic, and she needs to learn it slowly. The protagonist elucidated that now she needs to get rid of the infection and focus on recovery, and then she can live normally. After hearing that she could live normally, she wondered if she might go back to the time when she lived without pain. Just thinking about this undesirable dream brought tears to her eyes. She started crying and thanked him for everything. The protagonist is sure she will probably cry more once she meets her brother, so she wonders why she could be crying already. He grabbed her hand to calm her down because he was confident she must have gone through a tough time at such a young age. He is certain he wouldn't be able to stop that kind heart and her tears. Abruptly, Sima Hyen arrived there and couldn't believe that it was real, couldn't think that Hai was laughing like that. He happily accosted the protagonist and was thankful because he genuinely succeeded. The protagonist affirmed, telling him they will need to observe her, but he has done what he can for her in the current situation. Sima Hai was glad her brother had arrived, and Hyen approached her as he wanted to look at her. He asked how she was feeling and if it had hurt her. Sima Hai refused, telling him that the pain was manageable, and her brother laughed in disbelief as her curved body had returned to normal. Since everyone gave up on him because they said it had been too hard to treat, he never thought a day like this would arrive. The protagonist told him there would be many days like this from now on. While her brother hugged her, she smiled and said to him that she still felt some pain, so he apologized and released her. The protagonist saw that both of them were excited and knew they would need some time alone, so he left. Later, while it is raining, Siam Hyan comes to the protagonist, telling him he is a strong person because he is helping children like them to this extent. The protagonist is confident that he is grateful, and Sima Hyan is affirmed because he is genuinely grateful to him. Therefore, Chen-hee wanted him not to forget what he promised, and Sima Hyan clarified that he wouldn't. Chen-hee clarified that he is not asking him to live a kind life since that is impossible in a world like this. But he wants him to help people 3 times when he feels it's the right time, and is sure that it's not hard to do since he has a whole lifetime. Siam Hyan thinks for a while, telling Chen-hee that he is still going to kill people. Since he already has many enemies and his life is already trash, he wants to live like one. The protagonist is stunned because Sima Hyan is precisely what he will be like in the future, which is befitting of the Hao clan leader, the king of trash, and wonders if it is inevitable for him to shed blood everywhere. The protagonist affirmed, telling him that martial arts were unusual, but he would be satisfied as long as there was less bloodshed. Sima Hyan clarified that he would still do those 3 good deeds, but he wondered why he helped trash like them. The protagonist smirked, telling him he wanted him to think about that for the rest of his life because he wouldn't tell him why. This startled Sima Hyan, so he looked at him, and Chen-hee wasn't certain if he would think about it for the rest of his life. But fortunately, he hasn't gone crazy yet, so just seeing that alone is enough for him. After some time, the protagonist brings the corset to Sima Hai, and she wonders what it is. Chen-hee explained that it's a brace that she must keep wearing from now on. She asked what brace and Chen-hee explained this would help to keep her spine in place as she grew up. The protagonist knew that it was heavy and it would probably feel suffocating. He also made a brace meant for her to wear when she is sleeping, so he wanted her to make sure to wear it when she goes to sleep and asked if she could do it. Sima Hai affirmed, asking if she has to wear this so she doesn't get sick again. The protagonist affirmed and wanted her to learn to bear with it and live with it. He couldn't believe her because it was okay for her to act a little spoiled if things were tough for her. Since she practiced the external martial arts he taught her daily, he supposed she had incredible willpower. The protagonist instructed Sima Hyan to visit the Hangzhou branch routinely. The main doctor who will be taking care of her has already been decided and will be fully in charge of her. Sima Hai gets startled, wondering what about him and if he wouldn't take care of her. Chen-hee clarified that he would rest in Chun-sung Inn until the next boat arrived, and he had already done everything he could. Sima Hai becomes gloomy, so her brother doesn't want her to feel too sad because he needs to save more people like her. She understood completely and inquired if she could become a doctor growing up. The protagonist affirmed, telling her she could do it but needed to study a lot. She clarified that she would study hard to become a doctor, and Chen-hee said he would always welcome anyone who wanted to become a doctor, but he didn't want her to forget that she needed to get better. She smiled after learning this, and Chen-hee wanted her to stay healthy. Later, they were outside, and the protagonist explained that he had already talked to Chun-sung Inn. So, Sima Hyan will be able to earn money in that inn regularly because they were pretty happy to have them. Sima Hyan is feeding Hwang-gu and asks him with shock when he talks to them. The protagonist heard that he got stubborn and insisted that he didn't want to inconvenience the clinic further. He also mentioned that the people at the inn have agreed to provide food and board, so Sima Hyan no longer has to live in that house. Sima Hyan stood, expressing gratitude for what he did, but believing there was no need to go that far for vermin like them. The protagonist becomes annoyed because he wants him to watch what he says, as he and the other children aren't vermin. Furthermore, he is not Buddha or anything, but he is simply helping a few people he happened to see and inquired if he knows about the hypocrisy of grown-ups. Humans are beings who can comfort themselves just by donating a penny to people experiencing poverty, so Chen-hee is just giving himself treatment by providing a little help to someone he can help. Sima Hyan is startled to learn that helping others can help Chen-hee heal. The protagonist affirmed, telling him that it helps with one's mind and health, which is quite a famous claim. Sima Hyan wondered if something like that existed, and if it helped. While looking at him, the protagonist wonders if Sima Hyan can change the same way Ha Ryun changes a little. But he thought it would feel forced if he tried to change Sima Hyan in their talks, so he wanted to forget about this because doing that would be, in a way, for his own sake. He is sure that Sima Hyun will eventually get desensitized to how hard it is to live in the world. There will be times when he has no choice but to lie and do things he hates since they are in Miram. A day might come when he must bloody his hands. Sima Hyun elucidated that he is already in that situation, which startled the protagonist, and he wondered what they could do about that since that is just how the world is. He clarified that he is saying that small acts of kindness like that keep him from being indifferent to the world. He said that when Sima Hyun feels like he is having a tough time and is starting to feel indifferent to the world, he should perform a small act of kindness and use a hat to raise his sense of self-worth. That is the hypocrisy of grown-ups and is a method to protect themselves. Even though Sima Hyun doesn't fully understand it, he wants to remember that. Chen-hee remembers that is how he has protected himself so far, and he tried not to kill people so he wouldn't become indifferent. However, if the conflict between the martial artist and doctor sides of him keeps happening, then ultimately, it will be inevitable that his sense of self will be torn in half. Sima Hyun thought he was an oddball since he was saying everything that was hard to understand. The protagonist clarified that he had heard that a lot and Sima Hyun inquired if he wanted to see him again in the future and where he should go. The protagonist gets startled, wondering why he is suddenly speaking so formally. He clarified that he is now wandering the world, but the main White Dragon clinician is his home. He clarified that if he sends a letter to the main clinic, then it might get sent to him, and there is a chance that he could receive it in other branches. Sima Hyun got worried because that was not certain, and Chen-hee clarified that was how it was, but he had to leave for the inn now, so he wanted to get going. Since Sima Hyun's sister has a receiver, he wants him to grow up well while he protects the other children. Sima Hyun doesn't want him to worry about that because he might not be able to live kindly in this trashy life, but he will definitely be able to grow up well. Then he punched the protagonist, wanting him to ensure he didn't injure himself as he wandered the world. The protagonist understands and immediately heads for the inn. Sima Hyun watched him leave until he vanished, and afterward, he departed as well. Later, the protagonist is having his meal, and he finds it so luxurious that the Buddha jumps over the wall and realizes why it's so expensive. The menu includes chicken, abalone, pine mushroom, and bird's nest in clear soup. He started feeling hungry, and Hwang-gu was also hungry, so he supposed he might be dying to eat this already. He put down another bowl, telling Hwang-gu that he had prepared his portion this time and wanted him to eat all he wanted, which made his dog glad. After a while, he started drinking the soup and couldn't believe it was so clear and rich. He wondered if this was because the pine mushrooms grew in a place that wasn't polluted, but the size, firmness, and even scent were completely perfect. This honestly had an incredible taste, so he started eating quickly. While eating, Mu-hua and Mu-wol approached him, but Hwang-gu noticed their presence and looked at them. The protagonist is startled to look at them there and wonders what the two of them are doing there. He can't believe that they met in a place as big as Hangzhou, and they greeted him. Mu-hua inquired if he had been well and supposed he was in the midst of his meal. Chen-hee affirmed, telling her that he heard this place serves the best Buddha jumps over the wall, so he came to eat it. He wondered if they had come there after hearing the rumors that he was in Hangzhou and asked if they were looking for him. Mu-hua explained that they heard he had stepped into Zhonghu, so they came here to meet with him personally because they also happened to have business in Hangzhou. She mentioned he was heading to Zhusan Island based on what she heard. The protagonist is surprised because the Hao clan knows everything about him. Mu-hua clarified that it is not like he is moving secretly, which is a fact most people interested in him would know. The protagonist is dumbfounded and remarks that they say the walls have ears and eyes in Zhonghu, so he believes it's true. Mu-wol said that is why he was worried, and he knew that Chen-hee was not bothered by lowlifes approaching him, but he is a very important person in Zhonghu, so he wanted him to be more cautious. Mu-hua stopped her brother, reminding him that Chen-hee's job was to save people, and he wondered how he could be a doctor if he stayed away from people. However, Mu-wol is concerned for his safety, but Chen-hee doesn't want him to be worried because that is why he spends a lot of time learning martial arts and has Hwang-gu with him. Mu-wol is startled to see Hwang-gu, as he has already heard of him. Since he is a famous musical creature within the beggar sect, he seems to be much bigger than the reports they have heard. The protagonist says that he grew up eating herbs in the clinic and the meat of other mystical creatures, so he is growing fast. Since they were there, Chen-hee suggested they should eat with him, but that was only if he was not busy. Mu-wol is pleased as he wants to join him, but since they are the ones who are looking for him, they ought to be the ones treating him. Later, the protagonist sees them eating a lot and is amazed as they are certainly martial artists who indeed eat a lot. After eating, Mu-wol clarified that they had detected some suspicious groups moving around recently. Even though he knew it was nothing serious, he wanted the protagonist to be more careful. The protagonist supposed they might have come there to talk about that and realized that they were fast. He is thankful to them, but also has a favor to ask of them. Mu-hua inquired what it was, and he explained that there was a child he had performed surgery on recently. It seemed that she and her family would be running a troupe on this street, so he wanted her to look after them for him. She wondered what he meant by that, and Chen-hee thought it very likely that there would be more groups coveting their money as they continued to grow in popularity. Mu-hua immediately agreed to his request because that was not a big deal, as they could easily prevent hooligans from trying to pick fights. Chen-hee is grateful for this help, but she declines, telling him they are glad to assist. After he had treated Sima Hyan's sister, he rejected his help and probably didn't want to inconvenience him by getting him involved with them. Therefore, the only thing he could do for him now was secretly prevent some of this trouble for him. Because he is the future of the Hao clan, which should be good enough. After some time, the protagonist knew that the boat to Jusan Island was coming the following day, so he wanted to go in and rest for a day. While returning to his room, he wondered if he had overeaten. Later, inside his room, he is practicing when someone asks him if he is sleeping. The protagonist approached the door, telling the man he was awake, and after opening the door, he inquired what the matter was. The man explained that there was a message from Mu-hua, so he came looking for him because it was an urgent matter. The protagonist wonders what he means by urgent matters. The man explained that the person he had treated recently, Sima Hyan, was in trouble, and the message said it would be best if he looked at it himself. The letter also said this involved the top ranks of the Hao clan, so it had been hard for them to help. The protagonist gets worried, wondering where he is, and the man clarifies that he doesn't have that information. The protagonist wondered what the matter was and if it was the new place they had moved into. He worriedly looked back, wanting Hwang-gu to track Sima Hyan's scent for him. The protagonist brings the ice crystal sword just in case and wonders what Sima Hyan got himself involved in again. On the other hand, Sima Hyan coughs up a lot of blood. He knows there are many martial artists in Zhonghu, but he never expected to be sent to catch a young kid like him. The man started apologizing to him and suggested he follow him quietly because he is old now and doesn't want to do things like this anymore. However, he warned Sima Hyan that if he continued to resist, then he would cut off one of his limbs, if that was what it took for him to drag him back with him. Sima Hyan laughed as he wondered if it would go as he said because he could still keep going. The old tree blood demon laughed, seeing that his guts were top-notch. After looking at Sima Hyan's attitude, he doubts that he will listen to him, even if all his limbs are cut off. Since that is the case, the man thinks he should cut off his precious little sister's head. This infuriated Sima Hyan, so he dared that old man to try that because then he would show him that death comes to the old first, just like how food is served to the old first. The old tree blood demon is amazed to hear this, so he rushes toward him and inquires if he thinks people like him could do that. After getting close to him, he punched his face and claimed he could act tough despite the situation, even though he only had enough strength to stand up. After that, he keeps attacking Sima Hyan, which he tries to dodge, but soon, a strong punch lands on him. Meanwhile, the protagonist rushes towards Sima Hyan to save him, hoping he is not too late. He requested him to be safe and instructed Hwang-gu to hurry up. On the other hand, the old tree blood demon punched the wall instead of Sima Hyan, and he couldn't believe he had managed to dodge it. Sima Hyan is a bit exhausted because his opponent is on a totally different level from anyone he has met so far. He thought it was a pity because he could defeat him if he had more internal energy. He accosted the old tree blood demon, since, now that he felt about it, that face looked appealing, and he inquired if he could have it. Since it has come down to this, he wanted to rip off at least half his face before leaving. The old tree blood demon furiously cursed him, telling him that he left him with no choice because he didn't want to use demonic arts, but since Sima Hyun was struggling to his death, he did not want him to blame him for this. Sima Hyun is startled to see that his opponent is using demonic art because he doesn't have internal energy, so he decides to use his innate core energy. He is confident that this will hurt so much, but he wants to die a decent death. The old tree blood demon is amazed to see that he is struggling until the end and rushes to attack him. Abruptly, the protagonist rushes there, telling the old tree blood demon that he is Sima Hyun's guardian, so he wants him to get his hand off him. The old tree blood demon is startled to learn that the kid has a guardian, and Sima Hyun is surprised to see Chin Hee there. The old tree blood demon gets infuriated on learning that the kid has a comrade and is about to punch him. The protagonist worries about seeing this, while Sima Hyun wonders how he got there. The protagonist stood between them, and the old tree blood demon realized he was no ordinary kid. The old tree blood demon asked him if he was Sima Hyun's guardian, and inquired how he was related to him. The protagonist clarified that he is his doctor in charge and guardian because he is still not done paying him for the treatment cost. Yet he wanted that old man to get his hand off him. The old tree blood demon gets startled upon learning that the kid is a doctor, because he said he is the doctor in charge. The protagonist looks at Sima Hyun. He doesn't know what he is trying to do right now, but he doesn't want him to do anything dangerous until he repays him. Sima Hyun is flustered, wondering why he is there. He supposed a mystical creature sniffed his scent and brought him there, but he wondered how he knew he was in danger. He couldn't understand why Chin Hee went so far for him and wondered how long he intended to keep saving him. The protagonist has kept Sima Hyun's innate core energy from going on a rampage for now. But he can't believe these Zhang who people will surely throw their lives away so easily. He looked at the old tree blood demon and wanted to try to remember what kind of person this huge fellow was in the novel. He tried to recall a rough and tan man. He was so big that one would mistake him for a moving tree. He looked at the old tree blood demon and recalled his skin tone. He used demonic art just now, so he was sure it was him. He uttered something that looked like an old tree's demonic arts and inquired if he was the old tree blood demon. The old tree blood demon laughed as he realized the protagonist was sharp. The protagonist agrees, but on the villain scale, he is probably like a mid-level boss, and his martial prowess is at the supreme peak level. The old tree blood demon inquired how he knew to come there, and if he had stalked them from the start. Chin Hee knew that at the level of the supreme peak, he was strong enough to defeat a minor sect leader or a bodyguard. Now he knows why ManhwaCapped and ManhwaCapped couldn't do anything, because obeying hierarchy within a sect is as essential as one's life. The protagonist doesn't want him to underestimate the beggar sect's gathering abilities. The old tree blood demon is startled to learn about the beggar sect and wonders if that is what this is. After seeing that he has no other subordinates, the protagonist suppose they are also trying to keep this low profile. The old tree blood demon laughed, seeing how he had the mystical creature of the beggar's sect with him, and supposed he must be the little white dragon as he had heard about him. The protagonist knows he needs to be careful about what he says because he can't tell him that ManhwaCapped and ManhwaCapped are the ones who told him. That is because if they find out, their energy cores might be destroyed, and their limbs and nerves ripped apart. The old tree blood demon heard that he treated Sima Hyun's wounds, and based on the rumors, he is someone who could stand injustice. But this is their internal issue, and he wanted him to stand down. The protagonist remembers that the old tree demonic sect, which split from the demonic sect, requested the Hao clan before they collapsed. Therefore, he is sure that ManhwaCapped and ManhwaCapped had a hard time, and he inquired if this was an independent action of the Osal Jai faction. The old tree blood demon is amazed because Chin Hee seems to know quite a fair bit about the Hao clan and supposes that the white dragon might have told him the information. Since the white dragon is someone who has been known to be like a snake, that is both cunning and cruel after all. The protagonist thinks that Zhang, who is indeed large yet small at the same time because everyone knows about each other, and instructs him not to insult the name of his master. The old tree blood demon laughed, telling him that he was so unlike a child, being so calm and all when he threw the rock at him, but now he is finally acting like a child. Chin Hee knew that in Zhang Hu, insulting one's master was no different from insulting one's parents, so if his opponent was not standing down, he wanted to fight. The protagonist clarified that Sima Hyun is just a child who is unknown in Zhang Hu. He is sure that the people in Zhonghu would laugh if someone as great as himself fought a child. The old tree blood demon furiously clenched his fist, asking the protagonist if he thought he didn't know that and clarifying that he had no choice in this matter. The protagonist realizes that, in other words, he is doing this despite knowing that it will bring humiliation. Since that is the case, he suggested a solution because he knew his opponent didn't like doing this, so he wanted to fight against Sima Hyan's behalf. The old tree blood demon is surprised to learn that he is saying that he wants to take his place in the fight. The protagonist affirmed, telling him that if he loses them, they will do as he says, but if he wins, he must stand down. Sima Hyan worries about what Chen-He is trying to do and wonders if he has a death wish. However, the protagonist is confident and wants him to trust his skills. Sima Hyan wants the old tree blood demon to forget about it and bring him along with him, but don't lay a finger on Chen-He. The protagonist knew that the name Little White Dragon was still lacking compared to the name of the old tree blood demon, so fighting him would be better than fighting some nameless child. Sima Hyan gets worried about hearing this and wants Chen-He to stop talking because, at this rate, they will both die. The old tree blood demon laughed, even though he had no idea why Chen-He was going so far for that child, but he agreed with his request. That is because he doesn't wish for his name to be sullied as well, so he wants to fight Chen-He. The protagonist grabbed Sima Hyan's hand, telling him he was strong and wanted to have faith in him and wait. Sima Hyan worriedly asked the protagonist if he was sure about doing this and wondered what this annoying confidence was. Chen-He affirmed, telling him that he would fight with all he had, so don't want him to worry. Sima Hyan couldn't believe that he couldn't dissuade him and wondered if he must be helped by him again. He grabbed the protagonist's dress and requested that he not die because his opponent was strong. The protagonist gently pats his head, wants him not to worry, and is certain that if his master could see this, he would say that he had made the right decision. After that, he comes to the front, unsheathed his sword, and is prepared to start the fight. The old tree blood demon smirked, seeing he had a pretty good sword. The protagonist also knows it because this is an ice crystal sword made from northern frost iron, which would be good enough to fight. While the old tree blood demon started emanating his demonic aura, he wanted to begin and see how skillful Chen-He was. The protagonist is overwhelmed by his opponent's incredible demonic energy and wonders if the novel says he has around 60 years of internal energy. Abruptly, the old tree blood demon rushed toward the protagonist because he wanted to end this before the people started gathering since the sun was rising. The old tree blood is demonstrated punching him, but the protagonist keeps evading his attacks and shocks Sima Hyan. Chen-He wondered how his opponent could have such speed with such a huge body, and each strike was filled with immense demonic energy. Furthermore, the old tree blood demon is blocking all his attacks with bare hands. Even though the novel mentions that his skill is so tough that it can endure sword energy, it is annoying now that he has to deal with it in real life. They kept fighting for a while, so the old tree blood demon must admit that Chen had an incredible sword because he never thought it could withstand his demonic energy. He looked fiercely toward Chen-He and supposed he shouldn't underestimate him. They approached each other as the old tree blood demon tried to attack him, but the protagonist blocked his punch with his sword. He gets worried as the strength is so massive that it pushes him back, but he manages to stop himself from falling. Sima Hyan is worried for Chen-He's safety, and as the dust subsides, he is relieved to see that he is still acceptable. However, the protagonist is exhausted because he expects he doesn't stand a chance using normal attacks. Therefore, he wanted to bring an end to this by using a strike that would undoubtedly take his opponent down. Since that is the case, he emanates his energy in the sword and uses Mystic Core Divine Art, Ice. After seeing this, the old tree blood demon laughed because he wanted him to use his true strength, unless he wanted to die. The protagonist agreed because he wanted to get serious now and was certain he should be able to damage his skin, at least with this. He immediately rushed toward his opponent and started attacking him continuously. The old tree blood demon gets startled on seeing his skill because the protagonist uses Tai's immortal destruction sword technique, the 24 binding slash. After seeing Chen-He struggling for a while, the old tree blood demon clarified that he was underestimating the strength of his skin. He couldn't believe he was thinking he would be dealing with a mighty strike. The old tree blood continued to attack him, but the protagonist managed to evade it and cursed his fortune because his technique caused skin scratches, which could pierce through his skin. since there were only traces of ice energy unless he pierced through his skin and tore his muscles. It had been impossible to damage him truly. The old tree blood demon punched him, asking if his master didn't teach him that petty tricks wouldn't work. While he was attacking him, the protagonist rushed away and realized it would be impossible to kill this monster with a single strike. Since that is the case, he just wanted to let the damage pile up to defeat him. Sima Hyun found it amazing because they were on equal ground and wondered who Chin-hee was. He looked at the old tree. The blood demon knew it was not fatal damage, but his energy accumulated in his arms. The old tree blood demon tried to attack him again and remarked that the heavenly must-step of the Jaeger can be exceptional, but it was clarified that it wouldn't be able to stop his fist. He immediately rushed toward the protagonist using the old tree demonic arts variation technique, Boulder Demolition Punch. This worries the protagonist because he is aware that if he gets hit by that, he will die, and he wouldn't be able to parry it with his strength either. While the old tree blood demon gets closer to him, the protagonist decides to show down. He quickly circulated his internal energy in his energy core and sent fire energy through all his meridians. Since he has undergone body reformation, he is certain this body should be tough enough to withstand that. After his sword was covered with fire energy, he rushed toward the old tree blood demon. After the protagonist attacks the old tree blood demon, he gets startled because his arm is severed. The protagonist thought this was nice because he finally broke through that tough outer skin. He supposed waiting for the cold energy to permeate his skin and come before attacking was an effective strategy. The protagonist is sure his opponent doesn't know about the simple concept of thermal expansion, and he stands behind him. The old tree blood demon furiously looked at him and asked what he was doing, as he supposed he might be using some strange martial arts. Chin-hee is amazed to realize that he seems pretty surprised and thinks this is the power of science. Then he infused the fire in his sword since he had the momentum going and wanted to finish this in one go. He rushed toward his opponent, attacked him at different parts, and managed to inflict lethal damage. The old tree blood demon moaned with pain, fell, and found this so ridiculous he couldn't believe he had lost his 90 years of cultivation. Sima Hyun wondered if it was over. He patted H1-gu and supposed that his master had won. He never thought Chin-hee would be able to subdue such a powerful demonic art user without suffering any significant injuries. The protagonist approached his opponent, clarifying that it seemed clear to him who the victor was, but he wanted to know his opinion. The old tree blood demon gets infuriated, which makes the protagonist wonder if he wishes to fight any more than this. Since the Dark Deity Clinic might be able to give him a new arm, he suggested he had better hurry over there now. The old tree blood demon guessed that he couldn't fight to the end because he was a doctor. He agreed with him because a promise is a promise, so he decided to retreat for now but clarified that he would certainly be back. Even though he is infuriated, he decides to leave, and Chin-hee remembers that the blood-born older devil wanted him to be the successor of the Dark Deity Clinic. Since there are traces of the 5 elemental techniques on his wound, it was easy for them to know that he inflicted them. This makes Chin wonder what the blood-born elder devil would do after finding out that he is in that state after attacking him. He wonders if the old tree blood demon could survive if he gave an explanation. Momentarily, Sima Hyun worriedly asked him if he was alright because he didn't look so good. When he asked about that, the protagonist lost his balance and started coughing blood. Sima Hyun rushed to support him and got concerned about seeing that the blood was black, so he supposed he might have suffered internal injuries. The protagonist pretended to be fine when fighting him, but the strength of someone with 90 years of cultivation is undeniable. He instructed Sima Hyun to take him to the White Dragon Branch Clinic at once and asked if he could do that. Sima Hyun understood, so they agreed to take him to the branch clinic. After giving Sima Hyun instructions, the protagonist faints, which worries him, and he asks if he is dead. He wanted to take Chin-hee to the branch clinic immediately and wondered what way it was. The protagonist gains consciousness at night, and the doctors ask him for his opinion on their medical skills. The protagonist praised them because they did a great job. The stitching and the dress were perfect. He remarked that both the internal and external injury treatments were perfect. The doctor is sure that he had no idea how shocked he was to see that child being carried back into their clinics. Therefore, they do all they can while remembering everything they learned from him. The protagonist apologized to them for sharing them like that. and the doctor hoped never to see him return as a patient because he didn't ever want to experience that again. The protagonist looked at their faces and guessed they suffered quite a bit because of him. One of the doctors heard that Chin-hee risked his life to protect that child and clarified that she was going to send a letter to the White Dragon. The protagonist gets started on learning this and tells the doctor that she can't do that. He is sure that if the White Dragon sees this letter, he will forget about the Dragon and Phoenix Summit and run them right away like he did last year. The senior doctor understood and clarified that he didn't think that far. On seeing their reaction, the protagonist is glad to know that they all know his master's personality very well. This makes him wonder if he will bring the 10,000-year frost shackles again. Later, the protagonist packed his stuff and was ready to leave when he inquired if he was departing so quickly. The protagonist had already stayed long and could recover because the doctor thanked him. The doctor is glad to hear that and informs him that guests are waiting outside for him. The protagonist wonders who the guests are, and the doctor utters that they seem to be siblings and that the child who carried him there would like to meet him. After hearing about the siblings, the protagonist guesses they must be Manhwa and Manhwa, but he is surprised they are together with Sima Hyun. Later, when he meets Sima, Hyun clarifies that he will join the Hao clan but wonders why he was the least bit surprised. Chen-hee guessed that since Manhwa and Manhwa had come, he somehow thought this would be the case. Sima Hyun explained that apparently, the martial arts that he has learned are the martial arts that have been passed down to the Hao clan leader from generation to generation. He knew that old man Seok had many secrets, but he didn't expect him to be hiding such a secret. Chen-hee supposed that might be why they were after Sima Hyun, as they even ordered the old tree blood demon to execute the mission personally. Since they were talking about the martial arts passed down to the only Hao clan leader, it was no wonder they needed to send the old tree blood demon. Sima Hyun knew that without Chen-hee, he would have been dragged there and forced to tell them everything he knew or get sucked into their internal conflicts and have his life ruined. The protagonist clarified that is why he asked him to be careful. Sima Hyun got it now and assured him that things like that would never happen again. Since the White Dragon Branch Clinic has decided to help the kids he has been looking after so far, and all the people of Hangchu know about that, there is no need to worry too much about them. The protagonist is worried about Sima Hyun because he is trying so hard that he doesn't have to be even more indebted to him. However, Sima Hyun clarified that it can't be helped because they will keep sending stronger people if he continues to stay. Since the world can't do anything about that, which is why he will become stronger, he might as well go all the way. The protagonist is astounded to see him letting go of his stubbornness and realizes that he is all grown up. Sima Hyun added that his sister has decided to remain at the White Dragon Branch Clinic because she wanted to practice medicine. The branch also happened to need help, and they also needed to check on her condition from time to time, so it turned out great for both sides. The protagonist is pleased to know that even though she is young, she is strong, and he is sure that she will do well, so he has a feeling that they will all meet again soon. Sima Hyun clarified that he hadn't told his sister that he was entering the Hao clan, and she thought he would work in a merchant union, which he thought would be better. The protagonist tells him that he did the right thing, and now that she is with the White Dragon Clinic, she shouldn't be facing any grave dangers, but they never know what could happen. However, he wanted Sima Hyun to know that joining the Hao clan would be easy. Sima Hyun knows this, but it remains a privilege for them to allow him to choose which of the 5 factions to join. The protagonist is surprised to learn about this and wonders if that is true. Manhwa affirmed, telling him that was right because they had spoken to the elders of each faction about this. Therefore, Sima Hyun would get to choose the faction he wanted to join without any restrictions or obligations. The protagonist guessed that Sima Hyun had gotten lucky, and that the negotiations had gone well. He supposed information about the situation was delivered to all of them simultaneously. Manhwa agreed, telling him they were lucky that the information the Osaljai faction would acquire from him had leaked. Chen-hee gets concerned about learning this because it reeks of a conspiracy, and he is certain that Manhwa and Manhwa are involved in this. However, he is glad that everything worked out great and supposes there are times when one gets this lucky. He is confident that Sima Hyun will adapt well to his new environment. Sima Hyun is also glad because he wants to succeed in repaying his debt to Chen-hee. He accosted the protagonist, knowing that this might sound shameless, but if it was okay, he wanted to have him as his sworn brother, so he asked if it was all right. The protagonist reads about the Oath of the Peach Garden, where 3 heroes take an oath of fraternity to become sworn brothers, but he wonders if it is possible to have separate sworn brothers. The protagonist gets worried as he tells him he already has a younger, sworn brother, so he clarifies that he must ask him for permission. Sima Hyan gets worried about learning that he already has a sworn brother. Mu Hua and Mu Wo laughed as they realized Chen He was popular. Chen He clarified that he would ask him later to see if he agrees, so Sima Hyan will be on standby to be sworn brother number 2. Sima Hyan is worried because he doesn't even know when they will see each other again and wants to decide there. The protagonist is speechless because this is also a big headache for him. Later, he was on the boat practicing and knew that he had defeated a Supreme Peak Martial Master, but it was actually because he had an advantage due to their fighting style. So, it had been a Supreme Peak Martial Master who specialized in fighting with speed and varying techniques, which he had certainly lost. He is certain that such people will surely appear in the future, which is bad. Although he is still lacking, he knows his foundation is much sturdier than anyone else. Therefore, he wondered what he needed to do to become stronger, because eating and exercising increase his internal energy, which is one of them. He decided to learn dual internal energy arts and prajna indestructible divine arts, which should be enough. Dual internal energy art is a divine art that allows a person to divide one's thoughts into 2. But the problem is that it is dangerous. That is because any divine art that messes with one thought always carries the risk of running the user's mind. There is a scene in the novel in which a demonic martial artist searches for and finds the remains of a master of the Wu Dang sect who has been lost for generations. He must think about reducing the risk and getting only what he wants. The prajna indestructible divide arts make one body even tougher than the old tree blood demon that practiced the old tree demonic arts. Also, it doesn't have any side effects. Therefore, he knew there was no way the Shaolin Temple would teach martial arts to an outsider. This is why it will be hard to learn it without a good reputation, and they owe him debt or connections. Abruptly, a man asked him if he could see the island there as they would arrive at Jushan Island soon. The protagonist comes out and is pleased because they are finally there, but he first needs to get the heavenly lightning, Hawk. The next would be the dual internal energy arts, so he wanted to go for the other elixir in sequence. Mountain Boda is one of the named islands among the 1300 in Jushan Island. The sacred site of Buddhism is located there as an island with mountains and seas, and there are only a couple of piers. After the protagonist arrived there, he knew that he needed a boat to be able to find the heavenly lightning hawk. Therefore, he kept asking several people, but realized it was so difficult to get one. He thought it would be better to buy a bat as it might end up with lousy wear and tear, but no one is willing even to lend one, let alone sell one. He guessed it made sense since the fishermen needed their boats to make a living, which was quite a headache. While Chen He is still pondering, H. Wang Gu notices someone beside him, so he looks at them. The protagonist notices that he sees a Buddhist monk as he looks the other way. However, he wondered what was with this unusual energy and supposed they must be from Badaman, and the monk greeted him. The protagonist supposed they made him think of a temple and wondered if this was because of the internal energy of the prestigious Buddhist sect Badaman. The monk accosted him and told him she had a question for him. The protagonist permitted them to ask what their question was, and the monk uttered that she noticed the symbol on the medicine case on his back and the dog, so she wondered if he was the White Dragon Clinic Little White Dragon. Chen He is surprised because he never thought that someone would recognize him in a place like this. He affirmed, telling her that she was right, and inquired if she was the monk from Badaman. The monk affirmed that he was correct and introduced herself, stating that she was On Hyan, a disciple of Badaman. Despite how rude it may be because of the situation's urgency, she has come to find him, and the protagonist wonders what the urgency is. On Hyan explained that a mysterious disease had existed for a few days. She is sure he knows being a martial artist doesn't make a person immune from diseases. However, those with intense internal energy would usually be able to recover from even mysterious diseases quickly. As she explains everything without conversing, the protagonist starts because she uses telepathy. Telepathy is a unique martial art that uses true Kai to convey a person's voice to only the person they want to. Chen He guesses this is a conversation that is too serious to be had on the streets, and he is glad he has learned this skill before. The protagonist affirmed, telling him that is how it usually is, and On Hyan clarified that the disease they are dealing with isn't an ordinary one, which is why they have come to ask for his help. They consider it a blessing from Buddha that he has come to them in such times. The protagonist finds it strange because he has never read about an infectious disease in the novel and wonders if the future has changed because of him. The protagonist asked for the symptoms of the disease, but told her that she didn't need to so because he would see himself. This pleased her, so she thanked him for his help and guided him to Badaman. Chin-hee wanted to take care of it as soon as possible if it was an epidemic. Even though the heavenly lightning hack is important, human lives are at stake there, so it's more important to check out their conditions first, and he hoped he could treat them. After some time, he arrived at Badaman and asked, since he had heard that men were prohibited from entering Badaman. On Hyan affirmed that men are prohibited from entering Badaman, but traditionally, doctors are the only exception. That is because there is nothing more important than the health of a sister. The protagonist understood, so he assured her he would be careful of his behavior. On Hyan is surprised to learn that he is different from other young martial artists his age because he is not reckless and has a mature and thoughtful heart. Later, another monk asked her if the doctor was there, and On Hyan affirmed, telling her that they had met him at the pier. The monk laughed as they had a precious guest and came out to greet him. Chin introduced himself, telling her that he was from the White Dragon. The monk greeted him and requested that he call her Lo, short for lowest hell. The lowest hell is the lowest level of the right hells of Buddhism, and is also known to be the worst. The protagonist wondered why she would name herself after such a thing. The lowest hell clarified that she had renounced the world, and the protagonist reignited this name because she was the first Sword Empress of Badaman. She was able to advance to Sword Emperor as she didn't reach 5-star, but that is all just conjecture. Lowest Hell asked the protagonist if he would like to see the patient, and he affirmed and requested her to show him the way. After that, he quietly followed her, arrived at a chamber, and instructed Hwang-gu to stay outside. After that, he wore the gloves and mask, entered the room, and got worried because this looked bad. He looked at the patients suffering from chronic vomiting and diarrhea, along with the wrinkles on their faces, which are defined and deepest because of dehydration. He realized that they were struggling even to keep their eyes open. He touched their stools and realized it looked like water used to wash rice. Ah Hyan is startled to see that he touched the dirty excretion, and can't believe he is examining such dirty things without hesitation. Lowest Hell is also shocked because she thought a healer from the White Dragon Clinic would put on airs. The protagonist is sure that if they were in the modern world, he could order a blood test or have a bacterial culture test done, but that is not possible there. Still, based on what he is seeing, it's clear that this is because these are the symptoms of cholera. Vibrio cholerae is classified as a second-class infectious disease by the government. It is not a fatal disease in South Korea, but is still taking the lives of many in developing countries. It was originally endemic to the Ganges region in India, but with British domination over India, it began to spread worldwide on British ships. It is not a well-known fact, but more people died of cholera than the bubonic plague. That shows how fatal the disease is, and 'tis persists in the modern world. He knew that cholera causes acute dehydration. After its incubation period, it will cause severe diarrhea and vomiting. In several cases, some patients die within a few hours, so no matter how strong a martial artist is, about 50 to 70% of their bodies are still made up of water. So, a person cannot live without water, and he told them it's highly likely that the well has been infected. He wanted them to seal it up as soon as possible. Furthermore, the monks in the disease's incubation period may feel fine now, but the symptoms will quickly appear in a few days. On Hyan gets worried because they have been using the water from the well to cook and do their laundry. Lowest Hell added that the well is Badaman's water source, so there is probably not a single person who hasn't drunk the water from it. The protagonist worries about learning about this because it is bad and requests her to stop using the well immediately. Furthermore, they must quarantine those who ingested water from that well directly or indirectly. The monks saw him rushing away and inquired where he was going now. Chin-hee clarified that it would be difficult for him to treat the monks alone, so he will go to the village to ask for help and wants to leave things there to them. While leaving, he invited Hwang-gu to come with him because they had work to do, too. Lowest Hell supposed they should hurry as well as they need to go to the well, but they need to disinfect it with heat first. At the same time, Chin-hee sent Hwang-gu to find the nearest source of clean water. He selected a string of women for the village to send to the Bottomon. One of the ladies agreed to the request because they had been receiving their help and were glad to be able to repay them. The protagonist told them that he needs alcohol as well because what is most needed right now is disinfection and hydration. Jin-hee used the alcohol from the village for disinfection, then boiled clean water and added some salt and a little sugar. He is going to try administering Roman 4 fluids orally, which is a method used to treat cholera in developing countries. Abruptly, a man rushed there, telling him it was bad news because there was a point in the village and a young child. The protagonist gets worried because cholera is many times more deadly for children than for adults. So, he requested the monk to take him to the child as he wanted to hurry before it was too late. On the other side, monks feed the oral hydration solution to the patient. Meanwhile, the protagonist emanates energy from the patient's body and instructs everyone. The protagonist asked for the monk's opinion about shutting down the temple to outsiders and staying in quarantine for about a year or two. The monk gets startled upon learning this, wondering what kind of solution this is. The protagonist is sure she is unaware of how terrible this disease can be. Therefore, if they just let the healed roam freely, there will be a mutated strain in about 10 years, and there is a good chance it will break out again. So, this is the only way to eradicate it, but the monk disagrees with this solution. The monk who locks their gates for 1 to 2 years also means giving up what little influence they have. The other monks also agreed because the different divisions and noble families would undoubtedly try to take over. The protagonist realized that, ultimately, it's a matter of what takes priority. So, he wondered if they would hide everything and live on like this or shut the temple doors and wait until the disease was properly eradicated. The monk uttered that there was a very long typhoon when she was young. It rained so much that all of the land below this mountain was submerged in water. The water was so strong, and there was so much rain. She felt like she was in the sea when a sister hugged her and said no matter how strong the typhoon was, the island would never be submerged, so there was no need to worry. She was right, even though their island was small, the sea didn't swallow them. Therefore, she thought they needed to follow the little white dragon's advice of shutting down the temple. The other monk gets startled upon hearing the matriarch's decision. Lowest Hell thinks this is the right decision as she was thinking of carrying her strict disciples as their disciples seem to be getting a little lax. The matriarch wondered if that was the case, but she didn't know if a year or 2 would be enough for that. The protagonist is glad to learn that the teaching of the Buddha protects the people by becoming an island in the waves of hardship. So, no matter how strong the waves are, Buddha Island will stand strong. He had been worried about giving them his advice, but this was a relief. Later, the monk asks the protagonist why he had come to Jusen Island because she had liked to repay him for what he had done for them, even if it was only a little. The protagonist realized that she seemed to be able to see right through him, and he guessed there was no point in hiding anything. He clarified that he came there seeking something that any martial artist would desire. He heard that there was a mythical creature on Jusen Island, so he had come to catch it for its core, which startled the monk. The monk realizes that he is after the heavenly lightning hawk, and the protagonist affirms that she is right, which puts her into deep thought. Chin wondered if it was too much, but seeing that he was talking about killing something in front of a Buddhist was bizarre. He knew that helping him would be assisting him in the act of killing so that it would be going against the Buddhist teachings. Therefore, just sending him to find it puts them in a difficult situation, and he suggested there is no need to make it difficult for them. He uttered that as he researched about the heavenly lightning hawk, he also learned how much the villagers liked it. He heard an anecdote about how it caught a child who fell off a cliff with its claws and brought him back safely. So, what is interesting is that the child wasn't hurt at all, and the matriarch asked if that happened. The protagonist affirmed, telling her that it's rare for a mythical creature to help humans, so he thinks of giving up his initial plan to kill it. He is certain that the blood immortal cult will start something, but he didn't plan on turning a blind eye to that. So, he told the monk that since he had come this far, he would like to see it at least once. The monk is startled to learn that he has such a kind heart, and this humble monk clarifies that he can help him. Later, she showed him the feather of the hawk, which was in the box. The protagonist is surprised to see this, and she requires him to be careful when touching it because there is still lighting energy inside it. The protagonist understood, covered himself with earth energy, and lifted the feather. He is surprised that even though he is protecting his hand with earth energy, it still tingles. The monk uttered that the heavenly lighting hawk, like its name, is a hawk that eats the lightning from storms. After typhoon and storms are always happening on Jusen Island. That is why it lives around there in the Jusen Island. Momentarily, he heard Hwang-gu and supposed he might have smelled it as he reacted immediately. The monk heard that when the mythical creature Hwang-gu smelled something once, he didn't forget it, and she supposed it wouldn't be hard to find it now. The protagonist asked her what she would do if he lied about wanting to see it and actually wanted its internal essence. The monk smiled, telling him she already knew he was not that kind of person, but even if he did lie, she would trust that he had a reason to. This is why she just hoped that she would help him, and she took out a badge and requested him to take this as well. The protagonist is startled to see this, and the monk clarifies that it is a boda made from a jujube tree for the Boda Mountain. This proves that he is Bodamon's savior and may go to any place within Bodamon's power. The protagonist is reluctant because he doesn't know if he deserves it, but she clarifies that she saved them, which is a fact. The protagonist grabbed the tag and thanked her for this precious gift. He knew that Bodamon was a noble faction since the Boda establishment was the largest establishment in Hangzhou. Therefore, their distribution routes are by sea, so they make huge profits. Even in the Supreme Heavenly Demon novel, the Boda tag never appeared. He found it far-fetched that he had established a relationship with the Bodamon. Later, the protagonist follows Hwang-gu and finds out which river is infected, so they decide to get there. His job is done after he purifies the river, and he thinks he can purify it using the 5 elements energy. He reached down, wondering what he would do if the Blood Immortal sect were the cause of the epidemic. In order to search for the Heavenly Lightning Hawk, they needed to keep Bodamon busy. Even though that is just a hypothesis, he wanted to investigate appropriately in case the infection was intentional. While checking the river, he is startled by Hwang-gu's worried barking. The protagonist wonders what that frightening sound is and what is wrong, asking Hwang-gu about it. He chases Hwang-gu, enters the cave, and is surprised to see a spring there. However, what is truly shocking is that there is a wooden chest inside there with so many talismans on it, so he wondered if it was sorcery. He wondered what they did and wanted to check what was inside it. He took out the chest, cut the talisman, opened it, and got worried about seeing a human arm inside it, so he supposed his hypothesis was right. He is sure he saw it move when he burned it, and supposed that this isn't strange if it's the immortal blood cult. The protagonist recalls that zombies are a type of creature as common as licorice in a herbalist's shop. The protagonist gets concerned because he knows it will not be easy from the start. So, he instructed Hwang-gu to be quick as they needed to go to the island where the Heavenly Lightning Hawk often appears. Later, they arrived at the location of the island where the hawk often appeared. He was surprised to realize Hwang had already gotten the scent, so they wanted to show him the way. Hwang-gu immediately started showing his master the way, and Chen-hee chased him. The protagonist realized that the Blood Immortal cult had gotten there first because Hwang-gu said there was also a strange smell. He is confident that this danger wouldn't have occurred if he had ignored Sima Hyen and the Bodamon. However, he didn't regret it, so he commanded Hwang-gu to go faster and wanted to focus on the immediate goal for now. After some time, they arrived at the location where he saw a massive lightning bolt. He thought the Heavenly Lightning Heek released electricity from its body, like how electric eels on Earth do, but much more than that. The protagonist realizes that Hwang-gu is being careful and moving silently. After reaching the cliff, he realized that he would finally get to see it, and he hoped it was not too late. After looking ahead, he saw the hawk releasing the lightning and found it incredible. However, he didn't think it had to be so extensive and incredible, and supposed it was living in such a deep ravine. The Heavenly Lightning Hawk suddenly started releasing his lightning, making him wonder what was wrong with him because it seemed agitated. He looked ahead and saw a few men near its ravine, and one of them was injured. The Lightning Master told the Heavenly Lightning Hawk that if it wanted to see its baby die, it should be obedient and let him capture it. While its comrade has grabbed the Heavenly Lightning Hawk, it is trying to rush away to its mother, but the man wants it to stay still. The other man clarified that it was useless no matter how much he struggled, so he wanted the hawk to come down obediently. The protagonist peeked at them from hiding and realized they were the Blood Immortal cult men. He saw the Heavenly Lightning Heek baby in his hand and understood why it was angry. One of them seems to have fainted after a lightning attack already, and it looks like that guy with the steam coming out of his body is the leader. His other subordinate is holding the baby, which is a hazardous situation. The protagonist instructs Hwang-gu to listen well and bite the black person carrying the baby bird while caring for the leader. Hwang-gu agrees to do as he is trained, and the protagonist decides to start their plan. The heavenly lightning hawk immediately attacked the leader with its lightning, which infuriated him, and he realized that might be its answer. He penetrated through that lightning started, telling the heavenly lightning hawk excitedly that the lightning attacks didn't work on him. This worried the heavenly lightning hawk because the situation was getting out of control. On the other side, Hwang-gu approached the man in black and bit his leg. This releases the baby bird from his grip because of the pain, and he falls down. The leader gets startled at seeing this, wondering what is happening and where that dog suddenly came from. While the baby bird started flying away, the leader was infuriated at seeing that his comrade could not care for one bird. He immediately rushes to grab the baby bird, asking where it is going, but gets startled at seeing Chun-hee before himself. The protagonist tried to attack him with his sword, but the lightning master tried to block it and asked who he was. The protagonist is startled to see the powerful lightning coming out of his ice crystal sword and supposes this is a lightning art. While they were fighting, the heavenly lightning hawk furiously attacked them with lightning. The protagonist thought it was excellent, but wanted the hawk to know he was on his side. He found this a fantastic chance because he would disperse the lightning quickly with his 5 elemental techniques, while the heavenly lightning hawk rushed toward its baby bird immediately. The leader is startled to see that Chun-hee has dispersed the lightning and supposes he is not an average foe, so he wonders who he is. The protagonist is certain that if he told him honestly that he had come to stop the Blood Immortal cult, then he would bring the elite troops to kill him. Since he is still too small and weak to fight them, his opponent knows he is there to look for the mythical creature. However, he wanted Chun-hee to give up because he had that heavenly lightning hawk first. The protagonist is startled to hear this, so he agrees to say he is there because he wants the mythical creature. He uttered that he received permission from the Bottomon, that it was all right for him to look for the heavenly lightning hawk, and told him that what he is doing now is unauthorized hunting. The lightning master doesn't know what he is talking about, but it does matter. Since the protagonist sees him, he has to give up his lingering feelings for this world. He is sure that with that pretty face of Chun-hee, the spirit will be pleased with his skull. The protagonist worries, wondering if they send someone who knows how to use lightning techniques to catch the heavenly lightning hawk. Whatever the case, his opponent says he will not spare him, so he has to do whatever it takes. The lightning master rushed toward the protagonist to attack and wanted to see how long he would last. The protagonist blocked all his attacks with his sword, and his opponent never wanted to let him have the heavenly lightning hawk. The protagonist realizes that this man is purely using demonic techniques to control the lightning with that overwhelming speed and power. This guy is stronger than the old tree blood demon in terms of momentum alone. The man rushed toward him, cursing him, and mentioned that he was good with the sword, but he feared the next attack would be difficult for him to block. The protagonist worries about seeing the lightning field before him, much bigger than the heavy lightning hawk. The man immediately struck the ground with a bolt of massive lightning, which started approaching Chun-hee and worried the mythical creatures. The protagonist is aware that the only thing that can fight it is the 5 elemental techniques of metal. So, he decided to use it and wondered if his opponent knew what a lightning rod was. He immediately threw his sword amidst the lightning fire, which started absorbing it. The man gets infuriated, wondering what he did with his lightning field. The protagonist swiftly approached him, telling him he didn't have time to be surprised. His opponent wondered when he arrived that close to him. The protagonist is sure it is useless, even if he covers his body with lightning, because he has enveloped his internal destruction art with the metal element. He quickly punched the man in his chest substantially, which pushed him far away. The man couldn't believe he had broken through his lightning field, so he cursed and asked what he did. After observing the protagonist closely, the man realized it was the 5 elemental technique. After looking at that considerable dog and those godly looks, the man supposed he might be the White Dragon's godly doctor disciple, the little white dragon. The protagonist cursed his fortune because his opponent realized who he was and knew that becoming more well-known could be a pain in the neck. He cursed the protagonist because he dared to interfere with his cult business, and inquired if he blocked his lightning with the 5 elemental techniques of earth energy. However, even if that is the case, the man wanted to beat him to death. The protagonist finally remembers that the person is one of the mid-bosses of the Blood Immortal cult. He practices the lightning divine techniques and uses power called lightning core energy and is a lightning master. His internal energy has the lightning attribute, and that power comes out as lighting from his palm. Furthermore, his entire body is covered in a lightning-like pattern, as if he is a living Tesla coil. The man furiously cursed Chen-He as he realized the sword was made of ice crystals. He recalled that the Northern Sea Ice Palace had been sending it to the White Dragon all these years, but he benefited from it. The protagonist clarifies that his master's love for his disciple is extreme and asks if he is right. The man gets annoyed because he uses the ice crystal sword and the 5 elemental technique. He tries to land a strong attack, but Chen-He manages to dodge it. He realized it was close because his opponent could use lightning to enhance his physical efficiency. Because lighting can also be used to paralyze one opponent, it is annoying that it can be used for offense and defense. His opponent laughed because he could block lightning with his 5 elemental techniques, but couldn't do anything about the difference in their internal energy. So, he commends Chen-He on his effort, but wants him to know that he can't escape death. The protagonist is aware that one of the uses of the 5 elemental techniques is that he can restore his internal energy during combat, but every attack by a lightning master consumes much internal energy. The protagonist thought it would be his advantage the longer this fight goes on. The man realized he was thinking hard but wanted him to know it was pointless, so he rushed toward him. The protagonist sees him charging at himself, so he uses Mystic Core Divine Art Acceleration. He wanted to prepare himself for his opponent's enhanced movement. However, as soon as his opponent attacked him, he realized this was crazy because he was actually pushing him backward. Because his attacks weren't working, he was using that to defeat him. It's a technique where a person releases the dormant innate life energy in his blood and converts it into power. One of the Blood Immortal cult's hidden techniques is the Blood Explosion technique. The man asks the protagonist if he can stop a high-speed attack that is almost impossible to react to. He remarked that Chen-He is using some great sword techniques for a doctor. While being attacked by his opponent, the protagonist thought it was too early for him to be surprised. Then he rushed back, used the Tai Yi Immortal Destruction Sword and Flashing Destruction techniques, and attacked his opponent, and his opponent cursed him. The protagonist knew he was not a zombie, but he was more substantial than a zombie because the real fight had begun, so he wanted to focus. He approached his opponent using the Tai Yi Sword Destruction technique, using the Tai Yi Fragmented Light, and attacked his opponent's arms and legs. This inflicted massive injuries on his opponent, but he didn't give up. He rushed at him and remarked that the baby dragon had finally grown into a white dragon. But he doesn't want to leave someone who is going to interfere with their grand plan alone, and he must kill him there. Therefore, he started releasing massive energy and requested the lighting god to give him the strength to fight his opponent. After that, his body starts growing huge, and the protagonist gets worried because the Blood Immortal cult's top executive, the 10th Heavenly King, used that. It is described to be the Blood Immortal cult using a self-destructive technique. The man turned into a monster, laughed wickedly, and told Chen-He that his tricks wouldn't work, which worried the mythical creatures. The protagonist is also concerned because he realizes he couldn't dodge that. So, he realized he needed to use the Yi Gao clan's secret technique, the rune technique. At the same time, his opponent wanted the young dragon to die and become fodder for the greater good of his cult. The protagonist gets startled as he sees his opponent approaching him at a faster pace. As soon as his opponent entered the magical circle created by Chen-He, he used Lightning Seal Release. The protagonist is pleased because it worked, and the seal binds around his sword, so he supposed that if he could withstand that attack, he could defeat him. Suddenly, they both rushed towards one another, creating a massive burst of energy from their counterattacks. The protagonist managed to attack the monster, infuriating him, and he cursed him. Chen-He is having a difficult time due to its powerful internal technique and is certain that the person who gets pushed back there will have their limbs ripped off. Therefore, he wanted to endure it because if he got pushed back, he would undoubtedly die. He kept attacking his opponent and saw that the ice crystals were starting to melt. His opponent tries hard to attack, but the protagonist gives him everything because things have turned out that way. He created such a massive energy that threw both of them away and affected Hwang-gu, and the heavenly lighting hawk rushed away with its baby. After the dust subsided, the protagonist coughed blood and got worried because he almost died, because he didn't think those ice crystals would melt. He heard his opponent laughing, which made him wonder what that was, and the man inquired what he had done to his lightning. The protagonist stood, telling him that he used a lighting seal, which is a technique that suppresses lighting kai. The man is startled to learn about the Yi Gal family lightning seal, and gets worried as his condition worsens. The protagonist clarified that based on his calculations, the internal technique inside his lightning seal would be decreased by more than half. Therefore, as long as it is maintained, it will continue to decline. So, he wanted him to relieve his blood explosive technique and surrender, because if he did now, then he might be able to live. The man started laughing as he thought Chin-hee was a fledgling, but he was already an adult dragon. He admitted that he made a mistake this time, but didn't want him to think he could stop his cult. He began to cough up blood, laughed maliciously, and wanted him to understand that his cult would undoubtedly kill him. The protagonist couldn't believe that, in the end, he killed himself. Since the ice crystal sword created a variable, he hoped his opponent would accumulate good deeds in the afterlife. He approaches Hwang-gu, pleased to see that he is safe and confident that he might be scared because of him, but he assures him that it's alright now. After learning that Hwang-gu is secure, he asked about the heavenly lightning hawk and its baby safety. He is startled to look ahead and realize that they have disappeared. He saw the heavenly lightning hawk approaching him with a mushroom, thanking both him and the dog for helping it save its baby. He threw the mushroom down and instructed him to eat it. The protagonist catches the mushroom and is surprised to learn that the hawk wants him to eat it, and wonders what the mushroom is. After inspecting it for a while, he finally understood what it was and couldn't believe it was a world stone mushroom. At night, the protagonist sits before the fire, eating the world's stone mushroom. It is said to be a wonder elixir that grows for 1,000 years in the place where both the energy from the sky and earth meet. But there is no real sample of it, and stories of people eating it have been passed down through word of mouth. The protagonist can't believe the heavenly lightning hawk gave him such a precious thing and realizes that not only the people in Miram, but also mystical creatures understand chivalry. He never thought he would receive such a reward by deciding to protect it instead of killing it. He started practicing and realized that it contains both earth and wind kai, which is a good thing as his fire and water kai increased because of the 10,000-year Hwari. Therefore, it wouldn't take him long to recover if he repeatedly combines and disperses the inner kai via kai circulation. The next morning, the protagonist is excited because he can't believe he has completed an internal art that takes 60 years. Furthermore, it wasn't just 60 years that he saved, but it condensed the purest kai and created 60 years worth of energy in his energy core. He laughed excitedly because all of his injuries had healed nicely. He looked at Hwang-gu, who was also excited for his master, and decided to return to Hangzhou. On his way to Hangzhou, he is startled to see a heavenly lightning hawk there, wondering why and if it comes to see him off. The heavenly lightning hawk elucidates that it heard from the big dog. If it sticks with him, it can eat many yummy things. The dog also said it's the world's yummiest food, and the protagonist wondered what it was discussing. The heavenly lightning hawk clarified that it is tired of moving its nest around because of the martial arts people, so if Chin-hee feeds it yummy food, it will make sure to pull its weight. The protagonist is startled to hear this, wondering if he's planning to tag along. The heavenly lightning hawk told its kids they were going with this human, and its kids affirm. The protagonist is dumbfounded to see that it also brought its offspring along. The baby bird jumped down and started playing happily with Hwang-gu. The protagonist never thought 3 heavenly lightning hawks would fly around, but that wasn't part of the plan. He is certain that even if he tells them to go back, he doesn't think they will listen to him. He looked at Hwang-gu, wondering what he had said to the heavenly lightning hawk, and he had totally become a feeding machine for mystical creatures. Later, he arrived at the Hangzhou branch of the White Dragon Clinic, where all the doctors were startled to see that heavenly lightning hawk. The doctor heard rumors about it spreading throughout the Jusan Islands. However, they didn't know that the little white dragon had acquired the heavenly lightning hawk. The doctor heard that he didn't kill it and set it free, even though he caught it because the heavenly lightning hawk was so moved that it followed the little white dragon. Chin-hee is surprised to learn that the rumors do travel fast. and it seems like a scenario that has never happened has been written. The protagonist remarked that the heavenly lightning hawks are very popular, and he knew that it's a little hard to call all of them, so he wanted to give them names. Since there was a fine blue current flowing through it, he named the heavenly lightning hawk Lightning and asked if it liked this name. He decided to call Lightning's two babies, Pora and Clera. Lightning liked its name, so it asked its babies for their opinion, and they nodded in affirmation, which pleased the protagonist. Abruptly, Dr. Ha rushed toward him, glad he had returned safe and sound. The protagonist affirmed, explaining that it is because he is fortunate, and the doctor clarified that the head physician had sent a letter. The protagonist is surprised to know that, and is certain it should be a reply to the letter that he sent to his master. Doctor had affirmed because it was the reply, and they became a bit worried. Chin-hee is startled to see this, wondering why the physician's Ha expression is a little strange. Dr. Ha requested them to get some rest because there was somewhere he needed to go. The protagonist instructed him not to wander around and cause trouble. He also wanted to write about the news of the Heavenly Lightning Hawk being affiliated with the White Dragon Clinic. He is sure that the whole Dragon Clinic's main branch can send an official letter to the Beggar Sect and the Hao clan and notify everyone. He turned around and saw so many letters, and inquired why there were so many letters, and if they were the Dragon and Phoenix Summit. The doctor affirmed, telling him there were also letters from the Roman 11 Men clan, the Namgung clan, the Wudang sect, the Zhangnan sect, and lastly, the Tang family. The protagonist is startled to learn about this, wondering what happened, and picks one of the letters. The doctor explains that the White Dragon Godly Doctor was very worried about his disciple and asked them to send many letters to get him to tell him he was well. At least until all the patients from the Dragon and Phoenix Summit recovered, the doctor wanted Chin-hee to write to him, saying he was doing well because he had asked for a letter full of his sincerity. The protagonist starts reading the letter and wonders what happened at the Dragon and Phoenix Summit. The doctor explained that the Sichuan Tang clan heir appeared at the Dragon and Phoenix Summit this time, and it seemed like there were many injured people. Swords caused most external injuries, but as both unconventional techniques and poison were used at the same time, it seems like treatment was difficult. The protagonist understood that and got a picture of the situation now. In order to keep their children and precious disciples alive, they need to hold on to the White Dragon Godly Doctor no matter what. He is sure his master won't stop until he tells him he is safe. He is sure that he is not just about the Dragon and Phoenix Summit, but he is someone who prioritizes anything above his disciples' safety. The doctor uttered that the Ice Palace Master who appeared at the Dragon and Phoenix Summit is cruel and well-versed in unconventional techniques, so she obtained the nickname Blood Whip Queen. The protagonist has to agree that Tang Ah is the Blood Whip Queen and is certain that if things go well, she might win the Dragon and Phoenix Summit. The doctor affirmed because he heard she was in the final range, and the victor might have already been decided as they spoke. So, if she wins, the Tang family will have produced a winner of the Dragon and Phoenix Summit for the first time in nearly 100 years. The protagonist knows he is right because Tang Ah's story will be recorded in Muram history as the Tang family's most talented person. Tang Ah's dark history is that she is on the verge of being engulfed by her great power. He supposed he shouldn't sit there like this because he should hurry and reassure his master. While writing the letter, the protagonist sighed because it was annoyingly glorifying how he acquired the Heavenly Lightning Hawk. Moreover, he can't write a word about the Blood Innocent cult, and is sure that word couldn't spread if he doesn't say anything because the fishermen who came there don't know anything. Therefore, the only thing left is the reconstruction of the fight with the old tree blood demon, and he decided to write the key parts and leave out the minor details. After writing the letter, he couldn't believe he had written so much. He is confident that there must be over 30 pages, and now that he has summarized the primary incident, it is time to get a little spoiled. Consequently, he wrote that he can't sleep at night because he worries about his master. Unlike the White Dragon Clinic, where he was warm and well fed, the Muram is such a cold place. He also wanted to write about planning 60 years worth of energy because he got a wonderful elixir. Lastly, he wanted to add that he is touched by the master's sense of responsibility to treat patients while worrying about his discipline, and his letter is finally done. After writing a lot of detail, he is confident that would be enough, and he hoped his master wouldn't see this as nonsense. Out of the 5 elements, he lacks metal, and fortunately, it's not to the point where he can control it. Therefore, the protagonist is certain that he can balance his energy again if he gathers it. He heard that having too much internal energy is hard to control, but it is easier than Chin-hee thought. It has been several years since he learned martial arts, but to believe he is already at the peak. After a while, the protagonist is relieved that he needs to acquire the dual intention mind technique. After that, he wanted to catch the person attacking the mystical creatures. After a while, he goes to meet Sima Hai and is glad to see him because she misses him a lot. The protagonist is pleased to know that she looks good and asks if she has been doing well. Sima Hai affirmed, telling him the physician there is very good to her. The protagonist supposed that the children could become bright by improving and having a better environment. He looked at her notes and was surprised to learn that she had already looked at the 10 beginner senses and was studying hard. Sima Hai refused, telling him she was just like this because there were many pictures. The protagonist understood, but he thought that was good and inquired if he should show her the books he was reading. She affirmed this because she wanted to read a lot, making Chin-hee proud of her. Chin-hee buried himself in books and had never had a child, but he guessed this was what it felt like, so he wanted her to grow brightly and healthily. After some time, Sima Hai bids farewell to the protagonist, who is already leaving. The protagonist looks at Hwang-gu, asking him if he reads a lot and if they should get going because their next destination is an inescapable valley. The inescapable valley name means a person can never escape from this valley. The paths there are small, rough, and crooked, as if made by an axe. The protagonist is certain that somewhere in the inescapable valley is a copy of the dual intentions mind technique that an elder of the Wu-Dang sect from 2 generations left behind. However, the problem is that the location of his corpse wasn't written explicitly anywhere in the novel. Because of that, the Wu-Dang sect couldn't collect his corpse, but compared to other people, he had an advantage. He is confident that Hwang-gu will look for the old corpse by smell, and lightning will fly over there to confirm whether it's the body of the Wu-Dang sect elder. The protagonist feeds them the jerky and starts his journey again. He never thought it would be this easy to obtain. After covering some distance, he is surprised to see a cave and starts going deeper into the cave. Shortly at some point, the sunlight entered the cave, and he gladly looked at Hwang-gu as it seemed like he had already found the corpse, so he supposed the power of jerky was good. He rushed forward as he saw a shadow and was dumbfounded at seeing a skeleton there. He realized the person had met a strange fate different from what he had imagined. He greets the corpse out of respect and is startled to see that the thing in front of him is the dual intention mind technique. He grabbed the document containing the details of the technique and discovered that there were words on the floor. It said that the person who finds this may learn the secret technique, but he is to cremate the body and deliver it to the Wu-Dang sect. The protagonist looks at the corpse and supposes he might want to return even when he is dead. He knew that even though his body didn't escape its fate, he wanted to make sure that his soul lay in Wu-Dang forever. Later, Chin-hee increments his body, hoping to rest in a good place, and bowed before it to show his respect. After that, he accosted Hwang-gu, telling him they needed to move the ashes because they didn't want him to move. He collects the ashes in the box and is startled to learn that there is another passage. It is about the profound enlightenment from using the dual intention mind technique, and things to be cautious about before understanding it. The protagonist realizes that it was about a location that he wouldn't have known if he hadn't tended to the corpse with care, and realized that the elder was very meticulous. The elder wanted his scene technique to fall into the hands of a kind person. He is sure that if it's there, then no one will interfere, and if he goes crazy due to the mind demon, there is no one he can hurt. Since Chin-hee is already there, it will be best to learn it in this lesson. Since he would be learning the secret technique there, he instructed Hwang-gu to play in the vicinity, and if he was hungry, he could hunt with lightning as well, and Hwang-gu affirmed that. Shortly after, he started practicing the dual intention mind technique, which refers to having 2 intentions that are not separate, but rather are in harmony. Yin and Yang coexist with each other and harmonize all things between heaven and earth. The same applies to the small universe within one's energy core. The Yi Gao clan's 5 elemental techniques interpret the world as water, wood, metal, earth, and fire. On the other hand, the dual intention mind technique is created by using yin and yang. Since the world is made up of the harmony between heavy and light, light and dark, and cold and warm, the world doesn't mix the light with the heavy. Similarly, light and darkness do not appear together. and when cold and warm things come together, they lose their respective properties. The protagonist understands that both have different stories and that neither side is wrong. Since that is the case, he is certain that he can interpret the yin and the yang with the 5 elements. The answer will be in the clue in the passage, "The Elder Left Behind." After practicing for a while, a faint realization passes through him, but he understands that he must delve into the deep sway of thoughts. The protagonist doesn't respect the life he has lived with clean hands. He has brought life into this world, helped patients, and done righteous things. At the time, he was troubled, but he moved forward with the choices that he thought were right, as there were no contradictions in his life. And he didn't have many demons either. So, the protagonist is certain that he wouldn't be crazy, wouldn't be shaken, and wouldn't be stopped. After a while of training, he found himself in front of his other self and supposed that it was the dual mind of the dual intention and technique. Finally, he managed to gain enlightenment. Momentarily, he is resting after training hard and is pleased because with lightning around, gathering firewood is easy, and he wants to rest there for that night. He is certain that with this enlightenment, his internal power has increased by 10 years, and with a dual mind, he can have 2 thoughts and use 2 martial arts. However, there's an advantage in that there is a risk of falling into a demon and having a mental breakdown, and if he overcomes that, a completely different world will be open to him. Since it is a fusion of the 5 elemental techniques and the dual intention mind technique, if he could use it properly, facing opponents like the old tree blood demon and the lightning master would be much easier. He is aware that things will be much more convenient during surgeries, and he can look at other parts simultaneously, reducing the operating time by half. Therefore, Chen-He can treat the injuries that he has not been able to treat due to practical reasons more safely, which seems like a dream to him. After pondering, he started laughing because he was going after the centipede, and after the elixirs because he would be taking them all. Due to his noise, the mythical creature gets disturbed, so he apologizes and clarifies that he will sleep soon. 10 days later, in a particular village, the protagonist asked Huanggu if it was this village, and Huanggu concurred. He supposed that the black armor centipede traces might be there. Later, a man handed him the piece of dark centipede spirit skin. The protagonist received it, thanked him for it, and wanted to let Huanggu smell it. The man wondered what he would use that for and if he would catch this monster. The protagonist affirmed, telling him he planned to do something like that. The man gets worried, wanted him to let go of this idea because he feeds on people, and many warriors have already lost their lives. Furthermore, the dark spirit centipede is almost like a ghost, so he will be hard to find. He wanted the protagonist to take a look around and return, so Chen-He agreed to do that. On his way, the protagonist realizes that the beast enjoys a reputation worthy of him. But no matter how hard it is with Huanggu and lightning, he is confident he can do it. Chen-He is sure they are a great team, so he hands a piece of leather to Huanggu and wants them to look for the centipedes. After some time, he finally arrives at the centipede nest and is startled to see so many skeletons. He climbed on this skeleton to enter its nest and wondered how many people came there. He unsheathed his sword because he wanted to try to use 2 swords at once since he had mastered the binary mind technique. He thought it would be interesting to see how powerful he had become. While progressing, he accidentally made some noise, so he worriedly looked back, telling Huanggu it was dangerous there, so he should go on the other side. Huanggu is worried, which startled the protagonist, wondering the answer. Suddenly, the centipede appeared above his head and tried to attack him. The protagonist is surprised to see such a huge centipede and instructs Huanggu to run. The centipede attacked them, but both of them managed to escape. The protagonist was startled as he saw it before himself and realized it was swift. He wanted to have some fun with the centipede, so he started dodging its attack. He realized it was dangerous, but he decided to mix the power of lightning and fire. Since all he had to do was hurt the centipede, the most important thing was to remove the skin from it that circulated like a shield. He rushed toward the centipede, used his fire energy, and thought an essential hit would be enough. Chen-He attacked the center at some locations, ran away, and wondered what happened. With just 5 tries, he managed to inflict some injuries to the centipede, and supposed now he could penetrate the skin of the demon of the ancient blood tree. After more attacks, the centipede fell and shocked Chen-He, making him wonder if it was dead. He couldn't believe it was all because it was very easy, contrary to the rumors. or he wondered if he had become too strong. He looked at the dead centipede, never experienced this level of strength in himself. He looked at Pura and Clara, glad to see they were all right, and realized they were also happy because their favorite dish would be at dinner that day. The protagonist is concerned because he will try to clean everything up there. However, he wanted to find the science of substance, but he was startled to look at the head because it was the essence of the spirit of the dark centipede. He looked at it and realized it was much smaller than he expected. But that didn't mean the content was small either, and looking closely, he realized that it also contained poison. At night, Hwang-gu, Pura, and Clara are having their delicious meat of centipede happily. The protagonist is surprised to see that they eat a lot and wonders if centipede has delicious meat. The protagonist is certain that the flesh of another mythical animal may seem very tasty to mythical animals. He looked at the elixir, realized it was his turn, and instructed Hwang-gu to guard there because he needed to eat the pulp. After Hwang-gu affirmed, the protagonist ate the elixir, knowing that he needed to separate the poison first, and then the effect would be much less severe. He started enchanting, knowing that he needed to put in much effort so that everything was absorbed. The 5 elements in the body move thanks to 5 elements technique, but with the energy of the dual mind, their movement becomes much more. Usually, the protagonist was trying to isolate the 2 parts of the toxin, but now he can separate everything into water, metal, and earth. After a while, he was startled, emanating the strange energy, and knew it was always hard. Since the 5 elements and the essence collide, he is certain that if he stays focused, he will die, so he immediately opens his eyes the following day. Chen-hee is concerned because there is still half of it left, but it is worth 40 years of training. Significantly, few gentlemen can accumulate so much internal energy so quickly, but the main character, the heavenly demon, is an exception to this rule. While leaving, he instructed everyone to wait because there was something else and inquired if they were getting better, or they were getting more significant. He looked at Hwang-gu with astonishment, wondering if he would become a bear. Then he looked at Pura and Clara, realizing they got bigger, too. This makes Chen-hee wonder if he also got more prominent, so he checks his muscles and learns that his body has gotten stronger. He recalled that fighters grow faster than ordinary people, which is expected, but this is surprising. He looked at his reflection in the water, getting startled, and thought it was great because his skin had improved. These changes were incredible, but not enough to destroy the Blood Clan, so he needed to absorb 4 more items. He wanted to try to consume as much of everything as possible and happily told Hwang-gu that their next destination was Celestial White Ginseng. Since they had a good meal, it was time to get to work, so they wanted Hwang-gu to hurry, and they rushed toward their next destination. Chen-hee went to the nearest village to write a letter to his master saying that he had gained inner energy for 40 years and sent a little gift. Then he and everyone else went to look for white celestial ginseng, but fortunately, they could also find this distinctive item. The protagonist is startled to see it because now he will manage to regenerate the lost energy of metal, which was missing in the 5-element techniques at last, and he starts training. After that, Chen-hee will look for the next legendary element in a small town. He wanted to send Matsutake mushrooms and a letter to his master again, but realized that there was a strange atmosphere there. After entering the quiet village, he wondered why he didn't see anyone on the streets. After heading further inside, he found it a really weird thing because this place was supposed to be filled with orders, but there was no one at all. Furthermore, the people who work there have swords on their belts, staring at him strangely, and he wonders what happened there. While he wonders if the inn will be open, one of the warriors accosts him. The protagonist looked back, realized they were the city police, and inquired about the matter. The officers apologized but wanted him to let them see his name tag. The protagonist took out his name tag and showed it to the officer. The officer's eyes spread with shock after seeing that Chen-hee is the young white dragon. The protagonist affirmed, telling him it was right, and he realized people knew him in this remote place. The officer wondered if it was him by looking at his nice looks, the big dog, and the medical box on his back. However, he clarified that he still had to check with all the strangers, so he asked for cooperation. Chen-hee understood since that was for safety and decided to comply with them, but inquired if something had happened there. The officer sighed, telling him that many disappearing cases have happened as of late. The protagonist gets concerned about learning about the disappearing cases, and the officer tells him this has nothing to do with the young white dragon. Chin-hee wondered what he meant by this, and the officer didn't reply. Instead, he decided to go on their way. The protagonist is startled, wondering why they didn't continue what they were saying, but he thinks there is no need to get involved in this matter. Later, the man is shocked to learn that he wants to have 8 shares, but Chen-hee clarifies that might not be enough, and the man understands. Chen-hee realized that there were no musicians or people there, so he doubted that this was the most delicious restaurant in this place. The man refused, telling him that because of the situation, they could do nothing but the lack of customers, but he was certain that he would know after trying their restaurant. The protagonist wonders if that was the case and says he heard the police talking about the missing people, so he wanted to know about it. The man is a bit reluctant to talk about that, and Chen-hee supposed that even the local inn manager doesn't want to say anything either, since the police were keeping quiet because of their relationship with the government and Munam. The protagonist wondered if he should ask him a little more than this. Abruptly, one of the customers put the glass down, telling him that she would tell him the details, but he had to buy her a drink first. She asked him what he thought about this, and she thought the value of the information was more than what she would receive. The protagonist looked at her, wondering who she was, and she also had a strange aura around her. That noble presence and that relaxed behavior mean that she is at least at the peak or in a higher realm. He instructed the manager to give a bottle of white wine and a bottle of red wine to that lady there, and the manager affirmed. Later, he goes to that lady's table, who is thrilled because that is just what he wants, because the alcohol bought by others tastes a lot better. On hearing her conversing that way, the protagonist is concerned, and he knows that person is not an ordinary lady. The lady is enjoying his white wine but decides to introduce herself first. Many of her friends in the Miram call her the ultimate triple tracking tiger. Chen-hee is stunned to know that she is the ultimate triple tracking tiger, and she is a master of the tracking skills known as the tiger that can track through all seasons, but he wonders what she is doing there. He greeted the ultimate triple tracking tiger, Great Master Dubalka, and clarified that he had heard a lot about her, and after that, he introduced himself. Dubika is surprised to learn that he is the famous young white dragon, and she is so grateful that he got to know her. The protagonist laughed, wondering if he was really that famous. Dubika affirmed, telling him that he defeated the old tree bloody demon in Hangzhou, a follower of the Hao clan. She also heard that Qin has quarantined Badamun on Jusin Island. The protagonist refused, telling her that Badamun had quarantined themselves because of an epidemic. Master Dubika understands but wants him to know that the rumors about him are everywhere. Chen-hee gets worried because the rumors have spread more than he thought. Dubika recalled that Chen-hee was curious about the disappearance of cases. The protagonist affirmed and explained that everyone he has asked keeps dodging his questions. Master Dubika explains that they have to do this because until now, there were no less than 100 missing cases in this city alone, and they all are children. The protagonist is surprised to learn that the kidnapping is of children. Master Dubika explains that the grandson and granddaughter of the Crystal Sword sect leader, who has great influence in this city, were kidnapped, so the situation is somewhat dangerous. The protagonist is stunned to learn about the kidnapping of the sons of a prestigious family, which means this is something that has to be done despite the consequences. He finally understands why the city is so quiet that day. Master Dubika explained that after removing the list of potential organizations, they narrowed it down to a demonic sect. Since they kidnapped the kids of this influence sect, they must be a group of elites, and that's why she was called there. The protagonist supposed that since the demonic sect is involved, that might be why Master Dubika is there and inquired if she is currently in the investigation. Master Dubika affirmed, telling him that, after all, tracking isn't something that a person could do randomly. Even though she knew it might be a funny question, she wanted to know if Chen-hee could answer one of her questions. The protagonist wonders what her question is, and Dubika inquires if he is a virgin. The protagonist's eyes spread with shock. He dropped the cup when he heard this question and couldn't believe her. Master Dubika supposed he might be a virgin by judging from his reaction, but the protagonist doesn't want to answer that. Master Dubika apologized for being rude and requested that he understand that. She was wondering if the reason behind targeting one of the organizations for children was brainwashing them and supposed their goal wasn't magic. The protagonist is annoyed because she put him in such an embarrassing situation with her question. He thought if it was about magic, the children might stay alive until the day of the ceremony. Master Dubika smirked because this was the hope he wanted to hold on to, and she tried to solve this case instead of seeking revenge. The protagonist inquires if she thinks a demonic cult is involved in this, and Dubika is half convinced. But considering that there aren't many organizations capable of kidnapping children from influential families, there might be another crazy organization that can do it. The protagonist is surprised to hear about the different organization and wonders if she is talking about that organization. Later, he is inside his room looking at the toy and remembers that Dubika has clarified that she will stay there for a while, so if he gets any information, he should inform the innkeeper. The protagonist wonders why she tells him this and if this is really because of alcohol. Master Dubika laughed because she knew being a doctor in Zhong was the best way to gather information and was certain that no one in Zhong would hesitate after hearing the title of the little white dragon. The protagonist understood, but he asked her if she had any belongings of one of the kidnapped children she could give him. Master Dubika wondered if anything would be all right for the child's belongings. The protagonist is pondering Hwanggu's arrival, which makes him wonder if he got a trace since he returned so quickly. Hwanggu refused, which worried Chin-hee because it meant the smell disappeared, and he supposed he couldn't find them either. He wondered what he should do now, so he had no choice but to follow the novel. He cursed himself because he could only get the miraculous medicine and ignore whether these children would live or not, and got a headache thinking about them. Since things have come to this point, he lies on his bed and wants to get a big push from the Crystal Sword sect leader. He started pondering this and wanted to find a paragraph discussing what was happening now. Ha Ryun heard about the ancient blood tree demon that the local residents were apprehensive about after the children disappeared. They thought it might be the work of a demon clan, and Ha Ryun didn't answer them, but they thought it was possible. The people need to take out their anger on someone, and in the end, everything has a reason. Ha Ryun instinctively knew that either the demon clan or the sun and moon ruler clan would suffer losses someday. The protagonist opened his eyes as he remembered the sun and moon ruler clan. The next day, he kept pondering that just one paragraph was about this incident, and it didn't contain the villager's name or the names of the missing children. But looking at the atmosphere described in the novel, this must be the village, which means they are nearby. Chin-hee fought the blood clan leader, so they wanted Ha Ryun to help him. Even though it's just a guess for now, the best thing to do right now is to find Ha Ryun. He handed an item to Hwanggu, who wanted to see the owner of this thing, and he wanted to write him a message, which he had to deliver to him. He wrote a message handed to Hwanggu, which they left, and he wanted him to be careful. He thought this was great, and while everyone was on their way, he wanted to search and gather information. On the other side, a man tells the children to have more because this is the only way their blood will become pure and healthy. He wanted the children to chew well and think about the digestion process. He rang the bell, after which the kids started eating, and he was glad because he was perfectly capable of hypnotizing them. The man is startled to see his comrade, wondering why he is there. The other man explained that he heard the little dragon had appeared in the village. The man is startled to hear that he is talking about the little dragon, who is Baek Rin's disciple. The other man affirmed and supposed he might be a virgin as well. His comrade confirmed that because, according to their spy, this was evident in a conversation with the triple absolute tiger tracker. The man started laughing after hearing this, as he had never known such an important person would appear there. Since Chin-hee has purest energy, he wanted his comrade to bring him there, and his comrade affirmed, then left. The man laughed at thinking that, but remembered that the Lord Thunder owner hadn't reported capturing Chenru-yun yet, so he wanted to get a big promotion once he was done with this. He supposed that the 10 heavenly lords might also teach him their skills. Later, at the main entrance to the Crystal Sword clan, the protagonist is pleased because, thanks to the name of the little dragon, he can enter without any problems. She is clearly the leader's wife and has a very concerned expression. The protagonist greeted her, telling her that he had come there to study the sword style of the Crystal Sword clan, and she understood. She is happy to welcome him as their guest, but it will be challenging for them to receive him properly due to some issues. The protagonist understood her situation and supposed that might be why she was like this, so he asked if there was anything that he could do to help. He checked the leader and his wife's condition, but when he asked what had happened, she burst into tears and told him everything. She explained that day was like any other day, but that incident occurred when she woke up in the morning. as the protagonist gets excited. Catching the tail is complex, and no traces are left behind. He didn't have much time, but initially, the blood clan rituals were usually held at the end of the year. Therefore, they will try to kill all the children and make their sacrifices, which means they will become strong. He wanted Harayun to come quickly because it was tough for him, and he was sure that he hated the ways of the demonic cult. On the other side, a group of people is in a hurry because they need to leave quickly. The man wondered if all these people were from the Heavenly Sun and Demon Ruler Temple. His comrade affirmed, telling him that their master was personally accompanying them in the rebellion. The first man wondered if there were any problems on the way, but his comrade clarified there were some skirmishes, but nothing serious, but their master was still acting strangely. He explained that their master didn't kill everyone who attacked them, but he made them their followers, which shocked the man, wondering if that was possible. Abruptly, Harayun gets ready, instructing everyone to leave as they are leaving now. As Chin-hee instructed him, he managed to restrain himself twice and removed the blood clan's influence from his body. This is why he can sometimes ignore the temple orders, and everything goes according to plan, so all that is left is to find his brother. While pondering, Hwang-gu tried to approach him, but his man stopped him and wondered where that big dog came from. The man wanted him to go away and wondered why that dog attacked them. However, Hwang-gu gets out of their grasp and rushes toward Harayun, which worries his men, and they want their master to be careful. Harayun looked behind, but Hwang-gu immediately rushed forward and blocked his way. His horse gets annoyed, but Rune instructs it to stop and calm down. He wondered what was happening suddenly, but realized he was a mythical creature, so he got close to him. Harayun grabbed his sword, telling Hwang-gu that he still wanted to kill him, but he should thank him for his ability to restrain himself. He clarified that he had caught himself for once, so he wouldn't do it again, so it was better for him to leave. However, amidst the conversation, he sees a letter on his neck. He wondered what it meant, realizing that the symbol of the White Dragon Clinic. He wondered why the dog from the clinic was there, and remembered that he had heard his brother was traveling with a big dog. So, he supposed this dog might be the one and inquired if Chin-hee sent him. He started taking the letter, praising Hwang-gu for finding him and wanting to see what they had there. His men get startled on seeing this and suppose their master knows this dog. Harayun looked at the letter and thought his brother was crazy and wondered what he was thinking. He wondered how to expose himself to such danger and instructed Hwang-gu to show him the way because he must save his brother. Hwang-gu started rushing away to lead the way, and Harayun men inquired if they should follow him. Harayun told them there was no need for that because they should continue to carry out the temple order, and he followed Hwang-gu. His man agreed, so they decided to hurry and complete the task after he left. Meanwhile, Master Dubika is surprised to learn that Chin-hee went to try tracking the kidnapped children. The protagonist affirmed and wanted to know what he thought about that. Master Dubika thought this was a good idea, but they had tried it a few times already, and it was tough to achieve success. Furthermore, they can't find out which child to kidnap among the many children they have there. The protagonist agrees with her because she is right, but if they were truly using children as sacrifices, it would be possible for them to narrow down their guess with the dates and times of their birth. Because if they kidnap children to train them to kill, there is no need to kidnap children from influential families. They can achieve what they want by simply identifying children from poor families or orphans without drawing attention to themselves. The protagonist is sure they have a certain type of children they are looking for. Master Dubika inquired if they could tell what they were looking for by looking at the children's birth dates and times. She wanted to suppose that they could obtain that information, but wondered how they could know who these children were. The protagonist doesn't need to worry because when he was learning the Yi Gao family techniques, he also learned a little bit of divination. Master Dubika is astounded to learn this, thinking he has many talents, and the protagonist guesses they need to grasp at whatever new straw. The protagonist clarified that the problem was that it would be challenging to know the date and time of each child's birth. Master Dubika clarified that she could take care of that because she has information regarding the children provided by the government. She could obtain this quickly thanks to the help of the Righteous Sword Sect, so she wanted him to wait there for a moment. The protagonist is pleased to learn that the village has information about the family record. After some time, Chin-hee inquired if the folded pages had information about kidnapped children. Master Dubika affirmed and remarked that he was quick to understand, making him wonder if everyone in the Yi Gao clan was so smart and quick-witted. The protagonist laughed, telling her his master was more intelligent and more incredible than him. He knew that when a person talks about divination, others may think of divination, but the Yi Gao family uses this divination when trying to conduct a feeler. After comparing the birth date and timing of the kidnapped children, he wants to find the next child to be kidnapped, and he knows this is far-fetched. While reading the children's names, Master Dubika inquired if he was also able to find out if someone she knew had been kidnapped in addition to these children. Chen-hee was startled, wondering what she meant and if she was talking about someone she knew. Master Dubika explained that she had a younger sister, but she disappeared. The protagonist is surprised to learn about this thought that maybe she is just a supporting character, so she guesses there is not much information about her since she has little lines and is always quiet. He never thought that someone like this would get into so much trouble. Master Dubika explained that it was normal in Zhonghu because one day after she returned home, her parents were brutally murdered and her sister disappeared. However, she can't do anything as a vagabond, and even though she is now called the ultimate tracking tiger, she has not yet found any traces of her. The protagonist asked if that was all the detail and asked when she disappeared. Master Dubika explained that it had been 20 years, but she requested him not to say that she might already be dead because even if that was the case, she still wanted to find her body. She explained that after that day, she could never eat well and supposed that if she found her body, she would be able to do something other than drink alcohol. She takes his seat, aware that it's not like she has had a powerful body since birth or is extremely intelligent like the Blood Whip Queen who won the Dragon and Phoenix Peak. Since people like them are like many grains of sand within Zhonghu, they all face the fate of bad luck. The protagonist agrees since this is a cruel world. But Master Dubika doesn't want him to be sad because even though she reached the top as a swordsman, she knows gifted kids climb much higher than her when they reach her age. Therefore, being her stupid sister, she probably wasted 20 years searching for her. Chen-hee is worried because she has been hung up on drinking for 20 years. Even though she has overcome many obstacles as a swordsman, the sign she just let out is only burdened by those who still have a long way to go. So, he inquired if she thought this was a similar incident. She affirmed, explaining that it is executed more discreetly and in detail than in the past, but it gives her the same feelings. Chen-hee agreed because the ultimate tacking tiger said it, so he could trust those words completely and wanted her to tell him the date and time of her sister's birth. She became excited, expressed her gratitude profusely, and explained that her name was Du Bi-kyun, adding that she had written it in Chinese. Chen-hee has never seen Du Bi-ryan's name in the novel before and supposed there are instances where characters appear by their titles instead of their names in a Miram novel. He started enchanting it and realized it was like this incident. Master Dubika is startled as she learns about it and says she is certain the same people. The protagonist aims to tell her this is the case, but she is shocked as she knows her intuition is right and thinks it is good because she will find her sister soon. Chen-hee supposed now she would search for the kidnappers more aggressively and told her that he had narrowed it down to 2 names. She looked at the name and thought it was very likely that these 2 people had been kidnapped. The protagonist asked if there were any of these kids who were sick. Master Dubika thinks for a while, and from what she remembers, a child named Kyung was sick in bed after recently experiencing a cold. The protagonist thinks it must be the other child if this is right. Dubika agrees, telling him that since the sick child can't be used as a sacrifice, they would like to kidnap a healthy child. The protagonist agreed and thought they could do it if they found that kid. Dubika never thought Chen-hee could solve a problem she couldn't so easily and supposed heaven must have led him to her. The protagonist wants her to hurry up and save the children, and she agrees, so she decides to lead the way. On their way, she inquired if he was good at shadowing people, and he thought this shouldn't be difficult since his steps were very calm. She wanted to mention that in advance, but they must not interfere with the kidnapping, because they may lose these children forever. The protagonist agreed to her request and to keep it in mind. After some time, they arrived at their location, telling him it would get dark soon, so he must hide in the immediate area. While they were observing, she wanted to teach him how to attack someone using the whisper technique properly. Since he is smart, she is sure he will learn it quickly. The protagonist likes this idea and wonders if H1Gu and the Heavenly Lightning Hawk can find Ryun. Meanwhile, the man involved in the kidnapping, hiding on the roof of the house, suddenly came out and smiled cunningly. As the darkness appeared, they kept looking around and saw a strange man coming out of the suspected house. He started rushing away, and Copycat clarified that this was also time for them to move. They kept following for a while but stopped amidst, which made Chin-hee wonder what the matter was. Copycat worriedly explained that he had lost that guy's afterimage and was sure there must have been a formation set up around there. The protagonist realizes how meticulous they are as they set a formation at a place like this, so they decide to take a look. While trying to find out, Copycat tells him he can do nothing because he can keep up with her with the 3-part strike technique alone. The protagonist claims that this is all thanks to his master. After using his skill, he could see several red lines and told her that, as she said, there were tons of formations set up there. Furthermore, the formation technique is quite different from the Yigal clans. Since there were many interconnected formations, he is sure they should be able to find the path if they destroyed the connections. Since that is the case, she wanted him to do that quickly so they could chase that kidnapper. The protagonist agreed and supposed he might take the lead from now on. So, he rushed forward and destroyed all the formation. He surprised Copycat, and she remarked that he was incredible to be able to see through all of this. The protagonist clarified that this is just a trifling skill, and he kept leading the way. After a while, they arrived at a place, and Chin-hee realized there was a shrine in a place like this. Based on the wood's shape and resin smell, it looks like it was newly built for the ritual, probably less than 3 months old. He told her that, more importantly, the formation has been broken, so their nemesis must know their presence. Copycat clarified that is what she wanted, and she hoped the one who kidnapped her sister was also among their enemies there. Chin-hee thought it had been best to give up on any idea of capturing them alive because they don't have the luxury of time to be doing something like that, and she understood that. On the other side, many of those men rushed toward where they had entered. While looking around, the protagonist couldn't see any other entrance than a cave and supposed there must be a trap down there. Copycat inquired if he would be alright, and the protagonist affirmed, telling her that she didn't need to worry about him. She apologized for dragging him into something so dangerous. After this, the protagonist told her to buy him a cup of tea, which surprised her because he didn't demand alcohol. The protagonist told Bika that if she kept drinking so much, then she would have a hard time in her later years, and she couldn't believe that he called her by her first name. Soon, the kidnapper attacks them, and Chin-hee gets alerted, telling her they are already there. The protagonist blocked their attack, which annoyed them, and all of them gathered around them. He is surprised to see so many of them hiding and wonders what they should do. He is concerned because they don't have the time to deal with them individually. Bika agreed with him because they did not have time to waste, so she requested that he leave them to her and save the children. The protagonist understood but requested her to run away if things got too dangerous. Bika clarified that she is at the mouth of the tiger, but the place that he is heading to is that of the tiger, so she should be the one telling him that and not the other way around. The protagonist covered his sword with energy, telling her not to worry because he could care for himself. Bika is startled to see that tremendous amount of energy and is certain that the amount of internal energy shouldn't be possible for someone his age. While those are approaching them, they are startled by Chin-hee's energy and get worried. At the same time, the protagonist decides to use his tri-sword technique, the tri-sword eruption, to attack. While the man rushed toward them, the protagonist used his trio sword eruption technique to get rid of them in a split second. Then he ran away, telling them he would go ahead first. Bika is surprised to see this and thinks that if she had known they had been in a situation like this, she would have asked to learn the tri-sword technique. While the protagonist keeps progressing, he kills the men who get in his way. The man told him he was not going anywhere because he couldn't leave the place, but he managed to escape. Later, Chin-hee is inside the cave, though he is fortunate because the cave's structure isn't too complicated. However, it doesn't look like there are any traces of a barrier, and he is confident that the kidnapped children are there somewhere. He kept progressing but was startled after a while as there was poison spread everywhere. As the protagonist inhales it, he gets worried because his vision is getting blurry, and he supposes it is trying to disrupt his thoughts and brainwash him. The protagonist knows it won't be easy. but he is confident he will be fine if he uses the 5 elements of extreme poison. Thus, he gets rid of this all and hears some sound, wondering what that is, and he is startled as he realizes that another technique is meant to bewitch him. The protagonist finally realizes that is how they cause others to lose their minds and put them in a puppet state. The protagonist gets a bit exhausted trying to block that technique and supposes that dealing with that ambush back there would have been easier. Meanwhile, the kidnapped children were gathered around that old man. He found the protagonist quite impressive and clarified that he had been waiting for the little white dragon. After seeing how he still seems to have clarity of mind, it appears that he managed to defend himself against the blood soul poison. Since the scent is supposed to be stronger than that of poppies, he couldn't believe that Chen-He managed to survive it and was confident it wasn't easy. The protagonist is certain that things will get even more complicated if he asks that man if they are the blood immortal cult, so he feigns ignorance for now. He asked the corpse necromancer if he was the remnants of the demonic cult because he had never thought they made such a vast place deep underground. He looked at the children, pleased because they looked safe. The corpse necromancer is not surprised that Chen-He thinks that he is the demonic cult and wants him to believe whatever he pleases because he will become a sacrifice soon anyway. The protagonist is startled upon learning this, wondering what he means. The corpse necromancer felt it was a shame that his birth date and time didn't match what they were after, but he was sure the gods would be pleased with his pretty face. Moreover, he also heard that Chen-He is a virgin, so that will help them in the sacrifice ritual. The protagonist is shocked upon hearing this, wondering how he knew that and if he was eavesdropping on his conversation with the ultimate tracking tiger. However, he didn't say it explicitly, and he clarified that he is not a virgin. The corpse necromancer laughed, telling him there was no use lying because he could see everything and start enchanting something. The protagonist gets pissed off at that incantation. After incanting for a while, the corpse necromancer is shocked, wondering how he has a virginity that is older than 50 years old. From what he heard, Chen-He is still a kid who is wet behind his ears. The protagonist gets startled, wondering what he is talking about, and wonders if that man could see that he was also single in his previous life. The corpse necromancer laughed because it was not like Chen-He was a Taoist monk. He didn't know how to maintain such a pure soul, but this was great. He is sure that the gods will be glad to have a sacrifice like Chen-He. The protagonist cursed his fortune because it was not like he wanted to live a virgin life, but work was just way too challenging, and he had no time to think about anything else. He furiously told the corpse necromancer that he had enough of his nonsense and wanted him to let go of the children. The corpse necromancer instructed Chen-He to put down his sword quietly, otherwise the children would die there. The protagonist smirked because that man was implying that he would spill blood on the altar without performing the proper ritualistic procedure. He is sure that he will defile the sacrifice until the designated time of sacrifice, so that he can lay a finger on the sacrifice. Therefore, until it is time to be aligned with the Bagua, Chen-He is sure he won't be able to do anything. The corpse necromancer is amazed because Chen-He certainly thought this through and clarified that it's still possible for time to kill just him. He grabbed his staff, slammed it on the ground, and started enchanting, which tore off all the talismans on the wall. Chen-He starts wondering what his opponent is trying to do and gets stunned to see that the ground is cracking. Shortly, the Jiangshi began appearing from the ground with the talisman on their head and started screaming. The protagonist is surprised to see that those things are Jiangshi, which means his opponent can even control the dead. The corpse necromancer started laughing, commanding Jiangshi that Chen-He was an offering of the highest quality, so he wanted them to bring him without hurting him. He cunningly tells the protagonist that there is no way for him to escape this. Chen-He gets concerned because he has prepared so much for this day, and he has run countless simulations on how he should deal with Jiangshi. However, this is the first fight in which he uses the dual intention mind technique. He started using the technique to create his 2 illusions and attack Jiangshi. He decided to target the joints of the Jiangshi with cold energy to stop their movements and use fire energy to destroy them. Chen-He is confident of his ability to target a human's bones, muscles, and cartilage. Shortly, he used Tai Yi's immortal destruction sword technique. Tai Yi fragmented light and attacked Jiangshi. The corpse necromancer found it unbelievable that a kid like Chen-He could control 2 elements simultaneously and wondered who he was. However, after watching him fight like this, he becomes sure he won't be able to obtain him easily. Since the situation is unavoidable, he must summon the Black Jiangshi. He started shaking his staff while incanting the spell and thought that before it was too late, he should summon the Black Jiangshi. After casting the spell, he firmly slammed his staff on the ground, and the Black Jiangshi emanated from the ground. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't believe those black things were Black Jiangshi. He remembered that it's written in the novel that each of them is at the level of a supreme peak martial master. He finally realized that the man was the corpse necromancer, who controls corpses with sorcery. He supposed this fight would get quite dangerous for him to win. The corpse necromancer laughed, telling him it was enough fooling around and that he wanted the corpse to get him. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Bika fights with those men and guesses that she has gotten old. She never thought she would get pushed back this far while fighting these people and wonders if Chin-hee has found the children. Suddenly, the man becomes worried about seeing something, which startled Bika, so she looks back and sees Ha-ryun. Ha-ryun finally arrived at the place where Chin-hee was with Hwang-gu and supposed he might be there now. Bika gets startled, wondering who that guy is because she senses extraordinary energy coming from him. Meanwhile, the protagonist fights with the Black Jiangshi and becomes sure that they are more potent than normal Jiangshi. Since their bodies are as complex as metal, his sword energy doesn't work on them, and they can move their bodies normally, like normal humans. After fighting with them for a while, the protagonist is pushed back. The corpse necromancer laughed after seeing this and requested his opinion about the strength of his Black Jiangshi. He is confident that this time, he will put an end to things. The protagonist is confident that he would only be disadvantaged if he let things drag on. He supposed he needed first to defeat the necromancer so he couldn't control Jiangshi anymore. Thus, he started using his 5 elemental techniques, water and fire, yin-yang burst to fight further. He is confident that if he infuses the condensed water energy into the ice crystal sword and infuses fire energy into the black pine cloud sword. Lastly, he wanted to take the energies in these two swords clash and rapidly expand pressure by infusing water with heat, causing a steam explosion. After attacking those Black Jiangshi, he created a massive wave that broke several rocks. The necromancer's corpse blocked the attack and inquired what kind of attack it was. He didn't want to let this go on, so he started emitting a strong aura to use corpse art skills. The protagonist recalls that corpse art is the exclusive martial art of a necromancer, which makes his own body like that of a Jiangshi. He recalled that the novel mentioned that it could be compared to a divine art, although only one of the lower-ranked divine arts. The protagonist knew just how strong his enhanced energy was when he fought Ha-ryun more than 10 years later, since he could withstand his attacks. However, the necromancer is not yet potent, and his body is probably not as rigid as that of Black Jiangshi, who is a real Jiangshi. Since that is the case, he is sure he has a chance of winning, so he grabs his sword and wants that old man to brace himself. The protagonist rushed toward his opponent and decided to use Tai Yi's Immortal Destruction sword technique, the ultimate move, Immortal Paths, to attack him. Meanwhile, the necromancer approached him as their energies merged, creating a powerful wave that caused cracks to form in the ground. The protagonist tried his best to attack his opponent, but to his surprise, the necromancer blocked his attack with bare hands. Chin-hee gets worried because his opponent has some energy in his hand, which is on the same level as sword energy, so he supposes his body is certainly way above average. The necromancer started laughing on seeing this and remarked that he had impressive skills. However, he underestimated the Black Jiangshi too much because they can't be trounced. The necromancer started incanting spells that raised all the Black Jiangshi, and they approached him. The protagonist gets concerned about seeing this and knows he needs to end it before they get there, so he wants to end this fight immediately. Usually, one can only move a certain amount of core energy within one's body, but Chin-hee has already gathered his core energy in advance and circulated it throughout his body. So, he started emanating more energy into his sword, which shocked the necromancer because his body suddenly started freezing up. While the necromancer is blocking his sword, he gets startled to see that it is getting longer. Furthermore, the cold energy that is within the blade itself and Chin-hee's 5 elemental techniques is sucking the heat from his body. The protagonist affirmed, telling him that it is a phenomenon that appears when cold energy and sword energy are mixed together. It can freeze its opponent in an instant and shred them into pieces. While the protagonist slammed the corpse necromancer with the wall, All the black Jiangshi started rushing at him because of his incarnation. The protagonist is concerned because he is consuming so much more energy that he has to end this in 30 seconds. But it wouldn't be long before the Jiangshi reaches them. When the black Jiangshi reaches close to him, the protagonist knows that this means that he will back down now. Even if he has to take the attacks from the black Jiangshi, he must take that corpse necromancer down. Suddenly, dark energy appeared around those black Jiangshi by the corpse necromancer to empower them and push the protagonist away. The corpse necromancer is certain that Chen-He must be the seed of the half-immortal that the blood immortal has prophesied about. The protagonist gets concerned because incredible energy comes from within those bells, the staff, which must be his ultimate technique, the demonic corpse slash. The corpse necromancer has taken a good look at what Chen-He is capable of, so he wants to kill him and makes sure to offer him up as an offering. After that, they started exchanging several strikes, and Chen-He supposed he was waiting and aiming for an opportunity to strike. The corpse necromancer laughed as he wanted to see if Chen-He could also withstand this attack. The protagonist ran back because it was too dangerous, as the children were there, so he decided to do that for now. As he went back and tried to use another skill, he got startled as he almost forgot about the black Jiangshi as they were surrounding him. The corpse necromancer is thrilled to see him in this situation and wants him to get a little. He incanted a spell that made the black Jiangshi punch him in the chest and injure him severely. Chen-He worries because it seriously injured his ribs, and he gets caught by them. The corpse necromancer laughed on seeing that he finally had Chen-He down and told him that he was the first to have struggled so much. However, it is the protagonist's loss, so he wants him to admit his defeat already. It's time for him to become an offering quietly, and he starts enchanting some spells again. The protagonist is worried because the pressure is so intense that even though he is blocking the pain with the 5 elemental technique, that doesn't last long. He started emanating immense energy, didn't want the corpse necromancer to be mistaken, and inquired if he thought he could stop him with this stupid Jiangshi like that. He immediately froze those Jiangshi out of their grasp and swiftly attacked them, thus turning them into mist. The corpse necromancer couldn't believe Chen-He froze them all with sword energy. The protagonist uttered that he had sent the black Jiangshi to subdue him, but their attack wasn't trying to kill him. Even though Jiangshi is pretty good in the end, they are not alive. The necromancer is startled to see his skills, and the protagonist is aware that his demonic corpse slash is indeed strong since it is an ultimate technique. But it has no chance against the core energy that Chen-He has accumulated. He is confident that he will win easily once he gets rid of those bells on his staff. The protagonist rushed toward him because this was the time to end this fight, and uttered that he genuinely hated that he would sacrifice children to make something like that. Meanwhile, the corpse necromancer, a giant, started shaking his staff to summon some more Jiangshi. But the protagonist immediately struck and broke it away before he could succeed. He is about to give his final blow and wants the corpse necromancer to go to hell and reflect on himself there. While attacking his opponent, the protagonist looked at the unconscious children since he had resolved not to kill anyone. However, that is not something that he could do in this situation, because not only is his opponent someone he can fight without his full strength, but he is a priest or a martial artist. So, even if he severed all his tendons and destroyed his energy core, he wouldn't be able to know what his god could do to heal him. He lifted his sword to attack him firmly and thought he would gladly do it. After defeating his opponent, the protagonist is exhausted because he uses every single ounce of his energy. Now, he needs to get those kids out of there, but he doesn't have the energy to move even another step. Chen-He can't believe that the corpse necromancer was able to push him this far and found him a fearsome foe, so he hopes he never sees him again. Later, he checked the children and was relieved because they looked like they were not injured badly. He checked the carotid pulse of one of them and realized that they were only under the influence of the poison scent that filled the cave. The protagonist is confident in purging the poison from them by using the 5 elements of extreme poison. He looked around and saw several other children unconscious and got worried because it was hard even to stand up, so he wondered how he should bring them out of this cave. After thinking for a while, he remembers something and wonders how the ultimate tackling tiger is doing. Since none of the other people in black came there, it means she has taken care of them. He hoped she was alive and was concerned because no white dragon clinic was around. While pondering, he sensed something, so he looked around and was astounded to see that the corpse necromancer stood again despite being cut in half. The corpse necromancer cursed Chin-hee, telling him he would never give up the offerings. Chin-hee starts wondering if he could be revived by making his body into a Jiangshi and wonders what is wrong with him. He asked the necromancer what he was trying to do now, and the necromancer clarified that if he couldn't offer them up as offerings, he would destroy all of them. He started wishing for the god of demons to bestow his strength upon him and emitting a strong aura. The protagonist gets worried as he realizes that the necromancer will self-destruct, and is worried because the entire cave might collapse if this happens. Since the black blood demon self-destruct was so powerful, he never thought he had seen the corpse's necromancer self-destruction. The protagonist doesn't have the strength to protect the children, not to mention bring them out of there. He worriedly grasped his sword firmly and wondered if things would end so meaninglessly. He recalled his past when he died while saving a child and remembered that his earlier death happened unexpectedly as well. Even though death is something that is always close to them, he has no regrets, and he is glad that he did what he could. The corpse necromancer kept enchanting and uttered that only death awaited those who stood in their way and started laughing wickedly. While the protagonist closed his eyes, waiting for his death, Ha-Ryun appeared there. He rushed toward the corpse necromancer, using Black Dragon sword art and dimensional slash. He released several slashes toward the corpse necromancer, who couldn't believe it. After eliminating his opponent, Ha-Ryun is relieved because he finally found Chin-hee. The protagonist hears the explosion sound, opens his eyes, and is surprised to see Ha-Ryun there. Ha-Ryun looked at him, telling him he was there to bring him back, but wanted him to wait a little while. He approached the corpse necromancer's head, telling Chin-hee that this guy was alive, and he tried to finish him for the best. He explained that some can move for a shot even after being beheaded, which infuriated the corpse necromancer. Ha-Ryun rambled that while the martial art looks similar to demonic art, it doesn't belong to the demonic cult. He attacked the necromancer's head with his slash, then grabbed it and was surprised because he pushed Chin-hee this far. He grabbed the head firmly and started pressing it to shatter into pieces because he wanted him to be obliterated, so there may not be a single trace of him left. Ha-Ryun covered the head with tremendous energy, shortly bursting and startling Chin-hee. After getting rid of the corpse necromancer, he saw Chin-hee sitting near the children and worriedly asked if he was all right. The protagonist affirmed, telling him that he just can't over his legs, but other than that, he is all right. Ha-Ryun remarked that he was as crazy as always and inquired if he fights something like him alone. The protagonist clarified that he had no other option because the situation was bad, and he thanked him for getting there on time. Ha-Ryun couldn't believe him, wondering how he could still smile in such a bad state. The protagonist recalled Bika, so he inquired if he happened to see another person before he came there and clarified that he was talking about the ultimate tracking tiger who should be at the entrance. Ha-Ryun elucidated that she was fine, and if he was wondering about the Black Cloth faction, then he killed all of them. Therefore, right now, she should be looking for any possible document that could be there. The protagonist is relieved to hear that and starts feeling dizzy, wondering if that is because he is relieved and relaxed, but is losing consciousness. But before he could get unconscious, he wanted Ha-Ryun to help him with something soon and send these children back home, while ensuring they were all right. After saying that, he loses consciousness, and Ha-Ryun can't believe that he is still thinking about those children, even as he faints. He agreed to the protagonist's request and wanted him not to worry about that and to rest well, so he laid him down. Ha-Ryun knew that Chin-hee was always tough and genuinely cared about the people around him. He looked at the children and sighed because he was supposed to take care of everything there, and he decided to finish it quickly since he was already there. After some time, the protagonist gained his conscience, found himself in an unknown room, and gets worried because he can't move his body. Ha-Ryun came there and was glad to see Chin-hee finally awake. The protagonist worriedly tells Ha-Ryun that something is wrong with him because he can't move his body. Ha-Ryun is aware of that and clarified it is because he tied him up. The protagonist is shocked to learn about this, so he looks around, sees several shackles holding him back, and gets worried. He tried to move and get out of it, and inquired what he was doing and why he was doing that. The protagonist looks at the symbol on the shackle, which is the White Dragon Clinic. Therefore, he gets startled and wonders if these are the chains that his master crafted with that legendary 10,000-year-old cold iron. Ha-Ryun clarified that they were those shackles and explained that he called Beek Rin there because he needed to receive treatment. He said it wasn't that hard to find him since he tracked Chen-He near this area. The protagonist is surprised to learn that his master is tracking him. Ha-Ryun supposed that Baek Rin might have done it because he knew Chen-He would have ended like this. He filled the spoon with the porridge that he had prepared and wanted Chen-He to eat it quietly. The protagonist looks at Ha-Ryun's cut fingers and inquires what happened to his fingers because they were fine before he fainted. Ha-Ryun clarified that his master took them and wanted him to help stitch them back later. The protagonist is dumbfounded upon discovering that, and inquires what kind of situation this is, as he can't understand why his master took his fingers. Ha-Ryun explained the price for keeping him there, and he would hold onto it until Chen-He fully recovered it. He doesn't want the protagonist to worry because his master infused his finger with core energy, which is being preserved correctly. He further added that Baek Rin promised it would be so fresh that it would feel like it was just sliced. The protagonist gets startled on hearing this cursed Miram people and wonders if there is a need to go this far. While still infuriated, Ha-Ryun puts porridge in his mouth and wants him to eat up for now. Since Chen-He had just had surgery that involved opening his abdomen, he wanted him to finish that porridge and then lie down. Ha-Ryun reminded him that he needed to recover to regain his fingers. The protagonist is wondering why he has a blood pouch stuck to his stomach and is dying to know what happened after he faints. While Ha-Ryun is speedily feeding him, the protagonist wants him to stop and tell him everything that happened. Ha-Ryun clarified that he would do it after Chen-He finished eating all of them. The protagonist couldn't believe he wanted him to finish this bland-tasting food. Ha-Ryun explained that, as requested, he had already moved all the children out of the cave. He took them to the village along with the ultimate attacking tiger and Hwang-gu. Fortunately, they managed to safely purge the poison from the children with the villagers' help. However, Chen's injuries were too severe, and no white dragon clinic branches were nearby. That is why he planned to bring him to a demonic cult branch medical facility first. But then Hwang-gu appeared accompanied by the white dragon. It turns out that after Baek Rin finished his duties at the Dragon and Phoenix Summit, he immediately went off to look for Chen-He. The protagonist finally understands what his master is doing, and Ha-Ryun clarifies that is how he received emergency surgery at the demonic cult branch. Ha-Ryun admitted that the white dragon is skilled, but the problem is that the white dragon is in contact with the demonic cult. Therefore, if the outside world learned of this, framing him as public enemy number one would be a piece of cake. Consequently, he finished the surgery as quickly as possible and requested that Ha-Ryun's finger be kept as a token of promise for Chen-He's full recovery. The white dragon preserved his finger with raw, cold energy and claimed it would prevent it from rotting. The protagonist gets annoyed, wondering who could give it to his master like this. Ha-Ryun explained that it is because he is the one who saved Chen-He in the end. The protagonist realizes that both of them are totally crazy because the token of promise between martial artists is way too burdensome. He explained that Ha-Ryun might be unable to move his finger like he used to, even if it's reattached, which startled him. The protagonist explained that the human body is very complicated, but since his master is the one who is doing it, things might turn out fine. However, Ha-Ryun might have to live without that finger in the worst-case scenario. Ha-Ryun looked at his hand and told Chen-He it was alright, but he would take it as having given Chen-He his 2 fingers. The protagonist is speechless when hearing this, and Ha-Ryun utters that he has saved him so many times, so 2 fingers are nothing compared to that. The protagonist is shocked, wondering what is happening with Ha-Ryun because his natural killer's madness should be worsening. He is sure that Ha-Ryun ought to be craving blood, murder, and destruction, and his 5 senses should be going crazy. The protagonist supposed he is only managing to live generally due to his intervention, but suppressing the madness must be excruciating. Ha-Ryun wanted him to focus on recovering for now because he doesn't need to worry about anything since he controls this branch. The protagonist finds it burdensome because Ha-Ryun's friendship is a heavy one. While leaving, Ha-Ryun remembered something and told Chen-He they had a guest who wanted to make a deal. The protagonist is startled, wondering what that is supposed to mean. Abruptly, Baek entered the room and worried, asking him how he felt. The protagonist starts to see that the ultimate attacking tiger is there to meet him. Baek wondered why he was in this state, cursed that demonic cult member, and wondered how they could chain him up as he was a person who was recovering. The protagonist laughed, telling her that the demonic cult is a scary place, so it ought to happen. and he wanted to carry the secret that his master was the one who did this to his grave. Bika is relieved that Chen-hee is alive despite those severe injuries. The protagonist affirmed, telling her it was thanks to her and required her to sit there. Bika took the seat and knew how Ryun was scary but thought he was reasonable. She explained everything, telling him that was how they had made a deal, and thanks to that, she could visit him there. The protagonist entirely understood the situation and hoped she wouldn't be too upset with him. Bika affirmed because she knew that he was a good fellow. Chen-hee believes there is a good reason for this, even though he is all chained up. He asked about the children's condition and if they were all recovering well. Bika affirmed, telling him that they had been given the antidote to the brainwashing pill and weren't experiencing any side effects. The protagonist is genuinely pleased to hear that, and Beak has clarified that it is all thanks to him. She remembered something and told him she could find a few pieces of information while deciphering the document left behind in the cave. The protagonist wondered what kind of information she got her hands on. Bika uttered that, firstly, these guys look very similar to the demonic cut on the outside, but have nothing to do with the demonic cult. While their organization's name isn't written anywhere, they know it started with the word blood. The protagonist is surprised because the ultimate tracking tiger was able to find out that much and thought it was terrifying. Bika uttered that they could also discover something important as they pieced together information from various documents. The protagonist wondered what kind of important information she had found, and she explained that her sister was alive. The protagonist is shocked to learn this and inquires if she is serious. Beak had affirmed, telling him that she had confirmed it. But those who were kidnapped were supposed to be offering the cult leader in order to raise them as a part of the cult. That is why she is sure her sister is alive in that organization. The protagonist is relieved that she can find some traces, but is certain that she knows people who such cults have taken in would be thoroughly brainwashed. So, he is certain that her sister could be very different from what she remembers, and he knows that cults are such fearsome entities no matter what era it is. Bika knows this, but everything is alright as long as she is alive. That way, she can at least knock her unconscious and drag her out first, then think about what to do afterward. The protagonist agrees with her since she finally finds hope after searching for her sister's corpse for 20 years, only to realize that she is still alive. Bika is glad her sister is alive because they could settle everything else later, but the only problem is whether she is strong enough to subdue her. That is why she has learned the ways of the demon to become stronger than her sister. The protagonist is stunned to hear that, but still asks to confirm what she said. Bika clarified that she doesn't care if Chen-hee despises her, but she is out of time, and someone like her can't break through the barrier to become a supreme peak martial master even if she tries. She is sure that wouldn't change for her even in the future. Even though he understands her feelings, the protagonist is shocked and wonders why all martial artists act recklessly. He lifted his hand and requested her to give her hand for a moment. After inspecting her, he discovers that the seed of demonic energy has started to sprout within her energy core, but it doesn't seem that dangerous. He asked if Ha Ryun taught her demonic art, and she affirmed. Chen-hee realized that he had taught her the most stable kind, which would take some time to learn. However, that is only in comparison to the demonic art, not the orthodox martial arts. It is probably less complete as compared to the orthodox, and it is also faster and has a high chance of leading one to be consumed by one's inner demon. The protagonist couldn't understand why this world always gave something to take something else away. He is glad she has only gotten this far because he could help her. He told her that there is a martial art that would be good if she learned it as well. She wondered what it was, and the protagonist explained it to Teichai. She remembered that Teichai is an exercise that the Wu-Dang sect taught the commoner and asked if she was right. The protagonist affirmed, telling her that she was right and thought that even if one masters Teichai, its destructive power and practicality in real fights are very low, which would certainly be more effective to learn than something else with the same effort, and that is what the world knows. But Chen-hee has completely mastered a basic sword technique, tri-sword technique, and he knows just how fearsome that is. He told her that the fact that everyone learns it means that it's generally beneficial, and not only is it full of the concepts of yin and yang, but it's also a stale martial art. He had never seen anyone experience energy deviation while trying to learn Tai Chi. Bika thought it natural, because no one could experience energy deviation while exercising. Therefore, the protagonist requested her to play along with him and learn it because it would undoubtedly greatly help her. Bika thinks for a while, thinks Chin-hee has given her a weird prescription, and agrees to trust him. She decided to listen to him since she could rid herself of the inner demon that had plagued her for 20 years. The protagonist is relieved to hear this and thanks her for being considerate. Before leaving, Bika wanted to ask him one more thing, if he was alright with it. Then if she could consider him as a close friend, because it's hard to find a friend like him in Jong-hu. The protagonist thinks for a while and agrees to her request, which pleases her, and she thanks him. She wanted to repay him for what he had done, but only had one thing to give him. Therefore, she removed the wooden tag from her jacket and wanted to give it to him. Beak has elucidated that if he shows this to an escort establishment, they will send a letter to her immediately. So, if he needs any information or help tracking someone down, he should feel free to ask her anytime because she will do it for free. The protagonist is shocked to hear this and is certain it will come in handy, so took the tag. Bika muttered that she would only do this for him and wanted him to ensure he kept it well. The protagonist realizes that not only did he get the Boda tag, but he also got the ultimate tracking tiger tag, which is an incredible tag, even though they are tokens of friendship that pleased him. A few days later, Ha-ryun comes to the protagonist's room, telling him it is time to eat and explaining that the day's menu will be fish. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the protagonist had already broken the chains and inquired how he did that and when he learned such tricks. The protagonist grabbed the needle and smiled, telling him that things like that can happen in life. He could unlock it with the needle that the ultimate attacking tiger had hidden, and it was pretty easy to figure out the lock composition with his 5 senses as he used the mystic core divine art. Ha-ryun gets annoyed because he has already told him he will release him once he recovers, so he wonders if he can even wait for that. The protagonist furiously asks if he can't tell that he has recovered because his body feels so light and remarks that his master skill is truly amazing. Ha-ryun sighed as he knew locks didn't work on him. The protagonist laughed, then jumped out and wanted to reattach Ha-ryun's fingers first, which is his biggest worry. Since nothing is more important to a swordsman than his fingers, he doesn't want Ha-ryun to risk his fingers for him again because that will greatly upset him. Ha-ryun agrees to think about it, and the protagonist decides to send a messenger pigeon to his master in that case. Later, Beak Rin arrived in disguise, examined the protagonist, and told him that he had recovered completely. The protagonist thanked his master because it's all thanks to him that he received so quickly, and Beak Rin thought he had an unfilial disciple. The protagonist laughs but can't get used to seeing his master's face disguised with a human face mask. Beak Rin uttered that they say no parents can win against their child, which is precisely how he felt then. He was determined to scold Chin-hee when he saw him seriously injured, but now seeing him smile is all that matters to him. The protagonist is apologetic to his master, and Beak Rin utters that he has a lot to talk to him about but wants to leave that for when he is back home. While they were conversing, Ha-ryun noticed someone coming into their room. Abruptly, the blood-born elder devil entered the room and asked how he got marked by a monster like Beak Rin. The protagonist looked ahead and was stunned to see Bloodborne's elder devil there. Beak Rin uttered that she was being too harsh for calling him a monster when he was just a doctor. Bloodborne elder devil asked the white dragon what else he could be because he was clearly insane, and he even had gone to the killer star there, so she thought he was genuinely unpredictable. She wanted Chin-hee to see that if he had become her disciple instead and joined the Dark Deity Clinic, he wouldn't have ended up like this. The protagonist is sure she must have known about his situation because the Dark Deity Clinic has connections with the demonic cult. He clarified that no matter which master he served, this would have happened to him. Bloodborne Elder Devil reminded him that she already told him she had taught him Jiangxi's technique. Then he needs to get along with a few Jiangxi and beat the corpse necromancer because the Jiangxi she makes is pretty strong. The protagonist is startled, but he knows that in the modern world, she has been labeled a mad scientist. He clarified that his only interest in Jiangxi was how to exercise them, but he was not interested in traveling with many of them hopping around him. Bloodborne Elder Devil gets annoyed when learning this is the case because she failed to persuade them. The protagonist is worried because she suggests he figure it out with them and wonders if she thinks the Pokemon. He asked his master if Ha-ryun's fingers were delicate, and Beak Rin affirmed he didn't want him to worry about it. Since the promise was made with Chin-hee as a part of it, there is no way he had to be careless with it, and he has treated them with extra care, so it is as if they were freshly served. The protagonist is surprised to hear this and realizes that Bloodborne Elder Devil isn't the only mad scientist, his master is also one. However, he wanted to maintain his sanity between these mad people, and he promised Ha-ryun to ensure he got his fingers back. Later, the protagonist sutures his fingers, and Ha-ryun is amazed to see that his skills are amazing, as usual, because he feels like he can wield a sword and fight immediately. The protagonist gets infuriated on hearing this, telling him that if he does that, it will burst, and Ha-ryun wonders what will burst. Chin-hee wanted him to use his common sense and told him to keep monitoring it for abnormalities or pain, and Ha-ryun understood. He explained it as a special trend, so once he is fully healed, he should absorb it by circulating his anger and leave it till then. Ha-ryun doesn't want him to worry because even if things go wrong, he is alright with it because he has already given these fingers to him. The protagonist supposed he must act less recklessly so he doesn't get Ha-ryun into any more trouble. Ha-ryun laughed, thinking it meant that he won then, and the protagonist realized that he was worried about him because he even put himself on the line. The protagonist starts putting his stuff in the bag and instructs Ha-ryun to take care of himself because he would also take care of himself, to which his brother agrees. Now that the protagonist thinks about it, he worries about the others too and wonders if they are doing well. Since they were almost done there, he wanted to tell Ha-ryun that some kids wanted to become sworn siblings with him. Ha-ryun starts hearing this and inquires what he means by this. Chin-hee uttered that their names were Chin-woo and Sima-hyun, and Ha-ryun furiously wanted him to explain it clearly. The protagonist worries about seeing his reaction and wonders if he should not have mentioned it, but explained everything to him. After hearing everything, Ha-ryun inquired if they wanted to become his brother because he saved their lives. The protagonist affirmed and explained it as something like that. Ha-ryun furiously slammed the table, telling him not to fail it because they were acting so that they could take advantage of his medical skills. The protagonist is surprised to hear that because those skills save Ha-ryun. Ha-ryun clarified that it is entirely different because Chin-hee suggested they become brothers, so he is different from them. The protagonist sighed to learn that he thinks the two of them are up to no good, and only his friendship is genuine. The protagonist agrees to drop it if Ha-ryun is against this, and Ha-ryun is surprised that she will not insist on this. The protagonist refuses, telling him that he is only asking him because they had requested to become sworn brothers, so his opinion matters most to him. He thought it was okay even if they didn't become sworn siblings with them, because they could stay good friends and help each other as needed. Ha-ryun feels for a while since that is the case and decides to reconsider if they can put their life on the line for Chin-hee. The protagonist is startled upon hearing this and inquires what he means by this. Ha-ryun explained that he is saying that if he meets them in person in the future, they still want this, and if they are strong enough to defend Chin-hee, he will consider letting them become their sworn siblings. The protagonist is startled to learn that Ha-ryun wanted to test them, as in Jong-hoo. Ha-ryun affirmed that he is not expecting them to defeat him so that he will give them these moves. He will allow them to become Chin-hee's human shield if they can scratch his clothes. The protagonist couldn't believe Ha-ryun, wondering if he thought they were some car he could drive into a wall and see if they would break apart. He couldn't understand what Ha-ryun was thinking and decided to forget about this whole thing. Ha-ryun wondered what the matter was and if he didn't like his method. When they suggested that, he was sure they were seriously committed to becoming his sworn siblings. But if it was just a war, they should pay with their lives, so he requested the protagonist to do it his way just once. The protagonist knows that he is not wrong, but he doubts that they will agree, and even if this is the way of Jong-hoo, they are not stupid enough to agree to this. While the protagonist ponders, Ha-ryun asks if he will do it his way, but he keeps thinking. As Chin-hee looked at Ha-ryun's condition, he also tended to the sick and injured of the demonic cult. The protagonist guessed the herbs and Zhong-shi techniques are helpful for anesthesia. If used correctly, Bloodborne Elder Devil assured him he could even out someone under a trance for a long time. Bloodborne Elder Devil begins to exchange information on medical techniques with Chin-hee. She also gained his medical knowledge while she taught him her secret weapon techniques. She finally realized how he dealt with Zhong-shi, but now that she knew his method, she had to think about a counter. The protagonist clarified that even if she came up with a counter, he trusted that she wouldn't teach it to other practitioners. She laughed because that was something she couldn't refute, and she understood why the white dragon was so obsessed with him now. After some time, the protagonist has packed his stuff and is relieved that he has completely recovered, so it is time for him to leave. Later, the protagonist comes out and sees Hwang-gu waiting for him outside, and he asks how he knew he was there. He is glad to see them there even though it has been a while and asks if they have been well. Hwang-gu started licking his master happily, which made Chin-hee laugh, and he thought he had gotten a little chubbier. Ha-Ryun explained that the Heavenly Lightning Hawks were the ones that led him to the demonic cult branch. So, he told Chin-hee that if he wanted to send him a letter, he should get one of the 3 Heavenly Lightning Hawks to send it, as they would deliver it to him. The protagonist wondered how they would find him, and Ha-Ryun clarified that they learned how to track him down after he started feeding them. The protagonist wondered if that was the case, and then he looked at the mysterious creatures, who were all executed, and wondered if they were pigs. He gently patted Hwang-gu, who thought they should make their way back then. Before leaving, he thanked Ha-Ryun for everything, but he needed to get going now, and he remembered to keep up with those physiotherapy exercises he showed him. Ha-Ryun agreed with him and requested that he stay healthy as well. He clarified that if he doesn't, then no one knows what finger he might lose next time. The protagonist gets worried about hearing this and can't believe him. He asks him not to say things like that ever again. He shook hands with Ha-Ryun, hoping to see him again soon, and requested him to take care of himself, and he left. After coming out of the demonic cult, he is startled to see his master already waiting for him. Baek-rin is pleased to see that he is back on time as he didn't miss Chin-hee. The protagonist is startled by seeing that his master is waiting for him, and he is amazed to see that he is fully disguised. He clarified that it took him some time to say goodbye to Ha-Ryun. Baek-rin thought for a while, looked at the mystical creature, and inquired if he always had so many members in his party. The protagonist clarified that the party had just grown a while ago. Baek-rin always gets the feeling that his disciple will get entangled in troublesome matters. However, he wanted to depart for now as he would tell him the details along the way. The protagonist is startled, asking if they are returning to the clinic. Baek-rin wondered why he was asking that and inquired if he had somewhere else to be. The protagonist sees that his master is infuriated, so he refuses. He wants some remaining elixir, but thinks it would be better to stick with his master for now. The protagonist looks at the horse as if it were familiar and realizes it might be the supreme black horse of the Naeum-gung family. Baek-rin explained that the one beside it was its foal, which was raised to be an extraordinary steed. Chin-hee wondered if his master borrowed them from the Naeum-gung clan. Baek-rin affirmed, telling him the patriarch was kind enough to lend them when he mentioned he sought his disciple. The protagonist is thankful to them because of this. They can get back comfortably. Abruptly, Baek-rin gets on his horse, instructing Chin-hee that he will take the lead. The protagonist affirmed and instructed Hwang-gu to keep following him. While on their way, Baek-rin clarified that he was sure lucky, and he never realized that luck, but not medical skills, was his disciple's real talent. The protagonist is startled, wondering if his master is being sarcastic, and supposes he means that he is lucky to be alive after what happened. Baek-rin is sure he might be glad he managed to track him down because no one knows what shape he would be in otherwise. But he guessed that was all thanks to his luck and remarked that he was truly his disciple because he was also lucky. The protagonist smirked, telling his master he owed his survival to his master's teaching. He knew that his master was all smiling, but he bet he was fuming and clarified that he was fortunate that his master found him. Baek-rin clarified that he was anxious, and he wanted him to never put him through that again. Chin is certain his master might be terrified because he is on the brink of death. Baek-rin uttered that his body had undergone changes, and the protagonist wondered what he meant. He uttered that the changes were subtle when he was treating Chin-hee, but now it's unmistakable. The protagonist gets worried, wondering if his master found it out, and told him the truth that he has learned the dual intention mind technique. Baek-rin is startled to learn about the dual intention mind technique. The protagonist concurred, telling him he found it among the remains of a very old Wu-dang sect martial master's corpse. Baek wondered how he managed to see that when no one had been able to do so and realized that those mystical creatures are also competent. The protagonist affirmed, telling his master that they helped him out immensely. he came across a thought. So he asked his master what he thought about learning the dual intention mind technique as well. He is sure that even if his master doesn't use it in medical technology, he can use it for energy circulation, and it will improve his health. He has tweaked it to work with the 5 elemental technique, making it more stable. Beak Rin doubted that the Wudang sect would like that, but the protagonist wants to keep it from them. Beak Rin laughed after hearing this and knew he had said that before, but Chen He didn't act like someone of Jiang Hu, as he was more like a scholar or an outsider than a martial artist. He stopped his horse and said that while he is eccentric and doesn't abide by the codes of Jiang Hu, he is certainly kind. Furthermore, he has not done anything to achieve his goal, which is what Beak Rin likes about him. While the protagonist is shocked, his master agrees to his request and wants to try it. Later, they were inside the cave, and the protagonist was teaching his master the dual intention mind technique, and he didn't expect him to agree to it so easily. However, he is relieved that his master found it interesting, and after the final incantation, his master would be able to learn this. Abruptly, Beak Rin started emitting tremendous energy, which shocked Chen He, and he wondered if his master just surpassed a wall of enlightenment. Later at night, while all the mystic creatures were sleeping, Huang Gu kept hearing the noise from the cave to estimate their departure. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Chen He worriedly approached his master, asking him if he was all right as he was coughing. The protagonist realized that his body might not be able to handle the body reformation. Beak Rin sighed, telling his disciples that he was his lucky charm. The protagonist is startled to see that his master's eyes look so profound and inquires if he has made a breakthrough. Beak Rin laughed, telling him it was not that significant because if he had, he would have shattered the wall and entered the legendary mystic realm. However, the wall does seem quite worn, so he feels like he has reached the peak of the evolutionary realm. The protagonist supposed this meant that his master was close to the mystic realm and thought it was amazing because he could be the strongest in the world. However, Beak Rin doubted that because even at the peak of the evolutionary realm, there were at least 3 others in this realm stronger than him. The protagonist is startled to learn about the 3 others, so they inquire who they are. Beak Rin uttered that the top 10 martial masters, also known as the 3 supremes, 2 emperors, 2 eccentric, 2 kinds, and 1 empress, hoped Chen He had heard of them. The protagonist affirmed that he heard about that, so his master explained that the 3 supreme are the strongest, but the 2 emperors and 2 eccentrics come after them. The 2 kings and 1 empress are the weakest of the top 10. Therefore, as a physician and due to divine punishment, Beak Rin is not among the top 10, and the protagonist is understood. But still, Beak Rin is certain that he should be able to fight the 2 eccentrics. The rumor is that the 3 supreme have reached the mystic realm, but it's uncertain they are still stronger than him. The protagonist is sure that his master can fight them as he is on the same level as them. Since his master is not the kind to say empty words, he must be sure of his abilities. Beak Rin immediately remembered that Chen He had met one of the 2 eccentrics before and asked if he knew who that was. The protagonist wondered if he meant the dark deity Clinic Head, and Beak Rin affirmed because it was the blood-born devil's elder. The protagonist smirked because she acted all friendly in front of him, but he never knew that she was actually really powerful. He feels like his master is more potent than her, but wonders how much stronger his master is. Beak Rin guessed he had to train more when they returned, and the protagonist was startled to learn his master was training. The protagonist doesn't think he has ever seen his master's training. The white dragon uttered that if there is a surge in his power, he must control it appropriately, otherwise, he is like a child wielding a knife. The protagonist laughs because his master is correct, which makes him curious, and he wonders how those top martial masters train. Since the protagonist's martial arts have greatly improved, his master thought he should also step up his training. The Tai Yi Immortal Destruction Sword Technique, the 5 elemental techniques, and the music core divine art perfectly combine. However, mastering other martial arts would be beneficial to some extent as well. The protagonist gets concerned because that doesn't sound good and wonders why he feels he has been undergoing grueling training again. He worriedly told his master that he still had some elixir to collect. Beak Rin inquired how long it would take, and he thought the protagonist explained that it would take at least 3 years. Beak Rin smirked, telling them that he just needed to wait for 2 years. The protagonist gets stunned because that is too long, and his master clarifies that he is no longer concerned about his secrets. Even though he had a rough idea, he didn't want to ask, but he tried to keep his disciple safe. The protagonist affirmed that he knew that his master was doing this for him, and he cared about him more than anyone in this world. Baek Rin uttered that he can't just mold him in his image because he is his disciple, not his puppet. Therefore, as his master, he must at least ensure he wouldn't get easily defeated. He thought about it while treating him that Chen-He is a physician who rushes into danger when needed, and he risks his life for his beliefs and convinces himself that he has no choice in this situation. Those are all heartbreaking situations for him, but he had heard that wronged souls become ghosts in the afterlife, so he doesn't want that for Chen-He. The protagonist knew that in this Zhang Hu, for a master to send off their disciple is like a parent losing a child. So, he knelt before his master because he had no excuse and apologized to him. Baek Rin uttered that as his master, he stitched his wound, hoping for no scar, but perhaps it's better if there were scars so Chen-He would remember this incident whenever he saw them. The protagonist is guilty, so he agrees with his master and assures him that he will train harder to become stronger. Baek Rin hoped that he wouldn't mention living more selfishly, and Chen-He said he would certainly cherish his life more. Baek Rin looked at him and uttered that he was good enough because that is the kind of child his disciple ought to be. The next day, they returned to the White Dragon Clinic, and the doctors were glad to see that the clinic head was back. The protagonist looked around the clinic and realized that so much had changed since he was there. There are more trainees there from the branch now as well, and there are also many treatment cases from other branches. He wondered if he had been working this long, but he was still not quite used to moving at fixed times. While he was working, Yu-Ho came into the room and inquired if he was done with everything. The protagonist is startled to see him there and clarifies that he is done with it. Yu-Ho clarified that the master wanted to see him and requested that he prepare and look for him. The protagonist supposed his training might finally start. Later, Baek Rin stated that he has more than 120 years of internal energy, so learning to control it should be his top priority. The protagonist wonders what his master means by controlling the internal energy. Baek Rin clarified that he has grown quickly compared to his peers, which means his control over internal energy is already way better than normal people's. He is sure that Chen-He hit his limits this time, and he is sure that he is aware as well. Chen-He knew that his master was right because his limits were made way too clear to him. Although most of the traces from the fight have disappeared, the scars have remained. He knew that using elixir to help had also reached its limits, and wondered how much stronger he could become and if Haorayun's control over internal energy stabilized. Baek Rin was clarified, so he had prepared some training for him and instructed Yu-Ho to bring it there. Yu-Ho affirmed that he went to fetch those items and made Chen-He wonder what they were. After a while, Yu-Ho brought 2 dice, which startled the protagonist, who wondered what kind of training it was. Baek Rin wanted him to start the training by playing dice with him, and Chen-He wondered what he wanted. His master clarified that the rules are simple. If he manages to use martial shift to get the face of the dice that he wants, then he will win. But if he loses, he will face a penalty. The protagonist grabbed the dice, wondering what kind of penalty he would face. He started reading the description that he had to receive acupoint reflexology for 4 hours. Another penalty is to train for 4 hours using the tri-sword technique with his left hand and 10 steps divine spear with his right hand. The third penalty is climbing a cliff with only 1 arm and no footwork techniques, and he kept reading others. After reading all the penalties, Chen-He realized that he was doomed because, other than 1 face of the dice having a resting option, the rest are all grueling training of internal or external martial arts. He is nervous that if he gets the wrong side, he is in for that grueling training and supposes his master likes the idea of him throwing the dice. Since the protagonist has checked out the dice, his master wants to get started and instructs him to go on and throw the dice. The protagonist affirmed, so he grabbed the dice and thought it should be fine because his master allowed him to use material shift. He is certain that he should be able to get what he wants as long as he gets the timing right. He grabbed the dice and threw them, which kept rolling, and he thought this was nice because that is where he needed to bring his focus to the maximum. While the dice are still rolling, the protagonist uses a material shift, which leads to the blank face, and he gets thrilled because that is the perfect finish. However, his master smirked on seeing this, so he used material shift as well, which rotated the dice, and he got a penalty of 4 hours of acupoint reflexology with Yuho. The protagonist gets worried while Yuho smirks at him and angrily asks his master why he did that. Beak Rin grinned, telling him he forgot to tell him not to let his guard down after throwing the dice. He wondered if his disciple had forgotten that he should always train as if it were the real situation. He doesn't want Chen-He to worry because while he is training, he will also be training so that he won't suffer alone. The protagonist is speechless because his master has got him on well. Yuho exploited the situation and instructed him to come with him as he had specially prepared a customized wooden doll for this. The protagonist said he was very excited about this, and Yuho said he was curious whether Chen-He could stop it. He supposed it would be better to lie down and receive acupoint reflexology. The protagonist clarified that he wouldn't go down that easily. Abruptly, his master hit his pressure point, and he wondered why his master blocked all of his pressure points. Beak Rin clarified that this is because he thinks the training would be too easy for him, so he made it harder for him to use the 120 years of internal energy. Therefore, he wanted Chen-He to try to move about while circulating his internal energy in this state. The protagonist gets worried, and suddenly, his body starts getting heavy, and he is feeling 10 times the weight of gravity. Beak Rin decided to leave his disciple to Yuho, and Yuho agreed and requested that he leave this matter to him. At the same time, the protagonist wondered if his master had to go this far. Beak Rin doesn't want him to win because this was just the start, which worries him. While Yuho tells him to let's leave, the protagonist requests him to wait a minute. Later, the protagonist is practicing on the dummies and is a bit annoyed because there are 9 of them. He swore at Yuho, thinking he might be crazy as he made 9 wooden dolls, and his body was too heavy to practice. After some time, the protagonist plays with his master again, and at that time, he gets to separate black from white rice grains. It was all about circulating a large amount of energy when wielding a sword, but now he needs to use a minimal amount of energy to split up the rice grains. Furthermore, the protagonist also needs to keep using the Mystic Core Divine Art to spot the grain color in such dim light that it is so difficult now. The next day, the protagonist can't believe it is now and is annoyed because he can only stab the needle once to avoid tearing the leather. To do that, he needed to infuse just a hint of sword energy in the needle before piercing, and he supposed that if he couldn't do this task, he might as well enjoy it. Later, the protagonist is informed that this is top quality fur, so it's costly. The protagonist clarified that if he ruins this leather, any replacement must come from his salary, and Yuho affirmed. The protagonist is happy because he wants to make the scarves for Hao Ryun and the rest of them. He is sure that they should last a long time if he uses more material and makes them double layered. While heading toward his room, the protagonist remembered that he had something he needed to do before all this. It's about the duel to decide on the best sworn brother, as suggested by Hao Ryun, so he wanted to write a letter with a vibe-like die if they're going to join them. He also needed to send the ashes to the Wu Dang sect, and he guessed delivering them in person would make a better impression. The protagonist decided to do that because no one knows what kind of criticism he would get if he sent the ashes of a former elder of their courier. Since there was no rush, he wanted to make a good impression by delivering it personally. Chen-He's trading grew increasingly challenging daily, but it significantly refined his control over his internal energy. As several seasons passed, Chen realized he had reached adulthood by modern world standards. Meanwhile, the protagonist softly strokes Huang-gu and thinks it is excellent because his letter has reached his friends. He realized they had all grown, and it looked like they were putting the scarves made from deer, rabbit, and wolf hides to good use. While Sima Hyan doesn't know who Hao Ryun is, he wants to test his qualifications to see if he is suggesting something like this. The protagonist supposed that the selection of the best sworn brother was actually happening, and he thought Sima Hyan would be more sensible. The protagonist is certain that the white tiger hide Chen Wu sent him will be helpful and says he should make a windbreaker out of it. While he is working, Beak Rin looks at him and is glad as he never thought his disciple would use material shift and wind energy to strengthen the needle. He realized that Chen-He could sever and fabricate and was truly amazing. Later, he told the protagonist about the recently developed game that received positive patient feedback. The protagonist laughed, wondering if that was the case, and his master affirmed, telling him that the sapphire thing was terrific. Chen-He clarified that he designed it to keep patients in their beds and supposed it worked. Sapphire is a board game adapted by Zhang Hu and is known as Monopoly in the modern world, which is contextualized with branches and gambling dens where he could earn money. The White Dragon further stated that the Fate card was exciting, and the patients were so engrossed in the game that they had forgotten their feuds. The protagonist smirked because his master was referring to the random event cards. Beek Rin said many merchants had also shown interest in purchasing the game. The protagonist gets startled upon learning this because he thought they had just made a similar game. His master agreed that this is a valid point, but they still need to visit a clinic when they are ill. Several sect leaders said they had kiked to relive the exact experience that they had. While playing, the protagonist is surprised to see his master move and wonders how many steps ahead he has planned. The protagonist inquired if there were merchants interested in buying Ondal as well. Beek Rin affirmed, telling him that all the martial artists who used the Ondals in their clinic wanted them in their homes too, and he guessed they should have seen this coming. The artist had hoped to sell the hand soap, but there didn't seem to be much interest, and they wondered if the martial artist found hand washing to be bothersome. Since they are incurring significant losses due to the soaps, he has no choice, as they have to focus on selling Sapphire and Ondals. He makes his move, agrees to do it, and asks his master which merchant wants to buy it. Beek Rin explained that there were quite a few, so he requested Yu-Ho to compile a list for him. He further stated that the Boda Merchant Escort Establishment and the Name Goon Merchants are interested. Since they are at it, the protagonist suggests they should also look for an outlet to sell the soap. Beek Rin asked him if he didn't have more urgent matters at hand now. The protagonist realizes that his master suggests he abandon unsellable items and seize the opportunity to offset losses with popular items. He agreed to do what his master had said, and Beek Rin was glad. It looked like he won this round, which annoyed him because his master won again quickly. Later, while in the room, the protagonist remembers that he is busy every day and wants to strive to be the most diligent doctor. He doesn't want to neglect his duties, so his next goal is to develop an effective treatment for tuberculosis, streptomycin. Streptomycin is effective against tuberculosis, known as white-black death, and is one of the key antibiotics extracted from soil. Dr. Selman Ibrahim Waxman and his students focused on how tuberculosis is quickly destroyed in soil, and discovered it after researching 10,000 soil microorganism cultures. After random experiments and discarding, they extracted Streptomyces griseus from the Actinobacteria order. This hard work eventually won him the Nobel Prize, although the paper mentioned a method to increase cultural efficiency, using a small amount of penicillin. Knowing and doing are two different things. Later, he went to the laboratory to get those dishes, which shocked Yu-Ho. Since the penicillin that worked slightly differently from the other side, something might also change this time. He instructed Yu-Ho to put all available personnel on it, but Yu-Ho was reluctant. The protagonist thought this was a great lab assistant because, in this era, there is no PhD, so Yu-Ho can't run away. After that, he remembered the microscope he had mentioned the previous time and asked Yu-Ho about it. Later, the protagonist saw the microscope and was thrilled to know it was well made. Yu-Ho explained that they tried to ask for the glass bead to be as small as possible as Perchin's request, but it took a little more time. The protagonist is pleased as it's incredible and can't believe that Yu-Ho made it, ideally, just from the description. The protagonist started looking through it and knew the more minor the glass bead, the higher the magnification. He wondered how it could replicate Liu Wen-Ho's microscope for 1600 years. He is certain that with this level, its capability is far beyond what humans can do, and he thought that Yu-Ho was amazing. Yu-Ho explained the cost would be high, so it's impossible to mass produce, so this might be the only one they make. The protagonist thinks it is more than enough even if only one is completed, and he praises Yu-Ho for doing a great job and working hard abruptly. Yu-Ho turns, telling Chun-Hee it is time to go to the training and calls that he is very excited about the new wooden dummies he added. The protagonist gets worried about hearing that he did it again and thinks he is a coward, using these wooden dummies for work relief. Yu-Ho instructed him to let go, but Chun-Hee wanted him to stop and thought they should try different training that day. Yu-Ho is sure that he knows it is impossible, and the protagonist curses it, wondering how such a symbolic relationship makes sense. A few days later, meeting with the final bidder of the Ondal business, the monk thanked the protagonist for choosing their Boda group because the Ondal of Beek Rin Corner is highly anticipated. The protagonist agreed that no place like the Boda Group exists for efficient material supply through maritime trade. But he wondered if it wasn't with the Gong-un group, because initially, the Gong-un group was a small-scale group sharing a building with the Boda Group. After rescuing his younger brother Gong-il-sang from bandits, he met his sister Gong-ban-ha and got a special room in the Chinsang guest house. The protagonist finally realizes that she is with the Boda Group, not the Gong-un group, and asks if she shouldn't be with the Gong-un group. She is emboldened to say this to such a benefactor. But the Gong-un group has transitioned to the Boda Group due to management difficulties. They still maintain a cooperative relationship with the Boda Group. The protagonist understood and supposed that running a small group wasn't easy. A group is like a modern courier company. Only big, well-organized companies survive. The group market is not a blue ocean but a red ocean. The protagonist is certain that with her keen insight and many supportive people around her, she will do well, and she thanks him. The protagonist poured the tea as he supposed they should talk about business now, and clarified that he heard she wanted to buy the construction method for Ondal. The monk affirmed, telling him that their group decided to buy this Ondal at all costs, and they were surprised to learn that Chen-hee invented it. The protagonist clarified that he didn't invent it, but this is just something he adapted to the Central Plains style from another place. The monk gets startled, wondering where that place is, and the protagonist clarifies it is very distant and hard to explain. He couldn't explain it to her because it was the Ondal of South Korea from the Blue Earth. The protagonist told her that he wanted to receive 3 parts of the subsequent profit from each Ondal house built, and he smirked cunningly because he wanted to bet this much. The monk refused, telling him this was too much as they thought of 1 part. The protagonist clarified that if it is not misused, it could kill people and clarified that he would also explain the danger of using a wrongly built Ondal. Since there was a carbon monoxide incident, the monk was still reluctant. Chen-hee reminded her that it's a matter of life and death, and many want to buy Beak Rin Corner even at a high price. The monk thinks for a while, then utters that she can't beat the great hero and agrees to do that. She decided to give him 3 parts but wanted to do an exclusive deal both ways. The protagonist is stunned to hear about the exclusive deal and knows that Gong-ban-ha will be backstabbed if this group sells the technology. The protagonist thought this was a good deal, so they agreed to do that, and the monk decided to inform the group immediately. After she leaves, Chen-hee is relieved to make a good deal for the Ondal, and next is the Blue Jade. Later, he is informed that the Gong-sun group participating in the Blue Jade bidding has arrived at the entrance. The protagonist is surprised to learn that, so he decides to go there immediately, and he is pleased to see the sisters of the Gong-sun family after a long time. After receiving his advice when they were young, he heard they were a big name in the martial world. The protagonist still uses the Hyuk-song-un sword he received back then. Later, he arrived at the entrance and was glad to see the Gong-sun's sister there, and is surprised that they have grown a little. As he expected, everyone's energy was remarkable. Sun Yong happily accosted him as a little benefactor, and was amazed to see that he had grown and become handsome. The protagonist is pleased to see her and asks how she has been, and she clarifies that she is healthier than anyone now. Sun Hyun is honored to see So Beek Ryan, a famous name in the martial world. The protagonist is also pleased to see her after a long time, and he realizes that Sun Hyun is still as formal as before. Sun Hyun instructed Gak Yeon to say hello since she hadn't visited the academy in a long time. Gak Yeon hides behind the carriage, and the protagonist is surprised to learn she is there. Soon, she came out and was glad to see the protagonist again after so long. The protagonist is surprised to see Gak Yeon after a long while, and he can't even recognize her because she has grown up so much. Gak Yeon affirmed, telling him he had changed a lot and asking if he had been well. The protagonist affirmed, telling her that she looked great as well, and wondered why there was a hint of awkwardness now that they were no longer kids. He guesses she wants to expect to be there so suddenly from her reaction. Sun Yong said she was adorable back then and had fluffy cheeks. Sun Hyun clarified that they could move around so quickly because of her. Sun Yong agreed because Gak Yeon is a dependable bodyguard. He looked at the empty bag and understood why Gak Yeon didn't carry any arrows, as she must have reached the realm of creating mind arrows. He realized that she might have been through a lot and that they had been exchanging greetings for so long, so he wanted them to come in. The Gong Sun sisters agreed and wanted him to show them around the clinic. On their way, Sun Young never thought that the small, grubby doctor had grown so much and asked if he knew he was famous. The protagonist laughed, telling her not at all, and started showing them the clinician. Sun Young realized this clinic had expanded and was so lively now, and the protagonist agreed with her because it certainly changed. Sun Hyun wondered if that was because Chen He cured the White Dragon's illness. The protagonist clarified that it was not wrong because things looked up after his master recovered and asked her about the Gong Sun family. Sun Hyun explained that they are caught in a power struggle between the main and subsidiary families, and if she is to pass her position as head of the family to her cousin, then it will be resolved. However, she wanted to use the power struggle, which is why they mustn't appear too close. But Sun Young doesn't seem keen on hiding it, so more people are becoming aware. The protagonist smiled at her because she had started to acknowledge reality. Sun Hyun stated that Gak Yeon, whom he introduced to them, had been protecting and aiding their mercantile affairs. People have started to call her the Little Arrow Queen so that she could create a mind arrow. The protagonist agrees because she is diligent, but he wonders why they feel awkward when they finally meet after a long time. Sun Hyun asked her why she acted so shy when she returned home. Sun Young agreed, thinking that she was acting so strange that day, and asked why she was so embarrassed about it when she returned home with success. Gak Yeon clarified that she hadn't achieved any notable success and didn't acquire any secret manuals or elixirs. This is a ridiculous standard, so Sun Hyun couldn't believe she was defining success that narrowly. Abruptly, the Phantom Archer arrived there and called for her. She looked back and saw her father get excited that her eyes were bright, and her father was also glad that his daughter had returned. The Gong Sun sister is startled to hear that, and Chen He explains that her father is the Phantom Archer. The Phantom Archer is glad to see that his daughter has grown up so much and is pretty now. She inquired if her father was crying, but Phantom Archer clarified this was nonsense because he doesn't cry over such things. She looked at her father and could see that he was crying. The Phantom Archer looked at his daughter, wondering why she was so thin and supposed she might have had a hard time. Sun Hyun clarified that this was not the case because they fed her so well, and she decided to formally introduce herself and say that they were from the Gong Sun family. The protagonist is surprised to see such a family reunion but wants to start discussing business. Sun Hyun instructed Gak Yeon to take a 2-day break and spend it with her father. The Phantom Archer became the world's happiest father when his daughter returned safe and sound. The protagonist's master also granted him a break after they greeted him. After that, the Phantom Archer started feeding her different food and wanted her to eat all of that, and she also wanted her father to eat. Chen He could discuss business and catch up on recent events thanks to those father-daughter reunions. After a while, the protagonist told them it was time to speak informally and inquired how long they would remain formal. Sun Hyun wondered if it was okay, and the protagonist permitted her to go ahead, so she decided to talk to him casually. The protagonist was relieved because it was hard to get her to speak casually and inquire about her first impression of Gak Yeon. They were startled upon hearing this, and Sun Hyun uttered that the first impression was certainly memorable. She had decapitated a bandit leader and brought his head to them, preserved in salt. The protagonist gets startled upon hearing this, wondering why Gak Yeon went that far. Sun Hyun knew that was not the usual approach these days, even though the older martial artists might still do that, but only for their sworn enemies, and that is just how the unorthodox factions do things. The protagonist couldn't believe she brought a salt-preserved head to an orthodox faction's doorstep since it was a present no one wanted. He wondered what the Gong Sun family thought when they saw Gak Yeon with the head. On thinking about it for a while, Chen He realized that she resembles the Phantom Archer, especially in art, where she doesn't think about the consequences. Sun Hyun said that even though her first impression was a bit intense, they could tell she was highly skilled, and it's impossible to count how many times she saved their employees. Chen He never thought he had heard such stories after the romance of the Three Kingdoms, and supposed Gak Yeon must have been quite desperate. Since he had enough talk about Gak Yeon, he wanted to talk about being happier with them. Gong Sun's sister agreed because that was their objective when they came there. The protagonist requested her to wait there as he would bring it to them and show it to them. They were amazed to see this was the original design that Chen He created. The protagonist wondered why they were to sell the sapphire instead of the ondals, and he doubted this would yield much profit. Sun Hyun agreed that the ondals would likely generate more profit, but her head started to hurt, considering the cost of repair, additional construction, and reconstruction for a generation. For Gongsun merchants, stable, modest profits are preferable over large-scale expansion, and they don't have ties with any escort establishment, so moving heavy material would be costly. The protagonist agrees since that is true, and he thinks she made a good decision and realizes that the head of a household indeed thinks differently. Sun Hyun thought it was fortunate that the Boda escort establishment and merchants were interested in the ondals. She had heard that the mercenary leader Manhwa was quite adept in business and that she could be a formidable rival. Even if that is the case, the protagonist thought the Boda merchantry was relatively new, having just branched off from the Boda escort establishment. Sun Hyun uttered that compared to that, getting artisans for the sapphire is easy, and they can continue production as long as they have bamboo. Since the leader of the major sect is interested in a version made of jade or black ore, they could profit significantly from custom orders. The protagonist is surprised, thinking this is an innovative approach. Sun Hyun clarified that after she tried paying for it, she also enjoyed it. He is amazed to learn that she has tried it before, and she affirms that she tried it when a White Dragon Clinic branch sent one over. She rambled that time flew by when playing, and it was especially thrilling how a single fate card could change the entire game. Chun-hee thought this was great because the stage was set, so he wanted to propose his terms to her. He wanted the Gongsun family to be the exclusive manufacturer, and he would take 30% of the profit, and they were startled. He could see her racking her brains to do the calculations, and he wanted to handle the printing of the game institutions, and their branches would make regular purchases in return. Sun Young is amazed to see that he is good at doing business and wonders if that is the case. Sun Hyun thinks they can trust Chin-hee and accept this deal, so he agrees to do it immediately. The protagonist is amazed that she decided so quickly and told her she made the right decision, and he is certain this deal will work out great. Later, Baek-rin is glad to know that the deal was settled just like that and thinks it is incredible. The protagonist laughed, telling his mother this is just the start and his master is looking forward to what comes next. Baek-rin is sure that with these terms, they will indeed benefit greatly, as he expected from his disciple. Not only does he possess world-class medical skills, but he is also adept in business. He wanted to immediately submit this to the medical newspaper to brag about his discipline. The protagonist is startled, and his master explains that while many in Zhong who are skilled in combat, few possess the ability to manage and lead an organization, so he wants to sing his praise to others. The protagonist is mortified to see that his master will act like this again. He told his master that it was okay to take it slow, because once the merchant started to move, everyone would know about this. And if people start using counterfeit ondals after reading the newspaper, they could face unknown dangers, so he wanted to hold off for now. Baek-rin understood but thought it was a shame because this was a perfect opportunity to boast about his discipline to the other sect leader. The protagonist requested his master to hold it in for the time being. While returning, the protagonist is glad because, fortunately, his master hasn't been boasting about him having city years of internal energy. He is sure that if Nam-gung's patriarch hears about it, he will nag Gung-won again. He realized that he was inadvertently creating pressure on the rising stars in the Murim. He remembered Tang-ah, who won the Dragon and Phoenix Summit and supposed she might be an exception. He heard a man shocked to learn that Tang-ah's blood was sealed, even though it belonged to the Orthodox faction. The lady thought that denying before turning 20 due to the demonic art. Such things don't exist in the Tang family. The seal of the Flame Dragon has been released, so she requested him not to say such a thing in the middle of the Dragon and Phoenix Summit. The protagonist supposed that she might be enjoying her youth from the rumors. Whatever the case is, the ondals and sapphire are becoming widespread in Zhonghu, but whether the Boda merchants or Gongsun merchants profit from it remains to be seen. Once profits started rolling in, he wanted to invest some in the soap business and the White Dragon Children Foundation. 1 month later, at the White Dragon Clinic meeting room, all the masters greeted the young clinic head, and the protagonist also greeted them. The protagonist looks at them, wondering why they have such horrible expressions, and realizes that the medicine hall leader also seems furious. He asks his master what happened, and is startled to see a scroll, wondering what this is about. Baek-rin explained that the princess had sent a letter, and the protagonist was surprised that he had received a letter from the palace. He supposed it was not good news that they received a letter to their class and realized why everyone looked so profound, so he asked what he said. Beak Rin decided to put it simply and explained that the king's sibling was ill, and they wanted Chin-hee to oversee the treatment. But if the king asked for him, they would have to issue a royal edict, and he would have to visit the place. Naturally, this raises the question of why Chin was chosen, which is probably why the process sent the letter instead. The protagonist wondered what was happening, and the acupuncture master uttered that even though it was not an official edict but a letter from the princess, it was still a significant matter. The palace royal physicians are renowned for their wisdom, and it is puzzling why they need Chin-hee, which is bound to cause a problem. The strength master doesn't know if they claim the young clinic head had an accident and could not perform the treatment, so he wanted to think of some excuse. The chiropractor master disagrees with him and asks if he thinks the palace is stupid, because if they said Chin-hee broke his leg, then they would send a palanquin, and if his arm is injured, then the clinic head must go instead. The strength master uttered that to be excused, he had needed something like intestinal issues. The chiropractor master thought they had become a laughingstock as a clinician who couldn't even treat their injuries. The protagonist thinks for a while, supposing they have no choice but to accept. The strength master agreed because significant interests are at stake, while success would bring fame and rewards. Chin-hee knew that not only was he at risk, but so was the clinic, and he asked his master if the letter mentioned the symptoms. Beak Rin clarified that the royal physician had mentioned them and had shown him the letter. The protagonist reads the symptoms and gets worried because these symptoms, in the worst-case scenario, could be colon cancer. He worriedly told them that one symptom was particularly concerning. Beak Rin supposed he might be referring to the lump on the side causing an inability to excrete. The protagonist agreed, telling him it seems quite a serious condition. Cancer is not taken lightly in modern society, but in this world, it is no different from a death sentence. In the 21st century, treatment usually involves surgery along with other methods, but given these symptoms, surgery will be necessary to remove the crucial cancerous cells. With colon cancer, he can determine if a tumor is malignant just from the symptoms, so this alone makes obtaining a clear diagnosis challenging. The protagonist supposed that if it is so bad that the royal physician is helpless, they will turn to the White Dragon Clinic. They can only hope it is benign. He inquired if they could refuse their request, and his master explained that they couldn't do it with the kind and the princess involved, which is quite interesting. Chin-hee is pissed as he knows that pretending to be ill is no longer an option, but at least the aftermath of colon cancer is less severe than other types, but that is only if it's before stage 2. So, he hoped it was only benign and no worse than stage 2 and asked his master if he was also going. Beak Rin affirmed, saying that even though they asked for Chin-hee, he planned to go because it would be difficult to handle it alone. The protagonist knows that everything that his master mentions refers to the act of fleeing with him in the worst-case scenario. This is a risky plan that only one of the 3 Supremes would consider, and the White Dragon Clinic might scatter. But if things go wrong, they could flee to the Dark Deity Clinic and hide. He gets worried, so he grabbed his head because of a headache and knows they can't run away or even fail. Beak Rin doesn't know him to worry because even if they fail, they will find a way to manage as long as the patient doesn't die on them. Since Hwaju's immortal visited them, the protagonist wondered if that meant they couldn't treat it. Beak Rin affirmed, telling him that he told the palace it was beyond medicinal treatment and suggested surgery, nominating the White Dragon Clinic for the task. The protagonist gets infuriated as that crazy man throws the bomb at them to save himself. He remembers that Hwaju's medical immortal never crossed the line like this in the past, and realizes that he has been holding a huge grudge since the princess incident. The protagonist is clarified that they need to gather all the details first, and since they can't avoid this, they might as well embrace it. Beak Rin is surprised, wondering how to remain calm under such dire circumstances. Chin-hee uttered that a physician must heal, which pleased everyone. Beak Rin thought it was an attitude befitting the White Dragon Clinic's young head. A few days later, at the Hwaju Clinic, Chu-ma is startled to learn that Chin-hee has departed from the palace. The man affirmed, telling him their young clinic head was also accompanying him. Chu-ma is pleased as he is certain they won't be able to cure this. Chu-ma asked if the patient's condition was, and his man affirmed, telling him that even the medicine immortal shook his head once he read his pulse. Because this person is incredibly close to the king, they would have cured him by now if they could. But life is never that easy. Chu Ma supposed that if even the immortal medicine can't do anything, it might be untreatable. So, he inquired who would take responsibility if the patient died during treatment, since surgery is needed, and the White Dragon Clinic is the perfect course for this, because the medicine immortal will never fall alone. The man is startled because surgery is not like medicine, but it determines the life or death of a patient in that very instant, so if something bad happens, then it would be hard to avoid being blamed. Chu Ma agreed since the medicine immortal had said that it was impossible to cure him with medicine. That means it is doubtful that the White Dragon Clinic will use medicine, and will likely go with surgery. He wondered what would happen if they did decide not to go with surgery. Chu Ma is certain that the imperial physician will probably say that they are trying to avoid being blamed. He thought this was a checkmate, and Chu Ma agreed because this was beautiful. However, his man is worried, wondering what would have happened if they had managed to cure the patient. Chu Ma furiously slammed the table, asking him why he was talking about such an impossible scenario, because the medicine immortal himself said that it was impossible. This worried his man, and he instructed him to stop talking nonsense and tell the senior physician that heaven was helping them. So it was time to prepare a celebration, and his man affirmed. 1 week later, a lady was escorting both Baek Rin and Chen He to the chamber at the imperial palace. The protagonist is amazed to see the residence of the king's brother as quiet, and he guesses that it is natural since one of the imperial members is sick. After arriving outside the residence, the lady informed him that the White Dragon Clinic had arrived. The princess is glad and tells her that everyone except the little white dragon is to stand down because she has something urgent to talk to him about. The protagonist is startled, telling her his master must also listen in. The princess supposed it couldn't be helped, although she wished to speak only Chen He, but she knew that his master was a very persistent man. Baek Rin asked her for forgiveness, and she instructed him to come inside. After they entered the chamber, the princess told them they were in a lot of trouble. Since one's reputation in Zhonghu is like a sword, it can hurt its master. The princess smiled, telling him he still looked sullen, and asked if he was still upset over her trying to steal his disciple. Baek Rin clarified how he could forget that, and the princess laughed to learn that he certainly held onto his grudges. She is sure the little white dragon must struggle with Baek Rin as his master. The protagonist is annoyed, wondering why everyone always makes it sound tough to get along with his master. Even though it was so hard to find a master who had sacrificed himself the way his master had done for him. After a while, the princess decided to talk about the business and guessed they already knew the situation. She clarified that she wants only one thing and doesn't care what happens to him afterward. But all they need to do is make sure he doesn't die in the middle of treatment because she will take care of all the other matters. The protagonist supposed she is telling him to act like they are treating him. The princess knew that it was an illness that would kill him anyway, so it couldn't be helped since he was just a puppet who couldn't fulfill his duties. Even though the medicine immortal has read his pulse, no one knows which sibling it is. The medicine immortal probably didn't ask others because the information about which imperial member is sick itself could become the weakness of this empire. Therefore, as the descendants of Emperor Fuxi, she wanted to be seen as strong. The protagonist guessed it was the fate of those born into the imperial family. While they were lucky to have abilities as the descendants of Emperor Fuxi, it's the survival of the fittest within the imperial family, where those who are weak have no rights as members of the imperial family. Therefore, just being sick alone is already a weakness and a flaw to them. Baek Rin added that he heard it was not common for the imperial family to hide such matters when their power was stable in the empire. Princess Ju affirmed, telling him that in normal circumstances, that stands as the rule, but asked what he would say if she told him stabilized power could be flattered by a single mistake. They were shocked, so she clarified that she was saying that, but things could get more complicated if people do find out. She stood, telling Chen He to go and read his pulse, but wanted him never to take off his mask, since this is for his sake, because he is a righteous person. After explaining everything, she thought they should leave to see the patient. Later, there is complete silence on their way, and even though Chen He expected this, he didn't see any eunuch there. There are also minimal bodyguards, so only those directly involved can be there. The protagonist greeted the prince and realized that they had made sure no one would know who the patient was. Before he can get closer, he is instructed to stop, which startles the protagonist, wondering why he can't move his body. The prince instructed him to forget about formalities and read his pulse. The protagonist is startled to realize it is an ability to control people using words. He thought that if Princess Ju's ability was focused on physical force, the patient could use his mind to control it. The protagonist clarifies that he has been told to read his pulse. The princess knew but didn't want him to worry about her, so she took a look at the parents. The protagonist gets close to the net and remembers that it is rare for anyone to approach the imperial family in the novel. Since the supreme heavenly demon, Harayun, has no intentions of rebelling, there isn't much information about the imperial family. However, the only one that appeared the most was Juha, so it's hard to know who he is with just information about his ability. He approached the patient, telling him that he would begin to read his pulse, and grabbed his hand. Based on the patient's bone structure, the male is in his 30s, and his muscles are quite developed. While he is not as talented as Juha, he is still immensely talented in martial arts. After taking a look around the patient's intestine, he asked him if he had consumed poison in the past. The prince is startled, telling him he did, but even the medicine immortal could find that out. He clarified that, fortunately, he was able to take the antidote and survive. The protagonist understood that there were still traces of damage in his stomach and intestine. He put his hand on his belly, wanted to take a closer look at this, and started emanating his energy. The prince is startled to see that his way of reading his pulse is different from the immortal medicine way, and it's also different from the imperial physicians. The protagonist requested him to bear with this a little longer. He kept checking the stage of cancer and realized it was not stage 1 but stage 2, so in the worst case scenario, it could be malignant. Once it reaches the second stage, it will fully penetrate the muscular layer and the serous membrane. Even in this scenario, the 5-year survival rate ranges between 60 to 80%. Although the survival rate is lower than in the first stage, early detection at this stage can improve the odds. But the real challenge begins from the third stage onward. So, once the lymphatic glands start to move, the tumor size becomes irrelevant. The critical issue is whether or not it has moved. At that point, the survival rate drops between 30 and 60%, and the payment condition seems to have progressed in the second stage. Fortunately, it's colon cancer, not rectal cancer, which allows them a more transparent view during surgery. Even if they remove a large portion, it won't result in function impairment as it did before. They also don't have to worry about urination after the surgery, but currently, his inability to urinate is likely due to the tumor. The prince asked the little dragon about his opinion and whether he could survive. The protagonist is clarified that even though surgery to remove the tumor is necessary, he can't guarantee survival beyond 5 years. The prince is relieved to learn that he will be able to survive at least until the end of this year. The protagonist clarified that it's uncertain but possible based on their observations. The prince supposed that Chen-He might need to open up his stomach and put him to sleep. Chen-He affirmed but assured him they would ensure the mask remained on throughout the procedure. The prince uttered that those 7 imperial physicians had already said something similar, so he wondered what the physician personally brought in by his sister would do. Since his stomach and intestine have been severely damaged by poison, the protagonist supposed that he is more involved in strategy than direct combat and thinks this could also indicate betrayal. The princess is annoyed because her brother, Yoon, is always wary of others. The protagonist is surprised to hear his Yoon, wondering if it is his nickname. Yoon uttered that if he hadn't been cautious then, he would have died like his nanny long ago, and Juha agreed. The protagonist uttered that, for now, he should address his blocked intestine symptom. Prince Yoon wondered if he must open his stomach for that as well. The protagonist refused, telling him they could manage it with acupuncture and herbal medicine. Prince Yoon agreed to let him do that, and the protagonist affirmed, so he wanted to start preparing immediately. Later in their room, the protagonist indulges in deep thought, so his master asks about it. The protagonist explains that he was thinking about how challenging life is for members of the imperial family. Baek Rin claimed that losing many things becomes inevitable when someone reigns from above. He wondered how calm his disciple was because he had said it was impossible to treat him if he was in his place. He wouldn't take such a risk trying to save him like Chen-He is doing, and that is true. The protagonist agreed that their lives were indeed at stake there, but if heaven helps them, they may discover he is still in the first stage once they open his abdomen. Even though the prince's pulse suggests the opposite, he hoped that might not be true. Beak Rin realized that he was worried about something else as well. The protagonist clarified that he is concerned whether Prince Yun can withstand the surgery in his weakened state. Furthermore, his esophagus and intestine have already suffered damage due to the poisoning. Beak Rin agreed because poison could leave lasting effects even after an antidote is administered if it has deeply infiltrated the body, because the human body is fragile and complex to cure. It is evident from the palace web of conspiracies that there have been several poisoning attempts, so to survive there, one must be so vigilant that it borders on paranoia. The protagonist understands the prince's concern about what might happen while unconscious, but in contrast, Princess Ju seems to lead a relatively carefree life. Beak Rin explained that power simplifies everything, and aligning one's actions with one's desires makes others lower their guard since Princess Ju has no interest in power, and she hates getting involved in power struggles as well. Therefore, killing her would be pointless as long as that remains unchanged. The protagonist finally starts to understand why she chose to renounce her claim to the throne, and he asks his master if the prince he met desires power. Beak Rin instructed him to be quiet because it was best not to ponder this further, and he did not even want him to try to mention it to him through the frequency whispering technique. The protagonist gets startled as he almost forgets that they are in the palace, and he doesn't want to let his guard down even if his surroundings seem quiet. Beak Rin instructed him to rest now since it's very late, and he is certain that Chin He might be tired from the long journey, and the protagonist affirmed. The next day, he asked his master what he thought would happen from then on. Beak Rin isn't sure, but he thinks it will take Prince Yun at least 3 days to decide. The protagonist wonders why he thinks so, and his master explains that imperial family members often brace for the worst when faced with such circumstances. However, considering Prince Yun's cautious nature, he likely has very few people, which will delay his decision-making, so 3 days is rather quick. The protagonist understood, but thought they would have already scheduled the surgery if that was Earth. Beak Rin hoped that Chin He would overexert himself, trying to convince the prince to proceed with the treatment. Since Jiang Hu is filled with skilled individuals, no one can replace him. The protagonist doesn't want his master to worry because he wouldn't have died if he had completed his current research. Beak Rin thought this was good and sounded like what he had said. Abruptly, Princess Ju appeared there, asking the white dragon if she could borrow his disciple for a moment. Beak Rin said he couldn't refuse the princess's request and told her to do as she wished. The protagonist is stunned, but he is sure she has many questions. Later, at the bridge, Princess Ju asked him if he was serious because she couldn't believe he could cure the illness, which all the physicians had given up on. She inquired if there was anything that he needed, either money, fame, or power, as she pledged in her name to give him anything he desired. The protagonist clarified that he didn't need anything, but the princess told him not to stand in the ceremony and tell her what he wanted. She recalled that he ran the White Dragon Children Foundation, so maintaining it must require significant funds akin to pouring money into a bottomless pit to provide treatment for the children. The protagonist is dumbfounded as she also knows that, and supposes the palace's ability to gather intelligence is no joke. Princess Ju wanted to make a deal that she would fund the foundation in exchange, and he would make house calls to the side palace occasionally and ask if he liked the deal. The protagonist is startled to learn she wanted to make his house call. Princess Ju affirmed, telling him that everyone would know he was a favored physician, and that alone would deter many nuisances from bothering him. The protagonist is startled because she is right, and this deal is a pretty tempting offer. The princess suggested that he should also secure a governmental position, which worried Chin He because this was getting out of his hands, and he explained that he came to realize that it was not convenient for him. The princess found it pitiful and clarified that, in this case, he was fine with making house calls occasionally in return for the funding. The protagonist affirmed, telling her he would gratefully accept the funding if she offered it. The princess is relieved to learn this and clarifies that she can handle matters requiring brute force, but no one is better than Chin He for protecting those dear to her. The protagonist is clarified that he must discuss the details with his master, but the White Dragon Clinic shall always be at her call. He thought this was a substantial windfall because the imperial family had its prestige to consider, so the funding would undoubtedly be generous. The added bonus of getting rid of annoying flies makes things so much easier for him. The protagonist asks the princess if she doesn't have trouble and if she could consider recommending one of his trained physicians for a position there. The princess immediately agreed to tell him she loved that and would endorse them strongly immediately. The protagonist is pleased to hear that, and he couldn't believe that she agreed so easily. This is like getting a free pass to a governmental position, which feels like he has gained so much there. However, his assistant in the lab needs a glimmer of hope to stay motivated. Even though you who will forever be stuck there, the senior and lead physician have their circumstances and ambitions. So, this will be an excellent opportunity for them. He must create such opportunities so he doesn't feel guilty about using them for labor. The princess uttered that they must be genuinely exceptional physicians since she was recommending them under her name. While she trusts Chen-hee and the White Dragon Clinic, her reputation is at stake, so she requests him to remember that. The protagonist told her she had nothing to worry about, which made her happy, and she guessed he had confidence in them. Since the education structure at the White Dragon Clinic, his master laid the foundation, and the first hall leader teaches the rest. He provides them with practical experience to refine their skills, so he is confident about that. However, he wondered what his master would say about this, as he successfully secured a fantastic deal. Later, in the prince's room, they asked how the child was and if the treatment was complete. The person wondered when the exchange would take place. However, considering they need to observe the receiver's progress, he thinks it will take about 3 days. The prince thought he was so weak, and he accosted the other person as Majesty and uttered it was vital that he remain healthy. The prince felt sad about being called His Majesty and wanted to meet him since he treated the emperor. The prince recalled that his name was Jin Chen-hee, the little white dragon, and removed the mask. After some time, the protagonist is outside a residence, claiming that he wants to check on the sick people there since he is already there, but he decides against it. He tried to with one patient, but the physician didn't seem too happy about it, so he quickly changed the topic and went out of there. Baek Rin remarked that he thinks fast on his feet, and the protagonist clarified that he just wanted to help them, but he guessed things don't get easier for them just because they have less work to do. His master affirmed, telling him that a physician in Zhonghu differs from one in the imperial residence. The Zhonghu physician wants as much help as possible, but the imperial physician is one of those who try to take away their work. Because of this, many physicians can't get used to working in the imperial residence or choose demotion to return to the countryside. Chen-hee understood that and realized that some things in this world are even more complicated because gaining authority isn't about having better medical skills. Baek Rin uttered that no matter how skilled they are, if patients don't trust the tonic concoctions they make, it is meaningless, so being trusted is more important than having skills there, and so are connections. Even if that is the case, the protagonist thought they would be a useless physician if they could treat the imperial family. Baek Rin looked back, telling him he was right, and explained why this place was complicated. That is why most physicians lining up to work there come from the White Dragon Clinic. They are skilled and maintain neutrality, so it would be better for them to look for someone in the Miram. But still, they wouldn't reach a high position. The protagonist is glad because the princess will support them by recommending their people. Baek Rin agreed because they had her to thank for that. Since the clinic is in a tricky spot, how it is operated will affect the course of action for numerous physicians, and the patient's survival also depends on how the attending physician is treated. Chen-hee supposed his master was asking him to use whatever helped him. Baek Rin affirmed that even when observing from afar, he should do whatever he needed to when necessary, and Chen-hee would do great by not getting angry at the Huaju Clinic Medicine Immortal. The protagonist agreed because that is a situation that anyone could have gotten angry at, but he didn't get angry because he only went there because there were patients. Baek Rin uttered that this time, the Medicine Immortal could observe from afar, so he let them take the credit to get back at them later. But if this happens, the physician following him will eventually be eliminated, which will be a big headache for him. The protagonist wonders if he shouldn't take revenge at all. His master clarified that it is unnecessary since, just like cancer cells in the body, there are also cancer cells in life. Therefore, he must cut it off when it is time and cut a wider area to ensure it never reappears. However, they must burn everyone related to him to remove them all, including his children and acquaintances, so they must include them all in their calculations. Chen-hee is dumbfounded upon hearing this and wonders what his master intends to do to him. Baek Rin clarified that he doesn't know as he still can't tell if he is being or malignant, but the situation is in their favor, so they will soon find out. He looked at Chen-hee, asking if he thought he was a monster. The protagonist rambled that he still hadn't seen enough in Jong-hu to judge something like that, and he just knew how scary it was to be in his position. At the end of the day, his master decided to minimize the bloodshed while protecting what is his, as he might be criticized or called heartless for this, but he will accept it all. Baek Rin thinks for a while, telling Chin-hee that there are times when he thinks he doesn't deserve a disciple like him. The protagonist thought this was a different problem, but if this happened to him, he wondered if he could harden his heart and kill everyone. While conversing, Princess Ju came there, and they greeted her but didn't realize when she arrived. Princess Ju wondered what they were doing outside when it was cold and clarified that Prince Yoon wanted to meet him. Chin-hee wondered if she was not cold, and the princess uttered its plum blossom in the snow, which is so picturesque. Yoon is conscientious, as he is always a pain, even when he is about to die. The protagonist took off his coat and helped the princess wear it, which startled her as it was made of white tiger leather. He explained that a friend in the Wudang set gave him the tiger skin, so he made this. It has been beneficial to him, and he is sure that it should help her keep a little warm. Princess Ju is certain that Chin-hee is the only one in the world who does not worry if she, the war god, is cold. The protagonist uttered that anyone can get sick, and on hearing this, the princess is shocked. But she understands why the white dragon is so obsessed with him now. Later, he was at Princess Yoon's residence playing with him. The princes won again, so looking at Chin-hee's steps, he wondered if he was losing purposefully. The protagonist refused, telling him that he was not a match for him. The prince understood, but he wanted to go for another round. Chin-hee is startled as he has been playing with this for a whole day. He wondered how many rounds this was and couldn't understand how he made him play it. Before commencing the game, the prince wanted to make a bet this time. The protagonist is startled, wondering what they are going to make a bet. The prince said he would remove his mask if he won, so he asked what he thought. The protagonist is stunned, wondering what he is talking about, and is sure that the princes would usually do that if Chin-hee won. Prince Yoon is sure that if they do that, then Chin-hee will lose by a small margin, and it doesn't seem he is interested in his identity. The protagonist affirmed that he is not interested in something like that because that will only endanger him. Prince Yoon uttered good hints already, and he probably had a good guess about how he was not bothered by what was getting to him. Since the protagonist is not starting the match, the prince decides to do it first. The protagonist worries because he can't believe him and clarifies that he hasn't taken him up on the bet. The prince clarified that being fast also means still wanting war. The protagonist thinks for a while, then agrees, telling him that if he wins, they will play Sapphire in the next round. The prince is surprised to hear about Sapphire because he heard that Chin-hee is good at that game, and they started the match. After making several moves, the protagonist realizes he should stop playing, which is a stalemate. The prince supposed that he intentionally pushed this into a stalemate. The protagonist inquired how he could plan for this as it somehow turned into a stalemate, and he wanted to stop playing it. Prince Yoon didn't think the little white dragon would play such a cheap trick, so he said he had enough time to understand his personality and decided to stop. He grabbed his mask and decided to take it off while telling Chin-hee that the result didn't matter. The protagonist gets worried as he can't believe the prince will remove his mask, which is bad. He immediately knelt before the prince, telling him he was of low status, so he shouldn't see his face. The prince laughed, telling him to raise his head because he was keen on making him one of his people, so he hoped he would see his face. The protagonist is reluctant, and seeing him so stubborn like the prince, he supposes he knows who he is. In that case, he is sure that Chin-hee must also know how this will end, and he hopes that he understands why he is not using his ability. The protagonist gets startled because the prince is proper. He can make him do it if he wants to. The prince requested him to raise his head and look at him, which left him with no choice but to raise his head and look at him. The protagonist is surprised because he seems handsome, but seems more like a scholar than a martial artist. Prince said he was Pong Ha-yoon and asked if he knew Pong Ha-jiam. The protagonist remembers that he is the emperor, and the prince explains that he is his two brothers, so they complement each other. They have their role to play, which is why his sister Ju made them emperors. The protagonist is shocked to learn that there are two emperors. He can't believe this. This is how he discovers a secret that isn't revealed in the novel. Prince Yoon realizes he is surprised, but that is to be expected since very few people know about this. since there weren't many people they could trust before they became emperor. So, even their mother, who protected them during the fight for the throne, has died, and their sister blamed them for that, which is precisely why it had to be them. Since even if one of them gets killed, the other would still be left this way, their empire wouldn't fall. The protagonist remembers that Princess Ju mentioned she was just a useless puppet. She also noted that she had some grudges, so he guessed she still had bitter feelings. The protagonist wonders if that is all and is sure she might just be watching them because they are the emperor. But from the perspective of someone who has watched over them for a long time, both in the novel and in this reality, he is starting to think that might not be all. The protagonist asked Prince Yoon if, in that case, his brother was in the palace right now. Prince Yoon affirmed, telling him he could read and manipulate others' memories and was more suited to be the emperor than him. The protagonist is surprised to learn that one can manipulate memories and the other can manipulate actions. He became certain that the two of them would be a force to reckon with if he combined their abilities. Prince Yoon affirmed, telling him it was as if he had imagined, but their abilities didn't work for their sister, since she knows how to neutralize them, and, to be more precise, no one else can, even if they know how. The protagonist wondered what that was about, and the prince uttered that they didn't need to worry about it. In any case, their sister swore that in return for making them emperor, she would cut their head off if she ever found their reign lacking. But seeing how she called a physician for him, he supposed that meant their reign had been all right. Chen-hee heard that, wondering why the prince was telling him all this. Prince Yoon clarified that he would make him one of his people, so it is best not to keep many secrets from him. Since Chen-hee has been trying to escape their grasp like a slippery loach, he wants to drag him deeper into their situation. He never expected someone would use a stalemate to avoid being involved with them. The protagonist guessed that he had gone overboard, and the prince uttered that if this was just a tiny trick, it shows how brilliant he was. Even if the stalemate was a coincidence, it can be seen as a sign of good luck. The protagonist realizes that the prince is just like the novel described, as the novel described him as moral, not greedy, and not lazy. He must have faced countless schemes since he doesn't have any backers. Despite that, the fact that they survived means they have exceptional energy and have been constantly on guard. They also can control people and their memories, and he supposed they were in a challenging position. He uttered that he knew how hard he had worked for their empire, and the fact that he had shown his face to him meant he acknowledged him. But he was just a mere physician and unfamiliar with the palace's complicated situation. The protagonist knows this isn't a place he can handle, so he tells the prince that if he wants treatment, he will help him, but if he refuses, he will leave immediately. The prince laughed on hearing this, thinking he was bold as he drew such clear lines and insisted on his principles as a physician. Chen-hee gets worried, wondering if he will execute him now. Prince Yoon grabbed the mask, understood his wishes, and guessed it was impossible to begin with. He wore the mask, telling him to treat him like Prince Yoon in this place, and the protagonist understood. Prince Yoon realizes that he was a patient before he was an emperor. The protagonist requests him to apologize to him for that, and is relieved to get out of this mess. Prince Yoon guesses this is why his sister is so eager to get her hands on him. While there are many incredible people in Zhong who, Chen-hee is the best among them, so he entrusts his treatment to him, and the protagonist affirms. Later, Princess Ju inquired if her brother said he would undergo surgery. The protagonist affirmed that she thought he was a fool when he was treated as soon as possible. He kept grumbling about how he couldn't allow someone else to open his stomach and thus kept making others worried. The protagonist is sure it might be a tough decision for the prince. Princess Ju-ha inquired if he had taken off his mask in front of him. The protagonist gets stunned upon hearing this and inquires how she knew about it. The princess explained that he is the type of person he is because instead of trying to win people over little by little, he tries to win them over in one go. She said that Yoon is just like her as he kills those he hates and will win over those he likes. The protagonist inquired which side she was on, and she uttered that it didn't matter. She clarified that they could not get rid of their shadow just because they disliked it, which is what their relationship is like. Chen-hee laughed because that is certainly how someone from the imperial family would think. She inquired if there was a chance of the prince dying during the surgery. The protagonist explained it looked all right given his current condition, but because he is very weakened, it's hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any risk. She understands this and knows that is how it is because even if he died, No one in the world would know which prince died as he is in that kind of position. She assures him that she is taking responsibility to ensure that he doesn't get any blame even if he dies. The protagonist assured her that he wouldn't let him die, which relieved her, and she clarified that is why she liked him. Later, the physician showed him the room, telling him where the surgery would take place. They temporarily changed the medicine room that the physician used for the surgery. The protagonist thanked her for all her work, realized that this was as clean as he expected of the imperial palace, and asked if the prince was maintaining his fast. The physician affirmed, telling him that he has been keeping to it as per his instruction. He realized that all the preparations were complete, and it had been a while since he opened up his stomach. Back on Earth, he could use cameras and other equipment for laparoscopy surgery. That way, the patient could receive it quickly, and it would be too hard on his body. On the other hand, opening the stomach up would give him a broader view, which is a plus. But it's about which surgery is more suitable for the patient. However, what is more important is what comes after the surgery, and they need to think about the patient's quality of life, so they must maintain the functions of his intestine. Everything looks fine with the innate energy pulse reading, and now that he thinks of it, they can't use radioactive treatment here. So, even if they perform laparoscopic surgery, they will still need to open up their stomach, and finally, the day is near. Later, the clinician was startled to see that the little white dragon had awakened in the early morning. The other person wondered what he was doing, and if he was training in martial arts. The first servant refused, telling him that he was meditating, which is weird, but he only does meditation. While the protagonist is doing his dawn meditation, he knows that day surgery doesn't just have his life on the line, but also involves the future of the White Dragon Clinic. However, he found it strange that he didn't feel nervous at all because he was walking the path that a physician ought to walk, as he didn't want to think about anything else. After meditating for a while, the sun had risen, and he decided to get going. He rushed out and was startled to see his master there and inquired how long he had been out there. Beek Rin clarified that he hadn't distracted him from his meditation and asked how he felt. The protagonist clarified that he felt fantastic and he managed to sleep well. Looking at the clinician, he realized they all seemed quite solemn, but it could be helped since he was a member of the imperial family, even though they didn't know who it was. He knew that they could all die if something went wrong, but he wanted to get a grip on himself as he shouldn't be thinking this way. He recalled doing so well during his meditation, but now that it's almost the real thing, he is getting cold feet. Momentarily, some senior clinician appears, amazed that the little white dragon is up early. The protagonist gets worried, wondering what the imperial physicians of the prince's residence are doing there. The physician clarified that they were gathered there because they would like to observe his surgery. The protagonist gets startled, wondering what he meant because he thinks the observer has already been decided and that it is supposed to be an imperial physician from the imperial palace. The physician affirmed that he knew, but they didn't want to waste such a good opportunity to observe. The physician clarified that only once was fine and requested him to allow them to observe the surgery. He wanted him to allow them to observe his exceptional medical techniques. The protagonist wondered what was happening because these people used to be so arrogant and obnoxious, so he wondered why they suddenly acted like this. His master uses telepathy to communicate with Chinhee, telling him that the imperial physicians are very prideful, so he expects them to throw their pride away, and the protagonist agrees. He knew it would be possible to ask for permission if it was a normal imperial family member, but it had been hard even to request permission in their current situation. Beek Rin agreed because he wouldn't like it even if this wasn't the main palace, but the imperial physicians were still cautious. The protagonist wondered why they would do that then, and his master thought it might be because they were desperate. He supposed they were an imperial physician who knew how to play politics well, and was said to live a longer life than a highly skilled imperial physician. But he wondered if they would be so obvious when playing politics like this. The protagonist apologized to them because they can't do this now and aren't even asking for the patient's opinion. However, he will help by asking Princess Juha if it is possible to arrange for surgery where exchanging knowledge can be done. This startled the physician, and Chinhee explained that he was also lacking in many areas, so he thought it would benefit all of them and wanted to take his leave now. The protagonist believes that if they are in a position where playing politics is essential, then it would be better for them to have them by their side. Beek Rin wondered if he hoped to use them to improve his skills. The protagonist thinks that if he could do that and save one more life, then that would also be a good thing in itself. Baek Rin laughed on hearing this because that is what he expects of the physicians he approves of. After conversing, he instructed everyone to go in quickly because they had already been delayed. After some time, the protagonist tries to calm himself down because it is about to start. Abruptly, the clinician told the prince that he would fall asleep after he drank the tonic medicine, and they would perform some acupuncture and block some of his pressure points. He explained that they have sterilized the abdomen area that will be operated on. The protagonist understood and thanked the physician and realized everyone had perfectly completed what they needed to do in the roles, but in the past, they all fumbled here and there. As everyone already knew, the protagonist said this surgery wasn't complicated. However, the problem is that there could be unexpected variables. Adding to that the fact that the patient's stomach and intestine are already damaged. They can only do what they can and leave the rest up to the heavens. Baek Rin clarified that he was ready, and another physician said he trusted his skills. So, the protagonist decided to start the procedure, and was instructed to open his abdomen, so they incised the abdomen. At the same time, the warrior on guard told the princess that the surgery had just started. The princess realizes that Chun-hee is fearless, and she never thought he had been brave at such a young age. However, this time will get hard even for Chun-hee, but since he is the only physician in the world she trusts, she is counting on him and requests him to save Prince Yoon. Meanwhile, in the operating room, the protagonist finally manages to find the tumor, and it is in the bottom left colon. In a situation where there are both malignant and benign tumors, and the prince might be in much pain, after looking at it, he gets worried because the biggest problem is that he can't tell if it's made its way into the lymphatic gland. But if a little malignant tumor is inside, it will spread, establish itself there, and grow again. When he performed debridement on Yu Rang, he was able to send some fire energy into him and determine the location of the infection. So, he supposed he might be able to find out where the malignant tumors are using the same method. To detect the infection is another difficult task, but after training so much, he supposed he might be able to detect it even if it was very small. He looked at the prince and decided to make sure to find all of them. In the past, the prince's brother asked him if he wanted to become the emperor, but Yoon refused. Ha Jiam laughed, telling him he didn't want to be and supposed they were the same. It was the time when their father was still alive before they realized how much power they had. They requested their mother to play with them again, and everything was so peaceful at that time. Yoon loved it when he got to read on a rainy day, and his brother did as well, so he asked him if he read this book before. Yoon refused as he hadn't read it before, so Jun instructed him to read it because it was interesting. Yoon gets excited about hearing this and is looking forward to reading it. After some time, their mother's condition worsened, which worried his sister, and she instructed the servants to get the imperial physician there quickly, but the servants were wickedly looking at her. At that time, aside from the fact that their mother was getting sicker and sicker, they didn't know anything. Ju-ha worriedly checked her mother's pulse and asked her if she was all right and where she was feeling unwell. Yoon wondered if he ate the peaches again, though these servants were stupid, and wondered why they kept bringing peaches to her as he had already told them not to bring them. Their mother clarified that they were not trying to assassinate her by poisoning her, but it was just a peach, so they didn't flout any rules. Yoon gets worried about his mother, but she tells him this is the kind of place the imperial palace is. He furiously thinks that when he grows older and becomes a martial artist, he will secretly infiltrate the imperial palace and cut down all the reach trees. GM agreed with him that they should cut all of them down, which is when it started. That was when they started desperately wanting to leave the imperial palace. After some time, their mother's condition got worse, and their mother worriedly told them that one of them would die with her. Prince Yoon gets worried, wondering what his mother is talking about. His mother explains that one of them will drink from the poison bowl and die with him. After people found out what they did, everything started to collapse. The servant couldn't believe these kids did that while he was gone, which infuriated Yoon, so he wanted to shut them down. However, his mother stopped him, telling him it was useless, but now they needed to find a way to survive. She explained that if one of them hid in her coffin, he could be the first to escape from the palace, at least one should make it out. They instinctively knew then that they could no longer be together with their family. They worriedly rushed toward their mother, who was crying, but she instructed them to go now. After that, she threw the candle, burning the entire room. Yoon gets worried because the oil has spilled all over the ground, and the fire has spread everywhere. Jiam tried to wake his mother up and told Yoon that the mother wasn't responding. Yoon instructed him to calm down because this was a decision she had made for their sake, for at least one of them to survive. He doesn't know who will escape between him and Jiam, but deciding doesn't take long. Since their mother's coffin belonged only to her, he wanted to come up with the perfect plan, and Jiam wondered what he was talking about. Yoon uttered that when one of them is taking care of politics, the other will go on assassination, and he doesn't want to talk about only one of them surviving anymore. Jiam agreed with his brother, but he wasn't sure they could do all that alone. But since they have a sister, Yoon doesn't want to worry as she could command the two of them. Yoon said that if the three of them work together, they can become a single tiger. Jiam agreed, as they could certainly do that and wanted to move quickly. Later Ju-ha couldn't believe it as she saw her dead inside the coffin and started crying. Their sister is the only sane person in this insane palace, and it wasn't hard to suggest doing something crazy to someone every day. They told her that they were going to risk their life, and if there came a day that she didn't like what they were doing, then she could put them down and take the throne for herself. Yoon wondered if their mother's will and last words or affection for each other as a family made the oath between the three of them. They wanted to get out of this pit together, and he wanted to keep that promise until the very end. After some time, Prince Yoon opened his eyes and remembered that he was in the middle of surgery. He grabbed the bandage around his abdomen and asked if anyone was there. The protagonist came inside, telling him he mustn't get up yet. He told the prince that in the near future, he would have to move even if he didn't want to. Prince Yoon is shocked upon seeing the little white dragon and asks if the surgery is a success, and the protagonist affirms. The protagonist examines the prince and is relieved because there is no fever, and based on his pulse, he thinks he is healing nicely. Prince Yoon is relieved to hear this and remembers that Chen-hee is a good and kind person based on what he has heard. He is kind and intelligent, so he is not easily manipulated by others, but he also has a weak spot for people. The protagonist told him that if his condition remains stable, he will check his intestine after he drinks the rice water with medicine. If his condition improves after that, moving around to prevent his intestine from getting blocked will be beneficial, but he needs to rest for today. Prince Yoon realized his decision was right after numerous background checks, observing and interacting with him, and inquiring if this was how he treated all his patients. The protagonist is shocked, telling him he treated him casually because he told him to do that. Prince Yoon laughed, telling him that was not what he meant, but he was talking about the sincerity he showed to his patients. The protagonist worriedly asked him if that wasn't how all the physicians were. Prince Yoon finally understands why Baek Rin is so protective of him and inquires if he doesn't intend to become the royal physician. The protagonist affirmed, and the prince understands that it's not easy for someone in the Miram to be trapped in such a prison since he is a free-spirited guy. The protagonist thoroughly checked him, so he wanted to take his leave, but before leaving, he told him that he needed to undergo anti-cancer treatment. Prince Yoon realized he was genuinely persistent, but wondered what he meant by cancer. Chen-hee explained that he called his body illness cancer, since it is an illness that could relapse. So, he doesn't want the prince to let his guard down just because the surgery was a success because the cancerous tumors are terrifying. Since the real fight starts after the surgery, he will have to continue treatment for the rest of his life. Prince Yoon thinks for a while, and tells him that he will listen to him and follow his instructions. After some time, the physician is shocked to learn that Chen-hee wants them to stop giving the prince the elixirs. The protagonist explained that while elixirs help boost the patient's energy and aid recovery, the problem is that they also help harmful cells to grow and weaken the body. The physician finally understood the reason behind stopping it. Chen-hee rambled that their top priority was to improve their digestive functions, so he requested her to prepare according to what he had written on the paper. He handed the prescription to her and requested her to prepare it this way, and she understood. The protagonist is finally done there, but the anti-cancer treatment is the problem. Since there aren't antibiotics or radiation available in this world, and even though these seem fine when he used innate energy to look at them, he could not be sure because they didn't experiment on animals with it. So, the protagonist wondered if the medicine made by the royal physicians helped a little. He looked at the medicine whose ingredients disrupt growth and regeneration. Since it is pretty similar to poison, it would be bad if administered for a long time, but it is better than dying from cancer cells. He guessed this era's royal physician also understood the tumor growth logic. While he is indulging in his thoughts, his master appears and asks if he is thinking of using that medicine. The protagonist affirmed, telling him that the medicinal ingredients are hard to get even within the White Dragon Clinic, so he thought it would be effective. However, Baek-rin doesn't feel his stomach can handle such a potent medicine. The protagonist agreed, so he thought that body purification was needed. Body purification is when a martial artist cleanses their body before learning martial arts. So that waste within the body can be burned, the veins throughout the body can be unblocked, and energies can move freely within them. Baek-rin is sure it is only effective when done young, and he doesn't think the prince's inner energy can be increased at his age. The protagonist clarifies that what he is after is the burning of the waste within the body. While a lot of medicinal ingredients and labor will be needed to maximize the effects, that should be possible since they are in the Imperial Palace. Baek-rin agreed, but what is worrying is that it ought to hurt quite a lot. The protagonist decided because it was excruciating for him when his master helped him with that body purification process, and it was so painful that he had nightmares. Later, the protagonist starts the body purification on the prince and worries that if the cancer cells grow, he will try to boost regeneration and keep the balance in his stomach. Then he could detect it immediately and get rid of them, killing two birds with one stone. While it is excruciating for the prince, the protagonist is thankful to the Yigal clan for systemizing the 5 elemental core energies, and he could use the harmony between energies to help the patient recover. He can perfectly maintain the balance of the body without using his innate energy. However, for there to be no long-term side effects, the person performing the body purification needs at least 120 years of energy, and it needs to be someone on the level of a clan elder. After using this, they needed to recuperate for a few days, so not everyone could do it. After a while, the protagonist opens his eyes and is exhausted. This concerned Prince Yun, so he asked him if he was all right, and the protagonist affirmed, telling him there was nothing to be worried about. This is more tiring than he thought, and this is tough even with the 5 elemental core energy, dual intention mind technique, and mystic core divine art. Now, he could understand clearly why no one could do this. Prince Yun thanked him because this is starting to feel like treatment by a martial artist. The protagonist gets annoyed because surgery is an excellent martial arts treatment style. Even so, the prince thinks this feels a lot more martial art-like. The protagonist supposed that he wanted to be in Zhonghu, and although he had the ability, he learned martial arts to a certain extent. So, he asked the prince if he could circulate his energy, and the prince affirmed. Soon, he started circulating his energy and was amazed because his stomach, which is usually in pain, wasn't hurting, and he was startled to see the trace of the 5 elemental energies. The protagonist affirmed but told him this would disappear after a few days, helping his internal organs recover quickly and maintain balance within his body. Prince Yun is amazed at learning this and tells him he owes him a debt. The protagonist clarified that it was all right and wanted to take his leave and get some sleep. But before he could do it, he fell on the bed due to exhaustion. Prince Yun gets worried and instructs his warrior to bring the little white dragon to the royal physician, and they affirm. The protagonist is concerned because he could have just rested a little in the room because he is so tired. Later, in his room, he hoped that the prince would recover quickly and give him tons of money. Since he had sold ondals all over the empire, naturally, much firewood would also be sold. He thought that if he could start a lumberjack business now, then he would be able to treat the children and prepare something for them to make them ailing. But he needs more money to start the business, and he won't ask him to make a law for child labor and welfare, but wants some money as he will take care of the rest. Later, the protagonist comes to visit the prince and realizes he is in a deep sleep and almost unconscious. Even though he underwent surgery and body purification, there is no doubt that he might be tired. He grabbed Prince Yun's wrist to check his condition and realized his lungs looked fine and healthy. Furthermore, his recovery speed is truly fast, and he heard that he is also digesting his meals well. This is a good sign, and he is glad because he should be able to discharge the prince the following day. However, after he gets out of there, the prince has to deal with the scheme in the palace and cut off some traitor's head, and he hopes he will live a healthy life. He doesn't want him to forget about funding the White Dragon Clinic because he did his best to curry favor with him. He wouldn't act like he doesn't know that, and he is trusting in the loyalty of the martial arts world. Suddenly, he sensed the dark energy around him, thought it was the enemy, and wondered who it was. Abruptly, two people appear, thinking Chin-hee isn't bad because he managed to notice them. The protagonist is startled to see both wearing masks and knowing they are strong. He worriedly asked them who they were, and he could feel an overwhelming aura, especially from the one whose mask didn't have any pattern. He supposed that those assassins were at least in the evolutionary realm and above, and were more potent than the corpse necromancer he ran into. He wondered why that assassin had to appear now of all time because, at this rate, the prince would be in danger. He started emanating intense energy and asked them how they dared to step foot in this place. The protagonist has 120 years of energy. If he manages to get his master there, he could win. The assassin said they were not bad people and wanted him to rest easy. The protagonist realizes that the voice sounds familiar and that the mask, on a closer look, is the same as His Majesty and wonders if he is the other emperor. He knelt before him and apologized for being rude because it was so dark that he couldn't see him. The emperor clarified that it was fine because he was the one who created a confusing situation that could easily be misunderstood. He remarked that Chin-hee was as smart as he had heard and wondered if he needed to use his unique ability, but it looked like there was no need. The protagonist gets worried because the emperor can manipulate memories. Abruptly, the emperor receives near Prince Yun's bed and instructs the protagonist to rise because he has a lot of questions for him. The protagonist affirmed that he immediately brought the seat near the emperor but was startled to see it was already there. He realized the other man used the material shift, so he looked back and wondered who that was. Since there are usually signs of the internal energy moving when using material shift, he asked how he could erase his presence to that extent. The emperor gently patted his brother's head and said he had heard Yun remove his mask. The protagonist is startled, wondering how he knew that and supposed Wall really has ears in this world, then affirms telling him that is right. He asks the protagonist about his brother's condition because he has heard he can live for at least one more year. The protagonist clarified that it looks good so far, and he could think of himself as having recovered up to 70%. The emperor is shocked to learn that, but asks for information, and Chin-hee inquires how he would lie to him. The emperor realized that his brother could live even though he had given up and was pleased. He said that the first time they ate poison was when their mother was still alive. They wanted to eat the peaches on their mother's behalf, and they thought if they ate it all, then their mother wouldn't need to eat it and would be able to live more comfortably. After that, they always experienced the same pain whenever they ate food. Their mother consistently blamed herself for causing them to suffer due to her unnecessary greed to climb to the high position that she was meant for. She always blamed herself but never blamed anyone else, and it was a miracle that she could give birth to the three of them. The protagonist finally realizes that is what happened, and the emperor utters that their sister probably tried to kill the servant who gave her the peaches. But she probably failed to do so because his mother cried so hard more than when she was beaten up. She was probably heartbroken because she didn't want her daughter to become a murderer because of her. The protagonist knows that Princess Juha has never forgiven anyone who has messed with her people since she was young. Emperor Jiam explained that their brother tried to eat the peaches on their mother's behalf, while their sister tried to destroy the culprits. They all wanted to protect their mother, but their methods differed since they had different personalities. They simply fight for peace day after day, and everyone in the world tries to kill them, but they do what they have to do to survive. However, even after reaching the top, they still don't have peace and ask Chin-hee if he knows why. The protagonist supposed that was because the emperor's throne could never be a place of rest. Emperor Jiam is startled to hear his answer, and the protagonist is very familiar with the despair and futility that lie at the end of that. He recalled school in the present time when some of the students asked who he was because they had never seen him before and guessed he was new. Abruptly, the teacher instructed him to introduce himself to his friends, and the protagonist affirmed. A really long time ago, he grew up in an orphanage, and naturally, he didn't know his parents' names or faces. The protagonist's heart would get stirred up when he saw families going to supermarkets on TV commercials. He felt the same way when he saw other children in the orphanage being adopted. However, he couldn't understand why he was still there and thought that it was because he had been here ever since he was a newborn baby. He craved affection so severely and wanted someone to need him, which is why he had delusions like this. While he is gloomy, sitting on the stairs, a man approaches him and gives him some food. He was the person who was alone, so he needed him and asked him to go home with him. At that time, the protagonist doesn't care if that person is his real parent, adopted, or a single parent because he can finally go to the supermarket holding his hand. He didn't ask that man to buy him anything because he was a good kid and ought to purchase necessities like detergent or salt. The protagonist knew those were foolish thoughts, but he didn't understand why he enjoyed them so much that he couldn't stop thinking that way. While he is at the school, the students ask him, since they heard that he doesn't have a mother, and inquire if it is true that kids from orphanages steal things. Although the protagonist had enjoyed that part of his life, many people outside the orphanage wanted to see him suffer. After a while, a teacher heard that the class retreat fees were missing, so she requested him to open his bag for her to check. She wanted him to write down where he had been today and who he had met. No matter how well he studied, punishment was always waiting for him, and he studied desperately so that he wouldn't be ranked low in groups. After giving his best every single day so no one would look down on him, he got a job that could be considered elite after much mental and physical suffering. The protagonist earned enough to lack nothing and become a fantastic doctor. While treating one of the critical patients, he asked the attendants for his vitals. After confirming this, he decided to check the patient's consciousness, the wound and joint movement. His comrade told him the patient's blood pressure, breathing, and pulse were normal, so he started the operation. Since he had no family or leisure time for himself, all he had was a painful spine and glasses that fogged up quickly. When the protagonist realizes everything is meaningless, he takes a sabbatical and dies after that. So, even though it might sound ridiculous, he could understand how the twins feel the despair and futility at the end of it all. Emperor Jiam looked at him and found it interesting as it felt like Chen-He could understand his feelings. The protagonist gets worried, wondering if the Emperor uses his ability on him. Emperor Jiam clarified that his memories are blocked, so he can't understand them well, but he can sense some of the emotions he gives off occasionally. The protagonist is relieved to learn that he can't read his memories for the modern world. He tells the Emperor that even if paradise doesn't exist, it might be enough to keep his family safe and a place to return to the Emperor. He started thinking that he was right because if his sister weren't around, they would have become piles of dust or killed a considerable number of imperial family members. The Emperor found him to be a fascinating person because his feelings and thoughts were different. It is hard to read his memories because they are blocked at a certain point, and he can finally understand why his sister has taken a liking to him. He untied his mask and took it off, which startled his man, asking what he was doing. The Emperor clarified that Chen-He had earned the right to see his face and had already seen the same face. He knew his brother had asked him to join them a few times so he wouldn't ask again. However, he is still fascinated by Chen-He's desire for money, but he is a kind person. Since Yoon will need 2 treatments in the coming year, Jiam thought it would be good for them to know each other, which startled the protagonist. Emperor Jiam uttered that the dragon protects the imperial family, and the person who wears this bracelet can easily borrow a military horse at a stage station. He wanted the protagonist to take it, but refused as he could not accept something so precious. The Emperor wanted him to address him as Prince Jiam there, and it was clarified that it was not that precious. However, they do not usually give it as a reward for treating a prince. But it is simply a gift if the Emperor favors one, and they will devise a good reason for giving it to him, so he wanted him not to worry. This startled the protagonist, and the prince wished to him to ensure he wore it around. The protagonist affirmed this and then called him Emperor again. He corrected his mistake and so called him Prince Jiam. After some time, he came out of the room, and his body was aching all over again because he was so nervous back there. After he came out, Princess Juha arrived, asking him if he was done. The protagonist is startled to see her there, wonders what she is doing there, and is amazed that she came even though it's late at night. Princess Juha wanted him to ask how she knew he would be there because she had her ways. The protagonist understood and guessed she also had ears and eyes on the walls. After looking closer, she starts wondering why he has the token of the Order Inspectorate. The protagonist starts wondering what she means and looks at his bracelet, so he supposes she might be talking about it. He remembered that the Order Inspectorate is where the corruption of the officials is reported, and clarified it was given to him. Princess Juha is dumbfounded to learn that Jiam gave that to him and clarified that the token is meant for covert purposes. The protagonist affirmed, telling her that he gave it to him, which makes the princess wonder what he did, and if he danced in front of him to make him laugh. The protagonist starts as if he can't do that and explains that he listened to him talk. Princess Juha is amazed to learn that his brother gave the token of the Order Inspectorate, which is directly under his command, to him just because of that. Since Chen-hee has saved his brother's life, he thought that was his way of thanking him. Princess Juha couldn't believe they were trying hard to steal the talents she had set her sights on. Chen-hee remembered something, so he wanted to mention again that he belonged to the White Dragon Clinic and had no intention of becoming a royal physician. Princess Juha already knew, so she guessed it couldn't be helped. Since the siblings have a good eye for talent, they all come to the same conclusion of wanting to recruit him. But she is sure she is still the best among them because she doesn't pressure him much and has worked with him many times. The protagonist could tell that she partied quite a bit when she was younger based on how she behaved and agreed with her, telling her that she was right. Since he has worked with her for a while, he has always been thankful for it. The princess laughed because he was not saying that she was the best. This concerned him because he thought he might die if he insulted the emperor. Despite his young age, the princess remarked that he had mastered the art of surviving in the world and acted like a century-old weasel. Later, in the palace kitchen, Baek-rin was pleased to learn the good news about the support funding. The protagonist laughed because he didn't think he had ever asked his master to help cook. However, Baek-rin doesn't know if this will be her liking since the cooks of her imperial residence should be good, too. The protagonist remarked that his master is also a good cook, and he thinks she will consider that they are not cooks. His master agreed as he was right, so he wanted to give it a try. The protagonist is a little taken aback by the sudden request, but they get to eat these as well, so it's all good. He recalled that Princess Juha heard he was good at cooking. She assured him that she would make sure to send a ton of support funding to his clinic, so she wanted him to whip up a good deal for her, her husband, and Baek-ah. The protagonist is getting excited at the thought of the support funding. He worked hard that day for the White Dragon Children Foundation and wanted to earn a lot of money. After slicing the meat, the protagonist recalled that he had heard of Baek-ah as her adopted daughter but had never met her before. Since he can introduce himself properly to her this time, he will surely meet her. After his master makes a dish he wants him to try, he is pleased to taste it because it is so delicious. Later, the princess remarked that this sweet and sour sea bean was delicious since it had been fried to the perfect crispiness, and she loved it. The protagonist thanked her for the compliment and explained that his master personally removed the bones and thorns for this. Princess Juha understood but explained that he is also good at cooking fish, and its taste calls for a drink. The protagonist is relieved because her husband looks better after treatment and is as energetic as usual. Then he looked at their adopted daughter Pong Baek-ah and wondered if she felt awkward since they were meeting for the first time, and she was a little fidgety. While they look like a normal family, Poong So-beek is an adopted daughter sent by the emperor, which makes him wonder if one of them is infertile, or maybe they do not want to bear any children. While indulging in his thoughts, he sees Baek-ah approaching him and wonders why she is suddenly coming toward him. Baek-ah heard that he was the little white dragon, so she wanted to introduce herself to him, but she hadn't had the opportunity. The protagonist greeted the princess and bowed before her. Baek-ah hoped he could be comfortable around her since her mother said that only fools are overly concerned with formalities. The protagonist understands that and supposes that Princess Juha intends to raise her children in her way, but he can't tell if she really means it or is just doing what she learned. She took her seat and told him that he could call her Princess So-beek since that is the name that the emperor had given to her. The protagonist affirms, but gets worried because she is more unfiltered than he thought. She looked at him and blushed because, seeing him up close, he looked even more handsome. She had seen many handsome men, but Chen-hee still stood out as one of the most striking. He had a slight double eyelid and mouth that looked like a little cat and seemed quite intelligent. Furthermore, half of these dishes were cooked by him, so she wanted to become friends with someone this good-looking. While she continuously stares at him, the protagonist looks at her, embarrassing her because she almost gets caught. She heard martial artists gain special abilities via training and felt someone staring at her. The protagonist clarified that he wouldn't call them special abilities, but they are just martial arts because special abilities manifest innately, while martial arts are learned through training. She affirmed because she knew that although the government and the Murim are like oil and water, taxes are still collected regardless. which is why she is also studying how things work in the Miram. The protagonists understood and supposed that Princess Juha had already started educating her on administration matters and guessed she was being considered the successor. He thought that if the Hua Empire continued its peaceful era without any wars, there was a high chance that she would become Queen Sobek. There are supposed to be some hardships ahead, but he doesn't know how much of it he has removed. The protagonist has stopped the collapse of the Cloud Dragon escort establishment for now. He also treats Chinyu Rang as the reason Princess Juha becomes isolated, and he even saves the second emperor, who isn't even mentioned in the novel. So, even if the flow of history is usually strong, he believes that many things should have changed after all these changes. While he was pondering, Sobek uttered that she heard the clinic is free of taxes. The protagonist is stunned because that took him by surprise, and he explains that it only applies to profits to a certain extent, so they still pay basic taxes. He gets startled, wondering if she will change the law and make them start paying more taxes. So, Beek said that she knew that, based on the reports, the White Dragon Clinic wasn't earning as much as expected and asked if that was true. The protagonist is stunned, wondering what that means and if she suspects his master of avoiding taxes. So Beek clarified that it's in the red, especially for the soap business. The protagonist is worried because she has included that in the calculations, and he guesses she is not wrong, but he wasn't expecting her to hit his sore spot there. So Beek uttered that there was something that she didn't understand, so he continued to invest in it, and the protagonist decided to explain the reason to her. The protagonist explained that it's better for a person's body, and the foam of the soap destroys the toxins and helps maintain cleanliness. The princess doesn't find that very appealing, and she clarified that if it were her, she would have thought of trying to put fragrance oil into the soap. The protagonist is startled to learn about the fragrance oil in the soap. Princess Sobek knew that the little white dragon was smart and had exceptional medical skills, but she thought it had been good to think of things outside of the medical side occasionally. Sometimes, a sense of mission can cause someone to see things unclearly. The protagonist gets startled, wondering what she is talking about, and utters that he would be really grateful if she could point out what she is referring to. Princess Sobek clarified that would be a person's feelings, and the protagonist is stunned to hear that. She explained that while the imperial family and reputable clans use fragrance pouches in their sleeves, commoners also do that. No one likes bad smells, and everyone knows that people will have a better impression of a person when they smell nice. The protagonist supposed she wanted him to make the soap scented and try selling it that way. Princess Sobek affirmed, telling him the scent wouldn't be as strong as a fragrance pouch. But if the soap can eliminate bad odors and make a person smell good like the pouches, that would certainly be appealing, and she wants to use them to try selling the soaps. She uttered that he is truly as sharp as the rumors say, because, normally, people don't understand what she means until she thoroughly explains it. The protagonist refuses, telling her that is not the case, but he is thankful that he realized what he missed out on before and wonders why he didn't think of this at all. Princess Sobek laughed, telling him that he doesn't need to be surprised because the soaps can remove toxins and help people, and those are good reasons. But that is not enough to attract most people, so if he put fragrance oil into it, no one would hate a good scent. The protagonist agrees with her because soaps in the modern world also have a scent, so he tells her that is a good idea and thanks her for her suggestion. Princess Sobek is glad to hear that and asks if he sees her in a slightly different light now. The protagonist affirmed and told her that he sees her in a different light now, which makes her blush. She looked away, telling him that he was way too handsome and that he was not good, which confused him. Later, the protagonist leaves with his master, and Prince Yoon inquires if he will visit this palace regularly. The protagonist clarified that he would be visiting to follow up occasionally. Prince Yoon understood and clarified that he would be there when he came to see him. Princess Juha gets annoyed, saying that sounds like a lot of inconvenience. Prince wanted to take that as her permitting him then, and the princess clarified that it was none of her business. The protagonist is pleased that she grumbles, but she still helps him. He supposed that she had forgotten the grudge that she held when their mother passed away, and Prince Yoon didn't know that. He wondered if his sense of guilt prevented him from seeing that. But even Prince Jiam, who can read minds, couldn't read Princess Juha's mind. So, he wondered about the day the twins might understand that their sister's heart might never come. Since that was all for the protagonist, he wanted to leave. The princess has already told his master about the funds they will be providing. Beak Rin is sure his disciple will be very surprised when he hears about it. The protagonist wonders if that is the case and thinks this is great because as soon as they get the fund, they would split it between the soap's business and the WDCF. Although the Emperor and Princess Juha were a little tired of dealing with he guesses, the imperial family is very generous, so he is thankful to both. The prince looks at his bracelet, telling him it is a very precious token, so he wants to take good care of it. The protagonist understood that he assured Prince Yoon he would take good care of it, and the prince decided to trust him. The protagonist senses the weight behind his words and bids his farewell to them. The prince supposed their farewell had been a little long and instructed him to leave now. So, the protagonist went into the carriage, and the princess instructed him to come back again. Beak Rin is relieved because they are finally going back, and the protagonist is affirmed, and they leave. On their way, the protagonist accosts his master, which makes Beak Rin wonder what the matter is. The protagonist takes out a box as a gift and wishes him a happy birthday. Beak Rin is amazed that he remembered his birthday and grabbed the gift. The protagonist clarified that he made it whenever he had free time. His master understood and thanked him, and Shin-hee requested him to open it to take a look. Beak Rin opened the box and was certain it would be amazing since it was a gift his disciple had made with his heart. He is pleased to see a fantastic pair of gloves, and he considers the jade with carving, so he asked if he made all of this himself. The protagonist affirmed, telling his master that he wanted to carve it better, but supposed it was not the best. Beak Rin didn't want him to worry about that because he made this with so much effort. He wore the gloves very much because they fit his hands perfectly. The protagonist smiled as he was glad that his master liked his present. Beak Rin affirmed, telling him that he was the one who made it, so he would certainly like it, and inquired if it looked good on him. He looked at his gloves and realized this would be his greatest treasure from now on. The protagonist never thought his master would be this happy over a small gift like this. So, he supposed he should have done something like this for him much earlier instead of just taking care of his other friends and apologizing to his master. Meanwhile, at Hwaju Clinic, Chuma is surprised to hear that they treated the cancer, which is impossible. His man decided to explain accurately that the patient has gotten out of critical condition and will need to recuperate along with further treatment but is not fully cured. Chuma furiously threw away the try and uttered that, saying he had cured it. He heard that 2 places rejected the goods of their clinic and asked if he thought this was a coincidence and was certain that something was out of the ordinary. However, the clinician clarified that it doesn't seem to be linked to the White Dragon Clinic. Chuma gets annoyed and asks him about the traces left by 3 merchantries that bought medicinal ingredients in large quantities and is sure they signed a long-term contract, and inquired if they don't see how many connections those medicinal ingredients cross to reach the White Dragon Clinic. Chuma swore at them because even though he saw it all, he had no evidence, and it was even more frustrating because the White Dragon was hard to deal with. He used to walk a tightrope between being a godly doctor and a demonic person, but as he aged and his health took a turn for the worse, he became a stay-at-home who didn't care about what happened around him. But it felt like he took a big step backwards and was observing the world from there. Chuma gets annoyed and finds it strange because he is definitely someone with no desire for fame or wealth. Their clinic could take anything away from them: the princess's residence, the imperial family, reputable clans, and even reputable merchantries. Even when they did that, Beak Rin never retaliated, so he couldn't tell if he had no desires or was just being foolish. However, he wondered if Beak Rin was starting to take back what belonged to him after taking in a disciple and recovering, so he wondered what he was planning. The clinician realized something was up as they heard Chuma say. Chuma agreed because Beak Rin is strangely quiet. Normally, he boasts about his disciple all over the medical newspaper, but there is nothing at all. This worried the clinician, and Chuma supposed it was probably one of 2 situations. Either the patient is a higher-ranking prince than they thought, so they are being cautious, or they are planning something against their clinic. The clinician gets worried, thinking this is not good, and inquires what they should do now. Chuma said that they needed to start preparing for all possible situations. Since they only lost 2 places that supply medicinal ingredients, the Hwaju Clinic is not that weak, so they need not worry about that. However, one thing is certain: they ought to report this to the medicinal immortal and want to do it himself. Meanwhile, the physician was first instructed at the White Dragon Clinic to bring those severely injured there. One of the patients is worried because it's not his turn yet, and the physician realizes that one of the patients requires emergency treatment. A few months after they went to the Imperial Palace, the protagonist returned to his original position and continued being a shut-in doctor. He told one of his patients that he could eat now, which relieved the patient. He looked after patients as he used to research and spent his days training. His subordinates wanted to keep working hard from that moment onward as they believed in him and knew he had made it. The protagonist didn't forget to tell those in the lab about the promise to get Princess Juha's recommendations, which was the best reward they could have. It is not just any typical government position, it's the recommendation of Princess Juha, whom the emperor trusts. However, for Chin-hee, completing streptomyces was his reward, but this place becomes pretty empty when everyone leaves. He heard the physician congratulating his comrade as his wife gave birth, and his comrade didn't even want him to get started. The protagonist is certain that even if they leave, he still has Yuho, so he won't be lonely. While staring at him, Yuho notices, telling him to turn those pretty eyes away before he plucks them out. The protagonist gets annoyed on hearing this, but is confident he is having a hard time with work. He wanted to hold in his anger and thanked Yuho for being there again that day. Even though sometimes, when Yuho loses his rationality because of his anger, he wonders if he has transformed into something that is not human because of what he said. Yuho gets startled, wondering what he is talking about, and asks if doing acupoint reflexology on a wooden puppet is not enough for him. The protagonist gets annoyed and tells him that the old puppet's function is improving daily and that it is okay because that is how he is getting stronger. Yuho smirked, telling him that if that was the case, then it seemed he lacked some external martial arts training and that he could beat him up personally next time. All the doctors were startled to hear this and wanted to pretend that they didn't hear that. The protagonist gets worried, telling him to wait a second because he is not ready for that yet. However, Yuho didn't listen to him and wanted to suggest this to the master as he tried to kill and rip that child into pieces. The protagonist gets concerned as he realizes that he is screwed, but he doesn't think his master will allow it. Later, the protagonist is fighting with Yuho, and he wants him to take it easy since his acupoint reflexology is striking accurate acupoints. Chin-hee does feel like he is becoming healthier, but the problem is his goal is just to beat him up. Yuho rushed at him, telling him that he should be honored because it had been a while since he had been this angered by a mere human. Chin-hee is worried because the killing intent is coming from his small eyes. Yuho told him that he should be glad that he was still alive because he was a servant of Yeagle, not him. He kept attacking the protagonist for a while and couldn't hear anything. Soon, he rushed behind the protagonist, about to punch him in the face before he could even react. The protagonist realized that it wasn't martial arts, but pure brute strength and the fury of a servant and assistant. Later, at the White Dragon Clinic budget meeting room, Gokman said that the medicinal ingredients that came in were all of good quality, so the tonic concoction process proceeded smoothly. It is also true that the merchant who signed a contract with them provided high-quality medicinal ingredients. Beekrin is relieved to hear this and clarifies why he also thinks of letting this merchant distribute and sell some of their elixirs. Gokman inquired if he was talking about the White Dragon Divine Elixir. Beekrin affirmed that he is sure that if another clinic were in their shoe, they would have done that a long time ago. But it took time because they needed to ensure the elixir was good and safe. The Strength Master agreed that he ought to be thorough in business matters. The protagonist is aware that based on traditional medicine knowledge in this world, the verification process for medicine, which is only available in the modern world, must be very frustrating. However, the elixir isn't just used by trained physicians directly under the clinic, it will be sold worldwide, so he can't compromise. The Strength Master uttered is that it is not bad because the longer the process, the more it can be trusted. Since quite a lot of people from reputable clans have asked why the verification process of the White Divine Elixir is taking so long. The chiropractic master agreed since it had given them the impression that the White Dragon Clinic would not compromise for the sake of immediate profits. Although that is the actual situation, from the clinic's perspective, they had paid any amount of money to have that kind of reputation. Beekrin uttered that they had put in time and effort instead of tremendous money, so he thought it was of high value and asked Chin-hee if anything else needed to be checked. The protagonist refused, telling his master it had passed the safety test. Fortunately, the unique effects of the elixir overlapped with the medicinal ingredients. Surprisingly, the white divine elixir didn't have any penicillin allergies. However, there have been instances of stomach discomfort when consumed on an empty stomach, so it has to be taken after eating. Beak Rin is startled because if that is the only side effect, it will cause an uproar within the Zhonghu. The Strength Master agreed because they can hardly call that a side effect, and it's also quite competitive in price. Gawkman also agreed that this is a miracle because it has few side effects. The protagonist is expected since that was produced at the expense of him and Yuho slogging their lives away. There is also the sweat and labor of the higher-ranked physicians who helped in the mass production. The Strength Master thought this was turkey worth celebrating because if they excluded the existing profits of the clinic, the new profit would come from Blue Sapphire, Ondals, and the White Dragon Divine Elixir. Gawkman uttered that even though the little white dragon takes all the profits of the Blue Sapphire and Ondals, but she hopes he will remember that the medicinal ingredient hall also helped with the White Dragon Divine Elixir. The protagonist expects that they will bring it up. While they gathered with the idea of treating people, they probably had the same mindset of wanting to get more budget. The protagonist assured them that there is no way they will forget their effort. Since the two-hall leader who decided not to participate when he wanted to create the White Dragon Divine Elixir is probably drooling over the profits now, he asked them how much they wanted. Gawkman uttered that the salaries of the medicinal ingredients halls are high and low-ranked physicians. If they also take into account the medicinal ingredients being used right now, they ought to take 50% of the profit, but they couldn't possibly do that, so that they will take 30%. The protagonist supposed they had thoroughly calculated, so he didn't want to underestimate them. He utters that 30% is possible, but thinks he should have more. Since that is the case, he clarified that he wants fragrance oils that he will put into the soap. Gawkman is startled to hear that and supposed he hasn't given up on the soap business yet. They suppose they should stop him because there were already a lot of incurred losses. The protagonist knows he is quite stubborn, but he knows that the princess's idea of infusing the fragrance oils and letting people use them will certainly work. So, he assured them that it would indeed work, and if it was successful, he would give half of the profits to the medicinal ingredients hall, and he requested that they give it another chance. The Strength Master thought this was certainly a new idea, but he was unsure if it would succeed. While Beak Rin silently listens, the protagonist gets worried as they don't seem to favor it. Gawkman thought that even the low-ranked physician could use it since it was not the White Dragon's divine elixir. This is not the time to think about the expense, but if they can sell at least 30% of it, the medicinal ingredients hall will profit, so she agreed to help him this time as well. This relieved the protagonist, and he certainly wanted to make the soap business a success this time. She asked him what kind of fragrance oil he was thinking about using in the soaps. The protagonist knew that it was the most important part, but the only fragrances that he knew were from fruits, but he never thought about what kind of fragrance to use for soaps. The protagonist clarified that it's embarrassing, but he is unsure about things like that. The Strength Master gets startled, asking him if he does not use fragrance oil at all when he bathes. The protagonist refused, telling him that might be because he trains in martial arts, but he doesn't have problems with body odors. Gawkman smirked as she always caught a faint scent of herbs whenever she was near him, and she wondered if that was because he used a particular fragrance oil. The protagonist thinks Huang-gu said that intelligent animals like him sent him. He supposed that might be because his body maintained its purity through his transformation, and his energy was purified. He clarified it's likely because his body scent has changed since he always uses the 5-elemental technique. The Strength Master understood that and thought this was such a rare sight as he always seemed so intelligent and meticulous. But he seemed to know nothing about body scent, and the protagonist agreed. Gawkman thought she should teach him a thing or two about this. This relieved the protagonist since she would do that for him, and he said he would count on her. Gawkman clarified that she is the one who will be counting on him. Fragrances are both about chemistry and emotions, so it doesn't matter if people are from the modern world of the Miram, they are all the same. So, if someone finds a good scent, it will go viral. Gawkman explained that fragrances can be a little sensitive and exclusive, and she suggested they should avoid being too adventurous at the start, and as the merchants, what fragrances sell the most and try combining them. The protagonist agrees with him since she is right, and thinks that it is a great idea. He knew that even for cooking, people start by using existing recipes first. And if people want to create a unique recipe that doesn't exist in a cookbook, they must experiment a lot. Abruptly, they arrived at one of the shops, and the shopkeeper welcomed them and asked what they were looking for. Gokman clarified that she heard he was selling something famous in his shop. The shopkeeper realized she was there for that and requested her to come that way. That is how Chen-hee started to roam through the markets with the medicinal ingredient hall leader to test out various fragrances and learn how to combine them. After a while, he combined a fragrance show with Gokman, who remarked that it was pretty amazing. This relieved him, so he decided to try to improve it from there because he wanted to succeed this time and didn't want to fail anymore. After a while, he went to his master room, where he was told that the fragrance was bothering him a little, and that he thought he had used too much of it. The protagonist gets startled, asking if that is the case. Baek Rin affirmed and hoped he wouldn't use that soap before coming to his office because it smelled more potent than the last one. Since his master has mysophobia, he is susceptible to scents, and the advice that his master gives occasionally is truly precious. So, after hearing what his master said, he thought he agreed and uttered that he didn't think it had affected him, so he wanted to bear that in mind. He returned to his office, decided to try it again, and started mixing different fragrances to create a new one. And so half a month passed after that time. He created a new fragrance, and the strength master thought it was incredible and a subtle fragrance. The acupuncture master agreed, as he never smelled anything like this in his life. Baek Rin is also very pleased with this smell and thinks it is amazing. The protagonist is relieved because he finally succeeds at making a fragrance that everyone likes. The acupuncture master looks at Gokman and realizes she is pretty tired. Gokman explained that he looked for her so many times, regardless of day or night, and clarified that she doesn't want to do research together with him ever again. The protagonist supposed he went overboard, and Gokman decided to give him advice as someone who is older than he is, that he would die if he lived like that, because people really die. The protagonist laughed, telling her he would remember this and keep it in mind the next time. They were so overwhelmed by the fragrance and uttered that for a scent like this, they would be willing to pay for it on the spot. Baek Rin suggested they should sell this together with the launch of the White Dragon Divine Elixir. The chiropractor master also agreed with that, so he wanted to do it and was sure this would sell instantly. The protagonist affirmed, and Gokman couldn't believe it as she thought she could finally rest. But it seemed they would get even busier. She hopes they earn a lot of money after all this hard work because it would have been a waste if they lost money. The chiropractic master affirmed as she agreed and wanted to make sure to help out actively. The protagonist is glad because the important things are roughly completed, and he thinks the soap business is good for now, so it's time to start on the task he has been delaying. Later, Baek Rin thought that bringing the remains to the Wudang sect was undoubtedly important, and with his level of inner energy, he didn't see a reason to stop him. That was common sense, so he wanted him to have a good trip. Since that is the case, the protagonist decides to leave the exchange with the imperial physician and go from the princess's palace to his master. Baek Rin didn't want him to worry about it and wanted him to always be cautious in everything. So, even if a stranger asks him to save them, he should always double-check and triple-check if enemies are nearby. The protagonist doesn't want his master to worry about that because he has 120 years of inner energy, and his martial arts are also quite strong. Baek Rin agreed but thought there was no harm in being more cautious. The protagonist knew that he was probably the only person who had been worried about having a strong disciple go out into the world. He wanted to bring along Hwang-gu and the Heavenly Lightning Hawk. But he wanted to leave the baby eagle there because the baby eagle needed to be safe so that the Heavenly Lightning Hawk could feel at ease. Baek Rin agreed to do that and asked if he could make sure that he had everything. The protagonist affirmed, telling his master that he has the remains and the dual intentions mind technique. He also put the White Divine Dragon Elixir along with the White Dragon distilled medicine into the medicine box. Since he is going there, he will treat some people and advertise their medicine a little. Baek Rin guessed that he was fully prepared, so he instructed him to get going, and the protagonist affirmed. Later, on the day of departure, everyone gathers to send him off, and even Yuho is there. They all look good, and he is just going from Anhui to Hubei, but he can't believe they are all there to send him off. He bids farewell to them with the hope of seeing them again and instructs the mystical creatures to let's leave. He is finally going to the Wudang set where Chenwu is, and the secret manual is hidden behind the Yuan Shiqianzun status head within the sect. But if an outsider like him wants to get that out, he must be cautious. He just wanted to take it if there was a chance, but there was no need to push himself too hard. Later, he is at the Yangtze River, and based on the letter from the ultimate tracking tiger, the blood immortal cult has become quiet. Although it's good that Norma people aren't being used for rituals, tracking them down is hard. Since this would last a while, he wanted to tell her to save as much energy as possible. He also wanted to remind her to practice Tai Chi every day. Since she was willing to learn demonic arts to save her sister, he didn't want to see her fall to her demons and turn her back on the world. He started reading a number letter and related that the tracking mice assassin trio has paid back all of their debt. He is relieved to know that, as he wants to ask them to go to the White Dragon Clinic. They always have a headache because of the lack of manpower, and he thinks the Phantom Archer will put them to good use. Abruptly, the Heavenly Lighting Hawk tells him about their arrival, and the protagonist is surprised because they are already there, so he decides to get going. Later, Wudang has 72 peaks and 26 rocky mountains at Hubei, Wuhan Mountain. The protagonist is climbing this place with his mystical creature and wonders if this is the center of the Orthodox faction. On the other hand, there are also instances of them scheming and harming other martial groups. No matter which side they belong to, it is inevitable that their martial arts, based on the concepts of yin and yang, are compelling. After some time, he finally arrived at the Wudang Gate, which looked magnificent. As soon as he got close to the gate, the warrior told him that no weapons were allowed at this point, so he requested him to lay down all of his weapons. The protagonist affirmed and agreed to do that, putting down his bag and taking out his sword. He realized he was finally going in and was surrendering his weapon in a no-weapon zone because he was in the Wudang Sissy. He took out his sword and gave it to the warrior, and the warrior was startled by grabbing the sword. The warrior found it strange because no martial artist would give up his sword so easily and wondered if he was up to something. After looking at the protagonist, he realizes he has traveled through Jianghu. He has a large eagle and a larger dog. Then he looked at his bag with the symbol of the White Dragon Clinic and supposed this meant that he was the little white dragon. The protagonist guessed he was famous, and his current outfit made it easy for people to recognize him. He affirmed, telling him that was right, and he was surprised that he knew who he was. The warrior refused, telling him that was not the case, and assured him he would immediately bring him to the inn. Another warrior is startled to learn that the little white dragon is there and wonders why that dog is so big. The warrior showed him the way and requested him to follow him, and the protagonist affirmed. The protagonist thought it was terrible because he was getting used to all the express and passes. Later, at the guest reception hall, the warrior is apologetic, but he wants to ask why he has come to the Wudang sect. The protagonist is amazed because the gatekeeper takes away his weapon first, and then asks about the purpose of the visit, before assigning guests a place. He thought this was an efficient system and guessed they got a lot of visitors. He explained that he has the remains of the dead and is there to return them to the Wudang sect. The man gets startled on hearing about the remains of the dead and inquires who they belong to. Qin He explained that he had discovered them in the inescapable valley and had brought the remains of a former elder of the Wudang sect along with the dual intention mind techniques he had left behind. The man was astounded, asking him if he was serious about this, and apologized for not realizing this earlier because he brought something so precious personally. He decided to bring him where he could rest first, and then informed the elder, Qin, that he could tell that his face turned so pale that it was like he saw the dead returning to life and wanted to take a look around the Wudang sect later. After some time, he finally arrived, where a person was instructing his comrade to pilot there. The protagonist realized it was similar to the Supreme Heavenly Demand described. Wudang Group is a Taoist group and a martial sect. At the same time, money is needed to run a martial sect. So, naturally, they do business with merchants or escort establishments, which also means the rumor that the Wudang sect is rotten inside is probably true. The protagonist heard that although they act hypocritically like unorthodox factions, their internal conflicts are severe. Fortunately, the heavenly demon hasn't gotten involved, yet the situation is manageable. Soon, they arrived at the place where he could rest, and the man requested him to have a good rest. Qin He wanted to learn martial arts from Qin Wu, and this is also a good time to fly around like a mountain bird. After entering the room, he is amazed because they gave him a big room with tons of sunlight. After sipping the tea, he had to admit that Longjing tea was good. He wondered how Chenwu looked now as he always exchanged letters and gifts, but it was their first time meeting after so long. The protagonist wonders if he is pitting the icebreaker and scarf as he receives the gloves from Jade, a token, and an eye patch. He heard that most of Chenwu's scar had disappeared. But something cruel about the human body is that it doesn't return once a person loses an eye. In many cases like Chenwu, people's eyeballs would be extracted to fit a prosthetic. But since they are not in the modern world, a glass prosthetic would need to be replaced every 1 to 2 years. Considering all the facts, he thought it best to keep his existing eye and let him wear an eye patch. Since Chenwu said he was using the eye patch without problems in his letters, he is looking forward to meeting him. He wondered how much he had grown until now because there is no greater joy for a doctor than to hear that a child they treated has grown up healthy. Conversely, the sect leader Young Hyung asks him if he is telling the truth that Taoist Myung Diak is back. The man clarified that was the report they had received, and Young Hyung started crying because Taoist Myung Diak was finally back. He inquired who brought him back because he is his benefactor. Young Hyung can't believe this because they couldn't find his corpse even though they searched through the whole Miram. He never thought it had returned to them by itself, and he asked his comrade if he had seen the person who had brought it there. It was the little white dragon, so he wanted to meet him in person. While Young Hyun is leaving, Wu Dang Sek's absolute authority, Young Guang, stops him, telling him that he doesn't have to get involved himself. Young Guang clarified that he could meet the little white dragon on his behalf. Young Hyung gets infuriated, asking him what he says because he must meet his senior personally. Young Guang understands how he feels, but some procedures must be observed for them to take over the remains. However, as the Wudang sect leader is in a core position, he wants him to repeat his position and leave the rest of them. Everyone else agreed with Young Guang and requested that the sect leader respect his position, but Young Hyung was reluctant. He recalled the past when they were fighting their enemies, and Young Guang clarified that he was fine, so he requested that he get away. After he took a slash on the sect leader's behalf, he tried to listen to everything Jug Guang said. Because of that, the Wudang sect grew its group little by little, which he did because of how guilty and sorry he felt toward him. However, he doesn't want to follow what Young Guang was saying this time because the dual energy technique his elders protected is a sacred art that only a handful within the Wudang sect can learn. Therefore, the previous sect leader realized what Young Guang was like, and in his final moments, he asked him never to let him get his hands on it. Young Guang requested the sect leader to leave this matter to them. Young Hyung couldn't believe he was suggesting that he get the dual energy technique on his behalf, which infuriated him, and he clarified that he couldn't do that. Young Guang gets worried, asking if the leader will not let him learn it. Young Hyung affirmed, telling him that while the dual energy technique is undoubtedly a powerful sacred art, he already knows how dangerous it can be if he doesn't learn it properly. Their former sect leader must have had a good reason not to allow him to remember it by specifying it in his last words. Young Guang gets infuriated because even though he has grown the Wudang sect this much, he still can't get the dual energy technique after everything he has done. He used the sect leader's sense of guilt and turned all the elders and the younger generations over to his side. He prepared all of this perfectly to get his hands on the dual energy technique. Everyone is surprised that the sect leader does not trust Elder Young Guang. Since that is the case, another man suggested that he will observe while the rest and he receives the remains. The other starts wondering what he is saying as he dares to go against the words of the sect leader. Young Guang did not want to lose this opportunity because he would never get another one if he did. He is certain that the dual energy technique might be able to fix his arm. So, he requested the sect leader to trust them as they couldn't let him do it himself. They asked Young Guang to listen to the sect leader and understand his words. Young Guang wanted the sect leader to look the other way just this one time. And so the quarrel between the two factions of Young Hyung and Young Guang continued. On the other side, Chin Wu asked the warrior about the room where Chen He was staying, and he pointed in the direction of his room. The protagonist remarked that the snacks of the Wudang sect have a lot of cinnamon in them, and not everyone would like that. It's a little much for this to be a snack within a Taoist group, and all the ingredients used in this snack are expensive ingredients. He ate the snacks and was certain that his master wouldn't like this kind of snack. While he was eating, Chenwu immediately opened the door and gladly called him. He heard that he was there, so he ran over there immediately to meet him. The protagonist looked at his eye patch and inquired if he was Chenwu. Chenwu affirmed, telling him it was him, and that he was pleased to meet him after so long. The protagonist is amazed to see him because he has grown so much that he doesn't recognize him. Chenwu said he stayed the same and asked if he could hug him, and the protagonist agreed. They hugged each other, and Chenwu was certain that he wouldn't know how much he missed him, and he was pleased that he could meet him like this. The protagonist felt the same. He recalled that Chenwu used to be a child with syphilis from birth on top of suffering from malnutrition, so his life was always hanging on a thread. But he has become such a healthy young man now that he can't believe his eyes. He remarked that the martial arts of the Wu-Dang sect are undoubtedly great. Chenwu qualified that he had a hard time because his joints hurt so much, but he suddenly grew tall one day. The protagonist uttered that it was great because he was glad to see him like this. Chenwu told him he had a Taoist name now, which stunned the protagonist. Chenhe uttered that there is a huge difference between being an outer sect disciple and leaving the main sect after a while and getting his Taoist name while staying in the main sect. That means he wouldn't be able to get married for life, and he asked if he was fine with that. Chenwu clarified that it was fine because he had no thoughts of getting married. The protagonist agrees because he cries and thinks about it often if he makes such an important decision. He is sure that even a lie only focused on martial arts can be meaningful. The protagonist realizes that he has become a grown-up now and is sure that if this was the modern world, that had to be equivalent to living the life of a Catholic priest or a monk. So, if Chenwu chose this life despite knowing everything, it might mean much to him, which is one of the cool things about the martial arts world. The protagonist compares his height with Chenwu and realizes he is tall now, but he knows that Chenwu, a martial artist, is just a martial artist. The protagonist asked Chenwu for his Taoist name. He explained that his Taoist name is Chenwu, which surprised the protagonist because he used his original name. Chenwu affirmed, telling him that it just happened that they sued Chen for his seniority, and that the meaning of Chenwu, the name that the protagonist gave him, was good. After thinking about it, the elder gave him back the same name, and the protagonist understood. Chenwu is glad he could keep the name the protagonist gave him. The protagonist clarified that it doesn't matter what name he has, but all that matters is that it has a good meaning. Chenwu thought that since his brother was there, he wanted to give him a tour of the Wu-Dang sect. The protagonist laughed as that was a great idea because he was also bored, so he asked his mystical creature what they were and if they wanted to go with him. The mystical creatures get excited, and Chenwu guesses that the intelligent animal understands him. Abruptly, he remembered something so uttered that he bought some meat jerky because he had heard they liked it since Chenhe had told him. Hwang-gu and the Heavenly Lightning Hawk were excited upon seeing this and immediately rushed toward him. Chenwu instructed them to calm down because there was a lot to go around, and they happily started eating. The protagonist is amazed to see this and says he will do great in a company. Chenwu gets startled, telling him it's nothing, and utters that Hwang-gu eats only his food. Later, the protagonist follows him and finally arrives high above him. He is surprised to see that this place is the main temple court. They were at Chenju Peak Golden Pavilion Temple Court, and Chenwu clarified that outsiders are forbidden from entering the main temple court. Since things have been prepared, they can offer prayers like a Taoist on the outside. They saw some people praying and wishing that their prayers be heard. The protagonist is surprised to see so many people even though this place is so high since there isn't any cable car to bring them up there, which is amazing. He inquired what kind of prayers people usually make after climbing all the way there. Chenwu explained that they typically pray for health or peace for their family, and some pray to pass the imperial exams. The protagonist is surprised because even though the Wu-Dang sect is a Taoist group, it is also a martial arts sect. Chenwu clarified that this is true, but more will always gather to pray as long as people hear about miracles being fulfilled in a particular place. The protagonist agrees, thinking it is true, and he guesses that Taoists are in touch with reality. Chenwu accosted him, telling him that there was good scenery on the other side, and the protagonist decided to go there. After some time, they are outside the temple, and the protagonist thinks people will want him no matter where Chenwu goes. He is also talented, and was even able to learn how to circulate his energy at a young age to survive, so he feels like his giving up on getting married is a waste. Abruptly, Chinwoo recalled Haoryun and inquired who he was because he didn't understand who he was and why he insisted on testing him. The protagonist clarified that he is strong, and he is also his first sworn brother. Chinwoo understood and supposed he needed to officially meet and spar with him to become his sworn brother. The protagonist realized that, in the end, the situation came to this and clarified that they still haven't decided when that will take place. Chinwoo understood and was sure the protagonist wasn't delaying its purpose because he could wait. The protagonist is startled because he is delaying it on purpose and clarifies that he will tell him once it is set in stone, and Chinwoo decides to wait for him. Abruptly, he saw Hwang-gu rushing at him and inquired what was wrong. Chinwoo looked ahead and saw a man cursing Chinwoo and uttering that they didn't know Chinwoo would be there. The protagonist gets pissed as he curses Chinwoo but can't say anything. While Chinwoo greeted his senior, he inquired what brought him in there and clarified that he was showing his friend where the main temple court was. His senior understood as he heard about him, but didn't know he had to be with him. The protagonist could sense that he is on guard against Chinwoo from how he talks, but seeing how Chinwoo ignores that, he feigns ignorance. He greeted them, introduced himself, and clarified that he pleaded to meet him. Chin Kyung also introduced himself, asked if he was the little white dragon, and clarified that he had heard of his great name. The protagonist looks at him, and judging from his uniform, he seems to be a swordsman of the Wu-Dang sect, but he can't understand why he doesn't like his vibe. He wondered if these people were jealous of Chinwoo's talents. Chin Kyung clarified that they wanted to meet him upon hearing that he was there. The protagonist starts wondering why he wants to meet him and what the reason is. Chin Kyung clarified that it was nothing serious, but they just wanted to see the martial arts of the Yi Gao clan in person. The protagonist is startled to hear that they want to see his martial arts and that they suppose their real target is him. Chinwoo assured him that since he was a guest and was tired of the long journey there, he did not need to spar with them. Chin Kyung laughed, telling him he was right, but it was rare for young martial artists like them to see the martial arts of another place. They were also talking about the martial arts of the Yi Gao clan, which were almost lost, so he didn't want to lose this opportunity. The protagonist is astounded as he is almost lost and realizes he is provoking him. Chinwoo clarified that if he asked him what the matter was with him and why he was getting involved, the protagonist guessed they didn't want to fight Chinwoo and supposed he might be pretty skilled. Chinwoo requested his senior to leave his brother alone because if something went wrong, it would cause problems. The protagonist tried calming him down and told him it was fine. Since he has been looking forward to seeing what the martial arts of the Wu-Dang sect are like, it is suitable for young martial artists to exchange some moves and ask if they agree. Chin Kyung knew that he had understood because he was truly magnanimous, as the rumors say, and uttered that he was completely right. Chinwoo is worried about him, but the protagonist tells him he doesn't need to worry because he wants to find out what they are up to and hear more from him. The protagonist asked where would be good, and if they wanted to spar there. Chin Kyung refused, telling him a training ground was nearby, so he requested that he follow them. Chinwoo explained that Chin Kyung was younger than them, but was in the same class as him, so he also had Chin in his name. The protagonist is amazed because that means he might be talented. Chinwoo affirmed but claimed that his limbs did break once because of his sword. The protagonist finally understands why he blatantly dislikes Chinwoo and asks about his position within the Wu-Dang sect. Chinwoo explained that he belongs to the faction under Elder Yongguang, who is the proper authority there, and he is someone who is better at playing politics than using a sword. The protagonist understood that and supposed that the hierarchy of classes usually has a 20 gap in first-generation martial arts novels. For those with Young in their name, there should be about 1 to 2 in the middle before the next class, so that the next class would be Chin. Since those with Young rose to become the sect leaders and elders, the ones in charge of training the future generations would be the ones between those with Young and Chin. Chinwoo clarified that since Chin He is the direct disciple of the White Dragon, his position is similar to that of his master in terms of hierarchy. So, he thinks Chin Kyung is up to something for picking a fight like this. The protagonists agreed, so they wondered if it could be because of the remains and inquired about Taoist Yongguang's martial prowess. Chinwoo uttered that from what he knew, He lost one of his arms and heard he lost his arm in place of the sect leader that happened a long time ago, and he is certain of the details. The protagonist finally starts to understand how things operate there, and supposes he must have gone around to find out how he could receive his arm then. Jinwoo affirmed and explained that even highly reputable doctors have said it would be challenging. Even the blood-born older devil seemed interested and visited abruptly, but was left frustrated because she couldn't cure him. That was a pretty famous incident. Now that he thinks about it, he thinks people said his arm could be cured with the dual energy technique. The protagonist inquired if that was the case and supposed that might be the reason. Since the protagonist learned about the dual energy technique, he thinks he knows why the blood-born elder devil said that. He wondered if it could be a problem with the nervous system, but that was not something even he could help with. Elder Yongguang desperately wants the dual energy technique, and Qin Kaiyang is in his faction. The protagonist has put most of the puzzle pieces together, but for starters, he wants to beat him up well. Later, they arrived at the training room, and the protagonist asked for the rules. Qin Kaiyang uttered that the one who surrenders will lose, and the protagonist inquired what weapons they would use. Qin Kaiyang clarified that he had heard he was very skilled, so he used a real sword for the fight. Qin Wu realized that he wanted to see things to a bitter end, so there was only one reason for his doing this. He supposed these people were certainly treating Qin He as if he was inferior to him. He worriedly asked the protagonist if he wanted him to step in instead. However, the protagonist clarified that it is fine, and that even if he wanted to spar with the real sword, he doesn't have one because he left it in the no-weapon zone. Qin Kaiyang understood and smirked, so he lent him one of their swords. After he signed his command, they threw their sword at him. The protagonist is dumbfounded as he throws the sword at him just like that, but he gets back, grabs it, and realizes that he is outright looking down on him. Qin Kaiyang smirked cunningly and remarked that he looked good with a sword. Qin Wu gets infuriated because they are being too disrespectful and tells the protagonist that they are trying to provoke him. The protagonist knew that, but he wanted to try it and uttered that they should start. Qin Kaiyang clarified that it is an honor to be able to display their sect sword technique to a guest. He thought that Qin He was supposed to be a great doctor and swordsman, but he is certain that he used that pretty face to swing his sword a few times and deceive women. So, he wanted to humiliate Qin He and to see how good he was. Abruptly, Qin Kaiyang rushed toward him to attack, telling him that the victory belonged to those who attacked first, and he used 18 Wu Dang sword strikes. His comrade thought Qin Kaiyang was skilled because he used the 18 Wu Dang sword strike as his first attack. Qin Kaiyang was thrilled about striking first and wanted to see how that doctor would react. The protagonist could sense the killing intent behind his attack, but he is incomparably inferior to those he fought this far. While Qin Kaiyang is attacking the protagonist, he could easily dodge his strikes and startle him. Abruptly, the protagonist punched him in the chest, which startled Qin Kaiyang and his comrade. He starts coughing and gets infuriated, so he curses the protagonist, wants him to go to hell, and keeps stalking him. The protagonist dodges several of his attacks and realizes that he is attacking him as if he is trying to kill him. The other swordsman is startled to see that Qin He dodged the sword moves. His comrade heard that Qin He was a doctor, so he wondered how he could be that skilled at martial arts. Qin Kaiyang approached him to tell him that he was imposing, and it was hard to believe that he could do his moves so easily. While the protagonist kept blocking his attack, he knew they were curious to see if he had learned the dual energy technique. Therefore, they need to drive him into a corner to find that out, even if that means he might die. Qin Kaiyang can't believe that none of his attacks are landing on a little white dragon, even though he is trying to overwhelm him, and he tried to give his substantial attack. The protagonist easily blocked his attack, smirked, and realized he was nowhere close to Yu Ho regarding skills. Qin Kaiyang gets infuriated when he sees that he dared to laugh, then rushes to attack him. He is surprised to see that he blocked that as well. The protagonist understood that they probably wanted to get the secret manual together as they tried to retrieve the remains from his medical box. Qin Wu is amazed to see that the protagonist is incredible as he embraces and absorbs his enemy's attack to neutralize them. Furthermore, he doesn't even look tired in the slightest, and Qin Kaiyang's comrade is worried for them. The protagonist realizes they are rotten to the core because he never thought they had acted like this, just because they couldn't learn their secret technique. The dual energy technique was being protected by someone who couldn't return to this place, even though this is where he belongs. So, he doesn't want to allow this technique to be passed on to people who aren't qualified. Chen Kaiyong wondered if the rumors were true, but he thought it would be impossible for a doctor who hadn't learned martial arts for long to be this strong. He feels like he is up against a massive wall right now, and he doesn't see any opening at all. The protagonist pointed his sword at him and asked if that was all he had got. Chen Kaiyong gets infuriated at him and wants to obtain the dual energy technique no matter what. The protagonist clarified that it would be boring if they just let it end like this and suggested that the two over there should join in as well, which startled them. Chen Wu gets worried, wondering why Chen He is going so far, and the protagonist clarifies that he is also pretty good at provocation. Chen Kaiyong knew he had provoked them and didn't want to take his offer. But if he loses like this, then he doesn't know how he is supposed to withstand the dishonor brought upon his name. So, he decides to take his offer, which worries his comrade, and he wants to beat the little white dragon this time. The other two also get on the stage, and the protagonist knows they are weaker than 9 of Yu Ho's wooden puppets at their level. Chin Wu worriedly asked him if he was going to be okay because they would charge at him with the intention of killing him, so he also wanted to join in the fight. However, the protagonist clarified that he couldn't get involved, and Chin Wu wondered why. The protagonist explained that he would leave this place eventually, but he would be staying there, so if he stepped in recklessly, his reputation would worsen. But Chin Wu still wanted to help him. The protagonist pointed his sword at them and wondered if the fight would be slightly more interesting now. He clarified that he was good at any time and wanted them to come at him whenever they wanted. Chen Kaiyong furiously cursed the protagonist, which worried his comrade, and he clarified that he was looking forward to learning from him. While all of them rushed toward him, the protagonist tells Chen Wu that he shouldn't get involved no matter what. Since he is an atheist now, he ought to climb the ladder as much as he can, which startled Chen Wu. The protagonist keeps blocking their attacks and tells Chen Wu that he shouldn't say anything, as he will only work on his sword technique and not give up on anything political. So, as long as he is living in a community of people, he has no choice but to interact with others, and the Wu Dang set is the sect that he has joined, which is a place that consists of Taoists. While dodging his opponent's attacks, he clarified that being strong is not hard, but in the sense that Chen Wu can only get stronger if someone else teaches him new techniques. Chen Wu gets strangled on hearing this and realizes that he is saying all of this for him. Abruptly, he is startled as he sees immense energy around Chen He as he is rushing toward his opponent. The protagonist explained that socializing with kids and people with a sense of righteousness is not a problem, but the problem with the human world is that he also needs to socialize with greedy and selfish humans. Chen Kaiyong is shocked to see that he destroys the harmonized yin and yang sword aura in a single strike, and he wonders why a doctor is this strange. The protagonist rushed toward him, landing a decisive strike that sent him flying. He explained to Chen Wu that beating up these kinds of greedy and selfish people because he doesn't like them would be the perfect thing to do if he wanted to be labeled as eccentric. He is the eccentric of the Wu Dang sect, which is not bad, but he is not at that level yet. Chen Wu is stunned to see no mercy in his attack and asks if he is saying he is still too weak to help him. The protagonist looked at the remaining two and was clarified that he was relatively too strong. While his remaining two opponents are trying to attack him, he grabs them and pulls them away to dislocate their joint. The protagonist doesn't want them to worry because he will help him fix his arm later. The third guy immediately got out of his grasp and again rushed toward him to attack. The protagonist doesn't even feel like using his sword and wants to teach them a small lesson. He does not want to have to treat their injuries later if they get injured, so he gets down and dodges his attack, which startled him. Chen He wanted to advise him as a doctor that he would feel less pain if he stayed still. After he attacked him, the swordsman shouted for help. The elder heard the noise and wondered why it was so noisy in the training ground. While at the training ground, the protagonist defeats all of them and asks if they can surrender. Since he had to put everything back in place again, he wanted them not to move. Usually, this shouldn't be done to normal people, but martial artists like the three of them will recover quickly from their practice of inner energy cultivation. He grabbed his forearm and replicated his elbow joint. The protagonist clarified that it would take a while for the pain he felt on his chin to subside. Chen Kaiyong is infuriated, thinking he is a crazy doctor, as he twists their bodies out of place and then puts them back in place again. He cursed his fortune because the gap in their martial prowess was too wide. But they needed to find out if Chin-hee somehow learned the dual energy technique. Chin-woo realized doctors can be scary if they are strong because they have all become subservient. He is sure they would have made a fuss of things if they had suffered grave injuries, but their injuries are not that severe. Abruptly, they heard the elder laughing and thinking this is a masterpiece. The warrior starts hearing this voice and wonders what he is doing there. The elder clarified that they shouldn't be frowning when an elder is laughing. The protagonist gets startled by realizing that the voice is coming from his side. The elders approached them, thought they were pathetic, and inquired what they were doing. The protagonist is surprised to see the elder there and wonders when he arrives, since the first laughter they heard sounded far away, even though he was in front of them. Other than hearing his voice, he couldn't feel his presence and realized that he was an incredible martial master. All of the swordsmen greeted the Grandmaster and bowed before him, worriedly. The protagonist is surprised to learn that he is the Grandmaster since he is the senior of the sect, so he supposed he is the highest-ranked elder of the sect. He recalled that only one person chose not to undergo deity ascension and continued to live in the human world during this period. It's one of the two emperors that his master had mentioned in the past. He was the person whose fist could tear mountains asunder and split rivers, the first emperor, and one of the top 10 martial masters, Sage Myung-gil. Sage Myung-gil looked at Shin Kyung, telling him he didn't need to be so formal because he was already injured. After greeting them for a while, the elder immediately struck them and made them unconscious. The protagonist, Chin-woo, is shocked to see this, wondering if the elder blocked their account, but he couldn't see anything happening. Sage Myung-gil said Yongguang is great at money calculations but lacks any talent for teaching disciples. So, he can't believe he took in such losers as his disciples and feels disappointed in them. The protagonist remembers that this old Taoist never appeared in the novel Supreme Heavenly Demon. That would be about 7 to 8 years after Harayun officially stayed on his journey in Zhonghu, and he must have ascended by then. Sage Myung-gil approached him, asking if he said he was Chin-woo, and asked about his master. Chin-woo clarified that he still doesn't have a master's degree. Sage Myung-gil is impressed, thinking that it's great because he never thought the energy within him would be that impressive, even though he doesn't have a master yet. He told him to be at ease, and Chin-woo affirmed the Grandmaster's command. Sage Myung-gil couldn't believe that someone like him didn't have a master yet because, even upon closer look, he was undoubtedly a rare talent. Then he looked at the protagonist, accosted him, and as soon as the protagonist stared at him, the older turned giant. The protagonist is surprised to see this, wondering what this is, and he feels as if he is being suppressed by a huge mountain, which is so overwhelming. Sage Myung-gil approached him, certain that he might be the famous young organ the White Dragon had caught. He heard the White Dragon became a fool with only an eye for his disciple, but he understood why now. Sage Myung-gil realized that he was circulating inner core energy to raise his sense to the maximum, and he activated his instinct to estimate how strong his opponent was. The protagonist puts down his sword and curses it because the elder is so strong that he can't even estimate it, so he wonders if he is a human. Sage Myung-gil is amazed to look at him, and he starts to want him and expresses a strong aura. The protagonist gets startled as he sees something coming, so he immediately grabs his sword and strikes it. Sage Myung-gil is impressed to see this, thinking he is not bad as he has incredible martial prowess. Chin-woo was stunned to see this, wondering what that was and pondering if Chin-hee blocked the Grandmaster's attacks, but he couldn't see anything. Sage Myung-gil withdrew his hand and laughed, complimenting him on being truly impressive and remarkably skilled. He never thought that someone as young as him could block his Tai King 3 strikes. He explained that it is one of the Wu-Dang sect's top 5 bare-handed martial arts. The protagonist is relieved because he barely blocks them with instinct, but his body doesn't stop trembling either. He supposed this was the skill of the first emperor, who is said to have almost reached the mystic realm. Sage Myung-gil found him incredible, so he truly wanted to take him in as a disciple of the Wu-Dang sect. He asked what he thought about coming under him. The protagonist laughed, telling him he was a doctor and couldn't do that. Sage Myung-gil guessed the White Dragon would probably kick a fuss, and he heard it had gotten healthier recently. He uttered that it would be challenging even for him to handle him if he decided to come here and make trouble, which is a pity. The protagonist remembers that his master said their martial prowess is at a similar level. and the master is also this strong. Then, Sage Myung-gil looked at him and inquired how much of the dual energy technique he had mastered. The protagonist is so shocked that he drops his sword and can't believe he found it, even when he tries to hide it. Chin-woo is appalled at hearing this, and Sage Myung-gil is amazed to see his reaction. Chin-hee guesses the elder attacked him because the top martial master is basically a walking natural disaster. So, it's almost impossible to predict how they will move or what they will do. He realized he had found it and explained that he had mastered about 40% of it. Sage Myung-gil is amazed to discover that he has mastered 40%, but when he finally understands, he is shocked to realize that he has already accomplished that much. Sage Myung-gil found it hard to believe because it would have been difficult without a deep understanding of Taoist martial arts. Thanks to Sage Myung-deok, the protagonist explained it for leaving such clear and detailed instructions in the manual. Sage Myung-gil agreed as he heard he brought back Myung-deok's remains and supposed that might be it. The protagonist is relieved as he thinks the elder will scold him for learning it without permission. Sage Myung-gil is glad because that dull fool Myung-deok is finally back, so as long as he is back, that is all that matters. He is certain that if Myung-deok were still alive, he would have become one of the top 10 martial masters in the world. Their master taught him the dual energy technique and the Tai-Jai sword comprehension. At the same time, he is taught the Tai King's sacred arts and the Tai-Jai 3 strikes. The protagonist finally realizes that something has happened in the past. Sage Myung-gil explained that he learned the dual energy technique, but he doesn't have a deep understanding of it. He thought it was that they had met, so he wanted to teach the protagonist a few things. The protagonist is surprised that Sage Myung-gil wants to teach him some skills. The elder started demonstrating his skills, which startled the protagonist as he began again. The protagonist kept blocking the elder's attacks, which amazed him. He led such an attack that the protagonist couldn't block, so he got worried, and the elder attacked him. The protagonist is amazed to see that, and is sure that if he had hit him seriously, then he would have been dead for sure. Sage Myung-gil asked him how that was and explained how the dual energy technique is used. The protagonist finally understands that the moment his hand touched his solar plexus, it felt like electricity surged through his brain. He thought it was pretty impressive if that was some enlightenment. Sage Myung-gil explained that the dual energy technique doesn't just split one thought in two. One side is fast, the other side is slow, and if one side is strong, the other is gentle. Therefore, with each advance, there is a pause, so the elder instructed him to do that with yin and yang, and harmony would follow. So he asked him if he knew what that was. The protagonist gets startled as he understands it and wonders if it could be Tai-Jai, the supreme ultimate. Sage Myung-gil affirmed, explaining that the Tai-Jai is the origin of the dual energy technique, which he will have to keep in mind. Chin-woo is surprised to see that the Grandmaster is teaching Chin-hee. After reading the manual, the protagonist is startled as he thinks he understands everything. However, it seems that without deeply grasping the Tao philosophy of the Wudang sect, one can't fully comprehend the dual energy technique and start training immediately. Sage Myung-gil starts to look at him because he fell into his subconscious instantly, and he can see that the enlightenment is near. The protagonist finally understands that he had been mistaken about the Tai-Jai because the true Tai-Jai is actually different. After practicing for a while, the protagonist opens his eyes and is startled to see a bright light appearing before him. Young Guang and Young Hyang rushed there, asking the Grandmaster what he was doing. They approached him, and Young Guang thought he had gone too far and shouldn't teach an outsider their secret art. Young Hyang instructed him to stop it, and Young Guang couldn't believe the sect leader telling him that this person was an outsider, but he still stopped him. The protagonist is startled to see the sect leader here and is surprised to see the elder Young Guang there, about whom Chen-woo told him. Young Guang is infuriated because they are in this situation, and an outsider has obtained the dual energy technique. He is worried because if only he had gone deeper into his subconscious, it would be a problem. Sage Myung-gil told Young Guang that he disliked him in the past because of Myung-shin. He wanted to leave immediately because an irritating person had shown up, and he hoped to meet the protagonist again next time. While he was leaving, Young Guang asked him how he could leave like this in this situation. The sect leader knew that the Grandmaster had always been carefree, but for him to leave now of all times. He even taught the little white dragon the dual energy technique, so he wondered the Grandmaster's true intention. The secret leader thought this was bad because he was certain the little white dragon was on the verge of becoming enlightened. However, if the elder had been teaching him secretly, he could have turned a blind eye. But now everyone knows, so it is undeniable. The sect leader knew that he had always done whatever he wanted, but he had never been one to harm the Wudang sect. He was sure that he did that for a good reason. While indulging in his thoughts, Chen-He greets the Wudang sect leader. The sect leader looked at the unconscious warrior and apologized to the little white dragon for the disrespect he had been shown. He thinks the warriors have challenged him to a duel, even though he is their guest and hasn't rested since his long journey there. So, he is apologetic because even the multiple people attack him at once. The protagonist requests him to speak casually because he is much younger than him, and explains that he also asked them to fight him all at once, so they don't want the leader to hold it against them. Qin Hyun is amazed to hear that, and he finally understands why the white dragon brags about his disciple. Qin Wu is worried that things have gotten out of hand, and he hopes this won't get Chen-He into trouble. While returning, the sect leader agreed to speak with him casually, but wanted to head inside for now because it was not appropriate to keep talking to their benefactor out there. Qin Wu wondered if the Fist Emperor sensed something special about Chen-He because he heard he had quite a temper. The sect leader summed things up by saying Chen-He found this while looking for an elixir. The protagonist affirmed this, so he requested that he review the movement in Clause 3.1 of the Testament of Chen-He. The warrior gets startled, wondering what is wrong with the name of that document. He was startled, explaining that he wanted them to look at these documents. The elders wondered what was with him, and if he was crazy as they heard he was the principal of the White region, so he must have gone crazy. The protagonist finally tells them where it is and explains that the location within the inescapable valley is drawn in detail. Strangely enough, the elder found it easy to understand the contents. However, the elders wonder how to trust this because there is no way to confirm it is real. The protagonist agreed, as it seemed they needed to verify the terrain in that area, and inquired if any elders surveyed areas personally. He looked around, and a lady raised her hand, relieved him. The sect leader wondered what kind of strange explanation method was because not only did he record everything from discovering the remains and finding the dual energy technique, but he is not even nervous in front of high-ranking Orthodox sect members and is proving himself in the middle of it. This makes the sect leader wonder if he has already foreseen the chaos that Wudang sect would face. While all the elders are speechless, the protagonist is glad to be the reporter he asked Yu-Ho to create, which shows its brilliance. The perfect presentation that he prepared, even if they wanted to find faults within, so he was sure they wouldn't be able to do it. Since this involves the remains of one of their elders and the dual energy technique, he is sure there could be bloodshed if something goes wrong. Therefore, to solve this, he wanted to clear all the doubts, and after explaining for a while, he supposed everyone understood, so he wanted to move on to the next time. He said that if anyone has a question regarding this part, he should feel free to ask. Yongguang furiously slammed the table, wondering what that doctor was doing. He heard there were many lunatics in the Yigao clan, but he didn't expect him to be this crazy, so he wondered what he was scheming for. The protagonist explained that the corpse of the deceased had been burned in a pure manner using the 5-element core energy of the Yigao clan and clarified that the relevant will can be found in reference 5.1. The elders are startled to hear about the will and wonder if something like that exists, and everyone is shocked to know this is the truth. Yongguang starts wondering what is written on it and is shocked to read it. He is surprised to learn that 3 lines are written in the will. The first is about burning his corpse and giving it to Wudang sect. The next is about the right to remaining items, and the last is about permission for the finder to learn the technique. Yongguang is shocked to learn that Chen-He has learned the dual energy technique and asks if that is right. The protagonist affirmed, clarifying that he followed the will of the deceased. Yongguang gets infuriated, telling him that it is just the will of Taoist Mayan Diok, and inquires how he dared to learn it without permission from the Wudang sect leader. He asked the elders what they thought and if they were fine with an outsider learning their sect's sacred art. One of the elders is also concerned because if the Yigao clan learns the sacred arts, it will put them in a tough spot. Another elder agreed that even though he knew that the little white dragon wasn't a bad person, there was no way to know what would happen in the world, and if it was fine for him to learn it. The protagonist realizes that the old man is trying to mess him up, and he wants to do it the Miram way, but he has already prepared a plan B. The sect leader asks Yongguang what he is suggesting, and if they should destroy his energy core even though he is the next head of the White Dragon Clinic. Yongguang uttered that the Wudang sect had worked more with the Huaju Clinic than the White Dragon Clinic so far, so they owed them a debt. The sect leader is reluctant to think, even if that is the case, as it is too much, and asks if the elders believe the same way. He inquired if they thought it was alright for them to become enemies with the White Dragon Clinic just because they had worked with the Huaju Clinic. The sect leader asked them if they would just let their sect honor be tarnished. He asked them why they weren't saying anything and how their sect could end up like this. The protagonist is startled to see that they are bringing up the Huaju Clinic in front of him, and supposes that Yongguang is pretty well versed in making threats. While they were still discussing, Sage Myung-gil entered the meeting room and called them fools. The sect leader is shocked to see him there and inquires what they are doing there. Sage Myung-gil clarified that he was testing him to see if he had resolved this properly and asked if he thought he had left because he couldn't be bothered. He went toward his seat and instructed everyone to stop fussing and sit down. Yongguang gets annoyed because the elder made him do all the work, and now he acts like it has nothing to do with him. He looked at the protagonist and said it was not a big deal because he would take him in as his disciple. Since he is the next clinic head of the White Dragon Clinic, they will make him an outer sect disciple. The protagonist is startled to hear about being his disciple, and all the other elders are also dumbfounded. The sect leader stood, asking the elder what he was talking about. The protagonist wonders why he is doing this because he doesn't think that feels correct. Sage Myung-gil explained this was not the first time this had happened, 5 times before in the history of the Wudang sect. He uttered that if the White Dragon dared to say anything, tell him to come to him. But since that young man owes him a debt, he can't say anything to him. The protagonist is shocked to know that his master owes him a debt. Sage Myung-gil supposed Baek Rin never told him about it, and that he was the one who saved his life a few times when he was young. He is the one who pressured the Miram Alliance to let the Yi Gao clan seek their blood debt from the Azure Dragon sect. The protagonist is astounded to learn that it happened, but because his master does not talk much about the past, he always thinks he has his reasons, so he never asks. The sect leader knows that Sage Myung-gil carries the fist of the Wudang sect, so even if he is the sect leader, he can go against his decision. He is sure he has his reason for this, so he agrees with Elder Myung-gil's request, which shocks Yongguang. The protagonist is startled even though he is becoming his disciple regardless of his wants and wonders what is happening there. Sage Myung-gil doesn't want them to treat Chin-hee poorly because he would be treated as a joint successor. He specially instructed Yongguang to be careful because he had told him repeatedly, and the only reason he left him alone was because of Myung-shin. Since he had said what he wanted to ask to leave now. The protagonist is worried because he leaves, which could cause problems. The elders are amazed, thinking Chin-hee is so talented that even the first emperor likes him. Another elder is annoyed at hearing about the joint successor and wonders what he could possibly see in that kid to make such a bold decision, but he didn't get it because the kid is young. The elder reminded them who won the duel as he easily beat Taoist Chen Kyung, one of the most assertive rising stars. It is shocking that multiple people fought him, and they couldn't defeat Chin-hee. The sect leader wondered how he should clean up this mess and why heaven made his life so hard by making him the sect leader when he didn't even have what it takes for this position. Yongguang furiously asked the sect leader what was with all this mess and why the Fist Emperor did that. He wondered if Sage Myung-gil thought the elder was a joke and clarified this wasn't something they could overlook. The sect leader is certain that nothing will change, even if he blames heaven. He uttered that, firstly, an outer sect disciple was still an outsider, but now that he had become the only successor of the first emperor, he wanted to grant him the Tai King sacred pills. Everyone is startled to learn about the Tai King sacred pill. The protagonist is dumbfounded, wondering what he just said, and he wonders if he wants to give him the Tai King sacred pill, which is one of the 7 most excellent elixirs of Zhonghu. Later at night, the protagonist wondered what was happening as he thought Elder Yongguang would fiercely oppose giving him the Tai Jing sacred pill. However, it was so odd that he stayed quiet and let it pass, and he thought he knew what the sect leader was after. Even though they mostly use the Huaju Clinic, he knows how strong the White Dragon Clinic is. While Sage Myung-gil eccentrically resolved things, the sect leader probably thought this could greatly benefit the Wu-Dang sect, so he wondered if Elder Yongguang agreed, too. However, he is an outer sect disciple in a situation where he has authority, but no obligations, which is good for him. He had already learned some hidden weapon arts from the blood-born older devil, so he was fine with picking up more. Furthermore, the Taijai strike that the Fist Emperor showed him wasn't simple, and the real problem was whether the master would accept it. He started thinking that his master would rush all the way there and fight the First Emperor to determine who his absolute master was. He is concerned because if that happens, it will become an insane situation where 2 of the top 10 martial masters in the world fight over a single disciple. The protagonist supposed he might be overthinking it because he is not that great for them to do that and is just imagining things. He accosted Huanggu because he wanted to leave and wait for his master's response instead of imagining. Later, Yongguang is at the place where he is asked if he would accept the way of the blood immortal. Yongguang clarified that he would do anything to regain his arm. The man clarified that while the blood immortal is benevolent, there is no turning back once he accepts them, so he asked if he is prepared. Yongguang accepted it, and the man wished that the ways of the blood immortal be with him. After saying that, he disappeared before his eyes, which startled Yongguang, but seeing as he couldn't even see his presence, he supposed that man must be an incredibly skilled martial master. He looks at the statue and is startled to see an elixir before it. He picked it up and felt strange because it felt like a living thing. He furiously uttered that the people who made him like this were the sect leader and Elder Myung-gil. He recalled when he was with the sect leader and thought the Wu-Dang sect was rotten. It was time for a change. Even though they call themselves Taoists, they wouldn't even give him the dual energy technique, even after he lost his arm. So, he is sure that they are the ones who aren't true Taoists. He couldn't believe that they acted so heartlessly despite knowing his pain, and wondered if the little white dragon was more critical than him when he had dedicated his entire life to the Wu-Dang sect. He wondered what was so special about a dead man's will that they wouldn't give him the dual energy technique. Yongguang also didn't want to do this but didn't care anymore. So, he engulfed the elixir, which started dissolving in his body and caused tremendous change. He started emanating his aura since he couldn't get the dual energy technique. He wanted to walk the path of the blood immortal, and his tremendous aura spread nearby. Meanwhile, the protagonist returns the remains and hands over the dual energy technique. He did as he was old and thought he had completed all his objectives there. However, an outer sect disciple is a problem. He knew that his master had become more sensitive since Princess Juha, His Majesty, and Bloodborne Elder Devil all wanted to bring him over to their side. He was so moved when he realized how his master was related to the First Emperor and was sure that the connection might keep his master from going on a rampage. In the world of Miram, whether a person is from the orthodox, unorthodox, or demonic action, they never forget their benefactor. After writing the details, the protagonist is relieved because he has finished writing most of his letters to his master, so he must hang in until he gets a reply. He accosted Huanggu to accompany him so they could send this letter to his master. A few days later, Chenwu came outside his room and asked permission to enter. The protagonist permitted him and inquired what the matter was. Chenwu explained that the ceremony to accept him as the outer sect disciple would take place soon, so the First Emperor asked him to tell him to prepare for it. The protagonist is astounded to learn about this and inquires why he is doing this so quickly. Chenwu explained that he said they needed to finish that before the White Dragon came and caused a ruckus. Even though the White Dragon owes him an enormous debt, he is unpredictable when consumed by rage. The protagonist is amazed to learn that Sage Myung-gil knows that, and he is supposed to press a few acupoints that could trigger an acute stomach upset ahead of time. Chenwu explained that he was told Sage Myung-gil would also be teaching him. The protagonist is pleased, thinking this is a great idea, and Chenwu clarifies that it is all thanks to him. He is so happy that Chenhe has joined them. This feels like a dream. The protagonist wanted to know something about the joint successor so that if he went back, then they wouldn't banish him from being a direct disciple. Chenwu clarified it is not like he is a hostage, so he does not think they will do that to him. The protagonist understood that, but still, he could tell Chenwu was a little tense, so he inquired if he was scared. Chenwu explained that he was scared that he would disappoint the First Emperor. The protagonist assured him that wouldn't happen, so he didn't want him to worry. Chin-woo hoped that would be the case, and the protagonist affirmed that it was right, so he tried to protect him. The protagonist thinks they should leave now since it is already late, and Chin-woo instructs him to follow him. Later, the ceremony started, which took place in the Golden Pavilion Temple Court on the highest peak. Even though it was informal, the sect leader, elders, and the Taoists helped prepare for it. In the newer Miram novel, joint succession is rare, so the protagonist never thought he had experienced it, and he is glad that his master's letter arrived in time. Baek Rin uttered that his heart was too kind, and this had happened, but since it had come down to this, he wanted Chin-hee to learn everything he could. He clarified that he would be happy for him to know anything that might save his life in the future. The sect leader is stunned to read the letter and asks the first emperor if this is real, and if he gives permission. Sage Myung-gil asked him if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes already, and since they had gotten the letter, he wanted to start the ceremony. He happily took away both of his disciples to commence the ceremony. However, the sect leader worries about how they will clean up this mess afterward. The ceremony is ongoing, and the crux is simple. He recites the words passed down from Wu Dang's ancient sages and declares that he has joined the family as a new member. Furthermore, it also declares that Chin-woo has become a direct disciple under him. That is how the ceremony wrapped up so quickly despite all the preparation. After the ceremony ended, Sage Myung-gil explained that the White Dragon accused him of stealing his disciple and asked if he was being senile. However, the fact that he still permitted him means he must have figured it was good for him, and the protagonist finally understands the reason. The elder uttered that he is the kind of person Baek Rin is, as he can separate his emotions and think with a cool head. He supposed Baek Rin might have gotten angry so that he could offset his debts with him, and that happened. The protagonist gets startled, wondering what the Fist Emperor meant by this. Sage Myung-gil explained that he would grow older and leave soon, so he wouldn't be there once he ascended as a deity. So, in a few years, Chin-hee will only have one master left, and the White Dragon knows that. The protagonist remembered that in the novel, when the Heavenly Demon Blood Path started, Myung-gil wasn't around. When the Wu Dang sect desperately needed his help, no one could find him, making him wonder if he had foreseen everything already. Sage Myung-gil explained that is why he has no idea what a great fortune it is for him to meet Chin-hee. He hopes to help the Wu Dang sect when the time comes, and the protagonist is startled to hear about this. Later, he requested the elder to let him take a look at his pulse, but the elder clarified that there was no need for that. Sage Myung-gil clarified that he was not a patient, and he didn't ask for him to take a look at him, so he reminded him that he was being rude there. The protagonist is aware of that, but claims this is too important, so the elder agrees to let him take a look, which relieved the protagonist, so he started inspecting his condition. He couldn't see any problem in general and guessed the problem was with aging. Since his body has been fatigued by the numerous battles he fought, he has reached his limits now. So, if Sage Myung-gil doesn't ascend a day soon, he will die of old age, and it is possible that he will no longer be there in a few years. Sage Myung-gil started laughing, asking him how it was, and he was sure he couldn't fix growing old. The protagonist gets annoyed, telling him he is being harsh with his words. Sage Myung-gil clarified that he was laughing at the determination on his face to save him no matter what, as it had been a long time since he had seen that look. The protagonist clarified that he might be in a better state if he had taken it a little easier when he was younger. Sage Myung-gil clarified that he probably wouldn't have become the first emperor if he hadn't fought as much. Since martial arts are about risking his life to practice it, if he doesn't risk his life, he wouldn't be able to master it because the martial artist who doesn't fight is an empty vessel. The protagonist thought that was the realization of someone solely obsessed with martial arts. Sage Myung-gil clarified he had no regrets but was worried about what would happen when he was gone. Still having to take on two makes him feel more at ease, one who can see Wu Dang's internal affairs from the outside, and a martial arts genius who will establish his roots there. Therefore, with the two of them, things should be stable for at least the next 30 years, and the only problem is that Chin-hee is a little hot-headed. The protagonist clarifies that he doesn't care if he talks bad about him, but he wouldn't let him do that to Chin-woo since he is the best character among those who will become his sworn brothers. Sage Myung-gil asked if that was the case because what he could see was as if he had swallowed the venom of 1,000 vipers. Every time he opens his mouth, the poison is so strong that he can smell it from 1,000 yards away. the protagonist realizes that Chinwoo is being misunderstood again, even though Sage Myung-gil misunderstands Chinwoo now. However, he is sure to change his mind once he sees how Chinwoo acts and strives to do the right thing. Meanwhile, Chinwoo's ear felt itchy, and he wondered if someone was talking about him. Later, they were inside the library containing several books, and the protagonist wondered what it was. Sage Myung-gil clarified that he wanted to teach them how he was taught, and that their choice to internalize this teaching is up to them. The protagonist thought this was too much, but the sage heard the mystic core divine art of the Yi-Gao clan was impressive, and asked if he could memorize all of this one day. The protagonist is dumbfounded upon learning that, and clarifies that he is not confident about doing that. Sage Myung-gil laughed, telling him that he was not like the other promising martial artists at his age, and that is what he liked about him. He told them to do their best because anyone who enters the Wu-Dang sect must memorize all these regardless of whether they are outer sect dispel or direct discipline. He added that the bell would be struck if they didn't have it memorized by nightfall. Both of them get worried upon hearing this, and the protagonist realizes that he is serious, so he affirms his master's command. Sage Myung-gil clarified that he doesn't have to address him as master, because even though he is a co-successor out of formality, he sees him as his disciple because of the process. The protagonist inquired how he should address him then, and the sage clarified that he didn't like being called the Wu-Dang Fist Emperor or Tai-Jai Fist Emperor, so he suggested they call him grandfather. The protagonist and Chinwoo are startled upon hearing this, and the sage asks what he thinks. He explained that if he had a grandson, he had to be innovative and noble looking like him, so he wanted him to call him grandfather. The protagonist gets startled, wondering if his face is the type elderly people like. The sage asked what was wrong and if he didn't like that, but the protagonist refused and agreed to call him grandfather. He liked that sound and asked Chinwoo how he wished to address him. Chinwoo clarified that it is not like he has a master yet, so he is the only master he has, so he likes to address him as his master. Sage Myung-gil laughed after hearing this because he is from the Wu-Dang sect. He said he was more comfortable with him and instructed him to do as he pleased. The protagonist felt awkward and realized that just like the sect leader said, he is truly eccentric, so different from common sense, and everything felt chaotic at the start of these teachings. He started moving out while instructing the protagonist to start the lesson. He told Chinwoo to follow him because he would check how well he knew the basics of the Wu-Dang sect. Chinwoo affirmed, and Sage Myung-gil clarified that if he has been negligent in his training, he will have to relearn the basics. Chinwoo is concerned and assures his master that he won't disappoint him. Before leaving, he instructed the protagonist to memorize all of these before he came back. The protagonist affirmed, assuring him that he would memorize them. Chinwoo wished him the best of luck, and the protagonist hoped he made it back alive. Later, the protagonist started reading it, and was certain that it shouldn't be too hard for him to read through all the core scriptures of Taoism. After all, the mystic core divine art specializes in cramming knowledge. Meanwhile, Sage Myung-gil is teaching Chinwoo, telling him to think of his inner energy as water and move, but he does it wrong, so he reminds him that he is losing his balance. Sage Myung-gil instructed him to focus on the movement of his energy core. Since he did right this time, his master told him to put a little more strength into it, and think of his muscles as the cloud and his bones as the mountain. He explained that he doesn't need to separate the yin and yang if his energy flows properly along his meridian, Tai-Jai. He again lost his balance, so his master reminded him that was not the right way and that he needed to do that again. At night, he comes to the library where the protagonist is reading, and is surprised to realize that he has memorized everything but thinks he won't manage it. He didn't think everyone from the Yi-Gao clan was this capable. The protagonist clarified that he did his very best, and Sage Myung-gil praised him for doing great, and instructed him to rest up now as he would see him the following day. After the sage left, the protagonist asked Chinwoo if he was alright. Chinwoo affirmed, telling him that he is thankful to his master, but he was terrified when he was teaching him, and he is worried that the protagonist might not be able to handle it. The protagonist doesn't want him to worry about this because he is strong, which relieves Chinwoo. The protagonist recalled his training with Yuho and thought that no matter what happened, it would probably still be better than getting beaten up by Yuho. Chin-hee suggested they should get something to eat before going back to their room, but Chinwoo is certain he might be tried, so he wants him to go and rest. Chen He clarified that he was alright and didn't like the Wu Dang sect food, so he wanted to eat what he was cooking. Chen Wu decides to help him with cooking, and the protagonist thinks this is great, so he wants to cook something good quickly. Chen Wu also wanted him to eat something because he was way too skinny. The protagonist clarified that he has grown too big, so anyone beside him would look skinny. Chen Wu laughed, thinking that might be the case, and the protagonist asked what he wanted to eat. He is thrilled because the following day, they start learning martial arts. The following day, Sage Myung-gil clarified that the Tai Jai Strike, Zio King Energy Art, Zio King Sword Art, and Cloud Strike were all the basic moves that both the outer sect and direct disciple would learn. These were the common martial arts, and next to the outer sect, there were the middle-rank martial arts like the Pure Yang Art and the Zio King Sacred Art, which amazed Chen He. Sage Myung-gil clarified this is so troublesome, and it's hard to teach him when he is deeply rooted in the basic martial arts of the Yi Gao clan and has quite a lot of inner energy. He asked Chen He if he knew why he was still teaching him despite all that. The protagonist supposed that it is probably because of the ultimate goal of this teaching. He uttered that is because he needed to do this to understand the dual energy technique and use it fully. Sage Myung-gil laughed and affirmed, but he knew that smart people think differently, so he wondered why he thought so. The protagonist explained that the dual energy technique is like the fruit because they think of martial arts knowledge as a tree. The tree must be deeply rooted for them to understand what kind of fruit it will bear. Sage Myung-gil told him he was right, and was amazed because he knew that so uttered that even if what he taught him now wouldn't greatly improve his martial prowess, it would help him master the dual energy technique. The protagonist agrees and is certain that if he learns this properly, he can save even more patients. It's hard to fully imagine how much the dual energy technique could help with surgeries since it allows him to have many lines of thought simultaneously. Sage Myung-gil realized that he didn't seem as happy as martial artists usually would. The protagonist clarified that he was clarified because he was going to go to new ways to treat patients. Sage Myung-gil is shocked to learn this and can't believe he plans to use the dual energy technique to heal others. He remarked that he was born to be a doctor. He still doesn't understand how someone like him becomes a co-successor, but that is alright. From now on, he will be shown a demonstration, so he wants him to pay close attention. Then, he accosted Chen Wu and instructed him to perform the demonstration. Chen Wu affirmed and started demonstrating it to the protagonist. The protagonist is looking forward to seeing Chen Wu Tai Jai Strike. Chen Wu started demonstrating the skill while explaining that yin and yang are like water, so he should draw the Tai Jai with them and advance just as an energy core and create the balance of harmony within a human. The protagonist is amazed at seeing him because he is singing the principles of the momentum embrace, so Chen Wu's strikes start to slow but flow in harmony. The Tai Jai strike he is showing differs greatly from his usual ones. Because there is resistance, the momentum embrace is used, so yin and yang are combined to form the Tai Jai. However, there was something strange as those strikes didn't seem like they had been able to tear apart even leaves, so he wondered why it was so mesmerizing. After the performance, Sage Myung-gil praised him, telling him that he had gotten way better. Chen Wu is glad he can remember the pointers his master gave him and think over them. The sage found it impressive because that is what he expects of his disciples. The protagonist supposed Chen Wu could improve a bit, and Sage Myung-gil looked at him and then asked if he could follow it. The protagonist gets startled and asks if he must follow the Tai Jai strike. Sage Myung-gil affirmed, asking him if he could follow the movement from the start to the end. Since he can sue the mystic core divine art, he wonders why he keeps trying to slyly get out of doing things. The protagonist smirked as he realized that acting ignorant didn't work. Sage Myung-gil instructed him to get into the position and start doing it. The protagonist worries that he will scold him if he gets it wrong. Sage Myung-gil affirmed, telling him that is how a person learns, and clarified that he is quite a strict teacher, so he wanted him to brace himself better. Chen Wu cheered him, telling him that he could do it, but he was also concerned since he had seen it just once, so he wondered if he could do it. Although the protagonist is accustomed to intense training, he recalls something after seeing the Chen Wu movement. He stepped forward and clarified that he would start right away. Since Sage Myung-gil took him in as his disciple, he will learn to put up with something like this and start demonstrating the movements. Chen Wu is surprised to see that his posture is opposite of his. Sage Myung-gil is also surprised to see this, but wanted to see how he could do it first. He clarified that he would scold him if he didn't do it well. Chinwoo is dumbfounded to see that these are Tai-Jai strikes he has never seen. There are a few missing moves, and a few new moves have been added. Despite that, Chin-hee's footwork and strikes aren't getting tangled up and are flowing smoothly like water. Chinwoo thought this was incredible, as he never thought the protagonist could digest the principle of the Tai-Jai strike and use it in his style. The way he uses his energy is entirely different from what he learned. Sage Myung-gil asked Chinwoo what he saw there. Chinwoo said it looked like Tai-Jai strikes done in the 5 elements. Sage Myung-gil affirmed, telling him that he is truly a genius, as he can see that with just a glance. He thought Chinwoo was amazing because he never thought that someone from the rising generation with a Taoist name had this much talent. Chinwoo uttered that he was flattening him, but his master refused, telling him that no one could guess those were Tai-Jai strikes using the 5 elements at a glance. Even the sect leader would have to ponder this for a while, yet Chinwoo could guess it with his intuition. Chinwoo clarified that he is grateful for his master's kind words. Sage Myung-gil told him that's not what he thinks, but he is trying to butter him up. He is sure that things like that are needed to survive in that rotten Wudang sect, so he must know how to make conversation like that. The protagonist started making movements with his sword, which startled Chinwoo. Sage Myung-gil explained that he skipped the cloud strike and used the Zio King sword art. He could see that Chin-hee is injecting water energy into the wooden sword, and the water takes on the role of yin in the Tai-Jai, so it perfectly fits the principle of the Zio King sword art. After seeing the protagonist's demonstration, Chinwoo asks his master if he is a genius and what Chin-hee is. Sage Myung-gil clarified that he is a miraculous genius, which makes Chinwoo wonder why. The sage explained that since long ago, swordsmen had had to show their martial prowess by using their swords and naturally become coldly hearted. However, Chin-hee isn't someone with an exceptional talent in swordsmanship. He wanted his disciples to look and tell if he thought a wooden sword with such elegant energy could kill people. Chinwoo agreed that his master was right because it might be able to cut trees or boulders, but he couldn't imagine it killing another person. Sage Myung-gil clarified that is why it was strange, as Chin-hee saw his moves, understood the principles, and was able to adapt them to his style skillfully. However, that sword technique isn't used to kill people, and Chinwoo wondered if that is because of his medical skills, and his master affirmed. Chinwoo is surprised, as he thought he was joking when he said he learned the dual energy technique to treat others. Sage Myung-gil clarified that is why everyone doesn't like the Yi Gao clan. Although a genius and a miraculous genius, he is sure this will break his old back. He remarked that it was good enough, as it was not too bad for someone who just swung the sword as he wished. The protagonist is startled, asking if that is the case, and clarifies that he was nervous but is glad he understood what he was trying to do. Sage Myung-gil clarified that he said he would acknowledge the Tai-Jai strike, which wasn't like a Tai-Jai strike, and the Zio King sword art, which was not like the original one. So, he wanted the protagonist to keep practicing the basic steps from now on, and only then will he be able to understand the ultimate principle of the dual energy technique. The protagonist affirmed, telling him that he would bear that in mind. The sage doesn't know how the white dragon taught him, but to think that he had started so intensely. The protagonist is mortified, wondering if he started too intensely. Sage Myung-gil gets hungry, so he wants them to give him some food as well, since he is their teacher, and asks if they are thinking of eating by themselves again. The protagonist refuses but inquires if the mess of Wudang's scent doesn't serve great food either. The sage clarified that he is better than them because the intelligent monster that follows him only eats what he gives. He looked aside and saw the mystical creature approaching him, which showed the sage what they were doing. He clarified that they were going crazy over the mention of food and supposed they might be quite hungry. The protagonist laughed because that is what they usually are like, and agreed to prepare the food quickly. Sage Myung-gil gets the idea of teaching them something, too. The protagonist is surprised to learn that mystical creatures can also be taught. The sage clarified that they could think of their forepaws and wings first and needed to get the form right. The protagonist is thrilled by the idea and supposes that it is possible. Since everyone was hungry, the sage decided to leave, so Chin-hee affirmed, and Chinwoo also wanted to help him. While leaving, the protagonist looks at the sage and realizes he is eccentric. 2 weeks later, the protagonist is amazed because time passes so fast. While doing laundry, he guessed he had learned all the basic steps, though he still had yet to understand the ultimate principle. He is about 70 or 80% there, which is impressive progress. Now that he thinks of it, Elder Yongguang is quiet, but previously, he tried to devour him as much as possible. The Wudang sect doesn't seem very worried about him, so he wondered if he should go into isolated training. He supposed that since the grandfather stepped in and helped the sect leader, he probably needed time to rethink the whole situation. It's time to get the secret manual kept at the back of the Yuan Shitianjun statue head. Fortunately, his grandfather is backing him, so he should be able to work around him even if he is alone. Thanks to his acceptance as the co-successor, he was busy trying to avoid eye contact with the elders. However, the protagonist is sure that day is a perfect time since it's his rest day, so he wants to get moving. Later, the protagonist is exhausted from climbing the mountain and wants Huanggu to stay there for a little longer because they are almost there. While the exact location of the secret manual wasn't written, it is said that the manual could be found in the most enormous Yuan Shitianjun statue. Only 2 places have the biggest stores in the Wudang sect. Fortunately, they are pretty remote locations, so there aren't many worshippers visiting. After reaching the entrance, he realized the place was quiet, just as expected. He instructed Huanggu to help him keep a lookout because he would be back soon. After that, he rushed inside and wanted to get it, but few people were around. Soon, he arrives before a giant statue and is amazed to learn that there is an old statue. He greeted the statue, thanked him for the secret manual, and then rushed above it to start looking for it. He kept searching since the novel said it was at the back of the statue's head. However, he can't feel anything and is confident it should be around this area. He kept looking for a while, and finally, he felt something there and found it. He looks at the scroll and gets startled to see it because the novel never mentions what it is, when he knows a secret manual is hidden there. However, he never thought it was the Taijai Enlightenment sword art, one of the most potent sword arts. It is also within the top 5 most powerful divine arts, but only remnants appeared after it was burned in the novel. Since the Wudan set was at its most rotten state during the Heavenly Demon Blood Path, an unknown Taoist had betrayed the sect and defected to the demonic cult. The Taoist traders set the Wudang mountain on fire as well as burned numerous pavilions and temple courts. This was when the sect leader found the remnant of the secret manual behind the head of the Yuan Shitianjun statue. The leader couldn't believe that this was how things ended. Even though the ancient sage arranged to rescue the Wudang sect when it faced a crisis, it was too much even for the current sect. He wondered what they should do now and how a Taoist could burn the Wudang mountain, which is like their parents to them. The sect leader found it utterly ridiculous that a toast of the Wudang sect would set the mountain on fire. The protagonist sighed to think the burned manual was the Taijai Enlightened sword art. He finally realized why the sect leader vomited blood and was sure that with this, he would be able to prevent the sect leader from vomiting blood and dying, so he decided to take it. While on their way back, he wondered what he should do now and if he should burn it. He remembered that many complications arose just because he learned the dual energy technique, so he wanted to treat this manual as if it had never existed. Chen He, the Miram genre fanatic, couldn't believe this and asked if he was serious and if he seriously wanted to destroy it despite seeing how beautiful it was, as this is the Taijai Enlightenment sword art. His fanatic self assured him he would regret doing so if he destroyed it. The protagonist agrees because that is true. Burning would be an overreaction, and it looks so luxurious, so the Wudang sect might also notice. So, he returned it to the Wudang sect because it belonged to them and instructed Huanggu to help him find his grandfather. Huanggu immediately started moving in that direction, and the protagonist followed him. He is certain that if he tries to take this all alone, he won't be able to handle it. Later, Sage Myung-gil is surprised to know he is giving this to him instead of learning it himself. The protagonist affirmed and wanted him to take this because it belongs to the Wudang sect, so it should be returned to its rightful owner. Since that is what Chen He thinks, Sage Myung-gil accepts it, but he wants to know how he knew the secret manual would be there. The protagonist clarified it was written in the will he found, and he lied because he could not tell him that he read about it in the novel, so he had to use the deceased sage Myung-deok's name. Sage Myung-gil's eyes filled with water as he realized that Myung-deok bore so much burden alone. He knew that Fool couldn't trust the Wudang sect, But he couldn't leave either. He started crying and explained that the Taijai enlightened sword art had been lost for a long time. The protagonist is stunned as it is one of the famed martial arts of the Wudang sect, but still, it is lost, and they wonder what it is all about. It's common for martial arts to be lost in the Zhonghu, which occurs when the successor of an ultimate divine art dies of an unnatural death. They could be killed as a result of someone or suffer from energy deviation. Secret manuals are a safety measure put in place by the successors to prevent martial arts from being lost. The protagonist finally understood everything, and it makes sense to him now. Sage Myung-gil clarified that it is the same for the Wudang sect Taijai Enlightenment sword art as a few generations ago. The successor died, and the secret manual disappeared. The protagonist is surprised to learn that he died, and the sage affirms, explaining there was a fight. It's a situation that they can't talk about internally, much less ever tell the outside world. The antagonist supposes that someone would have caught wind of an incident that serious, but there can only be one reason it can be spoken of. The protagonist inquired if the fight was due to the Taijai enlightened sword art. The sage is startled hearing this, and Chen-He is certain there is an internal strife within the Wudang sect. Sage Myung-gil affirmed, telling him many are willing to go to great lengths just for the dual energy technique, and the same goes for the Taijai enlightened sword art. The nature and disposition of their sect martial arts can be quite different, so it's hard to teach it to others, which is terrible news for the depraved Taoists. Since they had forsaken wealth and thrown away their past life for martial arts, they gave their all to the Wudang sect. So, there is no way they would accept it if they were told to learn only about the Taijai strike. In addition, anyone can learn the Taijai strike, and it has no risk of resulting in energy deviation. However, the martial arts that he taught Chen-He is a different story. But if those without the correct nature and disposition try to learn them fully, it would just damage their bodies and minds. That is why the Wudang sect chooses people to protect them. The protagonist understood, but is sure that most would find that hard to accept. This means that despite them giving everything they had to be in the Wudang sect, there is a limit to what they can achieve if there is nothing they can do to surpass the person who learns the dual energy technique. Sage Myung-gil affirmed that he was right because that was a problem that Wudang sect had been facing for a long time. This problem cannot be resolved without the dual energy technique and Taijai enlightened sword arts. Since they wouldn't be able to get them to understand whether it's their energies or minds, they will all take a hit when they face their limits. The protagonist agreed because that is a tough problem. While pondering, Sage Myung-gil poses a question to him, asking if he believes Taijai is gentle, harmonious, and peaceful, like a parent's embrace. The protagonist clarified that he was unsure, and Myung-gil explained that Taijai was violent and majestic. The only time it can be said to be gentle is when people don't honestly know it, or have obtained a vessel that can control its tremendous power. The protagonist understood it since he is someone strong and ought to obtain the nickname Fist Emperor. So he probably knows the true form of Taijai, but he also looks quite tired. Sage Myung-gil clarified that it was such a huge relief that the disappeared secret manual was kept safely. He is confident that it is so that it could help the Wudang sect when faced with a crisis. He agreed that it should be used at the right time to protect the Wudang sect, once again, and is sure that Myung-deok knew that. The protagonist is relieved because the last piece of the puzzle has fallen into place. When the Taijai enlightened sword art appeared only after it had been burned to ashes by the sect leader, who died due to a heart illness, that was because it represented the dark side of the Wudang sect on top of what it was. Despite all that, he still didn't have the heart to give up on the Wudang sect. Sage Myung-gil never understood why good people were always trying to leave in a hurry. In the end, only useless people like him who are ignorant of their state are left behind, which was probably the reason for their rush. Chen-He couldn't believe that he was crying again. Sage Myung-gil thought that Myung-deok was an idiot and wondered how long he expected him to live before he was going to return this to them. The protagonist supposed that returning this to the Wudang sect was the right decision, and he did what he could. The Fist Emperor did say that the person's nature would be considered when deciding whether or not they could learn the Taijai enlightened sword art. However, he is sure that Chen-Wu is a possible candidate, and he is sure that if he learns the Taijai enlightened sword art, he would be able to become the strongest within the orthodox groups. The protagonist found it surprising to learn that it would have such a deep meaning. He knew the first emperor would be able to understand it, and the protagonist could read but could not comprehend it. After reading the entire technique, Sage Myung-gil understood that, in the end, Tai-Jai was him. The ancient sages said humans are small universes, and he kept reading. After a while, a string of energy started emitting from the scroll, which made the protagonist wonder if it was enlightenment. He found it incredible because of the yin and yang energies revolving around him and creating the form of a Tai-Jai, so he finally attained enlightenment. Thanks to him, Sage Myung-gil clarified that he could grow a little. The protagonist is surprised that body reformation didn't occur this time, but grandfather's eyes look more transparent and mystical. So, he asked him if he had reached the mystic realm, and Myung-gil refused because he was still lacking a little, but he should be able to get there after a little more training. The protagonist thinks that was great and recalls that his master also said he was close to reaching the mystic realm, so he guessed he was on the same level as the first emperor. However, seeing his master is as strong despite being much younger, he is a genius. Sage Myung-gil wanted to teach Chen-He the Tai-Jai enlightened sword art. The protagonist is startled to learn that because he's an outer sect disciple. Sage Myung-gil wondered why he was acting so humble now when he had already learned the dual energy technique and suggested he should also learn the Tai-Kin 3 strikes. The protagonist is reluctant because he is certain that the other Wu-Dang sect Taoists wouldn't be pleased. Sage Myung-gil clarified that the path that can be discussed is not the transcendent one, so if they are jealous of him then, they have strayed away from the path. Chen-He thought it couldn't be helped because Taoists are human, too. Sage Myung-gil furiously slammed the table and asked if he intended to make him a shameless person. He asked if he wanted him to send away the person who brought back the dual energy technique alone with the Tai-Jai enlightened sword art, but if he did that, he would never be able to face Myung-diak. The protagonist finally understands why the grandfather behaves that way and supposes he must miss Myung-diak a lot. Sage Myung-gil clarified that he already knew what he was like and wanted him to be honest if he had already memorized every step. Chen-He gets started as he knows he can't hide it from him. He clarified that he wanted to research the basic martial arts concept because he was learning the Tai Yi Immortal Destruction Sword technique. The sage affirmed and clarified why they should do what he said, and the protagonist agreed. The sage explained that while the Tai Yi Immortal Destruction Sword technique is also a divine art, it is child's play compared to their Tai-Jai enlightened sword art. However, the protagonist is still reluctant, so the sage agrees that he wouldn't teach it to him, but he would help him understand its concept. The protagonist thought this was a good idea, but he wondered if he would be able to apply the concept of the Tai-Jai enlightened sword art to the Tai Yi Immortal Destruction Sword technique. However, the combination of the dual energy technique and mystic core divine art did result in the best efficiency so far. So, he told grandfather that he would be counting on him then, but he would not learn Tai King 3 stories because he didn't think he would be able to handle the consequences if he learned that as well. The sage thought he was strange because people would be dying to learn more, and he agreed to do that. The protagonist clarified that instead of learning Tai King's 3 strikes, he wanted to make a request. The sage wondered what his request was, and the protagonist wished him to take care of Chen-Wu. Myung-gil is surprised to learn that he cherishes Chen-Wu because he chose to take care of his brother instead of learning the technique. The protagonist clarified that he has gone through many tough times and hopes only to enjoy the good things in life from that moment onward. Myung-gil agreed with him and clarified that he took him as a disciple for a reason and intended to teach him everything he knew as the Fifth Emperor. The protagonist is pleased to learn this, so he expresses his gratitude and thinks it is great because Chen-Wu will survive whatever storm hits Zhong-hu. Sage Myung-gil wondered if Chen-Wu knew how dearly the protagonist cherished him, and he doubted that he would be able to repay his kindness in his lifetime. The protagonist clarified that they are swords, brother, so he does not need to repay because this is their body. 1 month passed in no time, and the protagonist discussed martial arts with Sage Myung-gil in this 1 month and greatly improved. While the protagonist wants to reach the evolutionary realm, he can refine his martial arts as a whole and bring them into harmony. His dual energy technique has improved so much that he is proficient enough to control 2 energies well. While combating Chen-Wu, he requests him to go easy on him because his sword is about to break. The protagonist apologized because he got too excited without realizing it. After a while, Jinwoo yelled at him with his sword and told him it was his turn, so he started attacking him. The protagonist remarked that he is fierce, and now he understands why the Taijai Enlightened Sword Art is one of the 5 most vigorous divine arts. The essence of Taijai Enlightened Sword Art is the ultimate defense, as it uses the concept of momentum to embrace and divert all attacks, which forms the shape of Taijai and can even divert any forces. After a while, Jinwoo is concerned because his attacks are not working on him. He never thought the protagonist would be able to pull that off so easily, and he supposed he might be a genius. Sage Myung-gil is surprised because they have learned much more than the usual person learns and realize they are his disciples. In the evening, Sage Myung-gil demonstrated a few more techniques, and the protagonist thought it was incredible. He wondered if this is the ultimate essence of the Taijai Enlightened Sword Art. Jinwoo is startled to see the final strike and asks the protagonist if he saw that, as it feels like the air is being distorted. The protagonist affirmed because he saw that too, and Jinwoo wondered how that worked. Sage Myung-gil explained that when the principle of yin and yang comes into contact with the wei, it's possible to use the Tai King 3 strike to distort nature too. However, it's hard even for him to pull this off entirely, and he understands why this was lost now, so he asks Jinwoo if he knows why. The protagonist knew that Jinwoo had also grown much stronger in the past month. He was good at reading and sensing energy, so he wondered if he knew. Jinwoo uttered that from what he could see, it felt like the Taijai Enlightened Sword Art is meant only for the martial artists who have reached the mystic realm. They were startled to hear that, so Sage Myung-gil instructed him to go on and finish what he was saying. Jinwoo said he could feel energy flow when the air was distorted. The energy that his master had and the principle that allowed him to control that energy. If either one had been insufficient, then he would fail to control the yin and yang, thus being unable to handle the Taijai. Sage Myung-gil uttered that he was on the spot and explained that his master told him that to reach the mystic realm beyond the evolutionary realm, one must first achieve the ultimate martial mind. The protagonist inquired about that, so the sage explained that core energy is accumulated via breathing and circulated through the meridians to be sent to various parts of their body for use. If one reaches the mystic realm, one can use the mind crush and kill others with their willpower alone. The protagonist is certain that any martial artist would have imagined being able to do that at least once in their life. Sage Myung-gil explained that it is something one gets naturally when one reaches the mystic realm. After that, there is also a level where one can control the core energy with their mind, which would be the martial mind, the ultimate martial mind. Jinwoo inquired if that meant the ultimate martial mind was the evolved version of the mind sword. Sage Myung-gil affirmed, telling him that the Taijai Enlightened Sword Art is a martial art that uses the martial mind as its base, which is the reason the air could be distorted. The protagonist is dumbfounded because being able to kill people with just the mind is already very new to him. Yet he thinks they had used the mind sword as a way to create sword art. He finally understood why he couldn't understand it despite memorizing it. In the novel, the only one who sued martial mind was Harayun, the last boss he defeated. The strongest person amongst the 10 strongest martial masters, Jong-hu, was one of the 3 supremes. He never thought he would see and learn about the ultimate martial mind there. He cursed himself because he was getting so intoxicated by the martial arts of this world. 1 week later, while resting after combat, Jinwoo remarked that he was amazing as he never thought he could distort the space as his master did and supposed that he was a supreme martial master. The protagonist refuses because he is too inexperienced compared to his master and grandfather. He is nowhere near the heavenly demon either, as he learned the dual energy technique and Taijai Enlightened Sword Art, and it felt like he was able to overcome some of his limits. Jinwoo said it's already impressive that he could learn that part and make it his own because, usually, only those in the mystic realm can even try something like that. The protagonist agreed because understanding the martial mind is a level where one embraces and becomes one with the sword. Jinwoo wondered why it seemed like he felt that he had finally taken the first step. Jinhee explained that it is because the higher he climbs, the more places he sees above him. Jinwoo thought he was scary because he had a lot of inner energy, thought fast, and had better skills, so he doubted any supreme martial master would be able to defeat him. The protagonist clarified that he doesn't like killing people, so he can only subdue them quickly. Jinwoo thought his brother was more like a Taoist than him. The protagonist clarified that he only said that he would kill people, but he never said he had let them roam around freely. He explained that if it's possible, he didn't want to get blood on his hands, but there are times when a lawless person must be killed to save thousands of lives. After explaining, he said it was because he thought the time was almost up. Chinwoo knew that it was the following day when his brother would leave. The next day, while the protagonist is prepared to leave, several elders and sage Myung-gil are there to see him off. After bidding his farewell to everyone, he is leaving and asks Chinwoo if he will participate in the Dragon and Phoenix Summit. He is sure he should be able to do so. He has his Taoist name and is a master now. Chinwoo uttered that if he is going, he will request to join as well, but it's not guaranteed that he will be granted permission, but he thinks it should be possible. Since all the rising martial artists of the Wu-Dang sect will gather and compete, the top 3 will participate in the Dragon and Phoenix Summit. The protagonist is sure it will be a piece of cake for him to make it into the top 3. He intended to follow his master for the next Dragon and Phoenix Summit because, at his current age, there weren't a lot of people who had picked a fight with him. Chinwoo rambled that his brother could only follow his mother because he had 120 years of inner energy, and many martial artists had probably already tried to fight against him. The protagonist is startled, wondering why they would pick a fight with a doctor. Chinwoo explained that the White Dragon brags about him so much that it hurts the pride of many other rising martial artists. He wondered if the protagonist didn't know but thought that normally, the person who is in the center of it wouldn't know. The protagonist gets concerned, wondering how much his master talks about him. Chinwoo knows that the White Dragon is not ambitious about strength, and his brother wouldn't be participating in the summit, so things will probably end well. The protagonist affirmed that he wants to gain more experience treating patients with urgent physical injuries. More importantly, they are getting increasingly short-handed, so the Fur Hall leader has requested that he be brought along. Chinwoo noticed that his eyes seemed to shine more when he was talking about medical skills than martial arts, and the protagonist laughed, asking if that is the case. Soon, they arrived at the no-weapon zone, so he got his sword back and was about to depart. Chinwoo thanked him for everything, saying he had learned much from him, but the protagonist clarified that it was nothing. Chinwoo refused as he couldn't even begin to quantify the help that his brother had given him, and he was also the one who saved him and recommended him to the Wu-Dang sect. Chin-hee clarified that anyone in his position would have done the same thing. Chinwoo thought losing one of his eyes was a blessing in disguise because if it weren't for that illness, he wouldn't have met him. Now that he has grown, his scars from back then are almost all gone. The protagonist agreed, telling him he had grown up well and was now more handsome. Chinwoo clarified that it is all thanks to him as he is the one who held on to him and helped him. The protagonist clarified that he was just really unlucky before that, but he will experience even more wonderful things from now on. So, he hugged Chinwoo and told him he needed to continue living a cheerful life. Chinwoo agreed and hoped to see him again at the Dragon and Phoenix Summit. The protagonist agrees and wants him to stay well because he will send him an even more oversized scarf and write him more letters next time. Chinwoo got it, so he needed his brother to stay safe, bid farewell, and see him leaving. While on his way, he is at the market and is pleased as he buys dried rations, meat jerky, and pepper, but he also wants to buy more goat milk to make the butter. He realized it was getting dark and instructed Hwang-gu to hurry up. He finally arrived at the inn. While on his bed, he wondered if he should get the elixir he couldn't obtain previously. Since Chinwoo and Sima Hyun's inner energies are still lacking, he thinks it would be good for him to send them some. He hoped the Wu-Dang sect wouldn't get burned down this time. The first emperor attained enlightenment this time and had a disciple, so he probably wanted to stay in the human world for a more extended period. Fortunately, he can spend more time there, and the protagonist is sorry that there will be a different ending than the novel. He got so sleepy that he wanted to sleep and wished Hwang-gu a good night. While going to sleep, they sensed something that started Chin-hee, so he sat and asked Hwang-gu what was wrong. The protagonist wondered what was happening because it was noisy outside. He peeked out and was startled to see people shouting that the Wu-Dang mountain was on fire. Another man thought it was not good because he had gotten a friend show and entered the temple. They decided to wake people up as they needed to go up there. The protagonist is startled because the fire seems huge and wonders what happened. The Wu-Dang sect was only supposed to go up in flames a few years later. It was supposed to happen after the first emperor ascended to the deity realm. The protagonist immediately brushes toward the Wu-Dang mountain and thinks things are different from the novel. However, the current Wu-Dang sect hasn't started to rot, and the Fifth Emperor is still alive, so he wondered where things went wrong then and where it began. While the mountain was on fire, people requested to protect the Wu-Dang sect and not back down. The protagonist finally arrives at the temple and hears people saying it is an ambush, so they wonder where those people came from. The warriors are worried because the enchantments have been dispelled and wonder how they did that. The protagonist sees them fighting with their enemy and gets worried because this feels like the scene in the novel. While he is indulging in his thoughts, one of the assassins rushes to attack him, so Huang-gu alarms him. The protagonist immediately attacked him and wanted to pull himself together because this place wasn't the battlefield on which he died. Since he is the Zhonghu, he can fight there and be fine. He didn't want to fall apart there because whether they were in Zhonghu or on Earth, humans kill each other all the same. Another man tried to attack him, but the protagonist killed him first and wondered whether what he was experiencing were just dreams and ideals. The assassin gets started on seeing that Qinhe is too fast and wonders where someone this skilled came from. The protagonist realizes these people are fearless as they ambush the Wu-Dang sect. Only two possible culprits would dare to do this, and one is highly likely to be the culprit, but he can't confirm it right now. The fact that they ambushed the Wu-Dang sect despite the presence of the Fifth Emperor means they have a way to deal with him as well. He is sure about this because it wouldn't make sense if they could do something like this, but he didn't consider that factor. Elder Zhong-ah crawled toward the protagonist and accosted him. The protagonist worriedly asked if he was alright, and Elder Zhong-ah thought he had long left this place. He coughed blood and was glad to see the little white dragon, but he was sure he had no idea how happy he was to see him there. The protagonist is worried because he is bleeding too much, so he presses his acupoint. Elder Zhong-ah requested that he protect the Wu-Dang sect and inquired what he was doing. The protagonist clarified that he was blocking his pressure points to stem his bleeding and requested him to bear with it. Furthermore, he didn't want to say his last word to a doctor, and Elder Zhong-ah asked if he would be able to live. Qinhe explained that he had treated him well so he could survive until this was over. While he wants to do more for him, he is out of time, so he requests him to hang in there for now. Elder Zhong-ah can't believe that he just saw a martial artist stop someone from bleeding while they were saying their last word. So, he agreed to his request and was assured that he would grit his teeth and survive so he wouldn't have to listen to his nag. The protagonist handed him the medicine and clarified this would help keep him conscious. He wanted him to hide in a corner first because the treatment has temporarily allowed him to move his legs. He feeds Elder Zhong-ah medicine, telling him that he won't be able to move for long, but he has only done enough for him to escape, and he hoped he would last. When he was about to leave, Elder Zhong-ah grabbed him to thank him and assure him that he would survive. The protagonist stood as what he needed to do to save lives, so he wanted to move quickly. He instructed the lightning hawk to fly high and check for incoming enemies. He doesn't care about those who are weak, but he wants it to tell him about those who look more substantial than if it can summon lightning to protect him. After that, he instructed Huang-gu that he would be coming with him to search for the injured and use the combat techniques that the Fifth Emperor taught him. Huang-gu affirmed, so he decided to move to the following location. Meanwhile, the heavenly lightning hawk strikes the most potent enemies with its lightning, and Huang-gu also attacks the other assassin. The assassin is startled to see him there and wonders where this dog came from. While fighting with these assassins, the protagonist is worried because they are destroying all those they see, but they don't have enough time. The assassin is annoyed because they are no match for Qinhe and curses him. After clashing swords with them, the protagonist learns they are from the Blood Immortal cult, so he doesn't want to forgive them. He struck several of those assassins along with Huang-gu and killed many of them. He looked around and realized they had taken care of this area, so he instructed Huang-gu to find survivors immediately. Huang-gu affirmed, so he immediately left to scavenge for the survivors. The protagonist couldn't understand why the Blood Immortal cult was there and wondered if it was intentional. In any case, it is terrible if they talk about the Blood Immortal cult. Then, it means that all sorts of enemies will swarm this place. Abruptly, he saw a lightning hawk and inquired if it had found something. Later, he is treating an injured person, requesting him to hang in there, and the wounded person is worried about his leg. The protagonist comprehended, based on the report that Lightning Hawk gave him, that at least several hundred blood immortal cultists were ambushing the Wudang sect. To make matters worse, that is only what he could see, and if they add those that couldn't, then there should be at least 1,000 of them. He started treating another injured, instructing him to stay awake. He knew that there were about a few thousand martial artists in the Wudang mountain. The cultists who gathered there were probably elites. So, he wondered if they intended to obliterate the Wudang sect. While he was treating one of the elders who was in serious condition, the elder requested him to save his disciple first, who was in the other direction. He was worried about seeing a hole where his ribs were and realized it would be hard for him to survive. Wondered if he hangs on until now for his disciple. The protagonist assures the elder that he will go to him now and rushes there. He is stunned to see that he has already been dead for some time. After he returned, the elder asked him if he had found him, and the protagonist affirmed. The elder thanked the protagonist for finding him and requested that he save his disciple. While requesting the protagonist to save his disciple, the elder started crying and took his last breath. The protagonist realized that he used his last strength to shout for help to save his disciple because that was the only thing he could do. He can't believe that such good people are being driven to their deaths, so he wants to make the cultists pay for this. Abruptly, Hwang-gu arrives and starts calling him, and the protagonist wonders what is wrong. He is startled to see several frozen Jiangshi approaching him from the ground. He finally realized why his energy detector couldn't pick them up. He looked at the other side and realized there were so many of them. He grabbed his sword, unsheathed it, and knew that the Fist Emperor was there and the elders of the Wudang sect were all Supreme Peak or Evolutionary Martial Masters. So, there is no way the Blood Immortal cult doesn't know this, so they must have powerful cultists there to deal with them, which means the situation is terrible. Since that is the case, Chin-hee knew that the solution would be for him to get rid of the less powerful cultist. He emanated a strong aura and commanded Hwang-gu to rampage his heart contents to crush them all. His aura started spreading, engulfing all those frozen Jiangshi and killing them. Conversely, the Blood Immortal cultist was enchanting their spell and creating magical spells. Blood Immortal Cult Middle Executive White-Robed Sage is pleased because the Wudang sect's enchantments will be destroyed soon. Abruptly, a man tells him the situation, and the White-Robed Sage is dumbfounded upon learning that the frozen Jiangshi are being destroyed. He instructed his comrades to hurry up because someone was disrupting their plans, so they had to stop him at all costs. The protagonist praised Hwang-gu and Lightning Hawk for their great work, and he took care of this area quickly, thanks to both of their help. The mystical creature demanded the food, and the protagonist agreed to give it to them as he heard them. He took out jerky meat to give to them and wanted them to eat it slowly. The protagonist is concerned because Jiangshi keeps coming, and he can't just keep luring and bringing them around. The factors that can change the situation on a battlefield are the terrain, timing, and people. Since the enemies chose the timing, the terrain is currently engulfed in flames, so it's working in their favor, and the only thing left would be people. Since the Wudang sect does look like they have the upper hand, it's hard to say that they are better, but they will still be the biggest threat to the Blood Immortal cult. So, the best way to suppress the Wudang sect would probably be to destroy the enchantments. So, he is sure an enchantment must be deployed on the Wudang mountain to protect the Wudang sect. He decided to recall the numerous enchantments he had learned from the Yahello clan. He is sure there are some structures similar to the Wudang sect enchantment, so there is certainly something that he could use there. The enchantments refer to systematically arranging objects imbued with energy on Earth to distort the energy of heaven and Earth's natural flow, creating an extraordinary phenomenon. Its basis is not in martial arts, but in feng shui, thus, it differs from spells. Therefore, learning enchantments and spells is completely different to the extent that there are full-time enchanters. The Yahello clan is known to be the best in the enchantment field, and Baek Rin is a direct descendant who has inherited all the knowledge of the enchantment and has passed on most of his knowledge to his disciples. He went to the location where those cultists were, saw them casting magic, and realized that, as he expected, their enemies also had some knowledge about enchantment. There were so many spellcasters, which means they came prepared. However, the protagonist wonders how they found out about this place because no outsider should be able to find the exact location of the core. The protagonist is dumbfounded as he realizes there might be an insider and there should be at least an elder, so he wonders if it could be Elder Yongguang. Since Elder Yongguang is the only one who would go against the Wu Dang sect right now. So, if the unknown Taoist mentioned in the novel is him, he should have also told all the information he gave to the demonic and blood immortal cult. That period in the demonic cult was before Ha Ryun became the cult leader, so he could say they were as cruel and merciless as the blood immortal cult. Yongguang probably got too impatient since he couldn't use the dual energy technique, even though it was right before his face. Meanwhile, Elder White-Robed instructed the cultists to hurry up, because they didn't know when he might appear. The protagonist looked at them and thought he was fortunate because the enchantment still looked fine, so if he stopped them quickly, he would still be able to restore them. So, he asked Hwang-gu and Lightning Hawk if they were ready, as he would be attacking the spellcaster wearing the white in the center, so he wanted them to attack the one around him. The mystical creatures affirmed their master's command, and the protagonist decided to get started. Soon, the Lightning Hawk flew above their head, and the Elder White-Robed asked his comrade what it was. The cultist is startled to see that, and clarifies that the mystical creature was with the attacker, so he supposes they might have discovered their location. White-Robed Sage infuriatedly wondered why they had to be discovered now as they were about to destroy the enchantment. Abruptly, the Lightning Hawk attacks several cultists with its lightning and also disrupts their spell. The spellcaster gets worried about the enemy attack, and the sage commands the cultist to protect the spellcaster. The spellcaster was annoyed as they worked so hard in this spell, and were startled to see a man and a wolf on the other side. While the protagonist attacks the other cultist, along with Hwang-gu, he praises him for doing a great job. While attacking, he clarified that he is not a wolf but a dog and is pleased because he is more potent than most wolf packs. The cultists rushed toward him, telling him that they wouldn't let him get past them. The protagonist clarified that he doesn't have the time to deal with them, so he immediately gets rid of them as he wants to end this instantly. White-Robed Sage gets worried about seeing their opponent flying over and wonders what his men are doing as they should summon the Jiangshi now. The cultist affirmed started shaking the bell to summon Jiangshi, and several of them emerged from the ground. White-Robed Sage gets thrilled to see them as these are on a completely different level compared to the one Qin he fought, so he thinks it's time for him to die. But he is stunned to see the protagonist using a strong skill. The protagonist uses Tai Yi's Immortal Destruction sword technique and fragmented light. With a single strike of this technique, he eliminates all of those Jiangshi. The protagonist wondered what they thought about his skill, the 5-element core energy dual energy technique, mystic core divine art, and the Tai Jai enlightened sword art. This attack contains everything, so he rushes toward the white-robed sage, attacks him, and immediately cuts him into halves. White-Robed Sage wondered who that martial artist was as he thought the Wu Dang sect only had the Fist Emperor. He instructed Hwang-gu and Lightning Hawk to guard this area while he restored the enchantment. After they started guarding the area, the protagonist is relieved because his ambush went pretty well, because they were just spellcasters and Jiangshi. He looked at the immortal cult spell and supposed it was time to hurry up and restore the damaged enchantment, so he started enchanting it. Fortunately, he found a similar enchantment among the thousands of enchantments he had learned from the Yi Gao clan. He is confident that he will be able to return the enchantment on the Wu Dang mountain to its original state. Soon, his spell started spreading, and he knew he needed to find a core material to replace the tree stump, and the restoration would be complete. Lastly, the water vein seems like they have already disrupted the water vein, which is the origin of the water. Thankfully, many Jiangshi hearts eat blood crystals that can help transform death energy into life energy. So, he started gathering as many of them as possible and burying them in a place where the white vein was needed. After a while, he instructed Lightning Hawk to put everything down and wanted Hwang-gu to move those to the location he told him. Since these aren't real water veins, they wouldn't last long, but must last until this incident ends. After completing this task, the protagonist is relieved because this is a success, and finally, the thick fog on the Wu Dang mountain has started to disperse. However, celebrating is still too early because he needs to quickly find where the vein was broken off and restore it. After inspecting the area, he finally found where it was, so run there. He instructed Hwang-gu and Lightning Hawk to hang in there for a little more because the water origin wasn't far from there. After he arrived at the location, he saw a man and asked if he was the one who had nailed that into the water's origin. Blood Immortal Cult Executive Indestructible Blood Demon looked back and was amazed to see that Chen He wasn't wearing the Taoist robe of the Wudang sect. He is surprised to see two mystical creatures and remembers hearing about them from somewhere. He asks the protagonist if he can't just leave since he is not from the Wudang sect and clarifies that it might look to be so, but he prefers peace. The protagonist thinks he is a weird person as he is a blood immortal cultist, but still claims to prefer peace. He remarked that if he prefers peace, then he would choose not to kill people. Indestructible Blood Demon clarified that he doesn't kill people but does kill offerings, and the protagonist inquired if the villagers were people. Indestructible Blood Demon refused, telling him they were offerings, not people. The protagonist is startled to hear his twisted logic, which is what he expected from a blood immortal cultist, and thinks he was stupid to have hoped for something better. While trying to retrieve his sword, Indestructible Blood Demon remarks that it is a nice sword and clarifies that if he unsheaths it, he will also become an offering. The protagonist smirked, telling him to leave this place if he didn't want to get killed by an offering, because he was not an ordinary offering. He unsheathed his sword and pointed it toward the man, who smirked and found it interesting. Indestructible Blood Demon stood, emanating a strong aura, and looked at the protagonist. Chen He is stunned to sense his incredible aura and asks if it's an external art. Indestructible Blood Demon affirmed, telling him that it is an external art he received for the Blood Immortal and asked if he had heard of the indestructible body physique. The protagonist supposed it meant that weapons didn't work on him. Indestructible Blood Demon laughed on discovering that his offering knew about him. The protagonist affirmed that he knew him all too well because Indestructible Blood Demon is one of the toughest cultists in the Blood Immortal cult. The sword aura doesn't work even on his skin, and he is the strongest and toughest blood demon he has met so far, while also being very fast. The protagonist is certain that H1 Gu and Lightning Hawk attacks won't work on him, so he commands them to leave. Indestructible Blood Demon is amazed to see his dog run away after seeing him. Chen He clarified that he is his owner, so he can't give him food that he can't bite. Indestructible Blood Demon laughed as he dared to treat him as dog food and thought he was an interesting kid. The protagonist clarified that from where he came from, the teeth of dogs are more expensive than those of humans. He rushed toward him to strike, and Indestructible Blood Demon remarked that it was such a ridiculous place. The protagonist strikes him several times, but he dodges and blocks all of them. As he expected, his opponent is as formidable as his nickname suggests. Additionally, he is way faster than the old Tree Blood Demon. After a while, an Indestructible Blood Demon attacked him and remarked that he was not an ordinary kid. The protagonist glares at him and asks if he is finally realizing that. Indestructible Blood Demon gets infuriated, so he substantially strikes him with the hope of killing him. Even though the protagonist manages to evade his attack, it causes a massive impact on the mountain. While Indestructible Blood Demon keeps attacking the protagonist, he dodges all his attacks. Indestructible Blood Demon found it strange because his attacks should be hitting him. The protagonist realized that the Tai Jai Enlightened Sword artwork was way better than he had expected. After a while, their strike collided, which pushed them back, and Indestructible Blood Demon was annoyed to see that he was as sneaky as a rat. He realized he couldn't fight him using external martial arts because he would get exhausted after trying to hit him for a while and guessed there was just one way to deal with him. He remarked that this fight was so annoying but clarified that whatever he would do, his attack wouldn't be working on him. So, he is certain that this could drag on for way longer than they thought. The protagonist firmly grasped his sword, started emanating a strong aura, and uttered that might be what he thought but not the truth, which startled the Indestructible Blood Demon. Chen He decided to use the variant ultimate technique he came up with. This isn't just a slipshod imitation of the 5 elements, but also his learning of the profound truth of Tai Jai and applying the 5 elements on top of it. So, he imbued his sword with his 5-element technique, using the water to subdue the fire and yin-yang release. Indestructible Blood Demon started blocking his attack, emitting his demonic energy, and clarified that it was pointless because his body was indestructible, so nothing he did would scratch it. The protagonist's energy started approaching him, creating a fog around him and making him cough, so he wondered what it was. Chen He clarified that he was not an idiot and wouldn't fight against him with that body of his head on. Indestructible Blood Demon gets startled on hearing this and wonders what he means. The protagonist clarified that this is the ultimate technique he came up with, which combines the 5 elements of Taijai and modern world knowledge of thermal expansion. Indestructible Blood Demon gets worried as he can't breathe, and shortly, the protagonist substantially attacks him, exploiting the situation. He used the powerful hot air that could cause a Friedrich explosion to seep into his lungs and cook him from within. While Indestructible Blood Demon started coughing blood, and Chen-He began to apply the principle behind the Tongbei fist strike and kept hitting his organs. The protagonist kept attacking him, which caused an impact on his heart. Indestructible Blood Demon gets infuriated with him, curses him, and tries to punch him. The protagonist dodged his punch, rushed back, and clarified the fight was over. He clarified that no matter how skilled he is at external martial arts, it is still impossible for him to protect his organs, and if his organs keep receiving strong impact, then he will die. Abruptly, the protagonist strikes him with his sword, and the Indestructible Blood Demon can't believe that his indestructible body gets pierced. What is fearsome about the sword technique of the Wudang sects is the principle of momentum embrace. He never thought that the things the Fist Emperor taught him would help him this much in his fight against the Indestructible Blood Demon. After defeating Indestructible Blood Demon, he started getting rid of the nails. The protagonist is relieved that the power of the curse that covered the big nail has disappeared, so the water's origin should return to its original state. After some time, the water starts flowing normally, and the protagonist is relieved because that is one big problem that has been resolved. With this, they should be able to maintain the fog that used to cover Wudang Mountain. He is sure that without learning the Wudang sect energy cultivation technique, their senses would be cut off in the fog. On the other hand, those who have learned the Wudang set energy cultivation technique will be able to recover their energy much more quickly within the fog. Huanggu worriedly looked at him, and the protagonist clarified that he didn't realize it when he was fighting, but it seemed he was injured. While he has some burn wounds on his skin, there is fortunately no bleeding, so he will be able to retain about 80% of the functions of his muscle. His left hand is at about 50% capability compared to when it's fine, so he can still push it in this condition. He gently pats Huanggu, telling him there is no need to be worried, so he will be fine after using the 5 elemental divine elixir to circulate his energy and rest for a little bit. On the contrary, in the Wudang sect, the main force sage, Myung-gil, is fighting with one of the members of the Blood Immortal cult. He is one of the 10 heavenly kings of the Blood Immortal cult's first king, the Golden Heavenly King. He remarked that Sage Myung-gil is as impressive as the rumor says because he never thought he could withstand his enhanced aura. Sage Myung-gil laughed as he guessed he had accumulated good karma in his previous life, as he never thought he had met a worthy rival in his later years. Golden Heavenly King guessed the rumor about him being wildly obsessed over fighting was true, because he never thought he had been called a worthy rival in such a situation. Sage Myung-gil clarified that no matter how crazy he is over fighting, he can't be compared to the demonic cult. Golden Heavenly King is startled to hear about demonic cults and supposes it is hard to differentiate them. But that is not important as he has found a great offering that will please the Blood Immortal. Even though old organs have some flaws based on the energy he is exuding, it seems he has indeed lived a life of Taoism without lusting for women. While they were fighting, the protagonist arrived at the area, saw the building collapsing, and supposed they must be fighting in the main temple. Additionally, that mask is something only the highest-ranked executives of the Blood Immortal cult use, and his inner energy was practically overflowing. If he is not wrong, the protagonist supposed that the highest-ranked executives have at least 420 years of inner energy. The inner energy that is accumulated by using humans as offerings is a tower built by blood. The protagonist is sure they must have spilled blood and sacrificed others to enjoy wealth and fame. So, he wondered how many people they had killed so far and how much blood they had spilled. Meanwhile, at the Wudang sect side, the sect leader instructed the Taoists to bring the injured to the rear and maintain the sword formation. He wanted them to hurry up and reorganize themselves because the little white dragons would tend to fatal injuries, so he wanted them to move injured at his side. While the protagonist inspects the wounded, he tells him that he will pop the dislocated bone into place and requests him to bear with it. The protagonist cursed his fortune because he would be much faster if not injured. Chin-woo tells others to move the injured away quickly and is thankful to Chin-hee as he can't believe he returned for them. The protagonist is relieved to see that Chin-woo is safe and clarifies that he ran into a situation on his way back. But he is worried about his grandfather since that looks pretty dangerous, which makes him wonder if he will be alright. Chin-woo explained that his master was poisoned right before the ambush happened. This shocked the protagonist, and he asked if he was serious about it. Chin-woo affirmed, telling him that no one knew who poisoned him, but they probably had a traitor in their midst, as they must have been the ones who leaked the information on their enchantment as well. This makes the protagonist wonder if it is just as he thought. Chin-woo explained that even though he wants to help, there is no space for him to get in there, so if he joins that tussle right now, he will only become a burden. The protagonist gets what he is saying because he used to always read about the less skilled watching the fights between martial masters in martial arts novels, but never expected himself to be in that situation. On the other side, cultists reported that there is a doctor on the Wu-Dang sect's side. The spellcaster gets startled, asking where he came from as plenty of Zhong she should be blocking the path to this place, so he wonders how he got past all of them. His comrade suggested they should stop him because leaving him be would cause a problem for them. The other man wondered what he was talking about because he would get caught up in their fight if he moved right now. On the other hand, Sage Myung-gil is fighting fiercely with the Golden Heavenly King. Golden Heavenly King remarked that he was pretty tenacious, but wondered how long he thought he could block his attacks. Abruptly, his man requested him to look at the Wu-Dang sect side because some guy had just appeared and was helping them, and he had pretty impressive energy, so he should be able to locate him. Golden Heavenly King located the protagonist and supposed he must be the seed of the half-deity who appeared in the prophecy, which startled Myung-gil. Suddenly, a huge energy appeared in the area where the protagonist was, and the sect leader instructed everyone to escape. Chin-woo is startled as that comes out of nowhere, so they instruct the protagonist to get down. The protagonist gets annoyed, wondering why he is suddenly attacking them and tries to block it. The overwhelming energy created huge waves that pushed Wu-Dang sect members back. Chin-woo is protecting the protagonist, so after the waves subside, he asks him if he is alright. The protagonist affirmed, but was worried about Chin-woo, and Chin-woo clarified that he is fine as he held back on that attack. The protagonist wondered what that was and if the Golden Heavenly King fired that sword energy at him. Golden Heavenly King is startled to see that Chin-hee blocked it and thinks he is not back. Sage Myung-gi cursed him and asked what he was suddenly doing. Golden Heavenly King laughed, asking him if he was angry, but he didn't want him to worry as he wouldn't attack them. He didn't want to give him an opening to cut his head off because he was strong. While Myung-gil is ready to attack him, the Golden Heavenly King clarifies that he must get the seed of the half-deity, so he wanted him to compromise a little. Myung-gil wondered all of a sudden what he was talking about. Golden Heavenly King smirked slyly, then greeted the seed of the half-deity, introducing himself as one of the blood immortal cult's 10 heavenly kings. Everyone is startled by feeling such intense bloodlust and wonders what the seed of the half-deity is. Golden Heavenly King remarked that he looked pretty handsome, just as the prophecy said, and he sure got lucky running into the seed of the half-deity there. Chin-woo realizes he is talking about Chin-hee, and the protagonist wonders if he is fortunate or unlucky. Golden Heavenly King is amused on hearing this and inquires what he just said. Abruptly, he heard his cultists telling him it was approaching as the one was climbing up the mountain and coming toward them. The protagonist explained that the enchantment protecting the Wu-Dang sect has already been restored and activated. Therefore, the more time passes, the more advantageous the Wu-Dang set will be, which amuses the Golden Heavenly King. Sage Myung-gil finally understood why Chin-hee was injured when he arrived and thought it was great because they had a chance of winning now. The immortal blood cultist is concerned about discovering that he restored the enchantment that they destroyed. They wondered how that happened because the indestructible hall should have protected it and wondered if Chin-hee had defeated all of them. They are shocked as he defeats the indestructible blood demon all by himself. Golden Heavenly King laughed as he thought he was just a young dragon, but it seemed he was pretty much a full-grown dragon. Since that is the case, he wanted to take Chin-hee away now, no matter what. He instructed everyone not to be afraid of getting caught in the fight as he would open up a path, so he wanted them to get the seed of the half-deity. He further added that the demonic blood pill will be given to the one who captures him. all of the cultists and assassins gets voracious on hearing about the demonic blood pill as a reward. The protagonist remembered that the demonic blood pill said that once a person consumes that, he will never be able to have a normal human body and mind ever again. However, in return for becoming a monster, the person will obtain immense strength and a chance to acquire immortality and eternal youth, which is a reward that everyone will certainly go crazy over. All the members of the Blood Immortal cult are startled to learn that they will be given the demonic blood pill. One of them was willing to go to hell if he could obtain eternal youth and immortality, so he wanted to be the one to kill that doctor, but another man also volunteered to do that and decided to use Zhang Shi as well. Sage Myung-gil saw them charging at Chen-hei, who thought they might have all gone crazy as they had completely given up on being human. While being attentive toward them, he looks ahead and gets startled to see the Golden Heavenly King prepared to attack him. Golden Heavenly King happily asked him where he was looking when he was his opponent, and he got struck. The sect leader worriedly instructed his subordinate to deploy the Taijai 7-star sword formation with the little white dragon in the center. The elders are to take command and get into position, and he wanted everyone to prepare for the incoming attack. Everyone affirmed, and the elder commanded them to hurry up because the sect leader had given his order. They all rushed into the formation to protect Wu Dang sect and charge. Since the enchantment has been activated, the protagonist is sure their opponents know that the Wu Dang sect will win if they stall for time. Thus, they will try to take them down as quickly as possible. He knew that the elder Yong Guang probably was the more significant issue because he fought so hard that he had blood all over him, yet he naturally blended into the group. The protagonist knew that he was the only one who read the novel and knew that he was the traitor, so he wanted to see what he was up to. Chen Wu worriedly told him that they were about to clash, so he wanted him to stay close to him. The protagonist rushed forward and wanted them to take care of himself, which startled Chen Wu. While the Zhang Shi approached them, the Taoists were encouraged to protect the Wu Dang and not back down. At the same time, some of them were fighting with the cultists to stop them. Blood Immortal cult low-ranking executive Yin Yang Dual Demon laughed cunningly and clarified that the Golden Heavenly King wanted their blood, so he wanted them to hand over their head. The Blood Immortal cult, rising Martial Master Blood Axe Demon, wanted to end this quickly. If the Zhang Shi stayed in the enchantment for too long, they would suffer too much damage. Evil Blood Demon attacked them, and the Taoist wanted to fight him head-on. Winter Demon agreed as they needed to get rid of those orthodox first. Phantom Executioner suggested they should spread out there to eliminate them quickly. They don't want to let the formation fall apart, as they must end this before the enchantment becomes even more substantial. The protagonist realizes that their enemies have 6 Supreme Peak Martial Masters, and, on their side, he can sense around the 5 of them, which makes 6 with him included. But Elder Yongguang is one of the 6. He wondered what he should do because if Elder Yongguang changed sides now, everything could fall apart instantly. Chen He firmly grabbed his sword as they needed to remove as many enemies as possible before Yongguang moved. Meanwhile, the sect leader blocks the opponent's attack, and the Blood Immortal cultists are as amazed as they expect of the sect leader. He can stop their combined attacks. The sect leader realized that his opponents were strong and couldn't believe they were this strong while in the enchantment. The protagonist uses telepathy to communicate with the sect leader, which worries the sect leader, so he instructs him to get away as these guys are too dangerous. The protagonist refused, telling him he would help, which worried the sect leader. Chen He told the sect leader to be careful of Elder Yongguang. The sect leader wondered why he should be cautious of Yongguang and inquired what he was talking about all of a sudden because there was no way he would do anything to harm them. The protagonist is about to explain it but is startled to see their opponents attacking him. Yin Yang Dual Demon asked him what he was doing, getting all distracted in front of them, and clarified they were not going to play nice anymore. They immediately attacked the sect leader, which was hard for him to block. Chen He worries because they can't continue their conversation in this situation. He doesn't have time to talk, so he wants to help the weakest elder first. While one of the elders was fighting, the Phantom Executioner remarked that he heard that the Wu Dang Taoists have no muscle. He inquired how he could protect the Wu Dang sect when he was this weak, and he immediately injured the elder. The Wu Dang sect elder Yun Hak gets concerned, as it's a sword art that requires utmost concentration and targets only the vital point. He realized it was hard to fight them off with just the sword arts of the Wu Dang sect. so he wondered if his sword techniques were weak. While pushing back, his disciple gets concerned about seeing their master losing. Young-hak is aware that if he falls there, all of his disciples will get slaughtered, so he wants to do anything it takes. Meanwhile, the Phantom Executioner's eyes turned red as he started emanating the demonic aura in his sword and striking the elder. Elder Young-hak is dumbfounded to see his sword shattering before his eyes, which delighted the Phantom Executioner. Elder Young-hak wondered if, in the end, he would fall to the sword of a supreme peak martial master. When the Phantom Executioner landed a substantial strike on him, which splattered blood in the air, Elder Young-hak apologized to his disciples as he could no longer protect them. However, he couldn't feel any pain, so he opened his eyes, looked ahead, and saw Chin-hee severing the hands of his opponents, giving him a glimmer of hope. Upon seeing this, the Phantom Executioner is dumbfounded, cursing the protagonist, and his arm starts freezing. The protagonist approached him while attacking him, and he clarified that he wouldn't be able to wield a sword ever again. The Phantom Executioner gets startled on hearing, and shortly, the protagonist blocks several of his pressure points. He wanted to destroy his energy core, so he put his hand on the back of the Phantom Executioner, destroying his core, and defeated him. Elder Young-hak and his disciples are dumbfounded to see his incredible attack. Elder Young-hak is amazed that he executed that series of movements so quickly and smoothly, which seemed like water flowing. The protagonist approached him and inquired if he was all right, and the elder thanked him. Chin-hee didn't want him to mention it because there are instances when people like them could go berserk using demonic arts, even after their energy core has been destroyed. So, he requested the elder to be careful. He doubted he would wake up right now, so the Wu-dang sect should be able to deal with him. Elder Young-hak affirmed, telling him they would do that as they would sever all his muscles and nerves, and thought Chin-hee was extraordinary. The protagonist looks at his wound and is pleased because his wound isn't that bad, so just stopping the bleeding will do for now. Young-hak clarified that his disciple could provide treatment at that level for him, and was sure there must be other places that needed more help, so he requested that he hurry along. The protagonist agrees, so they decide to help others. Before leaving, he heard one of the disciples say Elder Young-gwang had already defeated the enemy, who used ominous energy. Elder Young-hak laughed as he realized they were starting to gain the upper hand, so he wanted to hurry up and help the other elders. The protagonist doubts if he defeated that person, but he feels uneasy about this. Meanwhile, some warriors fought with the Jiangshi and the other cultists. The protagonist sees Elder Young-gwang rushing somewhere and wondering where he is heading in such a hurry. After looking at the direction, he realized that was where the sect leader was fighting. He wondered if Young-gwang was ignoring the Golden Heavenly King's order to kill him so that he could ambush the Wu-dang sect leader. He knew that Elder Young-gwang was acting suspiciously, and he defeated one of the Blood Immortal executives with a limp arm. That shouldn't be possible for him based on his level of martial arts, but he doesn't have proof that he is a traitor right now. He doesn't want to let him have his way because he only knows how the novel develops. Meanwhile, the set leader is fighting with two of the peak supreme martial artists of the Blood Immortal cult. Yin-yang Dual Demon attacked and cursed him, wondering if he was not tired from fighting the two of them at all. The sect leader furiously grits his teeth and tells him not to look down on Wu-dang, the sect leader. He fought the two of them with all his might and inflicted a strong impact shortly. Yin-yang Dual Demon is startled, but this much was expected of the Wu-dang sect leader, and he can't believe he still has this much strength. He emanates substantial energy after throwing his opponents away, lands down, and is slightly exhausted. He cursed his fortune because it looked like his attack wasn't strong enough to finish them off, as he could still feel their energy. Abruptly, Young-gwang arrived there, glad to find the sect leader. This startled the sect leader, asking him if he was safe, and Young-gwang apologized for being so late. The sect leader doesn't want him to worry about it since he is there to help him, and he is having difficulty fighting the two of them. He is confident they can trounce them if they work together. Young-gwang yields his sword at him and says he has something to do before that happens. The sect leader looked at him with astonishment as he released the demonic energy. Young-gwang approached him. His body started becoming more muscular and massive, which turned him just like the Blood Immortal cultist. The sect leader is startled to see this, wondering what is happening to him. Young-gwang smirked wickedly and was glad because it was finally there the day a new leader took over the Wu-dang sect, and he had waited a long time for this. The sect leader is startled to see this, and is dumbfounded as he sees Yongguang rushing at him to attack. Yongguang clarified that it was time for the sect leader to die, and he struck him. However, before his slash could harm the sect leader, Chen-He rushed there, blocked it, and was glad to see him finally. The sect leader told the white dragon with shock that he was right, that Yongguang was a traitor. Yongguang is annoyed to see him and inquires how a kid like him dares to go against him. He couldn't believe he dared to get in the way of his grand plan, and Chen-He furiously stared at him.